Introduction asterisk. In a world of knights and magic, the rise of lower planes unfolds. With intense rivalries among academies, internal strife within families, oppression from the empire, and conquests across dimensions, how will the youth Edwards emerge from the chaos of blood and fire to restore order? Chapter 1. The Daily Routine. In a dimly lit chamber, a suffocating darkness prevails. In one corner, a shadowy figure huddles, shivering slightly, the sound of iron chains clinking as they bind him. Dressed in classical finery, his dark attire is intricately embroidered with golden threads, an embodiment of opulence and simplicity. Suddenly, the crisp sound of footsteps approaches, and a faint light illuminates the chamber. The shadow lifts his head slowly. His features remain obscured, revealing only a face akin to marble, adorned with two crimson orbs. His blood-red pupils brim with endless negativity, a malevolent intent of slaughter emanating from his gaze. A sinister smile dances at the corner of his lips, rendering him a paradox, both a harbinger of destruction and an entity imbued with wisdom and life. The evil that envelopes him transcends the confines of his physical form. The footsteps halt, and a young man with black hair and black eyes, equally enigmatic, stands before the boy. He exudes an air of indifference, a mountain of stoicism that seems insurmountable. The boy gazes at him silently, a mocking smile creeping onto his lips. "My dear Duke, esteemed father, do you intend to confine your own son indefinitely? Why not release me to unleash my rage? Perhaps, after slaying a few, I might revert to my former gentle self. The elixir is on the verge of discovery. Once your bloodline stabilizes, you shall be freed," the youth replies, his deep-set eyes narrowing momentarily, a flicker of anguish crossing his features before dissipating into indifference. The boy's smile fades gradually. "My esteemed father, can you truly keep me imprisoned for a lifetime?" His voice grows colder, the chains clattering ominously. "Once I am free, I shall eradicate you all, everyone. Ah, I shall slay you, annihilate you all." He screams in a fit of hysteria. "Ah!" Edwards jolts awake on his velvet bed, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Alas, yet another nightmare. I've had this one several times. Could it be the pressure of my impending knightly ascension that weighs heavily on my mind and body?" At 13, Edwards has already become a squire, sensing the aura necessary for his elevation to knight. Achieving this within a year is a testament to his exceptional talent, as even within royal and esteemed ducal families, attaining knighthood before the age of 15 is a rarity reserved for prodigies. He is particularly anxious about becoming a knight due to the imminent tournament for the kingdom's new generation. Miss Abby, the Marquis's second daughter, informed Edwards that this event presents his opportunity. Exceptional performance in the tournament could earn him the king's favor. Held biannually, the New Generation Tournament is a grand event, selecting gifted commoners and the offspring of lower nobility. Outstanding participants may receive accolades from prominent nobles, or even the king, providing them a chance to join the nobility, enriching noble bloodlines and bolstering their strength. Edwards understands the significance of this opportunity. He is the son of the late commander of the knightly order, Warren. Although Warren held the title of knight, he had no inheritance rights, which allows Edwards to reside in the Marquis's mansion and enjoy a high status, a privilege granted due to Warren having once saved the Marquis's life. Nonetheless, Edwards is acutely aware that gratitude cannot sustain a lifetime. He yearns to become a frontier knight, expanding territories into the lands of the werewolves. Yet, achieving this is no simple task. The kingdom is currently in a truce with the werewolves, limiting the credentials for frontier knights to avoid large-scale conflicts. Only with the king's approval can one obtain such credentials. The New Generation Tournament represents Edwards' greatest chance. He must place within the top 10 and secure the Marquis's recommendation to obtain the credentials for a frontier knight. However, reaching the top 10 is no small feat, as previous top contenders have always been knights, while Edwards remains a mere squire. Squires possess strength beyond the ordinary, while knights transcend human limits in power and speed, embodying the extraordinary. Knights are categorized into low-tier, mid-tier, and high-tier, commonly referred to as knights, great knights, and knight commanders. At that moment, a knock echoes from outside the door, followed by a cautious voice. "Young master, may I come in? I brought your breakfast. Come in." A freckled maid enters, gingerly carrying a tray laden with milk, ham, broth, and a piece of bread slathered with butter and honey. "What a splendid breakfast." This broth has the flavor of wolf meat," Edwards remarks, intrigued. The maid beams indeed. Miss Abby is aware of your impending knightly promotion and specifically instructed the kitchen to prepare this for you. Edward smiles brightly. So is Sister Abby's doing. Master, Miss Abby is truly kind to you. Unlike young Master Ike, who seems to resent you merely for your superior looks, she adds, quickly glancing at Edwards before lowering her gaze, thinking to herself that her master is indeed handsome. Under the adoring gaze of the maid, Edwards elegantly finishes his breakfast. A paragon of discipline, he frequents the training grounds and archives, where relentless training and study constitute his daily existence. Recently, in preparation for his nightly breakthrough, he has focused intensely on physical training, neglecting the archives for several days. As Edwards walks toward the training grounds, the gentle light of the rising sun graces his slightly elevated face. His youthful features hint at the handsome visage he will grow into, and unlike the gray-haired, gray-eyed denizens of Hammett Kingdom, his violet hair and azure eyes are even more striking. Hair color signifies both bloodline and nobility. For instance, the Weber family's direct lineage is characterized by black hair, while the royal family boasts radiant golden locks. Naturally, as bloodlines weaken, golden hair tends to dim and lose its luster. Drawing the attention of guards and servants alike, Edwards arrives at the training grounds. The Weber family, a martial nobility, has its roots and historical rise firmly established on a battlefield, thus prioritizing military training as a family tradition. The entire family embodies a spirit of discipline and efficiency, eschewing the extravagance typical of ordinary nobles. The training grounds are vast, featuring an arena, riding grounds, and a shooting range. The arena, a small elevated platform, sits at the center, flanked by weapon racks displaying an array of melee weapons, swords, spears, hammers, and axes, available for dueling among family members. At this moment, 3 young men of distinct temperaments stand on the small platform, quietly observing the figures below. Fear not, young Master Ike. That boy has been training diligently every day. This is indeed a crucial phase for his ascension. The robust and rugged Lethe assures the one standing in the middle. Ike possessed a handsome visage adorned with a cascade of thick black hair, yet his countenance was devoid of the Weber family's customary solemnity, instead radiating a brazen grin. That's splendid. Before he becomes a knight, let him learn a lesson. Otherwise, once he ascends to knighthood, how shall we contend with him? Ike declared, patting his forehead as he spoke. Meanwhile, a young man of unremarkable appearance yet refined demeanor, Schmidt, quietly remarked, I fear we may struggle to manage him even now. Enough of this. Let us not bolster another's pride while diminishing our own. Red has already achieved knighthood as of yesterday. I believe he can prevail, Ike asserted confidently. Red, seize this opportunity. Otherwise, when Edwards becomes a knight, challenging him later might leave you bettered for months. Just as before, Schmidt added, relishing the prospect. Upon hearing Schmidt's words, Rhett's expression darkened, and he muttered, how was I to know that this little fellow possessed such strength? Ike and Schmidt exchanged glances, taking in Rhett's imposing stature, nearly 2 meters tall and robust, resembling a standing black bear. They recalled the astonishing victory Edwards had achieved over Rhett in their previous contest. From a distance, Ike spotted an elegant figure approaching. Though the face remained obscured, the striking purple hair unmistakably revealed his identity. Ike gestured for a servant, instructing, go summon that young man. Certainly, Master Ike, the servant acknowledged. Chapter 2. The Duel. Edwards followed the servant towards the small platform. Sensing the presence of the 3 individuals atop it, he anticipated trouble. Rhett was the son of the Knight Commander, Lord Relin, while Schmidt was the offspring of the Shadow Leader, Lord Schneider. Both fathers were among the most trusted associates of Edward's late father, the esteemed Lord Weber. Rhett, Schmidt, and Ike were all 15 years old, akin in age to Edwards, and they ought to have been good friends. Yet, due to Edward's striking appearance and exceptional talent, he had become the subject of their father's praise, often referred to as the child of another family. Having been raised under strict discipline, the trio harbored resentment towards Edwards, who, despite being their peer, received constant accolades from their fathers. This led to palpable psychological imbalance, resulting in their unkind demeanor towards him. As Edwards ascended the platform, Ike sneered, Edwards, I hear you have touched upon the threshold of becoming a knight. I have specially summoned Rhett to assist you in training. Oh, and you may not be aware, but Rhett is already a knight. His guidance will surely be more beneficial than your solitary endeavors. Thank you, Master Ike, but I can train on my own, Edwards replied with an unperturbed expression, then turned to Rhett, saying congratulations before nodding at Schmidt and attempting to leave the platform. Wait, by stepping onto the platform, you have indicated your acceptance of my goodwill. Moreover, my goodwill is not subject to your discretion. Ike's voice cut through coldly as Rhett and Schmidt encircled Edwards. Edwards, allow me to clarify. Today, you will accept this guidance. It is for your own good, whether you wish to or not. Do you understand? Edwards turned to face Ike calmly, while Schmidt interjected, Rhett is already a knight. Engaging with him prior to your own ascension will enhance your understanding of your abilities, aiding your advancement. Rest assured, we comprehend your situation, and Rhett will be mindful. At worst, you may end up with a few bruises, but no lasting injury. Realizing that Ike and his companions intended to assist him, Edwards understood that the extent of their help would rely on his own capabilities. A swift defeat at Rhett's hands would render the encounter meaningless, potentially undermining Edwards' confidence. They recognized the significance of this opportunity for Edwards. Although his advancement was assured with the Marquis' support, obtaining the king's favor would make a substantial difference. It was akin to a soldier embarking on battle, armed with a rusted machete versus a finely crafted iron sword. I shall not hold back, Rhett declared coldly. Edwards observed the varied expressions of the trio, recognizing their bravado masked a desire to aid him. He bowed slowly to them, then straightened, locking eyes with Rhett. I accept your challenge. Rhett shook his head in rebuttal. This is not a challenge, it is guidance. Confident in his prowess as a newly minted knight, Rhett recalled his prior injury at Edwards' hands, fueling his determination to teach Edwards a lesson under the guise of guidance. Ike and Schmidt descended the platform, leaving Edwards and Rhett to face off. The commotion of their impending duel attracted onlookers from the training ground, who crowded around the platform, eager for a front-row view. Ordinarily, a duel between commoners would hardly warrant such attention, but both Rhett and Edwards were exceptional. Their standings within the Marquis' household placed them among the elite youth, and this contest represented a clash between a knight and a squire. Edwards' remarkable talent and strength were well acknowledged, yet doubts lingered regarding his ability to triumph over a knight. On the platform, Rhett and Edwards stood on opposite sides, their gazes locked, their energies colliding. At that moment, Edwards acutely sensed the formidable aura emanating from Rhett, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Knights transcended squires, and a powerful knight could easily crush an ordinary person under the weight of their presence. Though Rhett was a newly appointed knight, and his pressure was not overwhelming, it still significantly impacted Edwards, limiting his performance to a fraction of his true capability. Edwards realized he must break through this impasse. Otherwise, under Rhett's relentless pressure, victory would elude him. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, and a single droplet cascaded down, landing on his eyelid. The brief moment of blinking allowed Rhett to seize the opportunity, launching a swift assault. Rhett's shoulder charged towards Edwards' chest with lightning speed, the air whistling with the force of their collision, reminiscent of a bear's fierce attack. Should this strike connect, Edwards would not only forfeit this duel, but likely find himself confined to bed for a fortnight. Yet Edwards had anticipated this moment. He recognized Rhett was employing extraordinary pressure to induce a flaw under duress, aiming to conclude the duel swiftly. He decided to feign a vulnerability, provoking Rhett into a misstep. However, Edwards underestimated Rhett's newfound strength. Had Rhett not tempered his momentum, Edwards, even prepared, would have sustained injuries and been knocked from the platform. Edwards' agile evasion allowed Rhett's charge to narrowly miss him, and he caught a glimpse of surprise in Rhett's eyes. Rhett had not anticipated such a quick response from Edwards. In a duel not meant to be lethal, both parties were aware that they would not resort to excessive force. Nonetheless, this victory was one that Rhett was determined to seize. He forcefully planted his left foot to halt his advance, swiftly pivoted, and unleashed a straight punch, executing a series of movements with remarkable fluidity. In contrast, Edwards, overwhelmed by the onslaught of speed, could only struggle to defend himself. His forearms crossed protectively over his chest. He bore the brunt of the blow, his arms trembling from the impact as he was pushed back 2 steps. Rhett pressed on relentlessly. Although Edwards was not short in stature, he appeared diminutive compared to Rhett's nearly 2-meter-tall, robust frame. The wind from Rhett's punches howled as Edwards was left with no choice but to continuously evade and dodge. Despite Rhett's rapid pace, his towering physique meant that his attacks were straightforward, allowing Edwards to skillfully evade most of them thanks to his agility. However, even the few blows that landed struck with palpable force, making it increasingly difficult for Edwards to withstand the assault. Onlookers in the stands recognized that Edwards was nearing his limit. Sweat beaded on his brow, and his once flowing purple hair had lost its elegance. His arms trembled slightly from the incessant blocking, while Rhett remained composed and unhurried, methodically delivering punch after punch towards Edwards. Ike observed the stark contrast between the two fighters with a mixture of regret and relief, turning to Schmidt and remarking, "Edwards is on the verge of collapse. It seems the gap between a knight and a squire is indeed insurmountable. Yet enduring for so long is commendable in itself." "Indeed," Schmidt replied, "though Rhett is not exerting his full strength, Edwards possesses considerable prowess." Suddenly, he added, "It appears Rhett may be in trouble." A new shift in the battle unfolded before the spectators. Edwards, abandoning his defensive stance, launched an aggressive assault on Rhett. However, instead of clashing in sheer force, he darted towards Rhett, targeting various parts of his body with elbows, knees, and shoulders. In this close-quarters combat, Rhett found it challenging to fully utilize his physicality, while Edwards thrived, employing his agile fighting techniques. To the crowd, it seemed as though Edwards had dashed into Rhett's embrace. With his defenses compromised, Rhett struggled to mount an effective counterattack. Edwards clung to him like a shadow, rendering Rhett's immense strength ineffective, his iron fists landing as though upon cotton, frustration simmering within. The dynamics of the battle shifted dramatically, transitioning from Rhett's overwhelming offense to Edwards' assertive onslaught, an outcome few could have anticipated. Now, with Edwards employing his tenacious attacks, Rhett's fury surged uncontrollably. His eyes reddened, and cracks began to appear in his clothing. With a resounding bang, Rhett's outer garment burst apart, scattering into the air and revealing his rugged skin and muscular physique beneath. Chapter 3. Promotion. In a surprising turn of events, Rhett succumbed to a fit of rage under Edwards' relentless assault, transforming into a state of frenzy. Those who achieve extraordinary capabilities at a young age typically possess unique, extraordinary bloodlines, though the quality of these bloodlines may vary. Rhett, endowed with the bloodline of a mountain giant, exhibited immense strength and resilience. However, his impetuous nature rendered him incapable of controlling his emotions, making him suitable only as a frontline warrior rather than a commander of troops. Edwards, overwhelmed by Rhett's frenzied aura, was sent sprawling. Rhett, not allowing Edwards a moment to gather himself, lunged forward with ferocious speed, the air crackling with the intensity of their clash. The spectators below were left in stunned silence, utterly astonished by Rhett's sudden loss of control. Even Ike and his companions were taken aback by the unfolding chaos. Due to his recent elevation to knighthood, Rhett struggled to master both his bloodline and his emotions. This lack of control, compounded by the pressure of Edward's status as a novice knight, provoked a violent backlash, resulting in the current predicament. Ike, filled with a mix of shock and fury, shouted, "Is Rhett trying to kill Edwards? Someone must intervene immediately." In the blink of an eye, the situation escalated, leaving Sherm momentarily dumbfounded until Ike's urgent cries snapped him back to reality. However, he realized it was already too late. Edwards was certain to suffer severe injuries, if not face a life-threatening situation. Ike's heart brimmed with rage. What was intended to be a supportive promotion for Edwards now jeopardized his participation in the upcoming New Generation tournament. The repercussions could be dire, potentially stifling Edwards' latent potential. Edwards, already a prodigy of the Marquis, would undoubtedly become an ally of the Marquis even if he were to rise as a new noble elsewhere. Yet, given the current circumstances, it was plausible he might misconstrue Ike's actions as a deliberate attempt to orchestrate his downfall. Even if Edwards trusted Ike, any harm to a close ally's interest would be a personal loss for Ike. Unbeknownst to Edwards, Ike's mind was a whirlwind of tumultuous thoughts. All he saw was a massive shadow, akin to a boulder, hurtling towards him. He realized that evasion was his only hope. Otherwise, he would surely sustain grievous injuries. The force of Rhett's frenzied energy propelled Edwards backward, causing him excruciating pain. He attempted to maneuver his body swiftly, but the oppressive weight of Rhett's nightly presence and the violent air currents hindered his reaction. As Rhett's figure loomed larger in Edwards' vision, he felt increasingly powerless. His pupils constricted sharply, engulfed by the advancing shadow. His cerulean eyes, once tranquil and serene, now reflected a world teeming with life. Yet in this moment of crisis, a dark spot emerged from the depths of that azure tranquility. This spot expanded like ink in water, darkening the once vibrant landscape until it succumbed to an abyss of silence and despair. A deafening roar erupted, dust swirling in the air. The collision between Edwards and Rhett served as the epicenter for the cracks that began to radiate outward from the high platform. Damn it! Ike and others ascended the high platform, and as they plunged into the dust, they beheld a remarkable scene. Rhett's fist was hurtling towards Edwards' face. Yet mere centimeters from its target, it was firmly grasped by a slender, pale hand. In Rhett's frenzied state, this seemingly delicate hand resembled that of an infant gripping an adult's fist, yet it effectively halted the advance of the punch, preventing it from moving forward even a fraction. The owner of the fist was lifted into the air. With a slight backward tilt of the hand, the fist was cast aside, sending Rhett soaring into the sky. Launching Rhett upward, Edwards swiftly rose by pushing off the ground with his legs, then bent them to land heavily on the high platform, propelling himself into a leap. At that moment, the airborne Rhett steadied himself, roaring as he barreled down towards Edwards. In the instant of their impending collision, Edwards deftly sidestepped, evading Rhett with flawless precision. Their eyes locked. Edwards' gaze was deep and inscrutable, while Rhett's eyes were filled with trepidation and astonishment. As Edwards maneuvered over Rhett, he completely surpassed him in speed and strength. Rhett, eager to retaliate as Edwards slipped past him, found himself unable to react in time due to the disparity in their velocities. Edwards landed heavily on Rhett's back, pinning him down, and with a mighty crash, they plummeted to the ground, sending debris flying. Rhett was forcefully embedded into the high platform. A gentle breeze caressed Rhett's blood-red hair, flowing elegantly, while the fervor of battle emanated like an invisible wall, pressing upon the onlookers. Edwards lingered atop Rhett for a few seconds, tilting his head slightly before gracefully stepping off and advancing towards Ike and the others. The spectators, overwhelmed by his aura, fell silent, with some even retreating a few steps. After a few strides, Edwards' presence bore down upon the crowd, as his crimson hair gradually transformed back into violet. From the roots to the tips, with a soft thud, Edwards collapsed to the ground, unconscious. What is happening? Smith, am I dreaming? Has Edwards ascended? I'm utterly bewildered. This was supposed to be a straightforward demonstration. Why did it turn out like this? I'm innocent, Ike exclaimed, heavily patting his forehead. The servant quickly replied, yes, indeed. Smith, observing from the side, thought dismissively, if you hadn't rushed to suppress Edwards right after Rhett's breakthrough, this situation wouldn't have arisen. Given Rhett a few days, and he would have avoided such mindless frenzy. Fortunately, the outcome turned out well. Otherwise, we would have been left wondering how to conclude this. As for Rhett, the bloodline of the giant was awakened and would not prove fragile. A few days of rest would suffice for recovery. However, Edwards was indeed exceptionally gifted. Smith regarded Edwards with contemplative thoughts. It seemed wise to engage more with him and to pursue opportunities for collaboration, which should prove to be a commendable choice. Atop the grand estate of the Marquis, two towering figures stood behind the black stone railing, surveying the entirety of the Marquis's domain. Their gaze was fixed upon the elevated training grounds, their expressions still tinged with astonishment. What a remarkable young man, possessing such formidable strength, remarked the knight commander, Raylan. With a physique more imposing than that of his counterpart, Raylan bore a scar that slashed across his face, rendering him a fearsome and cold visage. Yet, beneath this fierce exterior lay a gentle and unpretentious nature, the scar a testament to his valor in saving the Marquis. Had he not acted swiftly to distance himself, he would have endured far worse than this menacing mark. His very life could have been forfeit. In contrast, the other figure appeared more slender against Raylan's robust frame. He was a middle-aged man whose mere presence commanded respect, exuding the steely resolve of a seasoned military leader. Upon hearing Raylan's words, Marquis Weber nodded in tacit agreement. Raylan, filled with curiosity, inquired, "My lord, while I am well aware of my son Red's capabilities, it is indeed perplexing how Edward has attained victory with such ease following his ascension. What lineage grants him such extraordinary prowess? Surely, even the royal bloodline cannot rival his strength." Marquis Weber fell into contemplation upon Raylan's remarks. Recalling a fateful day 8 years prior when his forces were besieged by a pack of werewolves, outnumbered and ultimately obliterated. He had been felled by one of these beasts, who raised its blade to strike him down. Devoid of strength, he could only watch helplessly as the weapon descended. At the moment he glimpsed his own blurred reflection upon the blade, silence enveloped him, the world falling into an eerie stillness. Before the werewolf's knife clattered to the ground. Chapter 4. Heritage. The world around him was engulfed in silence, devoid of any sound. The very fabric of space felt as if it had been ensnared, as time itself halted, rendering everything motionless. Suddenly, the rhythmic sound of purposeful footsteps broke the stillness. Marquis Weber strained to focus on his unknown savior. The stranger, of unremarkable appearance and dressed plainly, cradled a child of indeterminate gender. The child, with a delicate and fair visage, boasted noble purple hair and was adorned in resplendent, classical attire. The stranger possessed a robust physique and an impeccable aura, as if he could uphold the weight of the world amidst its collapse. Weber discerned that these individuals were far from ordinary, their very essence suggesting a lineage of extraordinary stature. Though the Weber family had risen to prominence through military accolades, their heritage paled in comparison to that of the royal family or the esteemed Fisher and Meyer clans. Yet, this stranger and child exuded an even more elevated nobility, particularly the child, born into an inherent grace and elegance that, even in unconsciousness, radiated an innate superiority, evoking a sense of inadequacy in the presence of such splendor. The disparity between the royal lineage and this child was akin to that of a flickering firefly against the brilliance of the full moon, insurmountable and profound. The stranger remained aloof and indifferent. Although he did not exhibit any imposing aura of strength, Marquis Weber regarded him as more formidable than anyone he had ever encountered. "Greetings, noble of this realm. I am Warren," he calmly addressed the bewildered man, whose armor was stained with blood. Marquis Weber attempted to rise and pay his respects, yet his body was devoid of strength. Warren's words stirred a tumult of emotions within him. His savior, Warren, was an otherworldly visitor. What could his intentions be? Was he here to invade his world? If that were the case, what should he do? Should he assist in the invasion and become a traitor to his world? Or should he rise in defiance, choosing to perish as an unknown hero in the wilderness? Warren observed the changing hues of Marquis Weber's face, as if divining his inner turmoil. He continued, "My lord requires trials in this realm, this world, which we refer to as the Dorte dimension." Noticing the Marquis's complexion grow even paler, Warren realized his misinterpretation. The Marquis mistakenly believed Warren intended to use their world as the battleground for an invasion. "We will not disturb the normal operations of this dimension, nor will we invade. My lord shall reside in this realm for several years, and I shall accompany him for a time." After stating this, Warren paused and looked at Marquis Weber. The Marquis understood that Warren awaited his affirmation. "Esteemed guest, what do you require of me?" His voice was hoarse and feeble, lacking any trace of its former authority. Marquis Weber even doubted whether this was truly his voice. Warren was pleased with the Marquis's response, bending down to assist him in standing. The Marquis trembled as he stood, taking in the sight of his fallen soldiers and the slain gnolls surrounding him, their bodies sprawled in disarray. Only he and Warren remained amidst the carnage. A fervent desire for life surged within Marquis Weber. "I shall become the commander of your knightly order, protecting you. My lord will become my son and join your family. All I ask is for the rightful rewards and status you owe us. There is no need for special treatment or thoughts of harming us, nor threats to our safety. I trust you to be a wise man." Marquis Weber gazed at the grim fate of the fallen gnolls, their bodies seemingly unscathed yet lifeless, their eyes bulging in an expression of inexplicable demise. He nodded repeatedly. "I shall heed your commands." "Very well, noble lord. What shall I call you?" "Sir." "You may call me Weber. My title is Marquis." Warren gently caressed the boy Edwards's face. Though the boy's visage remained flawless, it seemed devoid of its former radiance, bearing an air of obscured treasure. Warren too appeared more ordinary, no longer exuding an unfathomable power. "Ah, esteemed Marquis, from now on, I shall be your knight commander. You need not show me any deference. I shall serve you in accordance with the chivalric spirit for a time, allowing my lord to dwell within your family. Of course, I will eventually depart, under the guise of a false death, but my lord will continue to reside with your family. Please ensure that the young master's life is maintained with the proper conditions befitting a noble, without the need for deliberate concern from others. We will come to retrieve him. Should we fail to appear, the young master will undoubtedly become the most formidable being in this realm. I hope you will cultivate a friendly relationship with him." Warren has spoken extensively about this young master. Marquis Weber observed the porcelain-like boy cradled in Warren's arms, pondering what kind of waves this child might stir in the future and the deeds he would accomplish. "Sir," said Raylan, noticing the Marquis's silence. He pressed on with his inquiry. The Marquis, lost in memories of his previous encounters with Warren and Edwards, was jolted back to the present by Raylan's voice. "What did you just say?" Marquis Weber inquired. "I was expressing my curiosity regarding his lineage, for he possesses such extraordinary power." Raylet reiterated his question. Raylet assumed the Marquis was contemplating the recent tournament among the new generation, as the Weber family had two participants, Edwards and Raylet. As for Smith, Their absence from the competition was due to Ike's need to conceal his strength, adopting the guise of a decadent aristocrat. Smith, on the other hand, was simply less capable in combat, being more adept in matters of internal affairs and political strategy. Edwards' participation stemmed from Miss Abby's advice, intending to showcase his prowess in the tournament to acquire greater resources. Raylet's aspirations were more straightforward. He yearned to challenge stronger opponents. His resilience made him unafraid of taking hits, wishing to follow the path once tread by Raylan, who had also gained recognition through his performance in the tournament, eventually rising to become a powerful figure. As for Edwards' strength, it was hardly surprising. Let us not forget that he is Warren's son. Indeed, he is the offspring of Lord Warren. With such a formidable father, it stands to reason that his son would not be lacking. Alas, it is a pity that Lord Warren has perished in battle. Raylan remained skeptical about Warren's demise, yet he possessed no evidence to suggest foul play, and his own intellect was insufficient for such contemplations. The Marquis chose not to dwell on this matter further, instead shifting the conversation to the upcoming tournament on the 15th of next month, which we shall co-host with the royal family, the Meyer family, and the Fisher family. Raylan, your primary duty will be to ensure the safety of the participants in the tournament. Additionally, you will need to assist Raylet and Edwards in managing their emotions, enabling them to better harness and adapt to their enhanced abilities. Understood, my lord, Raylan responded with a bow before departing. Chapter 5. Special Training. 3 individuals stood upon the high platform, 2 of whom were strikingly similar in stature, robust and towering like a pair of giant bears, Raylan and Raylet. The third, though possessing a physique akin to that of a young adult, still bore a youthful countenance, his delicate features contrasting sharply against the imposing figures of the 2 giants beside him. Edwards stood before the large pit, observing as Raylan admonished Raylet. Pray tell, what purpose does such a robust physique serve, if not for display? Raylan remarked, casting a stern glance at Edwards while gesturing towards Red. Look at this child. So emaciated, yet possessing greater strength than you. Clearly, your training has been too lenient. Edwards lowered his gaze to his well-proportioned form, rendered speechless as he witnessed the once imposing figure of the knight commander admonishing his seemingly inept son as a typical father would. In moments of fervor, Raylan would even speak of leading by example. Raylan's educational endeavor persisted for nearly an hour, commencing with Rhett's failings that brought shame upon the memory of his deceased mother, extending to the entirety of Raylan's lineage, and ultimately encompassing the illustrious bloodline from which Raylan hailed, condemning Rhett from superficial to profound. By the time Raylan concluded his chastisement, Edwards was nearly lulled to slumber by the monologue. Raylan dusted off his attire and accepted a glass of water from a nearby servant, clearing his throat to commence the day's formal instruction. Observing Raylan's serious demeanor, Edwards straightened his posture, while Rhett, who had been bowing his head in shame, lifted it with newfound pride, ready to absorb his father's insights on the realm of knighthood. Raylan was no ordinary knight. He possessed the prowess of a peak grand knight, and, due to his bloodline's advantages, could potentially rival even the knight commander in a brief contest. Within the entire Marquis household, only Marquis Weber held the title of knight commander, a rank scarce throughout the kingdom, with both noble and royal houses having their own knight commanders. Apart from Marquis Weber, no one else possessed such formidable strength. Raylan's capabilities ranked among the very best in the realm, making the opportunity to hear his elucidations on knighthood exceedingly rare. Rhett lacked knowledge of the intricacies of knighthood. Acquiring such knowledge prematurely could lead to the detrimental phenomenon of overexertion, thereby depleting one's potential. Understanding too much can be a double-edged sword. Without sufficient capability, an excess of knowledge may indeed become a source of calamity. The path of a squire represents the pinnacle of human achievement, while knighthood transcends the ordinary, verging on the extraordinary. Knights wield powers and speeds far beyond that of mere mortals, and those of noble blood possess unique and wondrous abilities. Upon ascending to knighthood, mastering one's emotions becomes paramount. The surge in physical prowess can easily engender a sense of hubris, leading to emotional volatility. At this juncture, Raylan smacked Rhett on the head, then turned to Edwards and Rhett, stating, just as you two are destined to spar, losing control of your emotions and newfound strength could yield irrevocable consequences. Rhett continued, one who cannot govern their emotions is fated to remain weak. Anger must be channeled judiciously. Recklessly pushing oneself to the limits only leads to depletion and may even stifle potential. Edwards nodded thoughtfully, and Raylan's expression softened with approval. However, upon witnessing the bewildered look in Rhett's eyes, he observed the boy nodding incessantly, as if in fear. The extraordinary ranks are categorized into 3 tiers: the novice, the intermediate, and the advanced, commonly referred to as the knight, the grand knight, and the knight commander. The disparity in strength between these ranks is monumental. For instance, a knight can effortlessly vanquish a dozen elite armored warriors, while a grand knight can contend with 100 foes. And the knight commander possesses the prowess to sway the tides of battle involving over 1,000 combatants. Only those of equal rank can withstand the might of a knight commander. To anyone else, their lethal capacity is akin to a calamity. What lies beyond the knight commander in terms of power? Edward inquired. Leyland, appearing equally perplexed, responded, I do not know. It is evident that the knight commander is the strongest. How could there be someone even more formidable? Rhett, with unwavering confidence, provocatively gazed at Edward. Suddenly, a large hand came down heavily upon Rhett's head. Indeed, there are stronger beings. However, the strongest known within the kingdom is the knight commander, Leyland affirmed, nodding as if to bolster his own resolve. Surely, there are those who surpass him. Enough chatter. You two shall attack me with your utmost strength, Leyland commanded. Noticing the hesitation of Rhett and Edward, rest assured, your combined might will not even make me budge an inch. Naturally, both Edward and Rhett were skeptical. They recognized their inferiority to Leyland, yet believed they could manage to make him move, positioning themselves with one in front and the other behind to gather momentum. Rhett took the lead in offense while Edward prepared for a surprise attack from the rear. With swift movements, Rhett unleashed a powerful punch towards Leyland, who merely raised his hand to grasp Rhett's fist in his palm. With a resounding clap, Leyland effortlessly sent Rhett sprawling. In that instant, Edward seized the opportunity and struck Leyland's back with a punch. Leyland, fully aware of the impending attack, remained supremely confident in his own physical resilience. With the blood of giants coursing through him, his bodily defenses were among his most reliable assets. The impact resonated like a colossal stone colliding, propelling Edward backward while his right fist trembled uncontrollably, yet Leyland stood unwavering. Is this all you are capable of? Two worthless wretches, Leyland taunted. Despite his bold words, he held a different opinion internally. These two youngsters were indeed impressive, particularly Edward, whose strength was formidable enough to inflict pain upon him. As Rhett rose from the ground, he once again succumbed to his berserk state, his body swelling with power, tearing through his attire. Witnessing this, Leyland felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation. Despite his admonitions to control his emotions, his son persisted in such reckless behavior. He deserved a good reprimand. Rhett charged at Leyland, utilizing every part of his body to attack: punches, kicks, shoulder checks, and knee strikes. However, constrained by his own established rules, Leyland could only adopt a defensive stance. Though Rhett's berserk state enhanced his strength and speed, he still fell far short of Leyland's capabilities, yet he managed to resist being easily brushed aside. Edwards shook his trembling hand, his emotions strikingly clear. Observing Rhett being unilaterally tormented, yet inadvertently serving as a distraction, he immediately charged towards Leyland. However, this time, Edwards did not aim for Leyland's back. Instead, he targeted Leyland's lower extremities, delivering powerful kicks to his shins and the hollows behind his knees, persistently striking upwards. As Edwards landed a blow near Leyland's thigh, Leyland could no longer contain himself. You little rascals, Leyland's aura intensified, his entire body tensing. With a resounding thud, both Rhett and Edwards were flung apart. Very well. You have won this round. Rhett, once again rising from the ground and still caught in a frenzy, charged at Leyland, only to be met with a swift slap that rendered him unconscious. Edwards could only mourn silently for Rhett, knowing that upon returning home, he would likely face a severe beating. Of course, Leyland was skilled enough to ensure that it would only hurt without causing any real injury, allowing Rhett to rise the next day, vibrant and ready to commence a new training session with Edwards. Chapter 6. The Knight's Breathing Technique. Part 1. The incessant thudding echoed, reminiscent of colossal objects colliding violently. Suddenly, with a loud crash, a shadow plummeted from the high platform, stirring up a cloud of dust. It was Rhett, having once more fallen from the elevated stage during his frenzied state. The other trainees around had grown accustomed to such occurrences. This scene had unfolded numerous times in recent days. Edwards and Schmidt stood nearby, quietly observing the unfolding chaos. How many times has this happened? Schmidt asked, one hand resting on his forehead in resignation. I have no idea. It's been like this all morning. Is it not the same these past few days? Nevertheless, Rhett's skin is remarkably tough. Edwards replied. Schmidt nodded in agreement, echoing, his temperament is indeed quite resilient. However, this time, Rhett did not spring back up as he had previously, ready to retaliate against the imposing figure on the platform. Just as Edwards and Schmidt feared that Rhett might have sustained serious injury, he limped out of the dust cloud. His clothing tattered from his expanded physique due to the frenzy. The large handprint on his face was unmistakable, and the pain contorted his features, causing him to emit sharp inhalations, resembling a beggar who, having been denied food, had suffered a beating. The imprint on Red's face was undoubtedly the handiwork of Leyland. According to Leyland's philosophy regarding Red, I strike you for your own good. If I don't smack you in the face, how dare you lay a hand on me? If I do not discipline you, how will you learn to control your emotions? Of course, only Rhett knew what thoughts swirled in his mind. Emerging from the haze in a disheveled state, Rhett met Edwards and Schmidt's knowing glances, both recognizing that he had begun to master his emotional control. A significant step towards solidifying his knightly prowess. Edwards approached him, saying, "Congratulations, Rhett." Schmidt stood beside Rhett, observing the scene unfold. Rhett merely nodded in response, choosing silence as he walked past them. After confronting his father in the struggle, Rhett's relationship with Edwards had begun to thaw. The discord between the two individuals was merely a youthful contest of pride, predominantly instigated by Rhett's unilateral provocation towards Edwards. However, following their collaborative efforts in battle, the minor conflict naturally dissipated. Schmidt observed the transformation between Rhett and Edwards. He recognized that Rhett now held a sense of respect for Edwards, as it was initially Rhett and Edwards who joined forces against Raylan. The reason Rhett later chose to confront his father alone stemmed from the fact that Edwards had not reverted to his blood-eyed state since their duel. While Raylan could easily be provoked into a frenzy, Edwards' ascension appeared as a natural progression, and after his elevation, he effortlessly consolidated his burgeoning power, demonstrating an ability to control his newfound strength with ease. This realization further solidified Schmidt's convictions. In the Duke's council chamber, there were no traces of lavish decorations. The walls bore a somber, dark hue, imparting a sense of gravitas. The chamber itself was modest in size, featuring a small dais upon which rested a grand gray stone chair, accompanied by a suit of heavy armor. The armor, forged by a master blacksmith, exhibited intricate patterns, revealing its purpose as a formidable weapon from the battlefield rather than a mere ornament. Beside the armor lay a long sword, entirely dark and devoid of embellishment, its sharpness concealed within its sheath, suggesting it too was crafted for combat rather than decoration. Flanking the large stone chair were two smaller chairs of the same material. Below the dais, 5 stone chairs were arranged opposite each other, comprising the entirety of the council chamber's furnishings, simple and weighty, devoid of any aristocratic opulence. The dim color palette of the chamber not only resonated with the Weber family's dark wolf lineage, but also embodied the iron-blooded, unembellished nature characteristic of the newly ascendant military nobility. Atop the elevated stone seat sat a man with a square jaw, his visage stern and his eyes sharp. Clad in black noble attire, the fitted garments bore no embellishments or gilded threads, thereby accentuating his decisive demeanor and robust physique. To his left, seated on a side chair, was a formidable figure, his massive frame seemingly crammed into the seat. Fortunately, it was a stone chair, capable of bearing his weight, lest one worry about its potential collapse. This individual was Raylan, while the chair on the right was designated for Schneider, both serving as the trusted aides to the Marquis Weber. At that moment, the council chamber housed only 4 individuals, Marquis Weber, Rhett, and the standing figures of Edwards and Rhett. This was the first time Edwards and Rhett had entered the chamber, and though initially curious, they were somewhat disheartened by the austere decor. After a brief survey of their surroundings, they quickly averted their gazes. It seemed the Marquis Weber discerned their thoughts, pondering whether they perceived the council chamber as the face of the Duke's residence, yet found it remarkably plain, perhaps even impoverished. A hint of confusion flickered in Edward's eyes. Rhett nodded vigorously, eliciting a response of frustration from Laren, who felt his impatience. I once shared the same sentiment, but later I came to understand. You must be aware that the rise of the Weber family has been relatively swift. Indeed, the old Count established our family as a noble house during the first comprehensive war against the werewolves, laying the groundwork for our ascent. You, however, achieved significant glory during the Second Comprehensive War, elevating our family to the ranks of the kingdom's new nobility, standing alongside the Meyer and Fisher families. Edwards replied in due course. The Marquis Weber nodded and continued. The council chamber was constructed during my father's era, as was the stone chair. The key factors for our family's rise are twofold. Firstly, the family motto, iron blood, loyalty, unwavering determination, and an uncorrupted noble spirit. Secondly, formidable military strength. The bloodline of the Chien Wolf is a powerful lineage, granting the Weber family knightly prowess, which has been pivotal in our ascension during wartime. Now, I bestow upon you the methods to enhance your strength post-knighthood. I hope you will apply yourselves diligently." Observing the eager expressions of Edwards and Rhett, the Marquis nodded approvingly. Laren retrieved a yellow book from his pocket and handed it to Rhett, subsequently passing the crystal he received from the Marquis to Edwards. The yellow book, though few in pages, was thick and unembellished, exuding a rugged aura. The crystal, on the other hand, was a pure and exquisite rhomboid, sharply defined and translucent. The giant breathing technique is an heirloom of the mountain giant clan. As for the crystal, Edwards, it was left to you by Warren. Only your bloodline can unlock its seal, and I believe it contains a powerful breathing technique within, Laren elucidated. Chapter 7, Night Breathing Technique. Part 2, Edwards stood silently, cradling the crystal, his expression composed, though the veins in his hands betrayed his inner turmoil. This crystal was the sole relic of his father, Warren. His father had perished in the war against the werewolves, and he sought vengeance for his father's demise. The memories of his childhood were now hazy. He only recalled his father pledging loyalty to the Marquis and bringing him to the Marquis's residence, but it was not long before his father fell in battle. With even his remains never returned. After his father's death, he was left alone, yet he was grateful for the care bestowed upon him by the Marquis and others, which had nurtured him to this point. The breathing technique is crucial for enhancing a knight's strength upon their elevation. Each bloodline corresponds to a specific breathing technique, with each technique offering tailored training methods. For instance, our family's giant breathing technique primarily focuses on strength and defense. With my current prowess, ordinary weapons cannot breach my skin. The Weber family's Shinwolf breathing technique emphasizes attack and speed. Edwards, we are uncertain about the focus of your breathing technique. This will require your own exploration, Laren remarked, rubbing the back of his head as he spoke. Edwards understood Laren's implication and felt a pang of guilt for not being able to assist himself. I understand. My Lord Marquis and Lord Laren, you have both been exceedingly kind to me. I shall become a formidable warrior, avenge my father, expand our territory, and assist young Master Ike in furthering the Weber family's legacy. Marquis Weber nodded upon hearing Edwards' words. He was the sole individual privy to Edwards' true origins and understood that Edwards was destined to become a formidable force. Aligning the family with Edwards would undoubtedly yield benefits without drawbacks. Upon returning to his chamber, Edwards retrieved a crystal, gazing intently at the translucent gem that possessed the power to alter destinies. He produced a silver dagger and gently drew it across his palm, then clenched his fist tightly, allowing the crimson blood to cascade down, dripping onto the crystal. Rather than spilling onto the ground, the blood was absorbed by the gem, staining it a deep red. As it radiated a ruby-like brilliance, a sudden flash of intense light enveloped him, causing Edwards to shut his eyes against its brilliance. In that instant, a brilliant glow swept across the entire realm of Dort, yet no one took notice. In this lowly martial world, no powerful beings comprehended the significance of that radiant flash, which signified the awakening of a superlative bloodline, representing the foundation and future of a premier power. In the distant primary realm, at the Elven Sacred Mountain within the Elven Heritage Hall, a colossal mountain towered into the heavens, grand yet not jagged, lacking the brashness of overt dominance, but exuding a serene aura of inclusiveness. No matter how fierce a tempestuous presence might arrive, it would find purification upon this sacred mountain. The entire mountain was a lush expanse, with verdant trees, tender green grass, and an array of small flowers, accompanied by fluttering butterflies and industrious bees. Halfway up the mountain, wisps of clouds coiled around, as a crystal-clear river flowed gracefully from the mist. The immense mountain harbored gentle depressions that formed small plains, where the river converged into tranquil lakes, glistening like jewels. A herd of elk quenched their thirst at the lakeside. Their robust forms were mightier than typical elk, their antlers adorned with vibrant hues, enhancing their mystical allure. These were the rainbow elk, steeds of the elven royalty, emblematic of status and prestige. At the mountain's summit stood a crystal palace, the Elven Heritage Hall. This hall was not merely a weapon of offense. It also fortified the elven bloodline, serving as the cornerstone of the elven race's resilience in the primary realm. Every millennium, 3 glass-like crystals would form within the temple, pure royal and noble bloodlines, allowing one to claim ownership of these crystals and gain access to their breathing techniques. Only the most untainted elven blood, the emerald blood, could awaken them, transforming the crystals into swords. The glass sword initially existed as a dagger, only evolving into a true longsword through relentless combat. The elves, a peace-loving race, understood that tranquility could not simply be wished into existence. Their peace relied on a foundation of formidable power. Within the primary realm, elves remained among the elite races, standing alongside humans and beastmen, while the once mighty goblins and dwarves had fallen into decline. The emerald blood was born for the purpose of conflict, destined to rise amidst turmoil. This presented both a crisis and an opportunity for the elves. Inside the Heritage Hall, enormous crystal columns supported the grand structure, extending upward to a high platform, where a crystal chair awaited. Seated upon it was an elven figure clad in a flowing white robe. His visage is exquisite, possessing skin and features that evoke envy from all the beauties of the world. He sits gracefully upon a crystal chair, eyes closed, hands delicately resting on the armrests, exuding an elegance that commands authority in the vast, empty hall. The elves have always embodied refinement and grace. However, within the chamber, there are no adornments or intricate carvings, creating a stark contrast between the aloof majesty and the gentle aura of the elves. At the moment when Edwards awakens the crystal of glass, a brilliant light illuminates the entire realm. The venerable elder of the elven race senses this surge. His eyes blink open, gazing into the void ahead as if penetrating through space. His expression remains calm, yet a flicker of astonishment crosses his face. The new blood of royalty and nobility has come for purification once more. Could there be yet another emergence of new blood? It seems unlikely. The purer the bloodline, the greater the power, yet the harder it is to birth. The emergence of the emerald bloodline typically requires the union of at least two legendary powerhouses. The elder shakes his head in perplexity, then suddenly recalls something: gold. It must be her child, though it is uncertain which noble family of the continent claims him. The emerald bloodline, indeed, embodies extremes, the ultimate gentleness forged into a vessel of slaughter. The elder nods thoughtfully before closing his eyes once more. Not only does the elder sense Edward's awakening, but two other powerful beings in the central realm also feel a stirring within their hearts. The brilliant light flickers and fades, and Edwards opens his eyes, his hand grasping a crystal prism that morphs into a transparent small sword. This diminutive sword, palm-sized and adorned with ancient patterns, subtly resembles a tree. The blade, unsharpened, appears more like a decorative piece. Edwards gazes at the crystal sword in his hand, astonished. He gently shakes it, inspecting it from various angles, yet finds nothing particularly remarkable. Transferring the sword to his other hand, the one that had bonded with blood, he questions, "You weren't like this before, were you? How could you change so swiftly with just a flash of light? Where's my breathing technique?" The wound on his palm remains unhealed, and as the sword touches his blood, several lines of text materialize. Chapter 8. The Knight's Breathing Technique. Continued. Edward stares blankly at the small sword, quickly regaining his composure. For the text is indeed scant. So, your name is the glass ceasefire sword, capable of absorbing blood through slaughter, extending in length, continuously evolving to become sharper and more resilient, even gaining the potential to slice through space. Truly formidable. But does ceasefire suit you? Perhaps blood sword would be more fitting. He muses, scratching his head. Soon, another question arises in Edward's mind. What of my breathing technique? He flips the sword over, discovering additional lines of text on the reverse side. It can enter my body through blood. Very promising. Indeed, a hidden ace. Upon reading the words denoting the enhancement of power, Edwards is left utterly astounded. It appears that upon awakening the crystal of glass, the breathing technique manifests as this glass ceasefire sword, with the text revealing no other means of power enhancement or training postures, but one sole method: to acquire blood through slaughter. The glazed stopping sword absorbs the resentment and a portion of the blood essence, while the remaining blood essence enters Edward's body through the sword, subsequently being assimilated by him. This direct method facilitates a swift enhancement of strength without any side effects, simultaneously augmenting his enduring combat capability. His only concern is the potential transformation into a demon driven solely by the thirst for blood. However, the sword reassures him. There is no need to fear excessive carnage, for the emerald blood is blood of protection, and under the influence of an unparalleled bloodline, he will never lose his rationality. Upon reading this, Edwards felt an immediate clarity in his mind, accompanied by a surge of joy. Being inherently gentle in nature, he was reluctant to become a monster governed by slaughter. Thus, the notion of maintaining his sanity while enhancing his strength through killing filled him with immense delight. Yet, unbeknownst to Edwards, while pure emerald blood indeed preserves rationality, he is not merely that. He is the perfect fusion of two supreme bloodlines. With a mere thought, the glazed stopping sword transformed into a liquid akin to droplets, permeating Edward's body. As the sword integrated into him, he felt no peculiar sensations. Yet he noticed a small green light point forming in his lower abdomen. This point, diminutive and faint, resembled a grain of millet. What is this? Is there something wrong with my body? Is this sword to blame? Unaware, Edwards was oblivious to the fact that this small light point was a secret seed, known as the knight seed in the realm of Dote. Upon a knight's promotion, this seed manifests within their body, capable of instantly unleashing their potential and enhancing their strength. Only through the mastery of a breathing technique can one introspectively view their knight seed. And the glaze stopping sword serves as Edwards' breathing technique. The knight seed of a novice knight is akin to the size of a grain of millet. Through relentless training, a novice knight can elevate their knight seed to the size of a quail egg, thereby achieving the strength of an intermediate knight, great knight, resulting in a qualitative transformation. When the knight seed expands to the size of a chicken egg, one ascends to the rank of a high-tier knight, knight commander. It may seem simple. Knights can enhance their strength through training. Yet, the advancement of the knight seed is not a straightforward process, as it is inherently constrained by nature. Some inferior bloodlines can only attain the knight level, while others may become great knights, yet the strength of a knight commander remains an insurmountable chasm for them. This exemplifies the power of bloodlines. Moreover, knights often find it challenging to challenge opponents of a higher tier. The disparity in strength between different ranks is immense. And even among the same rank, there can be vast differences in capability. Inferior bloodlines are inherently at a disadvantage when compared to advanced bloodlines, lacking in every aspect. However, aside from bloodlines, martial skills also play a crucial role. Proficient martial skills can compensate for some deficiencies in strength. However, it is generally observed that knights with formidable bloodlines also possess commendable martial skills. Edwards, for instance, has long since mastered basic swordsmanship, horsemanship, archery, and shield techniques. With the advantage of his innate talent, he can achieve in half a day what an ordinary person might accomplish in 10 days of training. It is understandable that Edwards is unaware of the knightly seed within him. After all, for the creators of the crystal glass, would it be ordinary families capable of wielding such artifacts? It must be the most esteemed families. These families undoubtedly possess a thorough understanding of the foundational knowledge of knights. In the eyes of Marquis Weber and Raylan, the crystal glass serves as the breathing technique of the Edwards family, which surely encompasses a comprehensive introduction to knighthood. Moreover, a family's breathing technique is its most significant secret, making it inappropriate for them to delve deeper. Thus, Edwards finds himself ensnared in a web of misinformation due to these two misunderstandings. However, he remains unperturbed, planning to inquire Rate about it during training tomorrow, confident that Rate will provide him with the answers he seeks. Upon arriving at the training grounds, Edwards notices Rate is absent. A crowd has formed a circle, wielding wooden sticks to strike something, the sound of clashing resonating alongside groans and exclamations of pain. As he approaches, Edwards discovers that the one being struck is Rate. It is indeed a rare sight to see Rate surrounded and pummeled by others. Yet Rate's physique proves resilient, despite being subjected to a barrage of blows. He emerges without severe injuries, his skin displaying a chaotic array of colors, red, purple, blue, and green, resembling a victim of poisoning. Upon noticing Edward's arrival, Schmidt raises his wooden stick, inviting him to join in the fun. Care to give it a try? It's quite exhilarating, he exclaims, before delivering a heavy blow that elicits a loud curse from Rate. Damn you, Schmidt. Are you trying to kill me? Rate retorts, glaring at Schmidt in anger. His gaze then shifts to Edwards, a flush rising to his cheeks, followed by a sudden spark of recognition as his eyes fixate on Edwards, causing a shiver of unease to ripple through him. Edwards, are you here to undergo impact training to enhance your defensive capabilities? Edwards gestures dismissively, unable to respond. Rate continues, no worries, you need not fear interrupting my training. Come, just lie down here beside me. As he pats the ground next to him, Edwards feels a swell of gratitude for Rate's kindness. However, upon observing Rate's disheveled state, he hesitates, shaking his head fervently. No, I don't require such training. I came to discuss something else with you. Rate raises his hand, signaling everyone to cease their actions. Is it about our promotion? He inquires. Edwards nods in affirmation. Rate rises to his feet, and the others, understanding the gravity of the topic, discreetly depart. Discussions regarding knights are not for the ears of the average person. Schmidt, though permitted to listen, chooses to leave with the crowd, wary of any potential impact on his own ascension. Once the area is clear, Edwards speaks softly. There is a small point of light in my lower abdomen, yet it does not affect my body. Do you know what it might be? What is it? When Rate heard Edwards' question, he was quite astonished. He could hardly believe that Edwards was unaware of such fundamental knowledge regarding the promotion of knights. After all, the seed of a knight is essential. You do possess a breathing technique, do you not? Rate inquired. Edwards recalled his glazed stopping sword and his unique breathing method, and his expression became somewhat awkward. I do have a breathing technique, albeit it is rather unconventional. Observing the discomfort on Edwards' face, Rate mistakenly assumed that Edwards' breathing method was either incomplete or inferior. After all, how could one lack even the most basic introduction to the knight's seed? Hence, Rate empathized with Edwards' embarrassment. He patted Edwards on the shoulder, saying, "It's all right. Although you did strike me previously, rest assured I shall retaliate in due course. Nonetheless, you are my brother, and you need not worry too much. I've got your back." After saying this, Rate thumped his chest proudly. Edwards found himself puzzled by this sudden display of affection from Rate. But he quickly brushed aside the moment as Rate began to elucidate the relationship between the knight's seed and the ranks of knighthood. Chapter 9. Conspiracy. The Grand Hall, crafted from white marble, was adorned with simplistic patterns. In the center stood a golden scale, towering at human height, symbolizing fairness and justice. Deep within the hall, behind a meticulously carved wooden table made from precious timber, sat a noble clad in opulent garments. Though still relatively young, his complexion was pale, and dark gray patches surrounded his eyes, revealing signs of diminished vitality. Should his scandalous exploits be published, they could fill a tome, exposing the debauchery and cruelty of the noble class to the common folk. This noble was none other than the eldest son of Duke Fisher, the young Duke Ralph. The Meyer family, the Fisher family, and the Weber family constituted the three most powerful noble houses in the kingdom. Both the Meyer and Fisher families were of noble lineage, while the Weber family, being a newly established aristocracy, held the title of Marquis. Among them, the Meyer family was descended from former royalty. After being overthrown by the Messies family, this branch of the Meyer family exhibited keen political acumen, aligning themselves promptly with the new regime, and maintained significant influence in the newly established kingdom due to their own considerable power. The ancestors of the Fisher family had risen alongside the Messies family and were regarded as loyal subjects of the dragon, thus holding considerable authority in the new kingdom's judiciary. At this moment, within the grand hall of the Fisher family, Duke Ralph was attending to various affairs. In recent years, Duke Fisher had begun to gradually transfer his powers to Ralph. Ralph indeed possessed the capability to assume command. His cunning and ruthlessness were his greatest assets. However, he remained anxious about his standing, as his personal strength was lacking. At 30 years of age, he had yet to ascend to the rank of a great knight. While this would be considered the pinnacle of strength within an ordinary family and a stabilizing force for lesser nobles, it was woefully inadequate within a ducal family. Within Ralph's heart dwelled a persistent thorn, a son born of the same maid as his father, yet endowed with formidable martial prowess. Although Duke Fisher informed Ralph that Luxio would serve as his right hand in governing the noble clan, Ralph knew this to be an impossibility. Seated in the grand hall, he was troubled by a particular matter, his brow furrowed, rendering his already pale and somewhat effeminate visage even more sinister. "My lord, remnants of the Black Serpent clan have begun to stir once more. Another family allied with us has been attacked," reported a cloaked figure, placing a parchment upon the wooden table before Ralph. Frowning deeply, Ralph waved his hand lightly, prompting the figure to bow and exit. He found himself mulling over thoughts concerning Luxio. His brother had been at the frontier for a year, and during that time, Ralph had experienced a sense of joy, almost forgetting the existence of this sibling, until Luxio resurfaced at this most inconvenient moment. Recently, the kingdom had hosted a tournament for the new generation, and Duke Fisher hoped for Luxio's return to bring honor to the family, ideally securing the top position to obtain a prestigious knightly certification, thereby expanding the Fisher family's territories and training a larger private army. Initially, Duke Fisher had no intention of summoning Luxio back, for Luxio had already garnered the favor of the second prince and held a portion of military power. However, the recent ascension of two young scions from the Weber family to knighthood disrupted the Duke's plans. Ralph was contemplating Luxio's return, though his perspective diverged from that of his father. The arrival of a servant with news interrupted Ralph's ruminations and sparked a cunning idea within him. The remnants of the Black Serpent clan, Luxio, and the two young Webers. Ralph stroked his chin thoughtfully. These youths had yet to undergo their trials. A knight unbloodied would not suffice. "Let me lend you a hand," he mused. With a clap of his hands, 3 sharp sounds echoed through the hall, and 2 figures clad in black and masked entered. "You shall spread the word of the Black Serpent remnants and annihilate a village within the Weber territory. Inform Sapik to bring Luxio back. Should he accomplish this task well, his desires will be fulfilled. Otherwise, he knows the consequences that await him." "Understood, my lord." The 2 figures replied before retreating slowly. The Fisher family, wielding the power of punishment, naturally controlled numerous assassins and death warriors. These two were members of the death squad that Relf had established, solely accountable to him for handling unspeakable tasks. Blackstone City, constructed from dark stones, was not particularly large in area, yet its walls were exceedingly robust. This city served as the kingdom's stronghold against the werewolf threat. At this moment, the second prince led the border troops and noble private armies to safeguard the kingdom's frontiers. A small black hawk soared over the city walls, capturing the attention of the soldiers stationed above. The young soldiers swiftly readied their bows, knocking arrows from their quivers, squinting as they aimed to bring the hawk down. The squad leader swiftly stepped forward, knocking the young soldier's bow and arrow to the ground. "Are you seeking death? Do you even comprehend what this is?" The young soldier retorted with displeasure. "Isn't it merely a small hawk? How long has it been since we had any meat? Where are the supplies? Damn those supplies. I merely wish to bring it down for a feast." Upon hearing the young soldier's words, the squad leader softened his tone. "Do not touch that eagle. It is a messenger bird bred by the Fisher family." The young soldier fell silent, clutching his bow and muttering about supplies as he made his way to the corner of the city wall. The black eagle soared into the city, circling above momentarily before alighting on a residence situated slightly off-center. With a series of coos and chirps, a middle-aged man dressed in gray, exuding a gentle demeanor, emerged from within. The shadow of the eagle settled upon his shoulder, and he gently patted its head and stroked its feathers. He then retrieved a small rolled parchment from a cylinder tied to the eagle's talon. Unfurling the scroll, he discovered 2 sheets of paper. As he unfolded both, he stood in the courtyard, absorbed in their contents. Upon reading the first sheet, he exhibited a hint of surprise, but as he perused the second, he instinctively glanced around. A flicker of menace darkening his gentle expression, his eyes glinting with murderous intent, sending chills down the spine of any observer. He forcefully shut his eyes, then reopened them. Burying all emotion, reverting to his benign persona, he meticulously tore the second note into shreds, grinding them into the earth with his shoe before proceeding to the rear of the residence, passing through a small archway into a room. Inside, he found an array of books and a weapons rack. Displayed upon the rack were a set of light armor, a long sword, and a finely crafted military crossbow. A lean figure was polishing the armor, and upon hearing the middle-aged man's footsteps, turned to face him. The youth, possessing a handsome visage, regarded Sapik and softly inquired, "Uncle Sapik, has something arisen within the family?" Sapik responded earnestly, "Indeed, young Master Rushu. The family requests your prompt return to the capital for the tournament. This is a confidential missive from the young duke." Receiving the letter from Sapik, Rushu contemplated returning home, eager to assist his brother. A flicker of reluctance passed through Sapik's eyes upon hearing Rushu's words. Chapter 10. The mission on the training grounds. Edwards and Rhett were engaged in combat, eschewing any clever tactics and instead relying solely on their physical strength, their fists colliding with forceful impact. The resounding thuds of their punches echoed incessantly. Edwards, with his fair and slender fingers balled into a delicate fist, clashed against Rhett's larger, powerfully built hand, which appeared almost twice the size of Edward's own. The ferocity of their collision resembled that of an egg striking a stone, raising the concern that with the next impact, Edward's fingers might twist or fracture. Yet, as the exchanges continued, it was Rhett who found himself at a disadvantage. Edward's forehead, smooth as jade, glistened with a fine sheen of perspiration. While his breathing remained steady and his punches powerful, he constantly shifted his footing, delivering rapid strikes. In stark contrast, droplets of sweat cascaded from Rhett's forehead, tracing down to the corners of his eyes before heavily splattering onto the ground. Rhett gasped for air, his fists trembling slightly. Yet, neither of them ceased their relentless exchange, each blow resonating with force. Rhett, of course, was unwilling to concede defeat. For the past few days, their bouts had consistently ended in his loss. Having faced defeat numerous times, he had grown accustomed to it. To Rhett, Edward's victories felt entirely routine, as he recognized that he was currently outmatched. Despite this acknowledgement, Rhett harbored his own thoughts. He believed that Edward's breathing technique was flawed, and that the humiliation he endured now would pave the way for future triumphs. If Edward's breathing method was indeed lacking, it would impede his own growth and strength. Since he could not prevail at their current level, he resolved to ascend to the rank of a great knight before challenging Edward's again, which he believed would be effortless. Rhett's knightly realm had solidified, and he was successfully managing his emotions. Even under the relentless pressure from Edwards, he had not succumbed to rage. With a resounding crash, their fists collided violently, unleashing a surge of energy that stirred the air and enveloped them in a cloud of dust. They remained locked in combat for a few moments before Edwards sent Rhett flying several meters away. Rhett let out a mighty roar, preparing to unleash his fury, when suddenly, a dark spot appeared in Edwards' eyes, followed by a thunderous shout that eclipsed Rhett's own. "Everyone, stop. Come here." Rhett promptly silenced himself, and Edwards' gaze regained its clarity. The two approached Relin side by side, respectfully awaiting his admonishment. Relin remarked, "You two have been quite the handful lately, engaging in battles daily." He gestured towards them as he spoke. "My lord, we are merely honing our combat skills, mutually validating our prowess." Rhett quickly interjected in agreement. "Validation, my foot. You get beaten daily, and you dare to claim that? In my youth, I was the one delivering the blows at your age." Relin chastised vehemently. Rhett, too intimidated to argue, lowered his head, resembling a quail trying to hide, though his imposing stature rendered the sight rather comical. "Your constant skirmishes reflect the fiery vigor of youth. It is time to provide you with an outlet for that energy." At this moment, Shermiz appeared from seemingly nowhere, sidling up to Relin with a mischievous grin, saying, "My lord Relin, are you planning to take us for some, you know?" Relin placed Shermiz between the two, regarding the trio solemnly. "Strength is not cultivated in a greenhouse. You must flourish amid the crucible of conflict." Upon hearing Relin's unexpectedly eloquent words, the three exchanged incredulous glances. Clearly perplexed, Relin, feeling somewhat uneasy under their scrutiny, turned to Rhett and recounted, "In my day, after my ascent, I vanquished numerous wolfmen as a rite of passage into knighthood. I had originally intended for you to undergo trials with the mystic wolf knights, with Miss Abby present. There would be no issue." Edwards understood that circumstances had changed, necessitating a departure from the original plan to join the Wolf Knight Order alongside Let. He felt a tinge of regret, for engaging with the werewolves would have allowed him to familiarize himself with them and hone his skills in hunting them, which would prove invaluable for his future endeavors in expanding his territory. Gaining insight into his greatest adversaries was undeniably crucial. However, the fact that the Marquis altered the mission for him and let implied that something significant was afoot. "Our fief has suffered the massacre of a village at the hands of the Black Snake family, a clan that had been ensnared by the plots of that young Duke Fisher, correct?" Leyland nodded. Edwards expressed his confusion. "As far as I know, we have no hostile relations with them. Why would they annihilate a village? Do they not fear retribution from the Weber family?" "I cannot say, but our scouts discovered traces of the Black Snake family's own venom on the corpses. The Marquis has tasked you with neutralizing the threat posed by the Black Snake family. That is all. Prepare yourselves, for you shall depart within the next 2 days. Remember, you must not be late for the arena battle. That is of utmost importance. The arena battle is merely 10 days away, so do keep that in mind." Upon finishing, Leyland turned to leave. Edwards pondered Leyland's words about neutralizing threats, noting that it did not explicitly mention the annihilation of the Black Snake family. Neutralizing a threat implies eliminating the menace posed by the Black Snake family to the Weber family. This could entail their complete destruction or perhaps their subjugation. "This must be the Marquis' true intention," Edwards mused. Leyland looked perplexed. "What do you mean by subjugation? They should be exterminated. When one slaughters the populace of a family, their lives must be paid in kind. Indeed, if the Black Snake family is responsible, their lives should be offered as tribute to honor the slain citizens and to bolster the Weber family's authority. However, since the command did not explicitly call for annihilation, there may be other underlying reasons," explained Schmidt to Leyland. "Isn't there evidence?" Let was utterly bewildered. Given that the venom of the Black Snake family was found on the corpses, why overthink it? Simply eliminate them. It would be so effortless. Edwards replied, "Precisely because the evidence was obtained so easily, and the Black Snake family had no apparent motive to attack us. Their demise would stem from the Fisher family's vendetta, a deep-seated grudge. Moreover, the Black Snake family has repeatedly raided the possessions of the Fisher family and its affiliates. They should not lack for resources. So, what compels them to provoke us? I comprehend now. They are simply too greedy, yearning for more wealth." Let concluded with a sense of satisfaction. However, upon observing the peculiar expressions on Edwards and Schmidt's faces, his confidence waned. And he softly added, "Or perhaps they merely underestimate us and are deliberately seeking to provoke a response." Edwards and Smith exchanged glances, recognizing the helpless expressions on each other's faces, and burst into laughter. One patted Red on the left shoulder, while the other did the same on the right. Before they departed, leaving Red alone, lost in his own frustration. Chapter 11. The Second Prince. Upon receiving the message from Duke Relf, Lucius began to make preparations for his return to the capital. He genuinely wished to assist his elder brother. Lucius was a true guardian, devoid of any ambition to control the Fisher family. He first arrived at the Lord's mansion in the heart of Blackstone City, which served as the residence of the second prince and the military-political center of the city. Since Blackstone City was the kingdom's stronghold against the werewolves, it was not a noble's fiefdom, but rather a seat of authority established for the lordship. There were two reasons for this arrangement. The first was the inherent danger. Nobles stationed there could find themselves at the mercy of a sudden werewolf assault, becoming fodder for the beasts. The second reason was also due to peril. As Blackstone City was the kingdom's most formidable bastion, the royal family harbored distrust towards even the nobility, considering it the lifeblood of the realm. Thus, the lordship was entrusted with military and political power, typically held by a member of the royal family. Currently, the lord of Blackstone City was indeed the second prince. The lord's mansion was modest in size, lacking gardens, rockeries, or flowing streams. It simply consisted of a courtyard surrounded by 3 rows of buildings. The first row housed the offices of municipal officials, the second row served as a venue for confidential discussions, and the third row contained the second prince's living quarters. Lucius strode directly into the lord's mansion, enjoying favored status as a trusted general of the second prince, and faced no obstruction. At the far end of the second row of buildings was a smaller chamber, serving as the second prince's study, which contained an assortment of books and a topographical map delineating the kingdom's borders with the werewolves. This study was also where the second prince and his knights deliberated military strategies, and Lucius was a frequent visitor. At this moment, Lucius stood before the study door, awaiting a servant to enter and announce him to the second prince. Once the servant exited, a resounding voice called from within, "Come in." Upon entering the study, Lucius was greeted by a vast topographical map depicting the boundary mountains, rivers, plains, as well as the villages and tribes of both the kingdom and the werewolves. While not entirely accurate, it held significant reference value. This map had been crafted a decade prior, during the Second War against the werewolves, and thus still contained the locations of certain werewolf tribes. Currently, however, the kingdom was utterly ignorant of the werewolves' territory. The kingdom was in a phase of decline, adopting a policy of fortification against the werewolves. The nobility had endured a hard-won peace, allowing them to indulge in lavish and decadent lives. Naturally, they were reluctant to implement any aggressive measures. In fact, they preferred to sacrifice nearby civilians and slaves along the werewolf border as a buffer. Outside Blackstone City lay several villages vulnerable to werewolf attacks. This arrangement mirrored an unspoken understanding between the upper echelons of both the kingdom and the werewolves. The kingdom has forsaken the common folk at its periphery to ease tensions with the wergs, who, in turn, require external bloodshed to stave off internal strife. Prior to the arrival of the second prince in Blackstone City, the border troops were not deployed for external patrols. Thus, all that lay beyond Blackstone City was the domain of the wergs. The second prince established patrol teams within the border troops, ensuring daily excursions to the surrounding villages and towns. This not only served to safeguard the villagers, but also provided training and established these outer settlements as a buffer for the entire defense line. Before a detailed topographical map stood a formidable figure. With his back to Lucius, he donned a loose robe, exuding a sense of security with his broad frame. His thick golden hair cascaded down his back as he meticulously studied the map. "Your Highness," Lucius entered the room and offered his respects. The second prince slowly turned, revealing a square jaw, a rugged beard, and a robust physique. His piercing eyes did not reflect the demeanor of an elegant prince, but rather that of a seasoned general from the lower ranks. No longer youthful, the second prince was now in his 50s. King Messes III had reigned for nearly 60 years, suppressing the princes for decades, and since the death of the first prince, had failed to designate a rightful heir to the throne. The second prince was in dire need of a victory to solidify his standing. Although he was the eldest prince and wielded military authority, formidable rivals, namely the third and fifth princes, loomed before him. As the son of Duke Fisher, Lucius's decision to serve under the second prince was driven by both his personal ambition and the encouragement of Duke Fisher. The cunning duke had strategically bestowed his intelligent, yet guileless son upon the second prince, undoubtedly as a calculated investment, reflecting their mutual understanding. "Lucius, what brings you here? Is there something you wish to discuss?" The second prince inquired, his tone calm. "Your Highness, I seek your leave," Lucius replied. "A tournament is to be held in the royal capital to determine the ownership of knightly credentials. I have long aspired to obtain a high-level credential to establish a city of the kingdom within the wergs' territory." The second prince recognized the earnestness in Lucius's words. After spending time together, he understood that this young man harbored ambitions beyond mere power and profit. Approaching him, he placed a reassuring hand on Lucius's shoulder. "I grant you permission. Moreover, you came here leading your own private army, which does not fall under my direct jurisdiction. I regard you as an elder, your highness. You are a paragon of a steadfast soldier and my inspiration, Lucius responded earnestly. The second prince nodded. Is this message passed from your father? Lucius replied honestly, yes. My father had my brother convey it. Your brother is quite remarkable. He has adeptly maintained control over your father's power, which is no small feat. Hearing the second prince acknowledge his brother, Lucius felt a swell of pride and joy. Indeed, my brother is exceptionally capable. As far as I am aware, your interactions with him have been limited. Yet, it seems you hold him in high regard. Could it be that your brother's assistance has brought you to Blackstone City? Blackstone City is hardly a welcoming place. Nevertheless, it was my own desire to come here. And my brother is well aware that I harbor no ambitions for dominion over our family. Both my brother and I take pride in the Fisher lineage. And we shall surely uphold the family's honor. The second prince nodded non-committally, acknowledging, indeed, your brotherly cooperation may indeed revitalize the family. Do take care to bring back a few allies on your return, and prioritize your safety. Your highness, rest assured, I have become a knight now. And Sapik is also a knight. Together, we shall face no peril. The second prince merely made a note of this, and seeing that Lucius was unconcerned, he chose not to elaborate, instead advising Lucius to remain vigilant before allowing him to depart. Chapter 12. A confluence of forces upon leaving the second prince's residence. Lucius returned to his home. He unsheathed his long sword, gently polishing it with the skin of a warg. With a flick of his wrist, the smooth blade reflected Lucius's handsome visage, and he then returned the long sword to its scabbard, producing a crisp sound. Lucius understood the essence of the second prince's words. He had no ambition, nor desire to contest his elder brother for control of the family, yet he was no fool. He was astute. Lucius had always focused on enhancing his strength, and it would be disingenuous to claim he lacked thoughts of self-preservation. Following the death of their mother, the only one who took particular care of Lucius was Duke Fisher. He had little interaction with his brother, Duke Relf, and the respect he showed in public was primarily out of regard for their father and the family name. After sheathing his long sword, Lucius picked up his light crossbow and disassembled it, meticulously cleaning each component to ensure its optimal performance. Lucius maintained a respectful distance from his brother, Duke Relf. From a young age, he had been acutely aware of Relf's ruthlessness. Once, Duke Fisher had tasked Lucius and Relf with each selecting a fighting rooster. That year, Relf was 20 and Lucius merely 8. Their roosters clashed in a fierce contest, accompanied by the cacophony of clucking and the flapping of wings, as the two birds relentlessly pecked at one another, culminating in Relf's rooster's defeat. Relf's rooster lay on the ground, while Lucius's rooster stood triumphantly atop it, head held high like a victorious general. At that moment, Relf kicked Lucius's rooster aside and swiftly beheaded his own, muttering, "If you cannot achieve victory, what use are you?" This glimpse into Relf's severity was telling. When Sapik knocked and entered the room, Lucius was donning his leather armor. Had time not been pressing, he might have opted for full plate armor. Lucius found it hard to believe that Relf would directly send someone to ambush him. He had made it clear he would not vie for control of the family. Yet, he remained wary of his cunning brother. In the spirit of caution, Lucius meticulously checked his weapons and decided that on this journey to the capital, he would take only Sapik with him. For the rest of the family might fall prey to Relf's influence, while Sapik, as the guide bestowed upon him by Duke Fisher, would remain steadfast. Sapik had been the source of Lucius's initial training. He is the most trusted individual by Lucius, aside from Duke Fisher. "Young master, the horses are ready. We can depart now." "Very well, Uncle Sapik." Upon seeing Lucius fully armed, Sapik felt a twinge of unease and began to doubt whether Rail's plan had been compromised. "Young master, we are heading to the capital, not to slay werewolves." Lucius, unaware of Sapik's concerns, replied nonchalantly, "Better safe than sorry. It shall be just the two of us this time. It's nothing serious, and we need not bring a large company." Clad in leather armor and fully equipped, they galloped out of the city. At the city gate, they were halted by a fully armored knight. "Young Master Lucius, please wait a moment," the armored knight called out. Lucius focused his gaze and recognized the knight as Mark, the captain of the second prince's personal guard. Lucius and Sapik reined in their horses and dismounted beside Mark. "Sir Mark, does His Highness require something?" Lucius understood that Mark would not have stopped him without reason. It must be an arrangement made by the second prince. "Indeed. Young Master Lucius, His Highness requests that you deliver a letter to Duke Meyer," Mark stated, handing Lucius a letter. "Sir Mark, please inform His Highness that I shall certainly deliver this letter to Duke Meyer. He may rest assured." Mark nodded and turned to depart. Their exchange was audible to all nearby, including soldiers, passers-by, and travelers, as anyone with keen hearing could catch the command. As night descended, a tranquil darkness enveloped Blackstone City. In every corner, carrier hawks and falcons soared into the sky. The capital would soon receive news. However, since the message was not of great import, a spectacle of following hawks did not accompany Lucius and Sapic's exit. The following morning, the falcon arrived first in the capital, followed by the carrier hawks from various households. The nobility and intelligence officers promptly organized the information. Urgent reports were swiftly relayed, while less pressing matters could await the nobles rising. Within the Fisher family estate, in a spacious chamber, a grand sandalwood bed lay adorned with a velvet quilt, beneath which 3 unclothed bodies resided. 2 delicate arms intertwined around the sole man, the young Duke Raelf. It was already past 10 in the morning when a gentle knock echoed from outside the door. Raelf opened his eyes. "What is it?" A voice from outside replied. "It concerns young Master Lucius. He departed from Blackstone City yesterday, heading towards the capital. The second prince entrusted him with a letter for Duke Meyer." Upon hearing this, Raelf attempted to rise, but the 2 women beside him clung to him, pleading, "Don't go. Stay a while longer with us, dear." Raelf shook off their hands and softly commanded, "Release me." Though his voice was low, the chill it carried instilled fear in the 2 women, prompting them to hastily retract their hands and assist Raelf in dressing. After Raelf departed, the 2 let out a sigh of relief, patting their chests, which, though timid, were not insignificant. Raelf had arrived at the side hall to hear a detailed report from a servant, learning that the second prince had tasked Lucius in front of the public. "Very well. You may leave now." Raelf had already discerned the second prince's intentions. Was this meant to instill fear in me? To let everyone know that my brother is serving you? However, how many will truly acknowledge your authority? The residence of the Meyer family radiated opulence, adorned with a brilliance that was nothing short of extravagant. If the architecture of the Weber family embodied a spirit of iron resolve and practicality, and the Fisher family exuded cleanliness and majesty, then the Meyer family represented elegance and splendor. The Meyer estate was only slightly less grand than the royal palace, with its details often surpassing those of the palace. Yet, due to the constraints of propriety, the full extent of the Meyer family's wealth could not be displayed. In the resplendent hall, Duke Meyer sat upon a chair of gold, resembling a throne. Though advanced in age, the Duke, possessing the strength of a knight commander, maintained a robust physique. Clad in a magnificent golden outfit, his white beard cascading to his chest, he sat regally upon the gilded chair, akin to a king. A servant stood below, head bowed, delivering intelligence. "So, he has sent that lad from the Fisher family to deliver a message to me. Is this a warning? To presume that the Fishers and you share a common cause is too simplistic. Far too simplistic," Duke Meyer remarked, one hand pressed against his forehead, exuding a sense of exasperation. "It is merely a supply issue, and am I the one withholding it? Not at all. It has been seized. I am powerless in this matter." Chapter 13. The Blen family. The Darrow Mountains, a formidable range dividing the kingdom's central region, serve as the sole passage from the capital to Blackstone City. Rich in resources, the Darrow Mountains boast various minerals, diverse trees, herbs, and wildlife. As a result, numerous cities have been established around the Darrow Mountains, becoming fiefs of the nobility. Among them, the city of Teya, near the Teya iron mine, stands as the most significant urban center within the range, with the kingdom's largest iron mine located in proximity. Teya City has evolved into the kingdom's foremost military manufacturing base, strategically positioned along the nearest route from the capital to Blackstone City. The city's importance precludes it from being governed by a single noble, leading to a co-rule by 4 families: Viscount Babbitt, Baron Park, Baron Rees, and Sir Blen. Each of these families is backed by considerable noble forces, which means that, although Viscount Babbitt wields the most power in Teya City, he cannot exert overwhelming control over the other 3. Recently, Teya City has experienced unrest due to the activities of the Black Serpent family, who, having been judged as traitors, have been active within the Darrow Mountains. Given the vastness of the Darrow Mountains, Teya City is the only prominent settlement, making it a natural refuge for the Black Serpent family. The prosperity of Teya City and its vital transportation routes are essential to the Black Serpent family, primarily due to the lack of threat posed by the city's nobility. The aristocrats of Teya City are merely vassals of the kingdom's elite, possessing limited strength, with each family only boasting knight-level combatants. Although the Black Serpent family has become a rebel faction against the kingdom, it was once a countly lineage. The late Count of the Black Serpent was a formidable figure of high knight status, slain only by the direct intervention of Duke Fisher. The surviving members of the Black Serpent family are not to be underestimated. On the outskirts of Teya City stands a modest castle, rising 2 stories high. Encircled by a 3-meter-tall wall, which is further reinforced by a 1-meter parapet that enables soldiers to survey their surroundings, shield themselves from ranged attacks, and mount their own offensives. The wall is not particularly wide, accommodating only 2 individuals comfortably. Too many would create a sense of congestion. Atop the wall, for militia members clad in simple leather armor and of slender build patrol diligently. Their physique indicates they are merely common farmers, having undergone only a few days of rudimentary military training to serve the nobility. Additionally, 2 formidable crossbows are stationed on the wall, their arrowheads glinting with a menacing sheen, capable of striking down knights from a distance of up to 1,000 meters. Such weaponry is beyond the reach of minor nobles like Sir Blen, and even the Viscount of Teas City, Lord Babbitt, does not possess such armaments. These crossbows were a reward bestowed upon Sir Blen for his service alongside Marquis Weber during the Second Comprehensive War. The fortifications of the castle, once lacking such stringent defenses, now reflect a different era. The first floor of the castle serves as a dining hall and meeting space, as well as the quarters for the servants, while the second floor is reserved for Sir Blen, his wife, and their children. As the sun gradually descends, shrouding the surroundings in a misty darkness, Sir Blen is seated at the dining table, sharing a meal with his butler, wife, and children. The layout of the dining hall is unpretentious, featuring a long table at its center, with Sir Blen positioned at the head. To his left sits his son, Tell, alongside butler Shack, while to his right are the ladies of the household, Lady Blen and their daughter, Sherry. On the table rests a modest bowl of beef, a platter of pork sausages, sweet potatoes, corn, and a long, soft loaf of white bread. Each guest has a small bowl of meat soup before them, vibrant with tomatoes and enriched with minced meat. Before Marquis Weber sits a generous glass of white wine, while the others enjoy beverages of their preference, be it wine or juice. This dinner, a feast that would be unattainable for the common folk, is merely a routine meal for the minor nobility. Their gatherings are diverse, while the repasts of the great nobles, such as Duke Meyer, who offers 66 distinct dishes in a weekly rotation, would be the stuff of dreams for the commoners, sufficient to sustain them for 3 years of normal living. The dining table was enveloped in an unsettling silence, devoid of the lively chatter and laughter that once filled the air. The atmosphere was oppressive, mirroring the unusual vigilance outside the castle walls, indicating that something was amiss within. Has the news already spread? The butler, Shack, promptly replied, Yes, my lord. Upon discovery, the message was dispatched to the capital by the messenger Falcon. I trust the lords will make a decisive judgment. Sir Bren's expression turned grave upon hearing Shack's response, and he nodded solemnly. Tyr, his mouth full of food, mumbled, Those murderers must be dealt with. They slaughtered the entire village. It was nothing short of a massacre. It's utterly barbaric and terrifying. Lady Bren and Charlie appeared somewhat pale, the once delectable food losing its appeal. Observing this, Sir Bren quickly interjected, That's enough. Tyr, your mother and sister still need to eat. I apologize, mother, Charlie, he said. Lady Bren, with her gentle features, though not as stunning as Charlie, still bore traces of her past beauty. She softly gestured, Charlie and I shall retire upstairs. Recognizing that Sir Bren and the butler needed to converse, she led her daughter away to allow the men some privacy for discussion. After a moment of contemplation, Sir Bren spoke quietly. Who do you believe the perpetrators are? Before Shack could respond, Tyr eagerly interjected. Father, isn't there the poison from the Black Serpent family? They must be responsible. They were expelled from the capital, and in their wrath, they began to indiscriminately kill the innocent. Do you think they lack intelligence like you do? Sir Bren admonished. What reason would they have to slaughter our village? We are but vassals of the Weber family. Attacking the village is tantamount to striking the Weber family itself. If the Black Serpent family were truly that foolish, they would have been eradicated long ago. Tyr fell silent. My lord, could it be that another family is manipulating this situation, using the Weber family to eliminate the Black Serpent family? That is quite possible. And there may be numerous factions wishing to do so. The Fisher family, and the second prince from the borderlands, are rumored to have had their supplies raided by the Black Serpent family in the Dello Mountains. It is also unlikely that the Black Serpent family operates without backing. Sir Bren's expression grew even more serious. Of course, this is merely speculation. We must await the Weber family's decisions. Indeed, my lord. This is a matter for the higher echelons to deliberate. Sir Bren nodded in agreement, but Tyr protested. Father, must we not avenge our own subjects? What kind of lord cannot protect his people? Upon hearing Tyr's impassioned words, Shack's countenance shifted, fearing that Sir Bren would erupt in anger. However, the anticipated outburst did not occur. Sir Bren gazed into Tyr's eyes and replied slowly, You are correct, but my foremost duty is to safeguard your mother, sister, and you. I am uncertain who from the Weber family will come or if they can untangle this web of chaos. Chapter 14. The Countess. The path connecting the royal capital to Blackstone City meanders through the Nalanla Gorge in the Dello Mountains. This gorge stretches nearly 10 kilometers in length, with its narrowest point measuring a mere 5 meters across, flanked by towering cliffs that constrict the passageway. At the westernmost end of the Dello Mountains lies Taya City. Blackstone City serves as the kingdom's bastion against the marauding werewolves, while Taya City stands as the primary bulwark within the kingdom's heart, safeguarding the interior of the Dello Mountains. Capturing Taya City equates to seizing the very throat of the Masis kingdom, controlling its vital lifeline. Not far from Nalanla Gorge, there exists a concealed valley within the Dello Mountains, home to a small encampment. This camp is exceedingly well hidden, situated high above the gorge in a secluded hollow, with a cliff looming behind it. Within this hollow, a cave has been excavated, its rear extending directly into the cliffside. A rope dangles from the cliff's edge, providing an escape route in case of emergencies. The encampment comprises several modest wooden cabins enclosed by a sturdy fence made from robust timber, which is abundant in the Dello Mountains. A row of palisades seals off the hollow, with a small wooden gate left ajar, symbolically indicating defense. At this moment, night has fallen, and the gate stands partially open. Outside, 2 men linger. They are robust in stature, clearly trained warriors. One leans casually against a tree, while the other stands sentinel at the gate, ostensibly on duty, though they appear to be engaged in idle conversation. Do you not fear Lord Hyman's reprimand for neglecting your post? The sentinel inquired of the man resting against the tree. Alas, in this desolate wilderness, who else would come but wild beasts? It is merely us here, the other replied. The two fell silent, gazing up at the heavens, entranced by the stars and the luminous moon, lost in contemplation. The valley lay enveloped in tranquility, the breeze rustling the leaves with a gentle whisper. What manner of life did we once lead? We were the personal guards of nobility, indulging in fine meals, ample drink, and luxurious possessions. Unlike this life of evasion and frantic flight, the man leaning against the tree lamented. Ah, your words are excessive. Though we indeed find ourselves in flight, are we truly as soft as overripe fruit? We have 2 knights among us, and our family's heritage runs deep. Moreover, Miss Lucy and Lord Hyman have recently discovered their path to fortune, the sentinel countered. We have even seized several shipments of supplies lately. While our personal reserves may be modest, we have enough to sustain us. Your current musings do not suggest a desire to betray Miss Lucy, do they? At this last remark, the man by the tree bristled with anger, retorting fiercely, "Begone with that notion. We are all orphans taken in by the old count. Without the Blacksnake family, we would have perished long ago. How could we stoop to such disgraceful acts of betrayal? Indeed, we are the most loyal of our family." Within the cave of the camp, oil lamps flicker, casting a warm, amber glow that imbues the cavern with a sense of comfort. However, the 2 individuals within the cave do not share in this warmth. The cave is elongated, extending over 20 meters, culminating in a precipice. To prevent the wind from gusting inside, a slight bend has been made near the edge of the cliff. This bend stretches about a meter before opening up, connecting to the chasm, where a small wooden door has been installed. At the forefront of the cave lies the meeting chamber, which features a small door on the side leading to another excavated alcove, serving as Miss Lucy's bedroom. The cave's arrangement is exceedingly rudimentary. The meeting chamber contains a long table flanked by 3 chairs on either side, with a larger chair adorned with the pelts of wild beasts at the head of the table. Seated in this chair is an extraordinarily beautiful woman, or rather, a girl. Strikingly charming, akin to a siren. She is none other than Miss Lucy, the prodigious talent of the Black Serpent family and the cherished jewel of Count Black Serpent. Dressed in fitted dark red leather armor, Lucy furrows her brow slightly, enhancing her allure, as she sits solemnly in the principal seat. To her right sits a burly, bald man, Blackman, the only other knight of the Black Serpent family, alongside her, with merely 20 others remaining, comprising 2 small squads. "Uncle Blackman, how many supply shipments have we intercepted?" Lucy inquires, resting her forehead on her hand. "Miss, we have successfully commandeered 3 shipments. Each time has been meticulously timed and located." Indicating insider knowledge, Blackman replies, "Indeed, it is the nobles of the capital who seek to withhold supplies from the frontier, and each subsequent shipment has been diminished, leaving us to bear the brunt of their machinations. Moreover, they compel us to seize these supplies and deliver them to designated locations." Lucy remarks with a note of scorn. "This is a calculated strategy by the nobles of the capital. Such power is rarefied. Beyond our mortal enemies, there are but 2 families capable of such influence. Thanks to your foresight, Miss, We dispatched the Tawny and Tonk brothers to Tea's city to become mercenaries, allowing us to uncover this task and sustain our existence, Blackman commends. Lucy waves her hand gently. The nobility issuing these tasks hail from Tea's city, yet they are undoubtedly subordinates of the great figures of the capital. It is fortunate they remain unaware of our identities. This is both an opportunity and a potential peril. Becoming ensnared in such a vortex makes escape exceedingly difficult. Blackman slaps the table. Having already become rebels, we fear not the multitude of lice. Our plight is already dire. Indeed, we are already teetering on the edge of a precipice. What does it matter if we dance on the edge of a knife? Lucy asserts resolutely, before shifting the conversation. However, we must seek an exit. Vengeance is imperative, yet we must also offer hope to our warriors. As the sole legitimate heir of the Black Serpent family, it is my duty to revive our lineage. After a moment of contemplation, Blackman responds, true, but who would shelter us? Who possesses the strength to accept us? The Weber family, Lucy exclaims. Yet, we must first find an opportunity to probe their intentions. Should they be the ones pilfering the supplies, we could not align ourselves with them. Outside the cave, a series of urgent knocks echoed against the wooden door. Miss, it is Tony returning from the city. Lucy and Hyman exchanged glances, each recognizing the solemnity reflected in the other's eyes. Tony would not have rushed back without pressing matters at hand. Come in. A man swiftly opened the door and entered. It was indeed Tony. His attire was covered in dust, and he gasped, Young miss, there is an urgent situation. Noticing Tony's breathlessness, Hyman promptly fetched a glass of water for him. After quenching his thirst and regaining his composure, Tony relayed the critical information to the two. Chapter 15. Prelude. Once he had delivered the complete report, Tony took his leave. Lucy and Hyman's reactions to the news were markedly different. Lucy remained silent, lost in contemplation, while Hyman, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed, Lucius is the young master of the Fisher family. Eliminating him would avenge the old count. Lucius, though not vividly remembered, it was clear he had no role in the judgment and downfall of their family, raising suspicions about his involvement in a deeper conspiracy. However, his lineage as a member of the Fisher family was indisputable, and thus their enmity lay with them. Lucy nodded, her fingers lightly tapping the table. Indeed, the Fisher family is our adversary, and we must seek retribution. Yet, it is Ralof who poses the greatest threat. At the mere mention of Ralof, Lucy's voice sharpened. Ralof was the architect of the Black Serpent family's demise. He was notorious for his debauchery and immense power, having taken a fancy to Lucy's beauty and innate talent, desiring her as his wife. Naturally, Lucy found this lecherous noble unworthy and refused his advances. To her dismay, Ralof's arrogance led him to attempt an abduction. Given the strength of the Black Serpent family, they could have weathered such a storm. However, the Fisher family wielded authority over punishment and judgment. They conspired against the Black Serpent family, fabricating evidence to brand them as traitors. Consequently, the Black Serpent family was stripped of their noble status and left without the support of their peers, leading to their annihilation. Lucy continued, with Lucius's movements exposed. The outside world remains oblivious. Only information leaked from within their family could have resulted in this. Ralof possesses little talent in cultivation and is a figure of ridicule among the nobility. It is highly plausible that the plot to eliminate Lucius is orchestrated by him. Hyman murmured, Shall we then spare Lucius? Spare him? Certainly not, Uncle Hyman. We must capture Lucius. If it is indeed an internal betrayal, we shall rescue him. If not, it could lead to a rift between him and Ralof. Lucius is our weapon in toppling the Fisher family. Given our current capabilities, achieving vengeance is a daunting task. Lucy's voice turned steely. Even if we ultimately pose no threat to the Fisher family, we must still humiliate Ralof. The young lady's plan is comprehensive and far superior to my own crude ideas. However, Tony remarked that the news of our slaughtering Sir Bren's village has spread throughout Tea's city. Hyman slapped his forehead, exclaiming, Surely, this cannot be attributed to us. Those with a modicum of influence are well aware that the Weber family stands firmly behind the Bren family. Indeed, this must be a deliberate ploy, likely orchestrated by Ralph, though it could also stem from others. Could it be that our acquisition of supplies has been uncovered? Do our employers wish to silence us? This seems unlikely, as we have exercised utmost caution. Miss, how should we proceed? Let us take one step at a time, she replied. The annihilation of a village belonging to a subordinate family of the Weber clan is an affront to their honor. We can only hope they remain vigilant and do not direct their ire towards us. Given our current status as rebels, confronting them directly would be ill-advised. Hyman profoundly agreed. Should we fall victim to a joint assault from both families, our chances for vengeance would be utterly extinguished. Lucy comforted him, saying, on the other hand, this could be advantageous, as it allows us to establish a connection with the Weber family, albeit one that appears perilous for now. By the way, Uncle Hyman, didn't you instruct our men to seek opportunities to investigate the scene? Weren't there mentions of our serpent venom? We must ascertain its authenticity. Very well, miss. Hyman replied as he exited the cave, leaving Lucy seated beneath the dim glow of the oil lamp, her slender figure shrouded in shadows, bearing the weight of her family's vendetta and the responsibility for its revival. Nearby, a pile of firewood crackled as it slowly burned in the woods. The fire was kindled primarily for warmth and to prepare food, yet it also served to repel insects and ward off wild beasts. By the fire sat two figures, an unremarkable middle-aged man and a handsome young nobleman, namely Sapik and Lucio. Sapik was tending to the fire, diligently adding wood to sustain the flames. Over the fire, two wild rabbits sizzled, their fat dripping, emitting an enticing aroma. Sapik rotated the rabbits to ensure even exposure to the heat, preventing them from burning. Lucio, seated a short distance away, meditated with his eyes closed, a long sword resting at his left side, ready for swift action. Both men bore the marks of fatigue from a day of travel. To avoid delaying their return to the capital, they had foregone resting in the nearby town and instead chose a simple respite by the roadside. Uncle Sapik, how much longer until we arrive? Lucio inquired, still with his eyes shut. Young master, we shall reach our destination in 5 days, Sapik swiftly responded. Lucio opened his eyes, puzzled. So soon we can arrive at the capital? Sapik quickly realized his earlier distraction and adeptly redirected the conversation. Young master, it will take 7 days to reach the capital, but 5 days to Taya City. Lucio nodded, casting a glance at the dust adorning his attire, and chuckled self-deprecatingly. Just perfect, we shall rest in Taya City first. Otherwise, we would be entering the capital in this state, and likely be mistaken for beggars. Truly, Uncle Sapik's foresight is commendable. This is what I ought to do, Sapik promptly responded. In a place unseen by Lucio, Sapik's gaze was fixated on the fire, his eyes reflecting a hollow and bewildered expression illuminated by the flames. He quickly shut his eyes, then reopened them, the sense of confusion dissipating, replaced by a cold, piercing gaze brimming with murderous intent. The hair before him was suspended over the fire, the fat sizzling softly. In the city of Taya, within the modest yet concealed chamber of Baron Riss, he and his son Shaq sat facing each other. Father, the news of young Master Lucio's return to the capital has already spread throughout Taya, Shaq remarked. Indeed, young Master Lucio is likely to rest here before heading to the capital. We must ensure our services are impeccable. As for the banquet, it is unnecessary. Although the news has circulated, I believe young Master Lucio will not have the time for such trivial social engagements. Baron Riss did not respond to Shaq's inquiry. Instead, he instructed his son to prepare for Lucio's arrival in Taya. Noticing his son's perplexity, Baron Riss elucidated, we need not concern ourselves with these matters. Can we truly prevent or investigate the leak of information? Both internal and external affairs are beyond our reach. Shaq nodded in agreement. Before Shaq could continue with his thought regarding the Bruin family, Baron Riss's demeanor darkened. There is no such occurrence. Remember this. Have those two servants been dealt with? They have been handled. I took care of it personally, rest assured. Baron Riss's expression softened slightly as he looked into Shaq's eyes. Remember, this incident never transpired. We only learned of it recently. Chapter 16. Departure. The morning sun bathed the earth, dispelling darkness and awakening vitality. Edwards and Schmidt sat upon a stone bench. A gentle beam of sunlight cascaded upon Edwards's visage, resembling a flawless alabaster sculpture, the radiant light causing his features to shimmer with a soft glow, enhancing his delicate beauty. His violet hair, illuminated by the light, exuded an air of nobility. Schmidt observed this scene intently, his gaze unwavering on Edwards's face, rendering Edwards somewhat uncomfortable. Edwards touched his face, puzzled. Is there something on my face? No, I was contemplating how I would refuse such a perfect face were I a woman. I believe I would find myself enamored with you, Schmidt replied, his tone slow yet resolute. Upon hearing this, Edwards's expression stiffened, and he fell silent. Since Rhett and I were promoted to knights, where has Lord Ike disappeared to? I thought you would never inquire about him, Schmidt mused. Lord Ike was punished by the Marquis and sent to Iron City. Why was he punished? It's quite simple, due to the unexpected nature of your knighthood. Rhett, that fool, became berserk. Ike intended to assist you, but he nearly injured you instead. Of course, in the end, it was you who injured Rhett, inadvertently aiding your own promotion. Yet Ike must also bear the consequences of that mishap. Moreover, for Yak, his consistent portrayal of arrogance and frivolity does not truly reflect his character. Thus, He himself and the Marquis have requested to go to Iron City to confront the werewolves directly. It is believed that upon Yak's return, he will undergo a remarkable transformation. Schmidt remarked with a smile. Of course, another reason is the pressure you and Red have placed on Yak. You are both knights, while he is merely an apprentice knight. Edwards was well aware of Yak's prideful demeanor and lack of focus. He also understood that Yak's behavior was a facade, largely because they all belonged to the core of the Marquis' household. Outsiders naturally perceive Yak as a spoiled scion sheltered under his father's protection, akin to the offspring of a lone wolf according to the bloodline of the Xianling. Yak's pretense stemmed from familial obligations. The Weber family, known for their low profile and pragmatism, is loyal to the royal family, and importantly, they possess formidable strength, making them a thorn in the side of many other families. Furthermore, with Abby, a prodigy who became the vice-captain of the Xianling Knights at such a young age, guarding Iron City, the emergence of another genius akin to Abby would undoubtedly spell disaster for the rival nobility of the Weber family. Consequently, Yak has always portrayed himself as a proud and incompetent individual for the sake of his family's interests and his own safety. Indeed, one can believe that Yak's return will surely attract attention in the royal capital. He is not any less a talent than Miss Abby. Edwards concurred with Schmidt's words. The two fell silent, their thoughts following Yak to Iron City, envisioning the battlefield against the werewolves. They understood that they too would soon confront these formidable foes of humanity. As Edwards pondered, he could even sense the quivering of the glazed stopping sword within him. This diminutive weapon of slaughter, though still pocket-sized, was eagerly yearning for bloodshed. The heavy sound of footsteps broke the silence between the two. A coarse voice intoned, "Did you two not hear that a village affiliated with our family was slaughtered yesterday? A whole day has passed. Why have you not set out yet? Are you afraid?" Rhett retorted angrily, "I fear nothing. To dare slaughter the subjects of the Weber family is akin to seeking death. It's merely the Black Snake family's remnants. They will be eradicated without a trace." Schmidt and Edwards exchanged glances, each recognizing the other's helplessness. This fool simply did not comprehend how straightforward this task truly is. Merely eliminating the Black Snake family is not sufficient. Must one become a tool in another's hand? Schmidt addressed Red. "We certainly will not act as impulsively as you, rushing into violence at the first mention of the matter. You speak of a village being slaughtered. Does it not require rebuilding?" Red, puzzled, replied. "What is there to rebuild when everyone is dead?" Indeed, the village had been massacred, and its inhabitants perished, with the entire village set ablaze. However, the cultivated fields outside still needed tending, hence the village must be restored. Edwards, perceiving Rhett's confusion, realized he had yet to grasp the situation and continued to elucidate. "We spent yesterday preparing the materials for the reconstruction." As Edwards spoke, he rose and led Schmidt and Rhett to the training grounds. 2 carriages rested on the training ground, cloaked in tarpaulin that concealed their precious cargo. Schmidt remarked, "Within, there lie 100 gold coins, 10 suits of armor, and the remainder is provisions, all intended for Sir Blen to aid in the reconstruction of his village. But surely, these rations are insufficient? Indeed, they are inadequate. Yet, does Sir Blen lack supplies?" This is merely the Marquis expressing his stance, demonstrating his support for Sir Blen. Schmidt had unvoiced thoughts, such as the fact that Taya City is in proximity to the Taya iron mine, with Sir Blen overseeing the ironworks there. Armor and armaments would not be in short supply, and the Weber family would even stockpile weapons. However, at least on the surface, it was necessary for the Weber family to bestow these gifts to bolster Sir Blen's military might. The ironworks of Taya City belonged to the crown, to the realm itself. Edwards instructed Red, "Go to Taya City, but do not act rashly. We must first ascertain whether it was indeed the Black Serpent family behind this. If it is, we shall undoubtedly eliminate them. We cannot afford to be complacent. They still have 2 knights." Rhett provocatively glared at Edwards. "Just 2 knights? I fear them not." Edwards, unfazed by Rhett's bravado, continued, "Surely Lord Relan has informed you whose orders to follow for this mission." Upon hearing Relan's name, Rhett displayed a noticeable discomfort, exclaiming, "I know. I will heed your words." His voice diminished before he declared, "But I possess my own independent thoughts." Edwards and Schmidt chuckled. Edwards, with a smile, replied, "We shall certainly respect your opinions. However, when decisions arise, we 3 must deliberate and vote. What say you?" "No objections," Rhett said, furrowing his brow as he contemplated Edwards's words before expressing his agreement. Schmidt interjected, "You may don your armor now. We must depart immediately." It was only then that Rhett noticed both men were not clad in casual noble attire, but rather in practical travel gear. Chapter 17. Tonk's report at the camp of the Black Serpent family. Besides Tony and Tonk, who were gathering intelligence in the city, The remaining 18 were training outside. The dwindling 20 members of the Black Serpent family comprised 2 elite squads, led by the apprentice knights Tony and Tonk, with the rest being skilled soldiers. Even under the scrutiny of a bounty, they maintained strict military discipline, exhibiting their finest combat readiness. At this moment, the 18 elite soldiers stood bare-chested, showcasing their honorable scars and robust physiques, each wielding a wooden staff the length of a long sword, engaged in combat practice. The Dello Mountains could not replicate the training conditions of the Black Serpent family, yet, in another context, they provided an ideal environment for wilderness warfare. The training regimen, meticulously crafted by Hey-Man, encompassed mountain assaults, timber lifting, and real combat scenarios. In practical scenarios, the defeated party must resort to hunting wild game, particularly as the warriors are currently undergoing rigorous training, resulting in a heightened demand for meat. The Black Snake clan has established this valley as their encampment for several months now. The temperament and spirit of the warriors have undergone a profound transformation, imbued with an indomitable aura. However, the most significant change since the Black Snake clan's arrival in the Dello Mountains is that within a 10-mile radius of the valley, game has become exceedingly scarce. Indeed, the presence of the Black Snake clan has led to the near eradication of all living creatures. Although they have raided 3 supply shipments, garnering some rewards and even siphoning off resources, it remains a formidable challenge to sustain the high-intensity training of 20 elite warriors. Such rigorous training necessitates an even greater supply of meat to support it. Furthermore, maintaining the warrior's optimal condition is a daunting task that Lucy must address, as each warrior's appetite can rival that of 3 adult civilians. The loyalty of the 2 squads of warriors is undoubtedly resilient. Nevertheless, Lucy understands that she must provide these elites with a future and hope for survival. An opportunity is now at hand. Lucy recognizes that this may be the Black Snake clan's greatest and perhaps final chance. Within the caves of the encampment, beneath the dim glow of an oil lamp, Lucy diligently studies one of the Black Snake clan's most vital legacies, the Black Snake Poison Codex. This codex contains records of highly toxic substances capable of inflicting damage even upon knights of considerable strength, representing a principal inheritance of the Black Snake clan aside from their breathing techniques, embodying the clan's profound heritage. Notably, the Black Snake Poison Codex is far more alluring to other factions than the breathing techniques, as the latter requires a corresponding bloodline for training. While the Codex offers knowledge that can be wielded through study, the misfortunes befalling the Black Snake clan are partly due to Lucy's refusal to marry Relf, as well as Relf's desire to acquire the Poison Codex to augment his own deficiencies in power. Casually reclining in her chair, Lucy holds the leather-bound codex with its black gold cover, a slight furrow of contemplation gracing her brow as she ponders its contents. Her alluring visage exuding an air of elegant languor. A series of knocks resounds from outside. Lucy lifts her head, a flicker of impatience crossing her face as she softly inquires, "What is it?" "Miss, it is I, Tonk. I have come to report on the matter of the snake poison." Upon hearing Tonk's words, Lucy immediately straightens her posture, concealing the poison codex. "Come in." Tonk enters without performing a formal greeting, and before he can proceed, Lucy hastily asks, "Have you uncovered anything regarding the poison?" "Yes, miss, I have indeed discovered something. It is certainly related to us, but I can assure you it was not our doing." Lucy, upon hearing Tonk's response, reveals little outward reaction, knowing that the remaining members of the Black Snake clan are all at the encampment. With only 2 individuals in the city, Tony and Tonk, who would not resort to poisoning the Brin family's village. What Lucy seeks is evidence to exonerate her family from the accusations of poisoning, not merely confirmation of whether it was perpetrated by their ranks. She presses on. "Have you found evidence proving it was not us who administered the poison?" Tonka understood the significance of the matter at hand and nodded in acknowledgement, reporting, "We have found it. It is not something we have initiated, but rather a method of drug production that we have long since discarded. However, it remains unclear who has framed us. Yet, the poison is indeed one we previously utilized." "Very well, I comprehend," came the response. "You may retire for the time being." At that moment, Lucy realized the mastermind behind this scheme. This situation could serve as a declaration of allegiance, and a subtle smile graced her lips, a rare moment of joy since the annihilation of the Black Snake clan. The timely news from Tonka had fortified Lucy's confidence in her plans. For days later, at noon, at the gates of Taya City, 2 horses galloped from the distance, their hooves striking the ground with swift intensity, raising a cloud of dust that captured the attention of the crowd gathered at the city gates. The walls of Taya City, constructed from solid rock, towered over a height of several meters. The battlements, approximately 5 meters wide, were strategically placed for archers to fend off any enemy attacks. Outside Taya City, a throng of people sought entry, as it served as the nearest gateway from the Delo Mountains to the royal capital. Typically, entry required standing in line. However, the riders approaching did not dismount to join the queue, but rather surged towards the city gates on horseback. The city defense squad, tasked with maintaining order, were startled by the sudden approach of the two horses. Only the squad leader, trembling slightly, stepped forward, commanding, "Halt." Lucio and Sapik drew their horses to a stop. Lucio's steed reared, neighing loudly, its front hooves raised towards the squad leader, causing him to take a step back in fright. The leader steadied himself, his face flashing with surprise and anger as he scrutinized the two riders. Clad in lightweight leather armor, armed with swords and crossbows, they appeared dusty and travel-worn. With an air of arrogance, the squad leader declared, "Who are you? If you wish to enter the city, you must queue at the back. If you desire to enter ahead of the line, you must pay." He extended a hand, fingers curled slightly, indicating a demand for money. Lucio maintained a stoic expression, while Sapik retorted with indignation, "Do you have any idea who we are?" The squad leader glanced at them again, noting their disheveled appearance, and deduced that they bore no relation to nobility. Even if they were of noble descent, their lack of decorum suggested they were of little importance. "I care not who you are. Pay up, or return to the back of the line." As the squad leader's authoritative words echoed, the city defense troops advanced a step, fixing their gaze upon the two individuals. Sapik, amused by the squad leader's ignorance, responded with a smirk, "Very well, very well." He produced a badge from his pocket and tossed it to the squad leader. Instinctively, the leader caught it, and, upon seeing the emblem of the scales, his complexion drained of color. The scales badge was the insignia of the Fisher family, a symbol of status within that esteemed lineage. The squad leader promptly knelt, his forehead touching the ground. "My lord, please, I implore you." Sapik was about to say something further when he was interrupted by Rushu. "Uncle Sapik, let us first enter the city and take a rest. We must resume our journey promptly tomorrow." Sapik shot a fierce glare at the kneeling captain. "Consider yourself fortunate this time. Next time, keep your eyes wide open." Rushu and Sapik rode into the city, and as the sound of hooves gradually faded, the captain dared to lift his head. Upon witnessing the mocking expressions of those around him, who reveled in his fear, the captain's face flushed with anger, and he bellowed, "What are you staring at? If you don't wish to enter the city, then get lost. From now on, if I am in a foul mood, it will cost each of you a copper coin to enter." Chapter 18. Rushu enters the city. Once Sapik and Rushu entered the city, they rode swiftly, scattering the pedestrians who hastily moved aside. In their small shop, Tony and Tunk observed the scene outside with disdain. They had engaged in similar antics before, but the circumstances had since changed, necessitating a more humble demeanor. Such arrogance, careening on horseback. Those must be the retainers of some noble. Their demeanor suggests they are not common aristocrats, Tony remarked. Tunk, puzzled, responded, "I haven't heard of any significant events lately. Could it be that the Weber family has arrived?" Realizing the timing, Tunk quickly concluded, "Rushu should be nearing Taya City. I will go gather information. You stay here to manage the shop." As Tunk spoke, he stepped out of the store, hastily following the two horses. Keeping a distance, Tunk observed as the pair dismounted in front of Baron Riss's estate. They lingered momentarily before being welcomed inside by a middle-aged man clad in finely tailored garments. Tunk recognized this well-dressed gentleman as Baron Riss, who treated the weary guests with great respect, particularly towards the young man. Tunk surmised that this young man was very likely Rushu, the second son of the Fisher family, whom they were plotting revenge against. Realizing that Rushu was now in Taya City, Tunk resolved to return to the shop promptly and inform Tony to report Rushu's arrival to the Black Snake family's camp, ensuring Miss Lucy was prepared. On his way back, Tunk overheard a conversation among the merchants entering the city. The Fisher family is truly powerful. They dropped a badge at the city gate, and the guards dared not utter a word. Another replied, "Of course, they are one of the 3 great families of the royal capital." Intrigued, Tunk approached the 2 men and gruffly inquired, "Did you just mention the Fisher family?" The 2 men turned pale at the sight of the imposing figure approaching them. One stammered, "Why, yes, indeed. Is the badge from the Fisher family?" Tunk pressed. "Yes, it bears a scale," they confirmed. Tunk nodded, understanding that this was indeed the emblem of the Fisher family. The Fisher family presided over judgment and punishment, placing great importance on fairness. Even their crest, a scale, symbolized equity and justice. However, before Tonk, a victim of the Fisher family, the emblem of the scale bears a profound irony. Upon hearing the words of the 2 individuals, and through his own observations, Tonk was convinced that among the 2 who had come to Taya City, there indeed was Lucius. Tonk could not comprehend why Lucius had returned to the royal capital accompanied by only one person, rather than a larger retinue of guards. Nevertheless, this presented an opportunity for the Black Serpent family. Under normal circumstances, Lucius would require the protection of at least a small cavalry unit when traveling. But his urgency to return to the royal capital, coupled with his confidence in both himself and the Knight Sappic, led him to believe that even if they encountered 2 knights from the Black Serpent family, they could easily escape, even if they could not defeat them. At the residence of Baron Rees, Lucius and Sappic were warmly welcomed. "Young Master Lucius, Lord Sappic, it is a pleasure to have you here," Baron Rees exclaimed. Lucius replied, "My lord, our visit is rather abrupt. I am eager to return to the royal capital and require a brief respite here." Baron Rees promptly responded, "It is our honor to host you, young master. We have prepared food and accommodations for you in advance." The Baron then called forth a young man from behind him, saying, "This is my son, March. Let him escort you and Lord Sappic to your meal." Upon hearing that food and rooms had been prepared ahead of time, Lucius inquired with confusion, "Did you know I would be coming to Teia City? The news of your return to the royal capital passing through Teia City has long since spread. We merely made preparations in advance," Baron Rees replied. Lucius was taken aback, and a sense of trepidation stirred within him. The news of his return to the royal capital was indeed public, as it had been announced under the direct command of Mark, the captain of the Second Prince's personal guard in Blackstone City. However, the details of his intended route from Teia City to the royal capital had not been disclosed to the public. Was there someone who had deliberately conspired against him? If so, who could it be? It could only be someone from within his own family. Yet the need to obstruct or assassinate him over a return to participate in the arena battle seemed trivial. Despite his concerns, Lucius felt little fear. As a knight of the Fisher family, he possessed a formidable lineage, granting him strength beyond that of ordinary knights, and his guard Sappic was also a knight. Together, 2 knights traveling as companions would find few within the kingdom capable of confronting them. Moreover, the powerful figures of large families were preoccupied with their own affairs, rendering it unnecessary for them to personally attempt to eliminate him. In other words, his presence did not carry sufficient weight to warrant such an action. Near Teia City, remnants of the Black Serpent family appeared to linger. The Black Serpent family had been annihilated by Realf after Lucius's departure to Blackstone City. However, the specifics of the situation remained unclear to Lucius, and he was unaware of the hidden intricacies. All he knew was that the Black Serpent family was the sworn enemy of the Fisher family, and any encounter with them would inevitably lead to a fight to the death. Thus, Lucius could reasonably surmise that the potential assailants might indeed be members of the Black Serpent family. Lushiu harbored no ambition to control the family, nor did he participate in its decision-making. However, he was no fool. He possessed a sense of pride and confidence in his own abilities. While his brother could rely on the family's support to annihilate the Black Serpent clan, Lushiu believed he could, through his own strength, eradicate the remnants of that clan. He understood that the greatest weapon of the Black Serpent clan was poison. Yet he recognized that a toxin capable of affecting knights would not act instantaneously. It could infiltrate a knight's body through food, water, or even gases in enclosed spaces. Thus, he resolved to take precautions against these modes of poison transmission. In direct confrontation, Lushiu, of knightly rank, feared no one. Upon confirming Lushiu's arrival in Teia City, Tonk hastily returned to his small shop. Inside, Tony paced anxiously, awaiting news from Tonk. As soon as Tonk returned, Tony rushed forward and inquired, "Is it certain? Is it him?" Observing Tonk's serious demeanor, Tony felt uncertain about Lushiu's arrival. His heart was filled with trepidation. If they indeed succeeded in eliminating Lushiu, it would mean an irrevocable vendetta with the Fisher family. For the Black Serpent clan, the Fisher family was a bitter enemy due to the destruction of their clan and the demise of Count Black Serpent. However, for the Fisher family, the remnants of the Black Serpent held little significance, merely a negligible adversary that did not warrant the Duke's attention. The only true threat, Count Black Serpent, had already been slain by Duke Fisher himself. Should Lushiu perish at their hands, Duke Fisher would undoubtedly turn his gaze upon them, leaving the Black Serpent clan to ponder whether they could still find refuge. Such is the lament of the weak. Even revenge against the strong must remain within the bounds of what the powerful would tolerate. To truly provoke the strong would signal the demise of the weak. Tonk, visibly troubled, sought to provide Tony with a definitive answer. Chapter 19. On the road from the royal capital to Teia City was a well-constructed dirt path, solidly compacted to accommodate 2 horse-drawn carriages side by side. This was the official road of the Kingdom of Messes, established during the Second Wolf War to facilitate the rapid assembly of troops and the transportation of supplies. On either side of the thoroughfare lay patches of cultivated fields tended by the vassals. These lands, of course, belonged to the nobility, yet they were worked by the vassals who paid taxes in return. At that moment, the fields were lush with green wheat, the ears not yet fully formed. And many vassals toiled away, weeding and pestering the crops. 2 carriages, drawn by 3 horses, moved forward in succession. This was the party of Edwards. Their expedition to Tea's city was a task assigned to Edwards and Rhett, hence no additional soldiers accompanied them. Schmidt could be considered a strategist. While the other 2 soldiers were responsible for driving the carriages, transporting supplies to the estate of Sir Bronn. As the 2 carriages progressed, one of them bore a passenger, with a horse tied to the rear, following the carriage at a steady pace. Seated atop the carriage was Rhett, whose imposing stature dwarfed those around him. To spare the horses from the strain of a long journey, Rhett was afforded the privilege of riding in the carriage. Behind the 2 carriages trailed Edwards and Smith. Edwards sat upright on his steed, his long purple hair gathered elegantly, exuding an innate nobility that captivated the attention of the peasants toiling in the fields. However, the common folk dared only a fleeting glance before hastily averting their eyes, fearful of incurring the ire of such an aristocrat. In the kingdom of Mysis, the nobility held dominion over the commoners. Though these peasants were not subjects of Edwards, they understood that should he choose to unleash his wrath upon them, the repercussions would be dire. If Edwards belonged to a lesser noble family, he might be obliged to offer reparations for any harm done to his subjects. Yet, if his lineage were powerful enough to overshadow the nobility that supported the commoners, they would inevitably act according to his whims. Such rigid hierarchies were the very foundation of Mysis governance. Titles above that of baron were conferred solely by the royal family, while knighthood could be bestowed by the nobility, albeit with the stipulation that the recipient possessed the requisite martial prowess. Below the knights were the commoners and slaves. The former generally enjoyed a modicum of autonomy, albeit contingent upon the benevolence of their lords, while the latter were akin to the nobles' pets, their fate resting entirely in the hands of their masters. Bored and restless, Rhett inquired, "How much longer until we arrive?" Edwards, uncertain of the journey's duration, was met with Smith's prepared response. "We have traveled for 5 days. We should reach our destination within a day." The distance from the capital to Tea's city was not great, and had they ridden at full speed, they could have arrived in roughly 2 days. "I am utterly miserable. Boredom is suffocating me. Upon reaching Tea's city, I intend to unleash my fury upon the Black Snake clan. They are the reason we have been denied the opportunity to slay the werewolves in Iron City." Smith interjected, "The journey to Iron City is even longer. It would consume more time." It was not merely the distance that vexed Rhett, but rather the frustration of being unable to engage in the thrill of battle against the werewolves. Edwards, perceiving Rhett's sentiments, cautioned, "Rhett, prepare yourself for the possibility that our visit to Tea's city may not involve bloodshed." Rhett straightened his posture, his anger flaring as he retorted, "I must claim the lives of at least a few from the Black Snake clan. I have heard that promotions to knighthood do not come without bloodshed. Besides, it is the remnants of the Black Snake clan who have struck first." The newly promoted knight Rhett was not one to exhibit equanimity. His temper had only intensified. Edwards, undeterred by Rhett's outburst, spoke firmly, "This is not a matter for negotiation. I require you to be prepared. Once in Tea's city, you will heed my commands." Rhett's face flushed with indignation. Though his heart brimmed with fury, he begrudgingly acquiesced. "Very well, I shall comply." Smith observed this exchange with keen interest, a slight smile gracing his lips. In recent days, Rhett has not been idle. During each respite, he sought out Edwards to challenge him, seeking to avenge his defeat at the hands of Edwards within the Duke's residence. The outcome, as one might expect, was invariably disastrous for Rhett. Ultimately, Edwards, thoroughly vexed, heeded the advice of Shermiz and proposed a wager. The victor would command the loser. In a fervent desire to command Edwards, Rhett even resorted to a frenzy. Yet he still could not triumph over Edwards in his normal state. The unfathomable prowess of Edwards left Rhett utterly convinced. The giant clan is profoundly martial, willing to submit to those stronger than themselves. Thus Edwards became Rhett's de facto lord. Consequently, Rhett is now inclined to heed Edwards' words. However, Edwards does not regard Rhett as a subordinate. Rather, Rhett is his friend. His stern admonition is merely to remind Rhett to refrain from impulsiveness in Tea's city and to follow his guidance. At the residence of Baron Reese, after dining, Ruscio and Sapik followed Maki to the prearranged chambers for rest. Although Ruscio and Sapik occupied adjoining rooms, it was evident that Ruscio's chamber was adorned with greater elegance, a testament to meticulous arrangement. Sapik's room, while also tidy and comfortable, paled in comparison to Ruscio's. Maki settled both individuals into their rooms before departing. Soon after, Ruscio and Sapik found repose, having journeyed tirelessly in the wilderness without adequate rest. Ruscio lay upon the soft, sumptuous bed, cocooned in a velvet duvet, quickly succumbing to slumber. Conversely, upon hearing the cry of an eagle outside, Sapik sprang from his bed and exited his room. He retrieved a letter from a copper tube bound to the eagle's leg. Upon returning to his room and unfolding the letter, he discovered it contained a slender tube filled with a white powder. In another chamber, Baron Reese and Maki also heard the eagle's call and observed Sapik retrieving the letter. Baron Reese remarked to Maki, "This is the essence of the great aristocracy. In the kingdom of Messes, only families of count rank and above possess tamed messenger eagles. Can we not tame our own?" Maki inquired, puzzled. "We lack the capability for such taming, and more importantly, it is a privilege reserved for the nobility. You may understand it as one of their trivial means to preserve their status." A fierce ambition ignited in Maki's eyes as he resolutely declared to his father, "I too wish to become a great noble, to be a ruler of the kingdom, rather than merely a pawn in another's game." Baron Reese remained silent, neither refuting nor encouraging his son, but merely placed a reassuring hand upon Maki's shoulder. Chapter 20. Ambush, Part 1. The following morning, soft rays of light filtered into Ruscio's chamber. As the sun ascended, dispelling the darkness, it signified the imminent departure of Ruscio from Teia City, en route to the capital. At this moment, Lucius was well prepared, with news of his journey from Teia City to the royal capital already circulating. He was acutely aware that his expedition was unlikely to be entirely smooth. However, he harbored no fear, confident in his own abilities and bolstered by Sapik's assistance. He felt well equipped to face any potential assaults. A soft knocking echoed from outside. "Come in," he called. Sapik entered, bearing a tray laden with a generous serving of sausages, slices of beef, a bowl of meat soup, and 2 substantial pieces of white bread. Though these provisions might suffice for an ordinary person for an entire day, they constituted merely Lucius's breakfast, for a knight's appetite was considerable. Seeing Sapik deliver his meal, Lucius inquired with a hint of confusion, "Why are you the one bringing me breakfast? What of the servants from the Rise family?" "The Rise family, aware of your urgent departure, prepared breakfast in advance," Sapik explained. "I worried that it was still early, so I took it upon myself to deliver it to you." Seated in his chair, Lucius meticulously polished his weapon, a ritual he performed before every journey to ensure the integrity of his equipment. "Your thoughtfulness is appreciated," he remarked. "Sir Lucius, Master Ralph assigned me a task yesterday." Sapik continued, a note of regret in his voice. "I am to remain in Teia City to investigate the Black Serpent family, who are rumored to be hiding in the Dello Mountains. Thus, Master Ralph has instructed me to collaborate with the Rise family in uncovering their hidden stronghold." With a final, resonant sound, Lucius sheathed his gleaming sword. He regarded Sapik in silence for a moment before responding, "Understood. You may go." As Sapik exited Lucius's chamber and gently closed the door, he wiped the fine beads of sweat from his brow. The trials at the border had transformed Lucius from a mere prodigy into a general imbued with an iron will. Under Lucius's watchful gaze, Sapik briefly feared his plans had been exposed, though it appeared they had not. Lucius's ire stemmed from his loyal guard's obedience to Relph's directives. Of course, Relph had now assumed control of the Fisher family, and Lucius held no objection to his arrangements. However, it was inappropriate for Relph, both morally and logically, to bypass him and issue commands directly to Sapik. Furthermore, Sapik's reaction indicated a troubling closeness to Relph, which was abnormal. Within the confines of his room, Lucius sensed a twinge of unease at the thought of Sapik not accompanying him back to the royal capital. The potential breach regarding their return route, coupled with Sapik's absence, stirred troubling associations in his mind. Lucius found himself suspecting collusion within his own family, aimed at his demise, yet he refrained from directing his suspicions at Relph. For Relph was his brother and had explicitly stated his relinquishment of control over the Fisher family. The urgency of returning to the royal capital weighed heavily upon him. And confident in his own prowess, Lucio did not deliberate further before acquiescing to Relph's decision to leave Sapik in Teia City. After breakfast, he departed from Teia City, bidding farewell to Baron Reese, his son March, and Sapik, embarking alone on the path to the royal capital. The Nalandra Gorge, stretching nearly 10 kilometers, stood as the sole route from Teia City to the royal capital, flanked by towering peaks, with some sections resembling cleaved mountains hewn from the heights. The narrowest passages offered a mere 5 meters of width, flanked by perilous cliffs. Upon setting out from Teia City, Lucio traveled swiftly, with no intention of pausing within the gorge. This was, of course, prudent. The warm sun was obscured by the towering mountains on either side, and the constricted areas remained perpetually shrouded in shadow, akin to a realm devoid of light. No one wished to linger in such dim, slightly chilling locales. Thus, caravans and travelers journeying towards the royal capital or returning to Taya City would wait at the gorge's entrance, crossing during midday, the warmest time of day, to avoid traversing the gorge under the cover of night. As Lu Xiu entered the Nalanra Gorge, it struck him as peculiar that no other travelers were in sight, despite having progressed a fair distance. At this moment, in the eastern section of the gorge, closer to the royal capital, a chevaux de frise obstructed the route leading back to Taya City. This barrier consisted of a series of short wooden stakes intricately intertwined and bound with rope, each sharpened to a lethal point, designed to thwart cavalry charges and serve as a barricade against any advance. Were it merely a roadblock, it would have long been pushed aside. More critically, behind this barrier stood 5 well-equipped soldiers, clad in light armor, with long swords at their waists, steadily brandishing military crossbows. Their keen gazes fixed upon the travelers beyond the barricade, the glint of their bolts aimed forward. The aura of elite combatants, exuding a palpable sense of menace, rendered the travelers on the other side mute. The sight of 2 corpses lying before the barricade further instilled a fear that stifled any whispers or grumbles. Despite their numbers and the backing of several noble-supported caravans, none were willing to risk their lives, especially in the presence of these formidable soldiers and the grim reminder of those fallen before them. Observing that the situation was under control, Tony could not suppress a cold smirk. Indeed, they were all fearful of death. The elimination of 2 troublemakers had secured their compliance, and naturally, he had no intention of spilling blood unless they attempted to breach the checkpoint. Stepping forward, he addressed the quaking sheep before him. "You shall be permitted entry shortly, but I advise against any foolish actions in the meantime." He gestured toward the still warm bodies on the ground. "Otherwise, that shall be your fate." Upon hearing Tony's words, the crowd responded in unison, "My lord, rest assured, we shall not cause any disturbance. We place our trust in you." Obeying the commands of the elders, Tony observed that everyone complied, and with a graceful gesture, he motioned for them to cease their words. "Very well, I kindly ask you to wait a moment," he said. Upon understanding Tony's intentions, the crowd felt reassured, for their greatest fear was that Tony intended to seize their possessions. Now aware that their safety and belongings were secure, their terror subsided, replaced by an unsettling sense of gratitude towards Tony and his companions, save for the friends of the 2 who had perished. At the western end of the Nalanla Gorge, Tunk, after Lu Xiu entered the valley, led 4 soldiers to block the road to the royal capital, controlling the pedestrians within the gorge to prevent them from carrying news to Taya City. Chapter 21. Ambush, Part 2. Nalanla Gorge, a rift cleaved between towering peaks, remained shrouded in shadows, its narrow confines perpetually deprived of sunlight, rendering the entire gorge cold and damp. At this moment, a solitary knight rode a noble steed deeper into the gorge, advancing towards an even more sinister and shadowy expanse. Lu Xiu encountered no other travelers in the gorge. Solitude and trepidation began to seep from the depths of his heart. Lu Xiu sensed that he was destined to confront something within the gorge, yet he did not retreat. Instead, he surged forward with increasing speed and an indomitable spirit. The narrowest part of the gorge measured only about 5 meters in width, and Lu Xiu soon arrived at this constricted passage. The 5-meter width did not appear abruptly. Rather, it gradually narrowed until it reached that point, after which it would slowly widen again. The region resembled 2 trumpet bellows facing each other, the middle being the narrowest while the sides continued to extend outward. Without pausing, Lu Xiu charged into this deeper, darker section. With a resounding crash, a barricade fell from above, perfectly obstructing the narrow path he had just traversed. Lu Xiu's steed, startled, halted abruptly, rearing its front hooves high and emitting a fierce neigh. The sudden turn of events, anticipated by Lu Xiu, prompted him to grasp the reins tightly, regaining control of his warhorse while gently stroking its neck to soothe its agitation. As Lu Xiu managed to steady his mount, figures emerged from the indistinct shadows ahead. Clad in full armor, their equipment revealed them to be elite soldiers. Among them stood a striking female knight in black light armor, her figure elegant, alongside another knight of shorter stature, who donned standard armor, making them particularly conspicuous. They were all knights, belonging to the Black Serpent family, equipped with knightly prowess. Lu Xiu could discern the enemy's positions clearly even in the dimness. He began to assess their strength, noting 2 knights and 8 elite soldiers among them. Without uttering a word, they raised their crossbows and aimed at Lu Xiu's warhorse, unleashing bolts towards it. Lu Xiu drew his long sword to defend himself. However, in the constricted space, evasion was futile, rendering him akin to a target for the onslaught of enemy fire. The adversaries did not direct their crossbows at Ruscio. However, his steed lay beside him, riddled with arrows like a porcupine. This noble warhorse, which had accompanied Ruscio for many a day, now lay on the ground, blood seeping from its wounds, frothing crimson saliva, and emitting faint whinnies. Ruscio stood quietly beside his dying mount, gazing at the foes before him. He comprehended their intent, to prevent his swift escape from the battlefield on horseback, and it appeared that they harbored no immediate desire to take his life. This only deepened Ruscio's perplexity. He had surmised the identity of his assailants, yet they seemed not to seek his demise. "Who are you?" he pondered. "Given your prowess, 2 knights accompanied by armored soldiers, you must be remnants of the Black Serpent clan, which my brother vanquished. How audacious of you to attempt an ambush against me." Lucy and Hymen remained silent, advancing slowly with their soldiers until they halted about 5 meters from Ruscio. Lucy's sultry voice pierced the tension. "You are indeed correct. We are the remnants of the Black Serpent clan. As for how we came to know of your whereabouts, perhaps you should inquire with your family." Ruscio scoffed. "Ah, is it your place to fabricate tales about my kin, you who extinguished their lineage? It seems fate has favored me, allowing me to purge your kind from the shadows that haunt my family." His derision seemed to have little effect on Lucy, who replied, "Is that so? You are a clever man. Do you truly believe the leak of information could be the work of outsiders? Perhaps it is your brother's doing." Clenching his sword tightly, Ruscio declared, "Then spare yourself the effort." Before his words had fully echoed, he surged forward, sword in hand, charging at Lucy and Hymen. Both swiftly countered his assault. Hymen wielded a broadsword, its blade twice the width of a standard sword, ideal for parrying and cleaving. Lucy's weapon, a long whip, bore a sharp, scorpion-like tip at its end, its structure compact, allowing it to transform into a formidable iron whip. In the confined space, Lucy could not unleash her strikes freely. Thus, she wielded it in its whip form. The knights possessed strength beyond the ordinary, and the 5-meter gap closed in an instant as the 3 collided. Hymen blocked Ruscio's downward strike with his broadsword, while Lucy's iron whip lunged toward Ruscio's chest. Hymen braced himself against Ruscio's blow, quickly assessing the formidable power behind it. Even as he stood at the peak of his physical prowess, he felt his hands tremble under the force of Ruscio's strike. The iron whip thrust forward, and Ruscio channeled all his might, focusing his strength into his sword, pushing Hymen aside, and swiftly slicing through the whip, his long sword aimed unerringly at Lucy. Under the immense pressure of Ruscio's rapid assault, Lucy found herself momentarily stunned. Both she and Hymen had underestimated Ruscio's strength, realizing now that he possessed power approaching that of a grand knight, as they faced the oncoming onslaught. As Hymen observed Lucy ensnared in peril, he raised his broadsword and struck fiercely at Ruscio, adopting a life-for-life approach that compelled Ruscio to retract his blade aimed at Lucy, redirecting his defense against Hymen. The disparity in strength between the two and Ruscio was monumental. In a one-on-one confrontation, they would be effortlessly vanquished by him. Yet, through impeccable cooperation, they managed to momentarily impede Ruscio. However, they bore the marks of battle, appearing quite disheveled, while Ruscio merely exhibited a slight acceleration in his breathing, relishing a sense of ease compared to the duo. After another wave of assaults was effortlessly deflected by Ruscio, the two withdrew, realizing that inflicting harm upon him was a formidable challenge. Exchanging a glance, they resolved to retreat and let the soldiers behind them unleash their crossbow bolts, which had been laced with a soporific. The elevation to knighthood encompassed a holistic enhancement, including physical prowess. Thus, as long as the bolts did not strike Ruscio's vital areas, his life would remain unthreatened. Moreover, the effects of the narcotic on a knight were inherently limited. Even if it entered Ruscio's system, its impact would not manifest swiftly. Hymen and Lucy knew they needed to join forces to keep Ruscio occupied, preventing him from concentrating on resisting the drug's encroachment. Even if the narcotic did infiltrate Ruscio, it would not incapacitate him. Lucy merely sought to impair Ruscio's judgment, reaction speed, and strength. In the clash of titans, even the minutest advantage could tip the scales of victory. Chapter 22. Ambush, Part 2. Lucy and Hymen's attempts to extricate themselves from the battlefield, of course, did not escape Ruscio's astute perception. He keenly sensed their intent to evade his onslaught. Although he remained unaware of their specific motives, he was resolute in thwarting their escape. Ruscio now commanded an undeniable advantage, while Lucy and Hymen exhibited signs of fatigue. After enduring a wave of Ruscio's assault, they leveraged his momentum to retreat swiftly. However, scarcely had they taken a few steps back when Ruscio lunged forward, closely pursuing them with relentless strikes. His long sword danced through the air, executing a dazzling display of cutting and thrusting techniques, forcing Lucy and Hyman to retreat step by step. In the fleeting moments between their defensive maneuvers, Lucy and Hyman exchanged glances, recognizing the mutual frustration in each other's eyes. Their plan to incapacitate Ruscio with the narcotic appeared increasingly unattainable. They could do little more than grit their teeth and withstand Ruscio's pressure, striving to provide their loyal guards with advantageous angles for their shots. Yet, their ambush plan, meticulously crafted, had not overlooked any factors. First controlling all uncontrollable elements, and then leveraging terrain and camaraderie for their strike. However, they had fundamentally miscalculated Ruscio's prowess. Though Ruscio was the illegitimate son of Duke Fisher, he possessed the legitimate bloodline of the Fisher family. In the kingdom, only the royal family, the Fisher family, the Meyer family, and the Weber family, four of the most eminent noble houses, harbored knights of the highest caliber. Currently, Lucius not only possesses the esteemed bloodline of the Fisher family, but has also ascended to the pinnacle of knighthood, wielding strength that approaches that of a grand knight. The combined prowess of Lucy and Hyman proves insufficient to withstand him. Had they been aware of Lucius's formidable capabilities, they would have refrained from confronting him directly. Instead, they would have seized the opportunity to incapacitate him with crossbow bolts while he remained unsuspecting. After all, the most vital strength of the Black Snake family lies not in open combat, but in the art of poisoning. As their resistance wanes, they find themselves relying solely on their numerical superiority to compel Lucius to abandon his intent to slay one of them, thus hastening an end to the conflict. Although Lucius could indeed eliminate one of them and still retaliate effectively against the other, even in the face of a lethal strike, such a course of action seems unworthy, especially with a cadre of archers lurking outside the fray, poised to strike. Lucius deems his own life far more precious than that of these remnants of the Black Snake clan, and thus refrains from engaging in such a desperate gamble. Moreover, he currently enjoys an absolute advantage, with the power to dictate the tempo of the battle, much like a cat toying with a mouse. In stark contrast to Lucius's relaxed demeanor, Lucy and Hyman are fully engaged, their every effort directed towards fending off his relentless assaults. Fearful that a moment of carelessness might afford Lucius the chance to eliminate one of them, which could spell the end for the Black Snake family. In yet another violent clash, Hyman's broadsword and Lucy's iron whip unite to parry Lucius's sweeping strike, only to be overpowered and sent sprawling to the ground by his might. In that fleeting instant, a flicker of despair crosses Lucy's eyes. Though her 20 years have been relatively brief, they have been filled with myriad experiences, brimming with joy, yet overshadowed by the indelible pain of her family's ruin and her father's demise. She has yet to exact her vengeance. She does not wish to die, nor can she afford to, yet her fate now appears to rest in the hands of others. Lucy imagines the scene of her own demise, bloodied and lifeless. She strains to keep her eyes wide open, unwilling to resign herself to the inevitability of death. In an astonishing turn of events, Lucius does not pursue them to finish the job. Instead, he evades the crossbow bolts of his guardians, and it becomes evident that his movements have noticeably slowed. At this juncture, Lucius finds himself in a state of dismay. His condition has subtly deteriorated, yet he remains oblivious, akin to a frog slowly succumbing to boiling water, convinced that all is as it should be. As the battle drags on, the exertion and energies summoned become increasingly taxing, rendering his physical decline more pronounced. Had he been in his usual state as the conflict reached its later stages, Lucy and Hyman would have long since faltered. However, unbeknownst to him, Lucius had been stealthily afflicted by a narcotic long before he embarked from Taya City. Lucy and Hyman lay prostrate on the ground, a consequence of Rushu's desperate counterattack. Yet, just as he sought to swiftly close the distance and eliminate the two, his body betrayed him, succumbing to a momentary delay that allowed the pivotal opportunity to slip from his grasp. The crossbow bolts from the Black Serpent family's guards had already been unleashed upon him, extinguishing any hope of dispatching the fallen adversaries and raising concerns for his own safety. Rather than meeting their end, Lucy and Hyman found themselves graced by the miracle of survival. Observing Rushu evading the onslaught of crossbow bolts, Lucy and Hyman, though puzzled, understood the necessity of swiftly regaining their composure to counter Rushu's intentions of capturing them. Rushu's condition had deteriorated to a critical state, rendering him scarcely able to withstand the barrage from the guards. The mere few meters separating him from Lucy and Hyman had transformed into an insurmountable chasm. With a faint sound, a crossbow bolt pierced his leather armor, embedding itself in his chest. Ultimately, he could not withstand the relentless volley from the guards. With a fierce cry, he severed the bolt embedded in his chest with his sword, striving to maintain his mobility. even as blood seeped from the wound and his movements grew increasingly sluggish. By now, Lucy and Hyman had risen and were observing the scene beside the guards. Rushu stood trembling, sword in hand, bracing against the incoming bolts. In this desperate moment, he uttered neither words of surrender nor threats. His heart was a tumult of confusion, leaving him uncertain of whom he could trust. Suddenly, he fell to one knee, the crossbow bolt having grazed his leg. Lucy raised her hand, halting the guards' relentless shooting. The guards retracted their bolts into their quivers, which contained 20 arrows, now reduced to just 2. Rushu thrust his sword into the ground, using it for support as he struggled to lift himself. One leg bent while the other bore his weight, trembling as he stood. He straightened, gazing at his adversaries with eyes dulled, devoid of the previous vigor and determination. Raising his gaze to the sky above the canyon, he reflected on the unfathomable reality of meeting his end in such a constricted space. In his vision of an ideal demise, he would have carved out a fertile expanse for humanity within the territory of the Wolfmen, falling valiantly on the battlefield. Rushu closed his eyes, then opened them swiftly, a steely resolve igniting within. With his last ounce of strength, he aimed his sword horizontally at his neck. But with a resounding clatter, the sword fell to the ground, as Lucy deftly struck it down with her iron whip. Rage and confusion flared in Rushu's eyes as he met Lucy's gaze, and with a heavy thud, he collapsed. Chapter 23. Arrival at Nalanra Canyon in the afternoon. As dusk approached, the sun had lost the resplendent brilliance of midday, its radiance transforming from golden to a warm orange hue. The soft pink evening glow adorned the sky, casting a golden sheen upon the winding mountains below. 2 wagons and 3 horses, accompanied by the gentle dimming sunlight, lazily approached the eastern entrance of Nalanra Canyon. A group of travelers gradually came to a halt. Schmidt lifted his gaze to the horizon, where the sun was nearing the end of its daily journey, and remarked, "The sun is about to set. We must hasten through the canyon. After all, no one desires to traverse this damp and chilly narrow passage in darkness." Beneath the setting sun, a warm orange glow bathed Edwards in its light. His exquisite features, noble hair, and the radiance that surrounded him marked him as a natural aristocrat. Schmidt conceded that even in the absence of Edward's strength and wisdom, he could easily be captivated by his elegance and grace. A sudden, loud snore interrupted Schmidt's reverie. Rhett lay sprawled on the carriage, basking in the sunlight, comfortably lost in slumber. One tends to become accustomed to certain things. Initially, Rhett perceived Edward's refusal to allow him to ride as an affront, but after being educated by Edward's exemplary conduct, he accepted his fate. Over time, Rhett gradually realized that while Schmidt and Edwards labored on horseback, he could recline in the carriage without lifting a finger, save for the need to avoid rolling off while asleep. He now recognized that his current comfort was a special privilege granted by Edwards. As for how Edwards could contemplate such matters, he could not fathom that this robust, rugged individual possessed such a rich inner life. Edwards feared that the lengthy journey would tire the horses if Rhett were to ride. However, the urgency of traversing the canyon swiftly necessitated that Rhett mount a horse and gallop through. "Rhett, Rhett," Edwards called, attempting to rouse him, but there was no response. Raising his voice, he urged, "Rhett, awaken." Still, Rhett continued to snore, oblivious to Edwards' entreaties. Rhett was indeed impervious to the world around him, sleeping soundly as the day turned to dusk. Seeing that his words had no effect, Edwards unsheathed his knightly sword and lightly tapped Rhett's leg. Yet there was still no reaction. Gradually, he increased the force of his taps. Rhett merely shifted his position and resumed sleeping. Were it not for Rhett's snoring, Edwards might have assumed that he had succumbed to a deep slumber. In a swift motion, Edwards swung his sword, producing a sharp clang. Rhett's eyes flew open, and before Schmidt could react, he leaped off the carriage, adopting a defensive stance and scanning the surroundings with vigilance. It was only upon observing the tranquil surroundings, devoid of any threats, that Schmidt, wide-eyed in astonishment, regarded him. Meanwhile, Edwards had just returned his sword to its sheath on the horse's side. Only then did Rhett relax, rubbing his sleepy eyes in confusion and inquiring, "What transpired? Were we attacked? Did you resolve matters so quickly?" Rhett's barrage of questions left Schmidt momentarily bewildered, but he quickly regained his composure and, with a bemused expression, replied, "What attack? You have been asleep. Nothing has occurred. You leapt from the carriage in an instant, startling us all." Rhett glanced suspiciously at Schmidt, then turned to Edwards, who was nodding slowly with a blank expression. Rhett began to doubt his own perceptions, muttering softly to himself, "I cannot possibly be mistaken. Even in slumber, the slightest disturbance would rouse me immediately." Both Edwards and Schmidt heard Rhett's murmurs, their expressions stern as they stifled their amusement. Enough of this overthinking. Now that you are awake, mount your horse swiftly. We must traverse the canyon before sunset. Didn't you previously forbid me from riding? Why the sudden change? Rate retorted, disinclined to ride, preferring instead to recline in the carriage and indulge in slumber. Edwards replied gently. The earlier prohibition was due to concerns that the journey might be too arduous for you and strain the horse. Now, however, we must hasten our pace, and riding is the only way to achieve that. This is my command, and I trust you do not wish to experience the consequences of defying it. The gentle tone of his words bore an implicit threat for Rate. A shiver ran down Rate's spine upon hearing Edwards's words. Reluctantly, he untied the reins from the back of the carriage and climbed onto the horse. The act of mounting was laborious for Rate, and the horse, burdened by his weight, seemed somewhat strained. Once Rate was settled, the horse's legs straightened with renewed vigor, pounding the earth as it bore its load. Edwards and the others rode along, releasing the constraints on the two carriages, which swiftly navigated the Nalanla Canyon. However, after only a short distance into the canyon, Edwards abruptly reined in his horse. Coming to an urgent halt, Rate and Schmidt followed suit, pulling their steeds to a sudden stop. Observing Edwards's serious demeanor, Schmidt was left perplexed, questioning, "What is it? Is there a problem?" On the other horse, Rate exhibited a different reaction. He inhaled sharply, catching a whiff of something, the unmistakable scent of blood, pungent and recent. Edwards nodded in acknowledgement. "Dismount and investigate." Schmidt countered, "What if someone was injured and has already departed? Besides, it could only be a few lives at stake. Does it warrant such a commotion? Ordinary lives may not warrant it, but I suspect it may be linked to the Black Snake clan. How do you possess such an acute sense of smell?" Rate inquired, his curiosity piqued. "My ancestors from the giant clan were sovereigns of the wilderness. Keen senses were essential for hunting and navigation. How is it that your sense of smell surpasses mine?" Edwards responded enigmatically. "Perhaps it is simply an innate gift." Were it anyone else offering such a casual explanation, Rate would have dismissed it outright. However, Edwards, now his liege, commanded a respect that stemmed from his unassuming yet formidable presence, which Rate found compelling. Edwards possessed an innate sense of smell. However, it was his exquisite glass stopping sword that enabled him to detect the scent of blood with remarkable precision amidst such swift movements. Ever since he acquired this unconventional breathing technique, his sensitivity to the aroma of blood, be it human, animal, or even a rather embarrassing variety, had heightened significantly. Fortunately, he had learned to control his perception of this particular, blush-inducing blood, thanks in part to his devoted maid. Chapter 24. Bloodstains. Rhett had pinpointed the location of the bloodstains and crouched down a few meters ahead. Before him lay a pool of dark crimson blood, which had lost its vibrant hue over time, seeping into the ground. Although the expanse of blood was considerable, its color had darkened, especially with the sun now set, casting it into shadow, resembling a mere puddle of water. Rhett dipped his index finger into the blood, scrutinizing it closely before bringing it to his nose, declaring, "The blood retains a reddish tint, and the metallic scent is quite pungent. It must have occurred just a few hours ago." He gestured towards the sizable pool, indicating the substantial quantity of blood, concluding that the individual was likely deceased. Beyond that, no further details could be discerned. Edwards nodded, understanding that these were the only clues to be gleaned from the blood. The five continued their journey, arriving at the narrowest point of Nalanla Gorge. Edwards slowed his pace, for after the recent events, Smith was already prepared, recognizing the trail of clues. As Edwards reached this location, the scent of blood intensified, stirring the glass stopping sword within him. He inhaled deeply, the aroma of blood invigorating his entire being. Smith observed the narrow passage of the gorge ahead, flanked by towering cliffs and shrouded in darkness, devoid of sunlight, resembling a dungeon that shut out the world. Truly, it was an ideal place for murder, cutting off the escape route and trapping the target within, allowing for distant assaults. Even if the target could not be slain outright, their stamina would surely be depleted, Smith remarked, noting that this aligned perfectly with the Black Snake clan strategy. Edwards had reached the scene where Luxio and Lucy had battled with Blackman. The blood here was sparse, scattered across the ground in a few places, and could be roughly categorized into 3 sections. The essence contained within this blood was incomparable to the previous pools, serving as the primary catalyst for the stirring of the glass stopping sword. It yearned for the taste of blood. Although Luxio had also been struck by a crossbow bolt, he had swiftly severed it and managed to staunch the wound with muscle control, thus losing minimal blood during the fight. Rhett repeated the previous blood testing procedure, arriving at his conclusion. The timing of this blood's appearance was similar to before, yet the power it contained differed vastly. Indeed, this blood lacked the usual foul odor. Instead, It possessed a faintly fragrant quality, indicative of knightly blood. Fragrant? Why do I feel that both types of blood are rather similar? After all, they are both human blood. Equally pungent. Edwards surmised that it might be due to his unconventional breathing technique, which this small blade appears to favor, as it absorbs the blood of the strong. However, he could only deflect the inquiry, saying, "Perhaps it is due to my heightened sense of smell." Schmidt approached the two, and Edwards continued. "The distribution of this blood is remarkably scattered, indicating more than just a single night's battle. Indeed, the bloodstains suggested a direct confrontation among 3 individuals." Schmidt pointed to the uneven surfaces of the canyon's stone walls and remarked, "Moreover, this was not merely a duel between 2 against 1. The 2 had the support of crossbow bolts. Even so, all 3 must have sustained injuries. However, it is highly probable that the side with greater numbers emerged victorious. That side must be the Black Serpent family. Had any other family possessed such capability, they would not have engaged in this manner. Yet, it remains a mystery who the attacked party could be, endowed with such formidable strength. How could the Black Serpent family dare to launch an assassination? Is it not enough that they are already being pursued by the Fisher family? Edwards felt perplexed, and Schmidt, equally puzzled, ventured, "Could it be Lucius?" Edwards's expression shifted, and he began to connect the dots in his mind. The Black Serpent family had been annihilated by the Fisher family, and the Count of the Black Serpent had already been slain. The remaining members of the Black Serpent family, aware that the second son of the Fisher family had returned to the royal capital for the tournament, might have sought to ambush Lucius in this advantageous location to avenge their family. If this were indeed the case, we must deliberate on the course of action to take against the Black Serpent family. Schmidt's countenance darkened. "I understand. If it is indeed the Black Serpent family that has eliminated Lucius, they shall inevitably face the wrath of Duke Fisher. Consequently, the Weber family, represented by Edwards and the others, must consider how to address the Black Serpent family, whether to offer them protection or to uphold the honor of the Fisher family. Of course, this will depend on the value of the Black Serpent family." Rhett stood bewildered, struggling to keep pace with their conversation. What began as an analysis of blood had somehow morphed into a discussion about the Black Serpent family, and ultimately, the second son of the Fisher family. Unable to comprehend it all, he decided to cast aside these convoluted thoughts, shaking his head to clear his mind. In the courtyard of the Relf residence within the Fisher family, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the sky into twilight. Relf stood in the shadows. A messenger hawk perched upon his shoulder. This hawk had traveled from Taya City to convey a message to the royal capital. Relf had retrieved the letter from the hawk's talon, scrutinizing its contents closely. The hawk tilted its head, affectionately rubbing against Relf, displaying a bond of intimacy. The letter was brief, the messenger evidently preferring brevity. Relf quickly perused the message, his pale visage and indulgent countenance remaining as impassive as ever, with no discernible change in his expression. However, for those who observed closely, a barely perceptible glimmer of amusement could be detected in his eyes. He inhaled deeply, then slowly exhaled, feeling his body gradually emptying. The sensation of relief was delightfully euphoric. Lucius had long been a thorn in Relf's side. Duke Fisher was quite fair to both of his sons, treating them equally. However, Relf had been raised under his mother's tutelage to become the next duke, which instilled in him a sinister and ruthless demeanor, harboring animosity towards Lucius. Although he had yet to receive confirmation of Lucius's demise, Relf was confident that his plan was infallible. His current objective was to minimize the number of individuals privy to his scheme. Only the deceased could safeguard secrets. Should his father discover that Relf orchestrated Lucius's murder, although he likely would not face any life-threatening consequences, it would undoubtedly tarnish his father's trust. There was even a possibility that Duke Fisher might cultivate a new heir. A knight commander, while not significantly extending his life, possessed physical capabilities far surpassing that of an ordinary man, and Duke Fisher was still in his 50s. Relf took the letter, crumpling it into tiny fragments, scattering them upon the ground, and trampling them underfoot until the shredded paper was completely absorbed into the soil. "Sapik, oh Sapik, how shall I deal with you?" The sharp cry of an eagle pierced the air as the messenger falcon soared into the sky. Night descended, enveloping Relf's fierce visage from above, merging him into the shadows. Chapter 25. Arrival at the Brun family. Upon exiting the Nalanla Gorge, Edwards and his companions did not proceed to Taya City, but rather to the Brun family castle located on the outskirts of Taya City. Following the village massacre, Sir Brun had fortified his castle's defenses, even relocating 2 small siege crossbows to the battlements, where militia had been patrolling continuously. As night fell, darkness shrouded the land. Within the Brun family dining hall, the terror of days past had dissipated, replaced by laughter and merriment. The annihilation of a village could only cast a fleeting shadow. Moreover, this gloom stemmed from the nobility's concerns for their own safety and financial stability, rather than a mourning for the departed subjects. With no further movements from the perpetrators, the Weber family would provide compensation, and although the villagers had been poisoned, the land remained intact, allowing for the easy recruitment of new tenants to cultivate the fields. Sir Brun estimated that support from the Weber family would arrive within a day or two. 3 horses galloped through the night, swiftly reaching the base of the castle before the patrolling soldiers on the walls could react. The militia consisted of merely the stronger of the villagers, having undergone basic military training, but they were no match for the auxiliary troops in an army, who were essentially elite reserves. Employing militia for patrol duties could serve as a warning against ordinary foes. However, they were utterly inadequate against formidable adversaries, and their discipline left much to be desired. 3 majestic steeds stood before the castle, and only then did the militia atop the walls realize the need to sound the alarm. The bell tolled with a resonant clang that reverberated throughout the fortress. Within the dining hall, Sir Brun was regaling his children with tales of his valor on the battlefield when the chime pierced the air, causing him to stiffen and his expression to grow grave. Lady Brun and Sherry hurried to the secret chamber, instructed not to emerge unless called. Turl rushed to gather weapons and armor. The moment demanded their readiness. Sir Brun swiftly issued commands. Lady Brun and Sherry, pale as ghosts, obeyed the knight's directives and descended into the castle's subterranean hideaway. Turl's face flushed with a mix of excitement and trepidation. Assisted by the steward, Shack, Sir Brun donned his armor and seized his knightly sword, charging towards the outer walls. The militia atop the battlements quaked in fear at the sight of the trio below, particularly at the imposing figure of one man, whose robust stature dwarfed even the horses, exuding an aura of intimidation. One brave militiaman called out, "Who are you?" Before Schmidt could respond, Rhett bellowed, "Open the gates at once. I'm starving." The militiaman trembled as he replied, "State your identities first, and we shall seek permission from the Lord." Rhett, incensed, retorted, "You court death." Edwards interjected, speaking gently, "Please consult the Lord and inform him that members of the Weber family have arrived." As Sir Brun ascended the battlement, he caught Edwards' words and realized he was likely a startled bird on the alert. If this were an enemy attack, they would not have been granted such time to prepare. Given the militia's capabilities, it was conceivable that the enemy had already breached the walls. Sir Brun resolved in his heart to train his family's guards, for these militia could not safeguard his kin. "Esteemed members of the Weber family, could you kindly place your family crest in this basket? The situation is tense, and I hope you do not take offense." Sir Brun called down to Edwards and his companions, gesturing for a militiaman to lower a small basket from the battlements. "Understood, my lord. After all, Taya has been quite unsettled of late," Schmidt replied, dismounting and retrieving the finely wrought iron Weber family crest, the black wolf emblem, from his possession. Placing it within the basket, with a hint of sarcasm, he remarked to Sir Brun above, "You truly are a cautious one, my lord." Sir Brun, somewhat abashed, refrained from responding, while Turl, cheeks flushed, attempted to retort but was silenced by a wave from Sir Brun. He extracted the Weber family crest from the basket, a piece forged of fine iron, reserved only for those of high standing within the Weber lineage. While Edwards and his companions had yet to attain such status, they were granted an exception on account of their current mission. The badge exuded a lustrous black hue, depicting a magnificent black wolf howling towards the heavens, weighing 333 grams and nearly impossible to replicate. Sir Brun meticulously examined the dark wolf badge under the torchlight, confirming its authenticity before hastening down from the city wall to greet the esteemed members of the Weber family at the city gate. Meanwhile, 2 carriages trailed closely behind. To open the city gate, and Edwards, along with the 2 carriages, entered the Brun family's castle in succession. As they approached the base of the city wall, Sir Brun could not discern the faces of the 3 individuals. Their voices, though youthful, gave no indication of their precise ages. Upon seeing Edward's youthful and refined features, Sir Brun's expression momentarily darkened, but this flicker of displeasure swiftly vanished, replaced by a warm welcome. "My lord, how shall I address you?" Sir Brun inquired of Edwards, having already discerned that Edwards was the leader of this mission. Furthermore, Edward's noble demeanor left a profound impression on him. Had his hair been dark, Sir Brun might have mistaken him for Eik. Edwards first bowed respectfully to the knight, and then replied calmly, "You may simply call me Edwards." He then gestured towards Schmidt and Rate, saying, "This is Schmidt, and this is Rate. The task at hand is primarily overseen by Rate and myself." Sir Brun directed his gaze towards Schmidt and Rate. Though Schmidt bore an unremarkable visage, his eyes shimmered with wisdom. and a composed smile graced his lips as he bowed to Sir Bronn. Rate, on the other hand, grinned broadly, exuding an air of ferocity as Sir Bronn's gaze fell upon him. Indeed, the Weber family harbored hidden talents, with Marquis Weber, Commander Schmidt, Captain Rate, and Miss Abby. Now joined by these three, it exemplified the depth of nobility. Sir Bronn mused, casting a glance at his own son before diverting his gaze. Finding it difficult to draw a comparison, an untimely rumble emanated from Rate's belly, disrupting the moment. Unfazed, Rate boomed, "I'm starving. Sir, kindly arrange some food for us." Sir Bronn was taken aback, unprepared for such impudence from a member of the Weber family. He glanced at Edwards, who merely shook his head apologetically. In an instant, Sir Bronn understood that this was merely Rate's genuine nature, not a slight against the Bronn family. However, Tur, unable to tolerate the scene, was already irked by the presence of three seemingly younger individuals sent to address the village massacre, and Rate's disrespect towards his father only fueled his anger further. "Big guy, speak to me properly," Tur glared at Rate, raising his voice. Rate, momentarily taken aback by Tur's outburst, quickly regained his composure, approaching Tur and looking down upon him. Articulating each word deliberately, "Are you attempting to lecture me?" Tur found himself retreating under Rate's imposing presence, but still yearned to stand firm against him. Edward's gentle voice emerged from behind. "That is sufficient," he remarked, bowing in apology to Sir Bronn. "Please forgive us, my lord. Rhett is not well versed in our social etiquette." Upon hearing Edward's words, Rhett retreated, brazenly observing Turl from the sidelines. The knight recognized that Rhett was not the type to heed commands willingly. Witnessing Edward's authoritative stance over Rhett elevated Sir Bronn's regard for him, instilling greater confidence in the investigation of the village massacre. As for his son, Sir Bronn held a sense of admiration. Although the boy had confronted members of the Weber family, he had done so to uphold the family's honor. While his son's impulsiveness was evident, it also served as a valuable lesson. Chapter 26. The Investigation Vito Village, the site of a heinous poisoning. At this moment, Edward, along with the others, had arrived at the village with Sir Bronn and Turl. The two guards who had driven the carriage had returned to the capital early, their sole task being the secure transport of supplies to the Bronn family. It had been a week since the village's demise. The remnants of the village were strewn with ruins, and the ashes of the once gray houses lay scattered upon the ground. A gust of wind stirred the ashes, enveloping the area. The entire village lay in eerie silence, resembling a ghost town long abandoned, a stark contrast to the lively atmosphere it had boasted just a week prior. "My lord, this is Vito Village. The inhabitants are all deceased, and they have set fire to everything," Sir Bronn stated. Schmidt inquired, "My lord, were there any anomalies with the bodies?" "We have already burned the corpses to prevent the outbreak of disease. We conducted a thorough examination and indeed found peculiar symptoms resembling the toxins associated with the Black Serpent family." The collective poisoning of an entire village posed a grave concern. While the symptoms were identified, the urgency of dealing with the bodies was paramount. A severe outbreak could lead to losses extending beyond a single village, potentially threatening the city of Taya and the kingdom itself. The most expedient and secure method of disposal was incineration. Turl produced a small booklet and handed it to Edward. After perusing its contents, Edward passed it to Schmidt, while Rhett was pointedly disregarded. With hands clasped around his neck, indicating difficulty in breathing, and blood streaming from his orifices, the symptoms suggested a potent poison. However, these manifestations were not particularly distinctive, as many toxins could yield similar effects. After reviewing the information, Edward voiced his concerns. Sir Bronn elucidated, "Indeed, the symptoms align with various poisons. Yet, the sheer scale of the poisoning is unprecedented, and crucially, our subsequent investigations have not revealed any obvious source of the toxin." A source of the poison. Given the extensive contamination and the lack of coercion, it seems the village's water supply must be implicated, Schmidt remarked from the side. At that time, the village well exhibited no discernible changes. It remained clear, devoid of any unpleasant odor, until we allowed a hunting dog to drink from its waters. The visage of Sir Blenn appeared to betray a sense of dread. Death did not arrive swiftly. Rather, it lingered for an hour, during which the dog first experienced a relentless cough, followed by increasingly feeble breaths, with inhalation and exhalation growing ever more languid, until it lay still, akin to the lifeless bodies surrounding us. "My lord, might you guide us to the well?" "Very well, my lord." The area was strewn with collapsed houses, and at the heart of the village stood a well, encircled by dark stones. It was crowned with a wooden frame supporting a lever, facilitating the labor of drawing water. Once a source of life, it had transformed into a lethal poison. At a distance of merely 10 meters from the well, Edwards and Rhett had already covered their noses, as their acute sense of smell detected the noxious odor emanating from the well. As the group approached, they beheld the water within, now murky and gray-black, even bubbling ominously. A stark contrast to Sir Blen's assertions of no apparent change. The countenance of Sir Blen and Ter altered drastically, and they hastily clarified, "My lord, we would not deceive you. There truly were no evident changes in the water source at first. There is no need for alarm. I trust your words. If the water had been in its current state from the outset, how could anyone have consumed it?" Edwards expressed his faith in Sir Blen, then inquired, "Have there been any losses of population, property, or food within the village?" "The population has not dwindled. Upon thorough inspection, it appears there are even several dozen more individuals. Neither food nor livestock has been lost, yet the currency has been entirely plundered." Sir Blen pondered for a moment before adding, "Under normal circumstances, the Black Snake clan would prioritize food in their raids, not currency. After all, it would be challenging for them to procure large quantities of grain. Coincidentally, they chose not to seize food but instead plundered valuables, inexplicably affronting our Weber family," Edwards remarked with a semblance of amusement. Sir Blen recognized that Edwards had grasped his implication long ago. Their journey to Taya City in pursuit of the Black Snake clan was not solely due to the village's poisoning. This was merely a pretext, for the Black Snake clan had become a tempting target. Yet, while this clan was indeed a prize, it was also a venomous serpent. Taya City, the abode of the Blen family. Upon entering the courtyard, a servant approached to report matters, hesitating momentarily upon seeing Edwards and the others. Edwards gestured to indicate that he could excuse himself. However, Sir Blen dismissed such concerns, stating, "Speak plainly, there are no outsiders here." "My lord, a merchant caravan from the royal capital brought forth some news yesterday, as well as another caravan from Taya City intending to journey to the royal capital. They were intercepted in the Nalanra Gorge by some armored elite. These individuals are not ordinary brigands, nor did they plunder their belongings," the servant reported candidly. Upon hearing the servant's words, Edwards and Smith fell into contemplative silence. Sir Brun was largely unfazed, merely gesturing for the servant to depart. After all, such acts of homicide and pillaging were commonplace, and he was not the noble tasked with maintaining order. The day gradually darkened, yielding to the encroaching night. Rhett remained engaged in his meal, having dined for over an hour, consuming no less than 5 pounds of beef alone. Meanwhile, Smith and Edwards rested in the former's chamber, eyes closed as if anticipating the arrival of someone significant. With a series of firm knocks, a voice resonated from outside. "My lord, Sir Brun requests your presence in the great hall." At the sound of the knocking, Edwards, with eyes reminiscent of azure waters, opened them in an instant and remarked to Smith, "You were correct." They followed the servant to the great hall, where they discovered only Sir Brun and a robust man clad in the simple garb of a commoner. The man exuded an aura of strength and resilience, unmistakably a seasoned warrior rather than a mere frail peasant. He stood resolutely by the door, while Sir Brun occupied the principal seat, scrutinizing him intently. Upon their entrance, Sir Brun stepped outside, closing the door behind them. Subsequently, Edwards took the seat of Sir Brun, gazing calmly at the imposing figure before him, remaining silent. Chapter 27. Dialogue. Tony and Smith were squire knights, while Edwards held the rank of knight. Their breaths were barely perceptible, and the room was enveloped in a profound silence, devoid of conversation. Moments later, Tony's previously expressionless visage transformed into one of geniality, his demeanor shifting to that of an ordinary merchant, tinged with a hint of sycophancy as he addressed the esteemed Edwards. "My lord, I am Tony of the Black Serpent family." As he spoke, Tony's gaze remained fixed on Edwards's countenance. Noticing that the young noble maintained his composed demeanor, Tony surmised that this refined and noble-looking youth likely understood his purpose. As anticipated, Edwards cut straight to the chase. "Where is your leader? I need to speak with her." Despite his youthfulness, which might suggest naivety, Tony did not regard him as a mere child. Nevertheless, he harbored reservations about Edwards' ability to resolve the issues facing the Black Serpent family and decided to probe the young knight's intentions. "My lord, Miss Lucy awaits your arrival at our encampment, and we have gifts prepared for you. However, you must be aware of our family's current predicament. Can you represent the Weber family in accepting us?" It seemed that doubts still lingered in Edwards's mind. Tony continued, "However, I must clarify that you shall be obeying my commands, not those of the Weber family. I seek to expand my territory and thus require your loyalty." Edwards' words astonished Tony, who had previously assumed that Edwards was sent as a representative of the Weber family, which indeed he was. The specific assignment had not been explicitly stated by the Marquis, Yet it was believed that the intention of the Marquis of Weber was for Edwards to accept the allegiance of the Black Snake family in his personal capacity. This would render it difficult for the Fisher family to find justifications to confront the Weber family directly afterward. Tony, wide-eyed and incredulous, exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that we owe our loyalty to you, rather than the Weber family?" Edwards maintained a calm demeanor, exhibiting no sign of agitation, and replied simply, "Indeed. I understand you lack authority. I shall grant you the night to report back, and I require to see your lady tomorrow. I shall return to the capital the day after. Now, do you have any further matters to discuss?" "No, none at all. I shall take my leave," Tony responded. Bowing before hastily exiting, his steps hurried and anxious, for the time allotted by Edwards was exceedingly brief, and he needed to promptly inform Miss Lucy in the camp. As dawn broke, a ray of morning light pierced through the lingering darkness, illuminating Edwards' room. Within, Edwards was resting, having spent the past week on the road, with only the previous day at Sir Brun's castle allowing him a decent night's sleep. The day before had been filled with activity as he visited the village of Vito to assess the situation. Suddenly, the voice of a servant reached him from outside, mingled with the voices of others, likely including that of Tony from the Black Snake family, indicating that there was no rush and that he should be allowed to rest. Edwards rose from his bed, draping a simple linen robe over his attire, and stepped out of his room. As he opened the door, the light fell upon him, illuminating his figure and casting a soft glow around him. Although his attire was plain and even somewhat casual, it was his regal demeanor that rendered it no less impressive, maintaining his noble essence. Tony and the servants of the Brun family quickly bowed. "My lord." Edwards nodded slightly and gestured for Tony to enter his chamber. The reason Tony was escorted directly to Edwards' room by the servant was due to Edwards' own request. He had informed Sir Brun the previous day that if the large man sought him the next day, he should be brought directly to his quarters. Upon entering the room, Tony observed that its structure and arrangement were quite simple. The space consisted of 2 chambers, an outer area for receiving guests and an inner sanctum that served as a bedroom. Although the decor was not ostentatious, everything was of the highest quality. While Edwards had conveyed to Sir Brun that he did not require lavish embellishments, maintaining a good rapport with him would undoubtedly be advantageous. Edwards casually seated himself in a chair within the room and waved for Tony to sit beside him, yet Tony remained standing, as if he were a soldier attending to his lord. "What did your lady say?" "My lord, our young lady wishes to converse with you in greater detail. However, we kindly ask you to accompany us to the camp in the Droll Mountains." Without a moment's hesitation, Edwards nodded. "Very well, we shall proceed after our meal." This left Tony somewhat perplexed, astonished by Edward's straightforwardness. "My lord, are you not concerned that we might detain you? Once at our camp, it would be our domain." Tony had come with Lucy's mission, seeking to test Edward's courage and strength, as well as whether he exhibited the common noble flaw of arrogance. Thus, they had invited Edwards to their camp. Should he show fear or refuse due to pride, Lucy's assessment of him would require reevaluation. "Do you dare? You are already enemies of the Fisher family. Do you wish to push the Weber family into opposition as well?" Edwards paused momentarily before confidently asserting, "Your strength is lacking." Tony felt a surge of anger. They had already captured Lucius and yet struggled to deal with Edwards. Both Lucius and Edwards hailed from noble lineages, but Lucius was not only older, but also of pure bloodline. Naturally, these thoughts swirled only in Tony's mind. Edwards could sense Tony's skepticism regarding his abilities, but he remained unperturbed, knowing he would have the opportunity to prove himself at their camp. A voice from outside called, "Edwards, dinner is served." At that moment, Tony realized that the exquisitely featured noble from the Weber family was named Edwards. However, he could find no information regarding this Edwards in his mind. He was far too discreet. During his time with the Weber family, Edwards had not exhibited significant renown, following a path of steady training and study, only recently emerging into the sight of the nobility due to his recent breakthrough in the knightly ranks as the kingdom's arena approached. However, by this time, the Black Snake family had ceased to be part of the noble class, having become outlaws in the kingdom. Turning to Tony, Edwards said, "Let us go together. Perhaps by the end of today, you shall be one of my own." Tony, unable to deny the possibility, considered it, and thus did not refuse Edward's invitation, especially since he was still a fugitive and had not savored a delightful meal in quite some time. Chapter 28. A show of power on an obscure path along the side of the Nalanla Gorge. 3 figures walked: Edwards, Rhett, and their guide, Tony. Dressed in the simplest of commoners' attire to conceal their identities, Edwards wore a hood to shield his face and hair, as his striking features could easily attract attention. The path, narrow and winding, likely served as a trail for hunters in search of game or for gathering firewood, extending upward toward the peaks. Halfway up the mountain, the path became impassable, and the two followed closely behind Tony, carefully navigating the underbrush and watching for thorns beneath their feet. Fortunately, the trio consisted of trained knights and apprentices, thus avoiding any possibility of lagging behind. Tony led the way, initially intending to slow his pace. But upon noticing that Edwards and Raid appeared utterly unfazed by any pressure, he maintained his own speed. Upon reaching the summit, Edwards gazed down into the Nalamla Gorge, which resembled a dark line traversing the serpentine length of the Darrow Mountains. The city of Taya stood as a square module, steadfastly positioned on one side of the mountains. Grasping one end of that dark line, he surveyed the diminutive landscape below, finding everything remarkably small. Even the city seemed to fit within the palm of his hand, imparting a sense of dominion overall. Crossing the mountaintop, the three continued deeper into the mountain range for approximately another hour, until they finally heard the sounds of training calls. The booming voice of Hyman echoed from afar. "Lose a round. Go hunt for meat to replenish our nourishment." Ascending a small hillock, they finally beheld a concealed valley at the junction of two mountains. This valley was well hidden. Without the extensive deployment of troops meticulously searching, it would have been nearly impossible to discover. From a distance, the valley appeared encircled by a row of wooden fences, within which several wooden cabins were neatly arranged. A group of brawny elite warriors engaged in combat, pairing off against one another. Every move and technique employed was lethal, focused on the art of killing rather than the superficial aesthetics of training. Had ordinary soldiers participated in such a life-and-death training regimen, they would have likely faced perilous consequences. However, these warriors not only possessed exceptional combat prowess, but were also remarkably well-versed, ensuring the absence of basic errors. As Edwards and his companions approached the front of the camp, the engaged elite remained oblivious to their arrival, fully engrossed in their battles. "Stop and behold our esteemed guests. Our guests wish to recruit us. Are you willing?" The soldiers promptly ceased fighting, forming two lines as Tony returned to his own ranks. Sweat glistened on the faces of the elite, their eyes sharp and intent, fixated on Edwards and Raid, their formidable presence compelling the two. In unison, they declared, "Witness the might of our Lord." Their thunderous voices served as a show of force directed at Edwards. If he intended to claim them as allies, they must recognize the strength and potential of their future lord, especially since they possessed the autonomy to choose otherwise. They could decline allegiance to Edwards and instead align with the Weber family, following the Marquis's commands. Raid, ever the challenger, felt a surge of excitement at the soldiers' provocation, eagerly awaiting Edwards' command to charge. With a grin, Raid glanced at Edwards. Understanding that he needed to subdue them, Edwards realized that without the requisite strength, even if these soldiers joined him, they would remain unruly. Nodding, Edwards cautioned, "Exercise restraint." Raid laughed heartily and charged toward the soldiers, exclaiming, "Let me test your strength." Reit charged forward with an imposing presence, his massive form resembling that of a small bear. With unrestrained vigor, Reit's speed was astonishing. The soldiers had scarcely registered his advance before they were sent sprawling. Those who remained shouted and rushed towards him, yet they could not breach his formidable defense. Tony and Tonk, the most formidable of the apprentice knights, attempted to confront him. However, Tony's powerful punch struck Reit's chest without inflicting any harm, and Reit did not even flinch. With unabashed mirth, Reit laughed heartily, proclaiming, "Your strength is simply too feeble." While continuing to cackle, he plunged into the throng like a fierce tiger pouncing on unsuspecting lambs, swiftly toppling every soldier in his path. The fallen warriors lay scattered on the ground, their cries of anguish echoing in the air, causing Hyman's expression to darken. He had not anticipated that Ret was a knight, and not merely an ordinary one at that. Suddenly, he recalled the imposing figure of Raylan from the Weber family, who bore a striking resemblance to Ret. Remembering Ryland's peak prowess, which could rival that of the knight commander, Hyman found it unsurprising that Ret possessed such strength. However, if Ret was already this formidable, what of Edwards, who commanded his obedience? Hyman felt compelled to personally engage Edwards' capabilities. To his surprise, Edwards chose to challenge him directly. "My lord, I too wish to witness your strength," Hyman stated. "You may call me Hyman. I beg your pardon for any offense." Ret, observing the impending duel with disinterest, was confident that Edwards would prevail. After all, this fellow named Hyman could hardly defeat him. How could he possibly overcome Edwards? Meanwhile, the soldiers still lying on the ground, upon hearing that their commander would enter the fray, struggled to sit up, eager to witness the outcome of this confrontation. Edwards and Hyman stood their ground. With Hyman noticing Edwards' lack of intent to attack, a flicker of irritation crossing his face. Initially, Hyman had intended to hold back against Edwards, but his frustration had now taken over. Edwards, however, felt no particular inclination to engage. He found little excitement in Hyman's abilities. If he were to swiftly eliminate Hyman by attacking directly, it might unduly embarrass him, jeopardizing the unity of his future command. Unbeknownst to him, Hyman perceived this as arrogance, believing it improbable that someone of Edwards' age could possess knightly strength. Both men remained at an impasse, each harboring their own thoughts and concerns. Finally, Hyman launched himself at Edwards, showcasing his knightly prowess without holding back. Tony watched anxiously, fearing that Hyman's excessive force might injure this prominent figure from the Weber family, which would complicate matters for both parties. Yet, as Hyman's fist raced towards Edwards' chest, the situation Tony dreaded did not unfold. The force of this punch was immense, and its speed was astonishing. In Blackman's eyes, Edwards appeared almost unresponsive, standing still, neither evading nor attempting to block the impending attack. This left Blackman in a state of astonishment. He wished to retract his strength immediately, yet he surmised that even if he were to withdraw most of his power, it would likely inflict considerable harm upon this young man, who had scarcely tasted the rigors of combat. Before Blackman could regain control over his strength, an unforeseen event transpired. The hand of Edwards, dangling by his side, rose with a swiftness beyond Blackman's capability, swiftly enveloping Blackman's fist with precision. The collision of palm and fist produced a thunderous sound, creating a sonic boom. In Blackman's eyes, there was an expression of utter disbelief. His fist was ensnared by Edwards' alabaster hand, reminiscent of an egg striking a stone. In truth, no matter how hard Blackman exerted himself, he could not budge Edwards' palm an inch. Blackman understood that there was a significant disparity in speed and strength between them. With a mere flick of his hand, Edwards exerted pressure akin to that of Lucius. Tony, witnessing Edwards' block, could scarcely comprehend how Edwards had thwarted Blackman's assault, as if his hand had materialized from thin air, striking in an instant. Blackman withdrew his fist, while Edwards maintained his hand at his chest, returning to a state of effortless ease. "I have lost. The strength of the adult far surpasses my own," Blackman remarked. Edwards nodded in acknowledgement. The soldiers observing from a distance had anticipated a display of Blackman's might. They were taken aback that in a single move, their lord conceded defeat. To their trained eyes, it was unclear where Blackman faltered. Had it not been for their faith in him, they might have suspected a performance between Blackman and Edwards. "Lord Blackman has lost. How could this be? He is a knight," Tony exclaimed. "Quiet. The lord has indeed lost. Do you not feel the shame already?" The soldiers fell silent as a breeze swept into the valley, rustling the leaves and tousling Edwards' flowing purple hair. Following the wind's whisper, all became still, and the matter was about to settle. Chapter 29. Allegiance. Edwards entered the cave within the camp, illuminated by the soft glow of oil lamps, the warm orange light lending an inviting atmosphere to the cavern. A noble lady, striking in appearance, with a slender figure clad in a vibrant black gown, languidly reclined upon a chair draped in animal pelts, engrossed in a finely bound black tome. As Edwards stepped into the cave, Miss Lucy lifted her gaze slightly towards the approaching figure, who would likely become the object of her allegiance. Though the transition from countess to subordinate was a significant shift in status, it was, for her survival, the most prudent choice at this juncture. A flicker of surprise crossed Lucy's eyes. She would not admit that this gentleman from the Weber family was so exquisitely handsome, akin to a divine figure from a classical oil painting, exuding innate elegance and nobility. "My lord, you have arrived," Lucy said, rising and offering a slight bow. Edwards spoke gently. "Miss Lucy, there is no need for formality. Our relationship is one of equality. Although you may choose to follow me thereafter, we remain friends." Lucy gave a self-deprecating smile and replied, "Then I thank you, my lord." She then adopted a serious tone, stating, "You must be aware of our primary concern, our safety. I wonder if, after we choose to follow you, you will be able to safeguard us with your own strength. Following the kingdom's arena battles, I shall venture to the frontier, and you will accompany me. The fruits of our endeavors will be shared, and I am confident that I can alleviate the burdens imposed by the Fisher family upon you. Of course, this is contingent upon the condition that you have not entirely offended them." Edwards speculated that Lucius might have fallen victim to the Black Serpent family's treachery. It was essential to ascertain whether the Black Serpent family had become irreconcilable enemies of the Fisher family, for if so, the pressure on him to protect them would intensify, necessitating that the Black Serpent family offer greater value, such as autonomy or even the Black Serpent Codex. Lucy pushed a black leather tome across the table towards Edwards. He was somewhat taken aback, having deduced its significance, and he had not anticipated Miss Lucy's decisiveness in presenting her family's heritage so readily. "Is this your family's Black Serpent Codex?" he inquired. "Indeed, my lord," she affirmed. "Do you understand why the Fisher family sought to annihilate mine?" "I can surmise," he replied cautiously. With a fierce determination, Lucy declared. "Ralph, aware of his own mediocre talents, sought to tether our family to his chariot, thereby solidifying his position within both the family and the kingdom. My beauty and this Black Serpent Codex were his most coveted prizes. However, to my astonishment, my father refused his demands, prompting Ralph to resort to violence to seize what he desired." Edwards remained composed, responding gently, "So now, what Ralph desires is readily attainable before me. Your request is merely for assurance of safety? You do not wish for the Fisher family to be eradicated, or rather, those under Ralph's leadership within the Fisher family?" "Indeed," she affirmed. "There is one more matter. Do you not wish to know who orchestrated the massacre of an entire village with poison? The capability to silently eliminate a village ensures that no information is leaked. I only need to know that it was not your doing." Lucy chuckled wryly. "It appears you have a clear understanding of our predicament, my lord. I require 2 promises from you. First, assurance of the safety of the remaining members of our family. Second, the possibility, conditions permitting, to target or even eliminate the Fisher family." Edwards nodded. "This is acceptable. Ensuring safety is imperative, as I require the prowess of the Black Serpent family. Additionally, targeting the Fisher family would benefit the Weber family. Once I establish independence from the Weber family, my relations with the Fisher family will not be amicable. The opposition between our factions is irreparable. However, you must also obey my commands and become my loyal guards. Mind you, my loyal guards." Edward spoke with a grave tone. "Indeed, the Black Serpent Codex serves as the emblem of my lineage. Possessing it signifies your rule over the Black Serpent clan, making you the sovereign of us all," Lucy uttered delicately, her eyes glistening with affection as she gazed at Edward, displaying a captivating expression. Edward's previously serene demeanor faced a challenge, despite his usual composure. As if everything lay within his calculated grasp, he was still a mere 13-year-old boy, and the alluring charm of the mature and beautiful Miss Lucy was somewhat overwhelming. A faint blush crept to Edward's ears, but he swiftly regained his composure and addressed Lucy. "I shall step outside and speak with them." Before he could finish his sentence, he rose and departed, eager to escape this realm of tenderness. After Edward's exit, Lucy smiled, feeling that she had yet to reclaim her ground against him. Realizing she had not been perpetually led by Edward's rhythm, she brimmed with anticipation for the days ahead, convinced that following this young man would prove to be a wise choice. Edward, holding the Black Serpent Codex, exited the camp. The guards, who had previously writhed in agony on the ground, had now risen, with Rhett demonstrating his restraint in his actions. Rhett was currently engaged in a contest of strength with these guards. Their method of competition was straightforward and devoid of peril. They were engaged in a tug of war. Rhett grasped one end of the rope, while Tony, Tonk, and 20 others held fast to the other end. Blackman presided as the referee of this contest. Despite Rhett's formidable strength, he was still merely a teenager. The cunning of Blackman and Tony had flattered him with praises of being a youthful talent, a genius, and a knightly powerhouse, leading Rhett to believe he was one of their own, as if they had been comrades for an extended period. Edward felt a surge of joy. These individuals would soon become his subordinates, forming the cornerstone of his endeavors. The members of the Black Serpent family were all elite, each having undergone rigorous training, fully capable of serving as mid-level officers within an army. Blackman, a knight, stood as a formidable figure among the lesser nobility, even a pillar within the Weber family. Rhett's innate talent was indisputable. He was a true powerhouse, serving as Edward's right hand. When Edward emerged, the tug-of-war had reached an impasse. Rhett and the guards were evenly matched, with Rhett's strength rivaling that of the combined might of the two teams. The guards wore fierce expressions, while Rhett appeared to exert himself with ease. Upon seeing Edward step out from the camp, Rhett suddenly pulled with force, scattering the guards. Blackman, observing from the sidelines, berated them in frustration. "Have you all consumed your strength? 20 of you cannot match the strength of one." Tonk retorted, "But he is a knight." Hyman casually remarked, "What is wrong with the knights? I am also a knight." Upon noticing the peculiar gazes of his guards, Hyman, filled with indignation, contemplated giving Tonk a slap. At that moment, he spotted Edwards emerging from the camp with a black leather book, momentarily frozen in place. Chapter 30, Persuasion, Part 1. In a remote valley, seldom trodden by human feet, sunlight cascaded upon the earth, filtered through the leaves to create a mosaic of dappled shadows. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, offering a warm welcome, accompanied by the cheerful chirping of birds, enveloping the surroundings in a serene tranquility. A group of burly men, bare-chested, knelt on one knee, their spines erect, resolute gazes fixed upon the distinguished figure before them, who held the black leather book. Edwards, with his handsome visage and a gentle smile gracing his lips, radiated brilliance in the sunlight, his posture both relaxed and commanding. Hyman bellowed, "House of the Black Serpent, pledge your loyalty to our Lord." With a resounding thud, he knelt, proclaiming, "The Black Serpent shall not perish. I vow my allegiance unto death." The guards echoed in unison, "The Black Serpent shall not perish. We vow our allegiance unto death." The resounding chorus reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Edward's gaze shifted from gentle to grave. "Let us strive together," he said, bowing deeply to the assembly. "Rise, for thereafter we shall be kin. However, I must forewarn you, I am bound for the frontier to slay the wolfmen. Thus following me means stepping into the battlefield, where blood and fire await. Are you willing?" "Of course. We are all pent up with anticipation. Surely, you do not believe we have become this formidable solely through training." The guards voiced their eagerness and excitement for war, devoid of any hint of fear. Indeed, their current ferocity had been forged through the crucible of slaughter. Emerging from a sea of corpses and blood, Edwards felt elated to possess such fierce guards, though their numbers remained limited for now. Lucy had also donned a set of lightweight leather armor, approaching Edwards. He casually returned the Black Serpent's poison codex to her. "I have no interest in studying poisons. And this is, after all, a legacy of your family. Should I wish to learn the craft of poison making in the future, I shall seek your counsel." Lucy, somewhat taken aback, accepted the codex, not expecting Edwards to return it rather than wield it as a means of control over her. She softly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. Truly appreciative of Edwards's gesture. Tony must have mentioned to you that I wish to present you with a gift." "What kind of gift?" Lucy teased, her tone playful. "Can you guess what it is?" Edwards's cheeks flushed a delicate pink as he quickly replied, "I do not know." Following the early demise of his father, he seldom received gifts, especially from someone as beautiful as Lucy, a noble lady. Lucy refrained from further teasing Edwards, recognizing her ability to unsettle him with her playful banter. "We have captured Lucius of the Fisher family." "Indeed. I had thought you had killed him." Lucy expressed her bewilderment. Edwards then recounted the details his group had uncovered while exploring the Nolanra Gorge. "We had no intention of concealing our actions. After all, we were already wanted. If we had ambushed him, why did we not see it through?" He continued, "Ultimately, Lucius is not my primary adversary. Our initial aim was to incite a rebellion within him." "You sought to incite a rebellion in Lucius?" Edwards struggled to comprehend. Lucy, being of noble lineage herself, should understand the loyalty and sense of honor that bind noble families. "You must have failed, then." "Indeed, we intended merely to experiment, hoping to sway the bond between Lucius and Ralph, to set them against one another. After all, the intelligence regarding Lucius's ambush was rather peculiar. However, the most significant aspect of this ambush is something you would never guess." "What is it?" Edwards had never found conversing with a noblewoman to be such a perplexing endeavor. Miss Abby was straightforward and candid, unlike the enigmatic Lucy who kept him guessing. "Prior to our ambush, Lucius was drugged," she revealed. "What?" Edwards displayed genuine surprise for the first time, and Lucy felt a sense of accomplishment at having caught this astute young man's attention off guard. "Indeed, we overstepped during the ambush. Instead of immediately launching a bolt, Blackman and I attempted to subdue him directly. We were unprepared for his formidable strength, which nearly derailed our plan. It was only due to the effects of the drug that we managed to apprehend him after withstanding the initial pressure." Drugged. Edwards pondered the implications of this revelation. Given Lucius's status and position, it was improbable he would fall victim to poisoning unless it were orchestrated by someone close to him. Furthermore, Lucius had returned to the capital alone, a behavior inconsistent with his standing. All signs pointed to internal strife within his family, suggesting that they might wish to utilize our family to eliminate Lucius, with the most likely culprit being his brother, Ralph. Lucy continued. Edwards found Lucy's assertions compelling, aligning with their observations in Nolanra Gorge. Moreover, her hypothesis bore substantial weight. In light of this, recruiting Lucius did indeed seem feasible. The sense of familial loyalty among nobles is profound, yet the anguish of being forsaken by one's own kin is undoubtedly distressing. Even if Lucius would not betray his family at present, would he not be keen to uncover who wished him harm? Edwards resolved to assist Lucius in identifying his would-be murderer, thereby enticing him to join his cause. Lucy led Edwards into a small wooden cabin within the encampment. The cabin was devoid of windows, shrouded in darkness, and lacking any adornments. In a dim corner of the cabin sat a young man in a meditative pose. The young man, with his eyes tightly shut, appeared pale and haggard, his hands and feet bound by sturdy iron shackles that constrained his movements. Yet, even without such restraints, his frail condition suggested that escape would be a formidable challenge. This was Ruscio, the young master of the Fisher family. Edwards observed the youth in the darkness with quiet intensity. While his features were undeniably handsome, the once proud aura had now faded, leaving him strikingly weakened. Upon hearing Lucy's voice, Ruscio opened his eyes, revealing a dimness that exuded a sense of despair from his youthful frame. His gaze, devoid of life, fell upon Edwards, the elegant figure adorned with purple hair before him, yet he offered no indication of plea or reproach. Merely closing his eyes once more to await the uncertain fate that loomed, even his judgment was cast upon his former pride. Chapter 31. Persuasion, Part 2. Do you not wish to know who your tormentor is? Ruscio opened his eyes, tilting his chin slightly in Lucy's direction, indicating that his adversary was right before him. Edwards reiterated, "What I mean is, do you not desire to know who has conspired with the Black Serpent family to eliminate you?" Ruscio maintained his despondent demeanor, showing little interest in anything. Edwards continued, "I know you might have an inkling, but do you not wish to confirm? What if it is another family plotting against you, or perhaps that very person you suspect, seeking to eliminate rivals for their own power?" Ruscio remained silent, yet his gaze remained fixed on Edwards, absorbing his counsel. Unbeknownst to Ruscio, he could not discern Edwards' true intentions, nor whether he sought to exploit him to inflict harm upon his own family. Nonetheless, a part of Ruscio yearned to uncover the identity of his assailant. If it were indeed an external foe, it would spell disaster for the Fisher family. The infiltration of his family, the leakage of intelligence to the outside world, and the entrapment of its prodigy posed grave threats. With your strength and status, do you truly wish to perish anonymously in this nondescript cabin? Do you not yearn to reclaim your position, seize control of the Fisher family, and unleash your power in the battle against the werewolves, thereby achieving glory for your family and your kingdom? Edward's tone crescendoed. I do not crave power, nor do I harbor ambitions to command the Fisher family. However, you are correct. I should not meet my end in such a place. I must perish on the battlefield against the werewolves, Ruscio replied, his despondency lifting, replaced by a thirst for life and visions of a promising future. I know not your motives, but I thank you for rekindling my fighting spirit. I wish for you and the Black Serpent family to reconcile. Ruscio regarded Lucy with a cold gaze, observing the current leader of the Black Serpent family, their adversaries. Do not be hasty. I believe you need to hear the reasons behind the conflict between the Black Serpent family and your Fisher family. Miss Lucy painfully recalled the threats posed by Ralph against the Black Snake family. In light of his unfulfilled objectives, Ralph falsely accused the Black Snake family and subsequently enlisted Duke Fisher to annihilate them. These tragic memories were recounted by Lucy in a calm voice. The once vengeful glint in Rush's eyes was replaced by shame and guilt. In his heart, he came to accept that what Lucy described was likely true. His brother was indeed capable of such malevolence. Ralph was adept at manipulation, wielding power with ruthless cunning and employing deceitful tactics. It dawned on him that he should not have been so quick to call for violence against Lucy. Rather, it was his family that had wrought devastation upon her, rendering him the true adversary. You must not recognize me. I am Edwards from the Weber family, he introduced himself. Rush's expression shifted to one of surprise. You are Edwards. I know of you. You know me? Edwards replied, Indeed. My return to the capital was prompted by the emergence of two newly appointed knights, Edwards and Rhett, within the Weber family. I was summoned to restore the Fisher family's honor in the arena. Edwards nodded and continued. You should now comprehend that the assault against you was not without justification from the perspective of the Black Snake family. Furthermore, my presence in Taya City is due to an incident involving a village of one of the Weber family's vassals, which was slaughtered using poison from the Black Snake family. Ruscio initially felt astonished, pondering how Edwards could stand so close to Lucy, appearing as a leader of the Black Snake family, despite the massacre of his vassal's village. It struck him that there might be a scheme at play, using the Weber family as a means to eliminate the Black Snake family. Connecting these dots sent a chill down his spine. In ordinary circumstances, such deep-seated enmity would result in the Black Snake family eliminating him, followed by the Weber family extinguishing any remnants of the Black Snake. Truly a scenario devoid of witnesses. Even if his father, Duke Fisher, were to seek vengeance for his demise, the enemy would already be eradicated, leaving no evidence. Rush's countenance shifted as Edwards could surmise the turmoil within him. The Black Snake family was a victim of deceit, intended to be eradicated by their hands. If his situation intertwined with this, the coincidence would indeed be chillingly seamless.
Rushu fell silent, while Edwards patiently stood by his side, awaiting his thoughts. You have shared much with me. It seems you do not intend to kill me. However, I have one stipulation. I will not raise my hand against my own family. What if it is someone within your family plotting against you? Edwards gently posed this incisive question. A sharp pang pierced Rush's heart. He closed his eyes, and after a moment, reopened them, resolutely stating, even so, I will not act against Ralph. However, if I discover that external forces conspire against our family, with your involvement, even if you save me now, I shall show you no mercy. It is understandable. Rest assured, it is not the doing of our Weber family. Although Lucius did not explicitly state it, he has already conveyed his stance. Should the betrayal originate from within the family, he will refrain from participating in the actions of Edwards and his ilk against the Fisher family. He has exhausted his benevolence towards his kin. However, if the ambush was indeed orchestrated by Edwards, then Lucius's adversary becomes Edwards and the forces that support him. By allowing Lucius to escape, he is merely nurturing a potential threat. A personal guard entered the wooden cabin and removed the shackles from Lucius. In response, Lucius exhibited little emotional fluctuation. There was no elation at regaining his freedom, nor was there the pride and sharpness he once possessed. After enduring the baptism of this ambush, Lucius's mindset has ascended to a higher plane. The once ostentatious demeanor has transformed into one of restraint, shedding superficial brilliance and concealing his edge within. Edwards naturally perceived this change in Lucius, recognizing that he had turned misfortune into fortune, and surmised that Lucius was on the brink of transcending to the rank of a great knight. I heard from Lucy that you were previously drugged. You must know who was behind it, right? Yes, I do. It was my personal guard, Sapik. He has significantly aided my life and the enhancement of my abilities. I once regarded him as my elder, Lucius calmly articulated. Edwards nodded, refraining from offering solace to Lucius. It is essential to confirm with him, if he indeed orchestrated it. He must know the identity of the perpetrator. Chapter 32, Arrangements, Part 1. The sun began its descent, casting a dimmer glow, signaling the impending moment of parting. Beneath a tree outside the encampment, Edwards and Lucius stood at its base. Edwards possessed an innate affinity for various flora and fauna, cherishing them as embodiments of life. Given that Edwards was significantly younger than Lucius, he was now shorter. Fortunately, the slope at the base of the tree allowed them to appear of similar height. Edwards gazed upward at the leaves, while Lucius fixed his attention towards the direction of Taya City. Though his view was obstructed by the mountains and forests, the intensity of his questions and anger seemed to pierce through these tangible barriers, reaching the estate of Baron Riss in Taya City. Edwards observed the patterns on the leaves for a while before turning his gaze back to Lucius. Lucius had shed the aura of despondency that once enveloped him. No longer exuding the arrogance of before, he now appeared composed and unpretentious. If one were to liken his demeanor to a sword, it would be akin to a once gleaming knight's longsword transformed into a simple, unadorned broadsword. This description, however, does not fully encapsulate the essence of his transformation. It is not a complete alteration, but rather a retraction of his brilliance, akin to a longsword sheathed. Edwards's gaze was drawn to the sword in Lucius's hand. The sword bore a gray hue, with an ordinary scabbard, guard, hilt, and pommel, presenting a style that was the most conventional of longswords, appearing decidedly unremarkable, even more so than an average longsword. After all, the gray hue resembled a slightly tarnished blade. Yet, this seemingly ordinary longsword was none other than the weapon of Lucius, a companion he unfailingly carried with him under normal circumstances. What is the name of this sword? Edwards inquired, his gaze fixed upon the weapon in Lucius's hand. Lucius hesitated, a hint of confusion crossing his face, for his sword was indeed quite unremarkable. It is called Sanfeng, he replied. Sanfeng, a splendid name, perfectly suited to your current demeanor. It is evident that you hold this sword in high regard. Indeed, this sword was a gift from my father when my mother was alive. It was once his own weapon. Edwards, enlightened, remarked, the Duke's sword. No wonder it possesses an extraordinary air. Its appearance may be commonplace, yet as you have noted, it is truly remarkable. Sharp and resilient, forged from the finest iron, its essence is restrained and concealed, hence the name Sanfeng. Edwards nodded in acknowledgement of Lucius's sentiments, then shifted the conversation. What are your plans going forward? Do you require our assistance in apprehending the murderer? Lucius shook his head. No. I intend to forego returning to the capital and instead will conceal my identity as I return to Blackstone City. There, I have the support of the Fisher family's private army, approximately a battalion of soldiers, my trusted allies. I am confident that the Fisher family will not abandon this contingent and will undoubtedly send Sapik to lead them. The kingdom's military structure is based on battalions. A battalion consists of 3 companies. Each company contains 3 platoons, and each platoon is further divided into 3 squads, with each squad typically comprising 10 soldiers. A company thus consists of around 300 soldiers, an indispensable force. Edwards concurred with Lucius's strategy, yet it was evident that Lucius remained cautious around him, reluctant to accept too much assistance. Tony approached the two, addressing Edwards. "My lord, everything has been prepared." During the conversation between Edwards and Lucius, Blackman had been organizing his guards to gather and inventory their equipment. They were now clad in pristine armor, long swords at their waists, bows slung across their backs, and each held a knight's lance, its tip gleaming ominously. The demeanor of the guards had undergone a dramatic transformation from the disarray in which they had been left by Lethe. They now exuded the aura of an elite force. However, their strikingly new and ornate armor, devoid of the marks of battle, rendered them somewhat less intimidating. "Come, descend the mountain with us. I shall procure a horse for you. Surely you do not intend to walk back to Blackstone City on foot," Edward said to Lucius in a relaxed tone. Lucius nodded in gratitude. In truth, his delay in leaving was not without reason. He was unfamiliar with the descent, having been carried up the mountain against his will, and he required a horse. Lacking funds, and with his identity concealed, procuring a steed from Taya City would prove quite difficult. As the sun dipped below the mountain's peak, the sky transformed into a canvas of dyed silk, gradually darkening into shades of ink. As darkness gradually enveloped the valley, everything succumbed to obscurity. A group of individuals, shrouded in the night, silently descended the mountainside. They made not a sound. Silence prevailed, save for the rhythmic echo of their footsteps. Upon reaching the summit, they turned to behold a blazing fireball within the valley. This was the encampment of the Black Snake clan, now transformed into a radiant beacon illuminating the entire small valley. Even from their position below, where the valley was obscured, they could perceive the glow of crimson rising from the Darrow Mountains. The guards felt a twinge of melancholy. Although the camp in the valley lacked the comfort and vibrancy of the capital, fraught with mosquitoes and venomous ants, it remained their sanctuary in the Darrow Mountains, a refuge during their desperate flight from the kingdom. Edwards sensed their inner sorrow and vowed to them, "Trust me, we shall return soon." He added with a smile, "Not to flee, but to return with honor, establishing this valley as our training ground." The guards nodded in agreement, casting one last glance at the distant valley before turning away to descend. At Sir Blen's castle, atop the castle walls, Sir Blen, along with Shaq and Tell, stood with no one else in sight. Sir Blen appeared somewhat anxious, pacing back and forth along the battlements. Tell and Shaq were unaware of Sir Blen's thoughts. Earlier that day, upon returning from Taya City, Sir Blen had sent the militia home and instructed the castle to prepare provisions, not merely for a handful, but sufficient to satiate dozens, having slaughtered 2 cows alone. As night fell, Sir Blen, accompanied by his son and steward, ascended the walls, seemingly waiting with bated breath for someone's arrival. He refrained from answering Tell's inquiries, instead commanding with authority, "Soon, you shall understand." Chapter 33, Arrangements, Part 2, The Sky, veiled in mist, gradually obscured the moon, causing the silvery light to fade, plunging the surroundings into deeper darkness. Sir Blen, Tell, and Shaq remained stationed at the walls, now in their 4th hour of vigil. Tell, weary, found it increasingly difficult to endure the monotony of standing without understanding the purpose of their watch. Suddenly, Tell discerned dark figures emerging on the distant ground, approximately 20 to 30 individuals, moving with resolute strides and maintaining perfect formation. Despite their numbers, they emitted not a sound, skillfully muffling their steps and expertly managing their strength. From Tell's observations, it became apparent that this was an elite cadre of soldiers. However, he pondered whether knights accompanied them, for even these formidable troops would pose a significant challenge for the Blen family. Tur's face was marked by urgency as he swiftly turned to seek his father's counsel, only to find Sir Blen's countenance devoid of any sign of distress. Curiously, he inquired, "Father, who are those figures below?" Sir Blen maintained a serene expression, a hint of mirth glimmering in his eyes, yet he refrained from directly addressing Tur's question. "Who they are is of little significance. What matters is that we cultivate a favorable rapport with them." At that moment, Tur comprehended that these elite soldiers were indeed their allies, which explained his father's calm demeanor and his instructions to prepare a feast ample enough for dozens. The shadowy figures advanced slowly, soon closing the distance to merely a dozen meters from the city walls. It became apparent that apart from 5 individuals clad in diverse garments and armor, the remaining soldiers were adorned in pristine, standardized armor. They approached the base of the city, halting with a rhythmic precision, their gazes resolute and forceful. Fixed upon the three figures atop the wall, Tur felt as though he were witnessing a military review, a sensation that made his heart soar. Shaq had already descended the wall to open the gates, and as the soldiers took their positions, Sir Blen and Tur hastily made their way down to greet them. As the city gates opened, Edwards and Lucy led the procession, followed by Ruscio, then Leet and Hyman, with the elite guards of the Black Snake family trailing behind, each entering the castle in succession. From this close vantage point, Sir Blen could acutely sense the pressure emanating from these guards. They were equipped with formidable armaments, bearing knightly spears, long swords at their waists, and crossbows with quivers slung across their backs. Their stature was tall and imposing, exuding the essence of an ironclad army. Sir Blen could likely deduce their identities, pondering whether Tony had visited his estate or if he had been the one to receive them. When Edwards exited the city, he had instructed him to prepare provisions and gold. Edwards had assured him that these expenses would be reimbursed, yet Sir Blen, with his discerning perspective, preferred not to accept such remuneration. After all, this was a rising noble. The value of personal connections far outweighed mere monetary considerations. The 5 individuals who entered first were remarkable, each radiating the prowess of knights. Sir Blen naturally recognized Edwards and Leet. The other 3 possessed distinctly varying presences. The female knight, clad in lightweight leather armor that accentuated her curvaceous form, bore a captivating visage akin to a blooming rose. However, the formidable aura surrounding her hinted at the presence of thorns. The handsome man, with sharp features and a long sword in hand, displayed a demeanor of indifference, as if nothing could capture his attention. Despite his striking looks, even beside Edwards, he seemed to fade into the background, overshadowed by his understated and reserved nature, making him easily overlooked unless one observed closely. The remaining robust figure was a more conventional knight, exuding strength and gravitas, clearly adept in defense and characterized by a steady temperament. "This is Miss Lucy, and this is a friend of mine, the Black Knight." Sir Edwards introduced the 3 individuals to Sir Bren. Sir Bren instructed the Black Knight to dine with his guards first, while he led Edwards and the others to the castle's dining hall. The dining hall was exquisitely decorated, impeccably clean, free from any dust. A grand marble table was laden with an abundance of food, predominantly meats, alongside some staple dishes, all presented in exquisite silverware. The arrangement of the dishes demonstrated a profound respect for the guests. The others were well versed in such opulence, particularly Lucius and Lucy, both of noble lineage, while Edwards, Rhett, and the Black Knight also held esteemed positions within noble families. Thus, Sir Bren's lavish setup was merely commonplace for them. Meanwhile, Turl escorted the Black Snake family's guards to a large chamber, furnished with 3 grand tables overflowing with meat. Upon witnessing this feast, the guards could hardly contain their salivation, for many had not savored such delicacies in quite some time. Although they had consumed meat in the Droll Mountains, the portions were scant, and the flavor was rather dull, primarily seasoned with mere salt. "My lord, we shall depart tomorrow. Please keep our dining here today a secret. You have not seen us," Edwards implored Sir Bren. "Understood." Sir Bren nodded, aware that knowing too much about certain matters could be detrimental. Furthermore, as Edwards did not name the identities of these elite individuals, Sir Bren assumed they were merely ordinary soldiers, rather than fugitives of the realm. "My lord, I have heard that Sir Edwards mentioned one of your villages, whose water source remains unpurified and laden with toxins. I happen to possess an antidote. You need only sprinkle this remedy into the water," Lucy remarked. Sir Bren expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Miss Lucy. Resolving the water issue in his village would swiftly restore its prosperity, which was vital for the kingdom, as land was paramount. As long as land was available, it would not be long before a viable tax-generating village could be re-established. Sir Bren was now aware of the identities of the others, yet the identity of the handsome and reserved young man eluded him. However, observing the young man's dining etiquette, which was on par with Miss Lucy's, exuded elegance, Sir Bren realized that this young man also hailed from noble origins, and given his age and prowess, it was evident that he could not have been nurtured by an ordinary family. "My lord, there is one more matter in which I require your assistance. My friend needs a horse for a journey he must undertake." Edwards relayed Lucius's request to Sir Bren. With a smile, Sir Bren responded, "Of course. My lord's friend is also my friend. Sir Bren need not worry about whether his efforts today will yield no reward. He possesses a keen insight that the individuals like Edwards, once they mature, shall not remain ordinary. Thus, Sir Bren is eager to invest in them before they rise to prominence. Edwards has fulfilled his mission, indeed exceeding expectations. having not only won over the Black Serpent family but also fostered a positive relationship with Ruscio while uncovering the internal issues of the Fisher family. Tomorrow, he shall return to the royal capital and thereafter secure a commendable position in the arena battles to lay the groundwork for his ambitious endeavors. Chapter 34. Paths diverge. The inky sky gradually lightens as dawn breaks the night. Departure is imminent. Outside the walls of Brunn Castle, Edwards and his companions await. Sir Brunn, accompanied by his son, steps out to bid them farewell. Edwards, Rhett, and Lucy lead their horses, while the remaining loyal guards of the Black Serpent family, including Knight Hyman, must rely on their own legs, devoid of mounts. Ruscio rides ahead, making his way to Blackstone City to assume command of his army stationed there. After parting ways with Sir Brunn, Edwards and his companions embark on their journey together for a while. The day prior, they had meticulously crafted their plans. Edwards, Rhett, and Lucy would return to the royal capital, while Hyman would lead his guards toward the northern desert of the kingdom to establish a foothold. This desert is not a barren wasteland devoid of life, but rather a sparsely populated region characterized by numerous hills, undulating terrain, swamps, and dense primordial forests. Navigating this remote desert poses challenges in terms of directionality. Consequently, no grand cities have been established in this desolate expanse. Only small villages and towns are scattered across this vast landscape. Due to climatic conditions, agricultural yields are meager, discouraging noble enterprises in the area. Over time, the desert has evolved into an unregulated territory of the kingdom, becoming a refuge for criminals. Notably, the kingdom's lack of governance over this region is not due to the presence of formidable powers, but rather the imbalance between investment and returns. Even if nobles were to occupy this desert and relocate populations, the lack of arable land renders all aspirations futile. Moreover, the desert does not hold military significance. It would offer no defense against the wolfmen, further dissuading nobles from expending manpower and resources on such a seemingly bottomless pit. To the north of the desert lies the territory of the wolfmen, yet the Luncia mountain range stands as a verdant barrier, keeping them at bay. The Luncia Mountains are not renowned for their towering peaks, but rather for their extensive primordial forests. Once one enters the mountains, the towering trees obscure the sun, making it challenging to discern direction. One must mark symbols on the trees to navigate, or risk losing not only the path forward, but also the way back. It is precisely this wild, unvalued expanse that Edwards intends to cultivate as his target for development. The farthest western stronghold, Blackstone City, stands as a bastion against the werewolves, serving as the kingdom's arrow that pierces deep into the heart of their territory. Although the kingdom currently adopts a conciliatory strategy towards the werewolves without initiating any assaults, it is the presence of Blackstone City that grants the kingdom both offensive and defensive capabilities. To the south lies Iron City, managed by the Weber family, which serves as the second battlefield in the war against the werewolves, while the northern wasteland remains largely neglected. Edwards intends to embark from the desolate expanse for two primary reasons. Firstly, both the western and southern fronts are dominated by formidable cities, accompanied by noble villages outside their gates. While launching an attack from these directions may provide a foundational advantage, it also invites substantial resistance and fierce competition from other nobles, with both areas being heavily fortified and defended by the werewolves. It would be folly for Edwards to lead his two small squads directly into the well-guarded territories of the werewolves. Though confident, he is not foolish enough to seek his own demise. Moreover, the arid region, due to its inhospitable climate and environment, is of little concern to both the kingdom and the werewolves, should he manage to breach the constraints of the Luncia mountain range. Entering the werewolf territory would be relatively effortless. The northern expanse of the werewolf domain is synonymous with barrenness, thus lacking formidable tribes, which would facilitate Edwards in launching incursions into their ranks. Additionally, there exists a seemingly trivial reason. The lawless zone is a veritable treasure trove. Within this realm, Edwards can ethically recruit soldiers, and since much of the wealth in the wasteland is amassed through illicit means, converting it into support for the war against the werewolves would be utterly justifiable. Soon, at a fork in the road, Edwards and his two companions parted ways with the elite guards led by Hyman. The guards were bound for the desert, necessitating a long journey, and thus they were not clad in full armor. They donned regular attire, with only Hyman and the two squad leaders wearing leather armor, carrying visible weapons consisting solely of long swords and crossbows wrapped in black cloth. The complete set of elite gear weighed approximately 20 kilograms, which, while manageable for short-distance assaults, proved impractical for extended travel. Additionally, a squad of such finely equipped soldiers would easily betray their location. Consequently, Hyman, Tony, and Tunk divided into three teams. each leading 6 soldiers disguised as ordinary mercenary groups, and set forth towards the desert. The remaining armor and long spears were naturally left in the castle of the Brun family. Sir Hyman, I must ask you to venture into the desert first. According to our prior plan, seek a suitable place to establish a base. Avoid alarming the enemy and ascertain the distribution of power within the desert to facilitate our future operations, Edwards instructed Hyman. Understood, my lord. We will exercise restraint. Hyman replied with a sinister grin, revealing his eagerness and confidence in handling malevolent forces, a domain in which they were well versed. Edwards nodded, silently mourning for the malevolent forces of the desert. Although the Black Snake family was now labeled as fugitives in the kingdom, they had once been a great noble clan. Even in their diminished state, they still posed a formidable threat to the lower-tier powers. Under the oppression of the Fisher family, the Black Snake family had been simmering with pent-up frustration, eager to unleash their fury. Uncle Hyman, ensure everyone has safety, he urged. Hyman, with a solemn expression, nodded and assured Lucy, my lady, rest assured, I shall protect the brothers' safety. Rubbing his head, he added, I promise to avoid trouble as much as possible. If others do not provoke me, I shall not provoke them. I will certainly not seek out conflict. There was no need for excessive caution. As long as their identities remained concealed and their strength hidden, they could proceed according to their own plans and appropriately address the desert's forces. Under the premise of maintaining their anonymity, they must not allow the local tyrants to bully them. Hyman's smile brightened, his slightly fierce countenance becoming more menacing. Rest assured, my lord, should they truly provoke us, they will witness the wrath of a dragon crossing the river. Rhett smiled, excitement evident in his voice. Let us assert our presence. The personal guards formed 3 ranks, with Hyman, Tony, and Tunk leading the way. They bowed to Edwards and then dispersed into 3 teams. Their formation became more casual, losing the sharpness of their earlier demeanor within mere moments. The 3 watched as the guards gradually vanished from sight before turning their horses around and returning to the royal capital. Chapter 35. The third prince, a horse galloped past, raising a cloud of dust. A solitary knight, lost and bewildered, raced towards his destination, yet was enveloped in uncertainty about the future. He felt despondent and helpless. Yet surrender was not an option. His innate pride and resilience compelled him to persevere. If it were indeed Raelf who had ensnared him, then that family was steeped in decay, and he bore the responsibility of enacting reform within his own lineage, restoring the honor and duty of nobility rather than frivolously wielding power and manipulating rules. Upon learning from Lucy that the Black Snake family had seized 2 shipments destined for Blackstone City, Lucius felt an even deeper disappointment towards the pampered nobility of the royal capital. The act of commandeering supplies surely had the backing of the great nobles of the capital. The Black Snake family, though powerful, could not have possessed such precise knowledge of the shipment times and locations, nor would the soldiers transporting the supplies have offered no resistance. If they had attempted to resist and found themselves overmatched, that would be understandable. However, according to Lucy, the soldiers responsible for transporting the supplies fled at the mere sight of the raiders. All of this suggested a premeditated scheme. The Black Snake family took only what they required before departing, and with just 2 small squads. It was implausible that they could have seized 2 large shipments and found a covert place to store them. Most crucially, the supply theft had not stirred significant outrage. Only the soldiers in Blackstone City experienced a reduction in their provisions, and the upgrading of their equipment was likewise adversely affected. To comprehend the military composition of Blackstone City, it is essential to note that the garrison comprises approximately 10,000 soldiers. Among them, 8,000 are direct troops of the second prince, divided into 4,000 elite forces and 4,000 reserve soldiers. The remaining 2,000 are private soldiers of the nobility, which includes 300 soldiers from the Fisher family. Both the border troops and the private soldiers are sustained by the kingdom's treasury. A tacit agreement between the crown and the nobility, providing the majority of supplies, encourages the nobles to station their private soldiers at the borders, simultaneously offering them an opportunity for military training. The daily sustenance required for 10,000 soldiers is substantial, particularly in a frontier region where the specter of war looms ever present. The soldiers are afforded relatively high-quality provisions, with meat supplied every few days. Although the exploitation by the nobility is a common practice, they are acutely aware of the significance of the border forces. Should the gnolls breach the kingdom's territory, the losses would extend beyond mere finances, potentially endangering their own noble lives. Their adeptness at weighing interests is well known. Thus, under ordinary circumstances, the nobility extends considerable support to Blackstone City. The supplies sent from the royal capital to Blackstone City consist not solely of food. The primary food provisions come from nearby towns, while the royal supplies mainly include gold coins and superior weaponry. For instance, the fully armed equipment of the Black Snake family's guards is sourced from these military-grade supplies. Through Lucy's recounting and subsequent confirmation with Edwards, Lucius can surmise who is orchestrating the theft of supplies destined for Blackstone City. The Duke of Meyer possesses unparalleled wealth in the kingdom and oversees its finances, making it highly plausible that the Meyer family is behind the supply theft. Although Lucius remains unaware of the Duke's motivations for the theft, he senses an unsettling shift in the situation. Despite having spent the past year in Blackstone City, he has heard troubling news regarding the health of Messies III, whose physical condition is deteriorating and whose grip on royal power is waning significantly. However, Lucius lacks both the time and capacity to intervene in these matters. His immediate priority is to return to Blackstone City, regain control of his family's private soldiers, conceal his identity, and identify his adversaries before plotting his next course of action. In a room adorned with simplicity and solemnity, three nobles sit poised. Their visages share striking similarities, with the central figure being the eldest, yet exhibiting no signs of aging. He possesses a handsome demeanor tinged with maturity, his penetrating gaze commanding attention as the focal point of the assembly. The noble to the right presents a gentle countenance, reminiscent of a warm jade, exuding an air of unattainable elegance. His hair, a lustrous gold, signifies the noble Messi's lineage, and his attire, embroidered with golden threads, is understated yet replete with grace and opulence. To the left sat a nobleman with a pallid complexion and subtle dark circles beneath his eyes. Though youthful, he exuded an air of indulgence, and he was none other than Ralph. In the center, the esteemed Duke Fisher, the kingdom's most eminent noble and a powerful knight commander, held court. The noble with the bloodline of the Messi's family was the third prince. His mother, the Duke's aunt, bore traces of the Fisher lineage, thus fostering a camaraderie between the third prince and the Fisher family, who ardently supported his ascension to the throne. The third prince gazed at Duke Fisher and, with a smile, inquired, "My lord, tomorrow marks the commencement of the arena battles. Will Lucius arrive in time?" The Fisher family crest, depicting a balanced scale, symbolized fairness and justice. The Duke, wielding the kingdom's judicial authority, was a figure of great esteem and gravitas, his voice imbued with authority as he replied, "Your Highness, I am unaware of the exact time of Lucius's return. Ralph, inform His Highness when your brother shall arrive in the capital." "Your Highness, under normal circumstances, Lucius should return today, at the latest by tomorrow morning, thus ensuring he does not miss our arena battles and can indeed bring honor to our family," Ralph conveyed to the second prince, his tone laced with concern and anticipation for his brother, albeit with a hint of derision in his gaze. The third prince, hearing Ralph's response, nodded in satisfaction and remarked with a smile, "Even if he cannot return, it matters not. It is merely an arena battle, which does not alter our grand scheme." For the great nobles, the arena battles were primarily a contest of reputation, with the stakes bearing little impact on their fortunes. The summoning of Lucius was also a strategic move to temper the ambitions of the Weber family. In truth, the primary beneficiaries of the kingdom's arena battles were the aspiring knights from the lesser noble families and the offspring of noble knights. Success in these contests could earn them the favor of the great nobles and legitimate rights to venture to the frontiers for territorial expansion. To the common folk, however, the arena battles were of little consequence, as they lacked the means and capabilities to nurture champions. The foundation of training lay in sustenance. Without the means to secure basic nourishment, the emergence of knights was an impossibility. The only recourse for the commoners was to enlist in the military, where they could risk their lives to earn merit, secure greater resources, and attain enhanced strength. Yet, the rise of commoner knights was fraught with challenges. Even with resources available in the military, one required the noble bloodline to ascend to knighthood. Presently, the kingdom enjoyed a period of truce, devoid of conflicts that could alter the kingdom's fate and provide pathways for the lower classes to rise. Furthermore, the advancement to knighthood was no trivial matter. It was destined to be a bloody endeavor, akin to the leap of a fish to become a dragon, with success being exceedingly rare. Chapter 36. The royal palace. After a brief exchange among the three, Duke Fisher rose to depart. Most of the family's power had now been entrusted to Ralph. As the Duke focused on enhancing his own strength, relinquishing the affairs of the family into Ralph's capable hands. After the departure of Duke Fisher, the third prince and Ralph exchanged glances, both eyes glinting with a mysterious and sinister light. "Your Highness, is everything progressing smoothly?" The third prince's gaze shimmered with an eerie glow, starkly contrasting with his gentle and innocuous demeanor. Exuding an aura of danger that harmonized unsettlingly with Relfa's ruthless disposition seated across from him. Upon hearing Relfa's inquiry, the third prince chuckled softly, confidently replying, "Of course. The poison is slow-acting, and its creator was none other than the kingdom's former master of poison, Count Black Serpent." Speaking of Count Black Serpent, he lamented, "I have informed you of his capabilities, yet you chose to eliminate him. He was of great utility to me. Your Highness, Count Black Serpent knew far too much. Keeping him alive could jeopardize your plans." Relfa's voice dripped with malice as he continued, "Moreover, I have witnessed the beauty of his daughter." The third prince teased. Relf, unfazed by the exposure of his pretext, replied harshly, "He deserved to die. I had already promised his daughter would become the next duchess, but they refused. If he lives, who will die instead?" That alone must have exerted considerable pressure given Lucius's talent. If you could harness the influence of the Black Serpent family, it would be immensely beneficial. Indeed, Your Highness, one cannot hide the truth from you. The Black Serpent family, being a lineage of poisoners, possesses profound resources that would greatly aid our family. However, I hold admiration and pride for Lucius, and I would not oppose him, Relf stated earnestly. The third prince remained non-committal. That would be for the best. As I mentioned, only with Lucius's assistance can you achieve greater ambitions. Relf recognized this as the third prince's dismissal of his own talents and strength, yet he could not refute it. He was still merely a knight, and even the prospect of becoming a grand knight seemed insurmountable, while Lucius's talents shone as the kingdom's future star. In truth, Relf harbored regrets. Had that incident not occurred, he would have gladly supported Lucius. Yet now, his actions had irrevocably set them at odds. In a secluded hall of the palace, opulence adorned the space, with artistic gold and silver artifacts strategically placed, imbuing the palace with a luxurious yet elegantly artistic ambience. Rich with nobility, in the chamber stood a grand bed, intricately carved with exquisite patterns, draped in golden silk curtains that shimmered under the glow of oil lamps, radiating brilliance. A sudden fit of violent coughing erupted from the bed, shattering the stillness within the hall. Several servants hastened into the chamber. Among them, a lady-in-waiting drew back the curtains to reveal the king's flushed face from coughing, promptly retrieving a crystal-clear jade vial from a nearby cabinet. She gently propped the king up, patting his back, serving him the medicine from the vial. After taking the medicine, the king's condition swiftly improved. His breathing steadied, his complexion regained a healthy glow, and he appeared rejuvenated. "You may all leave," he instructed. The king waved his hand, signaling Lady Judy to lead the servants away, and muttered to himself, "It is imperative that we address the matter of the throne's succession." Following behind, Judy, upon hearing the word succession, shuddered, clearly attentive to the gravity of the situation. "Dear Sister Judy, I wish to see father. I am anxious about his health." A melodious voice resonated from outside the hall. In response, the lady-in-waiting replied, "Your Highness, the king has just taken his medicine and is likely resting." However, before she could finish her sentence, the king's robust voice echoed from within, "Come in. I am not so weak as to be unable to see my own daughter. Princess Sophia, the jewel of the kingdom and the favored child of King Messes III, entered the chamber. At the age of 84, Messes III had a considerable age gap with his beloved 15-year-old daughter, which only deepened his affection for her. Once a formidable knight and the kingdom's unparalleled champion, he was now a shadow of his former self. As Sophia stepped into the chamber, before she reached the king's bedside, she heard a faint cough. The once imposing figure of the king had diminished. His golden hair, a symbol of the Messes lineage, had lost its luster. In a short span of illness, not only had his strength waned, but his physical condition had deteriorated significantly. Supported by the prowess of a knight, it seemed implausible that he could have fallen to such a state, resembling an ordinary elderly man. Seeing the frail man reclining on the bed, trembling from his cough, with dimmed eyes and a face etched with wrinkles, Sophia felt a pang of sorrow. The formidable father, once a pillar of strength, was now aged and vulnerable. Taking his hand in hers, she gazed upon his face, her voice quivering with emotion. "Father." Messes III gently wiped away the tears at the corner of Sophia's eye. "Do not weep. I am fine," he reassured her. "But father, how could your health have deteriorated so swiftly?" The king fell silent for a moment, grappling with his own confusion. Under normal circumstances, with the strength of a grand knight, he should have maintained good health until the end. This sudden illness had rendered him exceptionally weak. Yet, there was no evidence of foul play. Following the onset of his ailments, Messes III had become even more stringent regarding the safety of his food. Each meal was subjected to rigorous scrutiny before it reached his table. Thus, He could only conclude that the old injuries from his younger days had resurfaced. It is nothing, merely the resurgence of old wounds from my youth. Besides, your brother's medicine is quite effective, he stated. Sophia's eyes glistened with concern for Messi's 3. Her heart aching at the sight of her once mighty father now reduced to a bedridden state. Alongside her sorrow, a sense of uncertainty about her own future loomed. Having lost her mother during childbirth, Messi's 3 was her sole anchor in the world. As for the other princes, their ages differ greatly from Sophia's. And as members of the royal lineage, emotional connections are scarce. It seemed that Messi's 3 discerned Sophia's concerns and spoke in a calming tone. Your father is aging, and it is likely that he will be unable to protect you in the future. Noticing Sophia's eyes welling with tears, the king gently patted her hand. You possess remarkable talents, he continued, his tone growing serious, and should any unforeseen circumstances arise, you may seek refuge with the Weber family. Confused, Sophia inquired, the Weber family? Indeed. In the current royal capital, the Marquis of Weber is the most trustworthy ally. Chapter 37. The flames of the Droll Mountains. 3 days had elapsed since Lucius departed for the royal capital. Sapik had informed Lucius that he was to seek the remnants of the Black Serpent family in the city of Teia, following orders from Ralph. During Lucius's absence, Sapik and his men scoured the area for clues, yet their efforts yielded little success. Sapik had also heard from merchants arriving in Teia that the Nalanra Gorge, a crucial route to the royal capital, had been blocked for some time. Accompanied by soldiers from the Reese family, Sapik ventured to investigate. But due to the meticulous arrangements of the Black Serpent family and his own lackluster inquiries, he uncovered no information. All he learned was that the thugs responsible for the blockade were elite forces, likely affiliated with the Black Serpent family, with a high probability of targeting Lucius. Baron Reese and March were concerned for Lucius's safety, yet they struggled to reach him in a timely manner, ultimately deciding to consult with Sapik about inquiring once more in a few days to ascertain whether Lucius had arrived in the royal capital. At that moment, within a chamber of the Reese barony, Sapik sat in a plush chair draped in animal pelts, tilting his head to one side, his hand propping up his chin as he pondered the situation. Just moments ago, he had received a report. A dazzling fire had erupted among the mountains of the Droll Range the previous night. Baron Reese suspected it might be connected to the Black Serpent family. The reason for the delay in reporting it to him was, according to Baron Reese, a desire not to disturb his rest. However, Sapik was well aware of the underlying motive. The Reese family sought to claim the merit of locating the Black Serpent family. This thought elicited a sardonic smile from him, for did they truly believe that the Black Serpent family could be so easily dealt with? Sapik paid little mind to the Reese family's ulterior motives. After all, his purpose was not to investigate the Black Serpent family, but merely to find an excuse to remain in Teia. Nevertheless, the unexpected wildfire in the Droll Mountains captivated Sapik's attention, and he murmured to himself, is this fire the result of an accident? Or is it the doing of the Black Serpent family? Have they exacted their revenge and now seek to flee? Or could there be other reasons at play? No, I must go and see for myself. Sapik feared that Lucius had not been slain by the Black Serpent family, but had instead escaped their clutches. He was acutely aware of Lucius's formidable strength. If Lucius truly managed to evade capture, it would undoubtedly become his worst nightmare. The brilliance and innate talent of Lucius astounded him, yet he recognized that Lucius was still untested by adversity. If Ruscio were to undergo a metamorphosis in this seemingly fatal situation, it would undoubtedly render him even more formidable. Reflecting on this, Sapik hurriedly exited the room in search of Baron Riss. My Lord Baron, I wish to investigate the location in the Dello Mountains where the flames were sighted. It might be connected to the Blacksnake family. Very well, Baron Riss replied solemnly, gesturing for a servant to approach. He commanded, accompany Lord Sapik to that location. Under the servant's guidance, Sapik ascended the mountain and trekked through the woods. The paths within the mountains were arduous, strewn with rocks and potholes. Initially, the servant moved swiftly, but soon he was gasping for breath. Sapik, however, remained unhurried, trailing behind at a leisurely pace. The flames had been observed the previous night. Regardless of what transpired here before, it was likely that everything had dissipated by now. The encampment of the Blacksnake family lay in ruins. Its perimeter fences and wooden huts collapsed. Only a few larger wooden pillars remained, testament to their former sturdiness, while the rest had turned to ashes. With sporadic embers flickering atop the pillars, the entire camp had become a desolate wasteland. The cave within the encampment still retained its original form, though it was now entirely emptied, devoid of all contents. Maki, accompanied by several soldiers from the Riss family, meticulously surveyed the camp, but aside from the debris, they found nothing of value. This was, of course, understandable. as the remaining combat strength of the Black Snake family was beyond what the baronial Riss family could contend with. Who goes there? A patrolling soldier, alerted by an unusual sound, shouted loudly. Upon hearing the call, Maki became vigilant, drawing his crossbow and nocking an arrow. His gaze fixed on the soldier's point of alertness. They were deep in the heart of the Dello Mountains, and their situation was perilous. Encountering an insurmountable problem could lead to their demise. Not far off, in a hollow, a servant appeared. Maki noted that the servant's attire resembled that of his own family. Behind the servant stood a middle-aged man clad in leather armor. It was Sapik. The servant was initially startled, arriving at the camp only to be met with the watchful eyes of a group. Upon seeing Maki, he immediately brightened. "Master, the Baron sent me to bring Lord Sapik here for a look." Maki nodded, turning to Sapik. "My lord, you have arrived. Have you made any discoveries?" "My lord, I have only just arrived myself. Apart from this expanse of ashes, no traces remain. However, based on the size of the encampment, one could roughly estimate that it housed around 20 to 30 individuals." Sapik regarded Maki with a hint of mockery. "You've just arrived, you say?" Maki scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Indeed, I feared I had come too early, that the inhabitants had not yet departed. Well, I suppose I should give them some time to prepare. After all, they are on their way out." "You are indeed quite sincere. Have you not considered the possibility of arriving early to intercept those within the camp, thereby achieving greater merit?" "Of course, I have contemplated this, yet I must possess the requisite strength to do so." Maki glanced around the camp, particularly fixating on the cave, and with a sense of trepidation remarked, "I am increasingly grateful for my prudence." Sapik followed Maki's gaze towards the cave. Previously, the cave was obscured deep within the camp, concealed by wooden fences and cabins. Now, it lay fully exposed before them. "My lord, please follow me," Maki beckoned, leading Sapik towards the cave. Inside the cave, darkness enveloped them. Maki retrieved 2 torches from a soldier, handed one to Sapik, and together they ventured into the cave. The cave was elongated and devoid of any items, as everything had been removed and incinerated. Holding the torch in one hand, Sapik meticulously tapped on the cave walls, searching for hidden compartments. Meanwhile, Maki stood quietly by, waiting for Sapik to finish his fruitless exploration before guiding him deeper into the cave. To the side, there was a small chamber, equally vacant, and they continued further back. The passage narrowed, bending sharply, and ahead stood a small wooden door. Sapik approached to push it open, but Maki cautioned, "My lord, be careful. Behind is a cliff." As Sapik opened the door, a sheer precipice loomed before them, exceedingly steep, soaring approximately 40 to 50 meters above the ground, with a smooth surface that offered few footholds. The door revealed a recess outside, which Sapik surmised was intended for an iron spike, to which a rope could be tethered. In the event of an unavoidable attack, one could swiftly descend to the valley below. Yet, given the steepness of the cliff, even a common soldier, without rigorous training, would find it exceedingly difficult to muster the courage and ability to reach the base safely. Thus, it was highly probable that this camp served as the stronghold of the Black Snake family within the Dello Mountains. Chapter 38. Awakening affections. The moon hung high in the sky, surrounded by twinkling stars. The wind rustled the leaves, and a campfire flickered beneath the trees, casting a warm glow in the desolate wilderness. After a long day's journey, night had fallen, signaling a time for rest. Beneath the trees, by the fire, sat 3 individuals, 2 seated and 1 reclined, namely Edwards and his companions. Lucy added a log to the fire, which crackled under the flame's embrace. The fire, once feeble, grew robust, illuminating Lucy's and Edward's faces with a warm radiance. Edwards held a black leather tome, the Codex of Black Snake Venoms, and by the fire's light, he pored over its pages with intense focus, while Lucy provided timely guidance. As for Let, the continuous sound of his snoring revealed his current state. Is the entirety of the Codex's contents not meant to be revealed? Edwards swiftly perused the contents of the Poison Codex, discovering that only a scant few pages at the front were accessible. The majority of the latter sections appeared to be conjoined as if fused by water. Indeed, the Black Serpent Codex embodies the legacy of my family, housing numerous methods for the creation and antidote of poisons. However, the knowledge within this tome necessitates continual exploration. Upon the completion of each new poison, a single drop must be infused into the Codex to unlock further content. At this juncture, I have progressed to the point where I can concoct poisons targeting great knights, although I am still unable to produce toxins effective against those of the Knight Commander tier. Lucy explained to Edwards, her tone laced with a hint of pride. Although her prowess among knights could be deemed average, her value as a poison master transcends conventional measures of strength. Upon hearing Lucy's words, Edwards found himself further perplexed. Had the old count not unlocked the contents of the codex? Of course he had. My father's skill in toxin creation was already sufficient to affect great knights. However, the current Black Serpent Codex recognizes me as its master, thus unlocking content based on my level of expertise. At that time, my abilities did not permit me to delve deeper into the knowledge of toxins. So during my father's lifetime, I only mastered poisons of the knight stage. Generally speaking, only those of knightly strength can unlock poisons of the knight stage. Edwards lifted the codex before him, gazing at the exquisitely adorned black and gold-covered tome. Apart from its antiquity and opulence, he felt nothing particularly extraordinary. Can this codex truly recognize its master? Sensing Edward's skepticism, Lucy, somewhat irked, replied, "Of course it can. Moreover, I believe the codex's limits extend beyond that of knight commanders. There may exist even more formidable stages, capable of targeting mightier beings." As she spoke, Lucy rose and approached Edwards, reclaiming the codex from his hands and pointing to a specific chapter. "Look here, it contains hallucinogenic poisons. Is that not a toxin capable of inducing hallucinations? Have you ever heard of such a poison's existence?" Edwards fell silent. Indeed, a toxin that could evoke hallucinations. Was it still a poison? It seemed nothing short of miraculous. "You have never heard of it, have you?" Lucy felt a surge of exhilaration, relishing the opportunity to confound Edwards in her area of expertise. "Furthermore, I have yet to locate the mandrake flower, which is part of the formula for the hallucinogenic poison. If the codex truly unlocks its content stage by stage, then I believe there must indeed be beings more powerful than knight commanders. Beyond our world, there may exist even stronger realms, inhabited by mightier beings and superior resources, such as the mandrake flower." Lucy gazed skyward, observing the multitude of stars, her mind alight with visions of a splendid future. Her delicate profile was illuminated by the moonlight, her eyes sparkling with brilliance, captivating Edward's spirit. He too felt inspired by Lucy's fervor, envisioning the worlds beyond their own and yearning for greater strength to conquer more territories. Edwards possesses a gentle disposition, soothing as jade. However, his aristocratic upbringing destined him to be a conqueror and a ruler. The most significant distinction between him and other nobles lies in the governing policies he adopts for his future dominions, whether they be brutal or benevolent. The compendium of poisons is intricate, categorized by their origins such as botanical, mineral, and serpentine toxins, classified by the onset of their effects into chronic and acute poisons, and further divided by their outcomes into sedatives, lethal toxins, and hallucinogens, among others. Hence, it is evident that one must comprehend my significance. Lucy, with a hint of self-importance, addressed Edwards, her demeanor reminiscent of a youthful girl despite her seniority. Edwards harbored no aversion toward Lucy. Her rose-like presence profoundly impacted him. As he was but a young man, his cheeks flushed a deeper hue, fortunately concealed by the flickering firelight, betraying no signs of his embarrassment. "Indeed, you are important." Upon hearing Edward's response, Lucy beamed with delight, causing his face to redden further. "My esteemed lord, do you have any plans ahead?" Edwards, feeling no need for reservation, responded candidly. For Lucy had already demonstrated her sincerity by pledging her remaining loyal guards to his command and entrusting him with her family's legacy, the Tome of the Black Serpent. His strategy involved securing a prominent position in the arena to garner greater support from the kingdom, followed by harnessing the resources of the desert, and subsequently venturing into the territories of the Knolls to expand his domain. Moreover, there was the matter of avenging your family. "Is avenging my family part of your plans as well?" Lucy's voice quivered, her heart brimming with emotion. Unaware of her sentiments, Edwards continued, "Of course, you are my subordinates, and I must take responsibility for you, even in the face of the Fisher family, which is likely to be fragmented." Lucy, hearing the matter-of-fact tone in Edward's voice, huffed, "Oh, so it's merely because we are your subordinates," before turning away in disregard. Edwards was left bewildered, unable to grasp what had incited Lucy's ire. How could he fathom that this formidable woman harbored such capriciousness? Of course, her little tantrums were only directed at him. In truth, Lucy was both embarrassed and vexed. Perplexed by her own transformation and the nebulous feelings she had developed for this youth, she could almost consider a younger brother, despite being a decisive and ruthless countess. Chapter 39. Crisis in the vast circular tent. A large animal leg sizzled over the flames, exuding an enticing aroma. Seated at the head was a burly gnoll, his physique noticeably larger than that of his kin. A diagonal scar marred his chest, extending down to his waist. Had it been any deeper, it could have resulted in evisceration or, at worst, bisecting him entirely. thus ending the legendary saga of the Knoll Vanguard, Monk, on the battlefield of the Second Comprehensive War. Esteemed guest, please hold for a moment. Aware of your aversion to raw flesh, I have taken the liberty of preparing it for you. Monkey gestured towards the roasted human leg in the center, addressing the figure clad in black attire, hooded, with only their eyes visible. A mocking glint shone in his gaze. His exposed fangs stained with blood as he uttered his sinister welcome. The figure in black, exhibiting no change in demeanor, cast a brief glance at the roasted leg, responding in a monotonous tone, "There is no need for your concern, my lord. I am unaccustomed to such meat." Upon hearing this, the werewolf leaders flanking the black-clad individual ceased their jovial banter, their cold stares fixated on this impertinent human, their eyes gleaming with a desire to feast upon him as well. A chilling silence enveloped the tent, yet the figure in black remained unfazed, disregarding the werewolf's predatory gaze. Suddenly, a terrifying laughter erupted, shattering the stillness within the tent. "Unaccustomed, you say? In truth, you are far more adept at feasting than I. I merely consume meat, while you relish in the sanguine delights." Monkey continued, "Since our esteemed guest declines, let us divide the meat. The essence is what makes it delectable." The werewolf guard removed the human leg from the spit, placing it upon a wooden board, drawing forth his blade, which, due to the werewolf's rudimentary ironworking skills, was not particularly sharp. He nonetheless wielded it with strength, making the heavy, blunt knife all the more effective in inflicting damage. The human leg, upon being cleaved, sent blood and flesh flying. As the roasting time had been brief, the interior remained uncooked, brimming with blood. This juicy human flesh was, in fact, a favorite amongst the werewolves. The sound of saliva being swallowed echoed from the werewolf leaders on either side, their mouths watering as they gazed hungrily at the meat upon the board. The leg, though scant, was exquisite, originating from a young woman. "Do you know which type of human flesh is most delectable?" Monkey inquired with an even tone. The figure in black, unwilling to engage further, coldly replied, "I do not know. Our guest is rather aloof. Allow me to enlighten you. The flesh of pampered nobility is the most exquisite, yet that of our guest is truly a rarity." Monkey inhaled deeply, sensing the aura of strength, the meat teeming with vitality. In terms of age, the flesh of children and women is the most succulent. Children possess the utmost tenderness, while that of women is flavorfully rich. In contrast, the meat of the elderly resembles mere sinew, exuding a decayed essence, far from appetizing. As he spoke, the guard presented the severed leg meat. Monkey seized the human leg, devouring it voraciously. Such ignorance in our guest. This is the leg of a young woman, prepared especially for you. So tender," he mumbled, blood staining the corners of his mouth. The man in black unmistakably felt a surge of impatience. He had come to relay a message from his master. Yet he was subjected to such humiliation by Monk, who presented human flesh as if it were mere livestock. Although he himself was no paragon of virtue, by the standards of ordinary folk, he could easily be deemed utterly irredeemable. He still found the treatment of human flesh to be irksome. "Lord Vanguard," he began, "my master believes the time has come. Tomorrow marks the kingdom's arena battle. While its influence has waned over the years, it remains a significant event. Though Blackstone City lies far from the kingdom, celebrations will nonetheless take place. Our preliminary plan is to assist you in breaching Blackstone City tomorrow evening." Monk set aside the flesh in his grasp, casually picking at the blood between his teeth with his claws. "You once claimed you disliked eating human flesh. Very well. Shall we signal?" The man in black's eyes widened in surprise. This ward was indeed exceptional, displaying a keen intellect that was evident from his willingness to enhance their plan based on his appetite for human flesh. "No need for a signal. My lord should already be aware of our encampment. You can stealthily infiltrate beneath Blackstone City through our position. We will tamper with the city gates. You need only mount a direct assault to breach them." With a calm demeanor, the man in black handed over the fate of Blackstone City to the ward before turning to depart. Monk made no effort to impede him. His thoughts were already racing towards Blackstone City, his body trembling with anticipation for the moment he would breach the walls. As he lifted the tent flap, a gust of wind caught the man's hood, revealing a small, child-sized birthmark on the left side of his face. Under the cover of night, travelers continued their journey. 3 horses advancing side by side, their pace noticeably slowed. The expedition of Edwards and his companions to Teia City had concluded flawlessly, with the royal capital now within sight, its towering walls visible in the distance. Regarding the wargs, my understanding is limited. I have never been to battle. All I know is that wargs walk upright, are grotesque in appearance, with heads resembling those of hyenas, skin of a grayish-green hue, and covered with long yellow fur. They possess robust physiques and superior strength compared to ordinary humans, showcasing a remarkable adaptability to their environment, truly born warriors. Yet, wargs are our mortal enemies. With a penchant for consuming humans, to them, we are no different from other animals. Edwards listened intently, his expression betraying no emotion, yet his heart brimmed with animosity toward the wargs. Edwards, Lucy teased, you seem quite concerned about the wargs. Are you feeling anxious about facing them after the arena battle? Fear not, I shall protect you. Before Edwards could respond, Rhett chimed in with a tone he believed to be hushed. Please. I can't even take on the likes of them, let alone protect him. Lucy shot an angry glare at Rhett, who felt a chill run down his spine under her scrutiny. I require the credentials from the arena battle, not merely for personal glory, but because I need greater support to aid me in vanquishing the wargs. My father was slain at their hands. I am sorry. Edward shook his head, stating that his memories of childhood were rather indistinct, the reason for which eluded him. However, the animosity towards the wolfmen was indelibly etched in his heart. Chapter 40. The commencement of the arena battle. As dawn broke, the first rays of morning light graced the earth. The central square, however, was already abuzz with excitement. For today marked the opening ceremony of the arena battle. Indeed, the scale of the current arena battle paled in comparison to those of yore. During the times of total war, the arena battle served as a comprehensive selection process for the kingdom's youth, a testament to the support for the fate of the nation and humanity. The entire event could last for half a month, taking place across various cities to infuse the kingdom with fresh blood to confront the wolfmen. In these prolonged peaceful times, the arena battle had transformed into a showcase for the aristocracy to exhibit their lineage and potential, primarily aimed at demonstrating the prowess of the next generation and promoting family honor. With fewer participants of remarkable strength, the arena battle was now condensed into a mere two-day affair. The central square, located at the forefront of the royal palace and at the heart of the capital, was expansive enough to accommodate tens of thousands. At its four corners stood four elevated platforms, each occupied by one of the kingdom's foremost noble families, the Messies, Meyer, Fisher, and Weber families. At this moment, 5 arenas stood erected within the square, arranged linearly. Each arena rose 2 meters high, measuring 30 meters in both length and width. Substantial in size, yet dwarfed by the vastness of the square. Surrounding the arenas, the entirety of the square was filled with throngs of spectators. Although the event held no direct relevance to them, it presented an unparalleled opportunity for observation, as it was a dual feast offered by the kingdom's most elite knights. A spectacle previously unimaginable to the common folk. The eastern platform was the most imposing of the four, overlooking the entire square with an air of sovereign authority. At its center sat a magnificent throne crafted of gold, upon which an elderly man adorned in golden robes presided, exuding an innate authority even in his unassuming demeanor. The silvery strands intermingled with his golden hair betrayed his age. Behind King Messi's stood 3 individuals, each boasting flawless golden hair that shimmered under the sun: the 3rd prince, the 5th prince, and the young Princess Sophia. The 3rd prince maintained a congenial posture, his gentle countenance radiating approachability, easily fostering trust among those who encountered him. However, those privy to his actions would recognize him as a perilous individual, a wolf in sheep's clothing. The 5th prince, clad in a vibrant red garment, possessed a delicate beauty that leaned towards the feminine, his disdainful gaze sweeping over the populace in the square below. Meanwhile, Princess Sophia found her attention captivated by a purple-haired youth atop the western platform. As the cherished jewel of the king, Sophia was sheltered and rarely ventured beyond the palace. Although she had encountered many handsome nobles, including her 5th brother and Lucius, she was still awestruck by their beauty. She had not anticipated that such a noble and handsome youth could exist in this world. His beauty was striking, marked by a delicate and spirited allure, radiating purity and cleanliness. His facial contours were soft, his skin as fair as white marble, and his long purple hair cascaded over his shoulders. Clad in a form-fitting white ensemble, he embodied elegance and grace, a truly unparalleled young man. It seemed the youth sensed her gaze and turned his head slightly towards her, a hint of perplexity in his eyes. In an instant, Sophia averted her gaze, akin to a girl caught in mischief, feeling the heat rise to her cheeks and her heart fluttering, relieved that she wore a mask. Beside Edwards, Smith noticed the direction of his gaze and glanced towards where Sophia stood, radiant and poised. With a playful nudge to Edwards, Smith teased, "What's this? At such a young age, you desire so much, and you've already brought one back." Initially taken aback, Edwards soon comprehended Smith's implication. A blush crept onto his fair face as he retorted, I am not that sort of person. Were it not for the fact that you have indeed brought someone back, I might have believed your words. We are partners, after all. Partners, you say? By the way, do you know who you were just admiring? Edwards shook his head in response. That is Princess Sophia, the king's most cherished child. If you manage to win her favor, then Smith observed the growing ire in Edwards' gaze and hurriedly continued, what I mean is, if you can turn her into a partner, you could bypass the need to compete in the arena for recognition and gain the king's utmost support directly. As he spoke, Smith scrutinized Edwards from head to toe, lingering on his face, causing a sense of unease to wash over Edwards. What are you staring at? Edwards asked, vexed, brushing his hand across his face, concerned there might be something amiss. I'm assessing your qualifications to see if you can meet the princess's standards of favor. Rest assured, if your appearance fails to capture the princess's attention, one must then question her discerning eye. Smith continued his incessant chatter, focusing on how to transform the princess into Edwards' ally, while Edwards filtered out Smith's words, as if he were not present at all. When Smith finally quieted down, Edwards inquired, do you know who will be participating in the arena battle? There are only 10 participants, all of knightly rank. However, you need not worry. Given your ability to easily handle red, you are sure to secure at least a top 3 position. Only 10? I read that the arena battle is the kingdom's grandest event, where many talented commoners first gain renown and join the ranks of the nobility, eventually being trained as knights. Smith nodded in agreement. You are correct, but that was in the past. During the era of total war, more combat strength was required. The nobility did not possess the formidable power they have now. They still needed fresh blood to solidify their rule. Currently, the nobility holds an absolute governing position within the kingdom, rendering the presence of commoner prodigies unnecessary to vie for their status, which has already been predetermined by the offspring of aristocrats. Consequently, the arena battles have devolved into mere spectacles, a contest of familial prestige. I comprehend, then, that the arena battles have become mere formalities? Not entirely. The profits generated from these contests remain substantial. However, they have strayed far from their original purpose, no longer serving as a pathway for commoners to ascend, but rather as a means for the elite nobility to amplify their influence. Nevertheless, one must still approach these battles with utmost seriousness, demonstrating one's prowess to garner greater support, for the arena seldom hosts the weak, providing a glimpse into their formidable tactics, those who may very well become future rivals. Chapter 41. Contestants with a smile, Schmidt gestured subtly towards the direction of the young princess, stating, to the side of the throne stands the king's direct descendants, and behind them are the royal family members and the royal guards. Naturally, those who occupy the eastern high platform, attending the king, are no ordinary royal guards. The 4 clad in resplendent golden armor are indeed the royal guards. Among them, the most imposing figure, his visage obscured by his armor, is Daniel, the commander of the royal guard, with the participants from the guard standing behind him. Schmidt paused momentarily before continuing. This time, there are 3 participants from the royal guard, and you must pay special attention to the one in the center. Edwards turned his gaze to the royal guard Schmidt had pointed out. He possessed a strikingly handsome face, sharp features, and his light silver hair glimmered subtly, while his resolute eyes radiated confidence. Most of the royal guards are orphans or commoners, ensuring their loyalty to the royal family. Dante, an orphan, gained Daniel's favor due to his exceptional talent and is reputed to be Daniel's most esteemed pupil, possessing formidable strength. However, there is another important reason I advise you to take note of him. Observing Schmidt's grave demeanor, Edwards pressed further, what is this reason? Does he possess other remarkable abilities, perhaps akin to Red's frenzy? No, his lineage is not so potent. The reason I urge you to be vigilant is that Dante is an admirer of the young princess, and I fear it may interfere with your collaboration with her. You might consider teaching him a lesson, making it clear that certain thoughts are inappropriate, Schmidt replied with a smile. Edwards remained silent, casting a fleeting glance at Schmidt before inquiring, you truly are domineering. Are there any others I should be wary of? Yes, Schmidt responded earnestly, his tone turning serious. There are only 10 participants in this arena battle. The royal guard comprises 3 individuals. The Fisher family has 2, the Meyer family has 2, and there is 1 participant from the kingdom's renowned forging family, the Dolden family. Dante warrants particular attention, as does the Meyer family. In truth, the Fisher family should be our primary concern. However, due to Luxio's withdrawal, they have now become the least competitive family aside from the Dolden family. Indeed, the Dolden family is merely a participant in this event, yet their inclusion signifies a recognition of their lineage. Ah, the Meyer family, you say? Indeed. Have you noticed the young man adorned in gold and silver, exuding an air of arrogance beside the Duke of Meyer? Edward's gaze was captivated by the brilliance of gold. It turned out that the armor of this youth was crafted entirely from pure gold, with a long sword at his waist featuring a hilt of the same precious metal. Both the armor and the sword were intricately engraved with exquisite patterns, radiating an opulence surpassing even that of royalty. His haughty demeanor and disdainful gaze surveyed the crowd, as though he were the most exalted being, indifferent to all around him. Schmidt continued, remarking on the youth's vanity, suggesting that despite his family's wealth, it was merely the stench of copper coins. However, he acknowledged that although this young man was spoiled and possessed an extremely arrogant character, his prowess was not to be underestimated. After all, the Meyer family and the royal house of Messes were indeed linked by blood. Edwards understood that part of Schmidt's disdain stemmed from jealousy towards the lavish excesses of the young Duke Meyer. He had read that the bloodlines of the Meyer family and the current Messes royal family originated from the same ancestral source, both being branches of the previous generation of royalty. Notably, during the era of the last royal lineage, the Meyer family held a higher status than the Messes family, and it was with the assistance of the Meyer family that the Messes family was able to establish their kingdom, thus ensuring the Meyer family's enduring significance as a pillar of the present realm. As the tournament was set to commence, the presence of the king was expected, which made Edwards question the absence of Duke Fisher. "It is peculiar," he murmured, "that Duke Fisher is missing, with only Duke Ralof occupying the main seat." Indeed, aside from Ralof's notorious debauchery and questionable talent, his capabilities were undeniably formidable. Schmidt expressed admiration for Ralof, acknowledging that, while his character left much to be desired and his innate gifts were mediocre, his political acumen and strategic prowess were remarkably strong. Both Edwards and Schmidt speculated on Duke Fisher's whereabouts, surmising that he had likely ventured to Teia City, a matter Edwards had some understanding of, as he considered himself a partial witness to the events. While Schmidt introduced Edwards to his competitors, the third prince passionately articulated the significance of the tournament to the populace. He elaborated at length, beginning with the comprehensive war against the Knolls, progressing to the achievements of civilian prodigies in previous tournaments, and concluding with the current era of peace, which had led to a reduction in the scale of the tournament. Fulfilled, the third prince concluded his address amidst the applause and cheers of the crowd, retreating to his throne while casting a significant glance at the fifth prince, reveling in the sight of the latter's suppressed fury. Daniel approached, standing on the edge of the eastern platform, his golden armor gleaming under the light. His imposing figure radiated authority, and the eyes visible through his metallic visor bore an intimidating intensity as they surveyed the assembly. His voice, devoid of emotion and softly spoken, resonated throughout the entire square. The tournament was set to last for 2 days, and the rules were now to be unveiled. In this tournament, the Imperial Guard and the 4 prominent families are participating, with a total of 10 individuals involved. The participants will draw lots, with bamboo sticks numbered from 1 to 10. The duels will be arranged as follows. The competitors numbered 1 and 10, 2 and 9, 3 and 8, 4 and 7, and 5 and 6 will engage in combat, with the victors advancing to the second round. As there will be 5 winners, 1 individual will have a bye in the second round, while the remaining 4 will draw lots to determine their opponents. The victors will proceed alongside the one who had a bye to the third round. In this round, 3 individuals will compete, and once again, 1 will receive a bye, the remaining 2 will duel, and the winner will emerge alongside the one who had a bye to determine the ultimate champion. As Daniel elucidated the rules, the crowd above began to murmur, and whispers of fairness regarding the bye echoed even from the platform. A calm yet resolute voice broke through the clamor, silencing the noise and rendering the square hushed. As Daniel continued, "I understand that you perceive the bye rule as unjust. Indeed, it can be seen that way. However, in the realm of true warfare, fairness is a mere illusion. I assure you that the drawing of lots is entirely impartial. The outcomes depend solely on fortune, which you must recognize is also a facet of strength." Chapter 42, the first round of the tournament, Part 1. Daniel's words resonated in the ears of every listener, and the tumult quieted. Indeed, where in this world can one find genuine fairness? Daniel's assurance of a completely authentic draw constituted the utmost equity. Now, let me present the rewards for the victors of the tournament. The first place winner shall receive a gold-level exploration certificate and 500 gold coins, while the second and third places will each be awarded silver-level exploration certificates and 300 gold coins. The remaining participants will receive bronze-level exploration certificates and 100 gold coins. Participants are now invited to step forward to the center of the square for the first round of the draw. The most significant aspect of the tournament rewards is the exploration certificates, which are categorized into 4 tiers: black iron, bronze, silver, and gold. Only bronze, silver, and gold certificates are eligible for rewards in this event. The exploration certificate not only permits the bearer to launch attacks on the territories inhabited by the wolfmen, but its most crucial function is to allow for preemptive occupation of the conquered lands, rather than waiting for the conclusion of the war for the nobility of the kingdom to divide the spoils. The benefits derived from the territories acquired vary with the certificate's tier. Black iron certificates allow the bearer to claim areas the size of villages, and while most great nobles possess at least a few of this tier, the insignificance of the land they control renders these certificates undervalued among the aristocracy. For ambitious and talented young nobles, they hold little allure. Bronze certificates allow the establishment of dominion over a small town, while silver certificates enable the construction of a small city. Gold certificates, if held by individuals of sufficient prowess, grant the right to build a large city. For instance, the Weber family's Iron City, now the kingdom's second largest stronghold against the Wolfmen, boasts the military might of 4 knightly orders, all composed of the family's private army, fortifying Iron City into an indomitable bastion with formidable military strength. The bronze, silver, and gold certificates are all under the royal family's control, reflecting the authority of the crown. However, the issuance of high-level certificates is not taken lightly. The arena battles represent the most legitimate means of distribution, which is precisely why Edwards is so eager to participate in the tournament and aims for a high ranking. Only by possessing a high-level tournament certificate can Edwards rightfully claim the territories of the Wolfmen he conquers in the future. Daniel made his way towards the square below, serving as the commander of this tournament. Upon reaching the central arena, he found the 10 contestants already in position. They stood in a row, basking in the bright sunlight, each exuding their own unique aura. Strong knights, all. At an age not yet 20, they had accomplished what most nobles might aspire to achieve in a lifetime, and the gap between them and commoners without noble blood was insurmountable. Daniel surveyed these future stars of the kingdom, feeling pleased with the roster of contestants. Meanwhile, the commoners in the square engaged in spirited discussions, primarily revolving around Edwards, Dante, and Duke Meyer. The remaining participants faded into the background, with the exception of Rhett, whose imposing stature drew attention, though people merely referred to him as a big oaf. "Do you recognize the boy with purple hair?" inquired a well-dressed noblewoman of her companion. "I don't know. I've been following him for a while. He seems to be a contender from the Weber family." "The Weber family? Their direct lineage has black hair. Yet he is undeniably handsome and regal. I declare myself his admirer." Unbeknownst to Edwards, his mere appearance in the square had garnered him a following. What does being handsome matter? He's just a pretty boy. Wait until Lord Dante shows him his true self. Indeed, he's just a pretty boy. And only you lot would appreciate that. Look at Duke Meyer's piercing gaze. His proud demeanor is truly formidable. The factions supporting Dante and Duke Meyer clashed, with supporters engaging in a verbal duel, unaware of the presence of their idols. Ultimately, the debate, born from appearances and devoid of any conflict of interest, concluded with exclamations of who would win, who was the strongest, and who was the most handsome. A soldier approached, bearing a silver tray upon which lay 10 folded golden cards. He presented himself before the contestants, allowing them to draw their cards according to their random positions. Edwards, positioned 8th, found only 3 cards available when it was his turn. He chose one at random, unfolding it to reveal the number 6. As the final contestant drew their card, Daniel's serious voice resonated once more. Contestants 1 and 10 to Arena 1, followed by contestants 5 and 6 to Arena 5. Please note, as a final reminder, although the weapons in the arena are wooden, your strength is still capable of inflicting significant damage. Therefore, if anyone wishes to withdraw, now is the time to step down. Additionally, while each arena is protected by a knight to ensure your safety, it is challenging to guarantee absolute security. Now, please proceed to your respective arenas. Rhett leaned towards Edwards, nudging him somewhat shyly, and inquired, which arena is number 7 in? "It is in Arena 4, Edwards replied. Rhett scratched his head. "Which one is Arena 4? Edwards, slightly exasperated, responded, "I am in Arena 5. Arena 4 is right next to me. I will accompany you there." Edwards escorted Rhett to Arena 4 before proceeding to Arena 5. Upon his arrival, he found a handsome nobleman clad in light armor, the young master of the Dorkin family. Flack. Edwards noted that Flack's light armor was not ordinary. It appeared exceptionally lightweight, adorned with exquisite engravings that resembled a work of art rather than mere protective gear. While Edwards observed Flack, the latter was intently scrutinizing the youthful boy opposite him, who appeared considerably younger. The boy's strikingly handsome visage, noble purple hair, and gentle gaze projected an aura of harmlessness. Flack's confidence surged at the realization of his fortuitous circumstance. Although his family's prowess in armament fabrication played a significant role in his participation in the arena battles, it now seemed that there were opponents even weaker than himself. With an air of self-assuredness, Flack addressed Edwards. "Rest assured, I shall show you mercy." Edwards, taken aback, could not fathom the source of his confidence, but politely replied, "Thank you." Chapter 43. The first round of the arena battle, Part 2. Flack, encouraged by Edwards' courteous response, felt further exhilarated, solidifying his suspicions regarding Edwards' capabilities. Unbeknownst to him, Count Dorkin, seated in the stands, felt a sense of unease. He shared a close relationship with Marquis Weber, as the Weber family had the largest demand for military supplies outside the royal family. Having previously heard the Marquis praise Edwards, he now wished to reprimand his son for his overconfidence, wanting to bring him back to reality. "We'll take it slow. I'll hold back a bit. Prolong the match to preserve your dignity. How does that sound?" Flack whispered to Edwards. Only then did Edwards realize that Flack perceived his strength as significantly inferior and was attempting to spare his feelings by offering leniency. Doubts began to cloud his thoughts regarding Schmidt's intelligence. Schmidt had informed him that Flack was merely a filler in the competition. Yet now Flack openly stated his intent to show mercy. How could he possibly be a weakling? Was he merely feigning weakness? But Edwards did not consider himself lacking. Conflicted emotions surged within Edwards, his mind racing. Initially, he had aspired to secure a top 3 position in the arena battles. Yet now it seemed he might be eliminated in the very first round. As Vladik observed Edwards across the arena, he sensed a momentary distraction in him, which elicited a surge of sympathy. It was evident that Edwards was feeling the pressure of the duel, likely just a participant meant to fill the ranks. Thus, Vladik cautioned him, "I shall make my move now." Upon uttering these words, Vladik charged toward Edwards, his speed notably lacking, falling short of that of a typical knightly rank. It was clear he was deliberately holding back. Count Dalkin merely slapped his forehead, at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Edwards, upon hearing Vladik's warning, found himself greatly admiring this self-proclaimed strongman. He resolved to give his utmost effort. Even if he could not defeat this empathetic adversary, he intended to showcase his own prowess, refusing to allow others to underestimate him. As Vladik bore down upon him, Edwards gathered his focus, preparing to defend himself. However, he soon noticed that Vladik's assault was unusually slow, even less swift than the pace he had encountered during his squire training. Confusion washed over him, but in a flash of insight, he deduced that Vladik must perceive him as weak and was thus striving to preserve his dignity by intentionally diminishing his force. After all, to maintain such a slow velocity while wearing a serious expression was, in itself, a testament to skill. Edwards felt a deeper respect burgeoning within him. At long last, after what felt like an eternity, Vladik's attack arrived. His punch was met by Edwards' palm, blocking it effortlessly. However, as Edwards absorbed the blow, his confusion deepened. The anticipated powerful strike was absent, replaced instead by a feeble fist that felt almost childlike in its weakness compared to the might of Reedy's blows. Edwards yearned to convey to Vladik that he could afford to unleash a bit more of his strength, as he believed he could withstand a greater measure of pressure. "Surprisingly decent, isn't it? With 8/10 of my strength, you managed to block it so easily. Now, I shall unleash my full power. If you cannot endure it, do let me know to avoid injury." Edwards was taken aback. The 8/10 strength of the figure he had regarded as formidable was, in truth, so feeble it fell short of even 1/10 of his own capabilities. Vladik, perceiving Edwards' astonishment, felt a sense of satisfaction. Believing that his impressive strength had genuinely shocked the strikingly handsome youth, he mused to himself, "Surely, he cannot think that was my full strength. How could it be? I am indeed formidable. Now he shall await my admiration." In a twist of fate, both combatants' remarkable performances led to a gross miscalculation of each other's abilities. Determined to test the veracity of Vladik's apparent weakness, Edwards chose to refrain from retaliating, standing his ground to passively absorb Vladik's onslaught. Punches, kicks, elbow strikes, and shoulder charges were all effortlessly neutralized by Edwards. Edwards has finally confirmed that Flack is indeed weak. However, out of respect for Flack's previous kindness towards him, Edwards has resolved to preserve Flack's dignity, allowing him to remain on the stage a while longer. Flack, employing every trick in his repertoire, felt something amiss. Edwards stood before him like an immovable mountain, impervious to his efforts. Gradually, uncertainty began to creep into Flack's mind, replacing the confidence he once possessed. He lifted his gaze to Edwards's face, which bore not a trace of sweat, a stark contrast to his own state, as if he were bathing in light armor. Edwards's azure eyes were mesmerizing, resembling vast forests, like two gemstones adorning a flawless visage. At that moment, his eyes radiated confidence. Noticing Flack's faltering state, Edwards felt a stir within. Although he had refrained from counterattacking, his demeanor had appeared overly relaxed. He thought to himself, alas, his acting skills were lacking, as he had forgotten to feign weakness. Upon recognizing Flack's true capabilities and mindful of Flack's earlier consideration, Edwards resolved that his victory over Flack would not be an overwhelming triumph, but rather a strategic checkmate. Thus began Edwards's performance. He was knocked back several steps by a punch from Flack, who looked up at him in confusion, observing the fine beads of sweat forming on Edwards's forehead. Flack's gaze wavered momentarily, but his confidence returned as he realized that Edwards had merely been putting on a facade of struggle. Nevertheless, he acknowledged Edwards's strength. With renewed determination, Flack launched a more fervent assault, a relentless barrage of attacks. To an untrained observer, it appeared as though Edwards was merely struggling to defend himself, unable to retaliate. However, to the discerning eye of a warrior, it was evident that Edwards was concealing his true capabilities. Had Flack not been blinded by his impending victory, he might have perceived this truth, such is the nature of those enmeshed in their own narratives. In truth, it was merely a facade of beauty, devoid of substance, an empty vessel. Edwards's successive retreats drew mockery from Dante and the supporters of Duke Meyer. They began to deride Edwards's abilities, deeming him too feeble to contend even with Flack, a mere scion of the Dorkin family, who was considered a mere formality in this tournament. As for Edwards's appearance, they scrutinized him closely, failing to find any weaknesses to exploit, and some ladies were even beguiled by his striking handsomeness. Chapter 44, the first round of the tournament, Part 2. Edwards's passive demeanor elicited a sense of pity within Flack. He truly was a kind-hearted individual. Flack consciously began to slow his movements, for in his understanding, Edwards had already struggled to withstand his earlier attacks, and now he presumed he was nearing his limit. Use your full strength. There is no need for you to hold back, came Edwards's slightly trembling voice. Flack decided to honor Edwards's choice, unleashing his full power upon him. Yet, even in a precarious state, Edwards managed to defend himself. Flack held a deep admiration for Edwards' tenacity. He had always believed that Edwards' strength paled in comparison to his own, and his endurance thus far was solely attributed to his unwavering willpower. The two had been locked in a stalemate for an extended period. While the outcomes of the other arenas had already been determined, they remained in an intensely heated confrontation. Flack's attacking power and speed had noticeably diminished, yet his opponent, Edwards, persisted, evoking an even greater respect from Flack. Edwards endeavored to portray an appearance of utter exhaustion. Beads of sweat had transformed from a mere sheen on his forehead to large droplets cascading down like rain, his violet hair becoming disheveled, resembling someone who had just emerged from a bath. His fatigue was not merely physical, but rather mental. An encounter that could have been concluded with a single blow had stretched on for over an hour. Flack, though at a disadvantage, exhibited remarkable composure, managing not to reveal any significant vulnerabilities, compelling Edwards to continue playing his part. Finally, the tide turned in Edwards' favor as Flack made a critical error due to his dwindling stamina. Up until that moment on the fifth arena, Flack had been the aggressor, with Edwards relegated to a defensive role, even as both fighters approached exhaustion. However, in this instance, Flack, due to fatigue, launched an attack on Edwards but failed to retract his fist swiftly, unable to maintain the relentless pressure of his offensive style. Edwards astutely seized upon Flack's misstep and countered. The roles shifted, with Edwards gaining the upper hand. Conversely, Flack, having lost his advantageous position, now found himself under immense pressure from Edwards. He was initially regarded as merely a support player in the arena, yet upon encountering Edwards, he felt his strength surpassed that of his opponent, and indeed, throughout the contest. This seemed to hold true, instilling in Flack a glimmer of hope for advancement. Nevertheless, with Edwards now in the lead, Flack attributed this turn of events to his own unnecessary blunder rather than an insurmountable gap in strength. After all, in his perception, Edwards was weaker. If Edwards could persist through sheer will, why could he not do the same? I must win. I must endure. I can certainly prevail. I am stronger than him. Flack's mind was tumultuous, and this inner turmoil led to frequent mistakes. With a resounding slap, Edwards' palm struck Flack's chest. Fortunately, Flack's light armor provided exceptional defense. Otherwise, even Edwards' restrained blow would have rendered him incapable of resistance. Flack was pushed back by Edwards, feeling a searing pain in his chest, his mind growing increasingly restless. Yet, Edwards did not afford Flack any respite. After forcing him back, he advanced relentlessly, continuing to pressure Flack. Edward's fists fell upon him like a torrential downpour, while Flack resembled a leaf battered by the storm, swaying helplessly in the rain, struggling to retaliate, and even basic defense became a daunting challenge. Edward's fists intermittently struck Flack, gradually increasing in frequency until Flack could hardly defend against the onslaught. Nearly every blow landed squarely upon his flesh. The spectators in the arena and the crowd surrounding the square witnessed this brutal display and deemed Edwards to be exceedingly savage. A supporter of Dante turned to the person beside them and queried, "Did I just speak ill of him?" The companion nodded vacantly. The supporter clutched their head and exclaimed in despair, "Oh no, he won't take revenge on me, will he?" The person beside them embraced her, replying, "Indeed, how terrifying." Yet a few loyal admirers of Edwards reveled in the spectacle, cheering, "Batter him, strike him, how splendid." Flack's consciousness began to blur. His vision became hazy and unfocused, as if his entire body were being relentlessly pounded by a hammer, and he felt a searing pain throughout. He likened himself to a piece of fine material being tempered through relentless blows. But it hurt immensely. He silently roared in frustration, unleashing an unprecedented surge of energy that momentarily repelled Edwards before he collapsed to the ground. Truly, he was both powerful and vulnerable. Edwards was taken aback by Flack's sudden outburst of strength, though he felt a greater sense of joy at Flack's breakthrough. While Flack was still far from being elevated to the status of a grand knight, he had nonetheless undergone a remarkable trial, significantly enhancing his strength. After Flack fell, 3 soldiers approached. 2 of them carried Flack beneath the arena to the domain of the Dalkin family, while the third handed Edwards a golden origami slip, identical to the previous one. "My lord, this is the designation for the second round, numbered from 1 to 5. Contestants 1 and 5 will compete in Arena 1. Contestants 2 and 4 in Arena 2, while Contestant 3 has a bye. The second round will commence 3 hours hence," the soldier respectfully announced. "I understand," Edwards replied, due to his misjudgment of Flack's capabilities and in consideration of his dignity. A bout that should have concluded with a single blow persisted for an hour and a half. Thankfully, both were of knightly caliber. Had ordinary individuals engaged in such an intense confrontation, they might have succumbed to exhaustion. Thus, Edwards emerged victorious as the last fighter standing in the first round, with the other 4 matches concluded and the participants having departed, leaving him oblivious to the identities of the other victors. Edwards contemplated inquiring about the results from Rhett, but then considered that Rhett might not even know who his opponent was. So he called out to the soldier once more, asking, "Who are the other victors?" "My lord, the victor of Arena 1 is Duke Meyer, the victor of Arena 2 is Lord Rhett, and the victor of Arena 3 is Lord Dante." Perhaps it was mere perception, but Edwards distinctly sensed that the soldier's tone grew more respectful and proud when mentioning Dante. "The victor of the 4th arena is Lord Beagle of the Fisher family." Chapter 45. The second round of arena battles, Part 1. Edwards returned to the platform, unfolding a golden origami that bore a prominent numeral 1. Beside him, Rhett could hardly contain his excitement. He was eager to learn Edwards' designation, fearful of competing against him. He hastily inquired, "Boss, what is your number?" "Number 1, Edwards replied. Rhett patted his chest, his nearly 2-meter stature exuding a sense of relief that was almost comical. It was fortunate that Raylan had already departed for Iron City, otherwise, Rhett would undoubtedly have faced his ire. "Edwards, your number is 1, and Rhett, yours is 4, announced Schmidt. The worst outcome had not materialized, but neither of them would receive a bye. Schmidt paused for a moment before continuing, "While I possess great confidence in your abilities, allow me to elucidate the characteristics of the remaining 3 opponents. Dante possesses the strongest raw power among the trio." He glanced at Edwards, adding, "Yet he still falls short of your prowess." Although Dante was indeed formidable, he lacked underhanded tactics, relying solely on conventional duel techniques, which was characteristic of the Royal Guards, direct and forceful in their approach. In contrast, Beagle from the Fisher family was a different breed, hailing from a lineage of assassins. He was cunning and unscrupulous, willing to employ any means necessary to achieve victory. "You must be particularly cautious of his hidden weapons, especially you, Rhett. Be vigilant," Schmidt emphasized, directing his attention to Rhett. As for the last contender, Duke Meyer, he was arguably the weakest. However, his equipment was of the highest caliber. Even when compared to the Dorjan family, the most renowned forging lineage in the kingdom, the Duke's armaments surpassed all expectations. In the first round, a member of the Fisher family managed to strike the Duke with a concealed weapon. However, the power of wealth prevailed, as the attack failed to breach his defenses, easily thwarted by the Duke's armor. Realizing he was unharmed, the Duke launched a ferocious counterattack, while the Fisher family member was unable to inflict any significant damage. ultimately leading to an unceremonious defeat. Upon concluding his explanation, Schmidt sensed that Rhett was still awaiting further clarification. "Is there anything you do not comprehend?" he inquired, slightly perplexed. Rhett, however, seemed confused. "Don't you need to elaborate further?" "There is nothing to elaborate on. Equip yourself, wield your hammer, and test his armor. See for yourself how superior it truly is." 2 hours swiftly elapsed, and the crowd in the square showed no signs of dispersing. Most had prepared their own provisions to avoid missing even the slightest detail of the event, for the arena battles were their most valuable topic of conversation this year. In the center of the square, 5 platforms remained, now reduced to 2, which had been expanded to allow participants to better showcase their abilities. It was believed that in the upcoming round, the arena would culminate in a single platform, upon which a dazzling new star would undoubtedly emerge to captivate the audience. Edwards and Wright ascended to their respective arenas, their adversaries being Biggs and Dukemeyer, while the much-anticipated Dante enjoyed the serendipity of a bye, advancing without contest. Biggs possessed an unremarkable visage, devoid of any discernible emotion, exuding no hint of menace. He blended seamlessly into the crowd, akin to a drop of water merging into the vast ocean, causing no ripples. However, Edwards was not deceived by his harmless facade. This was not solely due to Biggs's identity, but also because Edwards detected a heavy scent of blood emanating from him, suggesting that he had taken many lives. Upon stepping onto the stage, Edwards found Biggs already present, who offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. Following their mutual salutation, they engaged without a moment's hesitation. "His name is Edward, is it not?" "This Edward faces Lord Biggs. He is surely destined to fail. One can only hope he does not suffer too greatly. For his countenance is indeed attractive," remarked a member of the audience with a hint of schadenfreude. "Edwards, that is his name. Yet he cannot prevail. He struggled against Vlad. How could he possibly triumph over Lord Biggs?" Another chimed in. "Indeed, he is merely handsome. Even if by chance he were to defeat Lord Biggs, he would stand no chance against Lord Dante." At this moment, amidst the chorus of criticism directed at Edwards, distinct voices began to emerge. "Edwards, go for it. Edwards, you are the most dashing." The initial scattered shouts soon coalesced into a resounding rallying cry, echoing throughout the square with an organized fervor. "Edwards, go for it." Importantly, the voices belonged not only to those enamored by Edwards's looks, but also to admirers of his remarkable tenacity, as they believed his victory against Vlad was due to his indomitable spirit. Amidst the cheers of his supporters, Edwards and Biggs clashed, to the astonishment of onlookers, with Biggs being forced back. "Surely my eyes do not deceive me. In this direct confrontation, Lord Biggs has not gained the upper hand." One spectator rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Even Edwards's supporters were taken aback. "So, Edwards is truly formidable." Biggs, shaking his wrist with a sharp crack, realized that his wrist had been misaligned in their earlier encounter. He now felt a tingling numbness in his hand, recognizing the significant disparity in strength between them, especially upon observing that Edwards exhibited no signs of pain. Biggs's lips curled in realization. His opponent was no pushover. Edwards, however, felt no discomfort. In fact, he sensed that Biggs's strength paled in comparison to Wright's. Who could have known that Edwards's seemingly slender frame harbored such immense power? Without granting Biggs ample time to react, Edwards launched a swift series of attacks, decisively overpowering him. Beagle could only passively endure the blows, constantly evading, for he had already felt the might of Edwards. He was not particularly renowned for his strength. Rather, he had misjudged Edwards' capabilities after witnessing him conceal his true power in the previous round. Thus, he had engaged Edwards head-on, hoping to resolve the battle swiftly, never anticipating such a turn of events. At that moment, a noble in the stands exhibited a complexion that shifted from pale to flushed, revealing the complexity of his emotions. "So he was indeed holding back," Flack murmured. "It was hard to fathom how someone so young possessed such formidable strength. What a surprise, I could hardly deceive you," chuckled Count Dalkin, who added, "Marquis Weber spoke of his extraordinary prowess, yet here you are, intending to show him mercy. However, it seems he has outwitted you. Otherwise, he could have easily finished you off with a single blow, just as he did with Beagle." Flack rolled his eyes and remained silent. Chapter 46. The second round of the arena battle, Part 2. Both Edwards and Beagle engaged in unarmed combat, devoid of weaponry. Prior to the commencement of the battle, both were brimming with confidence, firmly believing in their imminent victory. Yet, it had become evident that Beagle had erred. Under the relentless pressure from Edwards, Beagle found himself continually retreating, yet he refused to surrender, still searching for an opportunity. After all, as a death warrior of the Fisher family, Beagle's true strength lay not in direct confrontation, but in assassination. The confines of the arena restricted Beagle's abilities, as the space was too limited to fully unleash his skills in stealth and ambush. Edwards continued his ferocious assault, transforming his entire body into a weapon, showing no signs of fatigue or hesitation. A glint of determination flickered in Beagle's eyes as he steeled himself and launched a counterattack against Edwards. With a resounding thud, Edwards' fist collided with Beagle's shoulder. Beagle, opting for a strategy of exchanging injuries, braced himself against Edwards' attack, seizing the opportunity to retaliate. He pressed forward rather than retreating, charging at Edwards. Sensing the shift, Edwards quickly planted his foot to evade, yet he could not escape Beagle's advance. Beagle closed the distance, pressing against Edwards, and swiftly drew a short blade from his waist armor, slashing toward Edwards' chest. Though Edwards sensed the impending danger, Beagle managed to leave a thin cut across his chest. Fortunately, Edwards' quick reflexes ensured that the blade merely grazed his skin. Otherwise, a deep scar could have marred his torso. Despite the surprise strike not achieving its intended effect, Beagle had shifted the tide of the battle. He began to assert dominance, wielding the short blade and continuously lunging at Edwards. At this juncture, the spectators below the arena finally reacted. The supporters of Edwards vociferously condemned Beagle's unscrupulousness for covertly employing a weapon during an unarmed contest. Meanwhile, Beagle's supporters cheered his cleverness, praising his unexpected maneuver. Beige's swordsmanship is exceptionally refined, wielding the short blade with an ease akin to an extension of his own arm. He deftly employs a myriad of techniques, slashing, cutting, thrusting, and slicing, forcing Edwards into a series of retreats. In truth, Edwards has yet to unleash his true potential, as he is reluctant to reveal his capabilities to all present. Were he to employ his genuine strength, disarming Beige would be a trivial endeavor. For now, Edwards must bide his time, seeking an opportunity to triumph over Beige while concealing his prowess. Their confrontation has devolved into a stalemate, with offense and defense oscillating between the two. On another section of the arena, the clash between Rhett and Duke Meyer unfolds quite differently from Edwards' passive engagement. Rhett finds himself in a position of overwhelming advantage, while it appears that the Duke has no opportunity to counterattack. Clad in resplendent golden armor, Duke Meyer emanates an aura of divine majesty, yet he fails to embody the invincibility typically associated with such a celestial being. Instead, he finds himself fleeing in disarray from Rhett's relentless pursuit. Rhett, donned in imposing black armor that is both heavy and sturdy, presents a rugged visage as he wields a massive hammer weighing nearly 100 pounds, steadily closing the distance behind the Duke. However, the cumbersome nature of his equipment significantly hampers Rhett's speed, making it challenging for him to catch up with the agile Duke Meyer. Though the Duke's armor is of superior quality, resilient against ordinary blades and weapons, and his long sword is sharp enough to cleave through iron against Rhett, he finds himself unable to utilize his full arsenal. Rhett's sheer brute strength defies all techniques, regardless of the armor's durability, value, or fortitude. The impact of his colossal hammer raises doubts about the Duke's very survival. Duke Meyer is already well acquainted with the devastating force of the hammer strikes. From the outset, upon encountering Rhett, the Duke realized the arduous nature of this battle. His greatest fear lay in facing a heavily armored warrior like Rhett, powerful, defensively formidable, albeit slightly lacking in speed. Before their duel commenced, the Duke had implored Rhett to show restraint, and upon receiving a nod of acknowledgement from him, the Duke felt a sense of satisfaction. Thus, during their initial clash, the Duke raised his sword to meet Rhett's hammer. The outcome was all too predictable. With a thunderous crash, the quality of the long sword proved fortuitous, bending into a semicircle without breaking. The Duke was sent sprawling 7 or 8 meters away, his mind swirling in disarray, akin to a mass of mush. Breathing heavily, his arms trembled as a wave of intense pain coursed through his body. The Duke realized that this blow had nearly cost him his life. While he had contemplated the possibility of an assassination attempt, he never anticipated such a perilous encounter would unfold in the public arena. Suppressing his pain, he glared fiercely at the adversary intent on delivering a fatal strike. To his astonishment, he observed that the enemy's expression was not one of triumph or malice, but rather one of sheer bewilderment. Bewilderment. The Duke felt a profound sense of humiliation. It was his own inadequacy that had placed him in mortal jeopardy, a realization he was unwilling to accept. The young Duke would rather believe in an assassination attempt by his enemies than admit that the incident stemmed from his own frailty. Rhett, in his helplessness, was taken aback by the stark disparity between knights of the same rank. In his duel against Edwards, Rhett had been effortlessly defeated, leading him to assume that the young Duke, being a knight and a prodigious talent, must possess considerable strength. Furthermore, Red had shown restraint, refraining from unleashing his full power. Nonetheless, his attacks remained insurmountable for the young duke. Naturally dissatisfied with such a severe blow, the young duke furiously accused Red of lacking mercy, claiming he was untrustworthy and vowing revenge. Red, with his steadfast nature, was undeterred by threats and easily provoked by the young duke's verbal assaults. With a mighty swing, Red brought his colossal hammer crashing down onto the ground, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. As the dust settled, the young duke stood in astonishment, staring at the hammer embedded in the arena, his mouth agape. Red lifted the hammer, revealing a massive crater in the arena that mirrored the one carved into the young duke's heart. Raising the hammer high, a powerful gust of wind surged towards the young duke's face. Quickly dodging, the young duke heard another thunderous crash as the hammer struck the ground before him, creating yet another pit. At that moment, he realized that Red had initially held back, and it was evident that he had now been provoked. There was no time for the young duke to wallow in regret. He could only flee, daring not to confront Red head-on unless he wished for his own demise. Thus, the battle unfolded, a relentless chase that transformed the arena into a stage of drama. The young duke hoped that Ret would succumb to fatigue from his vigorous exertion, for then it would be his turn to shine. Chapter 47. The second round of the arena battle, Part 2. Ret was of giant bloodline, gifted with immense strength, stamina, and resilience, a formidable warrior on the battlefield. His sole drawback might be a lack of cunning. The young duke's hope of waiting for Ret to tire was utterly futile. Once his own stamina waned, he would realize that in this mere arena battle, Ret would never falter from exhaustion. Meanwhile, Edwards was still evading attacks. Lacking a weapon and unwilling to reveal his true capabilities, he struggled beneath the relentless onslaught of Biggs' short blade. At last, Edwards seized an opportunity to distance himself from Biggs. However, before he could catch his breath, another assault from Biggs was upon him. Sweat trickled down his forehead as his azure eyes narrowed. Caught off guard by Biggs' forthcoming moves, it seemed that pulling away had not been the wisest choice. High above on the eastern platform, Princess Sophia watched Edwards intently, her heart having been in her throat since his initial bout against Vlad. However, although Edwards may face failure in the previous match, he is not in immediate danger. In this round of combat, however, to Sophia, Edwards appears to be constantly teetering on the brink of peril, as if he is dancing on a tightrope, where a moment's lapse could lead to a life-threatening situation. The concern in Sophia's eyes is unmistakable. Beads of sweat form on her forehead, rendering her even more anxious than if she were in battle herself. The girl, still in the bloom of youth, despite being a princess of such exquisite beauty, cannot escape the throes of affection. Now, as Big pulls out a dart, Sophia's anxiety intensifies. She yearns to call upon her father to halt the fight, yet reason forbids her from doing so. Thus, she can only clasp her hands tightly beneath her chin, close her eyes, and bow her head slightly, silently praying for Edwards in the arena above. Edwards, noticing Big across the way, feels his muscles tense as he senses the threat. He realizes he has been careless, having seen that Big bore no visible weapons. He chose not to arm himself out of respect. Little did he know that Big's weapons were concealed within his soft armor. Perhaps this is the cunning style of an assassin. Big's gaze sharpens. He positions his arms before him, and with a sudden, forceful flick of his wrist, the dart shoots forth like a streak of light, aiming straight for Edwards. Although swift, Edwards is prepared and evades the dart with relative ease. However, he is unprepared for Big's keen awareness. At the very moment the first dart is launched, Big deftly releases 3 more in rapid succession, effectively cornering Edwards' escape routes. Yet, Big's actions do not cease there. After releasing the darts, he lunges forward with a dagger in hand, intent on denying Edwards even a moment to react. His strategy is clear: to use the darts to confine Edwards' movements, ensuring that no matter how he dodges, he will inevitably be struck by at least one dart. And if the darts fail to incapacitate him, the subsequent assault will surely overwhelm him. Victory feels tantalizingly within reach for Big. Sophia and other supporters of Edwards hold their breath, hoping for a miracle, yet reason tells them it is unlikely. As the first dart approaches, Edwards easily dodges it. But as Big skillfully positions the darts to block Edwards' optimal escape route, the situation becomes dire. Especially as Big charges forward, he grants Edwards no time to respond. However, the anticipated panic does not materialize. Edwards' mind is clear and focused. He understands precisely what he must do to avert disaster. This is, in fact, a testament to Edwards' innate talent, his ability to remain unflinching in the face of danger and exhibit unparalleled combat prowess. Edwards was acutely aware that, should he summon his full strength, He could effortlessly traverse the blockade of darts with remarkable speed. Even without moving his form, he could evade the darts as they approached. However, he was reluctant to reveal his capabilities, leaving him with but one method to navigate this perilous situation. As the darts were unleashed, Edwards advanced rather than retreating, deftly sidestepping the first dart from Biggs, the most formidable projectile due to its power and speed. A sharp sound pierced the air as the lethal weapon penetrated flesh. Edwards used his left forearm to deflect the dart, swiftly extracting it and momentarily staunching the flow of blood with his tensed muscles. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the dart with his right hand and countered Biggs. Biggs was utterly unprepared for Edwards' audacious tactic of exchanging injury for a tactical advantage, and even more astonished by Edwards' audacity to engage him in direct combat after sustaining a wound. It was precisely this element of surprise that left Biggs momentarily stunned. The two combatants closed in on one another, colliding with fierce intensity. Though Biggs wielded a short blade, his strength paled in comparison to Edwards. Yet he held the advantage due to the weapon and Edwards' injury. Although Edwards had acquired Biggs' dart as an armament, its brevity rendered it an inadequate threat. Suddenly, Edwards hurled the dart with great force, aiming directly at Biggs' face. Anticipating the attack, Biggs deflected the dart with his blade, but in the instant he withdrew his weapon. Edwards surged forward. With his right hand poised, fingers aligned, he delivered a powerful chop to Biggs' wrist, accompanied by a sharp crack. Biggs' complexion turned ashen as his wrist fell limp, the blade clattering to the ground. The searing pain radiated from his wrist to his mind. Seizing the moment, Edwards pressed the attack, driving his shoulder into Biggs' chest. The impact sent Biggs flying, blood erupting from his mouth like a fountain. The audience below the arena was left pale, astonished by Edwards' unexpected triumph, particularly the brutal manner in which Biggs had been defeated. After sending Biggs sprawling, Edwards feigned exhaustion, trembling as he stood in the arena, as if about to collapse at any moment. A fervent cheer erupted from the crowd. Even those who had doubted Edwards now held him in profound respect. They had shifted allegiance, becoming fervent supporters of Edwards. Nearby, Red also emerged victorious, leaving the arena marred with deep craters, a testament to his prowess. Duke Meyer's plan to exhaust Ret had failed spectacularly, culminating in his own acknowledgement of defeat as he descended from the arena. This battle would go down in history as one of the most iconic confrontations in the annals of arena combat, with nearly an hour of engagement culminating in a single collision, a rarity indeed. Chapter 48. The calm before the storm concluded the first day of arena battles flawlessly, with the Weber family emerging as the paramount victors. Even though Edwards and Ret did not secure the first position, the Weber family managed to claim the second and third places. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the fiery clouds painted the capital city in hues of orange and red, enveloping it in a warm embrace. Accompanied by the vibrant sky, the king departed first, escorted by the royal guard, followed closely by the kingdom's three foremost nobles, and then the other aristocrats of the capital. Once the nobles had vacated the square, the tranquility was swiftly shattered, replaced by the clamor of voices, footsteps, and lively chatter as the populace thronged to leave. It was indeed unexpected that such formidable prowess resided within the Weber family, particularly in such strikingly handsome figures. How had they never come to light before? The youth named Edwards had never been heard of, while the towering figure known as Ret was already somewhat renowned. Indeed, this tournament had been a spectacle of remarkable proportions. Moreover, the participants were undeniably captivating. The crowd engaged in animated discussions about the standout competitors of the first day, with Edwards' name emerging prominently in the conversation. His beauty, perseverance, fortitude, strength, and fearless demeanor became the subjects of public admiration. Far away, Blackstone City, the kingdom's bastion against the Wurgs, also reveled in the joy of the royal tournament. Nonetheless, the border troops under the command of the second prince remained vigilant, continuing their routine patrols to ensure the safety of their encampment and guard against any potential Wurg attacks. The outskirts of Blackstone City were dotted with several villages, forming part of its defensive line. Among these, 2 villages were of paramount importance, controlled by the Meyer and Fisher families. These villages served not only as outposts, but also as supply points for their respective families during periods of expansion. Positioned strategically on either flank, they commanded the surrounding settlements along the defense line. Their purpose was not to withstand a full-scale Wurg assault, but rather to guard against reconnaissance by Wurg scouts and to relay information back to Blackstone City during any Wurg offensive, allowing the city to prepare accordingly. At that moment, atop the walls of Blackstone City, the second prince gazed across the vast expanse of Wurg territory. His piercing gaze seemed capable of penetrating the void, fixating on the royal tent of the central Werg tribe. A mere decade had passed since the Second Werg War, yet it appeared that the nobles of the capital had already forgotten the savagery of the Wergs, indulging instead in a life of pleasure and excess. The second prince, having participated in the recent 2 full-scale wars against the Wergs, was acutely aware of the brutality of these creatures. Wergs stood upright, resembling humans, yet bore wolf-like heads adorned with yellow fur, typically towering over their human counterparts, and exhibited a remarkable adaptability to harsh environments, maturing into innate warriors. The second prince would never forget the immense cost humanity had paid in the previous 2 wars to ultimately triumph over the Wergs. It had taken a united effort, a collective disregard for life and death, and a reliance on superior equipment to achieve such a hard-fought victory. Every family has sacrificed its loved ones, and even the royal family mourns the loss of the Grand Prince and the fourth prince. In stark contrast, the wolfmen advance while the human nobility indulges either in hedonistic pleasures or in the relentless pursuit of power. The second prince is beset with anxiety, yet feels utterly powerless. Given his current status, his only recourse is to diligently defend Blackstone City. To aspire for more, he must ascend to the highest echelons of the kingdom. Your Highness. He heard a voice, but without turning, he continued to gaze into the distance and asked, "Have there been any movements from the wolfmen?" Mark replied, "None. Since yesterday, the wolfmen have remained completely inactive, as if they have vanished." Indeed, the second prince turned around, contemplating for a moment before stating gravely, "During the annual arena battles, the wolfmen typically engage in subtle schemes. Their current silence is truly disconcerting." "Yes, Your Highness. Do you think the wolfmen might be concealing some treachery?" "After tonight's shift change, it is permissible for the soldiers to revel in festivities, is it not?" "Precisely, Your Highness. The arena battles span 2 days. On the first day, a portion of the soldiers may partake in the celebrations, while the remaining frontier troops will indulge on the second day." The second prince fell silent for a moment, regarding Mark with a firm admonition. "Ensure that the other contingent of soldiers maintains strict discipline, keeping the sentinels on the walls vigilant. This matter is entrusted to you." "Understood, Your Highness," Mark replied, bowing before preparing to attend to the specific arrangements. "Hold on," the second prince called Mark back, adding, "Make good use of the noble private soldiers outside Blackstone City. Instruct them to remain alert. Should a crisis arise, they must report promptly. In the event of danger, they are to flee to the city." The town controlled by the Meyer family is home to nearly 1,000 households. Although it lies perilously close to the wolfmen's territory and frequently suffers attacks, life here is relatively prosperous. After all, the area is vast and sparsely populated, and due to the inherent dangers, the Meyer family does not impose taxes on the inhabitants. The townsfolk need only provide sustenance for the Meyer family's private soldiers, while the remainder of their earnings is theirs to manage. Nonetheless, even under such conditions, few are willing to settle in the town because life here is fraught with peril, and once one arrives, returning to the city is nearly impossible. The townsfolk who choose to come are either subjugated by their lords or have no means of survival elsewhere. The town is but a casualty of Blackstone City's defense line. Only those with exceptional skills or who join the Meyer family's military can leverage their service to return to the city, albeit at the cost of total separation from the town. At the heart of the town stands a 2-story wooden building, the residence of the camp commander of the Meyer family's private soldiers and the administrative center of the town. However, at present, this building is occupied by another, Hoyle, the right-hand man of Duke Meyer. Hoyle stands atop the building, gazing at the fiery crimson clouds on the horizon, their vivid hue reminiscent of flames, and even more so, blood. The azure birthmark on Hoyle's left cheek was cast in crimson by the reflection of the clouds. He lowered his head, gazing down upon the entire town, a flicker of reluctance crossing his face, yet his emotions swiftly returned to a placid state, as if nothing had transpired. Today marks the first day of the arena battles. Allow the soldiers a moment of respite. Do not keep them in a state of perpetual tension, Hoyle instructed with a measured tone. "But I shall oversee it personally. Do you not trust me?" The camp commander, hearing Hoyle's willingness to personally coordinate the defenses, felt his worries dissolve, and he respectfully saluted, proclaiming, "As you wish, my lord." Chapter 49. The turmoil at the gates of Taya. As dusk enveloped the horizon, the warm glow of the setting sun illuminated the gates of Taya. A throng of pedestrians lined up, their faces devoid of the urgency that accompanied their earlier entry into the city, each appearing rather at ease. "Form an orderly queue. Hurry, hurry, the gates are about to close. Merchants, do remember to pay," the soldiers at the city gates shouted. Diligently performing their duties in hopes of achieving better results and earning some gratuities, anticipating a chance to unwind during the tournament. Suddenly, the small pebbles underfoot began to tremble, followed by a distant rumble that crescendoed into a violent quake, reminiscent of an earthquake. The sound grew nearer, the distinct clatter of hooves resonating clearly, while a cloud of dust obscured the view, rendering it impossible to ascertain the number of cavalry approaching. However, the sheer force suggested at least several hundred. The previously serene expressions of the pedestrians shattered, replaced by shouts, gasps, and fervent prayers. The once orderly lines descended into chaos, as each individual sought to flee toward the safety of the city. The soldiers, tasked with maintaining order, closing the gates, and promptly reporting the enemy's status, found themselves paralyzed by the unfolding pandemonium. Positioned in a crucial area of the kingdom, far from the borders, the soldiers of Teia had never encountered such unforeseen turmoil. Accustomed to wielding authority, they were woefully unprepared for the realities of warfare. As the cavalry approached, rather than swiftly securing the gates, some soldiers abandoned their weapons, joining the throng in a frantic escape, while others stood frozen in fear. Upon the arrival of Duke Fisher, he was met with this disarray. His expression remained impassive as he nodded to the fully armed knights beside him. The knights grasped the duke's intent and bellowed, "Silence! Remain where you are, or face the consequences." Their commanding voices resonated with formidable authority, momentarily silencing the tumult. Yet, in that fleeting stillness, some sought to exploit the chaos, the calm offering them a more favorable opportunity to advance. A soldier, having discarded his weapon, pressed into the crowd, calling out, make way, let me through." The city gates loomed just a few meters ahead. With a few more pushes, he could escape. He savored the exhilarating joy of reclaiming his life, his breaths growing sweeter with each passing moment. All around the chaotic crowd, there were individuals, much like this soldier, harboring a sense of false hope. They believed that by mingling within the throngs, they would remain unnoticed. Inspired by their audacity, the crowd began to surge and spiral into disarray once again. Suddenly, the heavy cavalrymen drew their crossbows from their backs, raising them in unison with a swift motion, their actions a testament to countless hours of training and combat experience. With a sharp twang, the bolts were loosed, and in an instant, the air was pierced by a sickening thud as the projectiles tore through flesh, embedding themselves deep within the bodies of the unsuspecting. The soldier found himself merely a meter away from the city gate, a mere step that would seal his fate. The euphoria of crossing the threshold dulled his senses to the foreign object that had invaded his body until the metallic sweetness of blood filled his throat, an unrelenting flow spilling forth despite his desperate attempts to stifle it. As pain radiated from his back, he glanced down to discover a shaft protruding from his chest. With a heavy thud, he collapsed within the city, fulfilling his desire to enter, albeit in the most tragic manner. In those final moments, rather than regret, the soldier was consumed by confusion over why the knights would dare to strike him down. To slay him was tantamount to declaring war upon the city, a breach of the unspoken truce among the nobility amidst the looming threat of the wolfmen. Had he been able to discern the scales emblazoned upon the armor of the heavy cavalry, he might have grasped the gravity of his situation more clearly. Amidst the crowd, shrieks echoed, and bodies fell as the instigators of the second disturbance were systematically eliminated. The once tumultuous throng fell into an eerie silence, their panic heightened by the chilling realization that these heavy cavalrymen were indeed merciless killers. Finally, they had the opportunity to observe the unwelcome guests before them. Though numbering only 20, these riders exuded the presence of 1,000 soldiers, their charge akin to a seismic upheaval, a relentless nightmare for any foe. Clad in gleaming silver armor, reinforced and substantial enough to withstand arrows and common blades alike, each knight was a formidable sight. Their steeds, towering and robust, were enveloped in armor, ensuring their momentum remained unbroken during the charge. The knights wielded lances nearly 4 meters long, thicker than standard, and almost 2 meters longer than average. On one side of the saddle hung a knightly sword, while on the other rested a crossbow with a quiver of bolts. A large quiver on their backs contained not bolts, but 6 short spears, versatile enough for both melee and thrown combat. This elite force of 21, the most potent contingent of the Fisher family, served solely under the command of the Duke of Fisher. The scales emblazoned upon their breastplates stood as a mark of their rank, delineating 4 levels: soldier, squad leader, captain, and commander. The armor and weaponry of Duke Fisher are akin to those of the cavalrymen. However, the golden scales emblazoned upon his chest serve as a testament to his authority, for he is the commander of this heavy cavalry regiment, the supreme leader. The captain bears the pinnacle rank of the Grand Knight. Adorned with a silver scale insignia on his chest, while the squad leaders, holding the knight rank, display a bronze emblem. Within the squad, there are also individuals of knightly prowess marked with bronze insignias, while the remaining members wear black iron insignias, their strength nearing that of knights, yet forever barred from ascension due to their lineage. As Duke Fisher and his knights entered the city, the rhythmic clattering of hooves resonated, crisp and orderly, akin to life-sustaining notes striking the hearts of onlookers. A palpable tremor coursed through the crowd, filled with dread for these faceless harbingers of death encased in armor. The stench of fear permeated the air, causing many to lose control of their bowels in sheer terror. As the heavily armored cavalry approached, the throng instinctively parted, creating a passageway for these formidable war machines. At that moment, a cacophony of hurried footsteps and the whinnying of horses emerged from the city gates. The main force of the Taya city defense had finally arrived, their voices preceding their arrival. Drop your weapons. Chapter 50. The panic of Taya city's nobility. The sound of hooves echoed from behind the half-closed city gates. Even the mere sound of their footsteps conveyed an air of calmness, not to mention their audacious pronouncements. Drop your weapons and declare your identity. I would prefer that you do not resist upon my arrival. Upon hearing such brazen words, Duke Fisher offered no response, merely raising his forearm. Instantly, the clamor outside fell silent. With renewed confidence, Barnett commanded the gates to be swung open, but the sight that greeted him nearly caused him to tumble from his mount. Fully armored heavy cavalry, no ordinary soldiers, but the elite among the elite, most notably marked by the scales of gold upon their chests, the insignia of the Fisher family. This heavy cavalry was undoubtedly the trump card of the Fisher lineage. Barnett's gaze fell upon the towering knight at the forefront, adorned with the golden scales, and he gasped in disbelief, his anger threatening to shatter the messenger soldier into pieces. The soldier had claimed that merely 20-odd cavalry were approaching, yet failed to mention they were heavy cavalry led personally by the Duke himself. The lieutenant, oblivious to Barnett's expression, noted the heavy cavalrymen seated resolutely upon their steeds, showing no inclination to dismount, and bellowed, "Dismount immediately, before you stands." In an instant, Barnett leapt from his horse with unprecedented speed, charging toward the lieutenant and striking him from his mount. He then hurriedly approached Duke Fisher's warhorse, taking the reins and smiling obsequiously, "My lord, I am the captain of the City Defense Battalion, the son of Viscount Babbitt." The Duke's scrutinizing gaze made Barnett's heart race. When will the nobles of Taya City arrive? The Duke, still masked, spoke with a calmness that belied his formidable authority. "My lord, I can arrive within a quarter of an hour." The Duke nodded, choosing to remain silent. Barnett stood by, drenched in sweat, overwhelmed by pressure. Soon, the sounds of hooves, footsteps, and various clamor grew increasingly near. "Hurry, hurry." Baron Reese rode in on horseback, followed closely by Sappic and March, without any attendants. They were the first to reach the city gate. Upon exiting the gate and noticing the golden scales insignia, Baron Reese and Sappic were momentarily transfixed, realizing the Duke had no intention of revealing his identity just yet. They offered their respects, "My lord," and took their positions beside the Duke, while Baron Reese maintained his composure. Sappic felt as if he were precariously perched on the edge of a collapsing mountain, fearful of being crushed by the weight of the situation. He understood the Duke's purpose and recognized that if his own actions were exposed, he would be crushed like an ant. Sir Blen and Baron Parker arrived together, having encountered one another en route to the city gate. Upon reaching the gate and witnessing Baron Reese's humble demeanor, they recognized the identity of the visitors through the golden scales. They exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared sense of bewilderment. This was the scheduled time for the tournament, where normally, Duke Fisher would preside from an elevated position, observing the kingdom's next generation in combat. What could possibly bring him to Taya City? And with such an ominous presence? Baron Parker's mind was filled with questions, while Sir Blen harbored some suspicions but chose to remain silent, uncertain of the circumstances. The distant clattering of wheels became progressively louder. It was the sound of a carriage. "Faster! Faster! Damn these horses!" boomed a voice from within the carriage. Outside, the servant hastily drove the carriage forth, bursting through the city gate and skidding to a halt, leaving 2 deep marks on the ground. Before the carriage had fully stopped, a corpulent figure, disheveled in attire, jumped down. This rotund nobleman hurriedly approached the Duke, bowed, and lamented, "My lord, you have arrived. Perhaps you could have given us a heads up so we could properly prepare a feast in your honor." The fragrance of the ladies surrounding Viscount Babbitt wafted through the air, reaching Barnett even from a distance. He gently rubbed his forehead, casting a resigned glance at his father. Baron Reese remained impassive, observing the scene with detached interest. Babette's infamous reputation for indulgence and laziness was well known throughout the kingdom, and it was precisely his penchant for pleasure that reassured the royal family of his position as Tea's city's most prominent noble. After all, if an ambitious and formidable noble were to unify the power within Tea's city, it would spell trouble for the royal family and the other three leading noble houses. Duke Fisher offered no response, merely gesturing with his hand. The heavy cavalry split into two formations, raising their 4-meter-long pikes, effectively barring all but the four noble families of Tea's city from entering the gate. The city defense soldiers dared not show the slightest resistance. The disparity in equipment was stark, akin to the difference between a timid rabbit and a fierce tiger. Moreover, the noble lords resembled mice confronted by a cat, rendered powerless and cautious. The duke, still donning his mask, surveyed the nobles of Tea's city from his elevated position, his gaze sweeping across them. The nobles stood in a line, perspiration beading on their foreheads under the duke's scrutinizing gaze, and the friendliest among them, Viscount Babet, nearly faltered under the weight of the duke's stare. "You too are of knightly rank. How have you become so indulgent?" The duke chided Viscount Babet with a touch of disappointment. "My lord, my talents are modest. Merely breaking through to knighthood was a stroke of luck, though I am, of course, more fortunate than commoners. Indeed, yet you have succumbed to the allure of women. This is your personal affair, and I neither have the authority nor the inclination to admonish you." The duke fell silent for a moment before speaking sternly. "However, you have let the defense of Tea's city grow lax, focusing solely on tax accumulation without a shred of vigilance. Have you forgotten that Tea's city was once a formidable military stronghold, the bulwark against the wolfmen?" The duke gestured toward the city walls, their height rivaling that of Blackstone City, marred by the scars of countless battles, nourished by the blood of many. "This is both hatred and honor. You must not forget that you need to uphold the legacy of your forebears. When I arrived with heavy cavalry, your soldiers were either paralyzed with fear or mingling with the crowd in flight. Not a soul thought to close the city gates. Should true enemies or wolfmen approach, this unprotected city would surely meet a tragic fate." Barnett, the captain of the Tea's city defense battalion, felt as though his head might pierce his own chest. The soldier's dereliction ultimately fell upon his shoulders. "Lift your head. Can we not restore morale?" Barnett suddenly raised his gaze to meet the duke's, exclaiming, "We can." But, Chapter 51, the first encounter with the Shura field. Barnett's mind echoed with the duke's words. Sir Brune was responsible for the forging of equipment, and Tea Iron Mine was the kingdom's largest. "When you tell me you lack armor and weapons, should I commend you for adhering to protocol or deem you foolish?" The duke had already entered the city, heading toward Baron Riss' residence, while Barnett remained lost in contemplation of the duke's remarks. With a resounding slap, Barnett struck his own forehead. "Indeed, how did I not consider this before? Is this the chasm that separates me from the duke?" The city defense forces were not directly under royal command. They were largely private armies of the nobility, thus their equipment was subpar. The impoverished city could only utilize the outdated gear bestowed by the crown, and even Tea's city's defenses barely met the minimum standard. Edwards resided in a modest 2-story building within the Marquis' estate, a dwelling that had housed only 2 individuals over the passage of time, Edwards himself and the young maid. Mia, the maid, a beggar, appeared to be of a similar age to Edwards. Yet, her true age remains a mystery, as enigmatic as her lineage and her parents. Many years ago, on an unremarkable street leading to the duke's residence, a young girl was begging. Her garments were dust-laden, her bare feet cold against the ground, her hair disheveled, and her small face flushed from the chill, while her large eyes brimmed with loneliness and despair. The youthful Edwards leapt from Warren's embrace and approached the little girl, extending a hand toward her. Little did he know the profound impact his gesture had on Warren, who stood behind him. In the realm of the duke, Edwards was a mischievous imp, a genuine little devil. Yet, in that moment, he radiated warmth and compassion. Mia would forever cherish that scene. On a frigid autumn day, a day when she might have perished at any moment due to unforeseen circumstances, when a delicate, fair hand guided her toward the happiness she so fervently desired. The owner of that hand was so strikingly beautiful, resembling an angel, that for a prolonged period, Mia mistakenly believed Edwards to be a girl. After Warren's passing, only Mia and Edwards remained in the duke's residence. When Mia first arrived at Edward's side, she was akin to a pet approved by Warren, much like a humble kitten or puppy, timid and unassuming. However, as time passed, the two solitary souls relied on one another, becoming each other's most significant companions. Yet now a crisis loomed. Mia thought to herself, just the day before, Edwards had brought home a noble young lady. This lady had come to the modest dwelling where Edwards resided, and Mia assumed she would merely be visiting, soon to depart. To her dismay, the noble lady shamelessly decided to stay, seemingly with no intention of leaving anytime soon. This development ignited a sense of peril within the little maid. The noble lady appeared to be considerably older, and Mia felt somewhat confident regarding this, for she had heard the elders of the Duke's residence speak of men's preference for youth. However, the lady was undeniably beautiful, with an alluring figure, noble status, and formidable strength. While Mia was merely a lowly maid, she mused. She glanced at her own unremarkable chest, giving it a pat, confirming its mediocrity, and the freckles adorning her face deepened her discomfort. As the arena battle concluded and Edwards and the others departed, Schmidt cautioned Edwards, saying, "Be wary of a fire in the backyard." Throughout the journey back to the dwelling, Edwards was haunted by Schmidt's words, failing to comprehend their meaning. With a soft thud, Edwards opened the door to the small building, but the customary welcome was absent. Lucy and Mia merely glanced at him before returning to their tasks, as if he were but a wisp of air. In the living room, Lucy reclined in her chair, engrossed in her black serpent venom compendium, exuding an air of intellect and languor. Her attire had transformed from fitted leather armor to a cinched long gown, perfectly accentuating her figure, embodying allure and temptation. On the other side, the young maid Mia, under ordinary circumstances, would have greeted Edwards with a cheerful smile, but now she sat poised in her chair, her delicate hands skillfully knitting a sweater. The garment had begun to take shape, tailored specifically for Edwards. "Why is there such silence? Aren't you getting along splendidly?" Edwards, unable to comprehend the situation, inadvertently fueled the discord. "Indeed, we get along very well. We are both doing our utmost to assist you." Mia cast a puzzled glance at Lucy and nodded. "I am studying the Black Serpent's poison codex, hoping to better aid you in confronting our enemies in the future. Mia, dear sister, knits this garment to keep you warm, also for your well-being. Of course, I believe it unnecessary for you to toil so. You could simply purchase one." Lucy paused, glancing at Mia's knitting, then continued, "Although your work is commendable, it cannot compare to that of a professional seamstress, can it, dear sister?" Mia detected the underlying meaning in Lucy's words, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her small frame trembling as if she might cry at any moment. Lucy, truly the epitome of a noble woman, demonstrated a profound understanding of both warfare and strategy, striking directly at the heart of female rivalry with surgical precision. At that moment, Edwards finally grasped the nature of their tension. It was a contest of affection. Although still young and somewhat naive in matters of the heart, Edwards was certainly not foolish and held a fondness for both Lucy and Mia. Mia had grown alongside him, unwavering and steadfast, making her his closest companion. While Lucy's mature beauty stirred emotions within him, both were of great significance. Seeing Mia clearly at a disadvantage, Edwards felt a mix of resignation and understanding. After all, Mia was merely a maid, lacking the experience and decisiveness of Lucy, the astute noblewoman. "Mia's knitting is splendid. I adore the garments she creates," he remarked as he approached her, gently patting her shoulder. Mia looked up and met Edward's warm gaze, her heart swelling with warmth, her eyes still glistening. Yet her lips could not conceal a smile. Witnessing this, Edwards felt a deeper sense of helplessness. The young maid was simply too innocent. "Is it so, dear Mia? Might you also knit me a coat?" The uncontainable joy on the maid's face froze momentarily, a look of grievance emerging, both comical and endearing. Chapter 52. The Duke Fisher's intentions in the grand hall of Baron Reese's estate. Duke Fisher occupied the seat of honor, while below him stood Baron Reese, Sappic, and march in a line, awaiting the Duke's inquiries. The other heavy cavalry, under Baron Reese's direction, had begun their recuperation after nearly 2 days of relentless travel. Fully armed and without a moment's respite, only the kingdom's most formidable knightly order could withstand such an arduous journey. At this moment, the hall was enveloped in an eerie silence, so profound that the sound of a falling needle could be discerned. Duke Fisher had not removed his armor, merely lifting his helmet to rest his head upon one hand, tilting it to the side as he took a brief respite. Below, the three individuals felt an immense weight upon their shoulders. Fully aware of the Duke's purpose for being there, Lucius had gone missing on the road from Teia City to the royal capital. Baron Rees and March were somewhat at ease, as they had committed no transgressions and had executed their responsibilities to the best of their abilities. In stark contrast, Sappic was engulfed in a tumult of emotions. If the Duke were to uncover even the slightest clue of his involvement, death would be his inescapable fate. The three men hung their heads, when suddenly a voice commanded from above, "Lift your heads. I believe you all know the reason for my presence here." "Indeed, my lord," they replied in unison. Duke Fisher scrutinized them with piercing eyes, yet fatigue was evident within, whether from the journey or from concern for Lucius remained uncertain. Rees. Was there anything unusual in Teia City prior to Lucius's arrival? Baron Rees pondered for a moment before responding, "My lord. When young Master Lucius was en route to Teia City, there was indeed a matter of significance. Before his arrival, news of his coming had already spread. Even I was unaware of his route back to the capital at that time. Furthermore, the Black Serpent family had been hiding in the Dello Mountains and had seized 3 shipments of supplies destined for Blackstone City from the capital. The route, you say?" Duke Fisher's gaze shifted to Sapik. "How was Lucius's path to the royal capital disclosed?" "My lord, I am uncertain. Young Master Lucius and I did not reveal our identities. And due to the urgency of our journey, we did not lodge in any other towns. As for the route, it was only reported to our family." Sapik struggled to suppress his trembling body. The pressure he felt was immense, standing before the kingdom's most powerful authority, a source of anxiety that was palpable. "Then why did you not accompany Lucius back to the royal capital?" The duke's tone remained flat, yet the underlying inquiry was unmistakable. Under such pressure, Sapik finally faltered, his body quaking as his words became disjointed. My lord, it was Lord Relf who instructed me to remain behind to investigate the Black Serpent family." "Have you yielded any results?" "And no, none," Sapik replied cautiously. The duke waved his hand dismissively, prompting Sapik to bow and retreat. March observed Sapik's discomposure with astonishment. As a knight, Sapik was not an insignificant figure within any noble family, yet before the duke, he appeared utterly abject, a stark contrast to his previous composure. March, however, felt relatively unburdened in the duke's presence, as the primary pressure rested upon his father and Sapik. He merely complied with orders. The duke turned his gaze to March and said, "You may take your leave as well. The young one from the Weber family has also arrived in Teia City." "What brings him here?" "A village of the Brunn family was slaughtered by the Black Serpent family," Baron Rees said, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he divulged the intentions of Edwards and his companions. Duke Fisher discerned the peculiar demeanor of Baron Rees and inquired, "What concern is it of yours that the village of the Blend family was slaughtered by the remnants of the Black Serpent?" The duke's gaze fixed intently upon Baron Rees, who then continued, "Was it you who orchestrated this?" Baron Rees nodded, hastily adding, "My lord, it was Lord Relf who urged me to act. He desires the Weber family to confront the remnants of the Black Serpent." Employing another's blade to strike, Duke Fisher acknowledged with a nod, proceeding to question, "What was the outcome? Were the Black Serpents vanquished?" "I cannot say for certain. 3 days ago, a fire erupted in a valley of the Droll Mountains. We ventured to investigate, yet yielded no results. We could only ascertain that this valley served as the stronghold for the remnants of the Black Serpent. All traces were consumed by the flames, leaving nothing behind. Even if there were bodies at the camp, we could not ascertain their identities. Thus, the fate of the Black Serpent remnants remains uncertain," Baron Rees replied in a subdued tone. "Indeed, my lord. I subtly inquired about the fate of the Black Serpent family from Sir Blen, but that old fox, cunning as he is, revealed nothing of substance. It appears that only the Weber family possesses knowledge regarding the Black Serpent. On the day young Lord Ruscio departed from Teia City, the Nalanla Gorge was besieged by unidentified soldiers, and a battle involving knights of considerable rank transpired within the gorge. However, upon inspection, it seemed there were no casualties." After delivering his account, Baron Rees bowed, awaiting the Duke's further inquiries. When silence lingered, he cautiously raised his head, only to find the Duke gesturing for him to leave. The leakage of information, the Black Serpent family's plundering, Lord Relf's directives, the blockade by unidentified soldiers, and the arrival of the Weber family, all entwined in a web of complexity with no discernible breakthrough to unravel, left even Duke Fisher feeling powerless. According to Baron Rees's narrative, the conflict in Nalanla Gorge was likely the Black Serpent family's attempt to eliminate Ruscio. It would be understandable if the Black Serpent sought merely to capture Ruscio, as his life would always hold greater value than his death. However, should they dare to kill him, the fate of the Black Serpent family in the kingdom would be sealed. They would become the sworn enemies of the Fisher family, destined for annihilation. Moreover, Duke Fisher held unwavering confidence in Ruscio's capabilities. He did not believe Ruscio could be captured by the remnants of the Black Serpent. Ruscio, being at the pinnacle of knightly prowess, would surely find a way to escape even if he faced overwhelming odds. He would never fall victim to the trivial remnants of the Black Serpent, unless other forces intervened. Presently, Ruscio's chances of survival appeared more favorable. Yet, which forces could that be? The powers wielded by the elite nobles differ vastly, and their interests rarely conflict, particularly in matters concerning the lives of their bloodlines. As for the lesser nobles, They lacked both the courage and the means to orchestrate such events. Within the family, what of the family? Are Relfa's commands mere coincidences? What of the leaks of information? Duke Fisher's forehead was lined with veins, his countenance darkening, as suspicion brewed within him. Chapter 53. Heir to the Macis throne in the Grand Palace, within the resplendent hall. King Macis III sat regally at the head of the table. Below him, 2 rows of noble seats faced one another. The hall was supported by dozens of columns, each thick enough to be embraced by a single person, towering and majestic. The interior lacked excessive embellishments. Instead, it was adorned with exquisite carvings, dignified yet unpretentious. This hall served as the epicenter of the kingdom's supreme authority, the venue for deliberations between King Macis III and the nobility on matters of strategy. At this moment, the hall was dimly lit, casting shadows over King Macis III, who no longer radiated the brilliance of yore. The seats of the nobles lay empty, and the king sat in solitude upon his throne, his eyes straining to remain open, their luster dulled, punctuated by intermittent coughs. His body was afflicted with grave illness. He was no longer the formidable monarch who once gazed down upon the grand lords with an air of dominance. A harsh cough erupted, and from the shadows, King Macis III's voice emerged, raspy and feeble. Whom do you believe is most fit to ascend as king? As the king spoke, a metallic sound echoed from a corner. Daniel stepped forth, bowing before the king. Your Majesty, I am a member of the royal guard, tasked solely with ensuring your safety. Regarding your query, I possess neither the authority nor the capacity to provide an answer. Speak freely. Today, I grant you the power to express your thoughts. Who do you believe is most suitable? Daniel's visage was obscured by a mask, his form enveloped in golden armor, concealing any visible expression. However, his reluctance to rise suggested his disinclination to adjudicate the matter of succession. Rise, we are merely conversing. I am well aware of my frail state. I cannot endure much longer. Daniel stood, his body trembling slightly. His deep respect for King Macis III stemmed from the king's own nurturing, which had endowed him with his current strength and status. Yet, witnessing the once mighty ruler, now rendered feeble and aged, stirred complex emotions of sorrow within Daniel. King Macis III continued, share your thoughts. His tone was calm, yet bore an undeniable authority that invited no contradiction. Daniel understood the necessity of voicing his opinion. The king, in his old age, could scarcely tolerate any disobedience to his commands, fearing it might imply a disregard for his advancing years, a common ailment of those in power when faced with the inexorable passage of time. Your Majesty, the second prince possesses a formidable, martial disposition, wielding considerable power and commanding the palace as frontier forces, effectively overseeing a third of the kingdom's military. Moreover, he is no longer youthful. His military and political experiences are extensive. King Macis III nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent, yet gesturing for Daniel to continue. The third prince possesses a gentle demeanor, stability, and unwavering loyalty, maintaining a close bond with the Fisher family, particularly with Relf, which would guarantee their support should he ascend to the throne. In contrast, the fifth prince radiates brilliance, embodying the youthful vigor of his majesty, potentially invigorating the kingdom with his spirited presence. Furthermore, the fifth prince is the grandson of Duke Meyer, thus securing the backing of the Meyer family's influential power. Each of the three princes is capable of assuming the royal mantle. Upon hearing Daniel's assessment of the princes, the king, with a knowing smile, remarked, "It is said that you are obsessed with martial prowess and lack flexibility. However, I find you quite discerning, extolling the virtues of all the princes while neglecting their flaws and weaknesses. Allow me to provide my perspective. The second prince possesses extensive military experience and can be deemed a distinguished general, yet his impetuous nature and fiery temperament hinder his adaptability. The third prince, while seemingly loyal and straightforward, harbors considerable cunning. This may not be a flaw for a ruler, but his capabilities still fall short in comparison. As for the fifth prince, despite his apparent brilliance and the unwavering support from the Meyer family, can he truly outmaneuver the seasoned foxes of that clan?" Daniel was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that the king, despite his frail condition, could so astutely discern the strengths and weaknesses of each prince. Indeed, a fierce beast, even in old age, remains formidable. The king fixed his gaze upon Daniel, his tone serious. "Tell me, who would you serve with the same loyalty you offer me, should they claim the throne?" Daniel replied earnestly, "Whoever it may be, they shall receive my unwavering loyalty, just as I offer you." The king nodded, permitting Daniel to depart, while he remained alone in the grand hall, resembling a regal beast surveying his vast territory. As Daniel rose to leave, he felt drenched in sweat. The brief half-hour had proven more exhausting than a life-and-death battle. Indeed, discussions of royal authority can be akin to navigating life and death. Any issue that transcends its boundaries could potentially evolve into a matter of life and death. King Messi's III gazed intently at Daniel's retreating figure. His expression devoid of emotion, no malice, no admiration, only a calm and unhurried composure, as if strategizing with tranquil resolve. Daniel had highlighted the merits of the three princes. Yet he overlooked a legitimate royal contender, perhaps due to her lack of competitiveness, youth, and weakness, coupled with the fact that her mother did not hail from noble lineage. Alternatively, it could be a deliberate oversight, as per conventional norms. Regardless of the reason, Daniel chose to disregard this royal presence. King Messi's III understood Daniel's perspective. After all, within the Messi's dynasty, there had yet to be a queen. However, the absence of one in the past does not preclude the emergence of one in the future. Messi's III now finds himself in a state of regret. In his earlier years of vigor and strength, he had chosen to adopt a hands-off approach in raising the princes, neglecting systematic training. Consequently, each prince possesses distinct virtues, yet they are accompanied by glaring shortcomings. It is only now that he recognizes this issue and seeks to rectify it. But his failing health no longer permits him to do so. Princess Sophia is the heir apparent who has captured Messi's III's favor. She is like a blank canvas upon which the king can bestow a vibrant array of colors, allowing her to craft a magnificent future. The king acknowledges her character. Yet what she lacks are mentors and her own strength. For mentorship, the king has already selected the esteemed Marquis Weber, the king's most trusted advisor, who harbors ambitions and capabilities to ascend to the status of Duke Weber. In terms of strength, the princess's innate talent makes it quite achievable. Thus, what remains the most elusive is time. Time is the most precious, yet the most scarce of resources. It is upon the ruins that the most exquisite blossoms can flourish. Chapter 54. The power of the desert. The moonlight, bright and serene as water, envelopes the earth, washing away the darkness, while the twinkling stars assert their existence. Refusing to be overshadowed by the endless lunar glow, the Weber estate is alive with the vibrant energy of flora and in unseen corners. The harmonious chirping of unknown insects contributes to the tranquility. In a nameless small building, within its first-floor hall, the warm orange glow of an oil lamp spills through the windows, offering warmth to the outside world. Inside the hall, Edward sits across from Lucy, engrossed in a yellowed leather-bound tome, his brow occasionally furrowing in concentration. Lucy continues to peruse her book on poisons, contemplating the art of toxin creation, eagerly anticipating the rare materials she could acquire by following Edwards to further her research. The young maid Mia is knitting a sweater for Edwards, pouring her heartfelt intentions into every stitch. Lacking noble blood, she cannot become a knight, nor can she charge into battle on behalf of her master. Her intellect is not particularly sharp, nor does she possess the acumen for strategy or governance, yet her domestic skills are extraordinary, and she meticulously attends to every aspect of Edward's daily life. The three are absorbed in their respective pursuits, creating a scene of perfect harmony. "Master, what are you reading? Is it particularly difficult?" Mia inquires, having noticed Edwards's furrowed brow, which strikes her as curious. For how could any book challenge someone as clever as her master? Edwards lifts the leather-bound book and replies, "This is an introduction to the desert, the place we are soon to visit." However, Mia's interest is not in the desert itself, but rather in Edwards's use of we. She eagerly presses, "Master, will you take me with you this time?" "Of course." With that, the young maid's face lights up with joy, only to be met swiftly by a sudden wave of cold reality. "Mia, dear sister, you rejoice far too early. The desert is fraught with beasts that devour their prey without a trace. A delicate girl like you would surely be consumed, leaving naught but bones behind," Lucy remarked, adopting a terrifying expression. The little maid, momentarily startled, soon lifted her chin defiantly and retorted, "I am not afraid. My master will protect me." "Humph, protect you? If I were your master, I would prefer to see a little burden like you devoured in the desert," Lucy scoffed. Mia remained silent, casting an eager glance at Edwards, awaiting his response. Edwards, compelled to reassure her, replied, "I would never abandon you. I will protect you." The little maid's sorrow swiftly transformed into joy. "What a naive little fool." Lucy's words elicited a soft huff and an eye roll from Mia. To the north of the desert lies the Lunsha mountain range, and to the south, the Lanshan territory. "How much do you know about the Lanshan territory?" Lucy pondered briefly before stating, "The Lanshan territory is the fief of Viscount Laston. His reputation is rather unsavory, greedy, lecherous, and arrogant. With connections to the desert's marauders, he is not an easy character to deal with." I believe that if we are to approach the desert, our foremost task is to secure our rear. Thus Viscount Laston must be our first concern. Yes, I understand. I hope Laston makes the right choice. Otherwise, we may have to eliminate him, Edwards replied, his tone calm and devoid of inflection. Yet his words sent a chill down the spine. Engaging the jackals in combat is exceedingly perilous. He would not permit anyone to undermine him from behind, and thus, even harsh measures might become necessary. With the raucous interlude concluded, Edwards returned to examining intelligence regarding the desert. The desert is a realm of vice within the dynasty. Vast and sparsely populated, plagued by diverse factions yet devoid of noble governance. Here, gangs reign supreme. Among these gangs, some are benevolent, collecting protection fees while genuinely safeguarding the populace, while others oppress the common folk. Consequently, gangs have become the de facto rulers of their respective territories within the desert. Gang conflicts are commonplace, as each faction aspires to expand its territory and accrue greater wealth. Though numerous, the formidable individuals among these gangs are few. In the desert, ordinary soldiers constitute formidable forces, while aspiring knights are rare treasures. The two most powerful gangs in the desert are the Bloodhand Gang and the Savage Bear Society, whose leaders, Bloodhand and Savage Bear, are knight-tier warriors, reigning as kings of the desert. However, in the eyes of the nobility, despite their knightly prowess, they are merely unacknowledged curs, struggling for survival in desolation, seeking respect in vain. Of course, if Lucy's Black Snake family cannot secure shelter under Edwards or other esteemed nobles, they too risk becoming a gang like Bloodhand and Savage Bear, classified as criminals scorned by the aristocracy. Haishi City, the border army camp. Haishi City serves as a vital military stronghold of the kingdom, where soldiers outnumber the civilians. At the city's entrance lies the expansive camp of the border troops. Within the camp, the atmosphere is distinctly divided. One side revels in merriment, indulging in feasting and jovial banter, while the other exhibits strict discipline, enveloped in silence. The second prince, accompanied by Mark, has come to inspect the camp, ensuring that the soldiers adhere to the schedule during their brief respite from the arena battles. The camp sprawls across a vast area, accommodating the daily lives of 10,000 soldiers. Each building houses 10 occupants, with 500 living quarters flanking either side, along with armories, granaries, stables, and training grounds. Guided by a legion commander, the second prince and Mark first arrive at the left camp. As they enter, the boundary between the two camps allows faint echoes of cheers and applause to reach their ears. As they draw nearer, the sounds intensify, accompanied by the flickering glow of bonfires, creating an atmosphere akin to a bustling market rather than a disciplined military installation. Upon reaching a point where the soldiers' voices are distinctly audible, the second prince halts and addresses the legion commander, stating that they should not proceed further, for their presence would dampen the soldiers' revelry. Indeed, both Mark and the commander nod in agreement. In stark contrast, the right camp is devoid of laughter, and eerie silence prevails, punctuated only by the whispering winds, instilling a sense of foreboding. The echoes of their footsteps resonate within the camp, occasionally interrupted by the sounds of swords being polished and soft snores. Aside from the soldiers assigned to patrol, the rest well to maintain their peak combat readiness. Chapter 55. The Preparation of the Wargen. Dark clouds obscure the sun, shrouding the moonlit earth in shadow. The Wargen camp starkly contrasts with the border army camp of Haishi City. If the latter resembles an affluent district, the former can only be likened to a slum. The majority of the Wargen dwellings consist merely of wooden frameworks covered with branches and thatch, creating rudimentary shelters, lacking the means to construct their own fortifications. The outer perimeter of the camp is where the most effort and resources have been invested. Thick wooden posts are driven deep into the ground, arranged in 2 rows, with the second row shorter than the first to ensure stability. 5 meters behind these posts, a third row of shorter posts is added, upon which thinner wooden beams are laid to create a platform for defensive measures. The construction of the camp's walls occurs under the supervision of Monk. Though their utility may not be apparent at present, the Wargen still derive a sense of security from them. Outside the camp, in an open area, several hundred Wargen align in formation, their eyes glowing green in the darkness as they intently observe their vanguard, Monk, atop the elevated platform. Monk gazed down at the orderly queue, shaking his head in resignation at its neatness. Although the Wargens were born warriors, their intelligence paled in comparison to that of humans. A Wargen as astute as Monk was indeed a rarity among their kind. Highly intelligent Wargens thrived among their peers, effortlessly attaining elevated status, though such circumstances were not absolute. As unforeseen events could still transpire, 2 directives were issued. First, To heed the command of the Grand Leader, more monk bellowed down to the Wirgins, pausing momentarily for their response before proceeding with further orders. The Wirgins below raised their bizarre weapons high, waving them in a frenzy, howling in understanding, each echoing Monk S exhortation in turn. Silence. Monk S voice rang out, and the Wirgins fell quiet, though their minds were somewhat dull and their tempers volatile. They had no desire to meet their demise, particularly not at the hands of Monk, the infamous butcher. Many a Wargen had perished for defying his commands. The second directive was clear: more forbade killing, no slaying allowed. The Wirgins exchanged glances, bewildered by the prohibition against murder. Slaying humans was ingrained in their very essence. Restraining them was akin to denying an addict their fix, an insurmountable challenge. Some glared resentfully at Monk, but under the weight of his calm gaze, their expressions cleared. Do you comprehend, you fools? Monk pressed. Understand? Good. Excellent. He nodded at the Wirgins below, signaling for them to bring forth captives. 2 Wirgins ushered 20 individuals onto the platform, men and women of varying ages, yet devoid of children, all adults clad in tattered garments, filthy and disheveled, their eyes devoid of life. Approaching one man, Monk grasped his neck and hoisted him aloft, edging toward the precipice of the platform. With a swift motion, he rent the man in two, fresh blood spraying forth, before carelessly discarding the corpse, which was eagerly seized by the Wirgins below. The remaining captives stood silently, their expressions as vacant as the dead, betraying no fear, panic, resistance, or cries, merely accepting their grim fate as if it were their destiny as livestock. Some had been bred in captivity during the war, generations raised in such an environment, fully acclimated to their dismal lot. Others had been captured by Wirgins and, under the oppressive atmosphere, had long since lost their courage. The sound of crunching echoed as Monk, while discarding the bodies, took a few bites from his favorite portions. Skillfully, he tossed each corpse to the ravenous Wirgins below, his form becoming drenched in blood, transforming his yellow fur into a vivid crimson. With his tongue extended, he licked the droplets of blood from the corners of his mouth, a gruesome and terrifying sight. 5 minutes later, the Wirgins gradually rose, the sound of chewing diminishing, save for the occasional clattering of teeth in the corners. 20 individuals, akin to poultry, were utterly devoured by the werewolves within the fleeting span of existence, leaving only the remnants of bloodstains and large bones marred with traces of crimson, signifying their former presence. The lower half of the werewolf's face was smeared with blood, and the cruel intent in its eyes, ignited by the sanguine essence, intensified its thirst for human flesh and the exhilarating pleasure of slaughter. Monk observed this scene, nodding in agreement before proclaiming loudly, "Let us depart." The werewolves howled, releasing their pent-up yearning for carnage. In the 2-story building of Mayor's Town, Captain Hoyle raised a toast. "My lord, please drink." "Indeed, my lord. If you do not partake, how dare we?" "Yes, my lord has brought us fine wine from the royal capital. A rare delight for us." Hoyle could feel the fervor of the soldiers. He had no choice but to concede. "Very well, everyone drink. But remember, this is the only day for such revelry. There will be no further opportunities." He summoned the captain of the Meyer family's private troops and the leaders of various squads to his abode for merriment, allowing the other soldiers to rest under the pretense of celebrating the arena battles, yet it was merely for this single day. However, the soldiers' interpretation of this single day could hardly align with Hoyle's notion. With a thud, the captain collapsed onto the table. One of the squad leaders, witnessing this spectacle, chuckled. "Captain, your capacity for alcohol is remarkable." Before he could finish, he too fell to the ground. Other squad leaders followed suit in quick succession. The frequent toasts, a rare respite for the officers, were deftly exploited by Hoyle, who effortlessly intoxicated them with potent spirits, far from ordinary wine. Hoyle quietly observed this unfolding drama, his gaze betraying no emotion. The captain, sprawled across the table, continued to murmur, "My lord, drink, drink." Suddenly, the captain's body shuddered on the table, and in a slurred voice, he uttered, my lord, run. It's the werewolves, the werewolves. Kill, kill." Upon hearing the captain's delirious ramblings, a fleeting glimmer of reluctance appeared in Hoyle's indifferent eyes, merely a flicker of compassion, yet it incited no action. The town's alarm bells rang out, followed by anguished cries and wails. "Help! No! It's the werewolves, the werewolves. Kill, kill, run, flee." Hoyle sharply perceived the commotion at the town's periphery. He understood that the werewolves had breached the defenses. His hands trembled slightly as he donned his dark attire and hood. He acknowledged his regret. Yet there was no path of retreat remaining. Chapter 56. The Assault on Mayor's Town. like other villages, served as a fortress on the outskirts of Blackstone City, constituting the first line of defense. Thus, the perimeter walls of the town were robust, constructed not of timber but of solid stone. The walls were particularly fortified on the side facing the werewolf territory, complete with battlements atop for additional protection. Though the city gate is constructed of wood, it is encased in iron plates, capable of withstanding the impact of several thousand pounds. Dark clouds shroud the sky, while a group of soldiers perched atop the battlements engages in idle conversation. Leaning against the parapet, they exhibit no vigilance towards the territory of the wolfmen, reflecting their unwavering confidence in the gate and walls. Their formidable defenses render the city gate impervious, even to the mightiest of knight commanders, who would find it impossible to breach them instantly. Yet, should such an elite warrior truly arrive, they would merely have to resign themselves to their misfortune. While unable to penetrate the fortress in an instant, they would still pose a threat. "Captain, look at them feasting on meat while we stand here on guard," one soldier lamented, taking a swig from a bottle of wine. "Enjoy it while you can. Only today can we stand watch and drink. Other times, we are not so fortunate." The squad leader would not admit to his ill luck in drawing the short straw for this arduous duty. Originally, according to Lord Hoyle's orders, everyone was meant to rest, but the camp commander insisted that some vigilance was necessary, thus resorting to a lottery to decide who would remain on watch. "But they have meat." "Indeed," the squad leader retorted, his composure faltering. "Silence. Those who do not wish to drink, put down your bottles." He pointed at the two soldiers who had initially protested. "You too, you are the loudest. If you're not drinking, set it down." The soldiers chuckled, refraining from further teasing their leader. Each held a bottle in hand, with more scattered at their feet, gazing up at the cloud-covered sky in a state of utter contentment. "Ah, our fortunes truly dictate our lives. Here, luck brings trivial skirmishes. But in the event of a grand war, indeed, we observe the townsfolk living in uncertainty. If a major conflict were to arise, we would be no more than ants. All right, let us not speak of war when it has yet to occur." The squad leader paused before continuing. "Currently, the kingdom has no intention of igniting warfare, so a full-scale conflict is unlikely in the near future." The sound of footsteps echoed, the soft rustle of feet against the sandy ground reaching the squad leader's ears. He straightened, scanning the area, noting that the soldiers were either snoring or staring blankly into space, muttering to themselves. He muttered, "At this hour, who would be out and about?" The squad leader, trembling slightly, stood up and peered into the town. He found it deserted, yet the footsteps continued to grow nearer, quickening in pace. "Oh, this is not from within the town," he realized, turning around with narrowed eyes. "It's coming from over here." His voice rose sharply, piercing the air. The squad leader's eyes widened in horror, his body shaking with fear as he rushed to the parapet to look down. What he beheld struck his mind with terror, instantly sobering him. Mere 50 meters from the wall, several hundred wolfmen were slowly advancing. They raised their heads, their eyes glowing with an eerie green light, coldly fixated on the squad leader, while the sound of swallowing echoed from their throats. The squad leader felt a chill run down his spine and shouted loudly, "Wolves, werewolves! Everyone rise!" He rushed before the drunken soldiers, shaking their bodies and slapping their faces. "Werewolves! Wake up! Werewolves!" At that very moment, a command erupted from the werewolf ranks. Instantly, the werewolves surged forward at full speed. The soldiers, trembling, managed to stand, their bodies chilled as they beheld the advancing werewolves. The squad leader barked a swift order, "Sound the alarm." One soldier hurriedly sprinted towards the alarm bell. A small platform atop the wall served as the location for the bell, where this soldier should have been keeping watch. However, having indulged in drink with his comrades, he had foolishly abandoned his post. "Everyone, attack!" The sound of crossbow bolts whistled down from the city gate. Yet, due to their sheer numbers, the werewolves' charge was akin to a tidal wave against mere droplets of water. The feeble defense could not impede their advance. With a sharp twang, a crossbow bolt, more than half a meter long and thicker than a finger, was released from a small siege crossbow, its tremendous force piercing into the werewolf ranks and impaling 3 of them. The surviving werewolves howled in agony, their momentum slightly hindered. Thud! A heavy sound echoed through the town. The soldier who had rushed to ring the alarm bell was struck down by a werewolf-esque spear, the force of the blow sending him tumbling off the wall. The remaining soldiers had no time to mourn their fallen comrade. They fought fiercely to repel the enemy. As they discharged their first volley of bolts, the werewolves were already closing in on the wall, standing over 10 meters high and boasting a smooth exterior. The wall offered no foothold, making it difficult for the werewolves to scale it. Thus, as the werewolves reached the base of the wall, the soldiers remained composed. They sent more men to sound the alarm. As long as reinforcements arrived, they could keep the werewolves at bay, even though many comrades were destined to perish. Bang! Another soldier met his demise before reaching the platform. Yet, what sent chills through the soldiers was the realization that the werewolves had breached the town. They were not confined beneath the wall. They had entered the town with an unsettling ease, as if returning home. Captain, a soldier stammered, pointing a trembling finger at the werewolves that had infiltrated the town. The squad leader could see the disbelief and terror in his eyes, his pale face devoid of color. The squad leader understood that he too shared this fear, but his mind raced with deeper thoughts. There were traitors within the town. Time allowed for no further contemplation. The werewolves had entered, and his soldiers were paralyzed by the horror of the scene. Attack! Attack! The squad leader cried hoarsely, hastening towards the platform. Beneath the walls, scattered soldiers engage in a futile struggle against the wargs, but the tide of battle is overwhelmingly against them. The soldiers, hindered by intoxication and lacking the guidance of officers, find it exceedingly difficult to mount an effective offense. Had the wargs invaded the town under normal circumstances, the defenses could have been easily upheld. Without the influence of alcohol, even if the wargs had breached the town, the officers would have led a fierce fight, ensuring that the wargs would not prevail unscathed. However, with both misfortunes occurring simultaneously, the town's defenses collapsed like parchment, easily torn asunder. Chapter 57. The Massacre of Mire Town. The night is shrouded in darkness, as if the heavens themselves cannot bear witness to such brutality. Thud! A short spear, approximately half a meter in length, pierces the chest of the squad leader. The surface of the spear is rough and marred, forged from iron by the wargs themselves, a testament to their metallurgical prowess, albeit crude. The squad leader pays little heed to the weapon. His sole focus is on sounding the alarm. Amidst the revelry, most soldiers remain blissfully unaware of the impending warg attack. He grits his teeth against the pain in his chest, grateful not to have been thrown from the wall, and ascends the steps of the high platform. Step by arduous step, with great effort, he stands upright, and, summoning his last reserves of strength, rings the alarm bell. Clang, clang, clang. The alarm tolls. Standing tall, the squad leader coldly gazes down at the warg that has pierced his chest, steadfastly until his final breath. This particular warg, cloaked in gray fur and unremarkable in stature, had concealed itself among its kin until the alarm was sounded, at which point it revealed its presence, fixating its gaze upon the leader. Suddenly, it howls with ferocity. Kill! The gray-furred monster leads the wargs from beyond the walls, surging into the town. They charge towards the military encampment, scattering the soldiers who had only just begun to muster their courage. Monr, the supreme leader of the wargs, possesses the might of a pinnacle knight, rendering him invincible within the town. The only one capable of standing against Monr is Hoyle, the very instigator of this massacre. Once the alarm bell tolls, chaos erupts within the encampment. Most soldiers, now acutely aware of the impending doom, hastily seize their weapons, though many cannot fully don their armor, rushing from their quarters into the fray. However, what awaits them outside is a scene of unimaginable horror. The fragile defense, upheld by their comrades, is shattered. A single gray-furred warg swats soldiers aside with brutal ease, leaving them lifeless, their skulls shattered, brain matter splattered, and blood forming a crimson mist in the air. Those who emerge from their quarters, confronted by this ghastly sight, are frozen in shock. Meanwhile, the wargs, emboldened by the valor of their leader, thirst for further carnage. They charge towards the paralyzed soldiers, who, gripped by sheer terror, find themselves forgetting all their training, falling victim to the wargs' relentless assault, their screams echoing in the night. Captain Moan shouted fiercely, "Kill! Do not retreat any further. The wargs will not spare us." As he rallied the spirits of his comrades, he charged forward, parrying an attack from a warg with his long sword before swiftly slitting its throat. The other captains, inspired by Moan's bravery, began to rally their soldiers, echoing his battle cries, "Kill! Slay them! 1 for 1, 2 for profit." Through the captain's valiant efforts, the onslaught of the wargs was momentarily halted. The remaining soldiers, suppressing their fear, armed with spears and swords, surged forward to engage the wargs. The archers, too, took aim at their foes. With a flurry of crossbow bolts and the clash of steel, several wargs fell to the ground. Monr, witnessing the remnants of this beleaguered force daring to resist, plunged back into the fray. Moan and another captain confronted Monr, but they were swiftly overpowered and captured. The vast disparity in strength rendered even the greatest courage futile. Monr, lifting Moan aloft with one hand, stood triumphantly on the battlefield, bellowing, "This is the fate of those who resist." Moan struggled against Monr's grip, attempting to pry his fingers from his throat and kicking desperately, but his efforts were in vain. With a sickening rip, Monner tore Moan in half. For a moment, the soldiers faltered, and the battlefield fell into a hushed silence. But soon all the soldiers erupted into a cacophony of shouts. Kill! Ah! We shall slay you! With fervent cries, the archers, having expended their bolts, drew their swords and charged at the enemy. In no time, the camp fell silent, devoid of sound. Every soldier lay dead. Whether they fought valiantly or succumbed to despair, the outcome was the same, tragic and brutal. From within the town, anguished screams echoed as wargs breached the homes of the townsfolk. In one such dwelling, a warg brandished a crude axe, eyeing a man and woman across from it. The man, wielding a sickle, stood protectively behind the woman, his trembling hands betraying his fear. Yet, duty compelled him to stand firm, even if it meant facing death before his beloved. They were a young couple, their youthful faces revealing their recent union. They should have had many happy years ahead. But now calamity had befallen them. The warg advanced steadily, its sharp teeth bared, drool dripping from its maw. The young couple, trapped against the wall, retreated in terror. Ah! The man cried out, swinging the sickle at the warg, but his lack of training rendered him slow, and before the sickle could reach its target, the warg shattered the man's skull with its axe. Blood and brain matter splattered across the woman, who screamed in panic. Her cry was abruptly silenced with a sickening crunch. The warg emerged from the dwelling, axe in hand. The plight within other homes mirrored this tragic scene. Even those who managed to slay a warg faced even harsher treatment. Ah! Cursed be you, wretched beasts! The man cried in anguish. The two wargs paid him no heed, instead feasting upon his flesh and blood. Ah! And my suffering! I beseech you, the man lamented, desperately yearning for death. Eventually, succumbing to the excruciating pain, he slipped into unconsciousness. As the soldiers fell, the remaining populace became a banquet for the wargs. The defenseless town of Meyer resembled a dining table, with its citizens serving as the wargs repassed. Nevertheless, Monner was acutely aware that his mission was far from complete. His objective was to infiltrate Blackstone City and secure its gates, thereby allowing the warg army led by Monk to bypass the siege and strike directly at the kingdom's border forces, eradicating the stronghold. A resounding howl echoed throughout the town, reaching the ears of every surviving soul. Those who had taken refuge in the basements clung to one another, trembling in anticipation of their uncertain fate. They prayed silently, hoping for swift aid from Blackstone City. The wargs, scattered throughout the residences and feasting on fresh human flesh, reluctantly emerged from their lairs in response to Monner's summons. In the two-story building that now served as Hoyler's residence, the captain heard the haunting howl and trembled as he rose unsteadily from the table, shaking his head vigorously. Chapter 58. The Fall of Meyer. Ah! Kill them! Fight to the last! The cries of despair, the cacophony of battle, and the wargs' howls grew increasingly distinct, infiltrating the captain's mind. He shook his head once more, straining to discern the sounds, ultimately realizing that this was no dream, but a grim reality he wished were merely a nightmare. Get up, quickly, he urged, rousing the three company leaders sprawled on the table and the floor. Captain, I cannot bear this, one muttered. Indeed, let us return to slumber, another chimed in. Slap. The captain's hand struck their faces. The wargs have breached our defenses. The three men stared blankly at their captain, initially stunned by his blow, then shocked into clarity by his words. Yet, upon witnessing the captain's grave demeanor and the distant cries filtering in, they comprehended the dire truth. One company leader hastily inquired, "Where's Lord Hoyler?" His tone laced with urgency and reproach. Did he not assure us of our protection? I do not know, the captain replied after a moment of silence. The four men fell into a heavy quietude. The two-story building stood at the center of the town, now under siege by the wargs. As they exited the structure, they beheld a man being pursued by the wargs. Upon sighting them, the man's eyes sparkled with hope, as though he had grasped a lifeline, and he sprinted towards them. Yet, mere meters away, thunk, a short spear pierced through his chest. The man's eyes widened in horror, blood gushing from his mouth as he reached out, murmuring desperately, save me, I do not wish to die." A captain extended his hand, intending to shield the man, yet he did not anticipate the swiftness of death. The battalion commander and others stood in stunned silence, caught off guard by the assault of the spear, which instilled a profound sense of pressure. The strength of the werewolves launching the attack was at least on par with theirs. From the shadowy corner, Monel emerged from the darkness, his gray fur akin to a nocturnal wanderer, blending seamlessly into his surroundings. The commander's pupils quivered, his heart brimming with astonishment, though his exterior betrayed no emotion. He placed his right hand behind him, signaling to the captains that they must fight with all their might. Kill! They roared, charging towards the werewolves. However, at the very moment the commander and his comrades surged forward, one captain fled in the opposite direction. Instantly, the three commanders collided with the werewolves. The clashing of metal, the sound of blades piercing flesh, echoed relentlessly. With a few thuds, several werewolves fell lifeless to the ground. The trio formed a defensive line, back to back, blocking the werewolves from pursuing the soldiers who had gone to deliver a message. Yet, to their bewilderment, the werewolves did not pursue but instead surrounded them. They charged at the werewolves, fully aware that their fate was sealed, with no chance of survival, thus hoping to take as many werewolves as possible with them in vengeance for their fallen soldiers. Since exiting the small building, no soldiers had appeared. The outcome was painfully clear. Their forces had been utterly decimated. The commander and the two captains felt a hint of regretful tears at the corners of their eyes, their faces set with murderous intent. A gray shadow surged towards them at a speed beyond their reflexes. By the time they reacted, it was too late. Monel was upon them. The sound of metal clattering to the ground rang out. The commander clutched his throat tightly, Monel's claws having torn through it. The other two captains suffered the same fate, but due to the disparity in strength, their necks were severed, and they fell instantly lifeless. Monel gazed at the commander with a glint of amusement, intrigued by having claimed his first human knight in this war. At last, the commander collapsed, his eyes wide open, fixed intently on Monel. Monel sniffed the air, detecting the acrid scent of burning. Behind the small town, flames erupted, a great fire ignited from the warehouse, set ablaze by the fleeing captain who had ignited all the kerosene within. A howl erupted from Monel, filled with fury. The werewolves gathered, their crude weapons stained with blood and bits of flesh, casting ominous glances at Monel. Blackstone City, charge. The werewolves surged forward at full speed, their thundering steps shaking the earth, their cacophony quickly fading into the confines of Mire Town. The small town returned to tranquility, reminiscent of every serene night that had come before, save for the fierce flames and the gruesome corpses that bore witness to this tragedy. Mire Town lies 20 kilometers from Blackstone City, where horses can cover a distance of 2,060 kilometers in an hour. With the remarkable speed of war horses, the captain could likely reach Blackstone City in half an hour. On the way to Blackstone City, a figure clad in black walked silently along the road, utterly alone amidst the profound silence, akin to a solitary traveler in the night, resembling the Grim Reaper. He walked slowly, with a rhythmic gait, bringing death and destruction to the world. The sound of hooves clopping in the distance crescendoed into a rapid thud. The captain, mounted on his steed, soon realized that a figure in black obstructed the path. He shouted, "Clear the way. Move aside. Quickly." Yet, the figure seemed oblivious to his words, continuing to tread in a measured pace. "Are you courting death?" the captain exclaimed angrily, tightening his grip on the reins as the warhorse neighed, its front hooves raised high above the figure. The captain's irritation mounted. The presence of the cloaked man hindered his haste towards Blackstone City. He swiftly regained control of his horse, its hooves thundering against the ground as he turned to charge towards the city. "Do not proceed," the figure in black spoke. An overwhelming chill enveloped the captain. "Do you know what I am about to do? Who are you? Who am I?" "I am, of course, someone you recognize," the figure replied, turning to reveal only his eyes through the mask, gazing at the captain with keen interest. "Is it you? Have you not yet realized?" he continued. "We were just drinking together moments ago." "Yes, it is you." The captain's heart trembled. "It is I, Hoyle, a significant figure from the capital. Why do you wish to harm us? You shall pay for this." Hoyle responded coldly. "A new era is about to dawn, and you should feel honored to be the fuel that ignites it. To hell with your nonsensical theories. Do you comprehend the countless lives your actions will cost? Blackstone City could fall, and how many lives would be lost in the kingdom?" The captain shouted in rage. "Ah, Blackstone City is indeed my objective." The captain glared at Hoyle with loathing. "Step aside. How naive you are. Did I not tell you not to go? If that is the case, you might as well remain here." In a swift motion, the captain drew his long sword, intending to strike Hoyle. Yet, before he could unsheath it, he found himself forcefully thrown to the ground. Hoyle had marked his heart with his fist, blood spraying into the air. Chapter 59. Hoyle enters Blackstone City. The rhythmic sound of footsteps resumed as the figure in black continued on his path, as if nothing had transpired, except for the lifeless body that lay behind him. A tremendous rumble echoed, and from the depths of the night, a horde of wargs surged forth. They sprinted swiftly towards Blackstone City. The sounds of their running abruptly ceased as Moner emerged from the ranks of the wolfmen. Gazing down at the captain who lay in the middle of the road, his chest caved in. A look of confusion crossed Moner's face as he turned his attention to Hoyler, who had already come to a halt. Hoyler's intention was to await the arrival of the wolfmen and to manage any unforeseen circumstances, such as the captain's escape. He turned to Moner, his tone indifferent. You must remain silent and stealthily approach the base of Blackstone City. I shall deal with the guards at the city gates. Moner regarded Hoyler with a penetrating gaze, contemplating the veracity of his words. However, having witnessed Hoyler dispatch the captain and the massacre at Mire Town, Moner recognized Hoyler's pivotal role in this scheme and resolved to place his trust in him, for Hoyler had no avenue of retreat. The wolfmen fixated on Hoyler with an intensity that suggested they were poised to pounce and devour him whole at any moment. Very well, Moner acquiesced to Hoyler's proposal. A prudent decision. Hoyler nodded, mounted his steed, and urged his horse onward towards Blackstone City. This mission diverged from all previous undertakings. Although many past endeavors had been disreputable, this one marked him as a traitor to the entire kingdom, a guide for the wolfmen. Deep down, Hoyler harbored no desire to partake in this task, for it was fraught with terror. Though the agreement with Duke Mire entailed the destruction of Blackstone City and the demise of the second prince, both parties were acutely aware that Blackstone City was the kingdom's most formidable bastion against the wolfmen. Should it fall, vast swathes of the kingdom would be left defenseless, exposed to the ravenous jaws of the wolfmen. The most significant distinction between the wolfmen and the human nobility was that the former were cannibals, truly devouring flesh, while the latter sought to develop and integrate the territories they conquered into their domains. The wolfmen represented destruction and annihilation, obliterating lives and civilizations. Even if the territories seized by the wolfmen were eventually reclaimed, the kingdom would suffer immeasurable grief, and if mishandled, the entire realm could face a cataclysmic upheaval. As Hoyler rode, the wind whipped past him, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. He pondered the impending crisis, foreseeing a landscape littered with corpses, perhaps devoid of even the mountains of the dead. He contemplated his fate and that of the kingdom, yet did not rein in his steed. He was of the Mire lineage, a confidant of Duke Mire, shielded by the Duke's protection. How could he dare betray him? Even if he did, would anyone believe him? Hoyler's eyes hardened as he spurred his horse with renewed vigor. The steed whinnied in pain, and its pace quickened. In the pitch-black night, amidst the shadowy city, the defenses of Blackstone City remained resolute, undeterred by the recent arena battles, as a battalion of soldiers stood vigilant atop the city walls. Of course, they were merely on guard. The defense was not limited to this mere 100 men. The outer perimeter is fortified by village defenses. Thus, the number of soldiers patrolling the Blackstone City is not excessive. In the event of an unforeseen occurrence, reports would promptly be relayed from the outskirts. And beneath such formidable walls and gates, no matter how powerful the enemy, they would inevitably be thwarted. Who would dare approach? We should be indulging in merriment over drinks instead, one soldier lamented. Indeed, while others revel, we are burdened with vigilance. Look, another soldier remarked, curiosity piqued. The town of Mire has lit bonfires. They are truly enjoying themselves. Sighing, the second soldier continued to gaze at the road outside. This pathway is the sole route leading from the village to Blackstone City. Any sudden incidents would certainly traverse this way. Ah, someone is approaching, exclaimed the soldier, his eyes wide with surprise. What? I shall inform the captain. A figure, cloaked entirely in black, rode a warhorse at a swift pace. The darkness of the night rendered the sight of Hoyle, who was now merely a few hundred meters from the city walls, all the more striking. As he drew nearer, the sound of hooves became increasingly pronounced, pounding against the soldiers' hearts like a drumbeat. The other soldiers took note of the approaching figure, their expressions grave and tense. None wished to encounter an emergency. An incident at the frontier would inevitably claim countless lives. Hoyle did not slow his pace, arriving instantaneously at the city gates. Who goes there? Called the captain of the city defense, stepping from the side chamber of the gatehouse, his demeanor serious as he fixed his gaze upon Hoyle. My lord, I am a soldier from Mire. There is an urgent matter that requires reporting, Hoyle replied, his voice tinged with urgency, his posture deferential. What urgent matter? You know the gates are not to be opened at night, the captain retorted. My lord, it concerns intelligence about the werewolves. It is exceedingly urgent. Hoyle's voice grew more frantic, words tumbling forth as he hurriedly explained. I possess a credential from the Mire family, entrusted to me by our captain. Please, my lord, take a look. Hoyle produced a pure gold insignia from within his cloak, emblazoned with the emblem of the Mire family, a single gold coin. Unlike other families that categorize status by material, the Mire family's insignias are all crafted from pure gold, with the number of coins indicating rank. The more gold coins depicted, the higher the status of the insignia's bearer. Only the Duke of Meyer possesses an insignia with 6 coins. Bring the insignia up, commanded the captain, instructing a soldier to lower a basket. The walls of Blackstone City tower over 30 meters high, making it difficult to accurately toss the insignia. And such a significant token must not be treated lightly. The captain examined the insignia closely, confirming its authenticity as that of the Meyer family. He descended from the wall to the gates and instructed the soldier responsible for opening them, open the gates. On second thought, merely a small opening will suffice. It must be enough to let him through. The city gate is divided into 2 panels, standing tall at 8 meters and spanning 6 meters in width. Entirely forged from iron with a thickness of 10 centimeters, rendering it nearly indestructible. Even the mightiest knight would find it impossible to breach this formidable barrier. With a creaking sound, the gate slowly grinds open, barely half a meter, just enough to allow Hoyle to enter the city. The captain advances, intending to present his insignia to Hoyle, yet Hoyle remains mounted, causing a flicker of displeasure within the captain. Hoyle's emotions lie concealed beneath his mask, coldly observing the captain as though he were prey. Chapter 60. The fall of Blackstone City's gate. With a thunderous crash, a figure is sent hurtling away. The captain. An unforeseen scene unfolds as the captain of the city defense is struck down by this so-called member of the Meyer family, sent flying like a mere sack. The soldiers guarding the gate hasten to the fallen captain, kneeling beside him. His chest heaves violently, blood spilling from his lips as he struggles to utter a word. The soldiers bow their heads, straining to catch the captain's whisper. Close the gate. Sound the alarm. The captain's eyes are fixed intently behind the soldiers. As footsteps grow ever nearer, the soldiers quickly look up, only to see a glint of cold steel, and then one of them collapses, his head severed and rolling upon the ground. These soldiers, seasoned veterans of the battlefield, are the elite border troops who have faced the Wolfmen. Rather than succumbing to fear at the sight of their fallen comrade, they are invigorated by a fierce resolve. Sound the alarm. Kill him. Close the gate. The clang of alarm bells echoes throughout Blackstone City, signaling a state of emergency. Kill. A dozen soldiers charge toward Hoyle at the gate. Hoyle, wielding the knight's sword he seized from the captain, strides effortlessly towards the advancing soldiers. With swift precision, soldiers fall one after another. The vast disparity in strength cannot be compensated by mere numbers. Moreover, confined within the gate and surrounded by comrades, the soldiers atop the wall find it impossible to retaliate effectively. Hoyle moves as though in a realm devoid of opposition, swiftly dispatching the defenders at the gate. Outside, the Wolfmen are already restless, and upon hearing the alarm, they rush forth towards the gates of Blackstone City. Wolfmen. It's the Wolfmen. Loose the arrows. The lieutenant commands from atop the wall, his voice urgent as he scrutinizes the number of Wolfmen emerging. Upon discerning that there are only a few hundred, he wipes the sweat from his brow. The Wolfmen led by Moner are indeed elite, yet they continue to fall under the soldiers' arrows. However, this does not deter their charge, as the number of soldiers on the walls is woefully insufficient. Beneath the towering walls of Blackstone City, the hundreds of Wolfmen appear diminutive. Yet they slip through the half-meter gap of the open gate, one by one entering the city. Upon entering Blackstone City, Meng Er beheld the lifeless bodies scattered near the city gate. These were the soldiers who had attempted to close the gate, only to fall victim to the merciless assault of Hoyler, whose whereabouts had since become a mystery, vanishing into the shadows. The atmosphere within the city grew increasingly tumultuous as the citizens of Blackstone responded to the ominous tolling of the alarm bells, yet they remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Meanwhile, the 4,000 soldiers stationed in the barracks began to assemble, unaware that the Wurgens had already infiltrated the city. Open the gates, Meng Er bellowed, commanding the Wurgen leaders who had just entered. With a creak and a groan, the Wurgens fully swung open the gates, allowing their brethren to flood into the city, thereby paving the way for the impending horde. Meng Er pointed decisively, instructing, You, ascend the city walls and dismantle the crossbows and catapults. 2 Wurgen leaders, accompanied by their subordinates, charged towards the walls. Seizing a massive axe from one of the Wurgens, Meng Er struck forcefully at the gate's hinges. The resounding thuds echoed through the air, yet the hinges remained largely unyielding, with the axe blade beginning to dull from the effort. The gates of Blackstone were forged of iron, and the hinges were particularly robust, having been crafted by the Wurgens' metallurgical skills, thus posing no threat to the gate's integrity. With a frustrated clatter, Meng Er cast the axe aside, glaring at the Wurgen who had begrudgingly retrieved it, muttering, What a useless weapon. The sound of disciplined footsteps resonated from within the city. The border guards had arrived. Their formation was impeccable, with infantry at the forefront and crossbowmen trailing behind. Rushing towards the gate, Meng understood that his greatest trial was about to commence. He must hold the gate to buy time for the arrival of the main Wargen forces. It had been 30 years since they had been expelled from Blackstone City, and this was the closest the Wargens had ever come to victory. He was determined to hold his ground, even at the cost of his life. Hurry, hurry! The Legion commander Mal shouted, flanked by soldiers bearing torches. Mal had brought with him 2,000 elite soldiers from the border guard, not mere reserves. Under the assumption that the Wargens had not yet breached the city, he aimed to fortify their defenses, especially since the garrison on the walls comprised only a single company. As Mal and his troops burst forth from the end of the street, the first sight to greet them was the fallen gates, the corpses strewn about, and the faint resistance still emanating from the walls. The Wargens stood poised, ready for the defenders' arrival. Upon spotting the border guards, Meng commanded, "Release." Hundreds of short spears, long pikes, and staffs were hurled towards the soldiers. The streets were narrow, and Mal had not prepared for an assault, remaining unaware that the Wargens had already taken the city. "Take cover," Mal shouted, hoping to alert his soldiers. The air was pierced with the sounds of impact, punctuated by the cries of the fallen. A short spear plunged into the throng, and amidst the congestion, the soldiers found no room to evade, resulting in a grim series of deaths as the spear pierced through 3 men in quick succession. This was not an isolated incident. Many soldiers fell victim to the distant onslaught of the Wargs, who managed to slay hundreds before a direct confrontation could even ensue. "Ah, it hurts." The cries of agony echoed from the front lines, chaos erupting all around. Some soldiers, not struck down by the Wargs, met their demise trampled underfoot by their own comrades. "Steady, steady," Mar shouted, though his commands yielded little effect. A howl erupted from Monr, echoed by the other Wargs, as they charged toward the disordered soldiers. The sight of the approaching Wargs incited further panic, with those at the front desperately trying to retreat, seeking refuge from the impending assault. "Damn it, hold your ground. Where are the captains? Steady your men. Kill." Mar was compelled to lead his loyal guards in an effort to withstand the Wargs' attack. The two sides collided, under Monr's leadership. The Wargs gained the upper hand, their momentum formidable, while Mar's soldiers remained in disarray, his contingent reduced to fewer than 100. The clash of blades and the carnage of flesh ensued. Within mere rounds of conflict, Mar's guards suffered grievous losses, and even Mar himself teetered on the brink of death, struggling against Monr's relentless onslaught. The disparity in strength between Mar, a peak knight, and Monr was stark. With a resounding crash, Mar was once again thrown back, blood spilling from his mouth as his long sword was knocked from his grasp by Monr's force. Seizing the opportunity, Monr aimed a strike at Mar's head. In despair, Mar closed his eyes. A clash resounded. Chapter 61. The arrival of Flakmar opened his eyes in bewilderment. Death had not claimed him. "My lord," he exclaimed in surprise. It was Mark, the timely arrival of the prince's personal guard and the commander of the city defense forces. "Regroup the troops and drive the Wargs out." Mark was equally astonished to discover that the Wargs had breached the city without any alarm from the town's defenses. This situation was exceedingly peculiar, and he could not fathom the reasons behind it. However, the immediate priority was to expel the Wargs from Blackstone City. The walls served as the kingdom's most formidable bastion, and it was imperative to prevent the Wargs from disregarding the fortifications and infiltrating the city. "Yes," Mar replied, glancing at his soldiers. Given the confined space within the city, despite their numerical superiority over the Wargs, they could not leverage their advantage. Numerous skirmishes unfolded in close quarters, where the forces of Wargs and soldiers were nearly equal, allowing the Wargs to exploit their inherent strengths of power and speed, which surpassed that of ordinary soldiers. Fortunately, the city defense forces were the kingdom's elite. Had they been merely ordinary noble retainers, they would have likely crumbled under pressure. Nevertheless, the casualty ratio had reached an astonishing 1-3. Marl swiftly dispatched a charging Warg with a single stroke of his sword, then leapt onto the rooftop beside the street, shouting, "Captain, at your command." "Yes," came the resounding replies amidst the chaotic battleground, where Wargs and the city defense forces were entangled in fierce combat. The shield-bearers pushed back the Wargs with all their might, while spears struck true. Roars echoed from all directions as commanders issued their orders, and the shield-bearers, exerting their full strength, created a buffer zone between the city defenders and the Wargs. "Lower shields, attack," commanded a squad leader. With a decisive thrust, the shield-bearers held the Wargs at bay, while spears pierced through the gaps between shields, impaling the Wargs in their chests. Those without spears employed crossbows with remarkable precision. Under Marl's unified command, the Wargs suffered heavy casualties, their offensive momentum stifled, and the two sides distanced themselves from one another. "Knock, knock, knock." Edwards's gentle voice resonated from within the small building. What is it? My lord, the Marquis requests your presence at the Dorkin family estate. The Dorkin family? Edwards pondered for a moment, slightly perplexed. Did the Marquis mention the reason? No. Very well, I understand. In the hall, Lucy and Mia strained to listen to their conversation. Mia was entirely unaware of the Dorkin family, while Lucy, though lacking direct ties to them, knew that both the Black Snake family and the Dorkin family were at the pinnacle of their respective domains. The Black Snake family was renowned for their expertise in poison, while the Dorkin family was celebrated for their mastery of forging. The Marquis desires you to visit the Dorkin family? Indeed. Lucy continued, the Dorkin family is a forging lineage, closely allied with the Weber family. Casting a sidelong glance at Edwards, she added, I notice you still lack a weapon of your own. This visit may yield fruitful results. Edwards was well aware of his own exclusive weapon, the glass stopping sword, which he had yet to wield, as the adversaries he faced did not necessitate its use. Of course, the existence of the glass stopping sword was Edwards's greatest secret, known to no one. Should he acquire a suitable weapon, it would indeed be a cause for celebration to wield it openly. In the Dorkin family's assembly hall, the Count sat at the head, casually draped in a leisurely robe, while Vlok occupied a seat to the left, quietly awaiting Edwards's arrival. The sound of crisp footsteps echoed as Edwards entered, his beautiful azure eyes gazing kindly at the Count and Vlok. The Count did not assert his authority. Instead, he rose from his seat with a smile, saying, The genius of the Weber family has arrived. Thank you for your kind words, my lord, Edwards replied. I cannot claim the title of genius, merely fortunate, I assure you. Before the Count could respond, Vlok, feigning annoyance, interjected, If you are not a genius, then what am I, a mere defeated subordinate? Edwards found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Well, you may not be aware of the reason for your summons. Yes, my lord. We have called you here primarily to express our gratitude for preserving the dignity of the Dorkin family. Upon finishing his statement, the Earl bowed to Edwards, saying, I once thought you were weaker than I, and I considered letting you take the lead, but it appears I had overestimated my own abilities. Edwards promptly returned the gesture, replying, You are already quite formidable. Flack, somewhat disgruntled, replied, I am certainly aware of that. I just did not anticipate your strength. Furthermore, I heard from Marquis Weber that once the arena battles conclude, you shall embark on an expedition, hence I wish for Flack to accompany you. Young Master Flack? Edwards glanced at Flack, noting his composure, which indicated that this had been prearranged. Nevertheless, he remained perplexed. Exploration is perilous, and while we lack familial support or hail from weaker lineages, the Dorkin family is not feeble. Even if young Master Flack seeks experience, such dangerous ventures seem unnecessary. This is my own choice. I trust in your abilities and believe you will achieve great things. Moreover, even if I were to perish in battle, our family shall maintain our friendship with you. The Earl nodded in agreement. Indeed, your strength and character have earned the Dorkin family's respect. We shall be friends for eternity. Flack continued earnestly, I hope you will accept me. Consider me your subordinate, and I shall obey your commands. Edwards recognized the necessity of acquiescing to such sincerity from the Dorkin family, especially since Marquis Weber had facilitated this meeting, undoubtedly with the intention of having Flack join the expedition. Additionally, Edwards held Flack in high regard. His kindness had already manifested during the arena battles, marking him as a trustworthy companion. Edwards solemnly nodded, extending his hand toward Flack. Welcome to our ranks. I believe we shall carve out our own domain together. Flack was overjoyed, extending his hand in return, clasping Edwards's firmly. You will not regret this decision. Flack will be your asset, aiding you in your journey. Of course, I trust you will not treat him unfairly. Certainly. The Earl clapped his hands. This is a gift we have prepared for you, as a token of Flack's joining your expedition, and I hope you will find it to your liking. Chapter 62. The Silver Weapon's Radiance with a gesture from Earl Dorkin. A servant entered, cradling a long box. Crafted from precious wood, the box bore no carvings, preserving the inherent grain of the timber, exuding an air of rustic elegance. The Earl received the wooden box and opened it. As the lid was lifted, a brilliant silver light emanated, captivating the attention of the three present. Inside lay a long sword encased in a sheath, entirely silver in hue, as if the pure moonlight had been forged into this blade. Both the sheath and the hilt were devoid of embellishments, retaining the sword's original simplicity. Edwards, no longer his composed self, was filled with delight at the sight of the sword. The Earl of Dalkin tossed the long sword to Edwards, who caught it with delight and unsheathed the blade. The silver sword, emerging for the first time in its master's grasp, emitted a melodious chime, rejoicing not only for its wielder, but also for the world. Measuring 15 meters in length, the sword boasted a slender form that widened towards the hilt, devoid of any ornamental engravings, radiating a silvery luminescence. When encased in its sheath, it resembled a work of art. Once drawn, it exuded an unassailable sharpness. Edwards did not conceal his admiration for this exquisite silver sword, deeming it a masterpiece. Indeed, Flachy declared with pride, yet it is not one of those merely ostentatious artifacts. This is a true weapon of death. The Dalkin family never crafts anything without purpose. Edwards, somewhat perplexed, viewed the silver sword as a symbol of status rather than a tool for slaughter, perceiving its beauty and lightness as indicative of fragility. Flachy, noticing Edward's skepticism, took the silver sword from his hands and drew his own longsword. In an instant, the blade was unsheathed and struck heavily against the edge of the silver sword. With a swift sound, Flachy's sword shattered upon impact, severed cleanly as though effortlessly cleaved by the seemingly delicate silver blade. Edward stared in disbelief, his eyes widening as he noted that Flachy's sword was no ordinary weapon. The material and the intricate patterns from countless forges spoke of its exceptional quality. Naturally, Flachy, as the heir of the Dalkin lineage and a scion of a renowned smithing family, would wield no ordinary arms. His longsword had undergone hundreds of forges, its prowess akin to that of the silver sword against lesser weapons. This sword can slice through iron with ease, yet you have witnessed the outcome, Flachy remarked, casually waving the broken sword without sorrow, instead expressing greater reverence for the silver blade. For Flachy, the creation of a superior weapon brought him unparalleled joy. Have you conducted such tests before? Striking a sword of such quality? Impossible. Do you think such swords are easily come by? I dare say many a knight would not possess one, Flachy responded, wincing. I merely felt compelled to test it. I trust this sword. It is the fruit of my labor. Edwards looked at Flachy with suspicion. Are your forging skills truly that remarkable? Of course. I am the most gifted smith in the Dalkin family. Enough. The Earl of Dalkin interjected, cutting off Flachy's boastful claims as he elucidated to Edwards. The power of the silver sword lies not solely in its craftsmanship, but in the very material from which it is forged. But isn't this merely ordinary silver? Far from it. This is a newly discovered material, which I consider the finest of its kind. It bears a resemblance to silver, and one might even say it is silver. It originates from the deepest recesses of the silver mine, which can be described as its accompanying ore. I have named it mithril. As the Earl of Dorkin spoke, his tone rose in pitch, brimming with pride. To the master forgers, this was a momentous discovery, one worthy of remembrance. Edwards pondered the availability of mithril. He had already witnessed the formidable nature of mithril, with weapons forged from it. Even the weak could retaliate against the strong under the right circumstances. However, mithril was scarce, akin to dark iron, representing the most refined essence, and its production was exceedingly limited. Even the crafting of your silver sword consumed a significant portion. Edwards nodded, refraining from further inquiries. For this was a secret of the Dorkin family, not easily divulged to outsiders. The Earl's explanation bore considerable sincerity. He then cautioned, few are privy to the existence of mithril. Treat it as an ordinary silver sword, and do not disclose this to others. Edwards and the Earl were unaware of mithril's rarity. Even in the principal realm, mithril was a premier magical material, capable of creating various high-level magical tools. And when combined with runes, it could enchant weapons. Merely utilizing mithril for weaponry was an act of utmost extravagance. In the lower realms, there was little recognition of high-grade materials, and the legacy of such knowledge was lacking. Even the nightly breathing techniques were incomplete. In the Dorte realm, where Edwards resided, the capabilities of knights were flawed. They possessed significantly enhanced physical attributes, strength and speed, but the true power lay within the knight seeds. The secret power contained within these seeds represented the knight's greatest strength. However, in the Dorte realm, this mystical energy was scarce, and conditions to unleash the power of the knight seeds were absent. Elemental energy, mental force, time energy, spatial energy, necromantic energy, world energy, and faith energy were collectively referred to as mystical power. Thus, mithril's resilience and sharpness were merely its inconspicuous abilities, with its true value unachievable in the lower realms. Of course, should the principal realm discover that the Dorte realm still possessed such high-grade materials, the fate of the Dorte realm would become even more uncertain. Flack brandished the silver sword and handed it to Edwards, urging, bestow upon it a name. You did not name it? Naturally not. Such a commemorative weapon deserves a name from its master. Edwards gazed upon the silver sword, which radiated light, reminiscent of flowing water and moonlight. The polished blade reflected Edward's handsome visage. Let it be named Qinghui, clear radiance. Qinghui, a splendid name. The Earl of Dorkin concurred. But does Qinghui hold any special significance? Flack inquired, while the Earl turned his gaze toward Edwards. Realizing the Earl's curiosity, Edwards explained, Qinghui carries no particular meaning. It can be interpreted as moonlight. With a gentle swing of Qinghui, beams of silver light traversed the space, akin to moonlight descending to judge the wicked. Chapter 63. The Battle for the Gates of Blackstone City. Kill. Eliminate them. The cacophony of the wargs and the city defense forces intertwined as the soldiers, under the guidance of their captains, executed a well-organized defense, utilizing superior weaponry to counter the wargs' offensive. The wargs suffered significant casualties, retreating to a safe distance from the city defenders. A stalemate ensued. However, the city defense forces, under Mal's command, offered no respite to the wargs. The front line raised their shields while the rear wielded long spears and other extended weapons, gradually constricting the warg space. Shields formed a neat line, resembling an iron wall pressing towards the wargs. The soldiers marched with synchronized, powerful steps, deliberately lightening their footfalls upon landing. Their imposing march, accompanied by shouts of kill, converged into a formidable force advancing relentlessly. The wargs were forced into retreat. Some wargs, unable to withstand the pressure of such overwhelming momentum, howled and charged at the city defense formation, becoming yet another soul lost beneath the shields. Monel witnessed this scene, his eyes filled with fury, and his impatience was palpable. Should the wargs be driven out of the city gates, their plans would be utterly foiled. Capturing a few small towns would be inconsequential. Those towns could be easily taken by force, but what they desired was Blackstone City and the vast territories of the kingdom beyond it. Monel's attacks became increasingly ferocious as he sought to push Mark back and eliminate Mal. Yet Mark was resolute, engaging Monel fiercely, and almost capitalizing on his anxiety to deliver a critical blow. The two formidable knights were evenly matched, making it challenging to determine a victor in the short term. Realizing the difficulty in breaching Mark's defenses, Monel shouted, "Quickly, eliminate their commander." Clash. The blades met. Monel attempted to utter more, but was thwarted by Mark's relentless assault, forcing him to focus solely on the battle at hand. Monel's urgency escalated, for the second prince had yet to make an appearance. The arrival of a great knight could instantly alter the tide of battle. He could only place his hopes on Monk, wishing for his swift arrival. As for why the second prince had not joined Mark, it was because Mark was stationed at the camp, while the second prince remained within the confines of Blackstone City, secure beneath its towering walls. He felt no immediate urgency, believing that the wargs were still outside the city and had not breached its defenses. Of course, at the onset of the conflict between the city defense forces and the wargs, Mark had already dispatched messengers to inform the second prince of the situation. The warg leaders, upon hearing Monel's command, found themselves at a loss for words. They understood that eliminating Mal was the key to breaking the deadlock. However, Mal's position lay behind enemy lines, and they were now in a state of retreat, struggling to penetrate the city defense's shield formation. How could they possibly reach Mal? Monel was acutely aware of this dilemma. He was determined to carve out opportunities for the wargs. Moner began to evade, refraining from direct confrontation with Mark, continuously driving the battlefield towards the city defense forces. Mark remained vigilant. However, the strength of both sides was nearly equal. Even if Moner was inferior to Mark, his escape could not be thwarted. Disperse! Disperse! Mark shouted. The battle at the knight level, in close proximity, was not something ordinary soldiers could engage in. Their immense power and the resulting shockwaves could inflict significant harm on soldiers. Thus, unless there was a knight of formidable strength to hold them at bay, only those of equal prowess could withstand their might. The two forces moved swiftly, and before the soldiers could react, the conflict had already shifted. Moner charged directly into the shield formation. His robust physique, augmented by speed, delivered a tremendous impact, breaching the iron wall and unleashing a torrent of blood within the ranks of the city defense. Just as the soldiers attempted to regroup and surround him, Moner deftly broke free and surged forth. "You are courting death," Mark exclaimed, furious. By entering the fray, Moner was indeed taking a monumental risk. If he were truly besieged, even a peak knight would find it challenging to escape, especially with Mark lurking nearby. Yet, without such audacity, they were destined for a slow demise. Following the breach Moner had created for his own safety, the Wolfmen, led by their commander, surged into the city defense forces. They ceased their retreat and fought desperately, fully aware of their isolation and praying for reinforcements. The Wolfmen howled madly, casting aside fear of death and pain, even as soldiers' spears pierced their bodies. In their dying moments, They aimed to leave indelible marks upon their foes. Suddenly, the tide of battle turned, and the wolfmen regained the upper hand. Mark, from a rooftop, felt a surge of urgency. Despite their numerical advantage, they could not subdue the wolfmen, who were now fortified by their desperate resolve. Steady, steady, he urged. Recalling their earlier tactics, they cannot hold out much longer. Think of your wives and children. Our families need us. Mark's exhortation was cut short as a spear hurtled towards him. A wolfman commander had locked onto Mark, methodically cleaving through the soldiers before him with his axe, advancing closer. The axe, dull and even blunted, inflicted gruesome injuries, resulting in brutal fatalities among the soldiers. Under the commander's ferocity, the surrounding soldiers faltered, retreating in terror. The wolfman howled triumphantly, clearing a space between himself and Mark. Man to man, with a thud, Mark leaped from the rooftop to the ground. He picked up a spear from the earth, firmly planted his right foot, and charged at the wolfman commander. Accompanied by a resounding clash, Mal felt an overwhelming force. His hands trembled, causing his spear to bend and snap. The prowess of this werewolf leader was formidable, and Mal's expression grew grave. Having just survived a life-or-death struggle against Mongol, he now faced a peak knight werewolf leader, a challenge that truly exceeded his strength. The wind howled, a chilling breeze stirred by the werewolf's massive axe swinging through the air. Mal swiftly dodged, as the axe struck the ground with a thunderous noise, sending up a cloud of dust. The werewolf leader was shrouded within the swirling haze. Chapter 64, Mal's Demise. The werewolf's desperation. The dust billowed, obscuring the internal situation. Mal's gaze remained icy and vigilant, unwilling to show even a hint of relaxation as he awaited the werewolf leader's assault. From his observations, Mal noted that the werewolf leader was unusually large and possessed immense strength. He presumed that speed was not its forte. Yet, he was gravely mistaken. With a whoosh, the werewolf leader descended upon Mal like a meteor, its massive form hurtling forward with astonishing swiftness. Mal's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated such velocity. With no time to evade, he raised his sword to strike at the werewolf. Bang! The clash of sword and axe produced a tremendous force, resulting in a momentary stalemate. Mal let out a fierce roar, attempting to withstand the werewolf leader's might, but ultimately succumbed to the beast's howl and was flung aside. Mal's body collided uncontrollably, clearing a path through both soldiers and werewolves alike. Those nearby instinctively retreated, unwilling to face such reckless destruction. After all, the best outcome from such violent impacts was merely the loss of resistance. As Mal careened through the air, the werewolf leader had already closed in, leaving no time for Mal to react. Just as he stabilized himself, the werewolf's onslaught commenced. Amidst a cacophony of clashing blades, crack, Mal's sword was knocked from his grasp. His hands quivering, his entire arm and body shaking, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he gasped for breath. A squad of soldiers rushed forward to lend their support. Fight! Yet, the werewolf leader, emboldened by its earlier triumph, was an overwhelming force. The ordinary soldiers were no match for it. With a deafening roar, it cleaved through the soldiers standing in its way, mercilessly slaying them. Mal's heart ached. These were his soldiers, his comrades, now falling before him to save his life. "Captain, you must flee," urged one soldier. "Yes, Captain, hurry and escape, and avenge us later." The soldiers implored Mal to retreat. However, shaking off their pleas, Mal surged once more towards the werewolf leader. He intercepted the axe that was descending towards a soldier's head with his sword. Turning to the stunned soldiers, he commanded, "Go now. This is my battle." Thud. The soldier had not yet departed when he was struck by a blow from the werewolf leader, causing flesh to fly and blood to transform into a crimson mist that enveloped Mal's face. Mal let out a cry of anguish, launching a fierce counterattack against the werewolf leader. The werewolf leader laughed maniacally, declaring, "Your resistance is futile. I shall ensure you meet the same fate as them." In a fit of rage, Mal unleashed a surge of power, forcing the werewolf leader to retreat momentarily, yet it was a fleeting triumph. Ultimately, Mal's sword was once again sent flying, and he knelt upon the ground, one knee pressed against the earth. The werewolf leader advanced with a menacing gait, each step radiating an overwhelming pressure as it approached Mal. Clap, clap. The werewolf leader stood before Mal, gazing down upon him with the disdainful eyes of one surveying an insignificant insect. Mal gathered all his strength, desperately attempting to rise, but he found himself utterly spent, unable even to muster a twitch of his fingers. He lifted his head with great effort, his eyes seething with murderous intent as he coldly regarded the werewolf leader. Were the fury in his heart capable of inflicting harm, the werewolf leader would have been riddled with wounds long ago. With a mocking glance, The Warg leader dismissed Mal's defiance, taunting, "Embrace your demise, defeated one. Vast territories of the kingdom belong to us. You are destined to be slaves, devoured slaves." Mal continued to fixate on it, silent and unyielding. Realizing the futility of its mockery, the Warg leader ceased its words. Gripping Mal's neck with a single hand and hoisting him aloft, howling in triumph to announce its victory, Mal appeared like a boneless serpent, limp and powerless in the grasp of the Warg leader. Mark began to charge toward them, yet the distance and the interference from Monel rendered him unable to save Mal. The Warg leader raised Mark high above its head, bellowing, "Lowly humans, cursed slaves, I shall tear you apart." It failed to notice the shift in Mal's gaze, which had grown sharper, a glint of cold light flashing within. With his right hand, Mal aligned his index and middle fingers, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to thrust toward the Warg leader's left eye. The Warg leader sensed a slight tension in the body it held, a tightening in its chest, yet before it could react, Mal's fingers pierced through its left eye. "Hell!" The Warg leader screamed, racked with excruciating pain, as Mal twisted within its eye. "Ha ha ha!" Mal chuckled, his laughter fragmented, yet he had truly held on until the end. The Warg leader's left eye was a grotesque mess, the eyeball shattered, blood streaming down half its face. "You shall pay dearly. I will rip you to shreds." It roared in response to Mal's disjointed laughter. Suddenly, the laughter ceased abruptly. The entire battlefield fell into a momentary stillness, yet the chaos of combat surged anew with ferocity. Death lingered in every corner, and the struggle had become the sole belief. The Warg leader casually discarded Mal's lifeless body, its remaining eye scanning the battlefield, where the number of Wargs had dwindled considerably. If reinforcements do not arrive soon, the defeat of the Wargens is already inevitable. Nevertheless, they can only delay the inevitable. The Wargen leader charged toward the soldiers, having just ruthlessly slain Mal. With only one eye remaining, he appeared even more fearsome. The soldiers fell before him with ease. During this time, the knight-level warriors had yet to arrive, and the Wargen leader rampaged through them like a colossal bear among sheep. "Run, run! Damn it, fight!" Some soldiers were paralyzed with fear, while others charged at the Wargen leader, but the outcome was always the same: death at his hands. "Despicable slaves! I shall slay you all." The Wargen leader howled as he pressed forward, penetrating deep into the ranks of soldiers, his momentum unstoppable. Mark remained entangled with Moner, unable to confront the Wargen leader, while other knight-level warriors were preoccupied with their own adversaries. Moner commanded only a few hundred Wargens, yet their quality was exceptional, with 4 Wargen leaders among them, the one who had slain Mal being the most formidable. The Wargen leader became increasingly exhilarated with each kill, growing ever more arrogant, instilling fear within the soldiers, who began to retreat. His aura intensified, hinting at a potential breakthrough to the Great Knight level. He continued to cultivate his energy, accumulating momentum and charging relentlessly. Suddenly, he halted as a man with a bushy beard and a square jaw obstructed his path. The man's armor was marred with scars, tokens of past glories. Chapter 65. Monkier arrives at Blackstone City. The Wargen leader raised his mighty axe, preparing to cleave the man before him in two. Having faced no opposition thus far, he failed to notice the soldier's respectful demeanor surrounding him. "Die, you lowly." A fountain of crimson erupted from the Wargen leader's neck as his head was severed from his body. The decapitated head soared through the air, and the remaining vision caught sight of its headless corpse standing in place before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The soldiers around knelt on one knee, heads bowed. "Your Highness, kill." The second prince raised his broadsword high, calling out. His arrival was the greatest inspiration for the soldiers, a rallying of their spirit. The number of Wargens dwindled to around 100, struggling to hold their ground. The recent slaying of Mal had temporarily bolstered the morale of the remaining Wargens, but the swift execution of their leader by the second prince plunged them into despair. "You shall all perish here," Mark declared. Moner remained silent, conserving his strength, for the second prince's primary target was him. The second prince led the soldiers, dispatching the remaining Wargens with ease, as if cutting through vegetables. Now, only Moner remained among the Wargens. "Close the city gates." The second prince commanded his soldiers to close the city gates, and then he arrived at the battleground where Moner and Mark clashed. With a resounding impact, Moner and Mark separated. Moner surveyed the battlefield, noting the absence of standing Wargs. In terms of enemy casualties, the Wargs had performed admirably, claiming the lives of nearly 1,000 human soldiers despite their inferior numbers. However, Moner understood that their objective extended beyond mere slaughter. They were tasked with guarding the city gates, a mission that now appeared doomed to fail. A few soldiers approached the gates, grasping the iron chains above and pulling with all their might. Witnessing this, Monar's eyes widened in alarm, and he dashed toward the soldiers at the gates with astonishing speed, leaving a gray blur in his wake. After such intense combat, this swiftness was a testament to his iron will. The impending closure of the gates left him no room for hesitation, and indeed, he had long since abandoned any restraint. With a swift movement, Monar retreated even faster, crashing into the wall behind him. Between him and the gates lay the formidable barrier of the second prince, an insurmountable chasm that Monar could never cross. The gates creaked and groaned, inching ever closer to closure. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Monar strained against his body, trembling as he rose from the rubble. His gaze fixed coldly on the closing gates, despair flooding his eyes. He was destined to fail. They were all destined to fail. After 30 years of striving, they still could not breach this mighty fortress, and he wondered if another opportunity would ever arise. Yet, regardless of the outcome, it was no longer relevant to him. In the next moment, he would perish here. Blackstone City loomed like a dagger, constricting the warg's throats, imposing severe limitations upon them. And he lamented his inability to eliminate this thorn. I am not resigned to this fate. Monar howled in anguish, the despair in his eyes fading as a renewed fury surged within him. Even in the face of death, Monar would not yield. He charged at the second prince. In a state of complete victory, Monar would still not have been a match for the prince, let alone in his current condition. With a thunderous crack, the second prince delivered a powerful punch to Monar's chest. Blood erupted from Monar's mouth as he was sent flying backward. If you are willing to divulge some information, I might spare your life, the second prince said, looking down at the fallen Monar with a detached tone. He was perplexed by the warg's sudden attack. While the lack of alarms from the surrounding villages could be understood, the wargs had managed to infiltrate the city without a sound, raising his suspicions of betrayal. However, such an act could not have been orchestrated by just anyone. It must have involved a noble, and one of considerable power at that. The second prince was eager to extract information from Monar, as identifying the traitor was essential to prevent a recurrence of this situation. Monar merely regarded the second prince with cold disdain. You possess quite a spirit, the prince remarked. Monar screamed in agony as the second prince's foot pressed down on his claw, grinding mercilessly. The formidable power rendered Monel's claws bloodied and flesh torn, with shattered joints. Under Mark's command, the soldiers meticulously cleared the battlefield. A profound silence enveloped the scene. No words were spoken, as the brutality of war and the loss of comrades weighed heavily on their hearts. Though victory could be claimed, the cost was exorbitant. With countless corpses lying in gruesome disarray, can one truly assert that victory was achieved? At the city gate, soldiers strained as they dragged the iron chains, mere centimeters remaining before the gate would close. Suddenly, 2 enormous claws reached through the narrowing gap, forcefully preventing the gate's closure. Strange, it seems we cannot move it. One soldier remarked. Could our strength be insufficient? Let us exert more effort. The soldiers strained further, yet their attempts proved futile. In the darkness, the claws were nearly imperceptible, and the soldiers, pulling from behind, were oblivious to the looming threat. The claws gripped the gate, veins bulging as they exerted tremendous force. With a creaking sound, the opening of the gate widened slightly. The soldiers, pulling on the chains, were nearly yanked off their feet. No, cried a soldier, turning back to witness a sight that nearly stunned him. 2 colossal claws were violently prying the gate apart, pulling it open by several centimeters, revealing a glowing green eye peering ominously through the gap. The soldiers fell silent, and those nearby turned to see what had transpired. A werewolf. In that fleeting moment, the claws had wrenched the gate open to 30 centimeters, exposing their owner, a werewolf of astonishing size, far surpassing the usual stature of its kind. The previously tranquil battlefield was instantly tense, the cry reigniting the soldiers' anguish, save for Monel, who awaited this moment. A haunting howl erupted from Monel. Outside the gate, the chorus of howls converged, resonating ominously over Darkstone City, enveloping the entire fortress in a shadowy pallor. The second prince attempted to thwart Monkey from opening the gate, only to be fiercely clutched by Monel's legs. He kicked violently at Monel's chest, but Monel, gritting his teeth, clung tenaciously, immobilizing the prince's movements. Damn it! Let go! Monkey's gaze found the werewolf he cared for most, yet the sight before him rendered him momentarily paralyzed, causing him to hasten the gate's opening. At last, Monkey managed to pry the gate open by a meter and squeeze through. With a swift strike, Monel was slain, his head severed by the second prince. A resounding howl, infused with anguish and vengeance, filled the air. Chapter 66. The Battle of Darkstone City, Part 1. Monkey stood over 3 meters tall, clad in iron armor that concealed the scars covering his chest, wielding a colossal flail. Though the flail appeared stone-carved, it exuded an exceptional sturdiness, linked by robust chains. It howled frantically, brandishing its flail as it charged towards the second prince. After Monk had squeezed through the city gates, the werewolves swiftly surged in behind him, pushing the gates wide open with their collective strength. The formidable outer walls of Blackstone City posed no obstacle to the werewolves. They streamed in, infiltrating the city. Due to the narrowness of the gates, not all of the werewolves could enter at once, leaving the majority still outside, howling and cursing, eager to breach the city for a bloody feast. Form ranks. Shield bearers, raise your shields. Crossbowmen, prepare to fire. At Mark's command, the soldiers aligned themselves. Though their spirits were noticeably low, unlike the earlier defense led by Mao, which had been caught off guard, these soldiers formed a defensive stance, ready to withstand the werewolf assault. A flurry of crossbow bolts was unleashed, whistling through the air like a torrential downpour, raining judgment upon the wicked werewolves. The foremost of them fell in droves, collapsing like harvested wheat. Yet Monk, wielding his flail and clad in iron armor, remained undeterred by the rain of arrows, continuing his relentless charge towards the second prince and the soldier formation. The second prince noticed him. He could not allow Monk to breach their ranks. If Monk disrupted the formation, the soldiers would be forced into a direct confrontation with the ferocious werewolves, leading to inevitable defeat. Their current strategy was to suppress the werewolves' initial assault with ranged weapons, hoping to diminish their momentum, or at least endure longer to inflict greater damage. Indeed, a sense of despair loomed in the second prince's heart, for victory seemed to favor the werewolves. The residents on the streets near the gates had already fled. The second prince organized a battalion of soldiers tasked with ensuring the evacuation of the civilians, which was now nearing his estate, situated in the heart of Blackstone City. Gripping his great sword, the second prince leaped from the formation, luring Monk down a side street to prevent a direct assault on their ranks. Whether it was due to the hatred for his fallen brother, Monel, a reluctance to bully the weak, or an overconfidence in the werewolves' ability to breach their defenses, or perhaps a combination of all three, Monk refrained from attacking the formation, instead pursuing the second prince. The might of a knight commander represented the pinnacle of power in the Dorte dimension. Although the application of abilities in Dorte was rudimentary, the speed and strength of a knight commander posed a significant threat to other ranks and ordinary men alike. Thus, on the battlefield, it was king against king, general against general. Only a knight commander could contend with another knight commander. Typically, during combat, the knight commanders would refrain from interfering with the soldiers' battles, for without mutual engagement, no one could restrain their movements, potentially resulting in a unilateral massacre of enemy soldiers by the knight commanders. Once the second prince felt he had established a safe distance, he turned to face Monk, who followed closely behind. The second prince stands as a towering figure among humans, rivaling even the fearsome wargs. Yet when juxtaposed against Monk's colossal stature, he appears diminutive. "Is this the grave you have dug for yourself?" he inquires, though it seems he harbors no concern for the casualties among the wargs. His gaze drifts toward the horizon, where rows of fallen wargs lie. Despite their continuous demise, they are relentlessly replenished, surging forward, ever closer to the military formation. Meanwhile, the soldiers' crossbow volleys begin to dwindle. The intensity of their fire has lessened considerably compared to earlier onslaughts. Soldiers are not machines, they tire, and their supply of bolts is not infinite. Monk, too, turns his attention to the main battlefield, observing the heavy toll inflicted upon the wargs, yet they have yet to inflict any harm upon the soldiers. The situation appears dire. Yet he remains composed and confident. "You will never comprehend our thirst for victory, our hunger for slaughter. Now that the strongest fortress has been breached, what reason do they have to retreat?" A sinister laugh escapes Monk, laced with a hint of delight, yet the implications within it are chilling. "I permit them to breach the city, to ravage and feast upon its flesh, yours." He gestures toward the prince, declaring, "Thus, your soldiers are mere prey in our eyes." Monk erupts into laughter. "The gray warg embodies your fate, just as you envisioned." Monk's laughter abruptly ceases, and his cold gaze pierces the second prince, brimming with murderous intent. The prince, in turn, regards Monk with indifference, their stares clashing like sharpened blades. In an instant, both combatants spring into action. The prince wields his great sword, while Monk brandishes his flail. A thunderous clash resounds, reverberating through the area and momentarily pausing the battle between the city guard and the wargs, as both sides are momentarily affected by their collision. The great sword meets the flail in a fierce exchange. However, the prince's strength pales in comparison to Monk's, leading to his forced retreat. Monk's eyes widen in surprise, for the prince withstands his full force strike with remarkable resilience, skillfully mitigating a significant portion of Monk's might through a steady withdrawal. Nevertheless, Monk shows no signs of hesitation. The flail whips through the air, stirring a tempest, before striking down upon the prince once more. This time, the prince refrains from a direct confrontation, having gleaned from their first encounter the overwhelming force that Monk wields. He employs his swordsmanship, aiming to deflect the flail aside and swiftly counterattack. With a resounding thud, the flail crashes against the sword, bending it perilously under the immense force that courses through the prince's arms, drawing blood from his palms. The prince fails to achieve his intended goal, for Monk's strike proves even more powerful than their initial clash. The flail is exceptionally suited for formidable warriors. The swinging of the chains amplifies its power and inflicts greater harm. Monk wielded the flail with ferocity, forcing the second prince to retreat. Although the prince possessed a speed advantage and his blade delivered considerable slashing damage, he found it exceedingly difficult to approach Monk. As a barrier formed by the flail's arc kept him at bay, the flail relentlessly struck towards the second prince, who could only defend himself with his longsword. Fortunately, the prince's sword was forged from dark iron, and his techniques for dissipating force were remarkably adept. Otherwise, he would have met his demise long ago. In this clash, the second prince was clearly at a disadvantage. Chapter 67, The Battle of Blackstone City, Part 2. The sound of continuous impacts echoed, reminiscent of the rhythmic hammering during sword forging. The second prince was steadily forced back by Monk's flail. He struggled to mount any counterattack, as Monk offered him no opportunity. In battles of knightly caliber, mistakes are rare, and Monk had seized control of the rhythm of combat. Unless external assistance intervened, it would be exceedingly challenging for the second prince to regain the initiative. The prince considered exchanging minimal cost for an opportunity to strike, but this proved impractical. Given Monk's strength and the weapon's flail, even a mere graze would result in significant injury. Monk roared as he unleashed strike after strike upon the second prince, his ferocity unmatched, his eyes glinting with a predatory intent to utterly devour the prince. Aware of the prince's prowess, Monk seized the moment, determined to deny him any chance of resistance and to press forward with the intent to slay him. The combat momentarily settled into a stalemate. With a swift motion, Monk deflected a spear aimed at his head. Instantly, the rhythm of Monk's assault on the second prince was disrupted. The prince, seizing this opportunity, raised his great sword high and brought it down upon Monk. The blade descended like a streak of light, aiming to cleave the towering wolfman in two. With a clash, the flail's chain intercepted the great sword's descent, sending sparks dancing in the dark of night. The second prince, thwarted in his attempt, redirected his sword towards Monk's fingers gripping the flail. At that moment, Mark, having thrown his spear, joined the fray, thrusting his sword towards Monk's chest. With a thunderous roar, Monk stepped back and swung his flail. He did not evade the attacks of the two, yet if they did not retreat, they would be struck by the flail's might. They distanced themselves from one another. "You humans are truly shameless," Monk remarked, glaring at Mark, who stood beside the prince. The second prince retorted, "Are you not the ones who sneak into the city?" "Indeed, but we owe it to your assistance," Monk replied with a hint of mockery. "You imply that the people of the kingdom facilitated your entry into Blackstone City?" Mark inquired, his tone tinged with urgency. Monk feigned ignorance. "What? I never said such a thing. I won't betray my allies. Come, humans, let me take your heads." Monk charged towards the two, his tremendous strength complemented by the flail's formidable presence. Mark could not withstand Monk's assault alone. He could only harass him from the sidelines. Nevertheless, his interference was enough to disrupt Monk's attacks. That cursed insect, after yet another attack was thwarted by Mark, Monk's fury ignited. Ever since Mark entered the fray, whenever Monk targeted the second prince, Mark would strike at Monk's eyes and other vulnerable points, forcing Monk to divert his attention to defense, significantly diminishing his offensive efficiency. In the midst of battle, with the enemy strong and ourselves weak, and vice versa, Monk found it difficult to launch effective attacks, naturally affording the second prince an opportunity. The second prince's great sword rendered Monk's defenses precarious. Under Mark's orchestration, the second prince's assaults were incisive, each strike aimed at Monk's vital areas. Unlike Mark, the second prince could breach Monk's defenses with relative ease. With his full might, the great sword could cleave Monk in two. Yet, in the ever-shifting battlefield, there was little time to gather strength, though even so, the second prince's blade could still slice through Monk's sturdy armor. That wretched insect must perish, Monk pondered inwardly, seeking an opportunity to eliminate Mark. Currently, Monk was in a defensive posture, passively enduring the onslaught of the second prince and Mark, continually retreating. perfectly mirroring the earlier plight of the second prince. Not far away, the main battleground between the city defense forces and the wolfmen had reached a critical point. After suffering numerous casualties, the wolfmen finally engaged the city defenders in close combat. The wolfmen howled frantically, charging towards the ranks of the defenders. The defenders maintained their earlier formation, with shield bearers at the front erecting their shields for protection, while the spear wielders behind swiftly thrust and retracted their weapons with powerful precision. The wolfmen were thwarted by the shields, continually pierced by the spears. However, under the relentless push from the wolfmen behind, the shield bearers eventually faltered, as did the spear wielders. They had already endured a grueling battle and now faced an even stronger foe, their stamina nearly depleted. "Hold the line! Hold the line!" the captain shouted, urging the soldiers to endure, as they themselves moved to the front lines, reinforcing the shields. The shield bearers gritted their teeth, mustering all their strength to maintain this iron curtain. With a resounding thud, followed by a scream, one shield finally fell, and the soldiers trapped beneath were trampled by the oncoming wolfmen, swiftly succumbing to their fate. As the first shield collapsed, it was as if a dam had burst. Other shields soon followed suit, breached by the wolfmen. The defense line crumbled entirely, ushering in the most brutal and blood-soaked moment. "Kill! Kill! Hold on! Hold on! Think of our families." A squad leader rallied morale, but soon met his demise amidst the chaos. The cries of anguish, shouts of slaughter, and the howls of the wolfmen created a cacophony, stirring the tides of battle, also influencing the struggle of the three. Once the wolfmen breached the ranks, they gained a clear advantage amidst the tumultuous melee. They are fearless and relentless in their brutal fervor, which can finally be unleashed. All the marauding beasts yearn to be at the forefront, drenched in either their own or their enemy's blood. As the skirmish between the second prince, Mark, and Monk momentarily subsided amidst the ensuing chaos, their attention was inevitably drawn to the main battlefield. Monk remained unfazed by the turmoil, while the second prince and Mark were deeply concerned, particularly Mark, whose anxiety was evident. Monk swiftly composed himself, redirecting his focus entirely back to the fray. Noticing that Mark had yet to regain his composure, a flicker of intention crossed Monk's mind, and a glint of menace shone in his eyes, transforming his expression into one of savagery. The second prince was the first to shake off his stupor. Observing Monk's fierce demeanor and poised stance, he realized that Monk was about to seize the opportunity to launch an assault, and he sought to hastily alert Mark. Monk, aware of the second prince's scrutiny and understanding that his intentions were now known, found it too late to retract his course of action. He regarded the second prince with a mocking glance, his fearsome maw curling in a sneer, as he quickened the pace and intensity of his movements. With a resounding clash, the flail, charged with power, surged forth, propelled by the taut iron chains, aiming directly at Mark. Upon the second prince's warning, Mark snapped back to reality. His pupils dilated in shock as he beheld a stone flail rapidly enlarging, consuming his vision entirely. With a thunderous impact, accompanied by a crack, the flail struck Mark's chest. His torso caved in instantaneously, and he was sent hurtling away, blood erupting from his mouth, creating a crimson mist in the air. Mark crashed violently against a wall, collapsing a building, with dust and debris billowing around him, burying him beneath the ruins. "Mark," the second prince bellowed, his eyes wide with a tumult of emotions, anger at Monk's assault and profound concern for Mark's plight. Mark was the second prince's loyal guard, the one he trusted most, yet now he feared that Mark might not endure, while he himself struggled to control his own fate. With a swift thrust, the second prince's sword pierced Monk's left side. In the fleeting moment that Monk sent Mark flying, the second prince seized the opportunity to inflict damage upon Monk. He aimed to pierce Monk's heart, yet Monk, ever alert, managed to shift slightly, narrowly evading a fatal blow. Nonetheless, this injury served as a significant advantage in the balance of power. Monk quickly retreated, withdrawing the sword, wary of the second prince potentially twisting the blade within his wound, jeopardizing his organs. "Do not fret, soon you shall join him," Monk taunted, noting the worry etched across the second prince's face. The second prince, though silent, increased the frequency and ferocity of his strikes. The wound inflicted upon Monk, aside from the blood that flowed momentarily upon the extraction of the blade, did not result in a significant loss of blood, as he had managed to compress the injury with his muscles, preventing immediate detrimental effects. The second prince now advances relentlessly, hoping to exert greater pressure on Monk, for that single strike had indeed inflicted harm. Monk, now displaying vulnerabilities, has temporarily concealed them, yet in a battle of knights, even the slightest flaw could alter the course of the conflict. The dust stirred by Mark's collision with the building has gradually begun to settle. Yet no one has emerged from the ruins, enveloped in an eerie silence. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, Mark has already perished in battle. The second prince's face betrays a sorrowful expression as he consciously directs the battlefield towards the ruins where Mark fell. Monk, having sustained a blow from the second prince, finds his condition waning, thereby rendering both combatants evenly matched. Monk, initially unaware of the ruins, resumes his offensive under the second prince's defense. It is only when they are mere meters from the debris that Monk takes notice. However, he remains largely unperturbed, even a peak great knight. Should he be struck by a full-force blow, would be rendered incapacitated, if not dead. With a flail in hand, the sword light gleams. Upon nearing the ruins, the second prince casts aside his caution and unleashes a barrage of attacks, engaging Monk in fierce combat. This exchange, however, is not merely a clash of raw strength. For the second prince has already gauged Monk's might from the very beginning. As Monk witnesses the second prince's furious and relentless onslaught, his excitement grows. What he fears most is the second prince retreating, as such would only bolster Monk's advantage. The two combatants engage in a frenzied exchange, their focus solely on one another. Beneath the ruins, Mark exhales deeply, finally regaining his senses, realizing he had narrowly escaped death from Monk's strike. Under normal circumstances, other great knights would have perished, but Mark, being a defensive knight, excels in protection, thus clinging to life. He has managed to survive, yet further progress seems impossible. Even regaining his peak strength appears daunting. As he assesses his condition, the sounds of air slicing and metal clashing grow ever closer. Mark listens intently, the din intensifying. At last, as the sounds approach, the battlefield of the combatants stabilizes, and he discerns that the conflict is escalating. He understands this is the second prince's final opportunity to strike, and that moment has arrived. Mark attempts to move his arm, but can only manage a single finger's twitch. His stamina has been utterly exhausted, and the major bones in his body lie either shattered or fractured. With a resounding crash, the ruins erupt like fireworks. A figure shrouded in dust, indistinct in visage, emerges from the haze and swiftly closes in on Monk. Monk's eyes widen in shock as he swings his flail, attempting to dislodge the intruder, only to be met with the blocking force of a massive sword, none other than the second prince's blade. He has finally awaited this chance. He believes Mark will not perish so easily, and he is correct. Yet, instead of joy, his face is marred with shame and sorrow. With the assistance of the second prince, Mark surged forward, unarmed, confronting Monk, whose iron armor rendered him nearly impervious to effective harm. Suddenly, Mark noticed a wound on Monk's left flank. Without hesitation, his fingers delved into the gash, followed by his entire fist plunging into Monk's side. In a flash, he viciously yanked, tearing Monk's intestines from the left rib, and with a forceful tug, he severed them. Monk emitted a blood-curdling scream, racked with agony. The once manageable wound now appeared grotesquely enlarged, crimson flesh spilling forth, particularly horrifying with the dangling intestines. In a desperate bid, Monk forced the second prince back, then ensnared Mark with iron chains, constricting him like a mere puppet. Even without the chains, Mark was destined to perish. For this final assault had drawn upon his very life force. "You are truly damned." Monk's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. The chains coiled tightly around Mark's neck, causing his head to loll as he struggled for breath, his tongue protruding. Yet, his gaze remained tranquil, even joyous, his countenance serene and content. Devoid of any fear of death, Monk presented Mark to the second prince, showcasing the tragic fate of his loyal guardian. Mark merely nodded at the prince. Profoundly satisfied to have rendered assistance in his final moments, he welcomed death with joy. As the chains tightened, a sudden pop echoed. The head of Mark was sent flying, akin to a firework, leaving a brilliant trail as his life flickered out. "No," the second prince bellowed, overwhelmed with remorse for Mark. However, given the chance to choose again, he would still act thus, for even if Mark had survived, he would have faced the crueler torments of the werewolves. Even in death, he intended for Monk to pay dearly for Mark's demise. Chapter 69, The Battle of Blackstone City, Part 4. Mark's head plummeted from the air, rolling to a stop at the second prince's feet. The prince's grief was overwhelming, his anger boiling over. He yearned to unleash his wrath upon Monk, wishing to rend him limb from limb. Meanwhile, Monk, reeling from Mark's devastating blow, contorted in pain, his face a mask of anguish. The fist-sized wound on his left rib continued to bleed profusely. This gaping hole could not be sealed with mere muscle. If given a choice, Monk would have preferred to evade combat, for the severity of his injury greatly weakened him, sapping his strength with every drop of blood. Yet, The second prince granted Monk no respite. He charged forward once more, sword in hand. Monk's brutal method of slaying Mark was not solely an outlet for his own frustrations. He also harbored the hope that Mark's demise would diminish the resolve of the second prince. However, little did he anticipate that his actions would backfire, intensifying the second prince's desire for vengeance. With great effort, Monk wielded his flail to parry the massive sword of the second prince. Yet, the current might of the sword was beyond what the weakened Monk could easily withstand. He was forced back. The second prince remained silent, devoid of mockery or sarcasm. Instead, he wielded his sword with even greater ferocity. Gone were the days of intricate maneuvers. It was now a relentless onslaught of powerful, decisive strikes aimed at breaching Monk's defenses. Eventually, Monk could no longer withstand the assault. With each clash, blood gushed from his left side, staining his fur crimson. Monk's arm trembled as immense force shattered his grip on the flail, causing his limbs to quiver. With a resounding crash, Monk's fangs splintered as he summoned his last ounce of strength to clash with the second prince's sword. Amidst the cacophony, Monk fled. He turned and retreated, abandoning the battle with the second prince to rush towards the main battlefield of the Wolfmen and the city defense forces. Contrary to the struggle between the second prince and Monk, the primary battlefield was already dominated by the Wolfmen. Only small pockets of resistance remained, with soldiers offering feeble opposition. The outcome was all but predetermined as the Wolfmen breached Blackstone Fortress. Lacking wall defenses and facing weary soldiers, the military formation could not expand in the confined spaces. And most crucially, they were outnumbered. How could such a force triumph without the advantage of time, terrain, or morale? As the Wolfmen surged into the ranks, a close-quarters battle ensued. The conflict was overwhelmingly one-sided. The Wolfmen advanced like a tidal wave, while the defenses of the city guard crumbled like parchment. As fallen Wolfmen were swiftly replaced by their brethren, their superior strength and resilience became evident. To humans, their blows were fatal. Yet the Wolfmen appeared to press forward with renewed vigor. Despair engulfed the city defense forces. Their desire for victory waned, and their will diminished. As the Wolfmen's assault progressed with increasing ease, their morale soared. The Wolfmen howled as they charged forward, while the city guards sought to retreat, unwilling to confront the oncoming tide. Kill! Kill! A captain urged his soldiers, rallying them with the promise of recouping losses. 1 kill would break even, 2 would yield profit. Captain, I've slain 5. I've taken 6. 7. Hearing his soldiers' exclamations, tears welled in the captain's eyes. They were the last bastion of defense. All other city guards had already fallen. Under the captain's command, dozens of soldiers formed a circle, with large shields on the outside and spears and crossbows inside. Their defensive formation trembled under the relentless assault of the Wolfmen. Ah, damn it! A breach opened, reminiscent of the initial collapse of their defenses. Nearby soldiers frantically attempted to seal the gap, only to be shoved aside by the encroaching Wolfmen, who then pierced through their chests. The circular formation was breached, leaving the remaining soldiers besieged from all sides by the Wolfmen, surrounded by adversaries in every direction. Cast aside your shields and strike. The captain led the charge, cleaving through a Wolfman before him. The surviving soldiers discarded their large shields and seized their weapons, surging forward against the Wolfmen. Subsequently, like droplets merging into the vast ocean, they stirred not a ripple. All around them, the figures of the Wolfmen loomed. Monk dashed towards the main body of the Wolfmen, pursued relentlessly by the second prince, who hoped to intercept him before he could rejoin his kin. In that moment, the second prince could have chosen to flee, escaping the confines of Blackstone City. Yet, he did not. He continued his pursuit of Monk. As Monk fled, he glanced back, wielding his flail to obstruct the prince's advance. You must leave at once. I shall not pursue you, Monk implored defiantly. The second prince remained silent, yet his quickened pace revealed his intent. Ahead lay the Wolfmen, who had already perceived their vanguard being chased. Monk shouted, "Kill him! Kill him!" The Wolfmen surged toward the second prince. With a swift motion, a great sword cleaved through Monk's armor, leaving a gaping scar on his back that mirrored the wound on his chest, a grievous injury that nearly split him asunder. Monk's body tilted from the blow, yet he harnessed that very force to quicken his escape. The Wolfmen had closed in, and Monk plunged into their ranks, while the second prince found himself separated from the tide of Wolfmen. Alas, the second prince sighed, fully aware that he had squandered his best opportunity to slay Monk. In his prime, Monk was no match for the prince, who understood that his chances were dwindling. The greatsword swung, and the remnants of the Wolfmen scattered like flesh in a blender, torn apart under the prince's immense strength. In an instant, the leading Wolfmen fell, their fates gruesome and tragic. The advance of the wolfmen began to falter, their eyes, once filled with a mad thirst for blood, now betraying a glimmer of clarity. I once thought you feared nothing. It appears you share the same cowardice, the second prince taunted, observing Monk concealed among the wolfmen. Monk howled, raising his claw and gesturing forward. Kill. Those who claim the head shall serve the great leader. The wolfmen, driven to frenzy, charged once more at the second prince. Yet he did not cower. His gaze remained fixed on Monk as he advanced, great sword in hand. The wolfmen surged forth like a relentless tide, with the fallen swiftly replaced by their kin, leaving a crimson carpet of blood in the wake of the prince's approach. Surrounded by an unyielding horde, each step he took was met with the replenishment of wolfmen behind him. They relied on their numerical superiority, sacrificing lives to exhaust the prince. As he drew nearer to Monk, wounds began to mar his body, his stamina waned, and he tread the sanguine path laid before him. Chapter 70. The Battle of Blackstone City. End. Monk stood a short distance away, silently observing the fierce struggle of the second prince, a glint of ruthless determination flickering in his eyes. He understood that the second prince would not retreat. He was intent on perishing alongside Blackstone City. However, this aligned with Monk's own interests, as it not only opened the kingdom's gates, but also preserved a formidable warrior within its ranks. The second prince, fatigued and weary, had already engaged Monk in a life-and-death duel. In a mere span of 100 meters, he had slain several hundred wolfmen, instilling fear in their hearts, rendering even the great leader's promised rewards ineffective. His body was adorned with numerous wounds, each stained with the blood of his foes, transforming him into a crimson avatar of death. Though the speed of his strikes had diminished and his efficiency in slaughter had waned, his resolve remained unyielding. His gaze firmly fixed upon Monk. Monk's heart underwent a transformation, awakening a newfound respect for the second prince, a respect born from the recognition of strength, from his fearless defiance of death and unwavering perseverance. He resolved to honor the second prince on his final journey. As Monk advanced, the wolfmen parted before him. The second prince roared, and Monk howled in response, their weapons clashing once more. The sound resonated with a thunderous impact, sending tremors through the air, causing nearby wolfmen to cover their ears in alarm. The shockwave even toppled those closest to the ground. The two combatants remained locked in a stalemate, neither willing to yield an inch. After several tense seconds, they disengaged. Monk staggered back several paces, his left flank reopening an old wound, collapsing onto the ground. The second prince, however, was propelled backward, crashing into the ranks of wolfmen and clearing a path through their midst. In the moments following the second prince's fall, the wolfmen, still reeling from the intensity of the clash, slowly regained their senses. Upon noticing the fallen warrior and recalling Monk's promise of a substantial reward, they surged forward, forming a small mound where the second prince lay. With a whoosh, the pile of wolfmen was sent flying, their collective force momentarily staggering them back. Yet, the second prince stood defiantly amidst the encircling wolfmen, drenched in blood, his eyes blazing with intensity, fixated upon Monk, unwavering in his stance. He did not move, simply locking his gaze onto Monk and the surrounding wolfmen, who dared not advance, intimidated by the second prince's formidable prowess. Time ticked away, yet he remained immobile, a steadfast figure at the center of the battlefield. Monk, having regained his footing, feared allowing the second prince any respite. He commanded the wolfmen, he has exhausted his strength. Finish him off. Cautiously, the wolfmen approached, stealthily closing in, suppressing their savage instincts. It was only when a wolfman leader bellowed and charged at the second prince, driving a spear into his chest, that Monk sensed the shift in the tide of battle. Stop, he commanded, but it was too late. The first wolfman had pierced the second prince without consequence, prompting the others to rush forward, eager to plunge their weapons into the flesh of their fallen adversary. Monk urgently halted the proceedings, for he realized that the second prince had perished. Indeed, the second prince had met his demise. Yet, he did not collapse. His gaze remained fixed upon the adversary, his body standing resolutely on the battlefield. With the ferocity he had unleashed, he instilled fear into the werewolves, rendering them oblivious to their own demise. Monk approached the lifeless form of the second prince, gazing upon the corpse with wide-open eyes, and sighed softly. He held a profound respect for the second prince. Had the kingdom been free of traitors, breaching the Blackstone City would have proven arduous. Even now, as they engaged in battle within the city, the cost of victory remained painfully steep. Monk surveyed the battlefield. The bodies of the human warriors were numerous. Yet the werewolves had also incurred significant losses. Particularly, the second prince's single-handed efforts were comparable to the accomplishments of the entire city defense force. After all, Against the city defense force, the werewolves suffered grievously only during their initial charge. When faced with close combat, the city defenders crumbled under pressure. The werewolves Monk observed lacked their usual ferocity and madness. Instead, confusion and evasion marked their expressions, shaken by the overwhelming presence of the second prince, who had turned the tide against them. This was the greatest contribution of the second prince in this battle. He showcased the prowess of humanity and instilled terror in the werewolves. The battle for Blackstone City ended in the kingdom's defeat. As the clouds dispersed and the full moon ascended into the night sky, its radiant light illuminated Blackstone City. The vicinity of the city gates was strewn with a multitude of corpses. First the werewolves, followed by a mingling of werewolf and city defense corpses, with the innermost layer comprising the dismembered remains of the werewolves felled by the second prince. Corpses all around. The surviving werewolves, lacking any joy of victory, tended to their wounds in solitude. The body of the second prince remained steadfast on the battlefield, suffused with a shimmering aura, akin to a crowned deity of war. Monk, in a corner, cradled the head of Moner, consumed by sorrow. The brutality of war was starkly evident, and this was merely the beginning. The werewolves' conquest of Blackstone City posed a grave threat to the kingdom, transforming what was once a dagger poised at the werewolf's throat into a blade plunged toward the very heart of the realm. The Meyer family. The grand hall was resplendent, adorned with opulent decorations that exuded an air of luxury, glistening in gold. The overall aesthetic was one of refined elegance, devoid of the ostentation typical of newly wealthy individuals, instead embodying a depth of heritage and aristocratic grandeur. This was the hallmark of the Meyer family, deserving of its reputation as the wealthiest family in the kingdom. At this moment, within the hall, Duke Meyer sat upon the highest golden throne, deep in contemplation. The hour had reached midnight, yet he felt no semblance of drowsiness. The sound of footsteps echoed from the outer hall. A servant approached, carrying a curled envelope. "My lord, a letter has arrived." Duke Meyer nodded slightly, his expression betraying no emotion, gesturing for the servant to present the letter. "Begone." Once the servant had departed, Duke Meyer opened the envelope and withdrew the missive contained within. Upon encountering the first character, the Duke of Meyer's previously calm demeanor was swiftly replaced by an expression of gravity and earnestness. He scrutinized the letter intently, perusing its brief lines for several minutes. Closing his eyes, the Duke contemplated for a moment before igniting the letter, allowing it to be consumed by flames until it was reduced to ashes. The curtain had been drawn. A new era was on the brink of unfolding. Chaos was imminent, as all would vie for their own interests, and plans could now advance to the next stage. He silently mused, hoping that this era would be initiated by him and concluded at his discretion. The cool moonlight was shrouded by dark clouds, plunging the royal capital into shadows. What path lay ahead for the insignificant denizens of the world? Chapter 71. The third round of the arena draw at dawn, when the sun should have been rising, casting its golden rays upon the earth. The sky was instead cloaked in ominous clouds, enveloping the entire royal capital in a somber gloom. A torrential downpour was imminent. Yet, the central square remained unaffected by the weather. The arena battles proceeded as scheduled, with an even greater throng than the previous day, all eagerly anticipating the ultimate victor of the contest. On the 4 elevated platforms, the royal family and the 3 foremost noble houses had taken their seats. In the center of the square stood a vast arena, drawing the attention of all. At this moment, the 3 competitors, Edwards, Rhett, and Dante, stood upon the stage, each exuding their own charisma. The ethereal purple-haired Edwards, strikingly handsome Dante, and the robustly built Rhett all captivated the crowd. Notably, apart from Rhett, both Edwards and Dante enjoyed considerable adoration among the populace of the capital. "Edwards is so handsome, you will surely claim first place. So dashing, Edwards, I adore you. Lord Dante, defeat that pretty boy. Lord Rhett, you are so strong." A distinctive voice pierced through the crowd, belonging to an eccentric admirer, whose pale complexion was accentuated by red paint adorning his lips and cheeks. Rhett acknowledged the cheers directed at him, his gaze searching until he spotted his supporter. "Oh, Lord Rhett is looking at me," exclaimed the admirer, blowing kisses in Rhett's direction. Rhett's expression stiffened, and he averted his gaze with a slight grimace. The sound of footsteps ascended from beneath the arena. Daniel, the overall commander of the arena battles, addressed the crowd for the second day of the contest. While the previous battles had focused solely on combat, today marked a departure from that theme. It was essential to lay the groundwork for the competitors' reputations, enhancing the influence of both the kingdom and its nobility. Following the fierce competition of yesterday, the remaining 3 contestants were set to engage in 2 rounds of battle. scheduled for both the morning and afternoon, allowing ample time for the competitors. As Daniel concluded his remarks, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of predictions regarding the eventual victor. The discussion surrounding Lete has intensified, as his imposing stature and muscular physique are not to be underestimated. Daniel cleared his throat. Silence. His voice resonated with remarkable clarity, imbued with an authoritative presence that rendered the entire square hushed. Now, let Princess Sophia, the jewel of the kingdom, draw lots for the 3 contestants. Suddenly, the once quiet square erupted with excitement. Princess Sophia. She truly is the pride of the realm. Indeed, it is a pity we cannot behold her true visage. With graceful steps, Sophia descended from the eastern platform towards the square, resembling a celestial being gracing the earth. Even in the dim light, she radiated a brilliant glow. Clad in a golden gown and adorned with an exquisite crown, a veil obscured the lower half of her face, revealing eyes that sparkled like 2 precious pearls, akin to serene lakes, crystal clear and breathtakingly beautiful. Her golden locks cascaded down to her waist. Though youthful, she possessed an allure that could captivate kingdoms. Upon reaching the arena, Sophia accepted a golden tray from her attendant, upon which lay 3 folded sheets of gold paper, each inscribed with the numbers 1, 2, and 3. In the upcoming 3rd round of the tournament, contestant number 1 would face contestant number 3. Princess Sophia was to randomly distribute the sheets, unaware of the numbers they bore. She first approached Edwards, gazing upon his exquisite features. Sophia struggled to suppress her racing heart, feeling that Edwards was even more perfect than she had perceived from the platform above. How could such a remarkable being exist, especially as a man? She pondered. Unconsciously, she lingered a moment longer by Edwards's side. Edwards, having extended his hand to receive the sheet from the princess, found himself waiting in vain. With a hint of confusion, he lifted his gaze, meeting Sophia's luminous eyes. Their glances intertwined, each reflecting the other's image. Sophia felt her heart flutter. Her cheeks flushed as she hastily handed the gold sheet to Edwards before quickening her pace, almost as if to escape. Dante, who had been observing this scene closely, felt a pang of jealousy. A suitor of Sophia, he now recognized her evident favor towards Edwards, which stirred discontent within him. Despite the well-known affections he harbored for the young princess, it was clear she held no romantic interest in him. Dante silently vowed, soon on the arena, I shall demonstrate who truly reigns supreme. While appearance matters, strength prevails even more. Unbeknownst to Edwards, the slight delay caused by Sophia's lingering gaze had incited Dante's rivalry. However, even if he were aware, he would remain unfazed, unafraid of any adversaries. Sophia subsequently distributed the remaining 2 gold sheets to Dante and Lete before returning to the platform, inciting further gasps from the crowd. Contestants 1 and 3 remained on the stage, while contestant 2 exited. Edwards unfolded the gold sheet in his hand, revealing a gleaming number 1, standing firm as he regarded his 2 opponents. Dante descended from the arena, leaving Rhett standing in place. A sense of agitation surged within Rhett. While others might be unaware of Edwards' prowess, he certainly was not. Over the past few days, he had been soundly defeated by Edwards time and again. Although Edwards would temper his strength in the arena, his desire to win ensured that Rhett would face formidable challenges. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Rhett shifted his thoughts, resolving that he had no intention of winning. He merely sought to exhibit his own capabilities. A rare opportunity presented itself in the form of a formidable sparring partner, one who was inclined to conserve his strength. Dante, having exited the arena, felt no joy in his reprieve, for he feared that Edwards might falter against Rhett, thereby depriving him of the chance to prove himself before the little princess. In the arena, Edwards and Rhett stood opposed, awaiting Daniel's command. Before Daniel could utter the signal, a piercing cry echoed through the heavens, reminiscent of a majestic eagle's call. The sound was sharp and penetrating, rendering the entire square silent. Suddenly, a strikingly handsome eagle soared through the dark clouds, alighting upon the eastern platform. This magnificent bird was far larger than an ordinary messenger falcon, boasting a wingspan of nearly 2 meters and flying with the speed of a gray lightning bolt. The common folk in the square remained oblivious to the eagle's origins, unaware of the gravity of the situation, while the nobles paled in fear. This eagle was the messenger of Blackstone City, the kingdom's most formidable falcon. Reared by the second prince, under normal circumstances, it would not have been permitted to approach the king directly, as a designated handler was responsible for such duties. However, at this moment, it descended directly into the square. Thunder rumbled ominously, and flashes of lightning began to appear, as the winds heralded an impending storm. Chapter 72. Grim tidings from the borders of Blackstone City. The instant the messenger falcon arrived, the countenance of King Messes III turned ashen. He stood pale and trembling, clutching the letter tightly in his hand. He had already perused its contents. The eagle, standing nearby, emitted a mournful cry before collapsing to the ground. In less than half a day, it had traveled from Blackstone City to the royal capital, utterly exhausted, having expended all its vitality, destined to join its master in the afterlife. Silence enveloped the square, as it did the arena. Since the interruption, Daniel had not resumed the duel. The thunder grew ever closer, the oppressive heat stifling, while an unspoken tension weighed heavily upon all present. No one knew the cause of the turmoil, save for the king. Yet all understood that the news would surely be grim. Large raindrops began to fall sporadically, dispelling the oppressive heat and breaking the stifling atmosphere of the square. It was as if King Messes III had drained every ounce of strength, leaning heavily against his throne, gasping for breath before hoarsely proclaiming, "The arena battle is terminated. The arena battle is terminated." Daniel echoed the king's command loudly. The air grew chaotic, as no one comprehended the rationale behind the king's decree. If it were merely due to the weather, the contest would not have been called off. In the past, during the kingdom's grand tournaments, the nobility often wished for the most inclement weather, believing it would better showcase the participants' true prowess. Unlike the common folk, who reacted with fervor, the nobles silently departed, their true thoughts shrouded in mystery. A moment of tumult brewed beneath the surface. Within the royal palace, the king sat solemnly upon his throne, flanked by prominent nobles such as Duke Meyer, Marquis Weber, and Lord Relf. The hall was steeped in silence as everyone awaited the arrival of His Majesty, King Messes III. The king's visage was pallid, devoid of color, and he coughed intermittently until a servant brought him medicine, allowing him to regain his composure. "The wolfmen have breached Blackstone City. It is likely that our defenses have fallen," Messes rasped, confronting the assembled nobles with the harsh truth. Their expressions shifted dramatically, for none had anticipated such a calamity. The wolfmen and the kingdom had coexisted in a tenuous peace for a decade, with no large-scale conflict erupting. Yet now, tranquility had been shattered, and alarmingly, the kingdom's stronghold against the wolfmen had succumbed. What of the second prince? He is the commander of the knights. Could he not defend Blackstone City? A noble lamented in despair. "Indeed, what shall we do? The wolfmen are not negotiable." Another interjected. "With Blackstone City fallen, the wolfmen must have suffered significant losses and may not pursue further incursions into our territory," Duke Meyer asserted. "Yes, indeed," the nobles murmured in agreement. Duke Meyer is correct. The wolfmen must have sustained heavy casualties, yet with Blackstone City taken, our rear territories lack robust defenses, making them vulnerable to conquest. Most critically, the wolfmen will not seek peace. They yearn for our flesh and blood. We must earnestly contemplate our resistance, for the calm has been disrupted and total war looms. Marquis Weber declared, "My lord, is the situation truly that dire?" One noble inquired. "Indeed, there exists a threat of the kingdom's downfall. Blackstone City is of paramount importance." Some nobles regarded Marquis Weber's assertions as alarmist, yet their status prevented them from openly contesting his claims. After years of peace, they had forgotten the dread the wolfmen instilled. "Your Majesty, has the second prince shared any specific updates?" One noble queried. King Messes III, eyes closed, offered no reply. Daniel explained to the nobles. This letter was dispatched by the second prince during the skirmish against the wolfmen, through a captain of his unit. It does not convey the outcome of the battle. This captain was responsible for the evacuation of Blackstone City's residents, highlighting the gravity of the crisis. Silence enveloped the hall once more. Though specific details regarding the Battle of Blackstone City were lacking, the evacuation of its inhabitants signified dire circumstances. Furthermore, with the wolfmen having infiltrated the city, the defending forces appeared to be at a disadvantage. It was evident that even the second prince might struggle to escape unscathed. Aside from the king and the already speculated Duke Meyer, the other nobles believed that the werewolves had breached Blackstone City. However, the truth is quite the opposite. The gates of Blackstone City were opened from within. The second prince also mentioned in his correspondence that it is highly likely that a traitor exists within the kingdom. As for why the king did not allow Blackstone City to fall, it may be that he had his own reasons for withholding the news of the traitor. The influence capable of opening the gates of Blackstone City must originate from a powerful noble. Given the king's current state and the external threats, he finds himself unable to instigate greater chaos. King Messes III is unable to maintain control over the present circumstances. Thus, he chooses to conceal this information, unwilling to stir further discord among the nobles. Regardless of the reasons, the werewolves and the human race cannot coexist. This traitor will not remain a traitor indefinitely. Should the kingdom be destroyed, everyone will become prey to the werewolves, including the traitor. Your Majesty, we must unite our efforts to confront the werewolves. Yet it is also time to address the succession of the kingdom. Ralph stated that although he does not currently hold a title, in the absence of Duke Fisher, he can fully represent the Fisher family. Indeed, Your Majesty, Duke Meyer concurred. Duke Meyer also wished for the prince to confirm the position of the heir, as it would further facilitate his plans. However, the prince supported by the Meyer family is the fifth prince, while the Fisher family is aligned with the third prince. Yet, Duke Fisher has not yet declared his stance, as he is reluctant to partake in the contest for the throne. King Messies III opened his weary eyes, gazing at the two men, and then shifted his attention to Marquis Weber. The Marquis also remained silent. In his heart, he believed it was time for the king to establish an heir, especially during these tumultuous times. Do you all wish for my demise? I am very much alive. King Messies III replied angrily, his gaze falling upon the expressionless third and fifth princes. Overcome with fury, he coughed violently, and, once he had regained his composure, continued, Is Duke Fisher not in Taya City? Let him prepare the private troops of the surrounding nobles for defense. Then, King Messies III turned to Daniel. Ensure that the royal guard is ready to depart for Taya City. If we cannot hold other locations, then Taya City shall be our last bastion. Understood. Daniel bowed in acknowledgement. The scheming nobles and princes exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with a chilling intent. The royal guard was about to leave the capital, and their opportunity had arrived. Chapter 73. The beginning of chaos in the capital. Thunder rumbled ominously over the capital, the sky darkening ominously. What was once daylight transformed into a shroud of darkness. Crackling lightning split the gloom, illuminating the surroundings momentarily before vanishing into the void. A torrential downpour filled the air, drenching everything and echoing in the hearts of all. Cough, cough. The relentless sounds of coughing emanated from the royal chambers. In the dim candlelight, the pale visage of King Messies III was illuminated. He lay quietly on the bed, eyes closed and brow furrowed. Had it not been for the rise and fall of his chest and the labored breaths he drew, one might assume the monarch had already departed from this world. Under the weight of immense despair, King Messies III's ailing body had deteriorated further. Princess Sophia remained steadfastly by her father's side, her delicate features marred by traces of tears. Her pearl-like eyes reddened, filled with deep concern. A clap of thunder resonated in the sky, accompanied by a fit of violent coughing, prompting the weary king to open his eyes. Father! Sophia exclaimed sorrowfully, fresh tears welling at the corners of her eyes. The king, trembling, reached out to wipe away the tear streaks on Sophia's face, his voice hoarse yet gentle as he said, Enough, do not weep. But, father, is there truly no hope for your recovery? She implored. The king nodded solemnly. Sophia's expression darkened, and she chose to remain silent. She was acutely aware of her father's precarious condition. She pressed her head against the king's chest, and he tenderly stroked her hair, reminiscent of the days of her childhood. After a prolonged silence, King Messies III spoke. It is time for you to go to the Weber family. Ah, Sophia raised her head in confusion. Must I leave now, father? Indeed. The king replied with resolute conviction. I wish to care for you, Sophia countered. The king's tone softened as he explained, I too wish for you to remain. But my current state renders me incapable of protecting you. With Blackstone City fallen and your second brother's fate uncertain, the capital is rife with turmoil. You must go to the Weber family, ideally departing the capital with that young lad from their household. I recall you have a fondness for him. Sophia's cheeks flushed. Father, do we not have third brother and fifth brother in the capital? Can they not protect me? My fear lies in their potential to harm you. You are still young and do not comprehend the allure of the throne, yet they have coveted it for some time. But third brother and fifth brother are quite good. Sophia gently tilted her head in protest. King Messies III felt a sense of helplessness and softly patted Sophia's small head. You must be wary of others. I fear you may be deceived. Your third brother appears affable and smiles readily, yet he possesses a ruthless heart, willing to do anything for power. As for your fifth brother, he may seem delicate and cunning, believing he controls everything, but in truth, he might merely be a puppet. Is that so? You possess remarkable talent, surpassing my own at your age. You are already a knight. The king paused before continuing. Should they falter in upholding the kingdom, our Messies family may yet rely on you to bear the burden. Sophia yearned to retort, but the king interjected, no more arguments. I am aware of my own condition and their capabilities. I understand your aversion to power, yet it is also your responsibility. Do not refuse it. However, this is contingent upon your capabilities. If you lack strength, prioritize your own life. Sophia nodded, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. You may leave. The king closed his eyes, refusing to gaze upon Sophia. Father, please go. The king still did not open his eyes. The sound of light footsteps departed from the royal chamber, as tears slipped from the corner of King Mises III's eye. In the royal capital's Imperial Guard camp, the Imperial Guard is ostensibly the kingdom's most elite force, equipped with the finest gear and superior training. However, in reality, the border troops are comparable to the Imperial Guard through the brutal trials of war. The discipline of the border troops surpasses that of the Imperial Guard, although the border troops of Blackstone City have already been annihilated. The Imperial Guard in the capital numbers 6,000, divided into 6 regiments, with Daniel as the commander and Dante leading one of the regiments. At this moment, amidst the rumbling thunder and cleansing rain, 4,000 Imperial Guards stood resolutely in formation within the camp. The rain cascaded down their faces, yet it did not diminish their steadfast expressions. Their gazes were resolute and piercing, their golden armor shining brilliantly under the flashes of lightning. On the command platform, Daniel and 6 other regimental leaders, including Dante, stood above, surveying the well-ordered army below. This time, 4,000 Imperial Guards were dispatched to assist in Taya City, while the remaining 2,000 were tasked with safeguarding the capital and maintaining order. March. At Daniel's authoritative command, the army set forth. He did not rally the soldiers or inspire them with words. His faith in the Imperial Guard was unshakable. He believed in their strength, their resolve to protect the kingdom, and their determination to vanquish the enemy, trusting that through the crucible of war, they would emerge as the strongest force. The sound of marching feet melded into a singular rhythm. The movements of the 4,000 were perfectly synchronized, resembling a cohesive whole rather than disparate individuals. Apart from the sound of footsteps and the faint rustling of armor, silence enveloped the ranks. Their discipline and rigorous training were already evident, awaiting the battlefield to crown their prowess. The golden tide flowed out of the city gates, heading towards the places that required their valor. Upon the city walls, the third prince and Relf observed this scene in silence. The Imperial Guard has departed. Indeed, they have. The rain was shielded by the gatehouse above, and despite the inclement weather, they remained unblemished by mud, overlooking the Imperial Guard and the entirety of the capital. Your Highness, how are your preparations coming along? All is well prepared. The 5th Regiment Commander, Peg, is my ally. To avoid prolonged delays, we shall execute the plan tonight. After the third prince spoke, he sighed and added, Alas, your father is not in the capital. Otherwise, with the assistance of Duke Fisher, our task would be considerably easier. Relf tentatively inquired, What of the young princess and the palace? Sophia is a significant asset that must be held closely. As for the second prince of the palace, his cold gaze and grim words have lingered long enough. Crack, crack. Lightning momentarily illuminates the darkness, while below, a golden torrent advances toward the battlefield, and above, on the city walls, 2 menacing faces are etched against the sky. Chapter 74. The ambush in the capital on a deserted street. 6 figures traverse through the rain. They are cloaked in hoods and draped in long garments. The raindrops are repelled by their attire, concealing their features. Although their faces remain obscured, their slender forms suggest that the 2 figures at the center are ladies, moving with a lightness of step. Flanking them are 2 imposing guards, providing vigilant protection. The heavy raindrops fall like a curtain, showing no sign of abating, shrouding the street in a hazy veil that obscures vision. Judy, why are we taking this route? A delicate voice inquired from the smaller lady. Your Highness, it is the king's directive. His Majesty believes that exiting through the palace's main gate would attract too much attention. Thus we must quietly slip out through the side entrance to conceal our identities. Oh, father is still too cautious. Is there truly a threat of someone attempting to assassinate a princess near the palace? A smirk appeared beneath the hood, as Judy replied, The king's concern is justified. He worries for your safety. Sophia nodded, choosing silence instead. Her thoughts were occupied with the fate of Messi's 3. Though she could leave, he remained in the palace, awaiting an uncertain destiny, which, judging by current circumstances, did not seem promising. Suddenly, the 2 guards ahead shrieked and fell to the ground, their chests pierced by crossbow bolts. Without armor to protect them, they were rendered defenseless against the surprise attack. Who goes there? Judy demanded, as the 2 rear guards stepped forward, drawing their swords to shield the young princess. At the end of the street, a group of figures appeared silently, with 2 more leaping down from the rooftops. Clad in black garments that obscured their faces, they seemed ominous. Who are you? I wish to inquire who you are. One of the assailants challenged. All of you are hiding your identities. Is that not a sign of shame? Laughter erupted among the others. A thunderclap reverberated, shaking the street and illuminating the scene. Tension crackled in the air as both sides faced off. "Do not look, do not listen. Knowing what you should not will cost you your lives," one of them declared. And at that moment, the flames that had flickered in the surrounding houses were extinguished. "How dare you commit robbery near the palace? The royal guards will soon patrol this area. You should leave at once. Your Highness, we are here for you. If you agree to accompany us, we will not harm you. Otherwise, we shall have to force you." As for the royal guards, most have gone to support Taya City, and the patrol time has extended from half an hour to 2 hours. We have ample time. You, Sophia stammered. "What if I refuse to go?" The figure clad in black chuckled ominously. "Then I shall have to invite you over." He emphasized the word invite with a pointed tone. With unwavering confidence, Sophia stepped forward, disregarding the predatory gaze of the black-clad men. Her true prowess had yet to be revealed, and since Judy was also a knight, Sophia held the black figures in contempt, even though 2 among them were knights as well. How arrogant. Allow me to demonstrate our strength. The 2 foremost black-clad assailants gestured forward. Attack. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed, splashing droplets from the ground. The black-clad men surged towards Sophia and her companions. The 2 guards, members of the elite royal guard, concealed their identities and were the first to engage. True to their reputation as the kingdom's elite, the royal guards, despite the rigorous training of the black-clad men, managed to hold their ground initially. They claimed the lives of 2 black figures without faltering. However, the overwhelming numerical advantage soon turned the tide, and the 2 royal guards, encircled, were quickly overwhelmed and met a grim fate. Judy, alongside Sophia, intended to seize the moment while the royal guards held off the black-clad men to escape, but they were intercepted by 2 knights among the assailants. "Your Highness, you must flee. I will hold them back." "No, Sister Judy, I wish to fight by your side. I have undergone training as well." Sophia resolutely declined Judy's plea, brimming with confidence. Unbeknownst to her, Judy's eyes harbored a secret. She was, in fact, allied with the black-clad men, aiming to delay them long enough for the young princess to be captured by others. This way, both she and Sophia would fall into the hands of the black figures, while her true identity remained concealed. In Sophia's eyes, Judy would be seen as having sacrificed herself to protect her, allowing her to continue lurking in Sophia's vicinity. Now that Sophia had rejected her goodwill, Judy was left with no choice but to resort to self-sacrifice, inflicting injury upon herself to mask her own inadequacies. After dispatching the 2 royal guards, the black-clad men closed in, surrounding Judy and Sophia. Charge! The chaotic footsteps and splashing droplets filled the air. The glint of swords flashed coldly as they were aimed at the 2. Judy had no intention of rushing into the fray, hoping to feign a weakness while protecting Sophia. Yet to her astonishment, Sophia surged forward on her own. What shocked Judy the most was Sophia's light-footedness and incredible speed. From Judy's perspective, Sophia's figure left behind a series of afterimages, exhibiting the pace of a true knight, even surpassing her own. Not only Judy, but all present were taken aback by the revelation of the seemingly delicate princess as a formidable knight. In a flash, lightning illuminated the scene, outlining the princess's graceful silhouette. She danced like a blade on the battlefield, executing elegant and beautiful steps while gently reaping the lives of her foes amidst an exquisite display of beauty. The sword, as thin as a cicada's wing, met the long sword of a black-clad man. In an instant, the black sword shattered, the severance as smooth as if slicing through hair with effortless grace. The sounds of piercing echoed, a testament to her newfound ferocity. The figure clad in black widened his eyes in disbelief, blood gushing from his throat as he clutched it tightly, desperately hoping to prolong his life. Thud, thud. The afterimage ceased, revealing the silhouette of the young princess, while the black-clad men collapsed to the ground, proving that the recent events were far from mere illusion. The graceful princess stood tall, quietly observing the 2 knights in black. The knights took 2 steps back, internally cursing the informant for leading them to capture a mere rabbit. In truth, it was a fierce tiger clad in a rabbit-esque guise. Though still tender, it already bore the potential to shake the world. "Your Highness, are you truly this powerful?" Judy inquired joyfully, approaching the young princess from behind. Sophia exclaimed, "I never anticipated they would be so feeble." "Judy, you need not trouble yourself. I can handle these 2 as well." "Is that so?" Judy had reached the princess's side, her gaze icy, her arm bracing for action. "I fear it may not be enough, my princess." "Sister Judy, you said," Chapter 75, The Rescue of Sophia Bang. Before the princess could finish her sentence, she was knocked to the ground. Her hood was struck off, golden hair cascading down, revealing her delicate features in all their fragility. Especially now, As she lay on the ground with a flushed complexion and a hint of blood at the corner of her mouth, she exuded a poignant beauty. In astonishment, she turned her head. "Sister Judy, why did you attack me? My princess, I too wish not to harm you, but for the sake of the mission, it must be done. Blame your hidden strength," Judy jested. "Who would have guessed you were so formidable? If given the choice, I would prefer to remain by your side, serving you. When did you betray my father? You shall know in due time, my princess. For now, we must trouble you to accompany us. Fear not. We shall not harm you." Judy gestured to the two knights. "Take her away." Yet, they did not immediately comply. The two knights were transfixed by the princess's exquisite visage, captivated by her delicate and fragile beauty, oblivious to Judy's command. "Are you courting death? Who dares to look? Who dares to think?" Judy's frigid words jolted the knights back to reality, and they hastily smiled. "My lady, it was our oversight. The princess is simply too beautiful. This is our first time beholding her grace." They attempted to assist the princess to her feet, but Judy instructed them to step aside, offering her own hand instead. Having been sheltered by the king all her life, the princess had never encountered such a situation. Though naive to the ways of the world, she was exceedingly clever. Through the conversation among Judy and the others, she grasped that those who intended to abduct her would not endanger her safety. "Wait." Just as the trio was about to depart, a gentle voice emanated from the rooftop, followed by a figure cloaked in black, blocking their path. Edwards received the Marquis's command to meet someone in this concealed alleyway. To his astonishment, he was greeted by a most extraordinary scene. Indeed, it was a series of unexpected twists. Who could have imagined that the delicate and seemingly frail princess was, in fact, a formidable knight? Furthermore, the maid accompanying her was a traitor arranged by rival factions. The capital had descended into such chaos. "Who are you? Do not obstruct our path," Judy stated coldly. Then paused to reflect. "You witnessed what just transpired." "Indeed, my apologies. I had no intention of observing your clumsy performance. However, my orders are to escort the princess back." The princess's eyes sparkled with recognition. She had identified this individual. When she had distributed gold leaf to them earlier, his voice had etched itself into her memory. She had not anticipated their reunion to occur in such a place. Yet, it was fortuitous. He was there to rescue her. But could he prevail against them? Would he be harmed? The princess's thoughts spiraled, caught between joy at Edwards's arrival and concern for his safety. Edwards seemed to perceive the princess's turmoil. He gently nodded at her, his tender azure gaze resembling a smile, calming her disarrayed emotions. "Well then, you shan't proceed any further. Kill them." Two dark-clad knights, brandishing short blades, lunged at Edwards. Their speed was astonishing, the blades glinting ominously as they sliced through the air, leaving trails of afterimages. Their combat style was insidious and cunning, eschewing grandiose maneuvers in favor of lethal precision, clearly indicating they were trained assassins. Edwards wielded his sword, the luminous blade, yet he refrained from unsheathing it. His intention was not to take their lives, but to extract information. For Edwards, both the living and the dead held value. His breathing technique yearned for the knight's blood. However, he planned to drain them of their worth before allowing them to make their final contribution, serving as nourishment for his ascent in power. Thud, thud, thud. The luminous blade gleamed silver, resembling a beam of moonlight. In Edwards's hands, it cast ethereal afterimages, appearing even more radiant in the haze. Every strike from the knights was effortlessly deflected by Edwards, who did not retreat an inch. The knights exchanged incredulous glances, realizing the formidable strength of this elusive adversary. Despite their combined efforts, he remained unfazed and composed. Judy's astonishment matched theirs. Such prowess was rare. Had this individual concealed his capabilities until now? Otherwise, why had there been no prior indication of his strength? Unlike the other's surprise, Princess Sophia nearly burst into laughter, struggling to suppress her mirth. She had not anticipated Edwards to be so powerful, but what of it? The stronger Edwards was, the happier and more elated she became. She even forgot her current predicament of being captured. "Is it over? Now it is my turn." Before her words had fully escaped her lips, Edwards swiftly dashed to the side of the two knights. With two resounding thuds, they both spewed blood and were sent hurtling backward. Judy cursed them silently, her voice sharp as she commanded, "Do not approach. Let us pass," or... She drew a small dagger from her waist and pressed it against Sophia's throat. Seeing Edwards halt in his tracks, Judy could not help but exhale in relief. His speed was formidable, and even now, she dared not let her guard down. Holding the young princess hostage, she began to retreat slowly. Edwards remained rooted to the spot, confident in his ability to rescue the princess. However, upon observing the glimmer of resolve in her eyes, He realized that this seemingly fragile girl possessed the strength to free herself. As they distanced themselves, 10 meters, then 20, Judy's tense body began to relax slightly. The young princess, keenly sensing an opportunity, noted Judy's steadying breath. She was no longer holding her breath. Yes, she was loosening up, and the moment had arrived. The princess collided fiercely with Judy's chest, and amid Judy's astonished and furious gaze, she darted toward Edwards. "You forced my hand," Judy shouted, thrusting the dagger toward Sophia's back. In that critical moment, Edwards intervened, enveloping Sophia in his arms and deftly flicking the dagger away with a flourish. He then gently set Sophia back on the ground and subdued the fleeing Judy. Just as the young princess experienced the warmth of Edwards's embrace, he placed her back on the ground, once again exposing her to the drenching rain. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. She reminisced about the comforting sensation. Yet, her ears soon turned crimson as she finally felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. What had transpired? Edwards, having noticed the princess's apple-red complexion, mistakenly believed it was due to her injuries. Chapter 76. Sophia's desire to accompany the expedition within the hall of the Weber Marquis's residence. The Marquis sat firmly in the principal seat, undeterred by the tempest raging outside. His thoughts transcended the confines of the royal capital, disinterested in the prince's scramble for the throne. Weber Marquis's concerns lay with the looming threat of the wolfmen against the kingdom. As he had surmised, this was a critical juncture for the realm's survival. Yet, within the capital, or rather, the kingdom, most nobles were enraptured by power, having forgotten the previous harrowing experiences. The Dello Mountains served as a natural barrier. However, should the front line retreat to Teia City, nearly one-third of the kingdom's territory would fall to the wolfmen. Iron City would transform into a floating fortress, adrift amidst the encircling wolfmen. The Red River Valley, while possessing favorable terrain, lacked a significant city to govern it, missing a crucial pivot point. With his eyes closed, the Marquis contemplated the kingdom's overarching strategy against the wolfmen. The sound of footsteps, soft and rhythmic, approached from outside. Edwards and Sophia entered the council chamber, both drenched, their hair heavy with rainwater. The young princess appeared somewhat pale, her attire smeared with mud. The Marquis discerned at a glance the misfortunes of this journey. The young princess bore injuries. His disappointment with the chaos in the royal capital deepened. With a formidable enemy looming, rather than uniting against the threat, factions were engaged in power struggles. Even Marquis Weber suspected that the fall of Blackstone City was not merely a consequence of direct confrontation, but perhaps stemmed from unknown factors. "Your Highness," the princess offered a slight bow. "Marquis, you must be weary. Please take a moment to rest. Later, I shall require your counsel." The princess nodded and followed her maidservant out, casting a lingering glance at Edwards, a hint of reluctance in her gaze. Edwards, however, remained oblivious to the princess's affections. The seasoned Marquis, on the other hand, had keenly observed the intensity of the princess's gaze upon Edwards upon entering. He felt a twinge of helplessness. Edwards was indeed remarkable. Yet the Marquis worried about the young man's ability to navigate such delicate relationships. Fresh from his return from Teia City, accompanied by Lucy, and now capturing the young princess's heart, it was a precarious situation. "Ah, youth," the Marquis mused inwardly, fearing that Edwards might falter. "Can you handle this?" What do you mean?" Edwards pondered, confused. "Handle what?" "Oh, I merely meant to inquire if your journey has been successful. Can you manage it?" The Marquis, adept at veiling his thoughts, effortlessly shifted the conversation to an inquiry regarding Edwards's endeavors. "Marquis, upon my arrival, I encountered individuals attempting to abduct the princess. However, they were unaware of her formidable strength. She is indeed a knight. The princess is of knightly rank." Marquis Weber's mind brimmed with questions, silently berating King Messes III for having concealed such significant information from even his most trusted allies. Yes, and not merely a knight of ordinary caliber. Her prowess is exceptional. Ultimately, it was the princess's maid who launched a surprise attack, inflicting the injuries upon her. I initially intended to capture them alive to extract information, but they were all assassins, carrying poison in their teeth. Once they lost the will to fight, they resorted to self-destruction. Edwards felt a pang of guilt, regret washing over him. The Marquis, interpreting his distress as stemming from the mission's outcome, sought to console him. "What you have accomplished thus far is commendable. It is challenging to guard against such assassins. They will stop at nothing against their foes and are equally ruthless in their self-destruction. Yes, I will be more vigilant in the future." Yet, the Marquis remained unaware that Edwards's regret stemmed from his lack of personal strength. He had hoped to extract value from the assassins before eliminating them, only to find them unyielding, leading to their self-inflicted demise and preventing him from absorbing their blood. In truth, he should consider himself fortunate. The onset of violence is seldom smooth. To this day, Edwards had not taken a life with his own hands. In the past, there were times when it was unnecessary for him to intervene, while at other moments, the need for lethal action did not arise. Thus, in the realm of personal combat, he found himself less experienced than the young princess. The chamber fell silent once more as Edwards reclined on a chair, eyes closed in contemplation, while the Marquis redirected his thoughts to the grand design of the dynasty. Tap, tap, tap. The petite princess entered with a graceful gait, shedding the disheveled and fragile aura she had when she first arrived at the Marquisate. Clad in an exquisite gown of soft yellow, her golden locks elegantly pinned. A veil partially obscured her visage, yet her expressive eyes spoke volumes, heralding the return of the noble and graceful princess. She first curtsied to the Marquis before shifting her gaze to Edwards, prompting him to return her gesture. The princess smiled lightly, reciprocating Edwards' bow. My father has sent me to seek your counsel, Marquis. However, en route, I was ambushed. My father's lady-in-waiting, Judy, has betrayed me. Her words bore no trace of anger or indignation, her emotions carefully concealed. Without her father's protection, she had learned to be resilient and to safeguard herself. Judy? That name rings a bell. Judy was the most trusted lady-in-waiting of the king. It was shocking to learn she was a planted spy. The princess sighed as she spoke. It seems there is no one left whom my father can trust. The Marquis nodded in agreement. While I cannot guarantee safety elsewhere in the capital, I assure you, Your Highness, you are entirely secure within the confines of the Weber estate. I understand. You are my father's most trusted ally in the capital. However, I wish to accompany Edwards on his ventures. Upon hearing her words, Edwards was immediately invigorated, not expecting their conversation to revolve around him, let alone the prospect of the princess joining him in his endeavors. It appeared the Marquis had anticipated this development. Otherwise, he would have sent Edwards away long ago. He mused. The princess turned to Edwards, winking playfully and softly inquiring, Would you be willing to take me along, Sir Edwards? Edwards quickly responded with a smile. You may simply call me Edwards, Your Highness. The Marquis, lost in thought, had yet to respond to the princess's proposal. He recognized that the princess's departure from the capital with Edwards would be the wisest choice, yet he understood the king would not allow her to come empty-handed. As anticipated, the princess produced a golden emblem, stating, Sir, this is a golden-level exploration certificate that my father entrusted me to deliver to you. As she spoke, she gestured with the certificate in hand, glancing towards Edwards. Edwards found himself irresistibly drawn to it, his gaze fixated on the certificate. The emblem was square, crafted from pure gold, adorned with intricate carvings, featuring a knight valiantly charging forward with a raised sword, the mark of a golden-level exploration badge. Its true worth lay not merely in the gold or the exquisite craftsmanship, but in the profound significance it represented, the potential to forge and construct grand cities. Chapter 77. Pseudonym F.I. The Marquis leaned back in his chair, deep in thought, while the princess sat quietly below, displaying no signs of impatience. She was confident that the Marquis would acquiesce, although it seemed he still harbored some reservations. Very well. However, during the expedition, you must heed Edward's command. Along the journey, you will no longer be addressed as Your Highness, but merely as Edward's retainer. Furthermore, there is no need to explicitly disclose your identity. You are simply an ordinary member of the expedition. The Marquis gazed deeply into the young princess's eyes and solemnly conveyed this message. Indeed, the Marquis's concern stemmed from the princess's status. If she were to join the expedition as a princess, for whom would they be paving the way? And how would the other members of the team interact with her? The expedition involves navigating through peril and bloodshed, carving a path through adversity. Rather than indulging in leisurely pursuits, having a pampered heiress among them could potentially become a fatal weakness for the group. The young princess straightened her posture and declared with earnestness, I shall abide by Edward's arrangements. After departing the royal capital, I will no longer identify as a princess, but simply as one among the team, just like everyone else. As for my identity, I am a distant relative, the cousin of Ike. Very well. The young princess nodded and turned towards Edwards. From now on, I shall be called Fia. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Lord Edwards. Fia blinked and removed her veil. A delicate visage emerged from behind the fabric, her gentle smile radiating grace and tranquility, her noble air subtly tempered, embodying an exquisite charm. Edwards found himself momentarily entranced. Once, he had been oblivious to the world, devoted solely to his studies and training. Yet within a short span, he had encountered the allure of two women, each with strikingly different temperaments. It was overwhelming, utterly beyond his grasp. In the kingdom, there are no restrictions on relationships. One may boldly pursue love as they desire. Regardless of gender, individuals may have multiple legitimate or illegitimate spouses. Yet, there are those who adhere to monogamy, like Marquis Weber, whose profound bond with his wife left him solitary since her tragic passing during childbirth. Thus, the young princess was free from the constraints of etiquette. Her affection for Edwards was wholly evident. "Greetings, Miss Fia," Edwards replied, smiling and nodding at her. His mind felt somewhat disoriented, as these developments unfolded too swiftly for him to comprehend. Could it be that he was indeed a rogue, enamored by every beautiful lady he encountered? Princess Sophia, now known as Miss Fia. Her father had mentioned in the documents that there was a message he had left behind. As she spoke, she gently pressed on the corners of the document before striking its center. With a sharp crack, the document split into two parts, revealing a note nestled within. Edwards rose to take the note from Fia's hands and presented it to the Marquis. The Marquis folded the note to reveal its contents. The moment he saw the writing, his expression shifted sharply, transforming into one of keen intensity, his demeanor no longer relaxed but grave. Edwards and Fia also noticed this change and felt a wave of tension envelop them. After a considerable time, the Marquis slowly exhaled, realizing that his suspicions were indeed well-founded. A traitor had emerged among the kingdom's high nobility. However, as the third message from Messi's indicated, the traitor sought to disrupt the kingdom for personal gain, rather than to lead it willingly into the jaws of the wolfmen. Yet, had they not already found themselves under the very jaws of the wolfmen? "Is everything all right, my lord?" Fia inquired tentatively. "All is well," he replied, shifting his gaze towards Edwards. "Prepare today, we shall depart tomorrow." Edwards nodded in silence. Having personally witnessed the abduction and murder of the young princess, he understood that the capital had descended into a chaotic mire. Escaping in time was indeed a stroke of fortune. In the noble assembly hall of Taya City, located at its heart, discussions were held among the likes of Viscount Babbitt, Baron Park, Baron Rees, and Sir Bren. Taya City was not a fiefdom of any single noble, hence the necessity for collaboration among the nobles. Previously, the chair had been occupied by Viscount Babbitt. However, the influence of greater nobles loomed over Taya City's aristocracy, and Babbitt, lacking ambition, often treated meetings with indifference, rendering them largely meaningless. Today, however, was markedly different. As Duke Fisher presided over the assembly, upon receiving a message from the king, he hastily summoned all the nobles. The matters at hand bore significant implications for the fate of Taya City and the kingdom alike. The duke, seated at the helm, squinted slightly, observing the expressions of the gathered nobles without uttering a word. Meanwhile, the captain of the knights informed the attendees of the fall of Blackstone City. The nobles were overcome with shock, their faces reflecting astonishment, concern, and fear, yet there was also an undercurrent of excitement, sharpness, and a fervent desire to achieve greatness. In contrast to the titled nobles, their offspring exhibited a calm composure, a blend of ignorance towards the true nature of the wolfmen and the spirited vitality of youth. Witnessing this scene, Duke Fisher nodded appreciatively. "My lord, what course of action should we take?" Barnett inquired anxiously. Although he had upgraded Taya City's defenses under the duke's guidance, the city housed only a single battalion, a number too scant, and their training had been far from systematic. "Indeed, my lord. Should we evacuate Taya City and head for the capital?" Baron Park proposed, his face betraying panic. He understood that, even if the wolfmen pressed forward relentlessly, it would still take days for them to reach Taya City. Nonetheless, he was unwilling to remain even a moment longer. "My lord, we cannot abandon Taya City. It has long stood as the kingdom's most vital line of defense. Even with the fall of Blackstone City, Taya remains indispensable. Moreover, the high nobility of the capital has compelled us to share governance of Taya City, both to maintain a balance of power and to fortify its strength. Is it not so?" Viscount Babbitt paused and continued. "If we forsake Taya City, the path for the wolfmen will indeed be laid bare. What then for the capital? What then for the kingdom?" To the astonishment of the assembled nobles, the notoriously indulgent and indolent Viscount Babbitt displayed an unexpected tenacity, resolutely defending the city of Taya, thereby shattering his previously established persona. As three noblemen posed their inquiries, the council chamber erupted into a cacophony of voices, with each noble harboring divergent opinions. Some advocated for the steadfast defense of Taya, while others clamored for a hasty retreat, their tempers flaring into a heated exchange of invective. "You are courting disaster. Have you forgotten that Blackstone City has already fallen? With your capabilities, can you truly hold the line? It would be wiser to conserve your strength," cried one. "How dare you label me a coward? We shall stand firm at Taya, even if it costs us our lives. The nobles had shed their prior elegance, devolving into a rabble akin to commoners engaged in a furious quarrel, their faces flushed with indignation, each struggling to sway the other. "Enough," commanded the Duke, his authoritative voice silencing the tumult. "The king has issued his decree. Tea's city shall not be forsaken." He paused, then continued, "I understand your desire to flee. Indeed, our forces are insufficient. However, the royal guard will come to our aid. With the formidable walls of Tea, we can indeed withstand the onslaught of the wolfmen." The Duke paused again before adding, "Moreover, we cannot relinquish Red River Valley. Barnett, muster 1,000 soldiers to accompany me in reinforcing the valley." Chapter 78. The expedition sets forth as dawn pierced the dark clouds. Beams of light shattered the oppressive gloom. The sun stretched across the horizon, illuminating the earth and dispelling the remnants of night's shadows. Everything appeared transformed in this newfound brilliance, yet the sinister machinations of the previous day lingered unforgotten. After a day filled with thunder and lightning, the world emerged revitalized. Flowers and trees adorned with glistening raindrops sparkled in the morning light, swaying gently with the breeze, creating a soft rustling sound. At the Weber Marquisate stables, the ground, softened by the rain, was now a quagmire. A group of young men gathered there, each distinct in demeanor and bearing, representing Edward's expedition team. The team had swelled to 7 members, comprising Edwards, Leafy, Smith, Mia, Lucy, Vlock, and the most recent addition, FIA. The others regarded FIA's sudden appearance and inclusion with curiosity. Her presence was shrouded in mystery, yet seeing Edward's nonchalant demeanor reassured them that he was well aware of the situation. While the men of the expedition were indifferent to FIA's joining, both Lucy and Mia displayed a different reaction. After all, FIA's beauty rivaled that of Lucy, perhaps even surpassing it. Their temperaments were starkly contrasting. Lucy exuded a mature splendor, whereas FI embodied an air of noble elegance. The little maid's sense of urgency heightened, casting a wary glance at Edwards. Initially, there was only Lucy, but now another, FIA, has arrived, both strikingly beautiful and remarkably capable. In contrast, I find myself merely a delicate flower before the young master, unable to even rival the two in the role of a mere ornament. FIA hails from the collateral branch of the Weber family, which once had ties with the royal family. "Let us make introductions," Edward suggested. "Miss FIA, greetings. I am Vlock." Vlock was the first to extend his salutation to FIA. FIA returned the gesture with impeccable grace and elegance. "Schmidt, beautiful miss, your etiquette is truly exceptional." Upon hearing Schmidt's words, Edwards maintained his composure, yet inwardly scoffed, wondering how the princess could possibly falter in her manners. Before FIA could respond, Lucy hastily interjected, "Indeed, Miss FIA's etiquette is remarkable. Might I inquire if your joining our group is to impart lessons in manners?" Lucy took the initiative to challenge, and FIA's eyes sparkled with anticipation. From the outset, she had sensed the wary glances of the mature sister and the little maid directed at her. And now the tension had begun. "Sister Lucy, I possess considerable strength as well. Did you join solely on merit?" "Of course," Lucy replied, tipping her chin slightly, pride evident in her demeanor. "Oh, I had assumed you were merely a decorative piece in the group. It seems you also possess some capability," FIA retorted, then shifted her gaze to Mia, adding, "However, Mia is no mere ornament. She requires care for Lord Edwards." Mia's eyes brightened as she nodded enthusiastically. "What a little traitor. With just one remark, she has switched allegiances. What happened to the initial wariness?" Lucy mused inwardly. Yet, this newcomer proves to be rather formidable. Given her youth, one wonders about her true strength. Recognizing FIA as a challenging opponent, Lucy chose not to pursue this contentious thread further. Her initial provocation arose from observing FIA's gaze towards Edwards and her desire to establish dominance, but realizing the futility, she opted for a different approach. Meanwhile, Rhett stood obliviously by, inquiring of Edwards, "Boss, when shall we depart?" Schmidt and Vlock, however, felt a sense of regret, their faces tinged with disappointment. Lucy and FIA were too restrained, depriving them of the spectacle they anticipated. Shouldn't there be a confrontation under such circumstances? Edwards, too, felt a bead of sweat forming, as he found it challenging to navigate such situations. Responding to Rhett's question, he quickly declared, "Let us set forth at once." The group mounted their horses, turning their backs to the morning light as they journeyed westward. They needed to traverse the northern edge of the Darrow Mountains and enter the desert, for this was the shortest route from the capital to the arid expanse, despite the necessity of passing through a canyon that rivaled the Nalanra Gorge in peril. At the forefront rode Edwards, flanked by Lucy and FIA. Both women wore masks that concealed their faces, as their identities required utmost confidentiality. Any revelation could lead to unnecessary complications. Upon encountering Lucy, Vlok was taken aback by her presence. In the noble circles of the royal capital, it is widely believed that the Black Snake family has met its demise, with its members long lost to the annals of time. Yet, to their astonishment, Lucy has emerged within the Weber family, and her compliance with Edward's commands has further emboldened Flack in his pursuits. Previously, Mia held a close position beside Edwards, but now she can only see from a distance at the two who have usurped her place. Edwards finds himself caught between them, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow as he experiences the perplexities of newfound happiness for the first time. In truth, both Lucy and Fia harbor no true affection for Edwards, merely a sense of fondness. However, between two equally remarkable individuals, and amidst their fierce rivalry, neither is willing to concede defeat, magnifying their feelings to an extraordinary degree. In the dignified and austere assembly hall, an air of solemnity envelopes the sparse space, occupied solely by three individuals: Duke Fisher, Baron Rees, and the captain of the Duke's knightly retinue. The Duke, clad in black noble attire, occupies the main seat of the grand hall, his countenance grave and expression neutral, while Baron Rees sits attentively at the lower end, awaiting the Duke's directive. "You are to keep a close watch on Parker. He must not escape," the Duke commands. "My lord, what if he insists on departing?" Rees inquires. "Then, under the charge of desertion, he shall be executed on the spot. Our coffers are in dire need of replenishment to fend off the werewolves, and the Parker family certainly possesses no shortage of wealth." The Duke's words are delivered with a dispassionate tone, sealing the fate of Baron Parker. A chill runs down Rees' spine. Although both he and Parker share the title of Baron, their stature as nobles pales in comparison to that of the Duke, particularly in times of war. The judgments against nobles will not be as intricate as they once were. Desertion and betrayal will be met with swift execution, stirring not a ripple of dissent. However, Baron Rees hesitates. "My strength is comparable to Parker's." Duke Fisher merely nods, addressing the captain of the knightly retinue beside him. "I trust this task to you." The captain, ever vigilant at the Duke's side, remains clad in his heavy armor, prepared for any eventuality. He nods in acknowledgement, the metallic clinks of his armor resonating in the stillness. Rees feels reassured. With the support of the Fisher family knights, the Parker family poses no significant threat. Even the prospect of capturing all the nobles of Taya City would be a trivial matter. Chapter 79, Suppression of Baron Parker, Part 1. On a moonless night, darkness envelopes the surroundings, the moon obscured by clouds. Taya City lies in a shroud of silence, its inhabitants deep in slumber, in stark contrast to the nobles' weighty demeanor. The common folk remain undisturbed, continuing their lives obliviously, unaware of the dire news of the werewolves breaching Blackstone City. They remain immersed in the comfort of their current prosperity. However, as the caravans and the populace begin to flee, it will not be long before they arrive here, at which point the atmosphere of Taya City will no longer hold such tranquility. The creaking of wagon wheels and the clattering of hooves echo through the streets, imparting a peculiar sensation to the otherwise still night. All sounds are subdued, the friction between the carts and the ground meticulously muted. On the main thoroughfare, a carriage could be faintly discerned, accompanied by a contingent of cavalry trailing behind. They approached slowly, traversing the end of the street, and arrived at the eastern gate of Taya City. The eastern gate stands in contrast to the western gate, which is situated on opposite sides of the city. The western gate serves as the passage from the frontier into Taya City, while the eastern gate connects Taya City to the royal capital. Both gates represent the sole conduits to the outside world. However, the security measures differ vastly. The western wall towers over 20 meters high, fortified like a bastion, whereas the eastern wall barely exceeds 5 meters, allowing even elite soldiers to scale it with the aid of tools. The gates themselves, in terms of size and strength, mirror this disparity, with the western gate decidedly superior to its eastern counterpart. Nestled near the Dello mountain range, Taya City can be regarded as its gateway, and historically, it has served as the bulwark against the incursions of the Wurgs. The primary duty of Taya City is to safeguard the western wall, thereby repelling the Wurgs from the frontier. Additionally, the towering peaks flanking both sides of Taya City, while permitting minor infiltration assaults, preclude any substantial forces from circumventing and attacking from the rear. Consequently, during times of scarcity, the kingdom focused its resources on constructing an impregnable fortress along the wall facing the Wurgs, leaving the opposite side largely undefended. This stands in stark contrast to Blackstone City, which, lacking the advantageous terrain of Taya City, boasts robust and towering walls on all sides. However, no wall, no matter how formidable, is impervious to breach, particularly in moments of internal turmoil, much like the fate of Blackstone City. As the carriage arrived at the eastern gate, illuminated by the flickering light of the guards' torches, its opulence became evident. Unlike the ordinary open-top wagons of merchant caravans, this carriage featured a finely crafted wooden cabin adorned with intricate carvings, floral motifs, and gilded embellishments. Exuding an air of extravagance, a squad leader hurriedly approached the carriage, his demeanor reflecting utmost respect. The coachman, seemingly unfazed, retrieved a gold coin from his pocket and tossed it into the squad leader's hand. The squad leader, elated, playfully juggled the coin before cautiously stowing it away in his pocket and gesturing to the soldiers at the gate. With a soft creak, the gate swung open, allowing this so-called caravan to proceed onward. The entire exchange transpired swiftly, with the owner of the carriage never dismounting. Under normal circumstances, Tejas City enforces a strict curfew, prohibiting the opening of the gates after nightfall, whether for entry or exit. Yet, rules can often be circumvented through various means. Given the recent incursions of the Wurgs into the kingdom's territory, Barnett's control over the gates became even more paramount. Despite this, the caravan was able to exit the city with ease. As the carriage passed through the gate, a subtle tremor resonated, stirring unease among the sentinels atop the wall. A soldier, resembling a squad leader, found himself tightly bound, with a gag in his mouth. Upon hearing the sound of a carriage, he attempted to strike the ground with his legs to alert those below. His gaze shifted restlessly before settling into calmness as he straightened his legs once more. "My lord, will our departure from the city embarrass the Duke? He forbids the nobles of Tejas City from leaving." Yet, under the guise of a merchant caravan, we were departing Tejas City en route to the royal capital. The merchant convoy had already left the city, quickening its pace amidst the tranquil night and vast landscapes, allowing them to relax. Of course it will be embarrassing, but what of it? If I reach the royal capital, how can he still control me? Let us not forget, we are of the Meyer family. Besides, I do not wish to perish. If they choose to share their fate with Tejas City, let them. Forward. The master of the carriage replied with a tone of arrogance. Once we depart, the greatest loss will merely be a portion of our family's wealth that they may seize. He chuckled slyly, adding, most of the gold coins are already in my possession. Should Tejas City fall, we shall thrive in the royal capital. If Tejas City withstands, we shall return to the power of the Meyer family. Truly, my lord, your foresight is commendable, the coachman praised at the opportune moment. After exiting the city, the formation of the merchant convoy altered. The carriage was no longer at the forefront but positioned in the middle, flanked by 4 cavalrymen in front and 6 behind, providing protection. The distance from Tejas City to the Nalandra Canyon was not far, approximately less than an hour's journey. Suddenly, the 4 cavalrymen ahead came to a halt. At the entrance of Nalandra Canyon, a line of horse-blocking stakes lay before them. Behind these stakes stood a formidable man, accompanied by a young man exuding the same aura, both clad in armor and wielding crossbows, none other than Baron Riss and March. A few soldiers accompanied them, though they appeared rather shabby, merely donning leather armor. As the carriage approached, the door opened, and Baron Parker emerged, his gaze gleaming coldly. His voice, once gentle and composed, now dripped with iciness as he addressed Riss. "Are you obstructing my path? Why do you wish to depart?" Baron Riss did not respond directly but countered, "Why do you wish to leave? Do you not heed the Duke's words at all?" "I wish to leave because I do not want to die, because I wish to retain my wealth." Baron Parker paused before continuing, "Will you allow me to pass?" No sooner had he spoken than his long sword was drawn, and his cavalry brandished their swords, poised to charge at Baron Riss's position. Both Baron Riss and March remained unperturbed, while the soldiers clad in leather armor trembled in fear. Baron Riss nodded to March, who commanded, "Clear the horse-blocking stakes." The soldiers pushed the stakes aside, their bodies relaxing in the process. "You are indeed perceptive," Baron Parker remarked, re-entering the carriage. "Let us proceed." The sound of small stones clattering underfoot echoed as they set off. The rumbling sound, akin to thunder, surged forth relentlessly. Chapter 80, Suppression of Baron Parker, Part 2. The sound of pounding hooves echoed from the depths of the canyon. Inside the carriage, Baron Parker sensed something amiss. He swung open the carriage door, peering out with a grave expression, his eyes fixated on Nalandra Canyon. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Baron Riss, whose mocking yet cruel gaze suggested that death was imminent for him. Parker's complexion turned ashen. He understood the significance of the sound. It was the charge of heavy cavalry, the Fisher family's heavy cavalry. He yearned to shout, yet his voice emerged hoarse from fear. "Scatter! Quickly disperse!" Before he could finish speaking, the stones beneath his feet began to tremble violently, leaping into the air. The rhythmic thundering of hooves grew louder, closer. Emerging from the inky darkness of the canyon were 6 fully armored heavy cavalrymen. Their gleaming silver armor radiated brilliance even in the night, with lances held horizontally as they charged toward Baron Parker. The coachman, utterly petrified, remained frozen in place atop the carriage. In a desperate act, Parker kicked the coachman off the carriage and swiftly turned to flee in the direction from whence he had come, exclaiming, "Stop them!" The coachman, having landed on the ground and rolled several times, implored the Baron to take him along. However, Parker remained unmoved. His only desire was to escape back to the city. Only within its walls did he believe he might have a chance at survival. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that Duke Fisher intended to kill him. Yet, if he could return to Tea's city, the influence of the nobles and the populace might compel the Duke to reconsider his intentions. Most importantly, Parker intended to offer his family's considerable wealth unconditionally to support the Duke's preparations for the war against the werewolves. It was only at this moment, when his life hung by a thread, that he truly grasped the value of existence. Alas, it was too late. Under the leadership of the captain of the Fisher Knight squad, the 6 fully armored heavy cavalrymen relentlessly pursued Baron Parker, closing the distance between them. A division of Parker's personal guard attempted to hold off the cavalry, hoping to slightly delay their advance and provide the Baron with a chance to escape. The fallen coachman, moments ago pleading with the Baron not to abandon him, was soon struck and trampled by the hooves encased in iron. Though not an ordinary man, but a trained elite, he found no avenue of escape against the onslaught of the heavy cavalry, his body shattered and scattered, leaving no intact remains. This gruesome scene was witnessed by Baron Rees, March, and their soldiers. The soldiers trembled slightly, intimidated by the might of the heavy cavalry, while even Rees and March wore expressions of grave concern. As for Baron Rees and March, their pressure was relatively minimal, for even the most fearsome and bloodthirsty heavy cavalry could be considered their allies. Conversely, the fragmented household staff appeared to the Baron Parker's guards as harbingers of their impending doom. Their pallid faces were etched with terror, their bodies trembling atop their steeds, which too exhibited signs of agitation. The soft clop of hooves emitted a mournful cry. The captain of the guards, equally gripped by fear, suppressed his emotions, gritting his teeth and widening his eyes to rally their spirits. Our deaths are not to be feared. As long as the Baron returns to Tea's city, our descendants shall be well treated and surrounded by unfathomable wealth. He bellowed to inspire courage, elucidating the stakes, though his voice, intended to be resounding and fervent, betrayed a tremor he failed to recognize. The pressure from the heavy cavalry was overwhelming, particularly the charging knights of the Fisher Order, each one possessing greater individual prowess than he, especially in such dire circumstances. Their fate was sealed. "Charge!" the captain shouted, clenching his horse's belly with resolve. The steed, stung by pain, emitted a pained whinny before galloping forth towards the heavy cavalry. Following their captain, the 5 guards surged forward into the jaws of death. Baron Rees and March sighed, surprised that these guards, at the brink of death, had summoned such courage, though the outcome was already predetermined. Baron Rees nodded. In moments of mortal peril, one can unleash immense potential. Had they been mere ordinary cavalry, even a few times their number could have carved a path to survival. Alas, before Baron Rees could finish, the heavy cavalry and the guards collided. The outcome, of course, was unquestionable, as the guards crumbled upon impact. The long pikes, extending 4 meters, finally found their purpose, each spear tip adorned with a guard. The guards of Baron Parker, though undoubtedly robust, appeared remarkably juvenile in comparison to the meticulously selected heavy cavalry, dangling from the spear tips like trophies. Like hunters returning with a bountiful catch, the guards resembled mere prey. March even observed that these guards struggled upon the spear tips, their forms quivering. Indeed, they were not yet dead. Baron Rees noted this as well and softly remarked to March, "It is cruel, is it not? This is the reality of war. Generally, wars are not this brutal, yet these heavy cavalry possess not an ounce of sympathy. They are machines of slaughter." After a brief pause, Baron Rees continued, "This also serves as a demonstration of the Duke's power. The disappearance of young Master Lushiu has weakened the Fisher family's direct line, potentially prompting alternate thoughts among the family and its affiliates. He seeks to impress upon us that even a single knightly order is beyond the reach of ordinary forces." March contemplated Baron Rees's words, deep in thought. Regarding Ralph, he is indeed aware. Ralph, undoubtedly competent, skillfully wields the power of the Fisher family, employing various strategies. However, he harbors a fatal flaw, his lack of talent, which renders even the ascension to a knight a daunting challenge. This presents a significant dilemma for one of the kingdom's most esteemed noble families, the Fishers. After all, how can a family of such lineage endure without a knight commander at the helm? Previously, there was Lucius, but now only Relf remains, leaving them rather vulnerable. Furthermore, Relf's reputation is far from stellar. He is regarded as cunning and treacherous. March, brimming with ambition, aspires to elevate the family's status. Yet Lucius's disappearance has thwarted his plans. Initially, March hoped to follow in Lucius's footsteps, becoming his devoted follower and accompanying him to Blackstone City. However, with Lucius missing and the fate of Blackstone City uncertain, despair ensues. Kill me. Kill me. Ah, it hurts. Please, spare me. The anguished cries for mercy reverberate, disrupting March's thoughts. Despite the desperate pleas of his personal guards, they evoke no sympathy from the heavy cavalry, their faces obscured by visors. Not a hint of emotion can be discerned. Yet, from the sole glimpse of their eyes peering through the masks, one can perceive their indifference. Their gaze is devoid of any emotional turmoil, lacking even the slightest hint of murderous intent, revealing only a profound apathy towards life itself. The scene unfolds with a brutal elegance, aside from the captain of the heavy cavalry, who pierces the personal guard leader with his lance. The others are unceremoniously cast to the ground. The imagery is stark and sanguine, yet there is an effortless grace in their movements, from impaling the guards with their lances, to dragging them along, and now carelessly discarding them like sacks. They draw ever closer to Baron Parker, hearing the incessant sound of hooves thundering behind him. Baron Parker breaks into a light sweat, muttering, "Fools, fools." Nonetheless, he recognizes the futility of attempting to halt the heavy cavalry with mere personal guards. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a shadow collides forcefully with the rear of the carriage. The swiftly advancing vehicle, caught off guard, sways uncontrollably. Baron Parker feels the jolt of the impact, gritting his teeth in a desperate effort to regain control, but ultimately fails. The carriage lurches forward several meters before finally toppling over. Baron Parker leaps from the carriage, yet instead of the anticipated resistance, he kneels upon the ground in a display of submission. He has resigned himself to fate. No matter how he resists, destiny has already been sealed. Regret begins to swell within him. If only he had not departed, perhaps this outcome could have been avoided. However, the true power lies not in his hands, but in those of Duke Fisher. Little does he know, his departure from Taya City was also sanctioned by Duke Fisher, designed to facilitate his eventual capture with legitimacy. The sound of hooves suddenly approached him, as two warhorses slowed their pace and ambled to his side. The other steeds, however, did not decrease their speed, like lightning. They surged past him, pursuing the fleeing guards. Soon, the screams ceased abruptly, and the art of slaughter was vividly displayed by these heavy cavalrymen. Baron Parker kept his head bowed, gazing at the ground, fearing to show even a hint of hostility towards the heavily armed knights who held his life in their hands. Only after realizing that the cavalry did not make any further moves did he slowly lift his head, his gaze gradually rising. From the horseshoes to the sturdy breastplates of the warhorses, and finally to the captain of the cavalry, whose chest bore the silver balance insignia, Baron Parker's pupils constricted, and a tremor coursed through his heart. The silver balance emblem was indeed the mark of a knight commander. He felt a rush of relief at his decision to surrender promptly. Had he resisted, it would have surely sealed his doom. Upon seeing the emblem, his peripheral vision caught sight of the heavy object that had collided with his carriage. It was, in fact, the corpse of the captain of the guards. Fury surged within Baron Parker once more, cursing the ineptitude of his men, who failed to stop the onslaught and instead inadvertently caused him further trouble. What a bunch of useless fools. He berated them internally, entirely forgetting the valiant struggle of his guards to aid his escape. Chapter 81. The execution of Baron Parker in the Lord's Manor of Taya City, within a secluded hall. Silence reigned. Baron Parker knelt in the center, his once noble head pressed against the ground, awaiting judgment. Beside him stood Baron Reese, who quietly observed the scene. His gaze cast downward, his expression unchanged, harboring a complex mix of joy at Parker's downfall and sympathy for his plight. Both men held the title of Baron. Both were nobles, yet a single decision had drastically altered the nature of their standings. No one can attain true freedom. Even the nobility is bound by the greater lords that overshadow them. Duke Fisher, seated above, remained silent, his eyes closed, as if he were the sole occupant of the hall. Baron Reese had led Parker into the secluded chamber nearly half an hour earlier, and the Duke had yet to utter a word, still keeping his eyes shut. Now, as a condemned man, Parker dared not make a sound. The atmosphere was so still that one could hear a pin drop, the oppressive silence intensifying the tension. As time wore on, Beads of sweat began to form on Baron Parker's forehead. The sound of soft tapping from the Duke's seat broke the stifling silence. Parker's body trembled. Yet he did not dare lift his head. Instead, Baron Reese tilted his slightly, noticing that the Duke had opened his eyes, his indifferent gaze fixed upon Parker below. His right hand gently tapping the armrest of his chair. "Do you wish to escape to the capital?" The Duke's voice, devoid of any emotion, carried an unmistakable weight of authority and pressure. Baron Parker still dared not raise his head, responding with a quivering voice, "My lord, I shall surrender all my possessions to you to aid in your battle against the werewolves, only beseeching that you allow our family title to remain intact." As he uttered this plea, Baron Parker contemplated fabricating excuses, weaving lies, even considering invoking the Duke of Meyer in hopes of securing leniency from Duke Fisher. However, ultimately, he refrained from uttering any rebuttals, fully aware that his fate was sealed. The nobility had fled in cowardice, and the disparity in power was insurmountable, leaving him no room for maneuver. When accusations are desired, excuses are always at hand. Yet this was not merely an accusation. It was a matter of undeniable evidence. He had been brought back from outside the city by Reese and the knights. Upon hearing Baron Parker's words, Duke Fisher felt a twinge of surprise. Among the nobility, astute individuals abound, each adept at concocting justifications for their actions, yet Parker's admission was rather unexpected. Nevertheless, this was advantageous, sparing him the need for elaborate discourse. And with Baron Parker's cooperation, the collection of his family's assets would prove far more convenient. "You may rise." Baron Parker stood from the ground without brushing off the dust from his clothes, his gaze fixed upon the Duke above him. He continued, "My lord, I recognize that my transgressions are unforgivable. I am prepared to face judgment, yet I implore you to grant protection to my family." As he articulated his request, Duke Fisher's expression shifted, leading to a re-evaluation of Baron Parker. Had Parker maintained a steadfast denial of wrongdoing or sought to evade responsibility, the Duke would have swiftly sought evidence to obliterate him and his lineage, setting a precedent for the impending conflict, awakening the nobility to the dangers they had overlooked. Now, with Baron Parker increasingly submissive, the Duke found himself in a quandary. While he could execute Parker, annihilating his family seemed unnecessary. Who could have anticipated that this greedy, ruthless, and selfish noble would resort to self-sacrifice in a desperate bid to preserve his family? The Duke pondered for a moment, withholding an immediate response. Baron Parker, fixated on the Duke, had wagered everything, and thus felt no fear. "I can offer protection for your family." Baron Parker's countenance revealed no joy. He understood that any promise comes at a price. "However, you shall die, serving as a sacrifice for the army." The color drained from Parker's face, alternating between hues of blue and red, his inner turmoil palpable. He recognized his imminent demise, but wished to avoid a public trial before the common folk. Ultimately, he nodded heavily in acquiescence. "One final point. Your family shall be downgraded to that of a knightly house." The Duke's words carried neither emotion nor warmth. Yet within his tone lay the definitive fate of Baron Parker and his lineage. "Thank you, my lord, for granting protection to our family." Baron Parker's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he once again knelt down. He was aware that his family would remain unscathed, shielded from the repercussions of his actions. Though the demotion in title was inevitable, Baron Reese observed the proceedings with a sense of discomfort, as the Duke, with just a few words, had condemned an entire baronial family, and astonishingly, the condemned individual expressed gratitude towards the Duke. This is the essence of power, the captivating allure it possesses. Nevertheless, Baron Reese supported the Duke's actions, recognizing the necessity of exemplifying a case to solidify everyone's convictions. Baron Parker was the most fitting candidate for this role. Outside the gates of Teia City, an expansive area lay bare. At that moment, it was precisely 10 past noon, with the sun perched high in the azure sky, casting its fervent rays upon the assembly, imparting warmth yet also an overwhelming heat. A rudimentary wooden platform had been erected in this space, upon which Duke Fisher stood clad in heavy armor, his face unmasked, exuding a resolute demeanor and a commanding gaze that surveyed the throngs of citizens, soldiers, and nobles below. Barnett had rallied 1,000 soldiers, their armaments varied. In addition to the city's own garrison from Teia, the ranks included private armies of nobles and freshly recruited soldiers. A veritable mix of quality. However, given the pressing circumstances, they had no choice but to lead these inadequately trained troops into battle. Among the soldiers, some wielded substandard swords and daggers, with certain weapons even showing signs of rust, yet there were also those equipped with exceptionally fine arms, such as pristine crossbows and longswords. These superior weapons were a contribution from the Parker family, or rather, the handiwork of Duke Meyer. as they were spoils seized by the Black Serpent family from the supplies of Blackstone City. The Black Serpent family had taken what they needed, while the remaining equipment was collected by the Parker family. The most significant portion of the supplies consisted of gold coins, some of which were transferred by the Parker family to the Meyer family, with the remainder now in the possession of Duke Fisher. Due to the preponderance of gold in the supplies and the relative scarcity of armor and weaponry, Duke Fisher harbored no suspicions regarding the equipment amassed by the Parker family. Below the platform, a surging crowd ebbed and flowed, their heads resembling a sea of black dots, bustling with activity. The people were oblivious to the reasons for their presence, leading to a chorus of speculation. "What are we doing here? I still have to cook," complained a portly man, his clothes stained with grease. "Indeed. I haven't even eaten yet," another echoed. "I wish I could just sleep." Complaints began to rise in volume, creating a cacophony. "Silence." A commanding voice emanated from the platform, accompanied by a piercing glance that swept across the crowd, instilling a palpable sense of pressure. The clamor ceased abruptly. Blackstone City has fallen. The Knolls have breached the kingdom's borders. As Duke Fisher's words resonated, the crowd erupted in uproar. His declaration detonated like a bombshell, stirring a tempest of reactions among the masses. "What? The Knolls are coming?" one exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. "How can that be? The second prince is in Blackstone City. The warg, it is indeed the warg. I do not wish to perish." Someone cried out in despair. "Slay the warg. Avenge our blood." Doubt, fear, passion, and murderous intent surged through the crowd, revealing the myriad facets of human existence in this moment. Duke Fisher's gaze remained unperturbed as he calmly observed the populace below, neither reprimanding nor offering solace. Gradually, the crowd quieted, their eyes converging upon the Duke, their sole pillar of hope, the only one who could bestow upon them a sense of security. Duke Fisher nodded slightly, his voice soft yet resolute. "I shall lead these 1,000 soldiers to Red River Valley for support. Yet, it is highly probable that the valley cannot be held." Upon hearing the Duke's bleak words, despair washed over the crowd once more. "Do not fret, for Taya City is the kingdom's final bastion. The royal guards departed yesterday. They shall fortify Taya City." The Duke paused, his tone shifting from gentleness to an icy severity, should anyone seek to incite panic or commit acts of disorder upon the warg's arrival. "Here." The Duke cast a cold, piercing glance at the throng below, his voice resolute. "Kill. Baron Babbitt, you shall oversee these matters. Any breach of order shall be met with merciless reprisal." The once jovial visage of the corpulent Baron Babbitt was now devoid of mirth, replaced by a countenance of grim determination. He bellowed yes, and then bowed deeply toward the platform. "Bring him forth." Two heavily armored soldiers, their faces concealed by visors, seized Baron Parker and dragged him before the assembly. The once vibrant Baron Parker now appeared as a lifeless sack, dragged to the platform. No sooner had he been brought forth than the Duke's order rang out. "Execute." The soldiers of the knightly order dragged Baron Parker to the very edge of the platform. One soldier grasped the Baroness' head, lifting it so that his face was directed toward the crowd, while the other held his arm firmly in place. The second soldier unsheathed his sword and, without hesitation, swung it toward the unresisting Baroness' neck. With a splatter, blood erupted, and the head soared high. Only then did the crowd below comprehend the gravity of the situation. The one executed was the esteemed noble of Taya City, Baron Parker. A cacophony of disbelief erupted anew. At that moment, Duke Fisher's voice echoed. Baron Parker attempted to flee in the face of danger, seeking to abandon the city. Thus, he was executed. Should anyone else dare to repeat this, their family shall bear the consequences. Below the platform, time and space seemed to freeze, as all present fell into a profound silence. Chapter 82. Secret Conversations and Unexpected Meetings Within the Duke Fisher's Estate. In a concealed chamber below, Ralph and the third prince sat across from one another. This secret chamber had been constructed by Ralph after he assumed control of the Fisher family, hidden beneath his own quarters, even unbeknownst to Duke Fisher himself. The chamber was enveloped in white marble, and the flickering candlelight reflected off the smooth surfaces, casting a brilliant glow that rendered this underground sanctuary as resplendent as a palace. The room was modest in size, furnished with 2 chairs, a table, and a bookshelf. The table and bookshelf were adorned with an array of documents and intelligence reports. At this moment, a map lay spread across the table, its depiction of the city's layout unmistakably revealing it to be the blueprint of the royal capital. Uniquely, this map also detailed the city's defensive configuration and the shifts of the royal guard. The third prince sat in one of the chairs, scrutinizing the military defense diagram of the capital with great intensity. Judy had been missing for a day and a night, and the third prince voiced his concern. Indeed, None of the assassins I dispatched have returned. It seems the situation is dire. In stark contrast to the third prince's anxious demeanor, Relf responded with a nonchalant air. As if merely discarding a pawn. You appear remarkably unconcerned. Are you not afraid they may be captured and reveal your involvement? Those assassins are unaware of my existence. And what of you? Are you not worried about Judy? She possesses the most knowledge. If she divulges everything, no matter our stature, we will be utterly disgraced. The third prince shook his head gently, exuding confidence. She would not do such a thing. I will make promises regarding her future, and if necessary, I could obliterate everything she holds dear, including her family. Relf raised his gaze to the third prince, a hint of amusement in his expression. Everyone believes my uncle to be a benevolent man, yet few realize he has committed acts no less nefarious than my own. The third prince erupted into laughter. My assassins will not disclose anything. The cornerstone of their training is to eliminate themselves once resistance becomes futile. Whoever it was that rescued Sophia, I had hoped to bring her directly to the palace and demand my father bestow the throne upon me. Her abduction has thwarted our plans. Aside from the king, the Meyer family and the Weber family, who else possesses such capability? Yet perhaps this is for the best. How so? We were indeed too hasty. This opportunity allows us to take a breath. The greatest rival for the throne is, after all, the Meyer family. Relf continued. The Weber family is loyal to the crown, not to any individual. The Meyer family has its own heir to consider. As the third prince absorbed Relf's analysis, memories of his confrontations with the fifth prince flooded his mind, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he envisioned flaying him alive. What do you suggest we do? In terms of hard power, with our father absent, it is difficult to contend with the Meyer family. Relf paused, then added, however, we can focus on a pivotal point, the fifth prince. Relf gazed deeply into the third prince's eyes. Are you implying? The third prince began, drawing his hand lightly across his neck in a slicing motion. Relf nodded. The third prince initially appeared astonished, but soon regained his composure. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, a chilling gaze emerged, infused with a palpable aura of lethal intent. With a measured exhale, he murmured, we must prepare thoroughly, aiming for a decisive strike. Relf nodded gravely, a cruel and sinister expression overtaking his features. The Red River Valley lies nestled between Teas City and Blackstone City, aptly named after the river that flows through it. The Red River serves as the lifeblood of the valley and stands as the largest river in the western part of the kingdom, originating from the Lawn Mountains. This river has never run dry, with an average width of several meters. The name Red River carries with it the poignant history of the kingdom's ancestors. Once, it bore the name Mirror River, revered as the mother river of the Western Territories. Legend has it that in ancient times, a fierce battle erupted between humans and wolfmen beside the Mirror River, with the slain bodies discarded into its waters, transforming the once crystal-clear stream into a crimson torrent, tainted by blood for an extended period. However, the river has since returned to its former clarity, its waters now transparent and pristine. Yet the name Red River has supplanted Mirror River, persisting through the ages. The Red River Valley is the domain of the Red River Count, a powerful noble endowed with significant authority and commanding a formidable army of over 1,000 troops, including a regiment of infantry and a battalion of cavalry. At the heart of the Count's territory lies Red River City, a substantial settlement that, while not as renowned as Blackstone City or Teas City, shines brightly as a jewel in the western region of the kingdom. Positioned alongside the Red River City boasts a flat terrain and proximity to water sources, with the fertile soil brought by the river yielding abundant crops and wealth for the Count. Additionally, its geographical location is of paramount importance, serving as a crucial transportation nexus. If Teas City acts as the hub between Blackstone City and the royal capital, then Red River City serves as the connecting link between Blackstone City and Teas City. Adjacent to Red River City stands the Grand Red Bridge, which spans the river, serving as the necessary passage from Blackstone City to Red River City. At this moment, within a tavern beside the Red Bridge, a young man cloaked in a hood sat quietly by the window, gazing at the tranquil waters of the river while sipping from a bowl of strong liquor. Dressed in simple, dust-stained attire, he bore the appearance of a weary wanderer, exuding the aura of a mercenary. In the lively tavern, this enigmatic youth appeared out of place, the cacophony of noise seemingly irrelevant to him. With a radius of several meters devoid of any patrons, an icy atmosphere surrounded him, a subtle sense of danger permeating the space, causing others to shy away. For those who dared to provoke him had found themselves lamenting in prolonged agony. He was, in fact, Lucius. Under normal circumstances, he would have arrived in Blackstone City 2 days prior. However, due to a bottleneck in his progression as a knight, his aura was currently unstable. Thus, he resolved to linger in Red River City for a few more days, waiting until he could master his own essence without exposing himself before making his covert entry into Blackstone City. To the untrained eye, he merely seemed to emanate a frigid presence, exuding an imposing air. However, among the formidable warriors of knightly caliber, one would discern that he currently finds himself at a bottleneck, merely awaiting a singular opportunity to ascend to the rank of a grand knight. Suddenly, the tavern door swung open, and a figure clad in black entered with a decisive presence. His attire was even more concealing than that of Lucius, enveloping him entirely in shadows. At the moment he stepped inside, all sounds ceased. Lucius and the stranger in black were locked in each other's gaze. This was a profound connection between powerful beings, particularly evident given Lucius's inability to control his own aura. The black-clad figure merely cast a glance at Lucius before moving to the other side, as if nothing had transpired. From that fleeting glance, Lucius sensed indifference mingled with a palpable aura of bloodshed. Confounded by the stranger's identity, he was even more astonished by the depth of his power. The prowess of the figure was unfathomable, and Lucius could not gauge his strength. He understood that under such circumstances, the black-clad individual was far from an ordinary Grand Knight. Chapter 83. The Injured Child by the Roadside, traversing from the royal capital along the main road to the Darrow Mountain Range. One does not pass through the Nalanla Canyon, but instead proceeds northward along the Darrow Mountains to their northernmost point. This bifurcated path meanders along the foothills of the mountains, appearing serpentine and twisted compared to the straight thoroughfares of the royal capital, barely wide enough for a single carriage, with its surface uneven and rugged, virtually devoid of pedestrians. This road leads towards the desert, frequented only by criminals or merchants of considerable strength, courage, and ambition. As evening approached, the warm sunlight was obscured by the Darrow Mountains, casting alternating shadows upon the path, which gradually faded into darkness. The road lay empty, soon to be enveloped in solitude and shadow. Suddenly, from the distance, a group emerged, obscured by a small hillock at the path's end. Leading the procession was an individual with striking purple hair, youthful features, yet bearing an unparalleled elegance. Closely trailing him was a maid with a fair complexion, her cheeks adorned with delicate freckles. Behind them were two women, one with radiant golden hair, exuding a gentle serenity, while the other, with flowing red tresses, possessed a captivating beauty. Their disparate yet equally enchanting qualities were striking. Following them, three figures walked side by side. The one in the center appeared unremarkable, often adorned with a subtle smile, seemingly ordinary, yet radiating an aura of control. To his left stood a tall and robust figure, his imposing stature dwarfing even the warhorse beneath him. To the right, a handsome individual exuded a calming, serene presence, devoid of a sharp personality. They were none other than Edwards and his pioneering team. The night prior, they had embarked on their journey towards the desert. After enduring the day's arduous trek, they had finally reached the northern expanse of the Darrow Mountain Range. The northern part of the mountains was relatively gentle compared to the other sections. They intended to traverse the mountains and subsequently enter the vast desert. As the sun gradually descended, night began to envelop the land. Their pace has now slowed. No longer rushing forward, they ride their horses while engaging in casual conversation, all the while in search of a suitable place to rest. In this desolate wilderness, the landscape reveals no signs of human habitation. Moreover, even if there were inhabitants, they likely would not be the kind-hearted mountain dwellers. The group, however, is unconcerned about safety. Among the 7, 5 are knights, and not just any knights. Schmidt is a peak apprentice knight, on the verge of crossing into full knighthood. Mia, seemingly an innocent and harmless flower, is not as defenseless as her appearance suggests. Her vulnerability lies only in comparison to these noble prodigies. She is trained and possesses strength that rivals elite soldiers, easily overpowering several young men. The hooves of the horses lightly tap against the ground, producing a rhythmic sound. Once again, they find themselves in the wilderness, where meals are far from satisfying. Rhett grumbled in a deep voice. Upon hearing his complaint, Schmidt retorted sharply, "Indeed, you may not eat well, but we cannot even sleep properly. What with someone snoring thunderously?" Rhett sheepishly scratched his head. The others were largely unfazed. Having spent the last 2 days outdoors, they had grown somewhat accustomed to it. Edwards contemplated asking FIA if she needed anything, but recalled the events of the previous day. With 3 women involved, any hint of favoritism could lead to an explosion. His initial concern for the little princess, accustomed to a life of luxury, had inadvertently roused the displeasure of Lucy and Mia. Thus, he resolved to keep his mouth shut today to avoid further complications. Yet, the more one fears something, the more it tends to manifest. Sister FIA, is there anything you're uncomfortable with in the wild? Lucy inquired with a smile, then glanced at Edwards, adding, I'm merely asking on behalf of the captain. We wouldn't want him to worry unnecessarily. Edwards, eyes fixed ahead, adopted a posture of indifference, as if ignoring them would shield him from any trouble. Indeed, Sister Lucy, someone as experienced in the wild as you certainly doesn't need to be concerned. You've grown accustomed to it. I, however, am different and require the captain's assistance, right, Captain? FIA turned her gaze toward Edwards. A sheen of perspiration appeared on his forehead, feeling as though that brief minute was more exhausting than an entire day of rigorous training. Suddenly, he focused on the path ahead, his expression sharpening, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Liberation was near. Wait, there's something up ahead, Edwards alerted the group, gently squeezing his horse's sides and advancing forward. The rest of the team became alert, though Schmidt and Vrach exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a lingering curiosity before they followed suit. Soon, they arrived at the location Edwards had spotted. To their surprise, they found two children lying by the roadside, one sprawled out, the other crouched beside him. The two children appeared quite young, their complexions yellowed and their frames frail, clearly exhibiting signs of malnutrition. Their ages were difficult to ascertain. Children from impoverished backgrounds often lack sufficient nourishment, resulting in stunted growth and diminutive stature. The older child lay on his back, a rag trembling around his waist, stained with traces of blood, while the younger one was sprawled on the ground. Both were unconscious, with only the rise and fall of their chests indicating that they were still alive. Mia and FI hastily dismounted and rushed to the side of the two children. Mia held a leather water flask, gently pouring water into their throats. As the liquid flowed in, they gradually swallowed. The younger child coughed twice and opened his eyes, devoid of fear or joy at being rescued. At that moment, the older child also slowly opened his eyes, weariness etched on his face. Upon seeing FIA, a flicker of astonishment and greed illuminated his gaze, which then swept over Edwards and the others, his eyes growing brighter, though they lingered briefly on Rhett. He struggled to rise, performing an awkward semblance of a bow, tears shimmering in his eyes as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you for saving me and my brother. Edwards nodded slightly, and Shermis stepped forward to inquire, how did you end up here? The village was besieged by robbers. To save us, everyone perished. The older child spoke, tears streaming down his cheeks, which prompted the younger child to weep as well. The little one, choking on his words, rasped, Brother, sister, can you help us seek vengeance? Mia and FIA harbored no doubts about the two children. They turned to Edwards, their quiet voices imbued with a tone of pleading. Captain, young master. Lucy had been on high alert since the children's arrival, scanning the surroundings for any other signs of trouble. Shermis maintained a calm demeanor, both of them suspecting this was a ruse, a trap. However, they said nothing, confident in the strength of their team and trusting Edwards to make the right decision. Very well, came Edwards' gentle voice. Chapter 84. Journey to the bandit village. Upon hearing Edwards' affirmative response, joy illuminated Mia and FIA's faces, which they could not conceal. Meanwhile, Lucy and Shermis wore expressions of astonishment, unable to comprehend why Edwards had made such a choice. In the sparsely populated wilderness, the sudden appearance of these two woeful children, were they truly swayed by mere words? Was it wise to risk everyone in pursuit of vengeance against their so-called enemies, potentially leading them into a trap? What they did not realize was that Edwards had sound reasoning for his decision. He understood that the children's words were likely fabricated, that their talk of revenge could be a snare. Nonetheless, he held unwavering confidence in the capabilities of his team, believing that no matter the trap, they could navigate it with ease. If it truly is a trap set by bandits, it serves a significant educational purpose for Mia and FIA, allowing them to experience the world's harsh realities and remain vigilant against the cunning of their enemies. Furthermore, by eliminating these bandits, they can spare future generations from suffering similar fates. More importantly, they are not far from the desert, and it is highly likely that this bandit group emerged from that arid expanse. Valuable intelligence could be gleaned from them. After receiving a definitive affirmation from Edwards, the two children exchanged knowing glances, their lips curling into sardonic smiles, before leading the group down a scarcely noticeable path alongside the road, toward their village. Schmidt hesitated, while Lucy even moved to grasp Edwards' sleeve, as they were apprehensive about the pioneering team led by Edwards falling into a trap right from the outset. Edwards, seemingly aware of their concerns, walked at the rear, nodding reassuringly and gesturing for their comfort. Only then did they relax, understanding that their leader was not ensnared by sweet words. The mountain path was rugged, and naturally, the warhorses could not ascend alongside them, prompting Schmidt and Wright to take it upon themselves to tend to the steeds. Initially, Wright was reluctant, yearning for the comforts of the village, delicious food, and a good night's sleep. However, Schmidt reminded him that the villagers' provisions could not compare to what they had brought with them, especially upon observing the villagers' gaunt forms. Wright, recognizing the malnourished state of the two children, nodded in agreement. The children, seeing the most robust and imposing Wright remaining at the mountain's base, could hardly contain their elation. Their pace quickened, and their cautious demeanor began to fade, replaced by eager glances cast toward the young women in the pioneering team. Their performances were quite convincing as they walked along, lamenting the wickedness of the bandits, recounting how they had slain their parents, plundered their wealth, and committed heinous acts against young and beautiful women. The older child noticed FIA's furrowed brow, mistaking it for fear, which emboldened him to speak more recklessly. Ahem. Edwards cleared his throat and inquired, "How much longer until we arrive?" The older child, jolted back to reality, realized they were not in the bandits' den and needed to exercise caution. He quickly responded, "Sir, we'll reach our destination after we cross this small hill," gesturing toward a nearby knoll. He had already discerned that Edwards was the leader of the group, and jealousy bubbled within him towards the striking youth with the flowing purple hair, who seemed to possess an enviable life, while he himself was merely a wretched little bandit. The blonde lady also harbored feelings for Edwards, intensifying his jealousy. Soon enough, everything would change. All that he had would be his. Your wealth, your companions. The older child mused, burying his malevolent thoughts deep within, awaiting the moment they would emerge. And you too shall endure experiences worse than death. Among us, there are those who appreciate male beauty. The older child laughed maniacally within, his experiences in the den of thieves having warped his psyche beyond recognition. He began to mentally orchestrate the torment of Edwards and his companions. Ascending a small hill, the older child pointed towards the flickering flames ahead. That is our village, now under the control of bandits. Nestled in the valley not far from the hill was a diminutive hamlet, its size revealing perhaps only a few dozen households. Edwards nodded, his tone gentle yet resolute. "We shall eliminate them." The older child scoffed at Edwards' words. They were outnumbered in the small village, where 30 robust men resided, unlike Edwards' group, which included more women than men, rendering them vulnerable. Yet, such fools were welcome in greater numbers. The group began to prepare their weapons. Lucy drew her iron whip from her waist, having concealed it like a belt, unnoticed as a lethal tool. Edwards and Flack retrieved their long swords, wrapped in cloth. From their backs, unveiling 2 blades. Edwards' sword, named Qinghui, gleamed silver, radiating a phosphorescent glow in the night, echoing the brilliance of the moon above. Flack's sword, forged 100 times, boasted a golden hilt and an exquisitely ornate sheath, rivaling even the splendor of Qinghui. The little princess unsheathed her delicate dagger, as even Mia had a knife strapped to her calf. In an instant, the squad, once resembling innocent lambs, underwent a profound transformation. The 2 children stared wide-eyed. The younger child remained oblivious, but the older child sensed the ominous shift. While Edwards maintained his gentle demeanor, the others had morphed. Lucy, once a blooming rose, now bristled with thorns, exuding danger. FIA's gentleness faded as she gripped her dagger, her presence becoming ethereal, like a spirit veiled in mystery. Flack's demeanor remained steady, yet grew more substantial and composed. Armed with their weapons and moving with careful precision, they began to advance toward the village. With their prowess, even sending just one person, excluding Mia, could lead to a swift rout of the bandits. However, Edwards wished to prolong the engagement. Eager to discern the tricks the outlaws might employ, their footsteps whispered against the ground like a gentle breeze, evading the notice of the bandits. They lowered their breathing, and soon, only the sound of the 2 children's breaths could be discerned, the others' breaths fading into silence. Before long, they drew close to the village. Merely a dozen meters away, where the foul language and sounds of torment could be clearly heard. Suddenly, the older child shouted, "We shall slay you, damned bandits." Chapter 85. Slaying the bandits. The cry of the older child alerted the bandits within the village. They reacted swiftly, recognizing the voice of the young thief. Realizing their prey had arrived, Edward's plan of surprise was thwarted. Yet, he remained unfazed, merely casting a fleeting glance at the young thief, which was within his expectations. The young thief felt exposed under Edward's gaze, as if every action of his was laid bare before him. When others turned their eyes toward him, the young thief hastily assumed an expression of embarrassment, seeking to convey a semblance of hatred toward the bandits, as if unable to blame them. "Gather quickly. Form up." A cacophony of chaotic sounds erupted. "Get out of the way." Move aside. The bandits within the small village initially descended into confusion before scattering out in disarray. They encircled Edwards and his companions, forming a tight ring. The bandit leader, possessing only one eye, the other covered by a leather patch, scrutinized his prey. He noted their youth, their fitted attire, and most significantly, the exquisite weapons they wielded. It was evident they were the children of wealthy merchants or noble lords and ladies. This promised to be a substantial haul. After this score, they would surely retreat back to the desert. As the bandit leader observed Edwards and his companions, Edwards too assessed the bandits. Clad in tattered garments, their weapons varied from rusted longswords to spears, even broken blades and farm tools. Their frames were notably frail, their stances unrefined, adopting whatever posture felt most comfortable, devoid of any combat technique. Greed shone in their eyes, fixating hungrily on the girls within the group. Edwards could only sum them up in 4 words: a rabble of misfits. Lay down your weapons and surrender the women, and we shall spare your lives. The bandit leader declared loudly to Edwards and his party. The other bandits echoed his demand: surrender your weapons. Hand over the women. A flicker of anger crossed Edwards' gentle features. However, before he could respond, Lucy had already spoken. As a countess from the Black Serpent family, she had once tread the path of banditry herself. The deeds of her family were far beyond the capabilities of these worthless bandits. At this moment, she scoffed, "Fools. It seems you're willing to part with your other eye as well. Ah, you shall pay dearly for this." The bandit leader's greatest anguish was the loss of his eye, and Lucy's taunts only heightened his fury. "Seize them," he sneered. His gaze towards Edwards and the others filled with mockery and aggression, his voice dripping with malice. "I shall take good care of you." Edwards merely replied, "Kill them all." With the exception of Mia, the other 3 charged toward the bandits, each taking a different direction. The might of Locke far surpasses that of the brigands. With immense force hewn from his very being, wielding a longsword, he cleaves the head of one brigand with a single stroke. Blood erupts from the severed neck, showering the remaining brigands and staining their faces crimson. One after another, he dispatches several brigands, each stroke sending a head soaring into the air, leaving the survivors in a state of shock. Their bodies tremble violently. What were once rushing feet towards Vlok now seem as if anchored to the ground. They cry out loudly, hastily turning to flee, only to meet their end at Vlok's relentless blade. In stark contrast, Lucy and Fia exhibit distinctly different combat styles. Lucy, brandishing an iron whip, ensnares her assailants by wrapping it around their throats. The whip constricts relentlessly, causing the brigands' faces to flush a deep crimson as their weapons clatter to the ground. Their once greedy and malevolent gazes transform into expressions of stark clarity, overtaken by the terror of their impending demise and pleas for mercy from Lucy. Desperate fingers fumble at their necks, seeking to grasp the iron whip in a futile attempt to draw breath. Yet, this remains but a fantasy. The whip has embedded itself firmly into their flesh. With bulging eyes and tongues protruding, they succumb to asphyxiation. On another front of the battlefield, Fia, wielding a short blade, advances upon the brigands. The sight of such a beautiful and gentle lady charging towards them ignites an aggressive glint in their eyes. Fia accelerates, her speed increasing exponentially as she draws near, leaving behind only fleeting shadows. She dances gracefully, stepping to the rhythm of death's melody, delivering an inevitable fate to the wicked. Ethereal, she glides from the front of the brigands to their rear. The sound of her strikes resonates. Crack, crack, crack. The brigands collapse to the ground, oblivious to how they met their demise, their eyes still flickering with malice, now heading towards the conclusion that befits their wicked nature. Upon closer inspection, one can observe the crimson lines adorning the brigands' necks, wounds inflicted by Fia's swift blade. The speed of her assault left them no time to react, not even a moment for their blood to comprehend the impending doom. In a brief span, over 20 brigands have met their ignoble end. The brigand leader, witnessing this grim spectacle, finds himself powerless to intervene. A wave of terror washes over him, his complexion paling and body trembling slightly. He realizes he has underestimated the situation. Initially, he believed these youths to be naive and overly compassionate fools, brandishing gaudy weapons. Little did he know, those weapons were not mere ornamentation, but rather instruments of superior quality and lethal efficacy. At the onset of the battle, 2 younger brigands had already retreated. However, witnessing the drastic turn of events, one of the older youths among them casts a glance, contemplating a different course of action. Edwards, alongside the others, steps forward, declaring, "Now I command you to lay down your weapons." The bandit chief tentatively inquired, "If I lay down my weapons, will you spare my life? What do you think?" cursed under his breath. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in his solitary eye. Everyone, follow me. Let us slay them. They will not show us mercy. Only through desperate resistance do we stand a chance. Attack. The remaining 5 bandits charged towards Edwards and his companions, while the bandit chief fled in the opposite direction. Flax stepped forward, dispatching the returning bandit with a swift blow. Meanwhile, Edwards lightly touched the ground, sending the discarded weapons of the bandits soaring into the air. And with a forceful push of his palm, a slender line cut swiftly through the space, slicing into the bandit chief's knee. Thud! The bandit chief collapsed to the ground, extending his palm forward as he gradually crawled ahead. Behind him came the crisp sound of footsteps. Chapter 86. A subtle change in character and the interrogation of the bandit chief. Tap, 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 tap. The footsteps were like the harbingers of death, echoing in the bandit chief's heart. Fear engulfed his eyes, his pupils dilating, while blood gushed from his legs, and his fingers clawed at the earth. Suddenly, he noticed a small bandit in front, coldly staring at him. He gazed at them with a desperate plea in his solitary eye. The older child's gaze shifted, forming a new idea. Emerging from behind a wall, he addressed Edwards, who was advancing towards the bandit chief. Sir, I believe it is unnecessary to kill him just yet. You could extract more information. Edwards' gaze swept across the older child and the bandit chief. He understood their connection but chose not to expose it. Merely nodding and addressing the bandit chief. What do you know of the information regarding the desert? The bandit chief's remaining eye darted around, displaying a hint of opportunism as he hastily responded. What would the esteemed sir like to inquire about? I possess knowledge and shall certainly share it. However, my life. Before he could finish his plea, Edwards severed his left hand with a swift stroke of his sword. Edwards lightly flicked the blood from the blade and calmly regarded the bandit chief, who clutched his severed hand, saying, Now, speak of the power dynamics in the desert. I am already aware of some factions, so be wary. If I discover any falsehoods, you may wish you had protected that eye of yours. As he spoke, Edwards pointed the tip of his sword at the bandit chief's solitary eye. The bandit chief could only watch helplessly as the sword tip loomed larger and larger in his vision until it consumed his entire sight. He felt the sharpness of the blade piercing his consciousness. His pupils constricted violently, and his breath caught in his throat. Speak, Edwards commanded, withdrawing his sword. Gasping for air like a drowning man clutching at a lifeline, the bandit chief fervently nodded, terrified of provoking Edwards' wrath. The 2 most powerful factions in the desert are the Bloodhand Gang and the Savage Bear Society. The Bloodhand Gang is undeniably powerful, engaging in all manner of malevolent deeds, from human trafficking to the flesh trade, indulging in arson, murder, and plunder. In contrast, while the Violent Bear Society also embodies a nefarious force with ruthless methods, they adhere to a set of principles. They dominate the desert's gambling houses and arenas, serving as, to some extent, guardians of order within the wasteland. Edwards nodded in acknowledgement, noting that this aligned closely with the intelligence he had gathered regarding the desert. He inquired further, Have any new factions emerged recently? The new faction Edwards referred to was, in fact, the Black Serpent Guard. After resolving the troubles in Taya City, Edwards and Lucy had split paths with the Guard. The Guard ventured into the desert to scout and gather intelligence, while he and Lucy headed to the capital to participate in the arena competition, aiming to secure pioneering credentials. The bandit chief pondered briefly before shaking his head. I haven't heard of any new forces emerging. Perhaps they are simply too weak. Edwards exchanged a knowing glance with Lucy, fully aware that this was not the case. In the desert, even those of knightly stature could claim dominion, and though the Guard lacked knights, they were undoubtedly elite among the elite. It was implausible for them to be deemed weak. It appeared that the Guard had successfully infiltrated the desert, concealing their true strength. There were rumors of connections between the desert factions and the Viscount Raston's domain in Longchamp. My lord, I cannot say for certain, the bandit chief obsequiously replied, sensing that, regardless of the outcome, Edwards and his companions would not spare him. He thought it wise to feign innocence, hoping to catch Edwards off guard. However, he was unprepared for the fact that Edwards would not grant him such an opportunity. Since the moment Edwards had tasted blood, something within him had irrevocably changed. Unbeknownst to him, a dark spot had emerged within his azure eyes, and his demeanor had transformed from gentle to ferocious. With a swift thrust, the silver blade pierced the bandit chief's thigh, twisting mercilessly within. Ignoring the chief's anguished cries, Edwards continued to torment him, demanding, reflect on who has ties to Viscount Raston. He then drove the blade deeper, severing the bone and embedding it into the ground. I will speak. I will speak. The chief cried out. You must understand that I will not let you escape. It would have been merciful to confess sooner. With a sickening sound, the blade was withdrawn, taking with it a spurt of blood. The members of the exploration team watched in bewilderment, finding this version of Edward's unfamiliar. In their memories, he had always been exceedingly gentle and courteous, never exhibiting such brutality. Mia, having spent the most time in Edward's company, felt this transformation acutely. Initially frightened by this unfamiliar side of him, she quickly reassured herself, realizing that no matter how he changed, he would always be her master. Meanwhile, the bandit chief, with his remaining hand pressing against the wound on his thigh, felt blood incessantly seep through his fingers, sweat beading on his forehead. "Will you not speak?" Edward's chilling words resonated through the air. The bandit leader trembled, a foul stench emanating from him, and stammered, "My lord, I know little. Only that Lord Rastan maintains close ties with the desert." It appears that the Bloodhand was indeed nurtured by Lord Rastan. Many of the deeds committed by Bloodhand serve the interests of the Lord. FIA inquired, "Is Lord Rastan aware of the atrocities committed by Bloodhand?" "Of course he is. How could he not be? It serves the Lord's purposes," the bandit leader replied. "But surely a noble should protect his subjects?" With a mocking tone, the bandit leader retorted, "Let's not forget that the people of the desert are not subjects of anyone. They are forsaken sinners. As for Lord Rastan's Lanchan territory, do you think they live in comfort? Rastan is the king of his own domain." His voice grew increasingly agitated. "What of nobility? In my eyes, nobles are worse than us bandits. We are openly wicked, while they engage in far more nefarious dealings behind closed doors." FIA, initially poised to counter, lowered her gaze, reflecting on her own plight, and said nothing further. "Well then, you may die without remorse." Upon hearing this, an unexpected glimmer of joy flickered within the bandit leader's heart. He had never fathomed that death could one day be seen as a luxury. However, Edwards continued, "You must reveal what remains here, your comrades." The bandit leader's solitary eye locked onto Edwards, recognizing the indifference in his gaze, devoid of any change. He understood that Edwards had never been deceived by their schemes. Chapter 87. The first kill. While FIA and Mia remained perplexed, Lucy had already ensnared the two young bandits with her iron whip, rendering them unable to escape. They struggled violently, hurling a torrent of profanities. It was then that FIA and Mia comprehended that these two fleeing children were, in fact, bandits. They intended to exploit their kindness to bring about their own demise. "You have known all along that this was a trap. You simply aimed to eliminate us." The bandit leader's eyes bore into Edwards. "You possess a cruel heart. Go now, lament to those you have harmed." With a swift motion, Edwards severed the bandit leader's head, which rolled across the ground, heading straight for the two young bandits. His single eye widened, bloodshot and filled with the terror and despair of his last moments. The two young bandits faced the severed head, their bodies trembling, ceasing their struggles. They realized their efforts were futile and could hardly alter their fate. "No, there is still a chance." The older of the two signaled to the younger, casting a furtive glance at FIA and Mia. It must be said that these two young bandits were remarkably astute. They recognized that the remaining three would not spare them. Thus, they shifted their focus onto Mia and FIA. The younger bandit began to weep, his voice hoarse from sobs as he pleaded, "Miss, we were forced into this. We do not wish to harm anyone. However, if we are unable to deceive them, these brigands shall deny us sustenance and may even resort to violence." Meanwhile, the small bandits on the other side joined in, wailing vociferously. Their lamentations were undeniably genuine, for they teetered on the precipice of death. Mia and FIA averted their gazes, unwilling to witness this pitiable spectacle. In contrast, Lucy surveyed the scene with keen interest, her eyes glinting with mockery. The moment she observed Mia and FIA turn away, the two small bandits intensified their cries, convinced that their survival hinged on the goodwill of these benevolent young ladies. They were willing to play the part of the virtuous, if only temporarily. As the attention of all gathered was captivated by the theatrical performance of the small bandits, no one noticed Edward's reaction. Since slaying the bandit leader, Edwards had remained motionless, rooted to the spot. In truth, the weapon he wielded to dispatch the bandit leader was the glazed stopping sword, which had always resided within him. Nourished by his own blood, when he severed the bandit leader's head, the sword emerged from the inner side of his wrist, manifesting as a radiant blade. It was only after the sword had passed through the leader's neck that it fully detached his head. The glazed stopping sword returned to Edwards, infused with the essence of the bandit leader's blood. For the first time, his body experienced the infusion of this vital energy. Although the potency derived from the bandit leader was not particularly strong, the sensation of empowerment sent tremors through Edward's being. Since his ascension to knighthood, he had not felt such a surge of strength. His current breathing technique was focused on the absorption of this energy. Now, Having once again felt his strength augmenting, Edwards found himself overwhelmed with an insatiable thirst for power. He yearned for bloodshed. He longed to eradicate the wicked from this world. The desire for slaughter burgeoned within him, growing ever stronger. The bloodline of the Emerald Sun has the capacity to temper his violent inclinations, ensuring that the heirs of this lineage may kill for the sake of protection, steadfast in their convictions, and maintaining clarity of mind, ungoverned by the urge to kill. Alas, it is unfortunate that within Edwards flows another supreme bloodline, one of pure destruction, reveling in carnage and annihilation. Bang! Time and space seemed to unravel around him. Edwards felt himself sinking into darkness, an abyss from which he could not escape. His senses dulled. He wished to scream, yet no words would escape his lips. Whoosh! A blinding light pierced through the void. Edwards found himself standing upon solid ground. His exact location was indeterminate, for darkness enveloped him, an infinite, unperceived obscurity. A few meters ahead, a scythe with an elongated handle hovered in the air. It is the radiance emitted by this scythe that illuminates the confined space around Edwards. The handle of the scythe is pitch black, enveloped in tendrils of black flame that dance along its length. The blade, elongated and gleaming with a pearly light, is adorned with fine, serpentine fissures that flash at its edges, a testament to its unparalleled sharpness capable of cleaving through dimensions. At the juncture where the handle meets the blade lies a translucent crimson gem. This exquisite jewel glimmers with a red luminescence, seemingly the most captivating and dazzling of entities. However, upon closer inspection, one can sense the unfathomable terror it harbors within. This blood-red gem appears to imprison infinite life and collect boundless blood, serving as an unfathomable witness to the annihilation of worlds, a conglomerate of all destruction and slaughter. Together, these elements compose a scythe of supreme sharpness, authority, and eerie enigma. When Edwards beheld this scythe, a fervor surged through his veins, colliding within him. Blood transformed from the essence of life into the adversary of existence. The excruciating pain contorted his body, veins swelling, as eruptions of blood erupted forth. In an instant, Edwards became a figure of crimson. The bloodline of the Emerald Sun within him clashed violently with the destructive blood summoned by the scythe of annihilation. Both bloodlines vied for dominance. Previously, the Emerald Sun's bloodline held sway, but now, in the territory of destruction, the circumstances had irrevocably changed. Edward's form expanded, his once harmonious physique seemingly on the verge of bursting. Fear gripped his heart, yet he felt powerless to halt it, the agony threatening to eclipse his consciousness. Suddenly, at the precipice of his body's explosion, the crimson gem of the scythe flickered. In an instant, Edward's awareness surged back. He found himself once more at the moment of slaying the bandit leader, time itself seemingly suspended. Sweat beaded on his forehead and all over his body, yet he bore no injuries or sensations of pain. Only the image of the scythe of annihilation lingered in his mind, affirming that the prior events were not mere illusions, but a reality he had encountered. He sensed an unease within his own body, aware that something was amiss. Moments ago, in another realm, he had nearly perished in an explosion of flesh. Edwards brushed away the beads of sweat from his brow and turned his gaze towards the two small bandits. Unbeknownst to anyone, even to Edwards himself, the tiny black specks in his azure eyes had quietly begun to expand. Chapter 88. The existence that protects virtue. The sound of Edward's footsteps scraped against the ground. Emotionless, he approached the two weeping bandits with an oppressive air, casually kicking the head of the nearby bandit leader aside. As the small bandits beheld Edward's slow advance and the exquisite beauty of his visage, they felt no sense of wonder. Instead, their fearful sobs faltered momentarily. Edwards, however, cast not a glance at the two small thieves, his attention firmly fixed upon his expedition team. Lucy observed the thieves with a cold detachment, while Vlok watched the scene with keen interest. Only Mia and Fia turned their heads away, unable to bear the plight of the small thieves. They felt a pang of sympathy for the thieves, even believing that these so-called criminals were coerced by bandits into luring others. Do you claim to be threatened by bandits, exploiting our kindness to ensnare us? Surely, that is not your true intention, Edwards remarked with a light chuckle, his handsome visage complemented by a soothing voice that instilled a fleeting sense of hope in the two thieves. Indeed, we are all forced into this. We do not wish to be villains. The small thieves fervently nodded in agreement with Edwards' inquiry. Yet, Edwards shifted the conversation, posing a pointed question. Then why did you make noise to alert us while we were quietly approaching the village? We harbor such hatred for the bandits. We wish to eliminate them swiftly, the thieves stammered. Edwards nodded, a charming smile gracing his features. The small thieves ceased their sobbing, their faces alight with a semblance of joy, eager to pledge their loyalty. My lord, Edwards raised a hand to silence them, gesturing towards the shadows of the village. The bandits are dead. You may emerge now. I have yet another question for you. Moments later, a rustling sound emanated from behind the village wall, followed by the sound of footsteps dragging against the ground. Several young women emerged from the darkness. They had concealed themselves behind the outer wall, believing themselves hidden after Edwards and his companions vanquished the bandits. In truth, they had long been noticed by the team, yet none had chosen to reveal their presence. 7 young women stepped forward, their attire tattered and their exposed skin marred with bruises and wounds, the result of the inhumane torment inflicted by the bandits. As the women approached, the 2 small thieves trembled involuntarily. The women's eyes, devoid of life and numb, resembled those of mere scarecrows, and among them was a girl younger than Mia. At that moment, Edwards pointed to the 2 small thieves bound by Lucy's iron whip and softly inquired, "Do you recognize them?" Upon seeing the small thieves, a spark ignited in the women's eyes, not joy, not gratitude, but a deep-seated hatred. Mia and Fia clearly perceived this intense animosity, and their perspectives began to shift. "Yes, we know them," rasped an older woman, her voice hoarse. "It was we who brought them back to the village, and that led to—" She had not finished her words before she began to sob. Gradually, her cries grew louder, and soon all the women were weeping openly. They were releasing their emotions, shedding the hatred harbored in their hearts, the despair from their torment, and the pain of losing their families. Edwards turned his head to look at Mia and Fia. Both felt an unfamiliar sense of oppression. It seemed that after Edwards had taken a life for the first time, he had changed, yet remained the same. "Young master, I realize my mistake," Fia nodded. "We should not abuse our kindness." "Your kindness is commendable," he replied, "but we must not allow it to endanger ourselves. Fortunately, our strength holds absolute advantage, otherwise." Edward sighed softly, leaving his thought unspoken. The women, still weeping, had cruelly illustrated the plight of the weak. "Does this mean we cannot freely practice the kindness within our hearts? Just as you once sheltered me, young master." Mia pressed on. Edwards looked at Mia and replied resolutely, "That necessitates a powerful ruler to establish a proper order, one that can eliminate most of the wicked individuals, allowing good people to freely perform their virtuous acts. This requires the effort of us all." The crowd nodded in agreement. They were taken aback by Edward's lofty ideals, which stirred their hearts. Each member of the expedition had their own motives. Vlok sought to strengthen his family, while Fia was escaping disaster. But the establishment of a good order and the creation of a better environment did not contradict their goals. Moreover, the younger they were, the more noble ideals they held, willing to strive for them. "I leave these 2 to you. How you deal with them is your choice." Lucy cracked her whip, tossing the 2 small bandits before the women. The women's cries ceased as they raised their heads. Their eyes, red from weeping, turned bloodshot, filled with deep-seated hatred, their murderous intent unmistakable. The 2 small bandits sat on the ground, kicking their legs and scooting backward, filled with panic. They were terrified, knowing that falling into the hands of these tormented, hate-filled women would not bode well for them. At that moment, a swift death like that of their leader would seem a luxury. No, they would endure torment more brutal and cruel than that suffered by the bandit chief. Edwards merely sought accurate information, yet the fate of these wretched women could be said to be of their own making. They were the architects of this tragedy. The women widened their eyes and slowly approached. The 2 small bandits, inching backward, pleaded for mercy. "Please, do not kill us. We know we were wrong." The women remained unmoved by their words, their murderous intent only intensifying as they coldly regarded them, as if ready to consume them whole. Indeed, the circumstances dictated that they would consume the 2 small brigands whole. Soon, they encircled the little thieves. The air was filled with piercing cries, lamentations, pleas for mercy, along with the horrific sounds of biting and swallowing, merging into a cacophony of pure terror and strangeness. The expedition team chose not to intervene further, leaving behind a few coins for the unfortunate women before departing from this place laden with anguish. Chapter 89. Doubts aplenty having left. The expedition team abandoned the women in this remote village. They could only offer their assistance to a limited extent, unable to ensure the well-being and proper care of these unfortunate souls. After all, they were pioneers, venturing into the domain of the wolfmen to wage war against them, not mere nobles seeking gilded glory. Edwards and his companions lacked both the time and energy to tend to these women, with their own lives hanging in the balance during this perilous expedition. The road ahead promised to be fraught with challenges. They had done all they could. helping the women dispatch the brigands and providing them with some wealth. The rest was left to the women's own resolve. The undulating mountains lay hidden beneath the veil of night, with a luminous full moon suspended in the heavens. 2 individuals remained at the mountain's base, each in their own state of leisure. Schmidt leaned against a tree by the roadside, eyes closed in repose, while Rate sat on the ground, resting while keeping watch over the warhorses. It was evident that they harbored no concerns regarding Edwards and the others confronting the brigands. This was only logical. If such trivial matters could yield unforeseen complications, it would be wiser to disband the expedition early to preserve their strength. Suddenly, sounds of rustling from the mountains echoed, accompanied by the clatter of small stones tumbling down. Schmidt opened his eyes, and Rate rose from the ground. Soft footsteps approached through the darkness. Edwards and his party had returned. Rate noticed no apparent changes, yet Schmidt sensed an air of unease. The last to arrive, Fia and Mia, who had initially been eager to rescue others, now appeared disheartened, their heads hanging low. Schmidt quickly sought an excuse to pull Flack aside, leading him away from the group. What transpired? You all seem somewhat off, Schmidt inquired eagerly. Nothing of great consequence. The brigands have been slain, and those 2 children were merely small thieves, sent to lure us into a trap. That cannot be. Such ordinary declarations do not carry the weight of this altered atmosphere. Were those children indeed brigands? How do you know? Schmidt, pragmatic in his approach, remarked. I had an inkling, but I cannot be certain. Please elaborate on any unexpected developments. Flack nodded, his expression somewhat peculiar, and spoke in hushed tones. Our captain, shall we say, has undergone a slight transformation. A slight transformation? Indeed, he executed the brigand chief. And do you know how he dealt with those 2 small thieves? How to deal with them? Kill them? Fracky shook his head. No, he handed those 2 diminutive thieves over to the women who had suffered greatly at their hands, losing everything and enduring torment. Then, those small bandits were devoured by that group of women. Truly a gruesome fate. Schmidt inhaled sharply, taken aback. He understood that given Edward's nature, the decision to execute those 2 thieves was already a significant act of resolve. How could he allow them to meet such a horrific end? However, upon reflection, he considered that this was Edward's first experience with killing, perhaps driven by a surge of excitement. He explained to Fracky, in truth, the slaying of the bandit leader marks Captain's first act of murder, likely spurred by exhilaration. Moreover, Schmidt gazed into Fracky's eyes. We would not wish for our leader to be indecisive. Such decisiveness allows for better navigation through perilous situations. With this perspective, one might see it as a positive transformation. Fracky nodded in agreement, though concern lingered in his eyes as he murmured, I simply find it unexpected. After all, he was quite gentle in the beginning. Nevertheless, you are right. Gentleness has no place in the battles ahead. I only hope the captain directs such ferocity solely towards our enemies. Schmidt remained silent, yet a flicker of worry was evident in his gaze. In Red River City, the tavern bustled with its usual cacophony. The cloaked figure sat in a booth opposite Luxio, having been feasting for several hours. The enormous platter before him was smeared with grease, once laden with an abundance of food now consumed. After departing from Blackstone City, Hoyle had hurried towards the heart of the kingdom, uncertain of when the Wurgs might strike. Thus, he pressed onward with urgency, enduring the rigors of travel, sleeping rough along the way. While at the tavern, he savored meat and wine to replenish his strength, simultaneously leveraging his nightly hearing to eavesdrop on the chatter around him. For a while, the conversations consisted of boastful banter, devoid of any substantive value. Yet, this eased his mind, as no unusual signs indicated the imminent arrival of the Wurgs. Even if the Wurgs were indeed approaching, he would likely reach Teas City by then. Hoyle mused, elegantly spearing the last piece of beef with his fork. Yet he turned his head toward the side where Luxio was seated. His expression grew grave, his gaze seemingly capable of penetrating the wooden walls. Who would have thought that such an inconspicuous tavern would host a being of formidable strength, akin to a great knight? Were knights now so trivial? Or was there some other ulterior motive at play? As these thoughts coursed through him, his eyes sharpened. Nonetheless, he refrained from any hasty actions. His own identity was not one to be flaunted. Remaining low-key was paramount. The less conspicuous, the better. If a conflict were to arise with this powerful individual, the consequences could be dire. Yet, the masked figure seemed equally reluctant to reveal his identity, perhaps harboring a special mission of his own, Hoyle contemplated. The 2 individuals shared an unspoken understanding, deliberately avoiding any confrontation and treating each other as if they were mere phantoms. After all, the presence of 2 formidable knights within the confines of a modest tavern was an occurrence most improbable. Lucius's gaze inadvertently shifted towards Hoyle's private chamber. where he maintained a vigilant awareness of the unfamiliar knight cloaked in darkness. Such a powerful figure was a rarity throughout the kingdom. Typically, only earls would possess the prowess of a great knight, alongside the kingdom's most illustrious nobles, who were few and far between. Thus, it was reasonable to surmise that such a formidable presence would hold a position of considerable esteem, unlikely to wander incognito without cause. This led Lucius to speculate that the knight's hidden identity was perhaps linked to a specific mission or some ulterior motive that necessitated discretion. Lucius felt a wave of relief wash over him regarding his own capabilities. Otherwise, he might have been effortlessly eradicated by this enigmatic knight, rendering his identity imperceptible to all. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the door to the private chamber swung open. The knight, shrouded in black, emerged and tossed a silver coin onto the bar before turning to depart. As his gaze briefly lingered on Lucius, it soon slipped away, and he strode out of the tavern. Chapter 90. Refugees gather at the Red River Bridge. Let us in, damn it. You scoundrels, you cannot keep us out. As dawn broke, dispelling the darkness, it ushered in a new wave of conflict. At the forefront of the Red River Bridge, 2 rows of barricades obstructed passage. A contingent of soldiers was present to maintain order. Some stood before the barricades while others lingered behind, weapons now drawn. The crowd swelled, their noise escalating. United in their desperation, they grew audacious, even contemplating a surge forward. Although Lucius found himself on the opposite bank of the Red River, the distance was not substantial. Amidst the chaotic uproar, he was roused from his slumber. The clamorous sounds of shouting reached him, prompting him to approach the window and peer across the river to the source of the turmoil. He beheld a throng of shadows, densely packed, an estimated multitude of thousands. And most chillingly, the tide of humanity continued to swell. Looking further afield, he could see more souls converging toward the Red River. Lucius was perplexed by the unfolding events, yet he instinctively knew that it boded ill. Such a vast number of people, fleeing and forsaking their possessions, had become refugees. Could it be that the wolfmen had invaded? He pondered, shaking his head in disbelief. The defenses of Blackstone City were far too formidable for such an incursion. In that fleeting moment, Lucius even entertained a suspicion that the cloaked figure he encountered the previous night might be connected to these developments. Yet, this remained mere conjecture, devoid of any substantial foundation. Lucius donned his attire, secured his mask, and descended the staircase. The tavern was enveloped in an eerie silence, with patrons leaning against the windows, their gazes fixed across the riverbank. The only sound emanating from the floor was the muffled snores of drunken souls lost in slumber. Ruscio approached the window, squeezing himself into the throng. As he pressed forward, one individual, feeling the squeeze, turned to glare at him. However, upon recognizing Ruscio, he begrudgingly stepped aside. Having successfully made his way to the forefront, Ruscio inquired of the person beside him, "What has transpired? Why are there so many eager to cross the bridge?" The man's face contorted in disdain as he responded, "You truly know nothing. Just look." The moment he met Ruscio's gaze, his expression shifted, swallowing hard, revealing he had evidently been reprimanded by Ruscio before. He quickly amended his tone. "I came to inform you of a momentous event. You would not believe the gravity of the situation. In short, Blackstone City has fallen. The works have breached its defenses." "What?" Ruscio's voice, laced with disbelief, rose to a shrill pitch. "This cannot be. Blackstone City's defenses were impregnable." "Indeed, we all believed so," the man sighed. "Yet the fact remains that Blackstone City has succumbed. You may doubt my words, but the endless stream of refugees before us attests to the truth." With a heavy heart, he continued, "Let us observe the situation. Perhaps we too will need to flee. Truly, I dread the thought of leaving. But can we defend Red River City? If Blackstone has fallen, how can we hold our ground? The words are terrifying. It is said that any territory they invade is devoured whole." Listening to the melancholic discourse of the crowd, Ruscio felt the despair and helplessness pervading their words. His year in Blackstone City had exposed him to the brutal realities of conflict, and he understood the ferocity and savagery of the Wergs better than most. The war between the kingdom and the Wergs was unlike the noble struggles for power, land, or populace. It was a battle for survival, one that could lead to the annihilation of entire nations. The faces around him were painted with a pessimistic hue, reflecting their despair over their fates and their lack of control over the present circumstances. Several dozen meters away, on the opposite bank of the Red River, the throngs continued to swell, encircling the barricades set before the bridge. The purpose of these barriers was not to prevent the refugees from crossing, but to ensure an orderly and disciplined queue. If everyone surged forward indiscriminately, even the Grand Red River Bridge would buckle under the weight, risking catastrophe. It was, in essence, a measure of protection for the refugees. Without order, There was a grave risk of individuals being trampled and falling into the water. Yet, the crowd perceived the situation differently. Having fled their homes, they found themselves stranded, with the worgs lurking menacingly behind them. The pent-up emotions of despair and panic erupted in an outburst. They clamored, "Let us through. Don't you realize the worgs are right behind us? Let us in. We mean no trouble." The cries surged forward, echoing through the throng. The gathering of the crowd grew increasingly vast and imposing. The tremendous force of the collective voices exerted immense pressure on the soldiers tasked with guarding the barricades and maintaining order. They raised their weapons. Bows and crossbows aimed at the foremost refugees, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. The sheer number of refugees was overwhelming, and it would be effortless for the surging tide to disperse them. The squad leader shouted loudly to soothe the refugees, "Silence. Proceed in an orderly manner. We are not obstructing you. We will ensure that everyone crosses the bridge quickly and safely." Yet, despite his attempts at reassurance, his voice was but a flicker of firefly light compared to the resounding chorus of the refugees, rendering it nearly inaudible even to the soldiers beside him. The team leader, standing before the soldiers, whispered urgently, "Be cautious. Do not fire. Just intimidate them." The soldiers, stricken with pressure, could see the pale faces and expressions of terror on the foremost refugees. They had ceased their shouting, their eyes drawn to the glinting blades, the points of spears, and the arrows poised to strike. The weapons held a formidable deterrent. The leading refugees hesitated, but their desire to halt was thwarted by the relentless push from behind. The immense throng of refugees could not be so easily halted by the will of a few. The crowd pressed forward, each individual eager to reach the front, much like those now in a state of panic who had also squeezed their way through. Gradually, the mass of refugees continued to advance. The foremost among them could see the beads of sweat on the soldiers' brows and the taut grip on their weapons, veins bulging in their arms. They cried out in various tones, "I don't want to die. Do not attack. We do not wish to approach. We cannot stop. Please, do not kill us." Their desperate pleas fell on deaf ears, their panic-stricken expressions resembling an imminent assault on the squad, as if they would charge across the bridge. Suddenly, an unexpected incident occurred as the refugee crowd was mere meters away from the barricades. One individual, overwhelmed by fear and desperation, lost control and dashed toward the barricades. Whoosh! Thud! The refugee collapsed. Chapter 91. Suppressing the refugees with order. The bolt struck the refugee squarely in the chest, and he fell lifeless to the ground. A soldier behind the barricade froze, his fingers still poised on the trigger of his crossbow, yet he pressed down in shock. His body trembled, sweat dripping onto the ground, clearly bearing the weight of immense pressure. "Damn it, you killed him." The team leader shouted into his ear, yet he refrained from punishment. For had it not been for that attack, the team leader himself might have been compelled to fire. The soldiers would not permit anyone to breach the barricades. That was their unwavering line. At the moment the refugee fell, the sound was minimal, stirring only a slight cloud of dust. Yet, it resonated like a deafening bell, causing the voices of the entire refugee crowd to diminish. At the moment of a refugee's demise, it was as if the sound had been emptied, leaving an overwhelming silence and disbelief permeating the group. Soon, a greater uproar arose. "You killed him. You actually killed him. We must charge forward. You will not stop us." The refugees at the forefront bellowed as they rushed forward. Clad in tattered garments and unarmed, their pace was hindered by fatigue. However, the distance between the refugees and the barricades was perilously narrow, and they quickly surged ahead. The soldiers, witnessing this scene, became flustered, unsure whether to shoot arrows or to engage in slaughter. They harbored pity for the refugees, yet they could not permit them to approach. "No, kill. We cannot allow them near the barricades." The number of refugees was overwhelming. Should they breach the line, there would be no recourse. "Kill." The squad leader and lieutenants shouted commands to the other soldiers. The sound of crossbow bolts piercing flesh echoed as the first wave of refugees fell to the ground. Given their close proximity and lack of armor, the lethality of the crossbow bolts was fully unleashed. A single bolt could penetrate the bodies of 2 or even 3 individuals. Within a brief span, nearly 100 refugees lay scattered and lifeless on the ground. However, the sheer volume of the refugees made it impossible for the mere 30 soldiers to halt their advance. They soon approached the barricades, toppling them aside. The soldiers' eyes shifted from compassion to a murderous intent, for one of their own lay trapped beneath the barricade, groaning in agony. "Kill." The two sides clashed in close quarters. Initially, the soldiers held a decisive advantage, wielding swords and spears that sliced through the bodies of the refugees, piercing their chests. Yet, as they withdrew their weapons to prepare for the next strike, The numerical superiority of the refugees became apparent. They surged forward, and as the soldiers' weapons remained embedded in the bodies of the fallen, the refugees pushed them to the ground, seizing their arms and slaying them. Fall back! Fall back! Do not linger in battle. In this dire moment, the squad leader commanded the soldiers to retreat while counterattacking, as they could not keep the refugees at bay beyond the Red River Bridge. At that moment, a troop of cavalry burst forth from the city of Red River. Comprising over 100 strong, it was the cavalry division of the Count of Red River. The rhythmic pounding of hooves resonated on the Red River Bridge, echoing like a crisp drumbeat. Clear the way, all of you. As they surged from the city gates onto the bridge, no one dared to impede the cavalry's charge. The cavalry's advance was formidable, equipped splendidly, with their long lances held high at their waists. Though merely light cavalry, they possess extraordinary lethality, serving as the ace of the Count of Red River. Only a powerful and influential count could afford such strength and resources to support cavalry. The moment the sound of hooves struck the Red River Bridge, the structure trembled, and soldiers instinctively moved aside, some even leaping off the bridge. They were acutely aware of the devastating charge of cavalry, preferring to drink from the river rather than face this terrifying machine of slaughter head-on. The refugees, however, lacked such military acumen. They had descended into madness, feeling panic yet remaining oblivious to the horror of the cavalry. Before they could comprehend the impending doom, the two sides clashed. The sound of chaos erupted. Bangs and piercing cries filled the air, accompanied by splashes of blood. From the very first contact, the situation tilted overwhelmingly in favor of the cavalry. The refugees were either flung aside or skewered by the knights' lances. They fell to the ground, trampled by the horses that followed. Groans, screams, and wails echoed as blood and limbs scattered, pooling together on the ground, merging into a small river that flowed into the Red River, a true depiction of hell on earth. Before the wolves arrived, the Red River had already been baptized in blood. The cavalry surged through the throngs of refugees, advancing several dozen meters as if traversing an uninhabited land, encountering no resistance as they mowed down the helpless masses like plowing a field. As the momentum of the charge diminished, the cavalry gradually came to a halt. Their objective had been achieved, leaving behind a scene reminiscent of a hellish inferno, with hundreds fallen. The remaining refugees, too, ceased their cries, their expressions shifting from frenzy to profound fear. Before the cavalry, the refugees bowed their heads in submission. This turmoil, this chaos that ought never to have unfolded, had finally drawn to a close. The cavalry turned their steeds and began to withdraw, their horses and armor splattered with blood. The refugees stood frozen in place. Nearly 10,000 had gathered, yet an eerie silence enveloped them, punctuated only by intermittent groans. Another regiment of infantry arrived on the bridge, tasked with clearing the aftermath and restoring order. Soldiers began to pile the deceased refugees to one side, tending to the lightly injured, while those gravely wounded received no better treatment than their deceased counterparts. It was brutal, yet unavoidable. There was neither time nor energy to administer aid to the dying. The captain approached the forefront of the refugee crowd and bellowed, "Form 5 lines voluntarily, or face death for disobedience." The throng began to stir, slowly forming ranks. Though there were always those who, relying on their imposing stature and fierceness, attempted to cut in line and shove others aside. With a wave of his hand, 2 battalions of soldiers, led by their commanders, surged into the crowd to intimidate the unruly, seizing a few of the most insolent refugees and executing them on the spot. Instantly, the briefest of sounds fell silent once more. All the refugees adhered to order, forming a well-organized queue. Rushu observed the transformation from chaos to order within the tavern. The entire suppression unfolded in a remarkably brief span of time. From the refugees' fury to the cavalry's intervention and the restoration of order, it scarcely took an hour. The tavern was situated alarmingly close to the battlefield, with the sounds of combat ringing in his ears and the gruesome spectacle of bloodshed before his eyes. Nearby, some individuals succumbed to nausea. Rushu, too, frowned, feeling a disquieting discomfort at the recent slaughter. Nevertheless, he could not deny that such methods were the swiftest and most effective, except for those lifeless bodies lying on the ground. He understood that without such horrific and bloody measures, dissenting voices would inevitably arise, leading to chaos of varying magnitudes. However, in a situation of such urgency, differing opinions were unwarranted. Thus, only extreme measures would suffice. Chapter 92. The arrival of reinforcements at Tea's city in the city of Red River. Atop the highest ramparts, a tall figure gazed intently at the turmoil across the riverbank. He witnessed the emergence of chaos and its subsequent quelling unfold before his eyes. With his back turned to the crowd, he exuded an air of authority and strength. His gaze swept into the distance, observing the indistinct figures of refugees steadily approaching, resembling tiny black dots converging. However, the tide of refugees now marched in an orderly, disciplined line rather than a frantic scramble. His eyes traveled from afar, from the distant black dots to the blood-stained ground and the scattered corpses on the opposite bank of the Red River. On the Red River Bridge, efforts were underway to facilitate the swift passage of the refugees. Along the riverbank stood taverns, shops, and fertile lands, which should have marked the beginning of a prosperous day. The inhabitants would typically gather by the river to enjoy life and tend to their crops, but now everything had changed. The shops were shuttered, the land lay abandoned, and the few pedestrians on the streets hurriedly sought to escape the riverbank and enter the city, yearning for a safety that seemed elusive. The Count of Red River silently observed this scene, witnessing the heart-wrenching transformation of the once thriving city he governed. His visage, typically benevolent, now bore a hint of sorrow for the suffering of his people and the fate of his family's legacy. His gaze was imbued with resolve as he took one last deep look at the Red River, imprinting it upon his heart. He then turned, burying his sadness and vulnerability deep within, adopting a demeanor of sternness and authority. He ordered the provision of compensation for the fallen and the recruitment of new soldiers. The Count of Red River commanded calmly before departing swiftly, for the forces led by Duke Fisher ought to be arriving shortly. Not far from Red River City, a contingent of troops was on the march. They were arranged in 4 orderly lines, forming a lengthy column with thousands in number. At the forefront of the formation was the Fisher Heavy Cavalry, clad in silver armor, serving as the spearhead of the unit. Duke Fisher, accompanied by Barnet, advanced amidst the ranks of the heavy cavalry. Originally, Barnet would not have enjoyed such treatment. However, as he is currently appointed as the commander of the vanguard army of Teas City by Duke Fisher, he is permitted to remain in close proximity to the Duke. Surrounded by the heavy cavalry, Barnet felt a sense of restraint, fully aware that beneath the armor, none of the soldiers were benevolent. They were formidable, indifferent slayers. The bodies of the heavy knights were enveloped in their imposing armor, which gleamed with a silvery sheen under the sunlight, dazzling Barnet's gaze. Their exposed eyes remained fixed ahead, unwavering, as if poised to charge at their adversaries at any moment. Crossbows and long swords rested at their sides, while the tips of their lances and arrows glinted with a chilling brilliance. Barnet could almost detect the scent of blood upon them, a testament to the terror wrought by their relentless slaughter. Behind the heavy cavalry lay the defensive camp of Teas City, equipped with elite soldiers. At this critical juncture, the city's considerable wealth was evident in the upgraded weaponry provided to these warriors, enhancing their strength in hopes of ensuring their survival. At the rear of the battalion were the newly recruited soldiers and the private armies of the nobility. The 400 fresh recruits wielded the weapons previously used by the city's defense forces, which, while not the finest, were still commendable. Their commanders, March and Tur, each led 200 men. Although they were in their 20s, they had already reached the pinnacle of squirehood, standing on the threshold of knighthood, and their noble lineage lent them both credibility and authority. At this moment, the two were positioned at the back of the formation, advancing alongside their troops. Clad in pristine armor and mounted upon their steeds, they exuded vigor. Yet, in contrast to Tur's genuine exuberance, a shadow of doubt lingered in March's heart. This sentiment was not directed at anyone in particular, but stemmed from his pessimism regarding their undertaking. "March, you seem rather discontent," Tur remarked. March gathered his thoughts and replied with a smile. "What? We are heading into battle, facing the wolf-like creatures. Should we really be jubilant? This is a deadly endeavor." "Indeed. However, this is our opportunity. Without such circumstances, how would we command 2 battalions? Tur acknowledged the arduous nature of their journey, but was acutely aware of the rarity of this chance. March comprehended this as well. He nodded and cautioned Tur. "Be sure to exercise caution. If we lose our lives, what good will our opportunity do us?" Tur nodded earnestly, suppressing his emotions, and called out to the soldiers lagging behind. "Hurry along. We will soon reach Red River City, where we shall have ample time to rest." To this scene, March merely offered a non-committal smile. Would there truly be a chance to rest upon arrival in Red River City? Not necessarily. At best, they would have a brief respite before needing to reorganize their troops. Furthermore, they would have to select a location to ambush the wolf-like creatures and construct fortifications. It was hardly feasible to set up an ambush in the narrow confines beneath Red River City. With a resolute spirit, one might contemplate a desperate gamble. Yet Maki swiftly dismissed such an unrealistic notion. Even if reinforcements from Teas City were to join forces with the soldiers of Red River City, they would merely total a little over 2,000 men. In stark contrast, the fallen Blackstone city boasted a garrison of 10,000 elite troops. Yet they too had succumbed to the onslaught of the Wurgs. Thus, at best, they could only delay the Wurgs' advance for a short while, buying precious time for the defense of Teia City. Maki believed that to truly unleash the full potential of his forces, it would require abandoning all hope, pushing everyone to the brink of death. However, this notion weighed heavily on his heart, and he silently wished such a scenario would never materialize. Before long, reinforcements were within mere miles of Red River City. The Count of Red River emerged to greet them, accompanied by his captains and several loyal guards, traveling to a point 5 kilometers from the city to welcome the forces from Teia City, primarily to receive Duke Fisher. The sound of thundering hooves and synchronized footsteps echoed from afar, causing the gravel to tremble. Gradually, a squadron of heavy cavalry appeared on the horizon, their silver armor gleaming like celestial warriors, exuding an extraordinary majesty. Among the heavy cavalry rode a towering figure, clad in silver armor adorned with a golden scale insignia upon his chest. His imposing demeanor and stern expression set him apart from the others, for he did not conceal his face like the rest. It was none other than Duke Fisher. Chapter 93. Arrival in the desert. The rhythmic sound of hooves emerged slowly from the valleys of the Dello Mountains. At this moment, the morning light bathed the earth in brilliant illumination, yet it could not penetrate the valley shielded by towering peaks on either side. Edwards and his companions rode their steeds cautiously out of the valley, only to be astonished by the scene before them. The desert, true to its name, was indeed a desolate expanse. The Dello Mountains seemed to serve as a dividing line, separating the barren wasteland from the bountiful land beyond. In Edward's gaze, the desert lay at a lower elevation, resembling a vast, boundless basin beneath them. As he surveyed this arid region, it stretched out before him in its entirety. As they ventured further from the Dello Mountains, the greenery diminished, and the landscape was devoid of towering trees, save for a few sparse, low shrubs. Hot winds swept toward the expedition team, heralding a stark change in climate. Clouds of yellow sand swirled around them, as if they had entered a cursed realm. Witnessing this scene, everyone momentarily fell silent, for despite their differing statuses and identities, they were accustomed to lives of comfort and privilege, entirely unprepared for the harsh realities of this desert environment. Although they had received reports, the written word could never convey the visceral experience of a viscount. No wonder this was deemed a land of sin, a place shunned by all. Who in their right mind would willingly venture here? Fragi candidly expressed his evaluation, but received no response from the others. Puzzled, he looked up and was met with unusual gazes. He realized that they had all come voluntarily, which made them the fools he had just mentioned. Flushing, Fragi quickly amended, "Of course, I do not mean to imply that we are foolish. Indeed, it is precisely this environment that ensures we are undisturbed, facilitating our expansion into the territory of the Wolfmen." As Edward spoke, he turned to the ladies in the group and suggested, "You might want to conceal your makeup a bit. After all, the fewer troubles we encounter, the better. However," he added, "there is not much need for concern, as we shall cleanse the wicked territories." Edwards's tone was unremarkable, yet it brimmed with an undercurrent of menace. The phrase "cleanse the wicked territories" was not mere rhetoric. It signified a profound upheaval of power in the wasteland. In this arid expanse, gangs held the reins of authority, and their purity was hardly pristine. Schmidt, standing aside, paid silent homage to the forces within the wasteland. Although direct confrontation with the desert was not part of the original plan, it would undeniably aid their subsequent foray into the Wolfmen's domain, preventing any potential threats from their rear. Lucy, Fia, and Mia nodded in agreement, retrieving veils and masks from the satchels slung across their horses' necks. Provisions thoughtfully prepared by Schmidt prior to their departure. Once they were all suitably adorned, Edwards proclaimed, "Let us venture forth into the desert." "Charge!" Let echoed in a booming voice, drowning out Mia's soft exclamation. "Cleanse the wicked territories and establish the order of our kingdom." Fia declared her ambition, drawing the attention of the group. A melodious voice from Lucy followed suit, rekindling the glory of their lineage. Only Schmidt and Fragi refrained from shouting. Schmidt, by nature, was inclined towards modesty and restraint, while Fragi's thoughts remained inscrutable. Perhaps he was still pondering whether he truly was a fool. 7 steeds galloped forth, each rider possessing an extraordinary demeanor and spirited resolve. The sound of hooves resonated across the vast desert, marking the inception of their legendary journey and the foundation of their future endeavors. Though the desert's terrain was harsh, it was not entirely devoid of pathways. They did not merely tread upon shifting sands. The arid landscape, while inhospitable, was not a barren wasteland. Rather, It was a terrain of sparse vegetation and exposed earth, akin to a body marred by wounds, devoid of vibrant attire. The road, cloaked in yellow sand, twisted and turned, unimpeded yet resembling a serpentine form with numerous bends. After traversing what felt like countless curves, Mia's nose lifted in mild complaint. Why is this road so winding? It is clearly unobstructed, yet it twists so. This road has a long history, came the reply. The desert was not always as desolate as it appears now. Once, it thrived with vegetation, resembling a labyrinth. Moreover, the wolfmen residing to the north of the desert were once the mightiest tribe. The desert itself served as a bastion for humanity. Thus the construction of roads was intentionally meandering, designed to impede the advance of the wolfmen. Ultimately, humanity triumphed over the wolfmen by employing fire, burying them all beneath this now desolate expanse. Aware of many hidden truths, Faya gravely narrated the history of the desert. Everyone slowed their pace, listening intently as Faya spoke. None were aware that this now tainted and malevolent territory had once rendered immense contributions to humanity, all of which had faded from contemporary history. Thus, the roads remain unchanged. And no one desires to reclaim the desert, allowing this once glorious land to continue its descent into decay. How do you know this? Lucy inquired, perplexed. Did we presume the desert was a natural formation? Faya felt her cheeks flush, suddenly aware that she had perhaps divulged too much, and nervously sought an excuse, saying, I found this in ancient texts within my family. Is that so? Lucy's eyes narrowed in skepticism, for she had been a noblewoman of the Count's household and was unaware of such secrets. Edwards's calm voice interjected, remarking that although Faya's family might not possess great power, they had a particular affinity for collecting ancient tomes. Hence, it is plausible that she was privy to some truths unknown to us. Faya cast a grateful glance at Edwards, and Lucy nodded, choosing not to press further. Let us proceed. There should be inhabitants ahead, Edwards suggested. Indeed, yet the people here are far from benevolent. Schmitz added with a smile, we may need to rid the land of some evildoers. Ha! Rhett laughed heartily. Let us slay them. Edwards tightened his grip on his steed, leading the charge, with the others quickly following suit, resuming their journey. They breathed in rhythm with their increasing speed, feeling the dust carried by the wind, while the ladies in hoods and veils skillfully evaded the swirling sands. Ugh, ugh, Rhett spat and complained. When shall we find a place to rest? My mouth is filled with sand, and I am parched. Indeed, my throat is dry as well. Our water supply is dwindling, another voiced. As the expedition team had been traveling since morning, both the men and their steeds were weary. Edwards could clearly sense his mount's pace slackening and its breaths becoming labored. Just then, he lifted his gaze. At the horizon, a small yellow building stood resilient against the barren land, adjacent to the road. Before the building, a wooden pole bore a flag. Chapter 94. The Inn of Thieves. It appears there are inhabitants ahead, marked by a flag. It should be an inn. Edwards informed the others of the building he had spotted. Splendid news. Let us hasten there. As Ryder spoke, he tightened his grip around the horse's belly. However, the steed did not accelerate significantly. Ryder's robust physique made the large warhorse appear diminutive, undoubtedly exhausting it. The other horses in the squad fared better, but Ryder's mount seemed barely able to walk, utterly drained of energy. Observing the plight of Ryder's horse, Flack remarked, we also wish to hasten, but I believe it would be wise for you to dismount. I fear your steed is on the verge of collapse. The horse's labored breaths echoed from beneath him, prompting Ryder to nimbly dismount, not out of fear of Flack or a deep-seated bond with his horse, but rather a simple reluctance to rely solely on his own two legs for travel. Edwards and the others rode at a leisurely pace, allowing their horses a brief respite, while Ryder led his horse along, striding robustly behind the group, panting heavily. Slow down, wait for me. Schmidt turned back, teasingly eyeing Ryder. Didn't you want to hurry along? We are merely following your command. Laughter erupted among the group. Before long, they beheld a quaint building. Its brown exterior harmonized with the arid landscape. The structure was modest, comprising only 2 stories, constructed from mud. Behind the building lay a spacious courtyard, enclosed by walls, concealing whatever lay beyond, likely a storage area and stables. As Edwards and the others approached, they noticed a single wooden pole adorned with a flag. The banner, weathered by wind and sand, faintly revealed the inscription, Conscience Hall. The sound of hoofbeats echoed in front of the building as Ryder finally caught up, breathless. Lucy glanced at the inscription on the flag and softly remarked, Conscience Hall. The name is quite appealing, yet one must remain cautious in this place. Is that so? I believe there are good people everywhere, FIA countered. Lucy shot FIA a glance, preparing to respond, but was interrupted by Edwards. Let us enter and take a look. Everyone should remain vigilant. Edwards shook his head slightly, feeling a mix of emotions towards the two, unable to comprehend their constant antagonism. Above the building, someone peered out from a small window, observing the outside. Edwards, with his keen perception, had already sensed this presence, as did the members of the nightly squad. The wooden door of the building was particularly sturdy, indicating meticulous craftsmanship. Flack approached the door and knocked assertively. Open up, we have guests." A sultry voice floated from within. "Patience, dear guests. I shall be with you shortly." Soon, the door creaked open to reveal a glamorous woman. Her face adorned with heavy makeup and clad in a low-cut gown. "Esteemed guests," she greeted, bowing gracefully, revealing ample décolletage. Flack's eyes widened in astonishment. Lucy and FIA exchanged disdainful glances, silently sneering at the woman and internally cursing her. Subsequently, their eyes instinctively turned towards Edwards, and upon seeing that he remained unaffected by the woman's allure, they both exhaled in relief. Their mutual observations resulted in another shared glare. Although the woman had already heard her subordinate's report, the sight before her still left her astounded. The group before her was impeccably dressed, unmistakably the offspring of nobility, with none among them bearing the marks of poverty. They were all quite young, particularly the striking youth with violet hair, whose beauty was undeniable. As she contemplated the prospect of eliminating them, she thought instead of relishing the moment or even sparing them entirely as potential prizes, fortune had smiled upon her. Such lucrative prospects, youthful and bountiful. The few women accompanying her concealed their faces, yet their figures clearly indicated their youthfulness, undoubtedly worth a handsome sum. This rare opportunity was too fortuitous to pass up. The woman, barely able to contain her excitement, surveyed the group, her gaze lingering especially on Edwards, her eyes shimmering with desire as if they could devour him whole. A discreet cough from Schmidt disrupted her thoughts. For a fleeting moment, annoyance flickered across her face. But she quickly donned a smile, welcoming everyone inside. "Where do our guests hail from? Be wary, for our establishment is not as hospitable as the places you are accustomed to. Danger lurks everywhere," she said, glancing around at the gathered company. Mia trembled slightly, visibly frightened, while Flack, brimming with bravado, declared, "Eat people. If they dare come, let them see who the true prey is." He punctuated his words with vigorous gestures. The woman chuckled softly, taking note of Flack's youthful vigor, which reassured her. He was clearly a naive youth. "We hail from the capital, here to conduct business. Our family comprises merchants," Schmidt proclaimed with an air of pride, moving towards the warhorse and stroking its back. "These are warhorses, acquired at a high price. We also possess considerable wealth. Treat us well, and your reward will be substantial." The woman beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent," upon entering the modest building. The interior appeared quite stark, particularly in the eyes of the refined noblemen and women accustomed to elegance and sophistication. The space felt cavernous, furnished with only a few tables and a wooden bar at the rear. Behind the bar stood a robust man clad in somewhat ornate attire, meticulously polishing glasses while casting his gaze over the women in the group. The walls were made of earthen material, and a staircase at the back led to the second floor. Edwards noticed that the tables were stained with grease and coated in a fine layer of dust. "Someone, take the warhorses to the back for feeding," the woman commanded sharply. The sound of footsteps echoed down from the upstairs, a rhythmic patter that resonated throughout the room. A servant, clad in tattered garments, approached with a kind demeanor, smiling as he took the reins and led the horse toward the courtyard. Smith observed the servant's torn clothing, revealing the scars upon his body. "Take good care of him," the woman whispered to the servant. The group then separated into two tables, Edwards, Smith, Flack, and Raid at one, while the girls from the entourage gathered at another. Flack, upon reaching the table, wiped his hand across its surface, revealing his fingers coated in grime. He bellowed, "Someone, please clean our table. It's filthy. How can we have any appetite?" Chapter 95. The slaughter of bandits. Flack's loud outcry silenced the entire building. The burly man behind the bar cast a cold glare at Flack, while the woman's previously warm demeanor shifted to one of sternness. "Aren't you going to eat something? Opportunities like this are rare," she remarked. Flack, oblivious to her underlying implication, retorted, "Eat? It's too dirty. Clean it up quickly." The woman's expression twisted into a sinister grin as she coldly replied, "I had hoped to let you depart easily, but it seems that won't be the case now." Clapping echoed crisply through the hall. Suddenly, a commotion erupted as a group rushed in from the courtyard. They were clad in ragged attire, smeared with filth, and some bore traces of blood. Their unkempt appearances rendered them grotesque. Yet their faces wore malicious grins as they eyed Edwards and his companions with predatory intent. They were bandits, or rather the dregs of the desert, capable of embodying the role of the so-called good person, yet swift to transform when profit beckoned. This transformation hinged entirely on whether their potential victims posed a threat. The bandits encircled the seated members of the party, their glances imbued with aggression. Indeed, a flock of fat sheep. We shall prosper. One bandit exclaimed with laughter, his gaze fixated hungrily on Lucy. Ah yes, look at those figures. If I could have a taste, I would gladly welcome death. Another chimed in. The other two appear rather innocent. They must be untouched. They're ripe for the taking. It's not for you to touch. If we sell them to the powerful, your share will be enough for your indulgence, the female bandit. The one previously exhibiting a provocative demeanor stated coldly. The burly man who had been polishing glasses behind the bar stepped forward, addressing the group. Capture them. Do not torment them. Once sold, they are no longer our concern. But, the female bandit protested, still longing for Edward's physique. However, under the weight of the man's chilling gaze, she stifled her words. Flack now understood the grim reality. These individuals were not there to serve them or seek their wealth. They were there to claim their lives. This group of fools has truly kicked a hard wall. Even if it were just me, I could effortlessly deal with them. Moreover, there is still Flack, who mused within, casting a glance at Edwards, Rhett, and the others. As his gaze fell upon Edwards, a fleeting shadow appeared before him, and Edwards' figure vanished. Then, a squelching sound echoed nearby. Blood spurted forth, as the foul-mouthed bandit was cleaved in half by Edwards. Blood gushed forth, staining the surrounding bandits. Particularly a brazen female bandit standing directly across from the deceased, her face splattered with crimson. The once attractive visage of the female bandit turned pale. Her eyes widened in terror as she stared vacantly at Edwards. As for the slain bandit, he showed no reaction to his own demise. The severed faces retained their lewd expressions. The female bandit's piercing scream shattered the silence of the hall. All the bandits were rendered speechless by the gruesome scene, including the members of the team. Schmidt's expression turned grave. He was baffled by the transformation in Edwards. It was known that upon his recent ascension to knighthood, Edwards had maintained perfect control over his emotions. So why had he devolved into such a state now? The bandits deserved their fate. Yet there seemed no need for such haste. Edwards' demeanor remained unchanged, dispatching the bandits as one might crush an ant. Lucy inhaled sharply, though her feelings were more of exhilaration. After all, Edwards was standing up for him. The burly man who had emerged from behind the bar appeared relatively composed, showing no signs of distress like the other bandits. Yet, the slight tremor in his hands betrayed his inner turmoil. At this moment, he must have been regretting his choices, wishing he had remained behind the bar, where escape might have been possible. Of course, in the presence of Edwards, especially the current version of him, fleeing was an impossibility. The best hope was to obey Edwards' commands. Divulge all information and die swiftly. The bandits were paralyzed by the bloody spectacle, exchanging glances without daring to meet Edwards' gaze, much less charge at him. The burly man witnessed this scene, his face shifting from white to red, a tumult of fear and anger swirling within him. Attack, all of you. If not, we will all perish. Do you think he will spare us? He bellowed, feigning a charge. The bandits raised their heads, their bodies crouched, yet their eyes darted toward Edwards, as if silently inquiring whether he would show them mercy. Edwards remained non-committal, his flawless visage devoid of any emotion, resembling a timeless deity of judgment. With an indifferent tone, he declared, "Indeed, he speaks the truth. All of you shall perish." Hearing Edwards' words, the members of the team exhibited expressions of bewilderment, though Rhett was not among them. He held no doubts whatsoever. Based on their understanding of Edwards, he was neither indecisive nor as ruthlessly decisive as he appeared now. At the very least, they would be restrained and judged according to their crimes, rather than subjected to outright intimidation, as is the case now. We fight to the death. Kill. The burly man bellowed, hurling his cup at Edwards in a desperate gesture. Kill. The boss is right. With so many of us, we can surely slay him. Let us end this, pretty boy. Upon hearing the bandit's words, Flack's expression darkened. These wretched brigands dared to consider the rest of the squad as mere soft targets. This was utterly intolerable. Even if they disregarded the others, did they not recognize me, Flack, the illustrious and valiant second-in-command? While Flack was lost in his thoughts, the bandits charged forward. The immediate reaction of everyone was to find a place to hide, not out of fear of the brigands, but rather to avoid being splattered with their blood. Nevertheless, before Schmidt, Mia, or the knightly figures of Lucy and FIA could make a move, the battle had concluded. The sound of bodies collapsing echoed through the air. Although Edwards had become a relentless killer, he still kindly ensured that his comrades remained unscathed by blood. With his blade, honed to a brilliant sharpness, he slit the throats of the bandits, causing them to collapse before their wounds could ooze forth. How formidable! Lucy and Fi silently acknowledged as they observed Edward's somewhat slender silhouette. With a slight huff, their gazes met, and they exchanged a subtle eye roll before turning their heads away from one another. Chapter 96. The self-rescue of the captive. The burly man had barely taken a few steps when all sounds ceased. The small building fell into an eerie silence. The shouts and footsteps of the bandits vanished in an instant, leaving only the continuous thud of bodies hitting the ground. In this soundless space, the burly man stood rigid, one foot half raised in the air, resembling a clown performing on stage. His heart was filled with remorse and dread. He regretted not recognizing the extraordinary nature of Edwards and his companions, lamented his failure to poison them, and underestimated Edward's prowess. Yet, all of this was now too late. With no sound emanating from behind him, he dared not move an inch, fearing that Edwards might effortlessly erase him as well. What on earth is he doing? Is he trying to escape? Mia questioned. Schmidt, fully aware that the burly man was paralyzed with fear, replied with a grin. Ascent, he trying to flee? He raised his foot, preparing to take a step. I suppose it's best to just eliminate him. His demise one TB missed, and given his loyalty, he should perish alongside his comrades. As the words left his lips, the burly man swiftly brought his raised leg down, turned around abruptly, and with a thud, fell to his knees, his expression transforming from one of calculated composure to one of abject servility. Schmidt was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him, exhibiting a remarkable capacity for adaptation. My lord, I would never oppose you, he declared, casting a glance at the lifeless body on the ground. The deceased brigand bore no visible wounds apart from a solitary line of blood seeping from his neck. A flicker of fear passed through the giant's eyes, but he quickly masked his emotions, glaring with anger at his fallen comrade. They deserve their fate, having caused suffering to many. You have done well to eliminate them. To oppose my lord is to invite death. Edwards's expression remained unaltered as he inquired, and what of you? I certainly would not stand against my lord. I left them here in the hope that you might bring them to justice, ending their wicked lives. Otherwise, with their numbers, it would pose a challenge if they were to escape, making it inconvenient for you to pursue them. Oh, is that so? Edwards's gaze was calm as he regarded the giant. Then why did you flee to the backyard? My lord, I was not fleeing. I merely thought that your party must be weary from traversing the desert, so I intended to prepare food for you in the backyard. The giant's intention to escape was glaringly obvious, yet the members of the exploration team were momentarily stunned by his unabashed flattery. Most of them were noble offspring, well-versed in political maneuvering and debate, yet they had never encountered such a blatant distortion of truth. It was as if he had forsaken his dignity for his life. Find food in the backyard, hurry. I'm starving. Rhett shouted in a gruff voice. Move, or I'll beat you. Upon hearing Rhett's words, a flash of anger crossed the giant's eyes, quickly followed by a glimmer of delight as he thought, what a bunch of fools. I shall make my exit. With that thought, he swiftly rose and headed towards the backyard. There's no rush for this matter, he reassured himself, seeing that Edwards had spoken. Rhett dared not retort but mumbled, I'm hungry. Mia, you and Rhett go check in the back and prepare something for everyone. Understood, young master. Come here. Did I say you could leave? The giant felt a tumult of emotions as he found himself just a few steps away from the backyard. He could bolt, but considering Edwards' strength, he knew that escape was futile. Cursed be this situation, he silently cursed, yet wore a smile as he approached Edwards. Do you have any commands for me, my lord? Are you from the desert? The giant paused, contemplating his response, and with a hint of cunning, replied, Yes, my lord. I hail from the City of Gold. The City of Gold? Edwards inquired. Indeed, it is Sand City, the largest gathering in the desert, merely a title used by this band of outlaws, not a place of great significance. Schmidt interjected, casting a glance at the giant. Yet for them, it carries a semblance of faith. For the desert's indigenous people, the City of Gold represented the jewel of this nefarious land, perhaps even the sanctum of the desert itself. The Golden City is an oasis, surrounded by flowing rivers and abundant water with fertile land. Such a treasure is rare in the desert. Although it harbors filth and is rife with crime, it must be acknowledged as a land of riches. Upon hearing Shimi's assessment of Sand City, the burly man felt a flicker of anger in his eyes, quickly suppressed. So you are considered a noble in the desert? Edwards remarked expressionlessly, with a hint of mockery, his tone unwavering. This left the burly man at a loss for whether to laugh or not. Not at all. Not at all. Compared to my lord, I am far inferior indeed. I merely follow the bloodhand boss to earn my keep, and most of the wealth we acquire. Along with he glanced at the beautiful woman in their company, and other items are largely handed over to the bloodhand boss. The burly man grew increasingly assertive, akin to a fierce dog having found a worthy master. Yet, he pondered the fate of the fallen brothers, all of whom belonged to the bloodhand boss. He wondered if the boss would hold it against them for their deaths. As he spoke, he noticed that Edwards' expression remained unchanged, and the other members of the team shared similar expressions, each wearing a smile as if the burly man were telling a joke. His demeanor shifted, his voice faltering, while others looked on with encouraging gazes. "My lord, do you know the bloodhand boss?" Edwards nodded. The burly man rallied his spirits, for he was a knight, a man of strength. "Indeed, my lord, he is a knight, a powerful knight, not merely a squire." Edwards maintained his cold demeanor, showing no signs of fear or any other emotion. The burly man was uncertain whether Edwards was confident in his own strength or simply inscrutable, and cautiously inquired, "My lord, are you also a knight?" Edwards gave a slight nod. The burly man's face froze, his breath stilled, then became rapid and labored as he fell to his knees. A tumult of emotions swirling within him, beads of fearful sweat trickling down his face. "I almost dared to kill a knight. I truly have lived long enough." This was a knight, a formidable knight. Even fully armed elite soldiers, including skilled squires, could not withstand him without proper formation or preparation. Moreover, he was so young. So very young. The more the burly man contemplated, the more his emotions tangled. Fear, envy, unease, anger, all intertwining. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Chapter 97. Intelligence from Sand City. "My lord, what brings you to the desert? After all, you are such a young knight, and this land is barren and perilous. Are you inquiring about my purpose here?" "My lord, please do not misunderstand. I wish to assist you. I possess some knowledge of this desolate region." Edwards replied noncommittally. "Is that so?" "Yes, my lord." Upon observing a hint of inquiry in Edwards' demeanor, the burly man felt a surge of elation. Initially, he intended to leverage the notorious reputation of Bloodhand to instill fear in Edwards and secure his own survival. However, upon realizing that Edwards was also a knight, and a notably youthful one at that, he surmised that the young knight must hail from a prominent noble lineage. It was evident that the diminutive Bloodhand would hold no sway over Edwards whatsoever, and the burly man perceived this as a splendid opportunity for his own ascension. "Now, enlighten me about the distribution of power in the desert. If you divulge all that you know, I assure you that your life will be spared." The burly man's heart swelled with anticipation as he began to elucidate. The principal factions in the desert are concentrated in the Golden City, known as Sand City. Within Sand City, there exist two major gangs, the Bloodhand Gang and the Savage Bear Society, led respectively by Bloodhand and the Savage Bear. Both leaders are knights of formidable strength, unrivaled in the desert, and they could be deemed the uncrowned kings of the realm. Nevertheless, despite their might, they pale in comparison to the nobility. If they represent the nobility of the desert, then Viscount Ralston of the Lawn Mountain territory is akin to the king of the desert. "Viscount Ralston?" Edwards inquired. "Indeed, my lord, Viscount Ralston," the burly man confirmed. In truth, the information he relayed was already known to Edwards and his companions. It was hardly a secret. The Ralston family wields considerable influence over the desert. Schmidt interjected. "It is said that Bloodhand shares a close relationship with the Ralston family. Indeed, Bloodhand has recently ingratiated himself with Viscount Ralston." The burly man recalled with a smirk tinged with lasciviousness. "This Viscount Ralston is particularly lecherous, with a proclivity for both mature women and youthful maidens, even to the point of desiring children, truly a beast in human form. Bloodhand has gained the favor of the Viscount by abducting women in Sand City on his behalf. Otherwise, given his capabilities, Bloodhand would scarcely stand a chance against the Savage Bear, though regrettably, the latter's territory in Sand City has significantly diminished." Edwards nodded thoughtfully. "Now, speak of Bloodhand and the Savage Bear." "Certainly, my lord. Bloodhand is truly despicable, cunning, treacherous, and devoid of morality. There is no wicked deed he has not committed, and he possesses no principles whatsoever, even misappropriating the possessions of his subordinates. He is truly deserving of death, and I earnestly hope, my lord, that you can resolve this matter swiftly." The burly man spared no scorn in his tirade against Bloodhand, who had transformed from a formidable adversary into a sworn enemy in his eyes. The young women in the party erupted in laughter. The burly man, feeling slightly embarrassed, scratched his head, as the exploitation he suffered at Bloodhand's hands was indeed severe. Noticing that Edwards remained impassive, his countenance cold, the burly man pressed on to discuss the Savage Bear. In contrast to his remarks about Bloodhand, the Savage Bear was depicted in a more favorable light. The Sand City is ruled by the Bloodhand Gang and the Violent Bear Society. The Bloodhand Gang primarily engages in human trafficking, while the Violent Bear Society previously profited from extortion and gambling establishments. However, with the Bloodhand's increasing strength, the extortion has also fallen under their control, leaving only the casinos in the hands of the Violent Bear. After all, one must possess strength to act as a protector. Although the Violent Bear is known for violence, he adheres to his own principles, exhibiting loyalty without cruelty, unlike the Bloodhand, who resorts to physical abuse and verbal reprimands against their subordinates. The reason the robust man admires the Violent Bear yet has not joined the society is that he is deemed unworthy. A traitor like him is naturally marginalized by the Violent Bear Society. In fact, the robust man is merely a peripheral member of the Bloodhand, as evidenced by his presence here rather than in the so-called Golden City enjoying a life of luxury. The matters he discusses are well known among the desert dwellers. As for the collusion between Viscount Rastan and the Bloodhand, the robust man is fully aware that it is merely a ploy by the Bloodhand to bolster their own standing. After all, having a powerful ally makes a significant difference. Of course, the alliance between the Bloodhand and Rastan is a reality. The robust man divulges all he knows, revealing the heinous deeds committed by the Bloodhand, proclaiming his complete severance from them and his desire for vengeance against their tyranny. Yet, he conveniently omits any mention of his own misdeeds, portraying himself as a loyal undercover agent, wholly innocent and upright. Schmidt finds this amusing. He did not expect to encounter such an intriguing traitor so soon upon arriving at the desert's edge, which heightens his anticipation for their journey through this nefarious land. My lord, I have long wished to break free from the Bloodhand and become a good person, but alas, I am powerless against their might. I hope you will eliminate the Bloodhand and become our ruler in Sand City, transforming us into virtuous individuals. The robust man's loyalty is both transparent and fervent. I pledge my unwavering allegiance to you. Is it truly a pledge unto death? Will you die at my command? Lucy chuckles lightly, a glint of mockery in her eyes. Of course, but I still wish to prove my worth to you, my lord, the robust man stammers. Aren't you planning to capture us? Will you hand us over to the Bloodhand or sell us? FIA, who harbors a deep disdain for the robust man, begins to challenge him. Her loathing surpasses even Lucy's. Lucy holds a grudge against the robust man for his previous offenses, while her feelings towards FIA are more inclined towards kindness. Sweat drips from the robust man's forehead as panic sets in. He is at a loss for what to do, desperately pleading with Edwards for assistance, hoping he might speak on his behalf to save him. Edwards maintains a stoic expression. Since he took the life of his first victim, his face has remained impassive, as if all emotion has been suppressed and locked away. He exhibited no response to the pleas of the burly man. To him, the man was merely a traitor, a creature of little consequence, akin to an insignificant insect. Even the once kind Edwards would not come to his aid, for the man's actions fell far beyond the realm of his benevolence. Schmidt, however, considered retaining the burly man, hoping to leverage him to better address the issue of Bloodhand. Yet, he saw no need to engage in conflict with Lucy and Fi, whose overwhelming strength rendered any strategy superfluous. Under such absolute power, all matters became trivial. Chapter 98. The Undertakings of Blackman. The burly man knelt upon the ground, beads of sweat cascading down, as he strained to move closer to Edwards. My lord, I can be of assistance to you. I am willing to undertake tasks unbefitting your stature, without tarnishing your reputation. Pray tell, are you suggesting aiding him in robbery, or perhaps in the abduction of women? FIA retorted sharply. Edwards did not cast a single glance at the burly man, instead returning to his seat with indifference. Witnessing this scene, the burly man felt a surge of desperation, shouting, My lord, you promised not to take my life. You are a person of high standing, not like us insignificant beings. You must honor your word. As he crawled forward, he evoked the image of a loyal subordinate unjustly accused, though he himself had once received countless pleas for mercy from others. With a swift kick from Vrag, the burly man was sent sprawling backward, rolling several times before coming to a halt. He slowly rose, howling in pain, his eyes aflame with fury and disbelief. The sheer force of Vrag's blow had shattered his shoulder blade. He understood that escape from death was futile. Those surrounding him were not benevolent souls, but rather formidable individuals devoid of compassion. Unsteadily, the burly man rose, his malice no longer concealed, and he opened his mouth to curse. Suddenly, there was a chilling sound as a sharp weapon pierced through his body. Before he could utter a word, blood gushed forth as he glanced down to see a long iron chain penetrating his chest. The sound of the chain slicing through the air reverberated once more. It coiled back like a dark serpent, transforming into a tightly woven, slender iron whip. The whip's tip glimmered with a cold light. Thicker than a sword's point, yet sharper than a spear's head. At that moment, it was held firmly in Lucy's grasp, a drop of vivid red blood still clinging to its end. With a flick of her wrist, Lucy sent the blood splattering to the ground. The burly man collapsed. Disbelief etched across his face. In a newly opened establishment on a street in Sand City, the architecture reflected the most ordinary style of the region. Given the urgency of the situation, there was no time for refinement, and the structures were designed to suit the harsh desert environment. The shop, characterized by its 2 levels and earthen yellow walls, boasts a sturdy structure. The square windows measure merely 30 to 40 centimeters, and the entrance, modest in size, features a single door crafted from meticulously joined planks, devoid of any gaps. Behind the shop lies an expansive courtyard, essential not only for storage but also to accommodate the passage of carts, as the front entrance is quite diminutive. This is Shaching, a unique architectural manifestation of the desert, where the omnipresent winds and sparse vegetation render the environment harsh. The extreme temperatures of winter and summer necessitate thick walls, which provide protection against fierce winds while also aiding in insulation and light blockage. The windows and doors are designed with wind resistance in mind, distinguishing them from those found in other locales. Shaching, though a treasure of the desert, cannot escape the relentless assaults of sandstorms. The newly established shop specializes in the region's unique products, including distinctive foods, fruits, and the desert's most coveted treasure, silk grass. This medicinal herb, resembling insects in appearance, is exclusively found in the desert. Its therapeutic effects are limited. It cannot stop bleeding, alleviate dampness, or relieve pain, rendering it useless for the common folk. Yet, it is a prized possession among nobles and wealthy merchants, as it serves as an aphrodisiac. For the indulgent aristocracy, despite their numerous tonics, age inevitably diminishes their vitality. In such instances, the silk grass, devoid of side effects, becomes crucial, allowing nobles to regain a semblance of youth and vitality. Given its immense value, engaging in the silk grass trade is fraught with challenges. This lucrative business is under the stringent control of the Blood Hand Gang, the most formidable force in the desert. A mere 5% of the profits from silk grass must be surrendered to the gang. Merchants are tasked with sourcing, preserving, transporting, and selling the silk grass, with the majority of their earnings redirected to the Blood Hand Gang, leaving only a fraction for themselves. Although the desert is rife with vice and disorder, it also reveals a clear social hierarchy. Commoners supply the silk grass to merchants, who, in turn, serve the interests of the Blood Hand Gang. The newly opened shop, having only recently arrived in this unforgiving environment, has audaciously set its sights on the silk grass trade, thus challenging the interests of established merchants. The proverbial cake is finite. As more individuals vie for a share, each portion diminishes in size. Nonetheless, the shop has commenced operations. At this moment, within the shop, Hyman reclines in a central chair, with Tony seated beside him, while Tank has taken a group to safeguard their business interests. Conducting business in Shaching is no small feat. It diverges from the norm, where transactions can either be straightforward or involve no-cost dealings, determined by the strength of the merchant's resolve. The lady and the master should be arriving shortly, Hyman remarks. Tony, with a hint of laughter in his voice, responds, Indeed, the plan is progressing steadily. We await the master and the lady to seize control of the situation. The master, despite his youth, possesses remarkable strength, and I believe he will excel in the upcoming arena battles. Indeed, we are bound to achieve remarkable success. This is our opportunity to venture into uncharted territory alongside the seasoned, signifying both wealth and power, yet inevitably fraught with violence and mortality. Hyman gazed at Tony, inquiring, Are you afraid? Tony, too, adopted a grave demeanor, responding, This is our destiny. The guards are fated to be the harbingers of slaughter on the battlefield, and within peril lies abundant opportunity. Moreover, we are unencumbered by kinship, free to devote ourselves entirely to our endeavors. Hyman nodded in agreement. Have the Blood Hand Gang arrived? We have just arrived. It seems we must await their thorough investigation into our backgrounds. The Lady S plan is truly impeccable. The illicit trade indeed promises high returns, and our presence has already captured the attention of the Blood Hand Gang. Hyman praised Lucy, then shifted the conversation. However, the lady has underestimated the malevolence of the Blood Hand Gang. They do not require our assistance to sow discord. This gang is truly nefarious. Furthermore, in this locale, one does not need to adhere to noble conventions. A mere pretext suffices to initiate action. With a strong fist and powerful backing, open looting is entirely feasible. Living up to their notorious reputation, the Bloodhand Gang is indeed the ruling force of this wicked domain and deserves to be eradicated. Tony chuckled. We need not conduct investigations. They are utterly unrepentant. The women in the brothels are likely all victims of abduction. Had we not aligned ourselves with Lord Edwards, our ultimate fate might have been to languish in Sand City, contending with such scum in this filthy quagmire. Hyman nodded in agreement. A modicum of discretion would be wise. For to the locals, we are barely considered residents of Sand City, which may facilitate acceptance of our forthcoming dominance. Though, if they refuse, it matters not. Tony grinned mischievously. If they refuse, we shall simply eliminate them. A loud thud echoed as a fist struck the door with force, accompanied by the menacing shouts of intruders. Bloodhand Gang. Open the door. At the sound, Hyman and Tony exchanged glances, their expressions turning cold before bursting into laughter. Finally, they have arrived. Chapter 99. The Bloodhand Gang collecting protection fees. The wooden door was hammered relentlessly, the Bloodhand Gang members cursing as they pounded. Onlookers on the street watched with dispassionate eyes. Such occurrences had long ceased to astonish them. Ah, another unfortunate soul, murmured one onlooker. Let the brawl commence, shouted another. Smash the door. Well done, well done. The crowd erupted in raucous encouragement, a testament to their simple, rustic spirit. A burly man clad in coarse fabric turned to his companion. How long do you think they'll be inside? His companion, slender and wiry like a monkey, replied. Just a few minutes, I reckon. They're merely collecting protection fees, a well-established protocol. How long could it take? Even if they are fierce outsiders, they must heed our local customs. The burly man, however, maintained a serious tone. Not necessarily. One must be wary of formidable outsiders. What of the formidable outsiders? Retorted the other. In any case, it's not our loss. The bigger the ruckus, the better. Mutual destruction benefits us. The burly man grinned broadly, his laughter both joyous and intimidating. Indeed, the Bloodhand Gang has grown increasingly audacious. It would be best if the two factions clashed. Let us wait and observe how events unfold. Inside the shop, Hyman nodded at Tony. It was during this moment that the sturdiness of the wooden door was revealed. Despite the relentless battering, it remained unscathed. This might be attributed to the arid environment, where trees, though not grand or thick, possess remarkable resilience and strength. A faint cracking sound emanated from within, prompting Tony to swiftly unbolt the door. The members of the Bloodhand Gang, who were battering the door, were taken by surprise as they rushed into the shop, nearly stumbling to the ground. One particularly fierce-looking brute deliberately leaned forward, colliding with Tony. The sound of impact resonated. The man inhaled sharply, his shoulder rendered numb. Yet, Tony merely smiled at him, an enigmatic emotion flickering in his eyes, which transformed the brute's furious gaze into one of clarity. The others, however, were oblivious, as members of the Bloodhand Gang. They were accustomed to wielding power and began shouting upon entering the shop. Are you all deaf? Can't you hear the noise of me smashing the door? Damn it. Do you have any idea how much time you are wasting us? Pay up. Yes, pay up, you fools. Hyman remained seated, quietly observing the ruckus, and nodded at Tony. Tony distributed a silver coin to each of them. The eyes of the Bloodhand Gang members sparkled with greed, yet they quieted down. Very well, you have some sense. Hyman remarked calmly. What brings you here? One member, dressed more elegantly than the others, stepped forward. What brings us here? Do you dare question us? It seems you do not regard the Bloodhand Gang highly. Without paying protection fees, do you still intend to conduct business? Just when I thought you were perceptive, you've proven to be a bunch of fools. We have paid our protection fees. Will you ensure the safety of our business? Of course. The member of the Bloodhand Gang declared proudly. Once you pay, no one will dare to trouble you, and your business will flourish. Hyman pondered for a moment, then inquired, how much must we pay? This requires us to take stock first. We need to tally the goods you possess, based on previous dealings. You must first remit the past sales currency. The member scrutinized Hyman, perceiving him as fearsome, yet ultimately a lightweight, and continued, 60%. You must hand over 60%. Tony, upon hearing this, was both amused and infuriated. 60% is not profit, but merely a return of goods, which would ultimately result in a loss even in such a lucrative industry. The greed of the Bloodhand Gang was utterly disgraceful. Hyman remained composed, stating, in that case, we would be at a loss. Does your profit and loss concern the Bloodhand Gang? We might protect your business. If you lose money, can you blame us? Very well, what if I currently lack the funds to pay you? As the members surveyed the shop, one remarked, that is a pertinent question. We have already devised a solution for you. Given the current insufficiency of funds, you may resort to pledging your shop or even your own selves as collateral. Should you retrieve the ransom, it would be well. However, if not, I believe you are well aware of the consequences. The tone of the Blood Hand gang member grew increasingly frigid as he spoke. Yet, he had not divulged all details. For instance, once the collateral is pledged, your goods may no longer be safeguarded, and consequently, all your shops, merchandise, and even your very selves would belong entirely to the Blood Hand gang. This is the merciless side of the Blood Hand gang, consuming without leaving a trace. Hyman rose. Is there anything further to discuss? I did not anticipate that you would be even more sinister than I imagined. I had even endeavored to embellish your image. You are nothing but maggots. Nay, you are even more repugnant than maggots. Indeed, lacking in strength yet exceedingly vile. Tony added, you are courting death. How dare you defy the Blood Hand gang? Eliminate them, and serve as an example to others who dare to oppose us. The malice of the Blood Hand gang members was unmistakable, as they bellowed for Hyman and Tony to pay the price. Hyman nodded at Tony, who clapped his hands together. The sound echoed through the din. From the rear courtyard, a group of burly men surged forth, an elite squad of guards. They bore no weapons. In stark contrast, the Blood Hand gang members drew their daggers from their belts. Their faces contorted with menace as they charged at the newcomers. The guards displayed no trace of fear. Rather, they were eager to engage, fearful of being left behind and missing the opportunity to unleash their prowess. Bang! Bang! The sounds reverberated, and soon, the members of the Blood Hand gang lay defeated. Alas, these inept fools cannot even withstand a single blow. Indeed, I had anticipated a vigorous clash, yet this is the outcome. Truly pathetic. As he spoke, he stepped upon the heads of the fallen members. The downed Blood Hand gang members wailed and cursed, pleading with Hyman to spare them, threatening that the Blood Hand would annihilate him and his companions otherwise. Their arms had already been dislocated by the guards, inflicting unbearable pain. Hyman pointed at the member who had previously conversed with him. Hold him up. The others dragged the remaining members to the back, free to torment them as they pleased. With a sinister grin, he added, if you kill them, dispose of the bodies properly. We are conducting legitimate business here. Two men hoisted the member aloft while the other guards dragged the rest of the Blood Hand gang members into the courtyard. Soon, anguished cries echoed from the back, causing the members in front to tremble, and had they not been restrained, they would have collapsed to the ground. My lord, spare me. I am but a minor character, merely following the orders of the Blood Hand leader. The Blood Hand leader is a knight. I will intercede on your behalf. Please spare me. Hyman remained silent, approaching the trembling figure, retrieving a dagger from his waist and brandishing it before him. A scream pierced the air. Hyman held up a bloodied ear, placing it in the hands of the Blood Hand gang member. Return and inform the Blood Hand that I shall not pay the protection fee. Lousy, on the contrary, intends to demand protection fees from him. Chapter 100. The brutality of Blood Hand people gathered at the entrance of the shop. Moments ago, muffled sounds had emanated from within, followed by a heart-wrenching wail, and then an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Suddenly, a figure stumbled out from the shop, bloodied and bruised, with crimson splatters adorning his chest. Onlookers on the street pointed and murmured, presuming that the Blood Hand gang was once again showcasing its ferocity. Look at his ears, they've been severed. How tragic! Exclaimed the slender monkey in astonishment. Indeed, the Blood Hand gang has grown increasingly audacious, replied a burly man, his gaze keenly scrutinizing the figure. His pupils constricted as he discerned an unexpected detail. Wait, doesn't this person look somewhat familiar? Upon hearing the burly man's words, the slender monkey began to examine the figure as well. It's Cass. Ha ha ha, how could it be him? Though weak in strength, he served as a minor leader within the Blood Hand gang, and now he had suffered the indignity of losing his ears. What a disgrace for the Blood Hand gang. Let's see how they will respond now. The burly man appeared to have an epiphany, a spark igniting in his eyes as he tugged at the slender monkey, urging him to retreat. The slender monkey protested softly. Let me say a word or two to him. We must hurry back and inform the boss. I have a premonition this is our chance, the burly man insisted. Cass, clutching his ear with one hand and bowing his head, yearned to return swiftly, seeking retribution from the Blood Hand for his suffering. However, the bystanders, reveling in the chaos, particularly believing the injured party to be part of the Blackman faction, encircled Cass, obstructing his escape. Amidst the crowd, Cass was jostled and shoved. Having already lost face, he now faced further humiliation. Get away from me, I am Cass. Are you challenging the Blood Hand gang? He bellowed. Damn it, you all deserve to die. Upon hearing Cass's voice, everyone froze momentarily, their minds struggling to comprehend the situation. The Blood Hand gang? Could he be one of their members? But how could he have been beaten so severely? What is the background of this shop that it dares defy the Blood Hand gang? A series of questions echoed in their minds. Seizing the opportunity, Cass pushed through the crowd, hastily making his way towards the lair of the Bloodhand gang. The onlookers dispersed in haste. Who would want to risk being slaughtered by the Bloodhand? They were not a benign lot, and one could easily become collateral damage. Soon, the entire street lay deserted. The shops closed their doors, bracing for the impending storm. In a lavishly adorned chamber, the floor was covered with exquisite carpets, and various decorations were fashioned from gold, reflecting the style of the Meyer family but lacking any noble grace, resembling more of nouveau riche. At the head of the room, reclining on a broad seat, was a man with a fierce countenance, a small scar at the corner of his eye enhancing his menacing aura. His eyes radiated a brutal intensity, draped in silken robes, his chest exposed. The figure before us is slender, yet the muscular definition of his exposed chest reveals the immense strength concealed beneath his seemingly frail exterior. He embodies a fierce disposition, evident in his gaze, countenance, and overall aura. At this moment, however, he appears somewhat languid, reclining in a chair with half-closed eyes, allowing a young girl before him to attend to his needs. Though referred to as a girl, she appears scarcely older than 10, her features undeniably youthful. In this kingdom, individuals mature rapidly, and the unions between the sexes tend to occur at an early age, yet her circumstances seem somewhat premature. The girl kneels at the man's feet, skillfully kneading his legs and tapping his knees, suggesting she has been in service to him for quite some time. Her beauty is marred by bruises on her cheeks and the telltale redness of her wrists, hinting at her current plight. With her head bowed, she diligently massages the man. Yet her eyes betray a deep-seated hatred. She strives to maintain her composure, unwilling to provide him with a pretext for further cruelty. Despite her efforts, she is abruptly kicked aside. "Am I not providing you with sustenance?" He taunts, his gaze fixed mockingly upon her. "You must understand, you do not serve solely for yourself." As thoughts of her family flood her mind, she suppresses her pain and crawls back to him. "I relish your fury. The way you long to end my life, yet find yourself powerless." He laughs maniacally, lifting her effortlessly. His desire has shifted from mere massage to indulgent pleasure. Just as he contemplates his next move, a disheveled figure bursts into the room, rolling and scrambling in a state of disarray, covered in dust and blood, appearing even worse than a beggar. In a fit of rage and terror, he forgets the man's rules. It is Cass, his ear marred by a grievous wound that continues to bleed. "Boss, damn it," the man utters, his fierce gaze momentarily betraying surprise. Cass, trembling, kneels before him. "Sir, Black Man and his men refuse to pay protection fees and have slaughtered our people. What more?" The man inquires coldly, his voice laced with barely restrained fury. Cass feels he has arrived at an inopportune moment, yet he steels himself to continue. "He also said he intends to collect protection fees from you." At this, the man rises abruptly, discarding the girl he had been holding. She crashes to the ground, her eyes now filled with a palpable hatred, though the light within them slowly dims as blood trickles from her mouth. The man sneers, his body quivering with suppressed rage. Cass realizes that Black Man is in grave danger. When the man is consumed by jealousy and fury, he becomes a force capable of tearing his enemies to shreds. "Damn it, how dare they challenge my authority?" He seethes, determined that they must pay for their insolence. As he dons his clothing, he continues to question Cass. What is their strength? To speak candidly, Cass himself was uncertain about the true strength of Hyman and his associates. At that time, Hyman had a considerable number of followers, and those burly men were clearly not benevolent. They swiftly dispatched their opponents with just a few moves. However, this did not hinder Cass's report. He simply needed to exaggerate Hyman's prowess to demonstrate that he was not ineffectual. "Boss, their strength is formidable. Hyman's capabilities are nearing that of a knight, and his subordinates are all elite, robust, and possess exceptional combat skills. I exerted every ounce of my strength to escape and relay this information to you." Although Cass had not witnessed Hyman in action, it did not prevent him from boasting about Hyman's abilities. Of course, this was his own perception of exaggeration. In reality, Hyman was indeed a true knight. Upon hearing Cass's words, Bloodhand shook his head. If he were close to knightly strength, would he still be managing this modest establishment? After a moment of contemplation, Bloodhand commanded, "Get out and summon the others." "Yes, boss." Bloodhand, though frenzied and brutal, was exceedingly cautious, which was a testament to his survival in the wasteland. His potential to become a knight also attested to his noble lineage. Cass turned and cast a final glance at the girl lying on the ground. A crimson line traced from the corner of her mouth to the earth, her chest no longer rising and falling, her eyes wide open, suffused with hatred. Cass shivered and hastily exited. Chapter 101. Bloodhand and the Savage Bear in the Streets. A sparse gathering of a few dozen individuals stood, They were clad in various attires. Some wore leather armor, while others donned coarse fabric garments, wielding an array of weapons. Though they had not undergone systematic training and appeared as a disorganized mob, they exuded a fierce aura, having committed acts of arson and plunder without remorse. These individuals were part of Bloodhand's enforcers, tasked with safeguarding his territory and eliminating those who defied his commands. With a resounding clap, the door swung open. Bloodhand emerged, clad in dark red attire, brandishing a knife. He surveyed the members waiting outside, nodding in acknowledgement. "Let us move." After the members of Bloodhand's gang had followed him for several meters, Bloodhand raised his hand, halting everyone's advance. In their path, two figures approached, a towering, burly man and a diminutive companion. The giant stood over 2 meters tall, his robust physique resembling that of a colossal bear, which accentuated the frailness of the smaller individual beside him. Unfazed, they approached Bloodhand's gang without a hint of trepidation. "What brings you here, Savage Bear?" Bloodhand's tone was far from cordial. "Do I need to report my whereabouts to you?" The Savage Bear retorted. "Step aside. I have matters to attend to." He took a few more steps closer, diminishing the distance between himself and Bloodhand. Despite Bloodhand's stature not being short, he could only reach the Savage Bear's chest. The Savage Bear loomed over him, declaring, "That will not suffice. I have something to discuss with you." Seeing the uncontainable anger of Bloodhand, the fierce bear added, "It pertains to our dominion over Sand City, particularly regarding those like Hyman." He stepped back, a grin spreading across his face. "I dislike being looked down upon." The fierce bear retreated a few steps. "Have you come to plead on their behalf?" Bloodhand fixed his gaze upon the fierce bear. The bear shook his head. "Let us first indulge in some drink. We can discuss other matters gradually." The bear was not one to engage in deep thought. It was his companion, the robust Wayne, who often pondered matters seriously, especially upon witnessing Cass's hasty retreat from Hyman. Wayne had advised the bear to merely mention matters concerning Hyman. In truth, the bear was utterly oblivious to any substantial information regarding Hyman. His mind was a blank slate. Nonetheless, this did not deter the bear from holding Bloodhand at bay. Bloodhand contemplated the situation. After all, Hyman's faction was firmly entrenched there. Unless they relinquished all their possessions, escape was futile. Should they abandon their wealth, it would be advantageous for Bloodhand, yet it would preclude him from enacting vengeance. The fierce bear, characterized by his physical prowess but lacking in intellect, would simply drink and divulge what he knew, which was quite satisfactory. With this thought, Bloodhand's expression softened, and he even smiled. "Excellent. It has indeed been a while since we gathered. Cass, prepare the food and drink." The streets lay desolate, as all had deemed this place a forbidden zone. Even those unaware of the unfolding events instinctively avoided the area upon witnessing such an atmosphere. This semblance of a lockdown signified that something dreadful was about to occur or had already transpired. Such occurrences were not uncommon in Sand City, and the populace had grown adept at taking preemptive measures. Click, clack. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed softly. Wayne ambled down the deserted street, devoid of fervent emotions. He was not on his way to a banquet of treachery, yet an underlying sense of solitude enveloped him. He did not conceal his visage, for he dared to observe the present street scene. Wayne walked leisurely until he reached the storefront. The wooden door was ajar, a narrow gap left open. Surprised, Wayne muttered to himself, "Have they fled already?" He pushed the door open and stepped inside, only to find Hyman seated calmly on a chair, eyes closed in repose. Hyman exhibited no trace of anxiety regarding Bloodhand's impending assault, for it was the Fisher family that had previously attacked the Black Serpent clan. Though Hyman was not as formidable as Count Black Serpent, Bloodhand was but a flicker compared to Duke Fisher. As Wayne entered, Hyman opened his eyes, having already noticed Wayne's footsteps. "Is it just you? Does your Bloodhand gang underestimate us so?" Wayne quickly waved his hands. No, I am not one of Bloodhand's men. I am rather astonished that you are so unprepared. From my understanding of Bloodhand, it is highly likely he is personally involved this time. He will not reason with you. He will torment you to your end and seize all your possessions." Hyman nodded silently. "Since you are not from the Bloodhand gang, you must belong to the Violent Bear Society. Are you here to collect protection fees as well?" "Of course not. We do not levy protection fees. That has been monopolized by the Bloodhand. Our concern lies solely with the casinos. When we did collect protection fees, we did not do so in such a brazen manner as the Bloodhand." "Then what brings you here?" Hyman pondered. He gazed at Wayne. "You wish to transform us into weapons against the Bloodhand. Not weapons, but allies, partners. Together, we shall confront the Bloodhand. The entire Sand City is rife with discontent regarding their rule. We shall unite and take their place." Wayne's words were fervent, imbued with a certain allure. "Why us? You have not even met us before, and we have only just arrived in Sand City. My instincts and judgment tell me. You are unafraid of the blood hand. Whether that stems from genuine strength or mere recklessness is uncertain. However, I believe it is the former. Hyman nodded, a reasonable assertion. What can the Violent Bear Society offer us? Proclaim your allegiance to the Violent Bear Society. The Blood Hand and the leader of the Violent Bear will shield you, just as they have this time. You will not need to pay protection fees to the Blood Hand, nor to us. However, after we succeed in overthrowing the Blood Hand, we shall claim 80% of their assets in Sand City, leaving you with 20. Hyman shook his head. 40% for us, 60 for you. That is unacceptable. We bear the greater burden and thus deserve a larger share. We toil just as hard. Hyman stood firm on his offer. The two locked eyes, neither willing to concede. The intensity of their gazes revealed Hyman's formidable presence, akin to that of a knight. Wayne surmised that Hyman was likely nearing knighthood, although his ascension remained uncertain. Regardless, he was undoubtedly the third strongest in Sand City. All right, I shall concede 70 to you and 30 to us. Enough. This is my final offer. Wayne averted his gaze, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Hyman nodded in agreement. Very well. But who will lead our alliance? Wayne looked at Hyman incredulously. Do you wish to lead the Violent Bear Society? Do you possess the strength for such a role? Wayne was almost amused, his tone a mix of skepticism and mockery. Strength alone does not equate to suitable leadership. Moreover, our strength is not to be underestimated. The first part of his statement garnered Wayne's approval. After all, strength is the decisive factor. If you are willing, we can determine the ultimate leader through combat. Wayne stared into Hyman's eyes, his voice slow yet resolute. However, should that be the case, we must become one entity. The victor takes all. Agreed. Chapter 102. The transformation of Edward's vast dining table was laden with a variety of dishes. Though lacking the refined presentation of nobility, the flavors were exquisite and the portions generous. The table accommodated only 2 seats, occupied by the leaders of the Violent Bear and the Blood Hand. At this moment, the boisterous bear feasted with great delight, while Blood Hand appeared contemplative, lost in thought. The bear, gnawing on a large piece of meat, had grease dripping from his mouth as he mumbled, "Come on, Blood Hand. The food here is truly splendid. I shall return when the opportunity arises." Blood Hand merely smiled, harboring a sense of disdain for the bear. After all, they were rivals. Today's meal was merely a courtesy extended due to the bear's intelligence, and the notion of a future meeting seemed rather fanciful. Drink, drink. The bear continued to indulge, raising his goblet repeatedly in a toast to Blood Hand, who reciprocated the gesture. Bear, did you not mention there were matters to discuss? Something regarding Hyman and the rule over Shaching? The bear paused, momentarily taken aback. Did I ever say such a thing? Blood Hand's expression darkened, his teeth clenched. So, you were deceiving me. Oh, I recall now. Yes, I wanted to discuss Hyman. The bear replied, stuffing his mouth with meat. Wait, let me finish eating first. Blood Hand's fists tightened, the veins on his hands clearly visible. All right, fine. The bear, unfazed, remained oblivious to the intricacies of Hyman's affairs, having merely come to enjoy a free meal while stalling Blood Hand. Once the meal concluded, what difference would it make to tell Blood Hand anything? After all, Blood Hand could not possibly overpower him. The bear raised a soup bowl to his lips, draining the savory broth, and let out a satisfied belch. Delightful, truly delightful. The table was nearly bare, its contents having found refuge in the bear's belly, while Blood Hand had barely touched his food. Dining alongside the bear had utterly sapped his appetite. The bear rose to depart, saying, Blood Hand, I appreciate your hospitality. When time permits, visit my casino. The treat is on me. Wait, Blood Hand exclaimed, astonished, calling the bear to a halt. The bear scratched his head. Why should I linger? Are you offering me lodging? No need to trouble you. I shall return another time. Blood Hand could no longer contain himself. Damn it. Did you not say you had information regarding Hyman? You promised to share after the meal. My apologies, Blood Hand. I do not know Hyman. I merely came for the feast. Blood Hand's eyes widened in fury as he sprang to his feet, grasping a nearby long knife, his voice quivering with rage. You damned fool. You have deceived me. The bear, feeling a twinge of guilt for his gluttony, refrained from confronting Blood Hand. Yes, I only came for a meal. With that, he beckoned to the lean monkey, and the two hurriedly departed, not looking back. As Blood Hand witnessed their retreat, he unsheathed the long knife, its sharp blade glinting ominously as it pointed toward the bear's vanishing figure. The urge to strike surged within him, yet he swallowed it back. With a forceful blow, he cleaved the table in two. Cursed bear, I shall surely slay you and roast your flesh to feed you. Damn it. Within a small building at the border, the pioneering team gathered around a table laden with an array of meats. In the desolate wasteland, The quality could not match that of the royal capital. However, Mia's culinary skills were commendable, presenting dishes that were both fragrant and visually appealing. Ariete clutched a hefty piece of steak, devouring it with gusto, exclaiming, "Delicious, simply delicious." The journey was particularly arduous for Ariete. Although the others possessed formidable strength and required ample sustenance, they found it comparatively easier to endure than Ariete, whose imposing physique demanded more nourishment. These days, he had not relented, relishing every meal. "You all should eat as well. This is not a banquet. So why adhere to any formalities?" he urged. "Indeed, indeed," Flack echoed, eagerly following Ariete's lead, wishing to stuff himself with meat while nodding in agreement. The innocent Mia, unaware of the other's thoughts, stuffed her mouth with meat, nodding like a chick pecking at grains. Edwards maintained his elegance. Deftly using knife and fork as food rapidly disappeared from his plate. His violet hair was neatly tied back, and his exquisitely refined features, reminiscent of white marble, remained unblemished by grease, his movements harmonious and swift. Schmidt appeared contemplative. Lucy and Fia, too, seemed distracted, their gazes occasionally drifting towards Edwards. The emotions in their eyes were no longer those of affection and joy, but rather tinged with concern. They had noticed a marked change in Edwards ever since he had vanquished that gang of robbers. The former Edwards had been a genius, remarkably gentle, devoid of any arrogance typically associated with brilliance. Despite his immense power, he had exuded no sense of danger. Now, however, Edwards was enigmatic and unpredictable, exuding an aura of danger and mystery, mingled with a hint of madness. He displayed an undeniable sharpness, yet also a tendency to conceal himself. Most troubling of all, he had grown increasingly indifferent, seeming to disregard life itself. Certainly, compared to his former self, the current Edwards might be deemed a more effective leader. Especially when the stakes were high, his cold-bloodedness towards enemies was preferable to indecision. Nevertheless, the trio remained fearful of Edwards' detachment. The dispassionate gaze he cast while taking lives suggested that he viewed all as mere insects. Even if every life perished before him, it would scarcely cause a ripple in the depths of his heart. Consequently, they harbored worries and fears of Edward's transformation, fears of its repercussions on him, on their team, and on themselves. I recall Schmidt mentioning that when you ascended to knighthood, you exhibited no emotional fluctuations, effortlessly mastering your feelings. Lucy set down her fork and gazed into Edward's eyes. Schmidt and Fia also glanced over at this opportune moment. Edwards nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I quickly grasped the power of knighthood. And emotions are even simpler to manage. My emotions are difficult to sway." Being of the bloodline of the Emerald Prince, this top-tier lineage rendered him largely impervious to emotional influence and control. However, unexpected occurrences could arise, such as the emergence of another superior bloodline. "Alas, I wonder how I will fare during my ascension," Fia remarked. "I initially took a day to gain some control over myself. Yet it took nearly a month to master my power, and during that month, negative emotions continued to resurface." Edwards observed the three individuals, as if he could perceive the doubts flickering in their eyes. "If you have something to say, do so candidly. We are a team." The trio exchanged glances, with Lucy and Fia fixated on Schmidt. With a resigned smile, Schmidt confessed, "We sense a shift in your emotions." Edwards nodded. "Is it due to the killings at the bandit stronghold?" "Indeed, I have changed. Yet, you need not worry. I can manage myself. Moreover, a decisive demeanor is far superior to a gentle heart for our forthcoming journey." However, Lucy and Fia both hesitated to speak. Edwards shook his head. "My emotions will not sway me. Rest assured, my indifference is reserved for foes. All of you are my companions." With that, Edwards offered a fleeting smile, though ephemeral. It brought satisfaction to Lucy and Fia, while Schmidt remained apprehensive, yet found no words to express his concerns. Within Edwards, the two bloodlines did not clash or oppose each other. Rather, they harmonized. The glazed peace sword and the scythe of destruction coexisted without conflict. However, the bloodline of the Emerald Sun could not ascend in this realm, while the blood of destruction could be kindled through slaughter. Chapter 103. The recruitment in Red River City. In Red River City, refugees continued to arrive in droves. The moment the influx ceased would coincide with the approach of the gnolls. Those who did not reach Red River City would inevitably become prey. At this time, order reigned across the river, with refugees passing through in an orderly fashion, and none dared to incite unrest. Before the city gates of Red River City, two distinct areas were designated. The left side served as the refugee camp, while the right side was dedicated to recruitment efforts. The reason for not allowing refugees into the city was simply due to its limited capacity, rendering it unable to accommodate all. Of course, those with sufficient funds could gain entry. Privileges are not bestowed upon all but are reserved for the select few: wealth, power, status, and strength. In the refugee camp, makeshift tents dotted the landscape, with a central area designated for soup distribution, ensuring the sustenance of the displaced. Proximity to the river alleviated concerns regarding water supply. However, the waste produced by over 10,000 individuals posed a significant challenge. If not managed properly, it could easily lead to the spread of disease. Fortunately, Count Red River, not lacking in foresight, had already contemplated this issue and allocated a specific area for sanitation. Upon the arrival of Duke Fisher, he even commanded the soldiers to collect the waste, which, upon the Knoll's arrival, would be boiled as a surprise to provide them with a cleansing. After the suppression of the previous riots, though bloody, the results were evident. No one dared to defy the established order. And under the directives of both the Duke and the Count, no soldier would dare to oppress the refugees. Through strict yet compassionate governance, the hearts of the refugees gradually found solace. The camp was devoid of mournful cries, exuding a sense of somber tranquility. On the other side of the recruitment office, a bustling throng of people congregates, creating a lively atmosphere. Most able-bodied individuals have gathered here to partake in the enlistment of soldiers. However, the majority are refugees. Local citizens of Hongha City who, under normal circumstances, would prefer to avoid the perilous battlefield. These individuals have various motivations. Some seek vengeance for loved ones slain by marauding beasts, others wish to protect their families, and some aspire to achieve greatness. Yet, it is undeniable that for many, the primary concern is the dire need for sustenance. The influential figures of Hongha City have decreed the distribution of gruel, offering 2 servings a day, each consisting of a mere bowl of thin porridge. They ensure that every person receives at least 1 bowl, administered by designated distributors who are vigilant. Once a refugee has received their portion, they are barred from returning for a second. Should a refugee attempt to queue again, they would be forcibly removed and severely beaten by soldiers. Naturally, some entertain alternative thoughts, such as stealing from others' bowls. However, the edicts established by the powerful are stringent. To dare to seize another's gruel is to invite death. In a time when food equates to life, the act of pilfering is tantamount to signing one's own death warrant. Others would not stand idly by. A mere report to the distributors would suffice. Should one face a beating, retaliation would surely follow. Yet in such harsh circumstances, to rob another of a meager meal could cost one their life, with the same fate awaiting any kin seeking vengeance. Thus, one must contentedly savor their own portion. For the elderly, women, and children, the sustenance provided is sufficient. However, for able-bodied men, it is woefully inadequate, merely sustaining life while leaving their stomachs hollow. Initially, this may suffice for a day or two, but enduring such deprivation over time makes survival increasingly difficult. Enlisting, on the other hand, guarantees at least a full meal, along with a stipend, and perhaps even the chance to achieve something noteworthy. Furthermore, should one perish in battle, their family would receive a pension. The current pressing need for soldiers renders enlistment a viable option, for in ordinary circumstances, becoming a soldier would not be an easy endeavor. Moreover, can mere survival truly ensure one's safety? They have witnessed the savagery of the marauding beasts firsthand. The recruitment office is furnished with 6 tables, behind which officers sit. As individuals line up, gradually accepting inquiries from the officers, the questions posed by the recruiting officers are exceedingly simple, primarily inquiring about names and whether the individual has family. Other details, such as place of origin or the purpose of enlistment, are of no concern. In times of war, there is little need for extensive questioning. Place of origin is irrelevant, and asking for names and familial connections serves the purpose of ensuring identification for posthumous compensation. The requirements for enlistment are minimal. As long as one is reasonably fit, even those with physical disabilities are welcome. Under such lenient criteria, recruitment proceeds swiftly, with the number of soldiers swelling to nearly 10,000, a truly alarming figure. The peak population of Haishi City is also around 10,000. However, these new recruits can hardly be deemed a cohesive unit. They are, in fact, a legion of true refugees. Among them stands Lucio, concealed in the throng, uncertain if Sapik is in close proximity to the Duke. He certainly understood that the Duke would advocate on his behalf, yet he still wished to address the matter himself. Before anything else, he needed to defend the kingdom, just as he had done on the borders of Blackstone City. In fact, Sapik had already returned to the royal capital under the orders of Relf. Relf harbored formidable schemes that required execution. Sapik's betrayal of Ruscio had become a crucial leverage for Relf. Ruscio, weary from his travels, appeared disheveled and had not had the opportunity to prepare himself for his entry into Blackstone City. This circumstance proved fortuitous. Ruscio's hair was no longer smooth, but rather unkempt, and his facial hair had grown rapidly, obscuring the once noble and refined visage he possessed. He resembled nothing short of a refugee, even more so than many actual refugees. However, while one may conceal their face, the physique and demeanor are far more difficult to mask. Ruscio approached the officer's desk. "What is your name?" "Arguel," he replied. The officer nodded, surveying Ruscio. "What did your family do before?" "Merchants, with ample land and provisions." "Very well, more provisions imply greater strength. In battle, that will prove advantageous." "Do you have any relatives?" Ruscio, now Arguel, shook his head. You may go." Ruscio strode towards the new recruit training camp, overhearing the officer mutter behind him. "Indeed, he possesses the potential to become an exceptional soldier." Ruscio shook his head. He was of noble birth, yet he was fundamentally a soldier, having slain numerous wolfmen under his command. In the training camp, the new recruits were first assigned weapons. At this juncture, their physical fitness would be assessed. Those with robust physiques would receive weapons, though armor remained scarce due to the overwhelming number of recruits. 6 regiments had emerged at once. Only the officers were afforded leather armor. Those lacking in physical prowess would serve as engineers, tasked with fortifying structures. Although this role offered slightly greater safety, the pay during life and the compensation after death would be less than that of soldiers on the battlefield. All new recruits would undergo basic training, limited to merely 2 days. After this brief period, they were to proceed to the opposite bank of the river to construct fortifications while continuing their training. As long as the wolfmen did not attack, they would train incessantly. Regardless of the circumstances, the training duration would be significantly shorter than usual, for the wolfmen would not grant them ample time. Chapter 104. Undercurrents in the royal capital. In a resplendent hall, an elderly man reclined upon a gilded chair, his eyes partially closed. The sound of hurried footsteps approached. "My lord, the 5th prince has arrived." The Duke of Meyer did not open his eyes, but nodded slightly. The footsteps continued, and a golden-haired young man clad in splendid attire entered the hall. "Grandfather," he greeted, bowing respectfully. The Duke opened his eyes, revealing a glimmer of intrigue within his gaze. He was aware of the 5th prince's intentions, which coincided perfectly with his own plans. Moreover, both in sentiment and reason, he was inclined to assist the 5th prince. The Duke of Meyer smiled, rising from his gilded chair, and placed a hand on the 5th prince's shoulder. "Please, have a seat." The relationship between Prince Five and Duke Meyer is profound, for Prince Five's mother is none other than the daughter of Duke Meyer. In her youth, Miss Meyer was regarded as the most exquisite beauty in the kingdom. Tragically, she passed away shortly after giving birth to Prince Five. This loss has rendered Duke Meyer's feelings towards Prince Five complex. He perceives him not only as the unwitting cause of his daughter's demise, but also as a product of the union between the Meyer family and the royal lineage. Prince Five is acutely aware that Duke Meyer harbors little affection for him, and he reciprocates this sentiment. To Prince Five, the Meyer family serves merely as a means to an end in his pursuit of the throne. For the Meyer family to flourish, they require the support of the new king, and the only viable candidate for that position is Prince Five. It is worth noting that the mother of Prince Three is the aunt of Duke Fisher. However, it is rather disheartening that this old man does not even bother to welcome him, demonstrating a lack of regard. Prince Five, with his delicate yet arrogant demeanor, stands in stark contrast to the seemingly affable Prince Three. He boldly declares, "Grandfather, I require your assistance in my quest for the throne." Duke Meyer nods in agreement, affirming, "You are my grandson. The Meyer family shall undoubtedly stand by your side." This brings a glimmer of joy to Prince Five's countenance. Nevertheless, Duke Meyer cautions, "You must understand that the Meyer family is extensive, and there may be resistance." Prince Five comprehends that this is a conditional statement. After all, how could such a prominent family ignore the commands of their duke? Naturally, it is only fitting to negotiate terms, for if the assistance were to be offered freely, Prince Five would need to reconsider. He replies earnestly, "Rest assured, grandfather, once I ascend to the throne, I shall allocate a portion of the Fisher family's interests to you." Duke Meyer maintains a composed demeanor, softly acknowledging, "You are thoughtful." He then adds, "Do visit me more often." "Certainly, grandfather." Prince Five nods and rises to bow once more before the Duke. After Prince Five departs, Duke Meyer moves to a private chamber at the back of the grand hall. Within the chamber stands a figure, tall and straight, with a piercing gaze. His appearance is unremarkable, yet a sizable blue birthmark adorns the left side of his face. It is Hoyle. Upon Duke Meyer's entrance, he forgoes pleasantries. "What is the situation?" Hoyle shakes his head. "Not favorable. They are all death warriors, impervious to bribery. This is to be expected, considering they are the Duke's elite. Then we shall bide our time, Duke Meyer muses. After a brief pause, he adds, when the moment arises, you shall act. Understood, Hoyle replies in a subdued tone. Duke Meyer fixes his gaze upon Hoyle, enunciating each word with gravity. Ensure it is handled discreetly. Meanwhile, in a reception room belonging to the Fisher family, the atmosphere is as cold as the decor, devoid of warmth. Reflecting their dominion over judicial power, Ralph lounges languidly in a chair, cradling a woman in his arms. Sapik bows his head, hardly daring to look up. Although their strengths are comparable, their statuses are worlds apart. The woman plucks a grape, placing it in her mouth, peeling the skin and pressing it against Ralph's lips, allowing the juice to flow into his mouth. As their lips part, a slender thread of juice lingers between them. After Duke Fisher departed from the royal capital, Ralph's behavior became increasingly indulgent. Believing that Lucius had perished, he assumed that the Duke Fisher's throne could only rightfully belong to himself. Depart now. There are matters that require your assistance, he commanded. Sapik nodded in acknowledgement and turned to leave, having already reported all pertinent details to Ralph. Ralph expressed his satisfaction. Yet a lingering trepidation gripped him. Should his actions be revealed, there would be no sanctuary for him within the kingdom. He recognized that he would soon find himself subservient to Ralph. As Sapik turned away, his expression shifted to one of discomfort. Ralph's final words clearly indicated that there were matters awaiting him, likely of an unpleasant nature. Regret began to creep into Sapik's mind. Perhaps remaining by his side would have been a wiser choice. As they ventured deeper into the desert, the vegetation became increasingly sparse, with some areas transforming into true wastelands. Yet, at the desert's end lay an oasis, Shaching. The expanse of Shaching could be discerned through the vegetation, transitioning from barren to vibrant green, emanating a breath of life. In a small inn, Edwards and his companions did not linger long in repose. They soon resumed their journey, armed with a certain degree of strength, finding the coolness of night more bearable than the scorching heat of day. At last, as dawn broke, Edwards' exploratory team arrived. The warm sunlight gradually bathed the earth, not in a sudden blaze, but in a gentle, progressive illumination that dispelled the darkness. The walls and structures of Shaching mirrored the distinct yellow earth of the desert, resembling a fortified earthen castle. The walls were modest in height, perhaps less than 10 meters, and there were no guards stationed. Such precautions were unnecessary, as no one cared if intruders slipped in unnoticed. In this place, goodness was a rarity, and the violence was indifferent. Who would concern themselves with the entry of another? Regarding competing factions, it was understood that Shaching reigned supreme in this den of iniquity. Further afield lay the Wergs, yet they would not venture here. The northern Werg tribes, once formidable, had dwindled alongside the desert's encroachment. A great conflagration had rendered this land barren, transforming the once mighty tribes into mere shadows of their former selves. As the rays of sunlight traversed the gaze of the team, they illuminated Shaching. The yellow, earthen city, under the sun's embrace, appeared to shimmer with a golden hue, justifying its title as the Golden City of the Underworld. Intriguing, Edwards mused, nodding in approval. All members quickened their pace, surging toward the heart of the desert. Aware that this was merely a launching point, their true objective lay with the Wergs and the savage tribes. Naturally, Shaching presented itself as an advantageous haven, nestled beside an oasis and devoid of enemies, a prime territory for them to claim. Edward's mind began to contemplate the governance of Shaching. Yet he realized that subduing the indigenous people would likely require a show of strength and power to maintain control. Chapter 105. Arrival at Sand City. Upon entering the city, the desolation and tranquility I had anticipated were starkly absent. The streets were bustling with pedestrians, and vendors were peddling their wares, creating a lively atmosphere that resembled that of other towns. The small party, cloaked in hoods to conceal their identities, sought to avoid unnecessary troubles stemming from their youth and appearance. Nonetheless, their attire, horses, and the physique of the female members of the group still attracted the attention of the local inhabitants. The gaze of the Sand City natives was decidedly predatory, regarding Edwards and his companions as potential prey, as if they might descend upon them at any moment, devouring them whole. Even the imposing figure of Rhett garnered attention, though it remained unclear whether they envisioned him as a potential slave or entertained other, more sinister intentions. I dislike the way they look at us, Lucy murmured, her alluring figure drawing the most scrutiny. FIA nodded in agreement. Edwards, however, remained unfazed as he turned to Rhett, inquiring, "Do you feel like a brawl to assert your dominance?" Rhett's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm at the prospect of a fight. He was indeed combative, eager to engage even in the desolation of the desert. Yet the other members of the group were unwilling to confront Rhett, and competing against Edwards would only lead to further humiliation for him, which left Rhett in a state of frustration. "All right, whom shall I fight?" Rhett boomed, his voice resonating throughout the street, drawing the attention of passers-by. Some gazed upon him in fear, while others wore expressions of mockery or menace. Those with ulterior motives averted their eyes, aware that Rhett was not one to be trifled with. "Anyone will do, but remember, only men, and try not to kill them," Edwards cautioned, which only heightened Rhett's excitement. With a loud thud, he dismounted his warhorse and strode towards a man in front of him, whose fierce countenance suggested he was no stranger to conflict. Yet, faced with the towering figure of the small giant, the man could not help but retreat, step by step. "Stay back. I haven't provoked you," he exclaimed, desperation creeping into his voice. As Rhett continued his advance, the man threatened, "I have allies behind me. Go pick on someone else." With a wide grin that only intensified his menacing appearance, Rhett retorted, "You're precisely the one I'm after. Were you not just casting murderous glances at us?" Standing before the man, towering over him by a head and shoulders, Rhett looked down with an imposing presence. The man shook his head vigorously, pleading, "No, no, please." With a swift motion, Rhett delivered a resounding slap to the man's face. The impact was immediate. The man crumpled to the ground, unconscious. "Well done." The onlookers cheered, applauding Rhett's prowess. Without pausing, he swung his arm, knocking down others in his vicinity. The sounds of agony echoed through the air, mingling with the cheers of the spectators who had gathered to witness the spectacle. Yet, as Rhett continued his relentless march, the cries of pain gradually drowned out the applause, giving rise to a cacophony of differing voices. "Great fool. Do you truly intend to strike us all? You must be seeking your own demise. We have provoked you not." Half the street lies defeated by Rhett, and they begin to hurl curses and threats at him. Some among them contemplate uniting to confront Rhett. "Let us attack together. We fear we may be overpowered. Indeed, we are numerous. Charge forth, let us strike him down. Resistance, solidarity, let us advance together." As these words begin to resonate, the clamor of voices and slogans grows deafening. Yet where are those who will genuinely charge forward? Nowhere to be found. They merely wish to witness the spectacle, reluctant to endure the blows themselves. The louder the shouts, the swifter the retreat. Soon, the entire street falls silent. The front half is strewn with the fallen, moaning in agony, while the latter half stands desolate. Observing this scene, the members of the small team merely shake their heads. Upon entering the desert, the strength of the man they encountered had already laid bare the cunning and treachery of the desert natives. "Let us seek their whereabouts." "Very well." Lucy, upon finishing her words, turned to Fia, arching an eyebrow with a hint of pride. "You have long since dispatched people into the desert. The boss is indeed impressive." Vlok raised his thumb in admiration. Not far off, a wall bore an inconspicuous serpentine emblem, a mark made by Hyman and his crew, which Tony and Tonk diligently checked and remarked daily to prevent defacement. "Ah, how is it that no one is here?" "Hiss, it appears another formidable presence has arrived. Half the street has been breached." Today, it was Tonk's turn to inspect, and he beheld the stark scene unfolding along the long street. Tonk's gaze drifted toward the distant group riding warhorses, his expression one of astonishment. Their attire and stature bore no resemblance to the denizens of the desert. Rather, they resembled noble offspring from the royal city. Though their faces were obscured, their poised and elegant demeanor exuded an innate nobility. Yet, there was a sense of familiarity. It was only when Tonk's gaze fell upon the towering figure of Rhett that the source of this familiarity dawned upon him. "It is the lady and the lord. Thanks be to Captain Hyman, to Tony, and to my fortuitous luck. I shall be the first to welcome the lady and the lord." Internally grateful, Tonk hurriedly made his way towards Edwards and the others. Edwards, Lucy, Schmidt, and Rhett remained unresponsive, but Vlok, Fia, and Mia wore expressions of perplexity. "This fool, how audacious he is, having been struck down by so many. Yet he approaches with a foolish grin." As Tonk approached joyfully, he overheard Vlok's words, and his face stiffened. However, upon hearing Lucy's voice, it instantly transformed back into a smile. "Tonk, what brings you here?" Tonk jogged to Edward's side and first offered a respectful bow. "My lady, I came to check on our markings to ensure you do not lose your way. I have been overseeing this matter these past days, as Tony has been idling in the shop. My lady, without your guidance, Tony would have turned into a heap of muck. In truth, the duty of marking was to be handled by Tony, but due to other commitments, he was unable to attend, thus Tonk stepped in." Lucy, upon hearing Tonk's words, wore a look of exasperation. She was well aware of the nature of these twin brothers, and naturally did not take Tonk's remark seriously. You are both subordinates of Captain Edwards. You should report to him, she stated. Tonk, with a broad grin, contemplated continuing to speak ill of Tony and sharing his grievances. Yet upon witnessing Edwards's cold demeanor, he swallowed his words. He thought to himself, why does the captain appear so irate? He was quite amiable before, but now it seems he is ready to unleash wrath. Tonk immediately fell silent. Lucy, recognizing Edwards's current state, feared that Tonk might provoke him further, and thus sought to alleviate the tension. The Black Serpent Guard had already aligned with Lucy as subordinates of Edwards, but they had previously been her trusted allies, and naturally wished to prevent Tonk from suffering an undeserved misfortune. Edwards, however, remained unfazed. Though his expression was perpetually stern, he was neither bloodthirsty nor enraged. He merely shook his head and said, Tonk, lead us to the base. Chapter 106. Discussing plans. Tonk led the way and soon arrived at the shop. He rushed inside, breathless with excitement. Blackman, witnessing his state, initially thought there was an emergency. What's the rush? Boss. A striking youth with purple hair entered, accompanied by a stunning woman with vibrant red hair. The captain and lady have arrived. Before Tonk could finish his sentence, Blackman spotted Edwards and Lucy. He approached and gently pushed Tonk aside. Captain, lady. Edwards nodded, and Lucy stepped forward to greet Blackman with a courteous gesture. The others followed in succession. Blackman was already acquainted with REIT and Schmitz. He had heard of Flack, for the noble circles within the capital were not vast. However, FIA and Mia were quite unfamiliar to him. Upon seeing FIA, Blackman was taken aback, not only by her beauty but also by her noble aura. Compared to her, Lucy seemed lacking. The lady is exuding a sense of urgency, he mused, glancing back at Lucy and noting the displeasure in her gaze. Mia, on the other hand, appeared rather ordinary and youthful, with a hint of shyness on her face. Blackman had learned from Schmitz that Mia was Edwards's maid, and the fact that such an important matter involved a maid indicated her significance in Edwards's eyes, thus he held her in high regard. With no one aware of FIA's true identity, Blackman felt an instinctive wariness towards her, not out of hostility, but rather an innate caution. The group gathered at the shop to familiarize themselves and assess each other's strengths. Upon learning that the team comprised 5 knights, Blackman was utterly astonished. Such combat prowess was comparable to that of a distinguished noble family. Certainly, the top-tier strength remains insufficient. Within the grand aristocracy, there exist formidable knights, and even knight commanders as their support. Nevertheless, Blackman harbors immense confidence in the prospects of the exploration team. Edwards occupies the seat of honor. Blackman, could you provide a brief overview of the affairs in the desert? Certainly, Blackman responded, now aware of the transformation in Edwards. His demeanor since arriving at the shop has been devoid of smiles, his countenance perpetually stern. Blackman is uncertain whether this shift is favorable or not. Perhaps a balance between this coldness and his previous warmth would be ideal, yet the world offers no abundance of such possibilities. The Sand City is under the dominion of Bloodhand and the Violent Bear. Bloodhand is no match for the Violent Bear. He conspires with Rastan to suppress the latter. From what I gather, the Violent Bear possesses considerable combat strength, albeit lacking in intellect. Blackman succinctly outlined the forces at play within Sand City. Although our time in the desert has been brief, the influence of Bloodhand on Sand City is already apparent. Our trade consists of line grass, a crucial desert specialty, highly valued and often referred to as earthly gold. In this short span, Bloodhand has relentlessly dispatched individuals to harass us, offering protection fees under conditions that require us to incur losses for their gain. We are not merely laboring for free, but rather sustaining losses on their behalf. We encountered a band of robbers in the desert, and he suggested that Bloodhand is also engaged in the slave trade. Blackman expressed his distaste, stating, "It cannot even be termed slave trading, it is outright abduction. Bloodhand operates several establishments in the desert, where most of the women are essentially taken by force." FIA remarked, "Then we need not delay any longer. We should eliminate him and restore order." Edwards, however, remained silent, lightly tapping the armrest, and after a moment of contemplation stated, "Bloodhand must not be killed yet." FIA hesitated to respond. Edwards elucidated, "He is in collusion with Rastan. From the information available, Rastan is no saint either. While we might dispose of Bloodhand directly, we need evidence to deal with Rastan. Even if evidence is not required, we must find a pretext to address him. After all, when we venture into the territory of the Wolfmen, we cannot have anyone stabbing us in the back." Agreed, Schmidt concurred, "A clever strategy. We shall conceal our identities, allowing Rastan to underestimate us. When he contemplates offending us." The eyes of the assembly sparkled momentarily. The guise of a pig eating a tiger is a game everyone enjoys. Furthermore, the desert and Rasten's territory could serve as the initial fruits of our expansion. Who decreed that exploration must solely involve foreign territories? If grave offenses cannot bear the responsibility of guarding lands, then we can indeed take on that burden. Rasten's domain is considerable, devoid of other nobles nearby, offering ample opportunities for expansion, a suitable locale for recuperation and troop development. Had it not been for the unambitious nature of the recent generations of Viscount Rastan, their lands might have reached the status of an earl, or even surpassed it. The violent bear appears to be quite amiable, Schmidt remarked pensively, contemplating an approach toward him. Blackman nodded in agreement. Indeed, he possesses principles and is a decent individual. However, a sand city does not require an abundance of rulers. I have already prepared for this. Hyman gazed at Edwards and said, "My lord, during your absence, the savage bear sought to subjugate us to confront the blood hand together. Thus, we reached an agreement to determine the leader of our two factions through strength." Lucy praised. "Excellent. This way, we shall avoid significant discord with the savage bear. Should we emerge victorious, if they attempt to renege, they shall bear the consequences." Flack interjected, "Indeed. Aligning with a leader is not only their opportunity, but also their honor." "Very well, let us discuss the contenders," Edwards stated succinctly. "I shall participate, what do you think?" Flack chimed in, "I am considered a genius in the royal capital." Lucy countered, "Let us not kid ourselves. Your practical experience is too limited." "I will take on this challenge." FIA, not to be outdone, declared, "I too wish to test the strength of the desert natives." Previously, Edwards would have been troubled by such a situation, but now he remained unfazed. He turned to Riet, saying calmly, "Riet, you shall compete. Do take care to hold back." Flack, Lucy, and FIA were all formidable talents. Yet in light of the uncertain prowess of the savage bear, Edwards decided to send Riet, having frequently endured his vigorous training. He was well aware of Riet's capabilities and believed he could secure victory. Furthermore, should Riet falter, his robust physique would allow him to withstand greater damage than the others. In that event, Edwards would intervene personally. He was determined that his goodwill would not foster future peril, no matter how minuscule the risk. "Understood, boss," Riet replied, somewhat perplexed, yet elated at the prospect of engaging in combat. "Hyman, dispatch someone to issue a challenge to the savage bear. We shall determine the victor by tomorrow." Chapter 107. The duel with the savage bear on the second floor of the gambling house. The cacophony of voices and the clattering of chips could still be heard from outside. Yet within this meeting room, an air of tranquility prevailed. Recently, Tank had arrived, conveying Edward's message to the savage bear. "What splendid news! Through this duel, we shall subdue Hyman and his companions. Their strength is formidable." The savage bear reclined in his grand chair, rising with a cheerful demeanor. "I too yearn for a liberating fight, for no one stands as my equal. The blood hand is far too weak and refuses to engage me. I hope Hyman can withstand my might and is not overly fragile. If he were not a knight, I would genuinely fear for his life." Wayne's expression turned grave. "Our informants report that 7 new individuals have arrived, one of whom is a small giant, who single-handedly incapacitated half a street upon entering the city." "Very well, if Hyman cannot prevail, let him summon more." Wayne shook his head. "Boss, I am not suggesting you choose your opponent. I believe we should first conduct some reconnaissance. I fear of losing is unfathomable." The savage bear interjected vehemently. "It is not the fear of losing that troubles you, but rather the apprehension of their cunning tactics. Fear not, for they shall arrive at our establishment tomorrow. We shall dictate the time and place for the gambling den's closure." "Concerned about their deceit?" "Very well." Wayne nodded helplessly and could not resist asking, "Boss, what if we lose?" The ferocious bear scratched the back of his head and replied, "I have faith that I shall not falter. However, should they triumph over me, I shall honor my word. To conquer me would require formidable strength. Thus, we would find ourselves allied with a powerful force, and I am certain that numerous battles await us in the future. But what if their intentions are malicious and they seek to harm us?" Wayne inquired further, as he was reluctant to see the ferocious bear engage in combat. His prior commitment was advantageous to himself, but with the arrival of new reinforcements for Blackman, Wayne's confidence in the ferocious bear's chances began to wane. Moreover, Wayne harbored his own concerns. If the ferocious bear were to merge with another faction, what would remain of his own position? The ferocious bear elevated his voice, stating, "If they wish to harm us, we shall break free and escape. We are not sheep. We are bears, fierce bears." Realizing that the ferocious bear had made up his mind, Wayne understood that persuasion was futile. "Very well, boss. Please rest well while I make preparations." The backyard of the gambling den served as the stronghold of the ferocious bear's faction, expansive in size. It also featured a training ground for the members. At that moment, a section of the backyard was designated for the upcoming duel. The square area measured over 100 meters on each side, perfectly suited for the combatants, neither too small to restrict their abilities nor too large to allow for evasion. On either side of the square area were the positions of the competing factions. Wayne arranged over 30 seats for Edward's side to ensure their comfort during the proceedings. In the center, a grand chair was placed, designated for the leader of the merged factions after the duel's conclusion. Wayne was reluctant to hasten the transition of leadership, yet the ferocious bear was resolute, intent on determining the new leader immediately following the battle. The ferocious bear's faction was densely populated, with numerous individuals seated and many others standing. They exuded confidence in the ferocious bear, believing him to be the new leader, casting scrutinizing glances at Edwards and his group, even exhibiting hostility towards them. This atmosphere arose from the duel, which the members of the ferocious bear's faction perceived as a provocation against their leader. A challenge to the authority of the ferocious bear, compounded by Edwards' apparent lack of seriousness regarding the fight. At this moment, only 7 individuals occupied Edwards' position: Edwards, Smith, Wright, Flack, Blackman, Tony, and Tonk. The girls of the team were conspicuously absent. Among the group, Mia was still a somewhat innocent flower, while Lucy and FIA were formidable individuals with strong inner fortitude. However, this did not imply that they relished violence and conflict. The task of the brothers Tony and Tonk was merely to perform menial chores and serve others. Aside from Hyman, Tony, Tonk, and Edwards all wore hoods, concealing their faces. To the Bear clan, this was a blatant provocation, showing disdain for the duel and revealing themselves only partially, as if they held the Bear clan in contempt. The Bear, filled with indignation, questioned their intentions. What does this mean? Do you look down on us? Am I unworthy to witness your true selves? Indeed, Hyman, you exhibit a certain arrogance, especially in our presence. Wayne added fuel to the fire from the sidelines. Hyman remained silent, for all matters were under Edwards' command. Edwards removed his hood, revealing a visage of exquisite sculpture and flowing violet hair. The sun illuminated him from behind, casting him in a divine light from the perspective of the Bear clan, exuding an air of nobility and authority. His demeanor was stern as he regarded the members of the Bear clan, leaving them awestruck by the sight of such extraordinary beauty. How can you be so handsome? The Bear stammered, taken aback. Indeed, came the murmurs of astonishment. The allure of Edwards was simply overwhelming. Wayne pondered further, surmising that Edwards must belong to a noble lineage. He had never encountered such beauty and charisma in his lifetime. Smith, Rhett, and Flack also removed their hoods, but elicited no reaction. While Flack was handsome in his own right, he paled in comparison to Edwards' radiance. Observing Edwards' indifference, Smith addressed the Bear clan. We apologize for not noticing this sooner. When we last visited, we concealed our identities to avoid drawing the attention of the Bloodhand gang. He turned to the Bear. Is there anything else we need to prepare? Otherwise, shall we commence? The Bear exchanged glances with Wayne and nodded. Very well, who will fight? I will. Rhett's commanding voice resounded. He too captured the attention of the Bear clan, not for his looks, but for his imposing stature. Even seated, Rhett was of considerable height, and after becoming a knight, he had grown even more robust and towering. Rising from his chair, he strode confidently to the combat area, his eyes wide and fixed on the Bear. Come on, I'll go easy on you, don't worry. Rhett's words ignited the Bear's fury. No one had ever dared to underestimate him like this, as if he were of little consequence, and the notion of holding back incensed him. In truth, the Bear misunderstood. Rhett genuinely intended to spare him, as per Edwards' instructions. With eyes ablaze, the Bear advanced step by step toward Rhett. Hold back? You should be more concerned for yourself. I fear I might accidentally kill you. Chapter 108. Victory in battle. The Bear approached Rhett, the two standing a mere 10 meters apart. Their eyes locked in a fierce gaze. They ceased their verbal skirmish, for only through genuine combat could they discern who was superior and who was inferior. Their gazes collided, eyes intertwining. In the next moment, their leg muscles coiled with force, propelling them forward to collide with great speed. With a resounding crash, their shoulders clashed. Rhett was thrust backward a few paces, having suffered in this initial encounter. Without exerting his full strength, he had been repelled by the formidable Bear. Well done. Bravo, Chief. Surrender already. The members of the Bear Club erupted in jubilant cheers, their eyes tauntingly fixed on Edwards and his companions. Only Wayne appeared grave. He was acutely aware of the Bear's prowess. Rhett's mere retreat suggested that he was indeed a knight. Among Edwards and his companions, Rhett was evidently not the leader. The noble youth with violet hair seated in the center, what formidable strength did he possess? Wayne regarded Edwards with caution. Sensing the scrutiny, Edwards raised his gaze to meet Wayne's. His expression impassive, his eyes devoid of warmth, exuding an overwhelming pressure akin to a deity observing mere insects, cold and unfeeling. On the other side, after repelling Rhett, the bear did not swiftly press the attack. Instead, he mocked Rhett. With such feeble strength, are you holding back? You'd best unleash your full might, lest I genuinely fear for your life. I would be quite disheartened to see you perish. Rhett bellowed in fury. Like the bear, he was not one to engage in deep contemplation, and his emotions were easily provoked. Just as the bear had earlier, Rhett was incensed by a mere few words. Die! He shouted, charging at the bear. His presence was formidable, summoning all his strength, exhibiting knightly speed that rendered him nearly invisible to the bear club members. However, the bear, being older and more battle-hardened, was not inclined to receive Rhett's furious blow. He swiftly sidestepped, his imposing stature belied by his remarkable speed. Rhett's attack missed its mark, and in overexerting himself, he found it difficult to halt his momentum. In such a scenario, the evasive bear would not grant Rhett a moment's respite. He closed in from behind, delivering powerful strikes to Rhett's back. With two resounding thuds, the punches landed solidly. Rhett's speed intensified. Having already missed, he was now dealt 2 blows. With a crash, he fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The members of the Bear Club erupted in excitement, astonished by the ease with which this contest unfolded. Rhett and the bear had scarcely exchanged blows. The encounter concluded with the bear's deft maneuvers and 2 decisive punches. Everyone felt unsatisfied, yet victory was theirs. Edwards, however, wore a grave expression, uncertain of Rhett's condition amidst the dust. Only he shook his head, fully aware of Rhett's strength. The might of Rhett's formidable physique could not be so easily vanquished by the bear's mere 2 punches. Rhett could even hold his ground in a direct confrontation. Although he was being suppressed and beaten down with only 30% of his strength, it was still formidable. Edwards shook his head, frustrated by Rhett's lack of intellect. He was incited to fury by mere words. It was one thing to be enraged, but to lose all sense was another. A full-force strike failed to land, and the opponent seized the opportunity, knocking him down. The ferocious bear turned his gaze towards Edwards, proclaiming, "I have defeated your man. I am the victor." All eyes turned to Edwards, who simply shook his head. "Are you attempting to breach the contract?" "He is not lost." Edwards uttered these 3 words without further elaboration. "Ha!" The ferocious bear laughed heartily. "He is not lost. He can barely rise to his feet. I suggest you quickly carry him away. I fear I might inadvertently kill him. We harbor no deep-seated enmity, and I have no desire to take his life." As he spoke, the bear turned to assess Rhett's condition. At that moment, the clouds of dust began to dissipate. Within the remnants of the haze, a massive silhouette became discernible. While an ordinary person could only perceive a shadow, the bear could clearly see that the imposing figure was Rhett. He had emerged from the pit, his form even more gigantic, towering over 3 meters, with his clothes torn asunder. Rhett's eyes burned crimson, his muscles bulging, an aura of power coalescing around him. The pressure on the bear intensified, and he regarded the figure in the haze with utmost caution. With a thunderous roar, a colossal figure burst forth from the dust. Everyone was awestruck. Rhett had truly transformed into a genuine giant, his immense stature rendering the bear seemingly diminutive in comparison. The bear did not falter. He bellowed and charged at Rhett. The two clashed with a force that starkly contrasted their previous encounter. This time, it was the bear who was forced to retreat under Rhett's assault. Rhett showed no signs of yielding, denying the bear any opportunity to regroup. Both combatants moved swiftly. Yet while the bear was in retreat, Rhett pursued relentlessly. Their fists collided with thunderous impacts. Rhett's attacks lacked any sophisticated fighting technique, relying solely on sheer brute strength to overpower the bear. The bear, consumed by rage, sought to retaliate but found no way to break through Rhett's onslaught. He attempted to leverage his own formidable physique to exchange blows with Rhett, hoping to create an opening, but nearly paid the ultimate price for his folly. The 100-meter combat zone was typically sufficient to accommodate a match, yet now it appeared constricting for both parties. Rhett maintained relentless pressure on the bear, who could only keep retreating. His fists were bloodied, and his arms trembled. Continually backing away, he found himself at the very edge of the combat zone. If he crossed the boundary, he would be deemed the loser. The bear's eyes turned crimson, and gritting his teeth, he realized he had no alternative but to muster a full-force strike, hoping to repel Rhett and gain a moment to breathe. Believing that Rhett could not sustain his current state for long, the ferocious bear felt utterly embarrassed. In times past, he had relied solely on his strength to overpower his opponents. Yet now his strategy necessitated avoiding direct confrontation and instead consuming time. With a muffled grunt, he absorbed a punch from Rhett. Then, with all his might, he struck towards Rhett's chest. The impact resonated, bang. His fist collided with Rhett's torso, followed by a sharp crack. The sound of breaking bones. To the bear's astonishment, Rhett's formidable physique remained unbroken. Rather, it was his own fingers that suffered from the immense recoil, fracturing under the force. Though Rhett was not injured by the blow, the pain intensified his fury. The bear leapt out of the fighting area, exclaiming, "I concede, I concede." However, the enraged Rhett paid no heed to the bear's pleas for mercy. He charged forward again, intent on delivering further blows. As if he would not relent until the bear lay defeated. "I concede, I concede," the bear cried out, directing his voice towards Edwards. "Please make him stop. I yield." "Rhett, cease." Edwards' voice, though soft, penetrated Rhett's ears. Just as Rhett was about to surge forward, he recalled the scene of being thoroughly beaten by Edwards, hesitating before finally coming to a standstill. Chapter 109. The submission of the ferocious bear. As Rhett halted his pursuit, he stood motionless for a moment. Then his body began to shrink, transforming from a giant into a robust man. The members of the bear's faction stared in disbelief, having not anticipated their leader's dismal defeat. The shift from gaining a slight advantage to being utterly powerless occurred with startling rapidity. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, their leader had already surrendered. "Did we lose?" "Our leader lost." "Indeed. Yes, our leader seems a bit lacking." "Our leader is rather disappointing. This could sell us out." The bear overheard his subordinates' murmurs. His cheeks flushed as he retorted, "Nonsense. I merely sought to avoid mutual destruction, hence my concession. Of course, our leader is magnanimous." "Yes, our leader possesses great strength and does not wish to injure his opponent." Their mocking agreement only deepened the bear's embarrassment. All right. This could be a blessing in disguise. We may join a greater power. Future opportunities will abound. Wayne quietly mused, such is the case. But what of our own standing? Currently, Rhett had acclimated to the power of frenzy, posing no threat to himself, yet he still required time to stabilize. He remained stationary while Tony and Tunk assisted him to a side area to rest. Edwards and the others approached the ferocious bear. "We have triumphed." The bear, with a clean and decisive demeanor, made no attempt to deflect. "Yes, you have won." He pointed towards the elevated seat, stating, "The one seated there shall be our new leader." Edwards nodded, slowly making his way to the seat of prominence. Each step echoed crisply, resonating in the hearts of the onlookers. For the bear's faction, the future was uncertain, yet as the bear had mentioned, it represented an opportunity. Edwards settled into the chair, his calm gaze sweeping over the gathered crowd, the sunlight cascading upon him like a divine crown, surveying the multitude below. The bear gang took the lead. Kneeling on one knee, "Boss." All members of the bear gang knelt down and shouted in unison, "Boss." Shermiz and Hyman observed this scene, nodding in acknowledgement. They understood that the bear gang had joined the ranks, but whether they could truly become one of their own depended on the gang's efforts. Should there be any treachery, they would inevitably become mere cannon fodder. "Rise." The members of the bear gang stood up, awaiting Edward's next command. "Bear, I shall not interfere with your casino. But remember the principles. Do not harm others unprovoked. However, should anyone violate the rules within the casino, then there will be no mercy." "Understood, boss." The others returned to their tasks, leaving Bear to discuss the casino's situation with Edwards. Bear retained Wayne and Slim Monkey. "Boss, these two are my right and left arms." "Right arm," Wayne quietly corrected. "Ah, yes, my left and right arms. They are my greatest assets in establishing the bear gang. Wayne serves as my advisor, responsible for strategizing." While Slim Monkey, Bear squeezed Slim Monkey's shoulder. "Boss, do not be deceived by his frail appearance. His strength is considerable, and he is in charge of enforcing the bear gang's will." Hyman regarded Slim Monkey with approval. "Not bad." Bear looked at Hyman and then at Shermiz and Vladimir, asking curiously, "Boss, may I inquire about your own strength? And what about theirs?" "Knights. As for the others, you will learn in due time." Upon hearing Edwards personally confirm his status as a knight, Bear felt a profound shock. He had anticipated Edward's strength would be extraordinary, yet to learn he was a knight left him incredulous. Meanwhile, Wayne and Slim Monkey were equally astonished. "Boss, you are impressive." Bear could only manage a thumbs up, speechless. They proceeded to the conference room. Edwards took a seat at the head, with Vladimir, Hyman, Bear, and Shermiz flanking him. Wayne and Slim Monkey stood at the side. "Boss, our bear gang operates 2 casinos in Sand City, both of comparable scale. After deducting various costs, we can earn 2 gold coins daily." Shermiz interjected, "Net income?" "Indeed, net income." Edwards and Shermiz exchanged glances, acknowledging the casino's high profitability. Normally, 10 copper coins could sustain a commoner for a day. 2 gold coins equated to 20,000 copper coins, a substantial return. Moreover, accumulating wealth, even in small amounts, could lead to significant fortune. However, the casino's situation was actually saturated, as Sand City was limited in size, and the number of gamblers was finite, making growth difficult. Furthermore, while the profits appeared considerable, they merely represented a basic standard of living. A noble's extravagant lifestyle could easily surpass 2 gold coins for a single meal. Should the population increase, 2 gold coins would barely suffice to feed 2,000 individuals for a day. Thus, it was imperative to venture into other enterprises, such as textiles and real estate. The Bloodhand is not only an indispensable figure in ruling Sand City, but also a crucial person for increasing wealth. Edwards mentally marked a large X over Bloodhand. Indeed, how many enforcers does the Violent Bear Society possess? Schmidt continued to inquire. The Lean Monkey is a trainee knight, with a core membership of around 50 and an additional 500 peripheral enforcers. The Violent Bear proudly asserted, these individuals possess commendable physical attributes. They merely lack training compared to soldiers. With systematic training, a formidable army can be easily constituted. Edwards nodded in agreement. Though his expression remained impassive, he felt quite satisfied. The members of the Violent Bear Society could serve as the foundation for assembling an army. However, he needed to inquire further to ascertain whether these individuals would serve as his elite or merely as cannon fodder. What is their character like? The Violent Bear scratched his head. Boss, what do you mean by character? Are you asking if they're good people? There is no need to be so stringent. Are they loyal? Do they commit atrocities and engage in plundering? Not at all. The core members are loyal. However, I cannot guarantee the peripheral members, as they are not subjected to such strict scrutiny. Moreover, as you know, this place in Sand City is populated by individuals like us, lacking principles, and it is quite easy for more nefarious characters to infiltrate. Edwards waved his hand. Well, we will gradually eliminate them later. He raised his gaze towards Wayne and the Lean Monkey. You may leave now. The two bowed and exited the conference room. Violent Bear, I need to provide systematic training for your enforcers. I have elite officers on my side. However, I must clarify one point. In doing so, I would essentially be transforming the entire Violent Bear Society into my own. Boss, I concede. I admit defeat in the wager. Besides, your strength surpasses ours. Even if I disagreed, I could not withstand your will. Schmidt also admired the Violent Bear. Violent Bear, you embody the wisdom of seeming foolish, never wavering on significant matters. Indeed, Violent Bear, you are now one of us, Blackman added. Chapter 110. Wayne departs. Edwards disclosed the purpose of his visit to Sand City to the Violent Bear. He intends to utilize the desert as a stronghold for his burgeoning enterprise, with Sand City being the most pivotal location within the desert. To occupy Sand City equates to ruling the desert, Edwards stated solemnly. Therefore, you must understand that my forthcoming actions are perilous, as this is a war against the Wolfmen. Not only you, but I too may face death. Are you prepared? The Violent Bear nodded emphatically. Of course, boss, I am eager to head to the battlefield. Sand City is far too small. It is every individual's duty to slay the Wolfmen. We may not necessarily perish, and upon our triumphant return, the rewards will be unimaginably vast. Flack also chimed in. Indeed, I assure everyone will receive their due rewards, but the dangers involved are exceedingly grave. Everyone must exercise caution. Edwards remained far from optimistic and reiterated his warnings to the group. He nodded at the Violent Bear, rising to leave. Then we shall take our leave. Boss, what about Bloodhand? The Bloodhand and Raston's connection should be clear to you. The ferocious bear gritted his teeth and said, of course, if it weren't for that scoundrel Raston, Bloodhand could never have suppressed me. Well, I intend to refrain from dealing with Bloodhand for now, exerting pressure on him to contact Raston and drag him into the mire. And then we shall handle them together. Edwards gestured in the air with his hands, saying, together, we shall eliminate them. Boss, you truly possess the heart of a great leader. The ferocious bear felt something amiss upon uttering those words and shook his head repeatedly. No, boss. I meant you were cunning. No, I meant wise. Wise. After Edwards and the others departed, they did not disguise their identities, returning openly to the makeshift camp. Wayne and the Lean Monkey also returned to the conference room after Edwards left. Wayne entered the conference room without hesitation and directly inquired, Boss, what did the Lord say to you? The Lord's intention is to concentrate our enforcers of the Ferocious Bear Guild for rigorous training as the foundation for his endeavors, to expand into the territory of the Wolfmen. Indeed, Edward's purpose in coming to Sand City is to venture forth to explore the lands of the Wolfmen. After pondering for a moment, Wayne's expression turned grim. Boss, this puts us in a precarious position. Expansion is no simple task, even with your strength. The ferocious bear nodded. I am aware, but should we succeed, the rewards would be immense. We would also change our identities, no longer confined to this desolate place. Both the ferocious bear and bloodhand are knights, while the average noble possesses the strength of a knight, with many lesser nobles not even reaching that status. The reason the ferocious bear and bloodhand have become rulers in the desert is partly due to their preference for being a leader of the lowly rather than a follower of the esteemed, but more so due to their lack of options, their helplessness. They have been branded by the desert, and the external nobles and powerful figures reject them. They are unable to expand outward, constrained to guarding Sand City and the desert. The Rastan family is similarly afflicted. Their domain, Lanshan, is situated on the southern side of the desert, essentially still within its realm. Once, this family basked in glorious history, reigning as kings without crowns before the desert became barren. Regrettably, the Rastan family committed grave sins. Their negligence allowed the savage tribes to invade the desert, transforming this fertile land into its current desolate state. This transgression led to the Rastan family's exile, though they retain the title of Viscount. They have no communication with the outside nobility, or rather, all nobles harbor disdain for the Rastan family. Their former fiefdom has now become a zone of infamy. The entire desert is, in essence, isolated from the world. Thus, the ferocious bear perceives this as his opportunity, and indeed, the desert's chance. By aligning with Edwards to establish a foundation, the desert could attach itself to Edwards' power and the strength behind him, bridging the gap with the outside world, and alleviating the desert from its current state of backwardness and chaos. Wayne's heart did not concur with the ferocious bear's aspirations. He believed that safeguarding Sand City was sufficient. However, he recognized the ferocious bear's resolve and thus refrained from expressing his thoughts. Boss, have you ever considered that if we entrust our people to their training, are they still truly ours? In doing so, we render ourselves obsolete. The bear remained silent for a moment, sensing that Wayne held a differing perspective. Yet he was unwilling to yield. Skinny Monkey, what are your thoughts on this matter? Skinny Monkey shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattle drum. Boss, I am utterly clueless. I shall do whatever you command. Wayne looked at Skinny Monkey with disappointment, then attempted to persuade the bear. Boss, it's enough. I concede. I accept my defeat. Everything the bear possesses is under the authority of Boss Edwards. I shall comply with your directives. Wayne, cease your protests. Boss. Wayne's face flushed with indignation. Stop, Wayne. Under Boss Edwards' leadership, while the perils may multiply, the rewards are far greater. If you truly refuse to integrate into the new bear organization, then you may leave, the bear declared, his eyes reddening. Wayne gazed at the bear in disbelief. Boss, are you truly casting me aside? The bear shook his head. I do not wish to expel you. Your contributions to the bear have been invaluable. We are not mere subordinates. We are brothers. However, I must honor my commitments. I hope you choose to stay. I understand your desire not to be beneath others. But this is our opportunity, and in time, you will attain a higher status. Tears welled in the bear's eyes, filled with hope that Wayne would remain. It was their unity that had seen them through countless tribulations during the tumultuous times before Wayne became a knight. Wayne, his expression cold, responded, Bear, I am looking out for your best interests. With their interference, the bear will become theirs. I will leave and reclaim the bear. The bear, you will regret this. Stay. Wayne, let us face this together. Skinny Monkey, taken aback by the turn of events, could only urge Wayne to reconsider. Skinny Monkey, come with me. Skinny Monkey shook his head resolutely. I will stand with the boss. Wayne had much to say, but held his tongue. Fine. I shall depart alone. Boss, you will regret this. With that, Wayne turned to leave. Skinny Monkey grasped Wayne's hand, desperate to retain him. Wayne. Wayne struggled to free himself from Skinny Monkey's grasp, but could not break free. Let go. You cannot keep me. Release me, Skinny Monkey. Allow him to go. The bear insisted, turning away from Wayne, ultimately adding, Wayne, after you leave, do not contact Bloodhand or the others. The power of Boss Edwards is beyond your imagination. Do not court disaster. Wayne had already slammed the door behind him. A dead end. Chapter 111. Visitors from the Laston family in the dim candlelight and opulent decor. A large chair draped in thick blankets bore Bloodhand, who lounged lazily, a woman nestled in his arms, his fingers playfully gripping her chin as he jested with her. Tell me, did Blackman emerge from the bear with his entourage? Indeed, boss, replied Cass, standing nearby with his head bowed, unable to meet Bloodhand's gaze. The hand of blood continued its relentless motion, gliding along the woman's jawline and descending to her neck. It is said that he has received reinforcements. having incapacitated half the street upon entering the city. Cass nodded repeatedly, affirming, "Indeed, boss, we must take precautions early. Blackman appears to be conspiring with the violent bear, posing a threat to you, boss." A sinister grip tightened around the woman's neck, making it difficult for her to breathe. Her face flushed as she flailed her limbs in desperation. The hand of blood did not relent, yet it refrained from applying further pressure. Its malevolent gaze fixated on the woman with keen interest. Cass, hearing the commotion, raised his head briefly, only to quickly bow it lower, stifling his breath in trepidation. "You dare threaten me?" The hand of blood released its grip, allowing the woman to cough violently, her eyes filled with profound fear, yet she did not dare to resist. "No one dares to oppose me. Wouldn't you agree, my dear?" The hand of blood locked eyes with her, and she quickly regained her composure, responding with a smile. "Indeed, Boss Bloodhand is unmatched in strength. Who could possibly pose a threat to you?" With a swift motion, the hand of blood shoved the woman down. "Get out." She endured the pain, scrambling to her feet and fleeing, her heart brimming with hatred for the hand of blood, silently cursing, "What a wretched creature. In all my encounters with men, I have never met one so devoid of compassion, truly a madman, a capricious lunatic." Cass, fearing a similar fate, dropped to his knees. The hand of blood stroked his chin, contemplating quietly, muttering to himself, "Preparation is essential. However, anyone wishing to oppose me must pay a price." "Cass, rise," he commanded. "Go to the Rastons and inform Lord Raston that an uninvited guest has arrived in Sand City, intent on overthrowing his rule and harboring designs against the Raston family." The hand of blood wore a dark expression, deliberately magnifying the perceived threat posed by Edwards to secure greater support from the Raston family. "Understood, boss. I will convey your message accurately." The hand of blood reiterated his instructions. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside. "Damn it, they have no sense of decorum." The hand of blood expressed his frustration, interrupting the meeting. "Come in." A member of the Bloodhand gang entered hastily, head bowed. "What is it?" "Boss, someone from the Raston family has arrived." "From the Raston family?" The hand of blood repeated softly, a spark of interest illuminating his expression. "Show them in." "Cass, you need not go. You may leave." A few minutes later, a stern-looking individual clad in formal butler attire entered, wearing a serious demeanor and devoid of humor. Upon seeing the hand of blood, he promptly bowed. The hand of blood, not daring to be dismissive, approached to greet the butler. "What brings you here in person?" The newcomer was none other than the butler of Lord Raston, a trusted confidant responsible for matters pertaining to Sand City, as the lord remained engrossed in his indulgences. Bloodhand surmised the steward's intention. The count's birthday was approaching, and this visit was undoubtedly to solicit benefits from him. He had long prepared gifts for the count, including a number of gold coins and fine linen, though these were of little consequence. The most valuable offerings were the women he had procured for the count, youthful maidens and graceful ladies, numbering over a dozen, all of exquisite quality, surpassing even what Bloodhand had ever enjoyed. The lands of the Raston family, known as Lanshan, bore an aura of seclusion. Most inhabitants were closely tied to the Raston lineage, making them beyond the count's easy reach. This did not indicate a lack of control by the count over his family. Rather, it was evident that once these women were handed over to him, their fates were sealed, an inevitable doom awaited them. Thus, the residents of Lanshan would hardly consider marrying their daughters to the count. Fortunately, the count was not foolish. If he were to forcibly seize the women from his own territory, he would soon find himself overthrown by the populace, with Bloodhand providing him with women from beyond. There was no need to jeopardize his rule. The steward, bowing with refined politeness, took his seat at Bloodhand's side and inquired softly, "Are the gifts prepared?" Bloodhand, simmering with resentment yet suppressing his emotions, responded with a smile, "Indeed, this batch is quite commendable." "Excellent. My lord the count has spoken highly of you, praising you as his right hand. Sand City is fortunate to have you," the steward remarked. Bloodhand smiled in return, expressing gratitude for the count's recognition. While inwardly scoffing at the notion of being a right hand, merely a thief of women, he thought. The steward nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on Bloodhand, imbued with a sense of admiration. To him, Bloodhand's service to the Raston family was an honor, given that they had once been kings of the desert, the lords of the northern territories, the bulwark against barbarian tribes. Cursed be it, he mused, for the once great Raston family was destined for extinction. Bloodhand harbored deep resentment towards the Raston lineage, which had never bestowed upon him wealth or troops, but rather incessantly demanded benefits from him. Nonetheless, leveraging the Raston family's reputation, Bloodhand managed to exert influence in Sand City, even suppressing the violent Bear Club. This indicated both his cunning and the enduring impact of the Rastone family on the desert. A dominion etched into the very bones of its indigenous people. Very well, prepare a room for me. I require some rest. Bloodhand understood the steward's meaning behind the phrase rest. The old man sought relaxation in his company. Though he was a trusted confidant of the Count, his status was limited within the Rastone family, leaving him little opportunity to indulge in pleasures. Here, however, he could revel freely, indulging in his whims. The steward, much like the Count, would play with the women until their very lives were extinguished. Bloodhand often pondered whether this was a perverse release of their repressed desires, a consequence of their ancestors' fading glory and their own banishment. How many would you like this time? We can follow the same arrangement as last time. Are there any twins available? Bloodhand shook his head. During the last visit, the steward had taken a liking to a pair of twins. The twins were greatly favored by the Bloodhand, yet there was little to be done but entrust them to the steward. To his dismay, after merely one night of service, they were both met with a tragic end, an utter squandering of potential. The steward, feeling somewhat disappointed, mused that perhaps it was time to seek out two more enjoyable companions. Bloodhand acquiesced, instructing Cars to escort the steward to a pre-prepared chamber. He settled into his rightful place, contemplating how to ensnare the Laston family in his web. He stroked his chin in deep thought. A fallen family places immense value on its reputation. Any hint of disrespect is met with hostility, and when combined with enticing incentives, they may very well be inclined to act. Maintaining an air of superiority, he wondered if those from Blackman would truly grant them any regard. Let the animosity brew. Bloodhand's sinister laughter reverberated through the conference room, sending shivers down spines. Chapter 112. A test of waters within the steward's chamber. The night was fraught with ceaseless clamor. Indecent utterances and blush-inducing moans filled the air, only gradually subsiding as the night deepened. Although the sounds of lament had ceased, it did not imply that the steward had halted his endeavors. The knight's robust physique and extraordinary stamina not only surpassed others in combat, but also in other pursuits. Particularly for a steward of such a stringent, ancient noble house, one could say he was exceedingly ravenous and unfulfilled. As the sun ascended to its zenith, casting a golden hue over the sandy city, Bloodhand grew impatient within the conference room. Still not out? No, chief. It has been an unbroken night. Bloodhand inwardly cursed. Such an unrestrained old fool. Does he not fear perishing in the embrace of a woman? He nodded, deciding to investigate himself. Rap, rap, rap. Bloodhand controlled his strength as he knocked on the steward's door. What do you want? Came the steward's impatient voice from within. I have matters to report. Very well. I shall be out shortly. The sounds of rustling clothing emerged from within, but no other noise followed. Bloodhand knew the two women who had served the steward the previous night were likely in dire straits. The steward soon emerged, impeccably dressed, his demeanor restored to its austere and authoritative state. As he opened the door, Bloodhand discreetly cast a glance into the room, noting nothing amiss, save for the large bed shrouded by curtains, concealing unusual traces. Please tidy up the room, the steward instructed as they walked towards the conference room. Bloodhand nodded, gesturing for Cars to attend to the cleanup. Upon entering the steward's chamber, Cars pulled back the curtains and was immediately struck dumb by the sight before him. The contents of his stomach surged upward. The scene was profoundly unsettling. Two lifeless female forms lay upon the bed. Cars, accustomed to corpses himself, had committed his share of killings. Yet these two bodies were particularly gruesome. The women had endured inhumane torment. Their faces were bruised, and their chests were a gruesome mass of flesh and blood, obliterating any semblance of their former femininity. The lower body was also torn apart, a scene of utter devastation, stained with blood. Cass even felt a pang of sympathy for the two women. The members of the Bloodhand gang were no strangers to such brutality. Yet they had never before witnessed someone being tormented to this extent. It was nothing short of inhuman, akin to the savagery of beasts, comparable even to werewolves. Cass gestured to those behind him. Come, clean this up. Those who followed were well versed in handling corpses. Yet they struggled to suppress their revulsion as they set about their grim task. Speak, what is the matter? The steward, seated in the main position, regarded the Bloodhand with a cold demeanor. The Bloodhand smiled. You see, recently, outside forces have infiltrated Sand City, engaging in the trade of illicit goods. They are formidable, and it appears they have established connections with the Savage Bears. Oh, so the illustrious Bloodhand cannot resolve this matter? The steward looked at the Bloodhand with a sardonic smile. If you lack the strength for it, well, there are many eager to represent our family. I dispatched my men to thwart them, yet they are unyielding. Even one of my subordinates had his ear severed. They are aware of my position as the Viscount's representative. And yet they still disregard me. They know you are the Viscount's representative? Indeed, I take great pride in my role and have long made it known throughout Sand City. Who does not recognize that the Bloodhand gang serves Viscount Raston's interests? The steward nodded, his expression more grave than the Bloodhand anticipated. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, let us pay them a visit, extending the courtesies of hospitality. The Bloodhand was perplexed, but they are clearly opposing us. I am aware. Yet I fear they possess formidable backing. If they are a faction of the great nobles from the royal capital, it could pose significant challenges. Only then did the Bloodhand comprehend that the steward was apprehensive about the potential influence of these individuals from the capital. The Raston family had fallen from grace, while the grandees of the royal capital continued to rise, and the steward clearly feared provoking a formidable opponent. The Bloodhand now hoped that these newcomers were not prominent figures. Otherwise, judging by the steward's cautious demeanor, the Raston family's reputation might be deemed insignificant, and they could very well sacrifice the Bloodhand to preserve their ties with the influential. They might even exhaust their resources in the desert to curry favor with the nobility of the capital. Regret filled the Bloodhand. Having grown accustomed to wielding power in Sand City, he had forgotten that true strength and prosperity lay beyond its borders. He hoped not to jeopardize himself over such trivial matters and considered the possibility of aligning with a great noble to ensure his survival. The steward gazed intently at the Bloodhand. You shall send word to them, informing them that we will visit tomorrow, extending our hospitality and welcoming them. The Bloodhand nodded. Instruct your men to exercise caution, avoid arrogance, and adopt a humble demeanor. The steward, reflecting on his own timidity, added, we shall assess their identities before making any further calculations. If they are indeed great nobles, we must strive to cultivate a favorable relationship, with the hope of escaping the desert's grasp. If it were not for the butler's sinister smile, one might consider their prowess commendable enough to warrant a modicum of leniency. However, if they were merely posturing, they would come to regret their existence in this realm. Bloodhand chuckled ominously. Understood. Your wisdom is indeed remarkable. Now, let's make arrangements. Cass, you are to visit Hyman and inform him of our intention to pay him a visit. Having finished with the bodies, Cass entered, bowing his head upon seeing the butler, terrified by his presence. The butler, though appearing austere and benevolent, exhibited a grotesque and cruel nature. At the mention of Bloodhand's words, Cass's spirits lifted. After all, Hyman had severed his ear. Boss, shall we eliminate them? They deserve it for their insolence. Before Cass could finish his sentence, Bloodhand struck him down with a swift blow. Fool, it is a visit, a visit. You shall speak with them and welcome their presence in Sand City. Bloodhand's voice rose in intensity. Do you comprehend? Bloodhand, your subordinate is rather obstinate, the butler remarked coolly, surveying Cass with a predatory gaze, as if contemplating how to dispose of him. A chill coursed through Cass's body as he scrambled to his feet, banging his head on the ground in supplication. My lord boss, I understand. His voice trembled. I promise to convey the message clearly and fulfill the task. Get out. Bloodhand waved his hand dismissively. Do not flaunt your airs, or you may find yourself dead, with no one to avenge you. Yes, boss. Cass crawled away in haste, fearing that the butler might take his life at any moment. Initially, he had thought Bloodhand to be the most fearsome of leaders, but the butler's arrival revealed a far more sinister presence. Chapter 113. Rage and humiliation with a resounding crash. The cup shattered against the wall, splintering into fragments. Damn it, how dare they cast me out? As dusk settled, the room remained shrouded in darkness, the windows tightly sealed, allowing no light to penetrate. An oil lamp flickered, casting a feeble glow that illuminated only a small area. Wayne sat at the edge of the light, the majority of his form engulfed by shadow. The stark contrast of light and dark accentuated the fury etched across his face, rendering him a fearsome sight. Cursed be this fate, he spat, seething with rage over the bear's dismissal. His dedication to the Bear Society was no less than theirs, yet he found himself unceremoniously expelled. I shall reclaim the Bear Society, mark my words, he declared vehemently. In a fit of rage, he hurled the implements before him against the ground and walls. The clattering of the tools echoed mournfully, serving as an outlet for his pent-up anger. At some unknown moment, silence enveloped the room, leaving Wayne entirely shrouded in darkness. In the Lin Zhao shop, no alterations had been made in anticipation of visitors. It remained as pristine and tidy as ever. However, Tony and Tonk had relocated superfluous items to the courtyard, arranging 2 rows of chairs to prepare for the newly vacant space. The guests have yet to arrive, yet Edwards and his companions are already seated, awaiting their presence. Years of rigorous training have instilled within them a commendable routine, and with their formidable prowess. Even several days without slumber would not diminish their vigor. The hall is bustling with people, as the entire team has gathered here. In truth, such a gathering is unnecessary. Only a few, like Edwards and Hyman, are truly required. However, upon learning about the visit from the butler of the Ralston family, Lucy and FIA resolve to attend as well. Their motivations are devoid of ulterior motives, driven solely by a curiosity toward this once mighty family, now reduced to obscurity after years of being ensnared in this desolate land. As for Flack and Mia, they are merely there to partake in the excitement. Seated at the head of the table, Edwards rests with his eyes closed. The others engage in casual conversation, their exchanges ebbing and flowing. The name of the Ralston family is both familiar and foreign, a mere shadow of a legacy found only in ancient tomes. FIA, upon overhearing discussions about the Ralston family, responds instinctively. It is only after her words depart her lips that she realizes she has echoed Lucy's sentiments. The two share a glance, a tacit understanding enveloping them, their previous playful banter now replaced with a contemplative silence. Here they come, Edwards proclaims, his voice crisp and clear, penetrating the murmurs of the room. A knock is heard, and Tonk enters, announcing, "My lord, they have arrived." Edwards nods in acknowledgement. The others, however, are taken aback, astonished by Edwards' keen perception. He sensed the arrival of their guests from such a distance. Edwards possesses heightened senses, a gift from his powerful lineage. His bloodline endows him with extraordinary acuity. Furthermore, the lingering scent of blood and the aura of slaughter that clings to him serve as unmistakable markers, guiding his awareness even amidst the sands of the city. The sound of footsteps, firm and resolute, echoes from beyond the door. The newcomer possesses considerable strength, as evidenced by their steady gait. The butler enters first, followed closely by the bloodhand. Upon entering, the butler surveys the assembly, his gaze immediately drawn to Edwards at the head of the table. The noble aura he exudes, coupled with his sculpted features and striking purple hair, marks him as a true scion of nobility. His attention shifts to FIA and Lucy. FIA embodies elegance and grace, while Lucy exudes a mature, languorous allure. Both are rare beauties, radiating an air befitting the elite. Yet, in the presence of Edwards, their brilliance seems somewhat diminished. Flack, Rhett, and Schmidt, too, are remarkable in their own right. The butler's initial speculations are confirmed. These individuals are indeed significant figures from the outside world. By mere virtue of their demeanor, none within the Ralston family could possibly rival them. The bloodied hand followed closely behind, equally entranced. The individuals within the chamber were not only striking in appearance, but several exuded an aura of peril, clearly posing a threat to him, indicating that they were all knights. It is worth noting that previously, in Sand City, only he and the Savage Bear held the title of knight. Now, within a mere room, the number of knights present was 2 or 3 times that of what Sand City had once known. Anxiety gnawed at bloodied hand. Should they turn against him, he would be as defenseless as a fish on a chopping block, devoid of any means to resist. His greater concern was the steward. The steward lacked his prowess and was unaware of the multitude of knights in the room. If he continued to provoke them as he had with bloodied hand, what would become of him? As these thoughts swirled, beads of perspiration began to surface on bloodied hand's brow. The steward had perceived Edwards as a significant figure, a scion of the aristocracy. He bowed and said, "My lord, I am the steward of the Ralston family." Edwards nodded in acknowledgement. "Please, be seated." The chairs to the left were reserved for guests. The steward, initially intent on gauging the situation rather than engaging in conflict, found himself seated alongside bloodied hand, leaving the row of chairs rather sparse. "My lord, earlier there was a misunderstanding between bloodied hand and yourself. It was entirely our fault. May I inquire which house you represent? Is there any service we may provide for you?" The steward adopted a lowly demeanor, smiling as he sought to atone while still attempting to ascertain Edward's identity. Schmidt had initially suspected the steward's demeanor masked some ulterior motive, but now comprehended that the steward believed them to be prominent figures from the royal capital. Hence his approach for reconciliation. A silent chuckle arose within him at the thought of the steward's reaction upon discovering their true identities. Edwards waved his hand dismissively, replying calmly, "I am not of noble birth. I merely fortuitously obtained the credentials of a pioneering knight, seeking passage through the desert to the territory of the Wolfmen. My lord, do not jest. Your demeanor surely bespeaks that of a high noble, does it not?" Edwards shook his head. The others, however, expressed agreement with the steward's observation, acknowledging that Edward's bearing was indeed not that of an ordinary person, as even royalty lacked such poise. The steward's expression shifted to one of discomfort upon receiving no affirmation from Edwards. You truly are not a noble, merely a pioneering knight? Indeed. The steward's countenance abruptly stiffened. Alternating between shades of pale and flushed, his expression growing complex, his tone turning hostile. Your demeanor is indeed commendable. But why did you not disclose earlier that you are not of noble birth? His voice rose. Are you mocking me? Chapter 114. The betrayal of Vane. Before Edwards could respond, Schmidt interjected. What? Is it that one cannot converse with you simply because they are not of noble lineage? Are you a noble yourself? I am the steward of the Ralston family. A family of fallen stature. Nothing more, Lucy derided. Clinging to the remnants of a once honorable but now cursed lineage. FIA added with a cutting remark. You lot. The steward seethed with rage internally, envisioning tearing the individuals before him to shreds. How dare they mock the Ralston family? It was the Ralston family. It must be said that although the old-fashioned steward is rather eccentric and unhinged, he remains unwaveringly loyal. He rose to his feet, and beside him, Bloodhand hastily followed suit. Grasping the steward's arm and addressing Edwards and his companions with a forced smile, I apologize on behalf of Bloodhand's faction for our previous transgressions. The steward looked at Bloodhand with confusion. Bloodhand gently shook his head and turned to Edwards. Since today's discussion has not been particularly pleasant, perhaps it would be best for us to take our leave and reconvene at a later time. I believe both parties can coexist amicably. Having said this, Bloodhand departed with the steward. Edwards made no attempt to stop them, as he had achieved his objective. The steward of the Rastons had already developed a sense of animosity towards him. How outrageous for such a fallen family to possess such arrogance. Their suffering is no injustice. FIA let out a soft hum. Observing his antiquated attire, reminiscent of a bygone era, and his demeanor still imbued with a sense of former pride. It seemed he had changed little. He clung to the glories of the past, yet failed to recognize that they had erred, faced consequences, and still bore that bygone arrogance. It is no wonder they find themselves in such dire straits, still stranded in the desert. Lucy spoke with a hint of irritation, upon reflection. The current state of the Rastons was indeed a product of the nobles in the royal city exerting their influence. The Rastons wished for change and sought to break free. Yet the nobles of the royal city were unwilling to share the spoils. Edwards, however, remained indifferent, for he was not a noble himself. The stewardess' words would not tarnish his pride. If he were genuinely affected, he would have long since struck back with his sword. A mere steward posed no real threat to Edwards. To this, Edwards simply replied, "It is of no consequence." Now we await the Rastons' response. Everyone, remain vigilant. We must avoid any dangers. Indeed, Schmidt said, a smile gracing his lips, subtle yet tinged with an undercurrent of danger. We shall leverage their actions to exacerbate the conflict and resolve the matter at hand. Nevertheless, the Rastons possessed considerable strength. Schmidt expressed his concern. Glancing at Edwards, the Viscount of Raston is likely a high-ranking knight, my lord. Are you confident in your ability to contend with him? Edwards nodded calmly. As the steward and Bloodhand exited, stepping out of the street lined with thatched-roof shops, the steward halted, regarding Bloodhand with a frosty gaze. His voice laden with inquiry. Why did you stop me? Shouldn't the two of us be able to cut through them? You are unaware that at least 4 or 5 among them are knights. It would be difficult for just the two of us to pose a threat, especially since we are on their turf. Should a conflict arise, we may very well find ourselves in dire straits, Bloodhand explained, harboring considerable dissatisfaction towards the steward. I saved your life, yet you question me thus. It would have been better to let you perish inside. The steward regained his composure, albeit still puzzled. Are there truly that many knights? Bloodhand, his expression grave, nodded seriously, affirming the truth of his words. In that case, we must proceed with caution. Though these individuals may not hold high status, they are quite perilous. The steward initially spoke with gravity, but then shifted his tone. Those 2 women, however, are anything but ordinary. They are exceptional. The eyes of Bloodhand widened in disbelief, taken aback by the butler's swift transformation, but soon enough, a lewd glint emerged within his gaze. Within the confines of the room, he dared not express his libertine inclinations freely. However, he was convinced, indeed. She was an absolute gem. If only he could indulge in her charms. Alas, he thought. It was time to return and contemplate how best to navigate this predicament. They were akin to nails, embedded in their hearts, until they were removed. Peace of mind would remain elusive. The butler shook his head, expressing his exasperation. He had initially believed they were dealing with a grand noble, someone from whom they could gain favor. Little did he know, it was merely a lowly frontier knight, endeavoring to encroach upon their territory. How wretched. Upon their return to the Bloodhand gang, Cass awaited them outside, and upon seeing Bloodhand and the butler, he hurried forward. Sir, boss, not long after your departure, an old acquaintance arrived. I have asked him to wait in the meeting room. Old acquaintance? Bloodhand inquired. Boss, it's Wayne. At the mention of this name, Bloodhand momentarily failed to register the significance, before exclaiming in surprise, Wayne? Isn't he from the Grizzly Bear Society? What brings him here? Does he seek his demise? I'm not certain, boss. However, judging by his appearance, he seems to be in quite a distressing state. Bloodhand nodded, explaining Wayne's background to the butler. Upon learning that Wayne was merely associated with the Grizzly Bear Society, the butler waved his hand dismissively, reluctant to involve himself in such trivial matters. I shall return to my quarters. Remember to send someone. With a brief directive, the butler departed. Bloodhand felt a pang of regret. Yet again, a woman was destined to suffer. His people were not common, and those who captured the butler's attention were certainly not faded flowers. In the meeting room, Wayne had already been waiting for nearly 2 hours, his condition far from optimal. He muttered to himself, I am not a traitor. I act for the Grizzly Bear Society. For its sake, I am here to prevent them from leading the society astray. When Bloodhand entered the meeting room, Wayne was so lost in his soliloquy that he failed to notice him at first. Wayne, Bloodhand called out with authority. Upon hearing the voice, Wayne swiftly turned around and, without a moment's hesitation, knelt before Bloodhand. The abruptness startled Bloodhand. He had not anticipated such a display of submission. He had assumed Wayne was there to negotiate on behalf of the Grizzly Bear Society, yet this was rather intriguing. Bloodhand approached his grand chair and seated himself, feigning concern. Wayne, what is the meaning of this? Have you been wronged by the Grizzly Bear Society? Wayne, still kneeling, gazed up at Bloodhand. My lord, I require your assistance to reclaim the Grizzly Bear Society. Ah, the Grizzly Bear Society belongs to you? Is it not the domain of the bear? Yet now, it is no longer under the bear's dominion. The likes of Hyman have seized control. Wayne's voice was laced with fury, his eyes ablaze with hatred. He seemed to have forgotten that it was he who had initially agreed to a duel with Hyman to determine the leader. What? Bloodhand sat upright, incredulous. The Grizzly Bear Society has fallen into the hands of outsiders? What of the bear? Is he deceased? Wayne rose, shaking his head in anger. The bear has allied with them and has cast me out. Ha ha ha. Bloodhand could not contain his amusement. Then why not join them? Their strength is formidable. I am reluctant to place the Bear Club in jeopardy. As he spoke, Wayne recounted the circumstances of the Bear Club's involvement and the purpose of Edwards and his companions coming to the wasteland. What Wayne stated was indeed the truth. Yet they all underestimated Edwards' ambition. While expanding his territory was Edwards' primary concern, a stable rearguard was equally essential. Thus, the Sand City, and even the Lanshan territory of the Laston family, were potential targets for Edwards. Bloodhand nodded. Indeed, you are commendable. I shall assist you. You may leave now. This matter requires a gradual approach, for you are well aware of their strength. Chapter 115. The Butler's Conspiracy. The butler could not linger in Sand City for long. His primary purpose for visiting was to prepare for the birthday celebration of the Viscount Laston, inform Bloodhand of the banquet, and return with the gifts Bloodhand had prepared. Consequently, he placed great importance on his time. At that moment, he was engaged in his own affairs. In the room, upon the soft bed, he was with the woman Bloodhand had arranged, a delicate beauty surpassing all. Returning to the Laston family would not afford him such pleasures, thus he cherished the experience. As the butler and the woman entered a state of bliss, a series of knocks resounded from outside. Who is it? The butler raised his head, halting his actions, his voice tinged with palpable impatience. It's me. I have matters to discuss, Bloodhand replied from outside. Recognizing Bloodhand's voice and the urgency in his tone, the butler understood the necessity to cease his actions, aware that Bloodhand would be displeased by the interruption. He rose, yet the woman clung to him. Without a moment's hesitation, the butler delivered a sharp slap to her, cursing as he stood up. Even before entering the conference room, the butler's voice rang out from the doorway, laced with evident irritation. Speak, what is it? Bloodhand responded, his expression grave and serious. Wayne, that person from earlier. He has betrayed the Bear Club and provided me with intelligence. The butler inquired. He claims the Bear Club has colluded with those from the royal capital. The Bear Club has become their puppet? This was indeed unsettling news. The butler's irritation and anger faded, replaced by concern. Yes, the strength of those from the royal capital is formidable, and now with the Bear Club's assistance, they will become our greatest adversary in ruling Sand City. Bloodhand's countenance darkened. We may even be overthrown by them. The butler chose not to respond further. Bloodhand spoke the truth. With the support of the Bear Club, Edwards and his allies would have reinforcements in manpower, resources, and financial backing. The Bear Club, once a ruler of Sand City, though now relegated to merely a casino by Bloodhand's gang, still wielded significant influence. Should they eliminate Bloodhand's gang, the foundation of the Bear Club could be seamlessly restored, without any sense of dissonance. Their strength exceeds our capacity to contend with. It is imperative that you inform the esteemed Lord Viscount, so he may prepare accordingly. The steward sighed. Alas, I had initially intended to address this matter after the banquet, yet it appears that time is of the essence. The banquet. Yes, the banquet. A spark ignited in Bloodhand's eyes. Is there a possibility for the Viscount to resolve this issue during the gathering? The steward widened his eyes, contemplating the feasibility, before shaking his head in resignation. No, this is the Viscount Raston's birthday celebration. It would be unwise to instigate conflict. Let us convey the truth to the Viscount and allow him to devise a plan. After a long period of contemplation, the steward finally nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall depart immediately to report the circumstances to the Viscount. With only 2 days remaining until the banquet, we must act swiftly. Prepare a swift steed for me. You shall handle the transportation of the other gifts. The steward smiled at Bloodhand, saying, I will inform the Viscount that you will also be attending the celebration at Longchamp territory, hoping you can personally extend your congratulations. Bloodhand feigned humility, eagerly pledging his loyalty. I am grateful for your guidance. In the Sand City, I shall forever remain a subordinate to you and the Viscount Raston. The steward silently added in his heart. A dog, our dog, yet maintained a facade of warmth, patting Bloodhand's shoulder before exiting. Bloodhand retained his obsequious demeanor for a moment, but soon, that facade vanished, leaving him with a calm expression. Old dog. Do you truly believe I am unaware that a portion of the tribute from Sand City has found its way into your possession? You shall eventually return it. In the backyard of the line grass shop, all the personal guards and upper-tier warriors, including Edwards, gathered. With the arrival of Edwards and his companions, Bloodhand refrained from making any rash moves. The line grass business faced no disturbances or attacks, and with the covert protection of the brutal Bear Society members, the Black Snake Guards could finally relax. Edwards and his companions were well aware that the steward and Bloodhand would undoubtedly take action. The current tranquility was merely the calm before the storm. However, they felt no trepidation, possessing absolute power that rendered any scheming futile. Seizing the opportunity, Edwards resolved to engage everyone in a collective training session to assess their prowess and hone their skills, as well as to motivate one another. Edwards, Rhett, Lucy, FIA, Hyman, Flack, and the Brutal Bear, 7 knights in total. This was indeed a rare opportunity to convene such a number for training. Lesser factions lacked the requisite number of knights, and among the great nobles, knights held specific duties that made gathering them difficult. Aside from Edwards and his companions, perhaps only the former prince's border army and the elite Imperial Guard could muster such a force, but even then, knights would seldom engage in collective combat. After all, knights typically held ranks such as legion commanders, making casual dueling impractical. Knight against knight, they would spar and validate their abilities. Edwards declared. The surrounding Black Snake Guards erupted in excitement. Witnessing such a display of knightly combat was truly beyond imagination. Edwards did not leave the arena. He remained as the final safeguard for both combatants, ensuring their protection from harm, while the knights possessed perfect control over their inner strength, enabling them to unleash their most potent attacks. Once that force was released, it became increasingly difficult to rein it in. After all, in the heat of battle, retracting one's power was nearly impossible. This necessitated the presence of a formidable external force to intervene, a force that must possess strength far surpassing that of the combatants, as well as sharp combat intuition to provide timely protection in the most critical moments. As it was merely a sparring session, they refrained from using their actual weapons, opting instead for wooden swords. Rhett and the Violent Bear required no such implements. Their fists served as their weapons. Let us begin, Edwards remarked calmly from the sidelines. Lucy stepped into the center first, her red hair tied back, clad in form-fitting attire, and gripping the wooden sword with a reverse grip. I'll go first. Who will be my opponent? Though she posed a question, her gaze was fixed firmly on FIA. FIA showed no signs of retreat, a smile glimmering in her eyes. I shall accompany you, Sister Lucy. Do be careful. With her golden hair elegantly arranged, her pure and ethereal beauty reminiscent of a pristine lotus flower, FIA gracefully moved to stand opposite Lucy. The surrounding guards erupted in cheers. Who do you think will win? One queried. Need it be said? It's obviously the lady. A black serpent guard shook his head. I have faith in Lady FIA, he countered. You traitor. Is it merely because you find Lady FIA more attractive that you say so? How dare you question me? Do you think Lady Lucy is less appealing than Lady FIA? This guard swiftly turned the tables, defending his stance. The challenged guard hastily justified himself. Of course not. We speak only of strength here. All right. Speculating is pointless. Let us watch the ladies fight. Chapter 116. The Duel of Two Ladies. Lucy gazed across at Fia, a soft smile gracing her lips. Do not worry, sister. I would never harm you. She surveyed Fia's exquisite visage. However, dear sister, do take care. In battle, you must protect that lovely face of yours. Should it be injured, I would be heartbroken. Fia offered no reply, merely huffing in response. Their rivalry was intriguing, largely influenced by their mutual affection for Edwards. Yet, he remained oblivious to their affections, emotionally detached, and allowing these sentiments to linger unaddressed. Love, particularly at the tender age of 13, is a convoluted affair. While it is not uncommon for nobles to experience blush-inducing situations at such an age, and the youth of the kingdom often exhibit remarkable maturity, Edwards, at least for now, still bore a certain innocence. This is not to imply that Edwards, being of the bloodline of the Emerald Prince, has diminished desires. Even elves are not devoid of carnal urges. Rather, as long-lived beings, they grow accustomed to such pleasures over time, rendering them less novel. Moreover, within Edwards flows the blood of destruction, a lineage imbued with formidable desires. Nourished by both the emerald blood and the blood of annihilation, his physique rivals that of dragons of the same age, even without specific physical training. This realm is exceedingly feeble. The recorded breathing techniques merely serve as a means of breakthrough, lacking any corresponding combat skills. Consequently, Edwards, and indeed all who aspire to knighthood, possess immense potential for growth. They are akin to individuals endowed with the strength of adults, yet possessing the intellect of infants, entirely oblivious to the extent of their own power. Edwards is adept at strategizing in many matters, yet he finds himself evasive when confronted by the affections of the girls who admire him. He is torn, for he harbors feelings for both Lucy and Fia. Lucy, with her assertive demeanor, and Fia, though gentle, possesses an unwavering strength. Neither is inclined to yield. While both women subtly comprehend that Edwards's future will not be confined to a single individual, neither is willing to concede first. Their dignity compels them to resist. Yet their inner emotions draw them closer to Edwards, ensnaring them in a vortex of conflicting sentiments that ultimately necessitates his resolution. Lucy and Fia face each other. Their gaze is unwavering. There is neither anger nor malice in their eyes, but rather a resolute determination as they prepare to showcase their prowess in this contest. With a slight nod, the battle is set to commence. They both exhibit the swiftness of knights, leaving fleeting shadows in the eyes of their attendants. The wooden swords in their hands dance like butterflies, clashing and separating in a flurry of movement. Lucy, benefiting from her age and longer tenure as a knight, has amassed greater experience. Thus, in a pure contest of strength, Fia finds herself at a disadvantage. Indeed, after several rounds of fierce engagement, Fia retreats a few steps, distancing herself from Lucy. Yet Lucy does not pursue. She stands her ground, a smile gracing her lips. Why has my sister retreated so soon? Surely, my strength surpasses yours. For I am the elder, and my constitution is robust. A fine sheen of sweat beads upon Fia's brow as she wipes it away, retorting with a hint of sarcasm. Oh, Lucy, she replies coldly, anger flickering in her gaze. You best be cautious now. With renewed vigor, Fia strikes once more, her speed surpassing their previous exchanges. This time, not only do the attendants struggle to discern her movements, but Lucy does as well. Fia weaves around Lucy, leaving a trail of afterimages as her wooden sword relentlessly targets her opponent. Lucy is forced into a defensive stance, barely managing to guard her vital areas. Though the injuries she sustains are minimal, after all, Fia wields a wooden sword. The humiliation ignites a surge of anger within Lucy, yet she finds herself bereft of means to counter. Lucy's greatest strength does not lie in combat. Rather, it is her expertise in poison crafting that distinguishes her. Alas, in this contest, she finds no opportunity to demonstrate that skill. Lucy was relentlessly struck by Fia's wooden sword, her face flushed, and beads of sweat dripped from her delicate forehead. In this moment, she found herself at a disadvantage, relying solely on her accumulated skills to endure until Fia's intense state came to an end. Fia, too, was struggling to maintain her pace. Such speed could not be sustained indefinitely, and she found herself in a dilemma. If she were to slow down, Lucy would surely gain the upper hand, yet Lucy had to remain vigilant, making it difficult for Fia to launch an effective attack. The tactic of bleeding out was impractical with a wooden sword, and besides, Lucy was not her enemy. Sister, why are you so passive? Are you afraid? Fia taunted. attacking while also engaging in verbal mockery. Lucy remained silent, focused on her defense, intently observing FIA's movements. Sister, why aren't you speaking? It's time to strike. Whack. FIA's wooden sword hit Lucy on the backside. Instantly, Lucy's face turned crimson, resembling a bright red lantern. Her previously methodical defense fell away as she began to swing her sword wildly. Damn, that little brat. FIA thought to herself, seizing the opportunity. She gathered her strength, her speed surging as she swiftly moved behind Lucy, bringing her wooden sword down towards Lucy's back. She did not unleash her full force, mindful of not injuring Lucy. As the sword approached, a smile tugged at the corners of FIA's mouth, almost bubbling into laughter. In a flash, Lucy pivoted, gripping her wooden sword in reverse and swinging upward towards FIA. She had anticipated FIA's move, already gathering her strength to unleash a powerful blow that would send FIA flying. Upon seeing Lucy turn, FIA's smile froze, her expression one of shock. The proximity allowed her to see the reflection of herself in Lucy's eyes, as though she were a jester. A hint of derision graced Lucy's lips. FIA's anger flared. She refused to concede, believing she still had a chance. In an instant, FIA altered the trajectory of her sword. Instead of colliding with Lucy's, it grazed past her. The two wooden swords approached their respective targets. Lucy's expression shifted from surprise to complexity. Neither party chose to evade, nor did they hold back. As the wooden swords were about to collide with their bodies, both closed their eyes. Crack, crack. The sounds of splintering would echoed in their ears. Why is there no pain? Both Lucy and FIA were filled with confusion. Slowly, they opened their eyes, their long eyelashes resembling fluttering butterfly wings. A figure emerged beside them. It was Edwards, standing between the two girls, clutching the broken handle of the wooden swords. Chapter 117. The internal duel concludes with his violet hair cascading and sunlight illuminating his marble-like visage. Lucy and FI were close enough to catch the faint, refreshing scent emanating from Edwards, causing their earlobes to flush. The onlookers were still immersed in the recent peril, unaware of when Edwards had appeared. Soon, both Lucy and FI came to their senses, realizing that their attacks had not been subdued. They stepped forward, one grasping Edwards' hand, hastily opening his palm to examine for any signs of injury. Edwards' body shivered slightly, yet he offered no resistance, revealing his open hand. The sound of the wooden sword clattering to the ground seemed to serve as a cue, bringing everyone back to reality. However, just as they were about to speak, the scene before them rendered them breathless, their gazes filled with curiosity. Edward's fair palm bore no marks, translucent and pristine like crystal. FIA and Lucy exhaled deeply in relief. Their eyes met briefly, but devoid of any emotion. They simultaneously released Edward's hand. Edward, puzzled, wondered why, despite his protection of the two women, he received no words of gratitude. He intended to convey a few words of caution, emphasizing that this was merely a sparring session and that there was no need for injury in exchange for injury. Just as he uttered a couple of words, FIA swiftly approached and planted a quick kiss on Edward's left cheek. Then, with remarkable speed, turned to leave. Of course, as she departed, she did not forget to raise an eyebrow at Lucy, her eyes gleaming with triumph. FIA's boldness left Lucy momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated such audacity from her friend. Yet, after a fleeting moment, she too stepped forward, leaving her own imprint upon Edward's right cheek. Unlike FIA, she did not flee in disarray, but rather walked away at a leisurely pace. However, just as she was about to exit the other's line of sight, her legs weakened, nearly causing her to stumble. As the supposed victim, Edward wore a faint smile, though it vanished almost instantly. He appeared unchanged, yet his flushed ears betrayed the significant impact of the moment. Edward remained rooted in place until Lucy departed, while the onlookers gasped for breath. That was nearly suffocating. One murmured. What was supposed to be a simple sparring match turned out to be utterly riveting. Flack observed Edward with a curious gaze, pondering where he fell short compared to the leader. Schmidt merely shot a glance at Flack, shaking his head. Silence spoke volumes, and the lack of a reply was more telling than words. Others began to discuss the unexpected turn of events, astonished by the unfolding drama, which undoubtedly eclipsed the earlier battles. Did you think Lord Edward wouldn't smile? I just saw it, one exclaimed. Haha, I saw it too. Another chimed in. Alas, I wonder what transpired. He was quite amiable back in Tea City. Yet, he truly smiled just now. All right, next group. Edward's cold, emotionless voice interrupted the chatter. Rate stepped forward eagerly, moving to stand beside Edward. Heavy footsteps followed, unmistakably belonging to another formidable opponent. Indeed, Rate's adversary was the formidable bear. Previously, Bear had lost to Rate in a match where Rate showcased his utmost prowess, achieving victory only after entering a frenzied state. In their foundational state, the formidable strength of the Bear Warrior is indeed comparable to that of Rhett. Both possess immense power, and apart from Edwards, none can match their might. Thus, their confrontation is a sheer clash of brute force, characterized by the raw intensity of flesh meeting flesh. As Rhett observes the Bear Warrior advance, he remains unfazed. Their prior skirmish, where Rhett nearly dealt a fatal blow to the bear, is now a distant memory, and their camaraderie has flourished. Sharing similar temperaments and being of the same knightly ilk, they engage in combat unarmed, distancing themselves momentarily before charging at one another. The encounter is indeed visceral and exhilarating. Their struggle is devoid of finesse or evasion. It is a contest of direct strikes and relentless impacts, a testament to their physical prowess and resilience. Witnessing this spectacle, Edwards, recognizing their bear-like robustness, feels assured of their safety, and thus calls forth Blackman and Flack. Armed with wooden swords, Flack jestingly remarks, "Captain Blackman, show some mercy." To which Blackman replies, "Dear Flack, I too request your clemency." Their banter, however, is short-lived as Edwards urges them to commence. With this signal, the expressions of Flack and Blackman shift from joviality to solemn respect, and they charge at each other. The wooden swords dance in their hands, executing a myriad of slicing and thrusting techniques, showcasing their swordsmanship in full splendor. They refrain from revealing their speed, focusing instead on honing their swordplay. In contrast to the previous bouts, this duel offers the Black Serpent-esque guards invaluable lessons in knightly sword techniques, empowering them with superior striking capabilities, defensive maneuvers, and appropriate evasion steps. The resonant thuds of their wooden swords striking one another echo like melodious notes, captivating the onlooking guards. This time, they refrain from cheering or causing a ruckus. Instead, they fixate intently on the movements of the knights, absorbing their techniques. While they may not grasp every nuance, learning even a few fundamental strikes could enhance their speed and strength, an invaluable asset in life and death encounters. Rhett and the Bear Warrior need not exchange words. Their clash is purely a test of resolve. The rhythmic sounds of their impacts fill the air, each strike a testament to their unyielding nature. Yet, it is evident that as their fists collide with one another's chests, grimaces of pain flicker across their faces. As time elapses, beads of sweat accumulate on their foreheads, their fists bearing wounds, their arms trembling under the strain. The most telling signs of their fierce struggle are the torn garments over their chests, now exposed, revealing a tapestry of dark bruises from their relentless blows. Fortunately, both possess robust physiques. Had they been of lesser constitution, they might have succumbed to internal injuries long ago. The battle between Hyman and Flack has come to an end. The spectacle of their duel was remarkably harmonious, truly embodying the essence of martial exchange. Both wielded exceptional swordsmanship. Hyman, a master swordsman of the Black Snake clan, served as a formidable training officer, having trained the elite guards of the clan. Meanwhile, Flack hailed from the Dorkin family, renowned for their forging expertise, and he himself was a master blacksmith, well-versed in both the art of forging and the wielding of the longsword. Their clash served not only as a validation of their respective skills, but also as a reward for the Black Snake guards. A resounding crash echoed through the arena. What exhilaration! With a shout, Leyte and the bear tumbled to the ground, closing their eyes, their bodies motionless save for the labored breaths that signified they were still alive. Chapter 118. Preparations for the banquet trap. The ancient castle, constructed of obsidian, was supported by stone columns within. At its deepest point, a grand black chair dominated a high platform, flanked below by 2 rows of stone seats. Cobwebs clung to the upper walls, while the lower sections were illuminated by the handles of oil lamps. Behind each stone seat stood an intricately designed suit of armor, its vivid patterns untouched by time, though now regrettably cloaked in dust. This was the castle of the Laston family, the original stronghold of the former lords of the north. The Lanshan territory was the earliest fief of the Laston family, and it was through the struggles of its predecessors that the family ascended to prominence as the former rulers of the north. However, the Laston family has now decayed to an extreme, with even the castle, once a symbol of glory, now shrouded in neglect. At this moment, the castle was desolate, with only a few oil lamps dispelling a fraction of the darkness within. The Viscount of Laston sat upon the black chair, enveloped in shadows. The Laston family had dwindled to a mere handful of talents, and not enough qualified individuals remained to occupy the stone seats, which were reserved for those of knightly caliber within the family. Fewer and fewer came to the hall, yet the current Viscount preferred to convene discussions within the grand chamber. as if to evoke the illustrious moments of the family's past. Indeed, you say outsiders have arrived in Sand City, threatening the position of Bloodhand? Yes, my lord. Those outsiders possess formidable strength, with several knights among them, even having subjugated the Bear Club. Currently, Bloodhand is far from their match. The steward stood below, gazing up at the Viscount upon the platform. Although he was a knight, his status was merely that of the Viscount's steward, thus he could not occupy a stone seat. His grievance continued. My lord, their intent appears to be to seize a passage through to the territory of the wargs. However, their current actions hardly resemble that of mere travelers. So, you imply they harbor ulterior motives towards me? Indeed, my lord, they are poised to occupy Sand City, and it is likely they will cast their eyes upon the Lanchan territory. A prolonged silence ensued, prompting the steward to persist. My lord, it is prudent to remain vigilant, and it would be best to act preemptively to eliminate any potential threats. How many knights do they possess? Are they from the great nobility of the royal capital? They are not part of the high aristocracy. The number of knights is at least 5. At least? So you are currently unaware of the enemy's strength? Questioned Viscount Raston. My lord, although I do not know the exact number of their knights, I am certain that none are of significant rank, none of notable rank. Viscount Raston stroked his chin thoughtfully, speaking slowly. The number of knights is somewhat considerable. A conflict could easily result in substantial casualties. My lord, there is another matter. Among them, there are 2 remarkably beautiful women. Oh, Viscount Raston's interest was piqued. The steward hurriedly explained. These 2 ladies possess distinct charms, yet both are exquisite. One is mature and resplendent, as radiant as a rose and as opulent as a peony. The other is pure and elegant, akin to a lotus in clear water. Like an orchid in a secluded valley. I believe they would be most suitable as your consorts. Suddenly, the oil lamp above flickered to life. Viscount Raston straightened in his chair. Are they truly as beautiful as you claim? Do you understand the consequences of deceiving me? The steward recalled the Viscount's notorious cruelty. Feeling a chill run down his spine, yet he spoke the truth and felt little fear. My lord, they are indeed that beautiful. Even my description falls woefully short of capturing a fraction of their splendor. Ha ha ha, is that so? Viscount Raston chuckled. Very well then. Have them all attend the banquet. I wish to see if they are as beautiful as you say. If they are, I shall grant them an opportunity, a chance to unite with the Raston family. The Viscount tapped his fingers on the armrest, his demeanor relaxing. This way, we can avoid conflict. A surplus of knights is troublesome to dispatch and prone to injury. It would be far more advantageous to turn them all into our allies. And if they refuse? He refuse? Coming to my territory, to my banquet, do they dare refuse? This is a blessing bestowed by the Raston family. Viscount Raston sneered, his expression twisting into something sinister. If they truly resist, I shall have no choice but to eliminate them. I can use the men among them to threaten the women. Once I have had my fill of amusement, I will dispose of them all. Ha ha. The Viscount laughed maniacally, gesturing for the steward to leave and make preparations. Once the steward exited the grand hall, he squinted against the sunlight, exhaling deeply. He feared the Viscount, feeling an oppressive weight within the hall. The steward waved to a nearby attendant. Steward, you are to go to Sand City and inform Bloodhand to relay to the guests from the royal capital that the Viscount invites them to the Lanchan territory for a banquet. Yes, my lord. Within the shop, Edwards and his party, except for Lucy and Fia, were present, now joined by the newly arrived Bear and Slim Monkey. As for Vane, he was presently lost in dreams at Bloodhand's lair. The sun had set, and lights were lit within the shop. Cass had just departed. Upon receiving the steward's message, Bloodhand wasted no time and sent Cass forth immediately. He had not contemplated his attendance, for past unpleasant encounters with Edwards and others had instilled a fear of becoming cannon fodder. It was not that there was anything particularly special about Cass. It was simply that he was Cass. After all, it was not his own life at stake, and whether he lived or died was of little consequence. We are invited to the banquet, Edwards remarked indifferently, conveying Cass's sentiment. It is imperative that all of us attend to genuinely express our hospitality, Schmidt interjected, his expression revealing disdain. It appeared they intended to take action at the banquet. If it came to blows, so be it. Having idled in Sand City for too long had left them itching for a fight. It was the perfect opportunity to eliminate this group of scoundrels. Were it not for them, I would not have been crushed under the Bloodhand's tyranny, the furious Bear declared. Rhett chimed in with a growl. Yes, let us slay them without mercy. Flack, laughing lightly, added, indeed. With our formidable strength, what is there to fear? Let us eradicate them all. Schmidt, witnessing their unwarranted optimism, shook his head in resignation and shared his thoughts. We must eliminate their leader. However, we also need to transform the Laston family into vassals. necessitating the presence of a member from that family. This individual must be easily manipulable. Whether they are a direct descendant or a collateral relative matters little, as we shall dictate the terms. Edwards nodded, signaling Schmidt to continue. Upon our arrival at the banquet, I lack the capacity for murder. However, I require a knight to safeguard me and assist in locating a peripheral member of the Laston family to serve as our new ally or puppet. I shall take responsibility for the killings, Edwards stated softly. Hyman, you are in charge of Schmidt's safety. What do you think? Very well, Hyman replied, nodding. He was indeed the most suitable choice, possessing ample combat experience and considerable strength, coupled with a calm demeanor, unlike others who, in battle, either went mad or turned into frenzied beasts. The rest of the group could act at their discretion, but they must remember one thing: prioritize safety. Chapter 119. The Lawn Mountain Territory at dawn. Sunlight descended upon the darkness, enveloping the world in a gossamer veil. A gentle radiance pierced the shadows, illuminating the realm. The rhythmic clatter of hooves echoed through the hushed streets of Sand City. Since the arrival of Edwards and his companions, order had been remarkably restored in Sand City. The bear had been restrained, the blood hand diminished, and any lowly figures encountered would be dealt with by the Black Serpent's guards and the bear's men. Thus, even now, in what was once the peak of Sand City's banditry, the chaos had gradually faded into the ebb and flow of the city. Edwards and his entourage departed Sand City on horseback, heading toward the Lawn Mountain Territory. Due to the perilous nature of their mission, the numbers were few. Edwards's objective was to behead the Laston Viscount. This execution would take place within the Viscount's domain, and its inherent dangers were indisputable. Therefore, those of lesser strength were not permitted to accompany him. Thus, the party comprised Edwards, Rhett, Hyman, the bear, Flack, Schmidt, and two young ladies, Lucy and Fi, whom Edwards wished to deter but could not. All except Schmidt were knights. Thus, their pace was swift. Under normal circumstances, they could reach the main city of Longchamp. Longchamp City, within half a day. The banquet hosted by Viscount Rustin was to take place in the evening, and their early departure was not merely a matter of impatience to celebrate the Viscount's birthday, but rather a desire to pause in the small towns of Longchamp to glean insights about the territory and the Rustin family. Longchamp City is situated at the heart of the Longchamp Territory, which encompasses 3 small towns. These towns are arranged in a triangular formation encircling Longchamp City, while to the rear of the city lies the majestic Longchamp Mountain. The 3 towns serve as a protective barrier for Longchamp City, forming its outermost line of defense. Once, these towns were military garrisons established to safeguard Longchamp City, but as time passed and no enemies approached, these garrisons evolved into thriving settlements, gradually transforming into villages. Consequently, the names of the towns are quite straightforward: Town 1, Town 2, and Town 3. The group galloped across the arid landscape, greeted by the warm embrace of dawn sunlight, neither scorching nor overly warm. Soon, they approached the edge of Longchamp Territory. The distinction between Longchamp and the desert was readily apparent through the vegetation. As they drew closer to Longchamp, the greenery became increasingly abundant, from sparse patches of grass to small shrubs, and eventually to the lush carpet of greenery. It was clear they had arrived at Longchamp. Signs of verdancy appeared beneath their horses' hooves, with small bushes dotting the sides of the road. As Edwards and his companions crested a small hill, the breathtaking vista unfolded before them. "Ah, it feels as if we have returned to the capital," exclaimed Fia in awe. The verdant landscape breathed life back into the earth, with trees standing in orderly rows, forming the outermost barrier of Longchamp to fend off the encroaching sands. Gazing into the distance, one could even see the towering Longchamp Mountain, adorned in its beautiful cloak of layered vegetation, crowned by the eternal ice at its summit. The Red River finds its source in Longchamp. Without a moment's pause, the group plunged into the embrace of the greenery. Since entering the desert, they had not encountered such lush vegetation, and now the air felt refreshingly pure, transforming their surroundings into something beautiful. They slowed their pace to savor the aromatic essence of the place. Smith spread his arms wide, closing his eyes as if embracing an unseen presence, joyfully proclaiming, "I adore this place." "Indeed, it shall be ours," Edwards replied, his tone flat and indifferent, yet remarkably persuasive. Smith nodded, pulling out a map and glancing at it. "Let us first head to Town 1. It lies on the outskirts of Longchamp, not far from here." The rhythmic sound of hooves striking the ground echoed as Edwards and his companions arrived at the outer confines of Town 1. The town was encircled by stone walls standing 2 to 3 meters high. While these walls may pose a challenge to knights, they would still be formidable for ordinary soldiers to breach. However, the walls now bear the mark of decay, with only a few remnants still connected. the majority lying in ruin. An enduring peace, free from foreign invasions, has rendered this former military outpost exceedingly lax. Through the crumbling walls, one can glimpse the town within. The houses are arranged neatly, constructed primarily of earth and timber, unlike the sandy fortifications of a desert city. The flow of people is relatively sparse. Edwards and his companions ride into the town without encountering any guards or inquiries. The town of Shaniazan belongs to the Lanshan territory. Should the marauders of the desert come to pillage, it would indeed be a calamity. Thus, the outskirts require no defenses. The streets are desolate, and the townsfolk regard Edwards and his company with hostility, even a hint of anger. Seeing this, Smith shakes his head, pondering their blatant exclusion. Just then, a man walks alongside them, overhearing Smith's words, and responds with indignation. What more could we do to be friendly? We have already paid our dues. So why do you return? Paid. Indeed, taxes. Is there a new tax this year? The man's eyes widen as he fixes his gaze on Edwards. He is unaware of their status, yet Edwards stands out among the crowd, eclipsing all others. Edwards gently shakes his head. We are not tax collectors. Nor are we affiliated with the Raston family. We come to partake in the birthday celebration of the Viscount Raston. Attending the Viscount's banquet? Yes. Oh, it seems one holds a lofty position, akin to that of the Viscount himself. Smith, sensing a deeper issue, inquires, do you harbor discontent towards Viscount Raston? Your demeanor lacks respect. Respect? The man initially brims with anger, but quickly suppresses it, replying coldly, we certainly respect the Viscount. He is our lord. With that, he turns to leave. Wait, Smith calls after him, tossing a silver coin into his hand. Rest assured, our dealings with Viscount Raston are purely commercial. Is the taxation here substantial? The man glances around, ensuring no one is paying attention, then hastily pockets the coin, lowering his voice. Yes. The sums collected have been increasing in recent years. Oh, is the Viscount undertaking significant endeavors, such as military training or bolstering armaments? The man nearly chuckles. How could that be? Our Viscount. He would be driven to strive for excellence. Yet, even if he were to do so, it would matter little. It is exceedingly difficult for us to leave this place. The Lanshan territory is a gem within the desert, a veritable paradise, yet it remains isolated from the outside world, making communication nearly impossible. In certain respects, the residents of Lanshan are worse off than those in the desert city, for they cannot escape. Outsiders do not welcome them, as they are subjects of the Raston family, who also wish to keep them confined, viewing them as vital resources for the family. Chapter 120. The Mayor of Shaniazan. Another silver coin fell into the hands of the man. I have another question. You do not hold your lord in much esteem, do you? The man nodded. Indeed. Has he performed any actions worthy of our respect? The man pondered for a moment. You must be wondering why I am not afraid of him. Truth be told, I do harbor some fear, but you must not align yourselves with him. Furthermore, we are but a handful. The Lord cannot push us too far or eliminate us entirely. For who would then serve as his subjects? The territory of Lanshan is currently besieged, and its population is difficult to replenish. Should Viscount Laston wish to migrate people from the desert, the primary obstacle he would face is the resistance of the original inhabitants. Resources are limited, and as more individuals arrive, the shares to be distributed diminish. Additionally, the inherent flaws of the desert natives, shaped by their environment, have instilled in many a propensity for theft and violence. Edwards waved his hand, indicating that the man could leave. Yet, the man wished to continue speaking. A few words for a silver coin was indeed a worthwhile exchange. Reluctantly, he departed. In the center of Shawnee Town stood a modest building, the residence of the town's mayor. The crisp sound of hoofbeats echoed down the street, gradually coming to a halt before the small structure. Edwards intended to acquire some information regarding Viscount Laston from the mayor, such as his control over his territory and the level of support he received from his subjects. From the earlier man, it was evident that discontent with the Lord existed, though he primarily spoke for himself. As the hoofbeats ceased, a figure hurriedly emerged from the small building. His hair was graying at the temples, and his face was lined with wrinkles, indicating considerable age. He jogged slightly, his smile radiant as a blooming flower. Upon seeing Edwards and the others, he momentarily paused. Are you gentlemen from the Laston family? Edwards shook his head. The mayor's expression gradually shifted, and with a smile, he inquired, what brings such esteemed guests to our humble town? His gaze swept over the group, becoming more solemn. He was generally familiar with the members of the Laston family, yet the aura surrounding this group was not inferior to theirs, and the purple-haired youth, along with several others, exuded an even greater presence. We have come to attend the Viscount's banquet in Lanshan territory. Ah, so you are esteemed guests of our Lanshan domain. The mayor initially spoke with a smile, then, with a hint of confusion, asked, if esteemed guests wish to attend a banquet, they must travel to Longchamp City. Why then have you come to our small town? Have you taken a wrong turn? Edwards replied coolly, we have business dealings with Viscount Laston and wish to learn more about him first. It is indeed a significant venture to acquire the ownership of Longchamp territory from the hands of Viscount Laston. The mayor, now alert, inquired, learn about the Viscount? Might I ask what aspects you wish to understand? I am but a humble mayor, with limited knowledge. Please, esteemed guests, come in. Edwards and his party followed the mayor into the small building. The interior was adorned with simplicity. The room is meticulously arranged with chairs, and at its center stands a desk adorned with scattered sheets of paper, evidently the mayor's office. Behind the desk hangs a suit of armor, devoid of any dust, gleaming brightly. However, the mottled scars upon it signify that it is not merely ornamental, but rather a badge of honor forged through the crucible of warfare. Noticing Edward's gaze fixated on the armor, the mayor speaks with a hint of pride. It has been passed down through several generations. For a long time now, there has been no call for arms. Alas, the townsfolk no longer possess the vigor of yore. Edwards nods appreciatively. The armor is quite impressive. After all, our ancestors were officers of the Ralston family, once gallant on the battlefield. The mayor's emotions stirred. Schmidt timely inquires, when we first arrived in the town, we sensed the townsfolk did not hold the Viscount in high regard. How could that be? We are all subjects of the Viscount. He is our lord, and we certainly respect and support him. The mayor, his gaze scrutinizing, asks, what led you to such a notion? Schmidt raises his hands in a gesture of peace. We mean no offense. We merely wish to understand the Viscount. From what we gather, his reputation does not seem particularly favorable. Did you not come to attend the Viscount's banquet? How is it that you do not seem amicable toward him? The mayor acknowledges. Attending the banquet does not necessarily imply goodwill. I beg your pardon, for I am a subject of the Viscount. Should you find yourselves in opposition to him, I cannot harbor you. We must maintain our distance. The mayor, alert, rises and makes a motion to bid them farewell, creating space between himself and Edwards and the others. Schmidt grows anxious. We mean no harm. We simply wish to understand more about the Viscount, given his less than admirable reputation. I'm afraid the town of Shanyuan does not welcome you. Is that so? Edwards replies, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest, his demeanor calm, yet resolute. You do not welcome us? With a crack, the wooden armrest of Edward's chair splinters beneath his touch. The mayor remains silent. Can you guess how many knights we have here? How many soldiers does your town possess? Oh, I should say militiamen now. How long do you think they could withstand us? Edwards gestures towards himself, and then to Rhett. Heckman, Lucy, FIA, the bear, and Flack, we are all knights. You may doubt it, but I assure you, you would not dare wager against us. Are you threatening me? Indeed. You may disregard your own safety, but what of your town? Edwards maintains his calm demeanor, unfazed. Do you wish for the townsfolk to perish because of you? The mayor quivers as he sinks back into his seat. Very well, Edwards nods. I am aware of the Viscount's reputation. However, I still desire to know your perspective on him. Our perspective, do you not already know? The mayor replies, for what reason, to my knowledge? Has the Ralston Viscount not taken the women of his subjects? The mayor nods. If he were to do so, there would truly be no subjects willing to submit to his rule. The increase in taxes is merely a catalyst. The greater issue lies in the enduring blockade. In the eyes of most subjects, the blockade is attributed to the Rastone family. Do you share this sentiment? After all, it was the external nobility that truly sealed off the Longchamp territory, Smith remarked. While the execution was indeed carried out by the external aristocrats, the underlying cause lies with the Rastone family. Their transgressions have led to this outcome. You must also be aware that due to the negligence of the Rastone family, the wasteland has remained desolate. The group nodded in agreement. This is an undeniable truth. Yet, there exists another matter, obscured by history and concealed by the current Rastone family. Now, Chapter 121, The Rastone Banquet, Part 1. Indeed now? The mayor's gaze held a hint of derision. Conflicts among nobility are commonplace. It is not unusual for brothers or uncles and nephews within the same family to engage in violent disputes. Such an internal strife once plagued the Rastone family, significantly weakening their power and leaving them vulnerable to the onslaught of marauders. The present Rastone family may not even be the legitimate descendants of the original bloodline. However, who can predict the ultimate outcome? One thing is certain, discord is inevitable. Edwards observed the mayor quietly. His figure had become stooped, his face lined with wrinkles, bearing the marks of age. Why share this with us? I have grown weary and wish to concern myself with less. Your conflicts hold little significance for me. I do not know your intentions, But surely they cannot be more dire than the present circumstances. Moreover, what if they are worse? We still possess our pride. The mayor stated, resting his hands upon the table as he spoke slowly. Edwards cast a deep glance at the mayor before departing with his companions. This visit to Shanniazin proved fruitful. The Viscount Rastone has fallen out of favor. The subjects harbor no reverence for their lord, which is a frightening prospect for the nobility, as it signifies the potential for rebellion. Additionally, the secrets of the Rastone family gleaned from the mayor's words present a significant opportunity to disseminate information that could undermine their rule. After all, without a legitimate bloodline, how can they claim the right to wield power? The Rastone Castle, nestled against Longchamp, is built into the mountains, with structures even within the mountain itself. The earliest Rastone family centered their dominion around this ancient fortress, governing the surrounding territories. The castle is constructed entirely of solid gray stone, resembling a small fortress, equipped with various facilities capable of sustaining thousands. It stands as a bastion, with formidable outer walls, a pathway atop the walls wide enough for 3 to walk abreast, and an outer parapet. In times of war, the walls of this sturdy fortress would be lined with crossbows, with soldiers standing atop unleashing their fury upon the besiegers. The current Rastone family has encircled the castle, erecting numerous buildings around its periphery, including quarters for servants, training grounds, stables, and several smaller structures, all enclosed by a surrounding wall. The city of Longchamp has been constructed around the edifices of the Rastone family. On either side of the Rastone family estate lie the military encampments, specifically designated for infantry and cavalry. Once a formidable military aristocracy, the remnants of the Rastone family's past glory can still be discerned from the current architectural layout. Surrounding it are the residential and commercial districts of Longchamp City, which, although not meticulously divided, exhibit a commendable planning that characterizes this modest yet well-structured town. As Edwards and his companions entered the city, they did not linger, proceeding along the thoroughfare deeper within. The Rastone family estate is situated at the innermost part of Longchamp City. Notably, the city remains devoid of fortifications, a curious observation that may stem from either a prolonged period of peace or a confidence in their formidable strength, allowing the Viscount such laxity. Venturing further down the main road, the surrounding residences gradually diminished until they vanished entirely, giving way to a small expanse of open land, which ultimately led to the Rastone family mansion and the adjacent military barracks. Within the barracks, soldiers were still engaged in training, their shouts resounding deafeningly. The grand entrance of the Rastone estate stood wide open, with a constant stream of individuals bustling in and out, transporting various items. Horse-drawn carts laden with furs, silver and gold artifacts, as well as provisions, were present. The rhythmic clatter of hooves ceased beside the carts as they observed the servants at work. Suddenly, Schmidt slapped his forehead. I forgot to prepare a gift. The realization dawned upon the group. Their mission, ostensibly one of assassination, was to coincide with a birthday celebration, thus necessitating the offering of a gift. Particularly as nobles, how could they appear so ungracious? Each individual exchanged glances, uncertain of what to say, and none had made prior preparations. FIA and Lucy had not brought anything, while Hyman, the bear, and Schmidt all shook their heads, lacking the financial means for such an endeavor. Edwards was similarly bereft, with his only prized possession being his longsword, Qing Hui, which served as his weapon. However, there is a distinction between weapons. Their gazes turned toward Flarch, who, under the scrutiny of the group, grew increasingly anxious and inquired, "Why are you all looking at me? You are the young master of the Dalkin family, a knight-level master blacksmith. Surely you possess a trinket or two?" Lucy inquired, her tone laced with flattery. Standing tall, Flarch assumed an air of pride. "Of course, I have some." A cheerful applause erupted nearby. "That's splendid. Present something for Viscount Rastone." FIA chimed in with a smile. No, I didn't bring anything. I currently only have my own longsword. A longsword will suffice. I trust in your craftsmanship," FIA encouraged. Initially buoyed by FIA's praise, Flarch scratched his head, "But I need it for combat." He turned to Edwards, his tone slightly plaintive. "Boss, you have a longsword too, and I forged it for you. Weapons vary in quality, just as the skill of their wielders does," FIA remarked with a smile. "So what is your plan?" All right, I'll relinquish my sword." Flarch conceded. Schmidt patted Flarch on the shoulder, offering reassurance. "It's fine. You'll get it back soon. It's not as if you're truly giving it away. Esteemed guests, your arrival is most welcomed." The steward, accompanied by several attendants, stepped forth from within the door, wearing a congenial smile and exhibiting a friendly demeanor. Edwards acknowledged with a subtle nod, while Schmidt approached with warmth. How could we possibly decline the steward's kind invitation? The steward waved his hand in a gesture of hospitality. Responding with a smile, "It is the esteemed Viscount who has graciously invited you, wishing to entertain you splendidly during the banquet." With a flourish, he signaled to the attendants who took the reins from Edwards and his companions. "Please, follow me. We shall lead the horses to the stables." So there is no need for concern. As they entered the estate, the interior was remarkably spacious, with a considerable distance between the grand entrance and the castle itself, resembling a plaza. Currently, this small square was adorned with a carpet, flanked by tables, and illuminated by lamps arranged at intervals, all awaiting the evening's festivities. Observing the setup, a hint of puzzlement crossed the faces of the guests. "Will the banquet be held here?" inquired Flacky. "Indeed, esteemed guests. The banquet will commence tonight. For now, allow me to escort you to the reception room for a moment of respite." "I beg your pardon. The Viscount is still making preparations and cannot greet you in person at this time." At that moment, Edwards sensed a pair of eyes observing them. He looked up and locked gazes with a figure clad in black standing at the castle's entrance. Rhett's stomach rumbled audibly. "I am hungry. Rest assured. The food has been prepared," replied the steward. Chapter 122, The Laston Banquet, Part 2. Upon reaching the reception room, a lavish spread of food soon adorned the table. Schmidt cautiously suggested, "Should we test for poison?" Lucy chuckled. "It is unlikely that any poison could affect a knight. Nevertheless, caution is prudent. My black serpent family can concoct toxins, but those require a gradual infusion into a knight's system, administered daily." She stepped forward, producing a silver needle to meticulously test the dishes. Shortly, Lucy waved her hand, declaring, "All is well." Rhett and the bear could hardly contain their eagerness. As soon as Lucy finished speaking, they each seized a slice of steak and devoured it ravenously. Flacky, observing their enthusiasm, joined in as well. The others, wielding their knives and forks, ate with elegance yet at a swift pace. The steward's demeanor had significantly improved. "Perhaps he had altered his stance towards us," mused FIA. Glancing at Edwards, FIA, though gentle and kind, possessed an inner strength and was the most compassionate among them. Should the Viscount's attitude shift, she hoped Edwards would refrain from further bloodshed. Lucy set down her utensils and softly remarked, "If the Viscount's disposition has indeed changed, I believe he deserves a chance." The two women, rarely in agreement, exchanged glances, understanding they both wished for Edwards to avoid the path of violence. Aside from Rhett, Bear, and Flacky, the others leaned in, eager for Edwards' response. Edwards slowly swallowed his food and gently set down his cutlery. If what you say holds true and he is willing to collaborate, why not grant him an opportunity? However, I doubt he will. Let us not forget his demands regarding the blood hand. His transformation merely skimmed the surface. Lucy and FIA, in their concern, momentarily overlooked the brutality of Viscount Raston's treatment of women due to this slight shift in attitude. FIA quickly apologized. "I beg your pardon. I had forgotten their past actions." "So did I, to be swayed by such trifles," she added. Edwards replied softly, "It is of no consequence. If his demeanor has indeed changed, retaining him could be advantageous. The prowess of the Grand Knight still holds considerable value." After a brief contemplation, Edwards added, "Of course. His conduct must be kept in check." Lucy and FIA nodded in agreement with smiles. Schmidt and Hyman exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation, before returning to the war laid out on the table. Before long, the feast before them had been entirely consumed. Rhett and the bear leaned back in their chairs, hands resting on their bellies, burping contentedly. A series of knocks echoed through the room. "My lord, the banquet is about to commence. The steward has sent me to escort you." Edwards and the others exited, where a servant awaited them outside the door with a respectful demeanor. "My lord, please." The banquet had already gathered a multitude of attendees. Some were clad in tight-fitting garments, others in splendid attire, and some even in armor. As Edwards and his companions arrived, all eyes converged upon them. This group exuded not only Edwards' innate nobility, but also the striking allure of FIA and Lucy. Particularly notable was the absence of ladies at this banquet hosted by Viscount Raston. The attendees were primarily direct members of the Raston family and their supporters. This was unavoidable, given that the Raston family's Lanchan territory was isolated, devoid of neighboring nobility. The banquet was brightly illuminated, rendering the small square as luminous as day. Surrounding it were lavish floral arrangements, enhancing the grandeur of the occasion. Upon entering the banquet, the group dispersed. Edwards stood alongside Lucy and FIA, while Hyman and Schmidt quietly positioned themselves at the periphery. As for the remaining Flack, Rhett, and the bear, they indulged in the revelry, adhering to a singular principle, to feign ignorance when questioned. Lucy and FIA flanked Edwards on either side, and the trio gracefully progressed toward the heart of the banquet. Though clad in functional attire rather than opulent garments and adornments, their inherent nobility and elegance immediately captivated the attention of all present. A momentary silence enveloped the gathering. None dared to disrupt this enchanting interlude. Until, from the rear of the crowd, the sound of crisp footsteps approached. A figure emerged, weaving through the throng to stand before the trio. He donned traditional noble attire, his physique well-proportioned and his visage handsome. A short beard adorned his chin, and a subtle smile graced his lips. Despite his amiable demeanor, an underlying sharpness could be sensed. According to the steward, the esteemed guest was a pioneering knight from the capital. Edwards maintained an expression devoid of change as he greeted Lucy and FIA with a courteous nod. Indeed, my Lord Viscount, I am Edwards. This is Lucy, and this is FIA. The gaze of Viscount Rastan shifted to the two ladies, filled with admiration and wonder. The steward did not deceive me. Miss Lucy and Miss FIA are indeed extraordinarily beautiful, their elegance surpassing the ordinary. They are truly enchanting creatures, and I must possess them. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Viscount Rastan's eyes as he inquired, "Pray tell, what is the nature of the relationship between the two ladies and Sir Edwards?" Lucy and FIA's faces flushed crimson, momentarily speechless. "Lucy, FIA, and I are companions. We are a team of pioneers," Edwards interjected. Viscount Rastan discerned the disappointment that washed over Lucy and FIA upon hearing Edwards' words. "Of course, we are the best of companions," he added. With this declaration, the ladies' expressions shifted from dismay to delight. As an observer, Viscount Rastan bore witness to this moment. From the very first glance, he had regarded Lucy and FIA as his coveted treasures. Now, perceiving the ambiguous relationship between Edwards and the two ladies, which hinted at flirtation, his inner fury surged. "Damn the lad. I had intended to spare your life, but it seems you must meet your demise." Suppressing his wrath, the Viscount maintained a facade of calmness. Smiling at the trio, as he turned to depart, he patted Edwards on the shoulder, exuding a sense of elder care towards the younger. Edwards remained steadfast, his demeanor unchanged. Rastan was taken aback. The pat on Edwards' shoulder was no mere gesture of goodwill, but a silent warning, imbued with the strength of a great knight. Edwards, despite his knighthood, ought to have felt some semblance of the pressure. Rastan, however, did not contemplate the notion of Edwards being a formidable knight. He merely perceived him as enduring the situation, secretly reveling in the thought of imparting a lesson. "Let this be a warning, so you comprehend the consequences of flirting with my women." Yet, to Edwards, the force of the Viscount's touch felt no more than a gentle tap, akin to Rastan's own demeanor, insignificant against Edwards' robust constitution. Chapter 123. The words of servants, unlike Rhett and his companions, Schmidt and Hyman lingered in the corners of the banquet, almost as if they existed outside the festivities. Unremarkable and unnoticed, this was precisely what Schmidt desired. As time progressed, the gathering reached a crescendo, with attendees engaging in jovial drinking and conversation. The sole drawback was the absence of enchanting ladies to accompany them. "Shall we take a stroll?" Schmidt suggested, glancing at the lively atmosphere to confirm their anonymity. Hyman downed the contents of his glass and set it down. Indeed, the two slipped away quietly from the banquet, making their way towards a small building adjacent to the castle. The courtyard was adorned with a variety of well-constructed edifices. The stable and training ground were easily distinguishable. Schmidt's objective was to gain insight into the Raston family, preferably identifying members who held animosity towards the Viscount Raston. This individual would serve as a puppet to rule over the Longchamp territory, with little regard for their character or abilities, as long as they were disloyal to the Viscount. The estate was expansive, and they followed the path deeper into the grounds. Adjacent to the ancient castle stood a row of small buildings. In front of these structures were tall trees, through which the moonlight filtered, casting dappled shadows on the ground. A room on the second floor emanated light, while the rest remained cloaked in darkness. The entire small building appeared forgotten, quietly blending into the surroundings, with that solitary lamp being the only beacon in the night. They had found it. The architecture here was clearly not intended for servants. It likely belonged to members of the Raston family, particularly those who had been marginalized. However, it was also possible that it housed women unable to attend the banquet. Schmidt and Hyman did not conceal their presence as they approached the small building leisurely. To their surprise, two servants stood at the entrance, watching them cautiously and halting their advance. These servants were aware of the Viscount's banquet and had recently lamented their inability to assist. It was not merely a desire to work more, but rather the hope of partaking in some food during the festivities, something that would go unnoticed in the midst of the celebration. Instead, they found themselves stationed in this desolate spot, guarding the entrance. Schmidt raised his hands in a gesture of goodwill, indicating his lack of malice. As they reached the small building, he casually remarked, "I have come to attend the Viscount's banquet." The servants' expressions turned vigilant. "We have not seen you before," they noted, recognizing that guests at the banquet were typically frequent visitors of the Raston family. "I hail from the capital and currently reside in Shaching," Schmidt replied. "Oh, so you are from the capital?" The two servants' eyes brightened. Although they lived outside its walls and may never have the opportunity to visit, they still felt a sense of yearning for the kingdom's most prosperous locale. Their gazes softened, losing their initial hostility, yet they still felt compelled to inquire. "If I may ask, what brings you here?" Schmidt waved his hand dismissively, a hint of exasperation in his tone. "After a visit to the restroom, I thought to take a stroll and ended up here. I also wish to admire the Raston family's castle." The two servants exchanged glances and nodded. "My lord, we did not mean to pry. It is simply our duty." They were even inclined to ask Schmidt about life in the capital. As servants, they bore the responsibility of their masters and, barring unforeseen circumstances, would likely spend their lives within the estate, with Longchamp being the farthest they would venture. This was also why the butler favored trips to Shaching, seeking opportunities for enjoyment beyond the confines of the estate. "Do not worry, I understand," Schmidt replied graciously, a warm smile gracing his face. "It is your duty, after all. But why are you stationed here? Is there some secret to be guarded?" The two servants appeared somewhat troubled. Schmidt stepped forward and placed 2 silver coins in their hands, murmuring with curiosity, "I am merely intrigued. If it is indeed inconvenient to share, there is no obligation. My lord, it is not a secret per se. It is simply that the son of our family's Viscount resides here." Schmidt was taken aback, for there had been no prior whispers regarding the Viscount of Raston's progeny. "The Viscount's child, the esteemed heir of the Raston lineage?" Blackman reiterated. The servant glanced at Blackman, who stood behind Schmidt, and recognized that Schmidt held a certain esteem in Blackman's eyes. Thus, he replied, "Indeed. By rights, this child should be regarded as our family's young master. Yet the Viscount does not acknowledge him. Why is that?" The servant's expression grew more troubled, yet upon reflection, he discerned there was little left to conceal. The tale had long since spread among the servants. The mother of the Viscount's child was not his legitimate wife. You are likely aware that the Viscount has no wife. Or rather, he believes no one is worthy of that title. Consequently, he has had numerous affairs but has left no heirs. This child was an unforeseen occurrence. The servant nodded. "Indeed. It is said that the Viscount was initially quite pleased, even exhibiting a gentler temperament. However, the child's mother passed away during childbirth." As he spoke, the servant felt a pang of regret, pausing briefly before continuing. "For this reason, the child is viewed by the Viscount as the harbinger of the woman's demise. For 8 long years, the child has remained out of the Viscount's favor, and he has become the man we see today." Schmidt fell into silence for a moment, then slowly remarked, "What a lamentable turn of events." He truly felt regret, pondering how different things might have been had both mother and child survived. The Viscount's disposition might have softened, fostering a harmonious bond between father and son. Yet, the world offers no alternatives. All is irrevocably set. Schmidt's sorrow was genuine. Yet the revelation also ignited a suppressed joy within him. The tragedy surrounding the Viscount of Raston and his child, while unfortunate, presented a fortuitous outcome for Edwards and his associates. If they could elevate the child to the position of heir to the Raston lineage, matters would be settled once and for all. This was the bloodline of the Raston family, and the Viscount's own lineage, possessing rightful claims to inheritance. To the denizens of Longchamp, the child represented the most legitimate successor, and at merely 8 years of age, he would be manageable for Edwards and others. An 8-year-old is unlikely to possess the intellect of a prodigy, Schmidt mused inwardly. Opposition would undoubtedly arise. However, it would be addressed this very night. The Viscount's banquet would serve as his eulogy, the final ode to his downfall. With this newfound knowledge, Schmidt and Blackman turned to depart. Before leaving, Schmidt cast one last glance at the source of illumination. The room was now shrouded in darkness. Within, in the shadowy recesses before the window, a small figure peered through the curtain's slit, deep brown eyes fixated on the two until they vanished from sight. Chapter 124. The unveiling of the dagger at a table situated at the rear of the banquet hall. The trio of Rhett and his companions were indulging in a delightful feast. The food was exquisite. The bear, with its mouth stuffed, mumbled, "Indeed. This is far superior to what I had in Sand City. Truly befitting of a Viscount." Rhett nodded in agreement, his mouth full, while Flack, lifting his wine glass and surveying the attendees, lamented with a tinge of melancholy, "It is rather dull, without any ladies present. A Viscount's banquet devoid of women is quite unremarkable." Unremarkable. The taste is quite splendid, Rhett retorted. Flack, exasperated, raised his hands in surrender. He did not possess the same insatiable appetite as his companions, who were voraciously devouring their meals. Their uncouth manner of eating drew the attention of others, for it was assumed that none attending the Viscount's banquet would be unable to afford a meal. While Flack contemplated the beauties of the capital, he glared back at those who cast him curious glances, as if to say, "Have you never seen anyone eat?" Meanwhile, Edwards and his companions had arrived and settled at a nearby table. The atmosphere was palpably different. Edwards, once warm and amiable, now exuded an icy demeanor. Refraining from initiating conversation, Lucy and FIA, rivals since their last sparring match, sat on either side of him, heightening the tension. A profound silence engulfed them, with Lucy and FIA sitting stiffly, their eyes occasionally darting towards Edwards. At last, the stillness was disrupted. "Good evening, beautiful lady," a gentleman approached FIA. She remained silent, her gaze fixed on Edwards. The gentleman, following her line of sight, appeared to comprehend the situation, offered his apologies, and departed. Lucy turned her head to observe the exchange, and FIA flashed her a smile, subtly raising an eyebrow, as if to assert her allure. Lucy's expression hardened, and she turned away. Reaching for the wine on the table, she poured it delicately into her glass, sliding it towards Edwards while locking eyes with him, saying with a flirtatious smile, "Do have a sip, you shall be working hard tonight." Lucy, naturally languid and charming, accentuated her allure with her suggestive words, which were undeniably tempting. FIA momentarily faltered, muttering under her breath, "Vixen." As a knight, Lucy caught the remark, yet she simply winked at FIA without retorting. Edwards did not decline Lucy's offer. He raised his glass and consumed the wine in one gulp. The two women's gazes remained steadfastly fixed upon him, admiring his elegantly elongated neck and fair complexion. Their attention lingered, while Bloodhand had arrived at the banquet early, though he did not receive the courtesy of a viscount's introduction. Finding himself isolated in a corner of the hall, he was acutely aware that the Viscount was likely to take action against Edwards and his companions. Otherwise, he would not have invited them to the banquet. At this moment, he yearned to assist the Viscount in any way possible, striving to elevate his own standing. The owner of another pair of eyes, of course, was the host of the banquet. He had long regarded the two women as his personal treasures. Now, as the two women vied for Edward's attention, he pondered his own position in this intricate play. The Viscount of Raston's fury towards Edwards had reached a boiling point. He could no longer contain his anger and desired to claim the two women for himself. He believed they were worthy of being his wives. Yet it appeared that Edwards would be the greatest obstacle standing between him and the two women. The Viscount stood at the center of the crowd, graciously accepting the blessings of those around him. He waved his hand, signaling for others to disperse, and gestured to the steward beside him to prepare. The steward nodded and exited the banquet, walking through the doors. The Viscount did not linger, swiftly making his way through the throng to join Edwards and the two women. With a warm smile, he inquired, "How do you find the banquet, my dear guests?" "Quite nice," Edwards replied with a subtle nod. "Indeed, splendid. A family steeped in history. Rich in heritage," Lucy praised. FIA politely thanked the Viscount for his hospitality. "I am pleased to hear you are satisfied. I am aware of your purpose in Sand City. You wish to traverse through it to reach the desert, am I correct? I assume you also require the resources of Sand City, its populace and financial means." Edwards regarded the Viscount with a calm gaze, not denying the assertion. "Yes," he affirmed. "Then what shall I gain in return? You must understand that Sand City is within my domain. Utilizing my territory's resources, or even attempting to seize it, surely warrants some form of compensation, does it not? You were once the lords of the North, noble families of great repute, yet now you find yourselves besieged," Edwards articulated slowly, undeterred by the Viscount's increasingly frigid demeanor. "I can assist you in reclaiming your freedom." The Viscount slowly shook his head. "Not sufficient. The Raston's family shall claim 1/5 of the profits from any ventures." Edwards pressed on, 1/4. "Insufficient. 1/3. Edwards maintained a serene tone, his expression unyielding, as if he were not the one making concessions. Lucy and FIA exchanged worried glances. Offering the Raston's family 1/3 of the profits was grossly unfair to the expedition team. Even 1/5 would already represent an exceedingly generous benefit. Of course, there loomed the possibility of failure in the venture. Yet, should they succeed, the rewards would be undeniably substantial. Furthermore, Sand City was not truly the dominion of the Raston's family. If the Viscount were to lend out the Longchamp territory, a significant share of the profits from the endeavor could be feasible. However, it was evident that the Viscount would never entertain such an idea, nor would Edwards allow it to transpire. "Ha ha ha, not enough," The Viscount laughed heartily. You truly possess the ability to concede. Alas, what I desire is not merely this. What is it that you seek? What do I desire? I desire it all. The Viscount exclaimed loudly, casting a glance at Edwards before surveying the two ladies with a scrutinizing gaze. Lucy and Fia instinctively took a step back, feeling repulsed by the Viscount's intense possessiveness. The sound of clapping echoed distinctly throughout the gathering, bringing an abrupt silence as all eyes turned toward the source. The Viscount ceased his applause, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. I have an announcement to make. As you are all aware, I have long been without a lady. However, I am delighted to inform you that I have found someone worthy of becoming my wife. His eyes flickered between Lucy and Fia. Edward stepped forward, obstructing the Viscount's line of sight. A flash of anger crossed the Viscount's face, his lips curling into a sardonic smile as he declared loudly, "And those two ladies at this gathering shall be my brides." Chapter 125. Young and chuckled softly, much to Xiao Ming's satisfaction, especially considering the impending demolition of the hospital. Young and then cryptically informed Xiao Ming that a significant cleanup was imminent in the old prosthetic community. As Xiao Ming pondered this, he felt something kick against his foot in the grass nearby. Upon closer inspection, it was a football. In the distance, a young boy approached. Young and recognized him as Chun Huan, the 15-year-old son of Dr. Li Yuqing. While Xiao Ming conversed with Chun Huan, Young and discovered a blood-stained handgun beside a large trash bin. Lifting the lid, she found a blood-soaked individual clad in a hospital gown. Xiao Ming shielded Chun Huan behind him and urged him to find his mother. Meanwhile, Young and hurriedly reported to the emergency department and carefully extracted the mysterious injured person from the bin, laying them flat on the ground covered with clothing. Awaiting the arrival of a stretcher. S12. Waiting hall of the old prosthetic community first hospital. Night characters. Li Yuqing, other doctors from the emergency department, Nurse Xiao Yuan, and other nurses, the mysterious injured person, patient Xiao Zhang pretending to be injured, young Chen Huan. Li Yuqing cast a glance at Xiao Zhang, who lay on the movable bed. Xiao Zhang was merely feigning illness, incessantly whining as he waved his rusty prosthetic arm. However, no ailment could be discerned, and he only pleaded with the doctors to allow him to stay the night. Li Yuqing gestured for him to remain quiet. She scanned the waiting hall, where disheveled individuals sat or lay about, many like Xiao Zhang seeking a place to rest. At that moment, Chun Huan rushed to Li Yuqing, reporting that a bloodied uncle was outside. Li Yuqing instructed Chun Huan to wait for her in the office and hurry to the entrance. Just as the stretcher bearing the mysterious injured person was wheeled into the hall. Upon closer inspection, she called for the attending nurses to prepare the necessary medications and operating room. Realizing the patient was in critical condition, their limbs appearing disturbingly misaligned, as though sewn on with force, Chun Huan, clutching the football, watched his mother and the stretcher hurriedly disappear and ran after them. S13. The corridor outside the operating room of the first hospital of the old prosthetics community. Night. Interior. Characters. Li Yuqing, intern Dr. Xiao Chong, emergency nurse Xiao Yuan. Mysterious patient, young Chun Huan. Chun Huan sits alone on a corridor chair, occasionally watched by passing nurses. Nurse Xiao Yuan inquires if his prosthetic limb still causes him pain, offering comfort that it will cease once he reaches adulthood. The lights in the operating room dim, and the patient who was successfully resuscitated is wheeled out, followed by the weary Li Yuqing. Intern assistant Xiao Chong quietly asks Li Yuqing about the peculiarities of this patient, expressing a feeling that the patient seems to have undergone human experimentation, only to self-doubt, wondering how someone subjected to such could arrive at the hospital independently. Li Yuqing chuckles softly, reassuring Xiao Chong that human experimentation has long been prohibited. Chun Huan gazes longingly at his mother conversing with others about his condition, and soon notices that the gravely injured uncle, who had just passed him, opens his eyes. Their eyes meet, but the uncle quickly closes them again. Li Yuqing approaches Chun Huan, assuring him that she will tidy up and take him home shortly, instructing him to wait for her in the office. Chun Huan agrees. S14. Chen Changqing's living room. Night. Interior. Characters. Li Yuqing, young Chun Huan, Chen Changqing. Li Yuqing returns home with Chun Huan, encountering Chen Changqing, who has just come back from work. The couple engages in light conversation, planning their upcoming days off and reminding Chun Huan to take his medicine before promptly going to bed. Chun Huan retreats to his own room. S15. Young Chun Huan's bedroom. Night. Interior. Characters. Young Chun Huan, friends. Chun Huan obediently takes the painkillers placed on the table. As he removes his shoes and prepares for bed, he hears pebbles tapping against the window. Climbing onto the table, he peers outside, finding it empty. Suddenly, another pebble strikes the window, Blinking in surprise, he discovers 2 or 3 friends standing below, beckoning him to join them on an adventure. Just as he considers agreeing, he hears his mother in the living room asking if he has finished his medicine and urging him to sleep. Chun Huan shakes his head at his friends, who make faces at him before departing. Lying in bed, he closes his eyes, faintly hearing someone call his name as his consciousness begins to drift away. S16 Chen Chongqing S dining room, night, interior. Characters: Li Yuqing, Chen Chongqing. Li Yuqing quietly opens her son's bedroom door, confirming he is indeed asleep before softly closing it. She sits at the dining table, exchanging a glance with her husband. Chen Chongqing clears his throat, prompting Li Yuqing to tremble slightly as she confides in him that the last patient she resuscitated today was not merely suffering from limb damage. She feels an unsettling sense of anxiety. Chen Chongqing comforts her, and the couple subsequently retires to their bedroom. S17 Young Chun Huan's bedroom, morning, interior. Characters: Li Yuqing, Young Chun Huan. Chun Huan is gently awakened by Li Yuqing's soothing voice. The sounds of his friends can be heard in the living room, prompting Li Yuqing to step out to entertain the children. Chun Huan hastily changes his clothes and exits his bedroom. S18 Chen Chongqing's living room morning inside. Characters: Li Yuqing, Young Chen Huan, Chen Chongqing, a Yuan, Xiao Chong. Other friends: a group of friends seeks out Chun Huan to play. One of them pulls Chun Huan aside, recounting their adventure from the previous night, during which they clashed with a group of complete children and may confront them today, insisting that Chun Huan must assist. After a moment of hesitation, Chun Huan ultimately agrees. Li Yuqing entertains the children when she suddenly receives a phone call about an emergency shift, stating that there are complications with a patient they treated last night and she must head to the hospital. After seeing the children off, Chen Chongqing begins preparing lesson plans. S19 Zaiwazi Park Day outside. Characters: Young Chen Huan, a group of children, parents, police. Chen Chongqing. The combat prowess of children with prosthetics is evidently superior to that of those without. After a series of tussles, Chun Huan and his friends manage to subdue their opponents. The complete children cry out for their parents, and this scene is witnessed by police who have arrived in response to the report of the complete children, while Chun Huan's companions scatter in all directions. Chun Huan experiences the same auditory hallucinations as the previous night, momentarily dazed, and fails to escape, ultimately being taken to the police station. S110 Police Station Day inside. Characters: Chun Huan, Chen Chongqing, police, complete children, and their parents. Chen Chongqing arrives at the police station to retrieve his child. The complete children each lament their injuries to their parents, while the police sternly reprimand Chen Huan. The officers look disdainfully at Chun Huan's old prosthetic, expressing their contempt for those with outdated limbs. Chen Chongqing explains that his child's prosthetic arm was a result of injuries sustained during the prosthetic war, and that he did not qualify for a new prosthetic, as the child has neither seen battle nor participated in experiments. The police, having encountered such cases before, instruct Chen Chongqing to pay up quickly and sign the necessary paperwork to take his child home. As they prepare to leave, one officer ominously remarks that prison awaits Chun Huan when he grows up. Chen Chongqing endures the moment and departs with Chun Huan. S111 First Hospital of Old Prosthetics. Li Yuqing's office day inside. Characters: Li Yuqing, other doctors from the emergency department. Li Yuqing arrives at the hospital, just settling down in her office with a sip of water when the director enters. The director informs Li Yuqing that the critically injured patient from last night cannot be identified and urges her to abandon the case, asserting that a patient of unknown origin should not hinder the hospital's operations. Li Yuqing cannot bear to let a patient with a chance at survival lose that opportunity, so she refuses the director's suggestion, promising to take full responsibility for any ensuing issues. The director, furious, and the two part on unfriendly terms. S112 Chen Chongqing's living room morning inside. Characters: Young Chen Huan, Chen Chongqing comforts Chen Huan, who silently weeps, questioning his father if he truly erred. However, those complete children had knocked out the teeth of the youngest sibling. Chen Chongqing sighs and tells him that violence is not the solution to problems. Chun Huan nods and inquires about an alternative solution, to which Chen Chongqing offers no reply. Chun Huan suddenly experienced excruciating pain in his left arm. Chen Chongqing hurried to fetch him some painkillers, only to discover that they had run out. He then carried the suffering Chun Huan to his wife's hospital to obtain medication. In the special ward of the first hospital of the old prosthetics community during the day, Li Yuqing examined a mysterious patient, advising him to maintain a positive mood and take his medication on time, with further treatment scheduled for the afternoon. The patient's face was marred with blood scabs, obscuring his features. He attempted to speak but could only produce fragmented sounds, growing increasingly frustrated as he struggled to voice his thoughts, ultimately succumbing to tears. Li Yuqing urged him to remain calm and offered him some water. After regaining some strength, he managed to utter a few words, seemingly pleading for release. Li Yuqing was taken aback, wishing to hear him more clearly, but was informed by a nurse that her son was seeking pain medication. Reluctantly, she had to leave, reminding the mysterious patient to rest well. He attempted to grasp her clothing, but lacked the strength, helplessly watching her depart with a face full of despair. In the waiting hall of the first hospital of the old prosthetics community, Li Yuqing encountered a ruckus at the front desk while on her way to meet a family. A burly man was seen pushing a nurse to the ground, prompting Li Yuqing to intervene. However, this only intensified the man's agitation, leading him and his accomplices to wreak havoc, transforming the front desk into chaos. Amidst the turmoil, a fire was suddenly ignited, engulfing the hall in flames. In Li Yuqing's office at the first hospital of the old prosthetics community, Chen Chongqing, alarmed by the commotion outside, instructed Chen Huan to wait in the office while he rushed out. Left alone, Chen Huan soon heard the escalating noise and the acrid scent of smoke. He dampened a towel and covered his mouth and nose, peering outside, only to be urged by his mother to flee. In the corridor of the first hospital of the old prosthetics community, various characters including Li Yuqing, other doctors, nurses, young Chen Huan, Chen Chongqing, and medical disturbance personnel were present, alongside a special prosthetics assassination team led by Li Su and members of the Free Association. Chapter 126, Volume 1, introduces characters such as Edwards, the scion of the Emerald and the bloodline of the Destruction Demon, a 13-year-old with purple hair and azure eyes, whose appearance changes to blood-red hair and black eyes following his wrath. He is proportionate in build and possesses a gentle temperament, yet can become ferocious when provoked beyond measure, displaying both astuteness and strength. His weapon of choice is the glazed stopping sword, glazed crystal, which he uses to augment his knightly powers through bloodshed and vampirism. Later, he wields the demon god scythe. Additionally, there is Mia, a young maid and beggar whom Edwards takes in. On their way to the Marquis residence, Edwards encounters the young maid begging for food. He offers her shelter, and though they find themselves isolated in the Marquis house, they share a bond of joy in each other's company. Mia, lacking a potent lineage and possessing only a rudimentary mental capacity, has ascended to the status of a low-level magician. However, her expertise in spell inscriptions is remarkably advanced, earning her the title of Master Inscriber within Edward's faction. REIT, a mountain giant hybrid, is characterized by his rugged appearance and imposing physique, coupled with a boisterous demeanor and a fiery temper, alongside a keen sense of smell. General Shermiz, the son of Shinate, serves as a strategist and a talent in domestic affairs and political maneuvering. Although he lacks martial prowess and did not inherit his father's assassination skills, he possesses a more intricate intellect and cunning than his progenitor. The political genius and master tactician, Shun Han, paces the hospital corridor with his hands clasped behind his back, deep in thought. In the basement of the Yin family, Shun Han recalls a conversation with Yin Jusi regarding the prosthetic goods. Although he wishes to inquire about inhumane experiments and his lifespan, he is advised to exercise patience. Within the warehouse, a transaction is struck between Shun Han and Jing Linchuan. The pilfered C2 is, in fact, a product of inhumane experiments, concealed among other decoy exhibits, which Shun Han had surreptitiously substituted. Having been involved in the trafficking industry from an early age, Shun Han wields considerable influence. Initially approached by the conservatives, a pact was formed wherein Shun Han would provide and transport supplies for a second round of inhumane experiments, in exchange for a promise to extend his life. As one of the earliest prosthetic soldiers, Shun Han's body is riddled with wounds. Driven by a desperate yearning for life, he consented to the conservatives' deal. Yet he has seen no tangible outcomes. With the C2 exhibition approaching, Shun Han could no longer afford to wait. He sought the assistance of the renowned prosthetic modifier, Jing Linchuan, hoping he could investigate whether the results of the second experiment could enhance bodily functions, offering Jing the freedom to explore the research. Jing acquiesced, enlisting his capable subordinate, Guan Su, to assist the thief Yu Yunqing in retrieving the prosthetic Shen Han had secretly swapped at the exhibition. On board a cruise ship at dusk, Yin Zhaoxiu investigates the surveillance footage, only to discover that the data is temporarily lost and will take time to restore. Guan Su, in a bid to shield Yu Yunqing, identifies Chun Huan as an accomplice of the thief. Though merely the editor of a newspaper, Guan Su's close ties with Ji Xiuqi instill a degree of caution among others. Consequently, Chun Huan becomes the target of public ire. Wang Yi attempts to rescue Chen Huan, but is intercepted by Li Su, who signals her to refrain from recklessness. In Xiaoshu prepares to apprehend Chen Huan. In a desperate bid for freedom, Chen Huan takes Ji Zhuyu hostage at gunpoint, demanding a vehicle and driver, warning them against any tricks, or he will not hesitate to shoot Ji Zhuyu. Ji Xiuqi, filled with anxiety, glares at Chen Huan but finds himself powerless. Compelled to comply with his demands, Chen Huan rejected the chauffeur they had arranged and instead pointed to the timid waiter he had observed at the banquet, insisting that he should drive them. Coincidentally, the waiter could drive, albeit reluctantly. S14 Doc, DUS characters, Ji Zhuyu, Chen Huan, waiter, several policemen. The three departed from the port, pursued closely by a throng of policemen and pursuers. S15 on the road, night characters, Chen Huan, Ji Zhuyu, waiter. A gentle breeze accompanied by a light drizzle enveloped the scene. The waiter trembled as he gripped the steering wheel, while Ji Zhuyu cast a furious glance at Chen Huan, yet dared not provoke him further, finding the man somewhat familiar upon closer inspection. Ji Zhuyu attempted to negotiate his release, but Chen Huan remained unresponsive. The waiter, uncertain of the route, was directed by Chen Huan towards the suburbs. However, at an intersection, he made an erroneous turn, leading them onto a mountainous path. Chen Huan kicked the back of the front seat, threatening the waiter not to play tricks. Under the pressure of pursuing enemies and thugs by his side, the waiter inadvertently lost control, and the vehicle careened down the slope. Werewolf variant Carter, a peace-loving werewolf, averse to cannibalism, was driven out and caught stealing chickens by Edwards, a powerful werewolf, exiled at a young age. He refrains from killing his kind due to Edwards' constraints and assists him in dealing with hostile forces. Two-headed, possessing dual psychology, one head is irritable while the other is timid. Eik, the Marquis' third son, of the Xian Wolf bloodline 15, rebellious and arrogant, concealing his own inadequacies behind a facade, lacking the prowess of his sister, yet endowed with formidable political acumen and exceptional family management skills. Abi, the Marquis' second daughter, of the Xian Wolf bloodline 18, disciplined and taciturn, yet benevolent at heart, a gifted combatant. She joined the battlefield at 16 and ascended to the position of vice-captain of the Xian Wolf Knight Order by 18, shouldering her brother's responsibilities. Her elder brother, Ilong, perished on the battlefield due to the Mayer family's machinations. Schneider, 42, the shadowy leader of Marquis Weber's covert operations, fiercely loyal to the Marquis, tasked with intelligence gathering and assassination. He perpetually dons a black cloak, seldom appearing in public, and possesses an unremarkable appearance. Raylan, the father of Lete, commander of the Knight Order, aged 40, with a rugged demeanor, a fierce warrior known for his volatile temper and prowess in direct combat, yet lacking in social finesse. Lucy, the leader of mercenaries, a noble descendant whose family was annihilated by the Leaf and Fisher clans. At 20, she embodies a mature image, with a voluptuous figure, fair skin, and red hair. After becoming a bandit, her wildness intensified. Knight Strength Poison Master, advancing towards an apothecary role. Iron Whip, Black Man, 25, Lucy's retainer, who achieved significant military feats and narrowly escaped death, saved by Lucy. He faced oppression alongside Lucy's family, possessing knightly strength, slightly shorter in stature, wielding a heavy sword. Realf, 30, the cunning heir of the Fisher family, known for his treachery. Lucio, 18, handsome, the illegitimate son of Duke Fisher, marginalized due to his mother's status as a maid, who was subsequently murdered by the likes of Realf. Zongfeng, the Grey Longsword, is associated with the ordinary confidant of Lucio, Sapik, who betrays his master, having been seduced by the young master's ambitions, marked by a cunning disposition. Sophia, the princess, aged 14, is characterized by her naivety and gentle demeanor. Having been cherished by the emperor since childhood, she remains untouched by suffering. Macis 3, aged 82, embodies a commanding presence and decisive ruthlessness, yet in his old age, he has succumbed to indecision. Once a sagacious ruler in his youth, he witnessed the empire's prosperity flourish, but his reluctance to relinquish power in a timely manner led to unaddressed crises. Weber Horton, aged 41, is a decisive military figure, exuding authority and wisdom. Bearing the iron sword insignia, he has fought alongside Macis and holds a noble title, representing a new breed of military aristocracy that eschews decay in favor of martial governance. Fisher Miller, aged 55, is characterized by his ambition and thirst for power, coupled with an arrogant demeanor. Of unremarkable appearance, he is a descendant of the founding ministers of the Macis royal family, having enjoyed an untroubled life devoid of adversity. Meyer Sachs, aged 64, is cunning and inscrutable, Once part of a royal lineage, his family was vanquished by the Mace's clan. Their lifelong aspiration is to reclaim royal status, all the while being wary of the ruling family. His favored daughter was taken into the palace, where she bore the fifth prince. The second prince, at 53, is a formidable warrior, commanding the majority of the kingdom's military forces, yet he has never been granted succession to the throne. The third prince, aged 46, is characterized by arrogance and is supported by the Fisher family, with whom he shares a fraternal bond. His mother is the sister of the Duke of Fisher. The fifth prince, aged 30, displays a more effeminate nature. Supported by the Meyer family, he is viewed with disdain by Saxe, who harbors a desire to eliminate him. His birth led to his mother's demise, rendering him a thorn in the side of the aging duke. The Meyer family seeks merely to exploit him before ultimately replacing him. Lushiu, the solitary knight, embarked on a journey to return to Blackstone City, only to find himself besieged by wolfmen, necessitating a retreat. Along the way, he encountered a military force. Sapik, concerned for his safety upon returning to the capital, where he feared retribution from Ralef, also sought refuge in Blackstone City. In the city, Lushiu resolved to confront Sapik. The black serpent breathing technique and the black serpent toxicology manual documented various venoms, including those from serpents, plants, minerals, chronic poisons, potent toxins, colorless poisons, and hallucinogenic substances, which would later serve the apothecary. Upon reaching Taya City, Sapik attempted to poison Lushiu directly but refrained, fearing repercussions. Lucy informed Edwards that they had intercepted the supplies meant for the second prince, along with his correspondence, which had been preemptively seized at the royal palace. They proceeded directly to the castle and then to the village, where they set fire to the food supplies, though the women remained unharmed while Lucy, as the commander of the regular troops, ensured the safety of the provisions. The toxins had been introduced into the water, which had visibly changed color, yet would dissipate within a few days. They began searching for individuals, initially focusing on the nearest shops in Blackstone City. The surrounding villages of the second prince had been invaded by wolfmen, resulting in insufficient resources and a failure to communicate effectively. Initially, the Black Serpent family held doubts regarding Edward's prowess, but he earned their respect through his strength, capturing Sapik and revealing to Lushiu the identity of his adversary, as well as the truth behind his mother's demise. Duke Fisher sought vengeance for his son by personally approaching the Black Serpent family, yet he found no trace of them, as Edwards had subjugated the Black Serpent family and taken them to the castle of the Brun family, returning to the capital only with Lucy. The knights lacked complete skills, rendering many abilities unusable. The arena battles were to be documented concerning the king's affairs and the impending decisive conflict, which would directly lead to the downfall of Blackstone City amidst escalating hostilities. A young maid displayed hostility towards Lucy, who playfully teased her. In Chapter 127, no corner was to be overlooked. Underling, President, we have discovered a hidden compartment. Li Su, open it. The underling opened the compartment and retrieved C2 from within. Li Su, excellent. Let us return to the association. Everyone shall receive a bonus. Underling, thank you, President. In the new People's Party conference room, the atmosphere exuded modernism, with gray and white tables and chairs creating a sleek, minimalist aesthetic. The room was modest in size, featuring 2 rows of tables arranged together. Zhang Sanqing occupied the main seat, with others filling the remaining spots. Before Zhang Sanqing lay C2, while Li Su sat at the far left end. Zhang Sanqing. Li Su's capabilities are beyond doubt. His discovery of C2 has brought honor to our new People's Party. New People's Party member. Li Su's position remains rather low. Zhang Sanqing. I am aware, Ji Xiuqi has been overwhelmed with recent events, and the Conservative Party harbors discontent towards him. Li Su, how do you perceive the position of the president of the new Prosthetics Association? Li Su, it is splendid, and I am grateful for the nurturing from the leadership. Zhang Sanqing. Laughs, excellent. We shall strive to support you in this role. I hope you continue your diligent efforts. In the basement of the Yin family, a secluded place. Characters, Shun Han, Yin Jusi. Li Su is seated on the sofa, while Shun Han stands beside him. Yin Jusi, how is the research and development of prosthetics progressing? Shun Han, it is advancing steadily. There is no need for concern, esteemed leader. Yin Jusi, good. Shun Han hesitates to speak, and Yin Jusi glances at him. Yin Jusi, is there anything else? Shun Han, esteemed leader. There is something I am uncertain whether to voice. Yin Jusi, speak your mind. Shun Han, you must be wary of the petty individuals surrounding you. Ji Xiuqi enjoys a high reputation among the public. Yin Jusi, I am aware of that. It indicates he is a commendable official. Shun Han, persistently, the suspect in the C2 theft incident, Guan Su, is a close friend of Ji Xiuqi. Furthermore, The entry tickets for the exhibition were provided by Ji Xiuqi, which raises suspicions regarding their dealings. Injusi, is that so? You may leave now. Remember to focus on your own duties. Shenhan, esteemed leader, I am your loyal supporter. Injusi remains silent as Shenhan exits. He picks up a document, flips through a few pages, and tosses it onto the table, the name Ji Xiuqi emblazoned on the cover. In the district, during the day. Characters, Ji Zhuiyue, passers-by. Old prosthetic user, able-bodied individual. Ji Zhuiyue heads to the newspaper office for work. She notices a crowd gathered in a circle and approaches to inquire. Learning that two young men are fighting, with an able-bodied individual assaulting an old prosthetic user. Ji Zhuiyue pushes through the crowd. Ji Zhuiyue, please cease fighting. I am a journalist. You surely do not wish to kill him. Why are you attacking him? Able-bodied individual, why am I hitting him? He is an old prosthetic. It is only right, especially since he bumped into me. Old prosthetic user, you collided with me on purpose. Able-bodied individual, why would I intentionally collide with you? That would tarnish my own integrity. The surrounding crowd laughs, and the old prosthetic user lowers his head. Ji Zhuiyue, you cannot bully someone like this. Able-bodied individual, bully? Is an old prosthetic even human? They are merely a pack of beasts. Ji Zhuiyue, indignant, how can you speak so derogatorily? Able-bodied individual, what is wrong with criticizing them? The prosthetic war was instigated by them. They oppressed countless individuals, including my parents who perished because of them. Old prosthetics deserve to perish. Some passers-by, yes. Old prosthetics deserve to perish. Able-bodied individual, you are defending him. You cannot also be an old prosthetic, can you? Ji Zhuiyue, I am not. I merely disagree with your actions. Able-bodied individual, no, what are you doing here as a meddler? Leave at once. Ji Zhuiyue is pushed out by a bystander. Inside, the sounds of the old prosthetic user being beaten resound again. In the conference room of the Conservative Party, adorned in a vintage style and enveloped in dark hues, there lies a circular table surrounded by chairs. At the helm sits Ji Xiuqi, with the remaining seats occupied by members of the Conservative Party. The chair reserved for Ji Xiuqi remains unoccupied. Injusi, I have convened you all today to discuss a pressing matter. Conservative A, where is Chairman Ji? Injusi, Chairman Ji needs to maintain a distance. Furthermore, this meeting is confidential. The contents must not be disclosed to anyone, understood? Conservatives, understood. Injusi, Ji Xiuqi has been quite active lately. Conservative A, indeed, the public holds him in high regard. Injusi, I fear that if he continues on this path, the public will come to recognize him as Ji Xiuqi, forgetting the rest of us. Conservative B, Ji Xiuqi is a commendable official. I worry this might dampen the spirits of those below. Injusi, yes, hence we require a solid rationale. Pondering, Zhang Sanqing has also set his sights on the presidency of the new Prosthetics Association. We must remain vigilant. Conservative A, absolutely. The presidency of the new Prosthetics Association is a crucial position that cannot be compromised. Naturally, it hinges on the benefits they provide. Injusi, it seems you all harbor opinions about Ji Xiuqi. The individual aiding in the covert operation to steal C2 is a close associate of Ji Xiuqi. We can leverage this angle. On the rooftop of the Twin Towers, characters, Zhang Sanqing. Injusi, the highest tier of the Twin Towers, is typically off-limits to the public. Thus Zhang Sanqing and Injusi have chosen this secluded spot for their discussion. Injusi sips tea while Zhang Sanqing approaches with a cup of coffee. Injusi, do you have something to discuss? Zhang Sanqing, Ji Xiuqi has encountered numerous issues lately. Injusi, you need not fret, Director Zhang, we can manage. Zhang Sanqing, Ji Xiuqi's capabilities are lacking. Li Su has recently achieved significant accomplishments. I hope he can ascend to the presidency of the new Prosthetics Association. Injusi, Li Su is your ally, is he not? Do you truly believe I would permit your associate to secure the presidency of the new Prosthetics Association? Zhang Sanqing, you certainly will. We both understand this. The leadership requires collective election from the new Conservative Party. Assist me this time, and in the next election. I shall support you. Of course, you must also support me. Injusi, after a moment of contemplation, agreed. However, I too require certain incentives to gain their consent. Zhang Sanqing, check your phone. The details have been sent. Injusi, glancing at his phone. You have indeed made a considerable investment this time. Very well. Zhang Sanqing and Injusi shake hands. Zhang Sanqing, Injusi, a fruitful collaboration. As Zhang Sanqing departs, Injusi turns to gaze down at the world below, absorbing the entirety of the scene. Injusi, voiceover Li Su. Oh, Li Su. I eagerly anticipate the moment Zhang Sanqing uncovers your true identity. Jijia. Night characters. Li Su, Jiyue, Li Su's subordinates, Li Su, accompanied by several subordinates, arrives at Ji Xiuji's residence for a visit. Clad in black suits, they display no sense of hospitality, standing guard at the entrance while surveying the surroundings. Ji Xiuyue, who are you? Li Su, we are friends of your father. He specifically entrusted us with your safety. Ji Xiuyue, entrusted you with my safety? Li Su, indeed, you must be Miss Ji. I have heard much about Chairman Ji's beautiful daughter, and seeing you today, it is truly as I have been told. Ji Xiuyue, thank you for your kind words. Li Su, waving his hand, the subordinates position themselves strategically within the Ji residence, ensure the safety of Miss Ji. Ji Xiuji's office. Knight characters. Ji Xiuji, in the National Affairs Office. Ji Xiuji diligently continues his work. A stack of documents rests on his desk. He places the materials down and reclines in his chair, rubbing his eyes. Ji Xiuji, voiceover, I shall attend to this tomorrow. If I delay further, Zhuiyue will begin to worry. Senior conference room. Day characters. Zhang Sancheng. Injusi, New Democratic Party, Conservative Party, the senior conference room. A shared space for the New Democratic Party and the Conservative Party, exudes opulence and grandeur, adorned in a bright yellow hue. The seating arrangement starkly divides the two parties, each side filled with attendees. Save for two empty seats, one occupied by Li Su from the New Democratic Party and the other by Ji Xiuji of the Conservative Party. Injusi, today, we gather all senior members for this assembly. The primary agenda is to determine the position of the president of the New Prosthetics Association. The audience murmurs amongst themselves. Injusi, silence. Zhang Sancheng. Following our investigation, we discovered that the former president of the New Prosthetics Association, Ji Xiuji, had guaranteed the transition of an old prosthetic to a new one. That old prosthetic belonged to Guan Su, the individual who assisted in the theft of C2. Injusi. Therefore, we cannot dismiss the possibility that Ji Xiuji is linked to the theft of C2. I hereby announce the dismissal of Ji Xiuji from his position, and we shall select the new president from among the vice presidents through anonymous voting. After a brief pause, Injusi and Zhang Sancheng review the voting results, which are displayed on a large screen, revealing that Li Su has been elected unanimously. Injusi. Li Su has been elected unanimously as the president of the New Prosthetics Association. Let us extend our congratulations to him. Injusi initiates applause, and the others follow suit. Zhang Sancheng, you need not be perplexed by Li Su's absence. He is currently working to eradicate the malignant elements within the New Prosthetics Association. Ji Jia, Knight characters. Ji Xiuji, Ji Zhuiyue, Li Su. Subordinates. Li Su glances at his watch. Li Su, with a light chuckle, Chairman Ji truly dedicates himself to his work. It is rather late, and he has yet to return. Ji Zhuiyue, father has always been this way. However, he should be back soon. Li Su, what a pity that would be. Ji Zhuiyue, what a pity, please clarify. Has something happened to father? Li Su, nothing has happened. I was merely lamenting. Car lights appear, Ji Xiuqi's vehicle stops, and Ji Xiuqi enters the villa. Ji Xiuqi, Zhuiyue, we have a guest. It's you. Li Su, Chairman Ji. Taking out a pocket watch, I have been waiting for you quite some time. You are indeed diligent in your duties. Ji Xiuqi, what brings you here? Li Su, surely you have deduced something. Chairman Ji, you are under arrest. Ji Xiuqi, you cannot apprehend me. I am the president of the New Prosthetics Association. Li Su, no, you are no longer that. The notice of your dismissal has likely been dispatched. You are the only one left in the dark. Ji Zhuiyue, father. She rushes over. Li Su, restrain her. Li Su's subordinate detains Ji Zhuiyue. Ji Zhuiyue, let go of me, let go of me. Li Su takes Ji Xiuqi away while Ji Zhuiyue is pushed to the ground, kneeling. Chapter 128. In a small town in Jiangnan, with gray earth and gray walls. It embodies a typical Republican style. A narrow alleyway, where two figures pass, one clad in a long robe, the other in a short shirt. At the end of the alley stands the ancestral hall of the town, beneath a large locust tree. The hall is modest, merely a small courtyard enclosing three main rooms and a side room. The main room houses the ancestral tablets, while in the side room, an elderly man is recording notes. The elder, using a brush, murmurs to himself, trivial matters of life and death, I record them all. He closes the notebook, placing it on the table, the cover inscribed with the characters cause and effect. At this moment, a voiceover emerges. To know the causes of past lives, one must understand the recipients in this life. To know the fruits of future lives, one must recognize the authors in this life. Title card appears. Fade in, exterior. Day. The village under a clear sky. The sun casting a warm glow. Young Wang Ning digs a hole in the sand at the entrance. Interior. Kitchen. Day. The kitchen is filled with various utensils. A clock hanging on the wall. Wang Ning's parents are preparing dinner. His mother, washing vegetables, comments, "Our son is 7 now." His father, with a nonchalant grunt, seems indifferent to this matter. His mother watches, while his father almost cuts his hand while chopping. Exterior. Day. Wang Ming's perspective. He has dug a hole approximately 10 centimeters in diameter and 15 centimeters deep. Suddenly, he notices his arm turning red. He looks up at the sky. The sunset is yet to fall, crimson like blood, staining the surrounding clouds a dark hue, evoking a sense of impending bloodshed. Wang Ming's eyes are tinted red, and his expression shifts from initial panic and fear to a blank stare. He remains frozen for 7 seconds before returning indoors. Interior. Courtyard. Day. The sound of stir-frying emanates from the kitchen. Wang Ming enters the room, glancing at his parents in the kitchen through the door, remaining silent as he proceeds further inside. "Mother, welcome back. Wash your hands. Dinner will be ready soon." Wang Ming, in a daze, walks back to his room. Upon returning to his room, dark clouds enveloped the entire sky, followed by a fierce wind and a torrential downpour, mingled with hail. Inside the kitchen, the village was alive with the sounds of wind, rain, and hail. The father noted that the time on the clock read 7 o'clock in the evening. Just moments ago, the weather had been fair. How could it have turned so suddenly? The father sighed, recalling the previous 6 years, and urged, "Go check on our son. Do not frighten him." In Wang Ming's room, he lay on his small bed, twitching. In his dreams, he found himself in an unnamed town nestled deep within the mountains, characterized by architecture from the Republic era. The town appeared somewhat dilapidated and was eerily deserted. Yet, Wang Ming felt no fear as he navigated his way to the ancestral hall at the town's end, where he discovered an ancient book concealed beneath a table in an auxiliary room. As he lifted the tome, he caught sight of the 2 characters on the cover, cause and effect, with an ancient character inscribed at the bottom corner that flashed briefly before him. His mother sat by the bedside, cradling Wang Ming and gently placing a hand upon his forehead. The father paced restlessly within the room. "If this persists until 7:15, I shall take the child to the hospital," he declared, settling heavily into a chair. Outside, the relentless patter of rain and the crashing of hail continued unabated. "Is our son possessed?" the mother lamented. "It is my fault. Why did he have to be born at precisely 7:15 on the 15th day of the 7th month?" The father reassured her, "It is not your fault. Did we not seek guidance? There is nothing amiss. The timing of his birth signifies that he is extraordinary. Look, he has stopped twitching. He is better now. Quickly, fetch a gift for our son," the mother urged. The father, affirming with a "very well," hurried outside. From his vantage point, the torrential rain and hail suddenly ceased. Wang Ming opened his eyes. "Mother, what is happening?" "It is past 7. I am hungry." The mother turned, fighting back tears, and embraced him. "Let us go eat right away." In the living room, the family gathered around the dinner table. The father presented a charming little sketchbook and an exquisite notebook. "These are for you. Knowing you are not overly active and enjoy playing alone, capture your thoughts on paper. As you learn more characters, you can document your ideas," he explained. Wang Ming received the 2 notebooks with delight. Outside in the daylight, young Wang Ming dashed about with his sketchbook, drawing as he ran. Naturally, his illustrations mirrored the innocent scribbles of a typical child. His escapades took him to the wild slopes beyond the village, through farmlands, and alongside the river. As he ran, he transitioned from childhood to youth, evolving from childish doodles to recording his thoughts with words. Later, in his room at night, Wang Ming lay in bed, devoid of twitching or cries. Yet beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, hinting at the unrest within his dreams. Since that fateful birthday, he had been plagued by bizarre and supernatural dreams, reminiscent of the nameless Republic-era town, filled with wandering spirits, vengeful souls, judges, and the impermanence of life. With each dream, he grew accustomed to the strangeness. A flashback revealed his parents seated beside young Wang Ning's bed, the mother lovingly holding him. Wang Ning shouted, "Ghost, ghost, there is a ghost." His body convulsed uncontrollably. The young Wang Ning sat up in bed, took the towel from his bedside, and skillfully wiped away the sweat. Indeed, familiarity breeds contempt. The more one encounters the extraordinary, the less enigmatic and terrifying it becomes. In the self-study room at the university, Wang Ning was engrossed in his reading when he heard footsteps outside. Soon, Li Fei pushed the door open and entered. Li Fei, clad in slightly soiled attire and cradling a laptop, appeared disheveled as he boisterously remarked, "You're here, quite early." Wang Ning. Without lifting his head, Wang Ning responded softly, "You seem familiar, almost like someone from my high school," Li Fei observed. "Yo County," Wang Ning looked up. "I'm from Yo County too." "So, you must be that person from high school," Li Fei said proudly. "Indeed," Wang Ning replied, returning to his book. Before long, he dozed off, and entered a dream. In this dream, he found himself a mere observer in an unfamiliar classroom. From Wang Ning's perspective, one of the classroom's windows was shattered, and as evening descended, the wind fluttered the curtain, allowing a sliver of dim light to pierce the darkness. The classroom resembled that of his high school days. Within the classroom, Li Fei and two others were tormenting a girl. They slapped her, tugged at her hair, and hurled insults at her. One boy even laid his hands on her, tugging at her clothing. The sporadic light cast an eerie, sinister glow upon them. The girl fought back desperately, yet she could not break free. Her eyes filled with despair, and a look of determination flashed across her face. With all her might, she leaped out of the window. At the moment the girl jumped, the sound of high heels echoed in the corridor, and a female ghost entered from outside. The ghost bore an uncanny resemblance to the girl, and she used a small bowl-like object to capture the souls of the three tormentors. The events following the girl's leap unfolded in silence, akin to a silent film, until the ghost glanced at Wang Ning as she exited. Chapter 129. The Tale of the Peony Pavilion. The Resurrection, abbreviated as Peony Pavilion, also known as The Dream of Resurrection, is a play written by the Ming Dynasty playwright Tang Xianzu. Alongside the West Chamber, the Eternal Life Palace, and the Peach Blossom Fan, it stands as one of the four great classical dramas, representing the pinnacle of Chinese theater. The narrative primarily recounts the love story between Du Linyang and Lu Mengmei, who, despite numerous obstacles, ultimately reunite. In the play, Du Linyang, a refined young lady raised in seclusion, had not encountered any man besides her father and teacher until the age of 16, when a poem, Guanju, stirred her heart and inspired her to visit the garden. Upon returning from her outing, Du Linyang secretly meets Lu Mengmei in a dream, and ultimately, her unfulfilled longing leads to her demise. As her earthly life had not yet concluded, Du Linyang is granted the chance to return to the mortal realm, where she reunites with Lu Mengmei, and they pledge to marry. Lu Mengmei travels to the capital for the imperial examination, while Du Linyang accompanies him. However, due to the turmoil of war, the announcement of results is postponed, leaving them unaware of their standings. Concerned for her parents' safety, Du Linyang asks Lu Mengmei to visit Huayan on her behalf. However, Du Bao does not believe in the resurrection of his daughter. And since Lu Mengmei has disturbed Du Linyang's grave, Du Bao detains Lu Mengmei. During the interrogation of Lu Mengmei, he loses his status as a top scholar, which ultimately saves him. Even upon encountering his daughter, Du Bao remains unconvinced of her miraculous return, perceiving it instead as a transformation of a spirit. The love between Lu Mengmei and Du Linyang faces significant obstacles due to Du Bao's interference. It is only in the final act, Yuan Jia, that Du Bao acknowledges his daughter's identity, allowing their love to be legitimized. A brief analysis of Du Bao's character, The Peony Pavilion, unfolds through two intertwined narratives. The primary story revolves around the romance of Du Linyang and Lu Mengmei, while the secondary plot chronicles Du Bao's leadership against the Jin invaders. Du Bao, as a pivotal character, serves as a substantial hindrance to the fulfillment of Du Linyang and Lu Mengmei's love. Consequently, he plays a crucial role in propelling the plot forward. Evaluations of Du Bao's character are dual-faceted. On one hand, he is undeniably a loving father, having educated his daughter to be a refined lady, placing great importance on her upbringing. Furthermore, he is a well-rounded official, adept in both governance and military affairs. On the other hand, he embodies the rigid constraints of feudal ethics, displaying obstinacy and arrogance, which contribute to his daughter's melancholic demise. His refusal to acknowledge her resurrection renders him a figure of antiquated scholarly rigidity. 1. A caring father. The affection and concern Du Bao harbors for his daughter are beyond dispute, likely intensified by his lack of a son. His love manifests in three significant aspects: his approach to her education, his attentiveness during her illness, and his actions following her death. Du Bao's educational philosophy is notably progressive. He does not subscribe to the belief that a woman's lack of talent equates to virtue. Instead, he aspires for his daughter to be not only a lady of distinction, but also a woman of intellect and grace. He does not wish for Du Linyang to merely engage in mundane tasks, but rather to excel in arts and literature. Akin to esteemed figures such as Xian Yang and Bai Jinyang, Du Bao enlists the erudite scholar Chen Zuoyang as Du Linyang's tutor, allowing her unrestricted access to a wide array of literature that piques her interest, showcasing his liberal educational approach. His aspiration is for Du Linyang to emerge as a truly accomplished woman. In the 26th act, Playing the Truth, Lu Mengmei remarks that Du Linyang's artistry rivals that of Cui Hui, and her poetry echoes the elegance of Su Hui, underscoring her high cultural acumen. When Du Linyang falls ill, Du Bao exhibits profound concern. He fears for his precious daughter's health, summoning both Shirdaogu and Chun Zuoyang to attend to her ailments. While Shirdaogu can perform rituals to dispel malevolent spirits, Chun Zuoyang is equipped to diagnose and prescribe remedies, reflecting Du Bao's thorough preparation. Although ultimately his daughter succumbs to her illness, Du Bao's commitment to her care during her sickness is evident. Du Linyang, consumed by her unrequited love, succumbs to her melancholic fate, plunging Du Bao and his wife into deep sorrow. Du Bao laments, "My dear, if it were not for your solitary fate, I would not bear the weight of such injustice." With only one daughter, Du Linyang's death leaves Du Bao bereft and alone in his twilight years. Du Bao established the Plum Blossom Temple in memory of his deceased daughter, Du Linyang, where he enshrined her spirit tablet. He entrusted the Taoist priestess Shirdaogu and Chun Zuoyang with the responsibilities of replenishing the offerings and maintaining the altar, which reflects Du Bao's deep affection for his daughter. As an exemplary official, Du Bao possesses a duality of character. While he adheres strictly to moral principles and is often perceived as rigid and conservative, he demonstrates remarkable administrative and military capabilities in governance and in repelling external threats. Du Bao prioritizes agriculture and encourages farmers to engage in production. In the play Encouragement of Agriculture, farmers, shepherd boys, and tea pickers sing in sequence, and Du Bao generously offers them wine, fostering their agricultural endeavors. The respect shown by the elders, who commend Du Bao for his 3-year governance marked by kindness and integrity, highlights his exceptional administrative acumen. The play's preparation, relocation, defense of the Huai, and defeating the invaders showcase Du Bao's endeavors against the Jurchen invaders. During the Songjin Wars, Du Bao, undeterred by danger and prepared to face death, utilized his superior military skills to defend against the enemy at the foot of Yangzhou, ultimately swaying Li Quan and his wife to defeat a formidable adversary. Preparation refers to the fortification of military defenses. After 3 years in Yangzhou, Du Bao constructed 2 city walls to guard against the Jin army's assaults. In response to Li Quan's disturbances, he further reinforced the walls, demonstrating his foresight. In relocation, Du Bao, summoned in a time of crisis, heads to Huayan to resist the Jin forces. Faced with urgent reports of danger, he resolves to expedite his journey by taking both water and land routes, ensuring his wife and Chuanxiang could escape by boat to Linen, away from the conflict. This illustrates Du Bao's unwavering commitment to his country, as he prioritizes national matters over personal safety, resolutely plunging into the fray. In defense of the Huai, upon recognizing the perilous state of Huayan, Du Bao declares, "We shall either perish bravely in our charge into the city or petition the court for reinforcements." He inspires his troops to advance courageously rather than retreat. In stark contrast to the defenders within Huayan, who contemplate surrender or flight, Du Bao chooses to brave the dangerous situation. Knowing full well the city is encircled by Li Quan's forces, yet he carves a bloody path into the city, rallying both civil and military officials to hold their ground and await reinforcements from the court. Chapter 130. Stability begins. Wang Ning heard a muffled thud, followed by the hurried sound of footsteps descending the stairs. Upon opening the door, he found the place deserted. Returning to his study, he discerned whispers from below, which gradually escalated. Growing impatient, he approached the window and noticed a girl had fallen from the building. Contemplating this, Wang Ning stood by the window, lost in thought. Wang Ning, Li Fei, do you recall the incident at Ruyu High School when a girl jumped from the building? Was it suicide or murder? Upon hearing Wang Ning's inquiry, Li Fei trembled, his face draining of color. Why do you suddenly bring this up? I'm not sure about it either. I am feeling unwell, so I will head back first. 2 young men approached along the uneven dirt road in the mountainous village. One was clad in a white jacket and gray casual pants, exuding an air of coldness and mystery. The other was dressed in sports attire, marred by visible stains. They arrived at the entrance of a small village nestled at the foot of the mountain. Before them stretched a panorama of undulating mountains, still lush with greenery. Although lacking the vibrancy of summer, the small village appeared inconspicuous at the mountain's base, modest and rudimentary. It was midday, and the sun bathed them in warmth. A few elderly men basked in the sunlight at the village entrance, their expressions turning to surprise as they observed the newcomers. Old Manly, do you know where the tourist town is? Inquired one of the youths. Tourist town? What town is there here? Replied the first elder. Young man, how did you end up here? Our village hasn't seen a visitor in years, said the second elder. Wang Ning had been silently observing them, discreetly checking his phone for directions. Is there truly no town, old man? Li Fei asked again. We've been here for decades. How could we not know if there were a town? The first elder retorted. Li Fei approached Wang Ning and remarked, It seems no one knows of this town. How did you find it? Wang Ning, equally puzzled, showed Li Fei his phone. The navigation app indicated a town, seemingly nestled within the mountains. The landscape was adorned with verdant trees, enveloping them in an aura of mystery. As evening descended, the two men ventured deeper into the woods, each wielding a wooden stick. Parting the underbrush as they walked. Wang Ning, you've led me into a predicament. Are we nearly there? Li Fei called out. Wang Ning paused, retrieving his phone to check. Just 2 kilometers more, we will arrive shortly. Li Fei fell silent, quickening his pace, while Wang Ning followed closely behind. They hastened through the dense forest, gradually disappearing from view. Upon emerging from the mountains, they beheld the small town nestled in a basin, their eyes alight with astonishment. The town, reminiscent of the Republic of China era, lay eerily vacant, devoid of life. It feels oddly familiar, as if I have been here before, Wang Ning mused. Given the prevalence of these Republic-style replicas, familiarity is not surprising. Let us proceed and find a place to rest, Li Fei urged. The architecture of the town lined both sides of the main street, standing in neat rows. Only a few individuals were scattered about, rendering the area desolate. Wang Ning and Li Fei approached the sparse group to inquire about their surroundings, but as they drew near, the figures turned and swiftly retreated, vanishing from sight. Did you catch a glimpse of them? Li Fei asked. No, although we were close, it felt as though a veil obscured their faces. Moreover, it seemed as if they were deliberately avoiding us, Wang Ning replied. As darkness deepened, the streets of the town lay deserted. Wang Ning and Li Fei stood in the center of the thoroughfare. A chill breeze swept by, sending shivers through them. It feels rather cold. Let us find an inn to sit for a while, Li Fei suggested solemnly. Wang Ning began searching for a hotel on his mobile phone. He soon discovered that there was no information about the town available, and after a few taps, his phone lost its signal. Wang Ning, phone, is there any signal? Li Fei took out his phone and glanced at it. None. Wang Ning, I remember there was a signal just now. Well, let us find an inn and take a stroll along the way. As they walked, they observed the shops lining the streets. Few of the windows were made of glass. Most were covered with paper, though they were not in tatters. The doors of the shops were tightly shut, and no lights were on inside, casting a dim shadow within. The two of them traversed the dimly lit street, which felt rather eerie, continuing forward without encountering any glimmer of light from the shops. The narrow alleys interspersed among the shops appeared even darker. I'm exhausted. There is something off about this town. How large could it be? We've been walking for quite a while, Li Fei remarked. Wang Ning, still gazing ahead into the obscurity, felt as though the path stretched on endlessly. He glanced at his phone. It read 7:15 p.m. Without lifting his head, he said, we've been walking for over an hour. This place is rather strange. Where are the townsfolk? Li Fei exclaimed. Look, there's light. Up ahead. He quickened his pace. Not far ahead, on the right side of the street. A beam of light emerged. Li Fei reached the source of the illumination first. It was a street lamp beside an alley. The alley was noticeably brighter than the main street, which remained shrouded in darkness, while a light shone at the end of the alley. Wang Ning approached. Li Fei, let us go in and take a look. They entered the alley, and the light from the street lamp gradually dimmed until it extinguished completely. Wang Ning turned back to see that the lights outside were still aglow. Yet the alley appeared darker compared to when they had first entered. He looked ahead, and the end of the alley was pitch black. Wang Ning, do you feel like the alley is getting darker? Li Fei, not at all, it's still quite bright. Perhaps it employs some advanced technology. To Li Fei's eyes, the ground emitted a faint glow, reminiscent of moonlight. The light at the end appeared dense, though it was not warm yellow but rather a ghastly white. At the end of the alley stood a hotel, its decrepitude evident. The sign above read Lunar Inn, revealing it to be an establishment for travelers. What a lovely name, Lunar Inn, Li Fei commented. Wang Ning, have you heard of the Kisaragi station in Japan? The characters Kisaragi may not always convey something positive. Inside the hotel, the decor was entirely antiquated, lacking electric lights, illuminated instead by oil lamps, with wooden tables throughout. The atmosphere was quite dim, save for a small oil lamp flickering on the counter. An elderly man was dozing at the counter. Li Fei tapped the counter. The old man stretched and yawned. Ah, a guest has arrived. So early. He shuffled around the counter and paused in front of Li Fei, sniffing the air. Ah, a new visitor. It's been quite some time since I had new guests. These past few days have been rather interesting. Muttering to himself, indeed, in this world, one must eventually pay their dues. Karma does exist. Wang Ning, what are you babbling about, old man? Nothing much, just an old man's ramblings, he replied. The guest inquired whether he was to stay or simply have a meal. The old man replied, let us first dine and then find lodging. Li Fei responded affirmatively. The old man proceeded to the backyard, while Li Fei and Wang Ning took their seats at a table. Wang Ning surveyed the surroundings. There were cobwebs, yet overall, it was tidy. Chapter 131. A brief biography of Chun Hao. Chun Hao, age 32, remains unmarried, devoted to his career. He possesses a strong character and exhibits a somewhat masculine disposition. Engrossed in work, he lacks attention towards the life of his girlfriend, though he harbors deep affection for her. UC, age 30, is Chun Hao's girlfriend. She is exceptionally capable, gentle in temperament, and possesses striking beauty, serving as Chun Hao's secretary. Her love for Chun Hao is profound. Zheng Yi, age 31, is a friend of Chun Hao. He has a somewhat snobbish personality and is in love with UC. Scene, 5 p.m., in the living room of Chun Hao's residence. The living room is adorned with exquisite wallpaper, and at its center stands an electronic calendar displaying the date, June 20th. The floor is carpeted. To the left, there is a rectangular table, positioned upright, flanked by 2 chairs on each side, each adorned with thick cushions. A complete tea set rests upon the table. To the right stands a coat rack, providing convenience for guests to hang their outer garments. In front of the table is a flat-screen television, while behind it, a small storage cabinet houses 2 marriage agreements on its upper shelf, pressed beneath a book titled How to Be a Good Wife. The lower shelf contains an insurance policy and a financial statement, tucked beneath a management book. Beside the cabinet is a chair. The curtain rises. Chun Hao is seated, engrossed in the television. UC is dusting the storage cabinet, opening the upper shelf to inspect the book cover. Chun Hao, it has been so long. How much longer do you think I can survive? UC, pausing her task, the doctor mentioned that the symptoms of this illness are not pronounced. It could merely be a minor issue. Chun Hao, turning to look at her, no need to comfort me. The hospital's test results are conclusive. Is there any room for doubt? UC, regardless of what happens, I will take care of you. Even if you depart, I shall not leave. Chun Hao, do not speak so. You are still young, and there are many days ahead. Alas, I cannot journey alongside you any longer. UC, we will. Chun Hao, what do you mean? UC, let us marry. Chun Hao, marry? I am on the brink of death. What purpose would marriage serve? Aside from delaying you, does it offer any other benefits? UC, I have pondered this deeply and believe that marriage will enable me to care for you better. She produces the book How to Be a Good Wife. See, I have even purchased this book to learn. I will ensure your well-being and accompany you through the final journey of life. Chun Hao, your intentions are commendable. Sigh. In truth, I too desire to read a book. Chun Hao approaches the storage cabinet, retrieving the management book and gazing intently at the financial statement. You see, what lies within. You seem fixated. Chun Hao, I cannot agree to marry you. I do not wish to hinder your life. Moreover, why would you wish to wed someone who is half in the grave? Is it merely out of love, a desire to care for me better? You see, indeed. What else could it be? Chun Hao, I harbor no ulterior motives, yet you must understand, if you were to be my girlfriend and I were to perish, you would inherit not a single penny. However, were you to become my wife, you would rightfully become the heir to my estate. This is but a natural course of affairs. You see, I have never contemplated such notions. Is this how you perceive me? Your transformation post-illness is striking. Chun Hao, striking? Not at all. When it comes to matters of inheritance, can I afford to be careless? I vividly remember the day my father passed away, and the contemptuous faces of his brothers as they expelled my mother and me from our home. That image remains etched in my memory. You see, after all this time together, do you truly not know who I am? Chun Hao, I know. Yet, familiarity does not equate to understanding one's heart. There are many who share a bed but harbor disparate dreams. We have encountered countless such individuals in the business realm, as you are well aware. You see, indeed. I am aware. In truth, I know everything about the company. Chun Hao, what do you know? Love, affection, or perhaps wealth? I shall not marry you. You might as well relinquish that hope. Do you believe that my deteriorating health has muddled my mind? You see, with a trembling voice, you are not muddled. You have merely changed. Chun Hao, softly, changed, yes, but I have remained steadfast. There is a knock on the door. Chun Hao, answer it. You see opens the door, and Zheng Yi enters, hanging his coat on the rack. Zheng Yi, gazing intently at you see, sister-in-law. I have news regarding brother Hao. You see. Oh, what news? Chun Hao, what brings you here? Slowly rising to prepare tea, Zheng Yi sits down and sips tea. You see. Speak quickly. Is the news good or bad? Chun Hao, is there something amiss? Looking at both, Zheng Yi, yes. Today, I visited the hospital, and the doctor shared some splendid news with me. However, he was unable to reach you, and as luck would have it, I intended to visit you and relay this news. Chun Hao, good news? Concerning me? Have they discovered a treatment or a means to prolong my life? You see, Zheng Yi, stop keeping us in suspense. Just tell us. Zheng Yi, Brother Hao, you are not ill. This was a misdiagnosis by the hospital. It is merely that you have been overworked. Chen Hao, looking at you see, is that so? It appears someone's little scheme has unraveled. Is my wealth so easily acquired? You see, I shall file a complaint against the hospital. Zheng Yi, why? Because of a misdiagnosis? Yet, it has not resulted in any significant issue. Moreover, the likelihood of winning a complaint against the hospital is rather slim. Chen Hao rises to place a book down. Chen Hao, softly, I had contemplated ending it all. I cannot bear to be a burden to you, see. Raising his voice, why file a complaint against the hospital? This misdiagnosis has proven quite fortuitous for me. Without experiencing peril, one can never truly comprehend a human heart. There is a saying that couples are like birds of a feather in times of great adversity. They often take flight in different directions. How true that is. Oh, right, we are not even married. It seems someone is furious and wishes to complain about the hospital. Zheng Yi, observing the two. Is there something amiss between you two? You see, nothing is wrong, nothing at all. What about the people at the company? Chen Hao, who in the company are you referring to? I mean the people around me. You see, he is still not feeling well. His mind seems a bit muddled. Chen Hao, nonsense. I'm perfectly fine. Zheng Yi, looking at Chen Hao, smiling. Brother Hao, don't be so harsh on your sister-in-law. She is so remarkable. Many admire her. You should be cautious. She might leave with someone else. Besides, you are not even married yet. If she were to leave, it wouldn't be a burden at all. You see, Zheng Yi, please don't say that. I will always be with Chen Hao. Chen Hao, yes. There is indeed no burden. However, there is no fortune to be gained either. Wouldn't you agree, you see? Zheng Yi, what are you saying? If she were after money, she would have left you when you fell ill. You were not like this before you got sick. Chen Hao, if I hadn't fallen ill, she would have never had the chance. Just a moment ago, she was talking about marrying me, which clearly indicates that after my demise, all my assets would belong to her. Unfortunately, it seems I cannot die just yet. What a pity. You see, I never thought you would think of me this way. Zheng Yi, Brother Hao, you are truly foolish. Have you forgotten? During your illness, your sister-in-law managed the company. If she wanted to abandon you and seize your fortune, would she still marry you? Would you still be here? I never expected you to turn out like this. Your sister-in-law continues to love you and waits for you. You see. All right, let us stop this conversation. Chapter 132a. A Ming, 27 years old, possesses a gentle demeanor and a good temper. He has achieved modest success in his career, but still lacks his own home. Born into a poor family, he is frugal. Due to his busy work schedule, he seldom spends time with his wife, yet he cherishes her deeply. B. Xiaoqin, 26 years old, a Ming's wife and a homemaker. Xiaoqin is strong-willed and resilient. Once gentle in nature, prolonged time at home combined with dissatisfaction towards a Ming has turned her into a volatile person, yet she holds firm principles and fearlessly argues for her beliefs. Additionally, as the economy improves, her material desires have grown. Scene: a modest restaurant located in a remote area. In the center hangs a clock, its hands pointing to 8:30. On the stage, there are 2 rectangular tables on each side, accommodating 4 diners each. The remaining 3 tables are cluttered with leftover food. At a small table near the audience on the right side sit a couple, their tables strewn with remnants of their meal, alongside a seemingly intact pear on a plate. The curtain rises. A Ming and Xiaoqin sit opposite each other at the table. A Ming, smiling, dear, how do you find the food? Xiaoqin, it's just mediocre, it's edible. A Ming, that is true, nothing compares to your cooking. Xiaoqin huffs. Xiaoqin, a bit aggrieved you say my cooking is good, yet you often eat out. With suspicion, you're not seeing someone else, are you? A Ming, helplessly, how could that be? No one could match your gentleness and beauty. I'm just doing this for our family. Pauses. I want us to have our own home, not just a rental. Raising her right hand. I swear to the heavens, if I were to betray you. The moment I step outside, Xiaoqin hurriedly raises her hand to silence Amin. Xiaoqin, oh, please, no more of that. Pause. Amin, do you not feel that this place seems somewhat familiar? Xiaoqin, not at all. Amin, with a hint of disappointment, oh. Amin, after our meal, shall we indulge in a pear? As the saying goes, a pear after a meal keeps the body healthy and clear. He rises to slice the pear in half. Xiaoqin, angrily sharing a pear? Are you implying that you wish to part ways with me? Can you not even afford 2 pears? I was already displeased to come to this restaurant. What a dismal place. The exterior walls are filthy, and the interior is smeared with grease, not to mention the quality of the food. She glances at the ample leftovers. Amin, looking into Xiaoqin's eyes, alas. I was unaware that you have grown to dislike the food here. Xiaoqin, Did I ever express a fondness for this place? What a joke. Initially, I was elated to accompany you, but I never anticipated you would take me to such a shabby establishment. You may be frugal, but this is excessive. Amin bows his head. Xiaoqin, dejectedly, this garment I wear, you remember it, don't you? It was the first one you bought for me after our wedding. And it is my favorite. Her voice quivers. Yet, after 2 years of marriage, 2 whole years, have you ever personally purchased me another piece of clothing? When I shop online, you either deem it too expensive or unappealing. Why not accompany me to shop? Amin, my dear, I acknowledge my error. I truly did not realize how much you desired my company. However, I do this for the sake of our family. Xiaoqin, for our family truly? Do you comprehend how lonely I feel when I am home alone, yearning for you? Do you believe that a house constitutes a home? Or is it the presence of me that makes it a home? Amin, I have been remiss in my attention to you. But are you certain you do not recall this place? Xiaoqin, this location holds significant memories. Amin, alas. The lights fade. 3 years prior, the scene remains unchanged. Precise timing as above. Amin. Qin, do you feel our lives are burdensome? Xiaoqin, why do you say that? Is there anything easy about life in the north? Amin, alas. Qin, hesitating. Xiaoqin, eagerly, what is it, Amin? Amin, with a wry smile. Qin, I fear I may not endure much longer. Xiaoqin, anxiously, in distress. Amin, what has happened? Please do not frighten me. Amin, smiling, regaining composure. It's nothing, nothing. Amin rises to slice the pear into halves. Amin. Qin, I remember how much you adore pears. Xiaoqin, suspiciously. Amin, are you hiding something from me? Amin. Qin, do you not find it curious that sharing a pear sounds like separating? Xiaoqin, standing, what do you mean by that? Sad music plays. Amin, standing before Xiaoqin. Qin, I have grown weary of this life, not for myself, but for you. During our university romance, I vowed to bring you happiness. Yet where is it now? I cannot even glimpse the shadow of happiness. I have wronged you. Let us part ways. Music intensifies. Xiaoqin, sobbing, you scoundrel. I listened to everything you said before, but not today. Pause. What I cherish is the essence of who you are, not your wealth. Amin, but it's truly been unbearable. I do not wish to burden you. Romantic music. Xiaoqin, from the very beginning, I was certain about you. It's a lifetime commitment, and I shall never let go. Amin, tears welling. Embraces Xiaoqin. Qin, thank you. I love you. Xiaoqin, I love you too. Embraces Amin. Music ceases. Amin rises from across Xiaoqin and sits beside her. Amin, softly, my dear. Purchasing this pear is not an act of stinginess. It serves as a memento of our most arduous days together. Xiaoqin, my love, my memory has been faltering of late. I often forget things. Yet, I recall how diligently I worked before, contributing significantly to your endeavors. However, why, when your career began to flourish, did you not allow me to assist you? Suspiciously, you do not harbor ulterior motives, do you? Amin, alas, my dear, it is I who have wronged you. The immense pressure from your previous work has inflicted psychological distress upon you, and I, preoccupied with my own responsibilities, neglected you, leading to your emotional turmoil. I feared your condition might worsen, thus I insisted you remain at home to rest. Yet, I overlooked the fact that no one relishes solitude. No one enjoys this form of confinement. Xiaoqin weeps. Amin, perhaps you have forgotten this place, as it is also a remnant of past troubles. Xiaoqin, urgently, what significance does this place hold? Amin, here is where, 3 years ago, we truly opened our hearts to one another. Silence. Tears stream down Xiaoqin's face. Amin, do not dwell on the past. Focus on the pear. He examines 2 pears, picks one, and hands it to Xiaoqin. This one is for you. Xiaoqin, what's wrong? Do you wish to part ways with me again? She lifts the pear, noticing a glimmering object at its core. What is this? Music softens, a hint of romance. Amin, standing, yes, it's an engagement ring. This is what I owe you. He places the ring on Xiaoqin's finger. I love you, my wife. Light shines on the couple as they embrace. Chapter 133 Concept. A story of a bewildered, aimless youth with aspirations, who discovers his path amidst the harsh realities and tender moments of society. Elucidation. In this concept, I intend to explore the journey of lost youths seeking their way in contemporary society. While the premise may not seem particularly engaging, I could infuse comedic elements through select dialogues or amusing incidents. Nonetheless, I believe this concept holds profound significance, as in a world often driven by materialism, many disoriented youths exist, lacking both connections and extraordinary talents, making it arduous for them to find their paths. Thus, I wish to contemplate the life journeys of the youth. There are numerous challenges in future creative endeavors. Firstly, The theme of youthful inspiration and societal exploration is quite prevalent, and I find it challenging to assert that my thoughts are entirely original or that they will stand out. Moreover, such a theme may necessitate a wealth of social experience and knowledge, leaving me uncertain of my ability to fully grasp this concept. The characters within this narrative undoubtedly possess distinct personalities. The youth envisioned is both an individual and a representative of a segment of aimless young people. His primary characteristic is a sense of confusion, an inability to discern the path ahead or to find his own way. He embodies both a complex and flawed aspect, as well as a kind and warm-hearted side. The events conceived may experience significant ups and downs, although this is not easily devised. Under the weight of societal challenges and the delineation of warmth, the narrative can encompass vast themes, allowing for thoughtful and deliberate planning. The protagonist can experience solace amidst adversity, receiving a punch followed by a sweet reward. Simultaneously, a series of challenges can culminate in profound compassion. However, I currently find myself at a loss as to how to structure this narrative. Main character: 1. Namping. Gender: male. Age: 19. Personality: slightly introverted, kind-hearted, and possesses a strong sense of self-esteem. Occupation: assistant at a small art gallery, responsible for cleaning the gallery, mounting artworks, and learning to paint. Background: Namping hails from a rural area with modest means, yet his aspiration is to become an artist. His father works away from home for extended periods, while his mother is an art teacher. She has always encouraged Namping to pursue painting, recognizing his talent. However, his father believes that art holds no future. Following a tragic incident, Namping's mother passes away, yet in her final moments, she continues to inspire him to paint. Despite his father's opposition, Namping does not study art during high school, as he is not an art student. As the art examination approaches, he deceives his father into thinking that he feels anxious and restless studying at school, requesting to focus on his studies at home instead. His father consents and calls the teacher. Given Namping's consistent strong performance at school, the teacher approves his request to study at home in preparation for the college entrance examination. With his father often absent and limited options for art schools, Namping independently takes the examination. Upon encountering the test questions, he finds them manageable, especially the practical drawing section, as his foundational skills are solid. After several rounds of exams, he feels confident about his acceptance. Even if he does not gain admission to an art institution, he is resolute in not abandoning his passion for art. Once the exams conclude, Namping returns home to prepare diligently for the next steps. He discreetly checks his exam results online and discovers that he has passed the threshold. He breathes a sigh of relief, knowing that as long as no major issues arise, his academic performance should secure him a place in an art school. Upon the conclusion of the college entrance examination, Namping's results are stable and commendable. When it comes time to fill out his application for art schools, he secretly completes the forms on his computer, concealing this from everyone. Given that art programs have early admissions, Namping receives his acceptance letter swiftly. Coincidentally, the letter arrives just as his father is home due to the sweltering weather. Nanjing's father confronted him with the notice, but Nanjing remained silent. In a fit of anger, his father tore the notice to shreds and resolutely opposed Nanjing's pursuit of art. Nanjing retreated to his room, determined to leave for the city where the institution was located. He penned a letter to his father, conveying his intent to pursue art and requesting not to be sought after. He departed with little more than some spare change, his identification, and his finest painting. Upon arriving in the city, Nanjing sought employment. He ventured into a small gallery, where fortune smiled upon him. The owner, impressed by his artwork, offered him a position. Nanjing felt that the path to his artistic aspirations remained open, and he sensed hope. Within the gallery, he learned that some art students would purchase paintings to submit as their assignments, and even instructors at art academies engaged in similar practices. Being new to the world, Nanjing took the owner's words to heart, having witnessed similar occurrences, and resolved not to attend school, believing such institutions to be a desecration of art. He thought that working under the owner would allow him to learn and earn simultaneously, unaware that the owner merely sought to exploit his talent for profit. Nanjing's primary objective in the new city was to find work, ideally in hand drawing, illustration, or any art-related profession. However, the barrier of a college degree hindered his aspirations, forcing him to distribute flyers and take on menial, unsavory jobs. A month later, a thief broke into his rented room, stealing all his cash, leaving him unable to renew his lease. Consequently, he resorted to spending nights at an internet cafe. The cafe was not disheveled. He would sleep there at night, indulging in games when funds permitted, and merely seeking refuge when he was broke. The cafe's owner, having once traversed similar hardships, empathized with Nanjing and offered him a position as a network administrator. Nanjing retrieved a bag belonging to Wenberu, who recognized him and decided to assist him. He called his father to assure him of his safety and sought his support to attend art school, only to be met with rejection once more. His father remained adamant against his pursuit of art, believing that even retaking exams was preferable to studying art. Nanjing continued to work diligently at the small gallery. Painting late into the night, surrounded by brushes, paints, and paper, the gallery felt like a sanctuary to him. One evening, while finishing a painting, he overheard a transaction taking place in the owner's office, hinting at discussions of renowned artworks. Meanwhile, when Beru was sketching by the artificial lake at school, while Nanjing had ventured out in search of an ideal location to draw. In Chapter 134, the narrative unfolds as Lian awakens to find Xiaolan missing. He discovers her lifeless body in a small garbage dump behind the apartment. Overcome with sorrow, he contacts his cousin to express his grievances about the task at hand and to discuss his final arrangements. Lian believed that Ma San had uncovered his true identity, killed Xiaolan, and issued a warning to him, prompting Lian to seek revenge on Ma San. However, Lian was unaware that Ma San mistook him for the Black Leader, leading Lian to wrongly conclude that the Black Leader was responsible for Xiaolan's death. Upon entering the Black Leader's office, Lian directly accessed the hidden compartment, discovered the medical certificate, and came to understand his own identity, ultimately choosing to perish alongside the other terrorists in the base. Character relationships. Lian's childhood was marred by the brutal murder of his parents by criminals, leaving him profoundly traumatized and resulting in severe mental illness characterized by a split personality. Following his infiltration as an undercover agent, his personalities became even more fragmented. After he eliminated the former Black Leader, he led a dual life, serving as a police officer by day and assuming the role of the Black Leader by night. Xiaolan was Lian's girlfriend from Police Academy, sent to assist him in capturing the Black Leader. Tragically, on her very first night, she fell victim to the now Black Leader Lian. His cousin, a police officer, was the one who orchestrated Li An's undercover mission and maintained a direct line of communication with him, scheduling their contact for the 4th of each month. Ma San, a loyal confidant of the Black Leader, had inadvertently glimpsed the true identity of the Black Leader and remained steadfastly devoted. Exterior scene. A park where a couple plays with a young boy. The sky is clear and sunny, casting a warm glow upon their faces. Exterior scene. From the perspective of the young boy, the distant grass transforms into a vibrant sea of flowers, filled with vivid roses, their red hues eerie and blood-like. Interior scene. In the villa's grand hall, the boy bursts through the door, his face radiant with joy. He exclaims, "Mom and Dad, I'm home." But his expression abruptly freezes, and he stands in shock as silence envelopes the villa. Interior scene. From the boy's view, he sees the couple lying on the ground, blood pooling around them. Interior scene. In Lian's home, a bedroom, a voice emerges from beneath the covers. "Damn it." Breathing heavily, a hand reaches out from under the blanket to turn on the light. Lian, drenched in sweat, opens his bleary eyes. Interior scene. From Lian's perspective, the blanket on the other side of the bed is askew. Interior scene. Lian touches the blanket, feeling its coldness. "Xiaolan, Xiaolan," he calls out. But silence answers. Glancing at the clock, he notes it is 5:10. His brow furrows as he quietly rises from bed, gazing out the window where dawn breaks through the darkness. Interior scene. In the living room, Lian switches on the light, his gaze fixated on the women's shoes on the shoe rack. Years of experience tell him something is amiss. He cautiously approaches the door, inspecting the lock, which appears intact. Interior scene. In the apartment corridor, from Lian's perspective, a trail of white marks stretches from the door to the end of the hallway. Interior scene. The series of shots captures Lian's complexion turning ashen, his eyes glinting with menace as he rushes out of the apartment. Exterior scene. Outside the apartment. It is around 5 o'clock in the autumn, the sky still somewhat dim. From Lian's viewpoint, several figures pass through the hazy light. Exterior scene. Lian frantically searches the surroundings. Finally, from Lian's perspective, a figure clad in pink pajamas lies amidst a heap of refuse. Exterior, a landfill. A series of shots reveal the desolation of the dump. Lian remains silent, her visage etched with sorrow, a solitary tear gracing her cheek. The lifeless body of Xiaolan reflects a gaze filled with shock. Lian retrieves her mobile device and places a call. Xiaolan is dead. Silence reigns on the other end. A prolonged stillness ensues. The old place. From Lian's perspective, the screen of the disconnected call reveals the words cousin. Exterior, landfill. Interior, a bar's private booth. In the quiet ambience, two figures remain shrouded in darkness, the lights unlit. An extended silence lingers. She was a good girl. Indeed. Leon replies with calmness. I heard you were very close friends at the police academy. Why did you part ways? Her cousin inquires. Because of your damned mission. I thought that after 3 years, the pain would have subsided, but unexpectedly. Silence reigns. I'm sorry. Another silence follows. I wanted her to assist you. To pretend to be your girlfriend. You bastard, you don't trust me, do you? 3 years of undercover work. And I've yet to see the true face of the Black Leader, Leon shouts. Silence again. I might have been compromised. Masan has been looking at me strangely this month, Leon states calmly. I will kill him, and take down the Black Leader as well. No, for your safety. I cannot allow you to do this. Do you think your orders hold any weight with me? If I'm alive, I will contact you as usual. If I have no news by the 4th of next month, then, farewell. Interior, the temporary base of the Black Leader. The underground facility is dimly lit. From Leon's perspective, she observes a guard. Take me to see Brother San, Leon states calmly. Certainly, Ligo, the guard responds respectfully. Interior, Masan's office. Brother San, I have something important to discuss, Leon says, glancing at the guard beside her. You may leave, Masan instructs. The guard bows and quietly exits. From Masan's perspective, he gazes calmly at the man before him. A flicker of confusion crosses his eyes. From Leon's perspective, Masan's expression is peculiar. Interior, Masan's office. Speak. You must know Xiaolon, Leon states calmly. Who? Xiaolon. I don't know her, Masan replies, bewildered. All right. Leon's voice trembles slightly. Leon draws a silenced pistol, aiming it at Masan's head. Now you realize who I am. Masan hastily rises, trembling. No. I saw the Black Leader's true face by chance last month. Yes, I am very loyal to you, Masan stammers. I am not him. Leon states calmly, gently squeezing the trigger. Leon's perspective revealed Masan lying on the ground, a gaping wound in his brow, his eyes filled with confusion. Interior, base corridor, a guard stood before the office of the Black Chief. Leon approached swiftly and dispatched him. Standing before the door, he aimed his gun at the lock. Interior, Black Chief's office. Leon entered and quickly searched for information. A gentle tap on the table revealed a hidden compartment within the drawer. Leon's perspective, he spotted a diminutive safe nestled within the compartment. Interior, Black Chief's office. In a series of shots, it was clear that Leon had not searched elsewhere. He had directly located this concealed compartment. Leon's perspective, within lay a remote control and a medical certificate bearing his name. Leon, with a diagnosis of severe dissociation and dual personality. Interior, Black Chief's office. Leon stood silently before the desk, lost in thought for a prolonged moment. His finger rested on the red button, which he pressed gently. Exterior, ground. A section of the ground sank downwards. Chapter 135. The castle, built against the mountainside, loomed at the heart of the estate. From its highest point, one could survey the entire grounds. The first floor housed a grand hall, expansive in size, flanked by 2 rows of wooden seats that offered little comfort. At the far end stood a raised platform, adorned with a slightly wider wooden seat positioned between the 2 rows. The hall was draped in somber hues, sparsely decorated, save for a sword and suit of armor hanging behind the innermost seat. This hall served as the Marquis's council chamber, where all matters, except the most confidential discussions reserved for the secret chamber, were deliberated. Its unpretentious style reflected the family's practicality, eschewing the decadent opulence associated with corrupt aristocratic life. At this moment, within the council chamber, the Marquis occupied the central seat, with Edwards and Rate standing before him. The Marquis regarded Edwards and said, You are now 10 years old. I intend for you to inherit the Warren estate. At your command, my lord, Edwards replied. My lord, what about me? Shall I accompany Xiaobai and Edwards? Rate interjected. The Marquis waved his hand, signaling for the 2 to depart. After Edwards and Rate left, the Marquis rose and proceeded to the study, entering the secret chamber. The chamber lay below the castle, dimly lit, and upon the Marquis's arrival, a figure awaited him. Clad in black, the individual's face obscured by a mask, stood in a shadowed corner. My lord, you have arrived, the figure said. Schneider, is there an urgent matter? Schneider was the leader of the Marquis's clandestine division, typically reserved for significant issues that warranted a personal report to the Marquis. This division specialized in intelligence gathering and assassination, and Schneider's presence evoked a sense of impending crisis within the Marquis. My lord, the werewolf tribe shows signs of migrating southward, drawing ever closer to your estate. Moreover, the capital is also unstable. Although direct evidence is lacking, the closeness between the 3rd prince and the Fisher family, as well as the 5th prince and the Meyer family, is widely acknowledged, Schneider reported. The 2nd prince remains stationed at the border, and according to reports from the secret department, the military is presumably under his control. This is not surprising. Even if he were not a prince, he would excel as a general. Shall we support the second prince, my lord? Not necessary. The Weber family is loyal to the royal family and to His Majesty rather than to any individual royal member. Order the secret department to closely monitor the movements of the two prominent families. As you command, my lord. With that, Shine-Eyed departed. The Marquis of Weber remained in the private chamber. At the age of 82, King Messes III has yet to designate an heir, plunging the entire kingdom into an atmosphere of uncertainty, particularly as the king's health has visibly declined. The two noble families, the Fishers and the Mayors, have begun to make their moves. What about the Weber family? The Marquis perceives this as an opportunity, yet it could also lead the family into peril. Edwards and Red arrived at the supply distribution point, where the Marquis did not provide Edwards with an abundance of supplies, but did grant him 300 gold coins. Edwards was heading to his own fief, rather than to cultivate new lands, so his entourage was modest, consisting solely of Gina, Rhett, Miss, Barley, and 10 well-equipped elite cavalrymen, each averaging a level of 3. Apart from Gina, Edwards, and Miss, the remaining 12 donned half-armor and were equipped with iron swords, lances, warhorses, and bows, with their gear costing over 100 gold coins. These 10 elite cavalrymen comprised a squad from the Weber family's knightly order, which serves as the Marquisite's elite force. With only 300 members, each exceeding level 3. The standard unit for soldiers is a squad of 10, a platoon of 30, a company of 100, a battalion of 300, and a regiment of 1,000. A professional level of 15 surpasses that of an ordinary person but falls short of the extraordinary. The strength and speed of the extraordinary far exceed that of the common folk, and different bloodlines confer varying attributes and powers. Among the extraordinary, the advantages of bloodlines are magnified. A top-tier bloodline can easily overwhelm a lower-tier one. Beyond the extraordinary, every 5 levels constitute a rank, known as Knight, Great Knight. And the highest rank in the kingdom is that of Great Knight. Beyond Great Knights is territory unfamiliar to Edwards. Having grown up in the Marquisate, Edwards spent his days practicing archery and combat, alongside learning the etiquette and knowledge befitting nobility, never having ventured beyond the Marquisate. As for Rhett's coarse demeanor, it stems from his complete disregard for knowledge outside of combat. Raylan informed Rhett that while it was acceptable to forgo learning, failing to master combat would result in broken legs, illustrating that the father and son share a genuine nature, a familial trait. The Marquisate is situated in the very heart of Greystone City. The city is divided into an inner and outer city. The inner city is where the wealthy and merchants reside. The layout is orderly, with numerous shops, and the majority of passers-by are well-dressed, indicating they are not of the impoverished class, although a few appear tattered and weary. These outliers are mercenaries, who venture outside the city to hunt beasts and other game, or fight for nobles in exchange for gold. Naturally, the level of skill among mercenaries varies greatly, necessitating the discerning eye of their employers. Edwards and Gina gazed out of the carriage window, filled with curiosity and delight, as this was an experience they had never encountered before. Gina, especially, exclaimed excitedly in Edward's ear. Passers-by, upon noticing the iron sword insignia atop the carriage, bowed their heads in a gesture of humility, a reflection of the stark divide in status between nobility and commoners. Yet, not all shared this reverence. A few mercenaries, clad in tattered leather armor, fixated their gaze on Edwards within the carriage. "Bah, pretty boy," one burly man scoffed. Captain Locke of the cavalry glared at the brute, warning, "Open your eyes and see clearly. This is a noble of the Duke's household. Do you seek death?" Others looked on in fear, while a dark-skinned, unremarkable woman among Blackman's companions stepped forward, her voice soft as she addressed Edwards. "My lord, Blackman did not know your identity and has offended you. Please accept my apologies." She produced a coin pouch, offering 10 gold coins. Blackman opened his mouth to speak, but the woman cast a glance at him, silencing him. Edwards regarded her thoughtfully, waiting a moment before asking, "What is your name?" A hint of confusion crossed her face as she replied, "Lucy." Edwards found her intriguing. It was rare for a woman to be a mercenary, and one who could make her mark in such a group surely had a story to tell. Lucy and the mercenaries watched as the carriage departed, their expressions a mix of astonishment. They had not anticipated such amiability from a noble, as commoners knew well the peril of confronting nobility directly. Chapter 136. A matter of growth. The clear night sky shone exceptionally bright, each star resembling a lantern adorning the deep expanse of the night. Within the house, darkness enveloped the room, pierced only by a faint glow, unfortunately, not a guiding light, but rather a temptation leading to moral decay. Qianyue once again found himself immersed in the ocean of gaming, reminiscent of countless other ordinary nights. He was quite lazy and loved to play, stubbornly resistant to authority. During his adolescence, he was rebellious and exhibited increasingly eccentric behavior. Back then, arguments with his mother over gaming would erupt at the slightest provocation. For Qianyue, bickering with his mother was as unavoidable as eating or sleeping. Despite their daily squabbles, the bond between mother and son remained steadfast. Eventually, everyone must grow. Qianyue's transformation stemmed from an incident involving his mother. It was a summer day, not yet the peak of heat, but saturated with the essence of summer. The trees were lush and green, the earth carpeted in verdant hues. Even the winds carried a warm embrace, while golden rays bathed the land, capable of scorching unprotected skin. The summer scenery was undeniably beautiful, yet such temperatures fostered a thriving environment for germs, making wounds susceptible to infection. That summer, one day, his father rode a motorcycle with his mother for an errand. Upon their return, they recounted a harrowing moment when they narrowly avoided a traffic accident. The sweltering heat had made tempers flare. Qianyue's father rode his bicycle at an excessive speed and inadvertently brushed against a tractor in a fleeting moment. Both parties dismounted to assess the situation, discovering that there was no significant harm done, save for a bruise on Mother's lower leg, which had not broken the skin. Consequently, they deemed a hospital visit unnecessary, much to the distress of Mother. Everyone believed the injury was minor and felt relieved. Qianyue's mother continued her daily life, driving and attending to her work, while young Qianyue immersed himself in his games, finding it difficult to extricate himself from them. Eventually, under the influence of temperature and time, that minor bruise transformed. Neglected and untreated, it became inflamed. Qianyue's mother experienced considerable discomfort in the affected area and sought medical attention, only to discover that the tissue had necrotized. Reflecting on that incident, Qianyue pondered the sensation of having dead flesh on one's leg and how unbearable it must feel. In the subsequent 6 months, the family underwent a noticeable transformation. On weekends, when Qianyue was home, the dynamic shifted from his mother caring for him to him caring for her. He ventured into town to procure medicine and prepared chicken soup for her, no longer bickering or lost in his games. He had matured into a young man, taking on the responsibility of protecting the home he cherished while his father was at work. Qianyue would not forget the scene of changing his mother's bandage. The midsection of her calf, swollen and inflamed, had flattened from a peak to a small plain. A deep, round wound, akin to the size of a bug, had been excavated, measuring at least a centimeter deep. Pus oozed from the wound, presenting a grotesque sight, and upon closer inspection, one could almost discern the bone beneath. This memory stirred a profound ache in Qianyue's heart for his mother. He channeled this emotion into strength, diligently caring for her. As days passed and summer faded into the chill of winter, Qianyue braved the bleakness to visit the market for chicken to prepare soup for his mother. Lacking driving skills, he rode his motorcycle, the biting cold wind slicing against his face, piercing his eyes, and seeping through his clothing, threatening to extinguish his warmth. Shivering, he resolutely dismissed the thought of abandoning his games, reminding himself that it was merely a breeze and could not deter him. Furthermore, Qianyue's relentless efforts were fueled by the desire for his mother's wound to heal swiftly. Through Qianyue's dedication and his mother's innate resilience, the wound eventually healed. However, the skin that healed was not as smooth as before, bearing indelible marks of the past. Simultaneously, Qianyue's own spirit experienced a transformation, leaving behind an indelible trace of growth. Script synopsis: Along is a police officer who infiltrates a drug cartel, only to be brainwashed into forgetting his identity as a cop. Motivated by self-interest, he kills the cartel leader and ascends to the role of the new chief, Black Dragon. His girlfriend, unaware of his fate and not having heard from him in ages, embarks on her own investigation to find him, mistakenly believing he remains a police officer. The female cop witnesses Black Dragon with his new drug-dealing girlfriend and kills her, only to be slain by Black Dragon in turn. As Black Dragon, Along undergoes plastic surgery to conceal his identity and infiltrate the police force, suppressing memories of his past as a drug dealer, striving to become a good officer. In a tragic twist, he ultimately kills his trusted lieutenant, Black Wolf, and upon encountering the female cop's corpse, he recalls his true identity as a drug dealer. Upon arriving at the lair of the drug trafficking syndicate, memories sealed within my mind emerged, yet the substances proved arduous to unlock those memories. I found myself at the very place where I had first joined the drug cartel, only to uncover the shocking truth that I am a police officer. And the life I took belonged to my own girlfriend, leading me to the brink of suicide. Character relationships: Heilong, initially a police officer, He sealed his memories to become a drug dealer, only to seal them once more to return as a police officer. Lan, Heilung's girlfriend during his tenure as a police officer. Dai, Heilung's girlfriend while he was a drug dealer. Heiling, Heilung's right-hand man in the drug trade. Interior, police station office, a spacious and well-lit office. A figure clad in a crisp police uniform sits behind the desk, his square jaw exuding authority. Lan stands anxiously before the desk, her voice trembling slightly as she implores, "We must find him. He has been missing for half a year. Please, dispatch someone immediately." The police chief responds, "Do you think I am not anxious?" Along is an exceptional officer, but he hesitates before continuing. "We cannot ascertain whether he has been unable to communicate or he trails off. However, since he infiltrated that location, there has been no word." Lan interjects urgently, "I must go find him." The chief opens his mouth to speak, but is interrupted by a knock at the door. "Come in," he calls. "Chief, we have located Along through surveillance." The officer hesitates upon seeing Lan. "Speak quickly," she urges. Along is with a female drug dealer we have been actively pursuing, and she appears to be the mistress of the drug lord Heilung. "Where is he?" Lan asks, her voice tinged with anger. "At the Crown Club," the officer replies, "but I sense something is amiss." "I must go to him," Lan states, a mix of relief and anger in her tone. "I will accompany you," the officer insists. "No, I can manage alone," Lan replies resolutely. From the perspectives of the chief and the officer, Lan rushes out. Interior, police station office, follow her and keep an eye on the situation, the chief instructs. Interior, club hall. The atmosphere is vibrant, with dazzling lights and pulsating music. Women clad in revealing attire dance passionately. From Lan's perspective, in a somewhat secluded corner, a man embraces a woman, kissing her intimately. From Heilung's perspective, he gazes at a strikingly beautiful face. "What's wrong?" he inquires. Dai, in a sultry tone, responds, "That woman has been staring at us." She glances up briefly. Chapter 137. The escape of Shun Han leaves Chun Huan and his companions feeling a lingering threat. However, they are without leads regarding Shun Han's whereabouts, placing their hopes in the government to eliminate this impending danger. In their quest across the seas to locate Guan-Su, Chun Huan and his companions face numerous challenges, strengthening their bonds of friendship through adversity. The love between Chun Huan and Ji Zhua becomes more resilient, while Yin Zhao-Su and Wang Yi develop their own feelings. With Yin Zhao-Su channeling some of his longing for Tan Hua into his affection for Wang Yi, Li Su exerted considerable effort on this mission, and Ji Zhuiyue took note of it. Regardless of Li Su's motives in seeking Guan-Su, it would ultimately assist Ji Zhuiyue in rescuing her father. Consequently, the relationship between Ji Zhuiyue and Li Su softened, no longer characterized by the previous animosity. After Chen Huan and his group managed to bring down Shen Han, they temporarily parted ways. Li Su returned to report to the new leadership. Wang Yi rejoined the gang, and Yin Zhaoshu went back to the Yin family to update Yin Jusi on the situation. Chen Huan, Ji Zhuiyue, and Guan-Su were tirelessly striving to prove Ji Xiuqi's innocence. Guan-Su's return could attest that Ji Xiuqi was not involved in the previous prosthetic matters. The three intended to visit Ji Xiuqi in prison. Ji Zhuiyue deeply missed her father and was eager to share this good news with him. However, her world shattered upon learning en route that Ji Xiuqi had died in prison. Chun Huan and the others, upon discovering the date of Ji Xiuqi's death, realized it coincided with their recent venture into the sea to find Guan-Su. They found his demise suspicious. The death records indicated he had passed away unexpectedly during the night. His body had not undergone a thorough examination and was cremated almost immediately. Ji Zhuiyue, Chen Huan, and Guan-Su suspected that Ji Xiuqi had been secretly murdered by the higher-ups. Yet, the truth was that Li Su had rescued Ji Xiuqi, who held a significant role as the architect of the scapegoat strategy. In the latter stages of the prosthetic war, as the insurgents gained a considerable advantage, the higher-ups were forced to sacrifice some of their modified elite, casting the blame for the war's calamities on the old prosthetics and portraying the conflict as their fault. Ji Xiuqi's ascent to the presidency of the new prosthetic association after the war was a direct result of this strategy. It was precisely this tactic that compelled Li Su to risk everything to save Ji Xiuqi, as he needed him to reveal the truth at an opportune moment, thereby vindicating the old prosthetics. Upon discovering her father's death in prison, Ji Zhuiyue redirected her anger towards Li Su, blaming him for Ji Xiuqi's incarceration. At this juncture, Li Su was also in discussions with Ji Xiuqi about facilitating a meeting between father and daughter. Guan-Su, upon learning of his friend Ji Xiuqi's demise, felt profound sorrow and guilt. However, being a man of the black market with his own duties, he had to suppress his grief. After offering comfort to Ji Zhuiyue and instructing Chen Huan to take good care of her, he returned to the black market. There, he informed Jing Linchuan about the events surrounding the maritime incident. Jing Linchuan, particularly concerned about the headless bloodshed, realized his suspicions were likely correct. The higher-ups were still clandestinely conducting inhumane experiments. Desperate for subjects for these experiments, he ordered his subordinates to capture homeless individuals and passers-by walking alone at night. His men executed their tasks with great caution, yet mistakes inevitably occurred. During one such capture, they allowed their quarry to escape, inadvertently exposing the identities of the old prosthetics. It was only when this information leaked that the public discovered that a significant portion of the city's homeless had been apprehended. The government was enraged. The vast scale and number of missing individuals struck them like a slap to the face. Consequently, they initiated a sweeping operation to apprehend the old prosthetics, aiming to eradicate them. In a matter of moments, panic ensued, prompting the old prosthetics to flee and hide in the shadows. However, a significant number of them were still slaughtered. Chun Huan was infuriated by this massacre. He yearned for revenge, to repay blood with blood and tooth with tooth. Yet he was restrained by Li Su and Ji Zhuiyue. Li Su believed that if Chun Huan pursued such actions, not only would his safety be gravely compromised, but it could also exacerbate the plight of the old prosthetics, while Ji Zhuiyue asserted that innocent lives should not be harmed and shared concerns for Chun Huan's safety. Filled with rage over the government's actions against the old prosthetics and thwarted by Ji Zhuiyue, Chun Huan found himself in despair. He sought solace in a bar, drowning his sorrows in drink. There, he encountered Shen Han, another disillusioned soul. Abandoned by the higher-ups, Shen Han had become utterly disenchanted with them and society at large. He sought vengeance against all. Shen Han harbored similar desires to avenge the fallen old prosthetics. Shen Han proposed that they collaborate on a terror attack to retaliate against society and the elites. Chun Huan, possessing a conscience, was unwilling to harm the innocent. Hence he declined Shen Han's offer. In response, Shen Han revealed that if Chun Huan joined his plan, he would deliver the murderer of Chun Huan's parents into his hands. Chun Huan was tempted but ultimately refused. Shen Han then presented an irresistible proposition. Ji Xiuqi was the architect behind the scapegoating strategy. It was this very strategy that had led to the severe discrimination against the old prosthetics. Chun Huan felt a surge of disappointment and rage, compounded by the realization that he had fallen in love with the daughter of his enemy. Stumbling to Ji Zhuiyue's residence, Chun Huan conveyed this revelation and ended their relationship. After departing from Ji Zhuiyue's home, he sought out Shen Han, accepting his invitation. Prior to Chun Huan's arrival, Shen Han had already orchestrated several explosions, resulting in the casualties of innocent people. Chun Huan's presence thrilled Shen Han, who was currently rigging a bomb in a household, holding the family captive and forcing them to witness the impending disaster. Chun Huan could see the despair in the eyes of the family, particularly the child, reminiscent of his own expression when he lost his parents. Overcome by emotion, he realized that an eye for an eye and blood for blood was a grave error. He resolved to halt Shen Han's atrocities. Shen Han threatened Chun Huan, warning that should he take his own life, Chun Huan would forever be unable to uncover the true culprit behind his parents' deaths. Nonetheless, Chun Huan, resolute in his compassion for the family, decisively killed Shen Han. Shen Han's violent actions reverberated throughout society, leading to a significant erosion of trust in the government, which had failed to ensure the safety of its citizens. His terror attacks were also exploited by others with ulterior motives. Yin Jusi discerned the close relationship between Yin Zhaoxu and Wang Yi. Thus, he resolved to eliminate Wang Yi, unwilling to let her become a vulnerability for Yin Zhaoxu. He murdered Wang Yi, framing Shen Han for the act. However, due to an oversight, a faint trace of her unique fragrance remained, unmasked. Chapter 138. The concept of character refers to the entirety of stable behaviors and psychological traits exhibited by an individual within specific social relationships. It not only defines the essential characteristics of a character's persona, but also reveals the unique aesthetic value of that persona. In the portrayal of a character, the development of their personality is crucial. Only with a distinctive individuality and multidimensional traits can a character be rendered more vivid and authentic. In the television drama Little Happiness, the main characters largely retain their original personalities, consistent with those in the source novel. Nan Li is characterized by her assertiveness, ambition, and emotional depth, coupled with meticulous thought and clear logic. She loves her daughter, yet, for the sake of her daughter's academic performance, to ensure she keeps pace with her peers, and to secure her uncertain yet promising future, she is willing to sacrifice her daughter's present happiness, allowing her to navigate through a sea of exam questions. This stands in stark contrast to Xia Junshan, who encourages his daughter, Huan, to take supplementary classes to keep up with her classmates, prioritizing her happiness rather than pushing her into numerous classes for an uncertain future. Xia Junshan is cultured and affable, possessing knowledge that informs a more rational approach to his child's education. In both the original work and the television adaptation, the conflict between Xia Junshan and Nan Li primarily stems from their differing educational philosophies. Upon understanding the realities surrounding the transition to junior high, Nan Li gradually becomes ensnared in the chaotic phenomenon of bad money driving out good, compelling Huan to continuously enroll in various classes. In contrast, Xia Junshan remains steadfast in his beliefs, advocating for rational learning and nurturing his child's joy while ensuring a solid foundation for her growth. The actions of the characters in both the original work and the drama revolve around the transition to junior high. While there are also references to the transition from kindergarten to primary school, this is ultimately aimed at facilitating a smoother entry into junior high. In the original narrative, Nan Li emerges as the more proactive figure in her efforts for Huan's transition, showcasing her leadership and meticulousness. When there were no spots available in the competition class for Huan, it was Nan Li who, leveraging her distant relatives' connections, managed to secure a place for her. Upon learning from Huan that Yin Zio was attending a prestigious math class, Nan Li sought out Yin Peng in the parking lot to inquire about the class location and registration process, having received no useful information from Tian Yulan. The establishment of the Xia family's tutoring class was also driven by Nan Li's desire to find a role model for the weary Huan, along with connections to Songnan Foreign Language Primary School and the subsequent rounds of examinations. Nan Li's efforts towards Huan's transition to junior high are portrayed as not only proactive and diligent, but at times, recklessly so. Xia Junshan, on the other hand, is unaware of Hua Mimi's position as vice principal at Hanlin Middle School, and without her influence, Chao had no opportunity to enroll in Hanlin Primary School. Although both characters' actions center around the transition to junior high, the focal points in the television adaptation differ from those in the original work. In the original narrative, Nan Li is the more active participant, whereas the television series illustrates a family united in their efforts. The endeavors to secure Huan's placement in the competition class, visit the prestigious math class, change household registration, and even the pretense of divorce are all joint efforts by Xia Junshan and Nan Li to ensure Huan's happiness. Notably, in both the original novel and the drama, the idea of a fake divorce is initially proposed by Nan Li. In the original work, Nan Li's pretense of divorce was motivated by the desire to purchase a house for her father. Nan Jianlong's residence is situated within the prestigious Yida School District, a public institution renowned for its high admission rates. Most importantly, possessing a house in this area would alleviate the burdens on Huan, allowing her to seamlessly transition into Yida School. The Nan family owns 2 properties, and according to the city's purchasing restrictions, they are prohibited from acquiring a third. Thus, Nan Li resolves to feign a divorce. In the television adaptation, Nan Li's faux divorce stems from a policy shift, where the criteria for admission to junior high now solely considers student registration rather than household registration. Consequently, to enroll in Yida School, one must have attended either Yida Primary or Yida Secondary. As a result, the family's current property fails to secure their children's educational future, potentially leaving both children without a school. Hence, Nan Li contemplates the pretense of divorce. In the original narrative, this charade is thwarted by Kai Juing, who creates a stir at the company, rendering the plan unfeasible. In the series, it is thwarted by the combined efforts of Nan Jianlong and Zhao Na. Although the notion of a fictitious divorce is inherently flawed, it appears more rational and palatable in the drama compared to the original work, as it emerges not from volition but from a sense of desperation. 1. Reimagining character portrayals. The adaptation of a novel into a visual medium does not entail a mere replication of the original text. Rather, it seeks to innovate and transcend while honoring the spirit of the source material. This principle extends to character portrayals, necessitating a more individualized and realistic depiction of personas, with heightened interrelationships. Consequently, character representations must be redefined in the adaptation process. 1. The inclusion and exclusion of secondary characters, while subordinate to the main figures, are instrumental in propelling the narrative and expressing thematic elements, thereby enriching the plot and deepening its complexity. In the original text, Tian Yulan is relegated to a secondary role, primarily engaging in comparisons with Nan Li since their university days, measuring husbands' and children's academic achievements. However, her relevance to the children's transition to junior high is minimal. In contrast, the television series amplifies Tian Yulan's presence, elevating her to a significant role as Nan Li's stepsister, with their professional lives intertwined. This leads to numerous intersections in their personal and professional spheres, including the junior high transition, allowing for both conflict and occasional collaboration that steadily advances the plot and deepens the themes. Yin Qing, in the original narrative, is portrayed as the CEO of an educational training institution. He began tutoring for profit during university, eventually devising a training model and establishing his enterprise post-graduation. His exceptional business acumen is evidenced by his undercover work in a large training organization where he studies operational models. He uses the internet to generate public sentiment, cultivate anxiety, promote his institution, and undermine competitors while seeking quality educators and admission pathways for schools. However, his excessive focus on profit and the commercialization of education, coupled with the anxiety he incited, led to public discontent during an investigation at Hanlon Primary School, ultimately resulting in his institution's closure for restructuring. He is the cousin of Yin Peng, whom he aids by revitalizing Yin Peng's internet company and alleviating his predicament. Yin Qing's training organization serves as a microcosm of society, illustrating the stark realities of commercial competition and the tutoring landscape. However, due to the overtly realistic portrayal in the series, Yin Qing's institution is supplanted by Zhishu, with minimal emphasis on commercial rivalry. In the television drama, the character Yin Qing has been omitted, yet teacher Zhong, a figure merely mentioned in passing in the original novel as someone who tutors outside of school, assumes a significant role in the series. In the narrative, Zhong Yi is depicted as being in a romantic relationship with Zhang Shuer, but alongside Chapter 139, the setting shifts to a train compartment. 1. Inside the train compartment characters, Nanping, Wenberu, other passengers. This train is one of the two that connect the county town to Beijing, the nation's capital, renowned for its prestigious universities. As it is currently the period when students return to school, every seat is occupied, with some passengers even standing in the aisles, creating a crowded and cacophonous atmosphere. Nanping occupies the last seat in the third-to-last row, while Wenberu sits 2 rows ahead near the aisle, positioned at the upper right corner relative to Nanping. Upon noticing the easel beside Wenberu, Nanping realizes that the girl in front of him shares his purpose. Both are en route to S-City to study painting. A complex mix of emotions stirs within him: joy, envy, and sorrow. Having run away from home, his father does not support his artistic aspirations, even going so far as to tear up his acceptance letter. Thus, he embarks on his educational journey, filled with both hope and trepidation for the future. Regaining his composure, Nanping gazes out at the swiftly passing landscape of his hometown and pulls out his sketchbook to begin drawing. 2. Train station platform characters, Nanping, Wenberu. Disembarking passengers. The platform is bustling with a multitude of travelers, filled to the brim with those disembarking. Amid the throng and clamor, Wenberu disembarks with a heart full of joy, contemplating her arrival in this long-anticipated city and the imminent meeting with someone she has yearned for. By chance, she spots Nanping walking ahead of her and calls out to him, but her voice is swallowed by the surrounding noise. As Nanping exits the station, he has already vanished into the crowd by the time Wenberu emerges. 3. Hotel room characters, Nanping packs his drawings and identification documents into his backpack. Standing before the bathroom mirror, he gazes into his own eyes, offering himself a silent encouragement. Today marks the day he shall seek employment, and upon securing a job, he intends to rent an apartment immediately. 4. Outside the hotel characters, Nanping with his backpack slung over his shoulder, Nanping stands quietly by the roadside, the gentle warmth of the morning sun illuminating his face, painting a scene filled with warmth and hope. In the distance, a taxi approaches slowly, and Nanping steps inside. 5. Design company characters, Nanping, receptionist. Although the design company does not occupy an entire building, it commands a prominent position on the ground floor of a central edifice, indicative of its strength. When Nanping seeks an interview at the firm, he is queried about his educational background and notable works. He expresses his willingness to learn. Yet the receptionist kindly informs him that his qualifications fall short, granting him no opportunity for an internship. 6. Editor's office characters, Nanping, editor. Editor's friend and son. Having discovered an online advertisement for a comic studio seeking an intern, Nanping arrives for an interview. The editor reviews his hand-drawn portfolio and praises his foundational skills. Elated, Nanping believes he has finally found his employment opportunity. However, the editor inquired whether Nanping had graduated from university, to which Nanping responded in the negative. The editor informed Nanping that without a diploma, they could not accept him, leaving Nanping in a state of disappointment. At that moment, 2 individuals entered, friends of the editor, accompanied by the editor's son. while Namping continued to plead his case. The editor's friend mentioned that his son was not inclined to pursue university studies at this time and wished to intern under the editor. The editor acquiesced, while Namping departed. Disheartened, in a hotel room, during the night, Namping stood before the window, gazing out at the vibrant cityscape illuminated by night. He then raised his eyes to the heavens, where the sky was shrouded in darkness, with the moon and stars seemingly devoured by the void. He retrieved his sketchbook and began to capture the essence of the nocturnal city and the celestial expanse. At the labor market, during the day, Namping, along with a recruiter from a small company and various job seekers, found himself compelled by his financial constraints to seek employment. The labor market was vast, teeming with a diverse array of individuals and an assortment of jobs, distributing flyers, cleaning, and carrying bricks at construction sites. Namping secured a position distributing flyers. As he was about to leave, he noticed a posting for rental housing and requested a business card before departing. On a bustling pedestrian street, under the glaring sun, Namping greeted each passerby while distributing flyers. Some people ignored him entirely, while others accepted the flyers only to discard them on the ground. Later, in a rental unit located within an apartment building, Namping felt fortunate that it was not a basement. The room, measuring 15 square meters, contained only a bed, a small table, and 2 chairs with a modest price. Namping expressed his gratitude to Huang San for the recommendation. After seeing Huang San out, he discovered a slight issue with the lock and informed Huang San, who reassured him of the neighborhood's safety. In Wenberu's bedroom that night, she had rented an apartment near the university. Lying on her large bed, she glanced at her phone, giggling at a candid photo of Namping. With the new semester commencing the following day, Wenberu felt a surge of anticipation. In the classroom during the day, Wenberu saw on the class list that she and Namping were in the same class. During the inaugural class meeting for freshmen, she looked around expectantly for Namping, only to be met with disappointment upon realizing he was absent. Inquiring with a fellow student about the class roster, she learned that Namping was indeed in her class, leaving her puzzled and concerned. Outside on the pedestrian street, Namping continued to distribute flyers. Back in his rental unit that night, Namping immersed himself in painting, capturing the vibrant memories of his high school years. In her living room, Wenberu also engaged in painting, her artwork reflecting the essence of high school life, with a particular focus on Namping. 16. Pedestrian street, day characters. Namping, passers-by. Namping is distributing flyers when the weather suddenly changes. A dark cloud obscures the sun, plunging the world into darkness, followed by a torrential downpour. Most passers-by hastily open their umbrellas and quicken their pace. 17. Rental apartment, day characters. Namping upon returning home, Namping discovers that the door is ajar. A sense of unease washes over him as he rushes inside, only to find his belongings in disarray with signs of having been searched. The money he earned over the past month has been stolen. 18. Rental room, night characters. Namping, Huang San. Thugs that evening, Huang San arrives to collect the rent. Namping pleads for a delay, but Huang San insists on immediate full payment. By forcing Namping to vacate, he can attract new tenants. The apartment is notorious for its poor security, with many inhabitants and chaos, making it difficult to trace Huang San's theft. With no money to renew the lease, Namping departs. 19. Internet cafe, night characters. Namping, internet cafe manager, internet users with insufficient funds to renew his lease. Namping resorts to spending the night at an internet cafe. The establishment is pristine, devoid of smoke and unpleasant odors, featuring 2 rows of sofas for relaxation alongside the internet area. At the cafe, Namping seeks both refuge and a means to indulge himself. 20. Classroom. Day Chapter 140. Xia Junshan is a university professor whose connections with other characters are minimal, resulting in limited interactions. In the narrative, he serves as a designer at the Design Institute, while Nan Jianlong holds the position of vice president. The romance between Nan Li and Xia Junshan is facilitated by Nan Jianlong, who acts as a matchmaker. The portrayal of Xia Junshan's profession in the drama is more nuanced than in the original work, intertwining his actions with those of Nan Jianlong and Fang Yuanyang, thus granting him greater agency. In the original text, Yin Peng is an entrepreneur in the internet sector whose venture ultimately fails due to regulatory shutdowns. However, in the drama, he is depicted as a leisurely order taker, characterized by low pay and a casual work ethic, often arriving late and leaving early to play games and tennis, fitting his image as a wealthy heir. 1. Changes in character outcomes. The conclusions of the characters in the original work diverge from those in the television adaptation. While each character in the drama faces unique circumstances, they culminate in a harmonious and perfect resolution, contrasting with the less favorable endings in the original narrative. In the original, Huan Huan and Chao Chao are taken to Puni Island by Xia Junshan during Nan Li's business trip. Upon seeing the joyful, carefree expressions of the two children in a photograph, Nan Li finds solace within herself and decides to join her family on the island to share in the sun and sand. Yin Zio, lacking the experience necessary for the Ballet Cup preparation, struggles with the exam, compounded by the pressure of her mother's high expectations, ultimately fleeing the examination room and causing the cancellation of several prestigious competitions. Mi Tao, hailing from a rural background, works diligently despite her poor foundational knowledge. But the overwhelming pressure leads to psychological issues. In the drama, however, Mi Tao is portrayed as a gifted scholar, excelling in her studies despite her humble origins, demonstrating both academic prowess and a nuanced understanding of gratitude. In the narrative, the character Yin Zio grapples with psychological challenges. He is perpetually under the oppressive expectations of Tian Yulan, who, in her fervent desire for her son to excel, prioritizes Zio's academic performance above his interests and mental well-being, ultimately leading to the manifestation of a figment named Dalong. Dalong represents Zio's subconscious ideal self, emerging during moments of intense pressure, such as during the Huaxia Cup when the exam questions prove overwhelmingly difficult, provoking anxiety that summons Dalong to invite Zio to play football. In a moment of liberation, Zio overturns his desk, beaming with joy as he rushes out of the examination hall. The appearance of Dalong compels Tian Yulan to reassess her educational approach, shifting her focus from mere grades to supporting Zio's passions, thus restoring familial harmony. The conclusion of the television drama unfolds against the backdrop of a pandemic. During the Spring Festival, Xia Junshan returns to his hometown with Chao Chao, while Huan Huan, due to Nei's arranged winter break remedial classes, is unable to join them. The sudden onset of the pandemic necessitates home quarantine for Xia Junshan and Chao Chao. Huan Huan, experiencing symptoms such as chills and diarrhea due to the onset of her first menstruation, mistakenly fears she has contracted COVID-19. Furthermore, Nei's misguided parenting and high expectations lead Huan Huan to believe that her parents no longer love her. Consequently, she resolves to run away from home to prevent potentially infecting her mother. Huan Huan's departure incites widespread panic within the family, prompting Nei to finally recognize the flaws in her educational philosophy. She comes to understand that while parental love for children may be conditional, the love children have for their parents is inherently unconditional. Xia Junshan and Chao Chao return to Jiangcheng, residing in a quarantine hotel where Nei, Huan Huan, Nen Jianlong, Tian Yulan, and Yin Peng gather downstairs to visit them. Ultimately, the family convenes for a virtual reunion meal online. In Little Happiness, the intricate character relationships are pivotal to character development. The dynamics among characters in the television adaptation are significantly more complex and dramatic compared to the original text. These relationships can be analyzed through four lenses: familial ties, professional relationships, adversarial dynamics, and collaborative connections. The complexity of familial relationships is heightened in the adaptation. In the original narrative, Nei experiences her parents' marital discord during her high school entrance examinations, leading to a distant relationship with her father. In contrast, the drama reveals that Nan Jianlong's illness precipitates his relationship with Kai Jueying, resulting in marital strife, while Tian Yulan is revealed to be Kai Jueying's daughter, making her Nei's stepsister. Thus, the antagonism between Nei and Tian Yulan becomes more explicable, complicating Nei's relationship with Nan Jianlong. In the original text, Tian Yulan is merely aware of her numerous siblings, but in the drama, she becomes Nei's stepsister, with her mother being referred to as Nei's old third by Nei's mother. Tian Yulan's husband, Yin Peng, is a wealthy heir, leading a leisurely life while relying on his in-laws for monthly financial support, which adds an element of constraint to their dynamics. Tian Yulan's earlier life is characterized by dependency and restriction, which shapes her strict expectations for Yin Zio, hoping he will achieve success. The original text briefly mentions Yin Peng's mother disparaging Nei's assertive nature, stemming from her background in a single-parent household. In the narrative, Yin Peng's parents own a factory and harbor disdain for Tian Yulan's background, openly critiquing their son's choice of partner. Tian Yulan, possessing a formidable character, often engages in pointed confrontations, leaving Yin Peng caught in a predicament, appeasing both sides. The origins of Xia Junshan's family are not mentioned in the original text. In the adaptation, Xia Junshan, raised under the influence of his parents' radical educational methods, opts to leave home for university. During the years his father is bedridden, Xia Junshan is unable to care for him due to various reasons, ultimately missing the chance to bid farewell to his father before his passing. resulting in a strained and distant relationship with his mother. Although Xia Junshan serves as a son-in-law to the Nan family and maintains a cordial demeanor, he faces subtle bias from Nan Li's mother, Zhao Na, in challenging situations. The familial dynamics, when compared to the original work, exhibit greater coherence and conflict in the adaptation. In terms of professional relationships, the original text depicts Nan Li, Tian Yulan, and Yin Peng as initially working at a newspaper. Feeling belittled by being under Nan Li's authority, Tian Yulan persuades Yin Peng to leave journalism and pursue entrepreneurship. Xia Junshan, a university professor, once had Huang Mimi as his class monitor. When it came time for a post-graduation faculty position, he did not select her, which led to her sorrowful departure and their subsequent estrangement. In a pivotal moment during the entrance exam for Cao Cao, Huang Mimi serves as the chief examiner, playing a crucial role in his successful admission. Prior to their marital discord, Nan Jianlong and Kai Juing were employees at a chain factory, establishing a foundation for their acquaintance. Teacher Zhang Shui's connection with Nan Li arises from her role as Huan's instructor. In the adaptation, Nan Li is positioned as the director of Wanwan. While Tian Yulan oversees the shopping mall, one represents the brand and the other the marketplace. Although they do not occupy a hierarchical relationship, their professional interactions are numerous and intricate. Nan Jianlong serves as the deputy director of the Design Institute, with Xia Junshan as a designer under his leadership, and their acquaintance is facilitated by Nan Jianlong. Chapter 141 sees the character Yin Qing omitted from the television series. However, the character of Teacher Zhong, briefly mentioned in the original as a tutor, assumes a significant role in the adaptation. Zhong Yi is depicted as Zhang Shui's boyfriend, yet their educational philosophies starkly contrast. Zhang Shui prioritizes the holistic development and psychological well-being of children, while Zhong Yi adopts a results-oriented approach, valuing academic performance above all else, even resorting to harsh measures to achieve it. Zhang Shui embodies the ideal teacher, attuned to the emotional needs of her students and serving as their confidant, a quintessential figure every child yearns for. In contrast, Zhong Yi, while extreme, aligns more closely with reality and human nature. He possesses personal ambitions and convictions, rendering him a multidimensional character who navigates the complexities of life in search of optimal solutions. He is willing to masquerade as an expert in mathematics for financial gain, yet selflessly champions Mi Tao's talents. The character dynamics between Zhong Yi and Zhang Shui are masterfully crafted. Both are educators with differing ideologies, and their intimate relationship engenders dramatic tension. In the original work, Fang Xiaoqi and Huang Mimi serve as functional characters. Fang Xiaoqi brings Huan the admission notice from ballet class and, prior to going abroad, rushes out of the examination room during the ballet cup competition alongside Yan Zio, leading to the suspension of the tournament. Huang Mimi, the vice principal of Hanlin Middle School, plays a role in facilitating Cao Cao's entry into Hanlin Primary School. Like Yin Qing, both characters are omitted from the television adaptation. In contrast, the series features Yin Peng's parents, Xia Junshan's mother, the CEO, Manager Wei, and others, who serve to enrich the background of the main characters, adding depth to their histories. The show predominantly focuses on developing the primary characters, trimming secondary and auxiliary figures to allow the narrative to progress through the actions of the main protagonists. 1. Reconstruction of character backgrounds. The background of a character serves as the foundation for their personality, elucidating their actions, constructing relationships, and depicting the complexities of their inner worlds. In the original text, Nan Li's father, Nan Jianlong, is the director of a chain factory, while her mother, Zhao Na, is a female worker in a chemical plant. And Kai Juing is the factory's belle. Nan Jianlong's career path is obstructed when Zhao Na confronts him in the female dormitory, leading to a tumultuous argument. Subsequently, he divorces Zhao Na and marries Kai Juing. Following the marital upheaval, Zhao Na takes Nan Li to live in the workers' dormitory of the chemical plant, with the divorce coinciding with Nan Li's high school entrance exams. The wedding of Nan Jianlong and Kai Juing occurs on the eve of these exams, severely impacting Nan Li's performance. Afterward, Nan Jianlong is demoted from the factory director to a mere clerk at the power plant. Despite the harsh circumstances, Nan Li perseveres, gaining admission to Fudan University and gradually rising to the position of deputy editor-in-chief at a newspaper, all without the aid of her father, resulting in a distant relationship between them. In the television adaptation, Nan Jianlong and Kai Juing do not have prior contact. Nan Jianlong lies gravely ill in a hospital bed, cared for by Kai Juing as he hovers between life and death. Her meticulous attentiveness becomes a life-giving oasis for him, a lifeline in his desperate situation. ultimately prompting his divorce from Zhao Na to marry Kai Jueying. Zhao Na, in contrast to Kai Jueying, is younger, beautiful, and educated, yet in the face of mortality. Kai Jueying proves capable of providing the necessary care that Zhao Na cannot. As for Nan Jinlong's marriage prior to Nan Li's exams, it is revealed through a doctor that he has only 2 years left to live, making the 2-month wait untenable. Compared to the original narrative, where Nan Jinlong's marital shift is motivated by beauty, the adaptation's portrayal of a terminal illness leading to divorce is more palatable, rendering the father-daughter relationship even more intricate. Xia Junshin's background is not elaborated upon in the original work. In the series, it is only noted that he hails from a county town and has a distant relationship with his parents. During his university years, he opts for a distant city, never returning home, even neglecting to visit when his father passes away. His relationship with his parents is marked by awkwardness and estrangement, leading to a childhood devoid of affection and security, which results in his becoming a child slave. The original text briefly mentions Tian Yulan's family, indicating she has several siblings. In the narrative, Tian Yulan is the daughter of Kai Jueying, who divorced her husband due to his habitual alcoholism and domestic violence. The mother and daughter endured hardships, having slept in a power distribution room and scavenged for vegetable scraps, until they finally found stability after meeting Nan Jinlong. From a young age, Tian Yulan relied on others for support. Even after her mother married Nan Jinlong, they lived under his roof. Following her marriage to Yinpeng, she found herself constrained by her in-laws. Consequently, she came to believe that the only person she could truly rely on was herself. She diligently encouraged her son, Yin Zio, to excel academically, hoping he would not follow in her footsteps. In the original work, little is revealed about Yin Peng's family background, except that he once worked alongside Nan Li and Tian Yulan at a newspaper. He briefly dated Nan Li for 2 months, but was captivated by Tian Yulan during an interview, leading to their marriage. After their union, Tian Yulan could not tolerate working under Nan Li and urged Yin Peng to leave the newspaper to start his own venture. However, his company struggled to gain traction. In contrast, the television adaptation portrays Yin Peng as a wealthy second-generation individual who grew up pampered by his parents. He enjoys a leisurely job, spending his free time gaming, appearing to lack ambition. His character is optimistic, acting as a mediator during conflicts between his wife, son, and in-laws. Compared to the original narrative, the television portrayal of Yin Peng provides a stark contrast to Tian Yulan, one raised in poverty, the other in comfort, one with a fiery temperament, the other cheerful and optimistic. The redefinition of characters' occupations not only shapes their identities, but also intertwines their relationships. In the original text, Nan Li is the deputy editor of a city newspaper, and Tian Yulan is an employee, establishing a direct superior-subordinate dynamic. In the series, however, Nan Li serves as the director of a brand, while Tian Yulan is a mall floor manager, one representing a brand and the other a shopping center, creating a more complex relationship devoid of a direct hierarchy. Nan Jinlong is the factory director, and Kai Jueying works as a female laborer in the same factory, rendering their extramarital affair more plausible. To maintain the intricate father-daughter dynamic between Nan Li and Nan Jinlong, the narrative introduces a serious illness for Nan Jinlong, making the appearance of caregiver Kai Jueying seem justified. In Chapter 142, within an endless and alien space, a colossal figure stands enveloped in darkness. His immense form seems to support the entire shadowy realm. Or perhaps the darkness is his very essence. Surrounding him are pairs of enormous eyes, some blood red, some deep black, and others dark green, all gazing at him as if transcending time and space. The surrounding darkness begins to dissipate, and his figure gradually diminishes to that of an ordinary person. He possesses striking features, with pitch-black eyes and flowing crimson hair cascading to his waist, his body marred by countless wounds. His expression conveys neither anger nor confusion, but rather an extreme indifference. He surveys his surroundings, fixing his gaze in one direction with a complex look. Are you also here? Mikan Zayud, I shall safeguard your soul. Succubus, Baal shall never hold affection for you, O demon of destruction. Can destruction truly morph into desire? Perhaps you would do well to accompany me. The lustful demon Asmodai remarked with a flippant tone. Begone. Baal, do you have any final words? Baal remained silent, his icy gaze fixed upon them. The death demon Duma sensed an anomaly. Baal's life essence had vanished. A cadre of fools, complicating matters unnecessarily. Duma Mekashet, what has become of Baal's soul? It has all dissipated, completely vanished. Truly, the demon of destruction lives up to its name. The demon of jealousy, Leviathan, interjected, Mekashet, take Baal's soul. You must comprehend the gravity of the situation. Indeed, Mekashut, the succubus queen, departed silently. Do you trust her? Leviathan questioned. Is there trust between us? The crucial matter is Baal. He must not return for at least several millennia. A multitude of enormous eyes faded away. In a corner unbeknownst to anyone, the essence of Baal's legacy dissipated. Not far away, Mekashut observed quietly as this fragment of soul drifted towards the prime plane. Destiny, in her demi-plane, meditated, constructing a palace known as the Frost Palace of Fiji. This edifice, forged from ethereal ice, represented her accumulation of legendary prowess over centuries. The palace bore an ancient elegance, devoid of excessive adornment, save for a jade platform at its center, upon which rested a crystal orb. Adjacent was an icy jade bed, where Destiny typically sat in contemplation. At the moment of Baal's demise, Destiny awoke. She opened her eyes, illuminating the entire palace, only to furrow her brow in silence for a moment. Approaching the jade platform, she placed her hand upon the crystal orb, which subsequently levitated. With delicate hands, Destiny gently manipulated the orb, her profound gaze penetrating its depths, revealing a vast and enigmatic space, close to the outer universe of the prime plane. With a wave of her hand, the figure of Maximos, conducting an experiment, materialized before her. Maximos, the president of the Magical Association, was the mightiest sorcerer on the continent. At that moment, he was wielding an ion knife to dissect a colossal corpse, which Destiny recognized as a legendary Balrog. Maximos, with his long white beard and genial demeanor, appeared diminutive beside the massive corpse, engaged in his dissection, presenting a starkly discordant image. The Balrog, an abyssal demon of legendary status, surpassed even the most formidable human champions. Destiny understood that the president's power had only grown. Looking up, the president remarked, "Little Destiny, what brings you here?" Though over a century old, Destiny remained but a child in comparison to the president. Unperturbed by his address, she replied coldly, "Baal is dead. The prime plane may descend into chaos." Maximos responded, "Let chaos reign. The fractured order has endured long enough. You hasten me over this trivial matter. I thought you had found yourself a suitor, little Destiny." Before Maximos could finish his thought, Destiny's image evaporated from his sight. Such rudeness. In the year 20120 of the multiverse calendar, the Milan Empire engaged in war with the Stuttgart Empire, escalating into a fierce conflict. The Cavendish family, the closest noble lineage to the Stuttgart Empire, joined the fray. By the year 20124, the head of the Cavendish family, Duke de Shur, led the Burning Legion to invade Buffalo. Buffalo, the stronghold of the Turing family, renowned as the mightiest shield of the continent, was pierced by de Shur, resulting in devastating losses for the Turing's enchanted and fortified legions. However, the Cavendish family did not await the triumphant return of Duke de Shur, but instead received dire news. After conquering Buffalo, de Shur began his journey back. The Valley of Death, a treacherous area within Stuttgart, is a narrow gorge traversing the Ulgaso Mountains, measuring 10 kilometers in length and averaging 10 meters in width. With its narrowest point at a mere 4 meters, Duke de Shur commanded a cavalry unit to scout ahead, proceeding to ensure the path was clear before leading his army into the valley. As the troops reached the midpoint of the gorge, reassured by the absence of incidents, the Duke felt a sense of relief. Suddenly, he halted his horse, surveyed the surroundings, and shouted, "Full speed ahead." A raspy voice echoed from the vicinity, proclaiming, "I knew he would be vigilant." It was none other than Duke Turing himself. Beside the Duke appeared 3 figures, all legendary in their own right, shrouded in anonymity. Upon their emergence, shadows danced within the valley as arrows, stones, and various forms of magic rained down upon the troops. The air was filled with cries of agony. "Your Highness, there are 4 legends. We cannot break through. You must leave," urged Count Norland, commander of the Burning Legion. "They seek me." The scout cavalry rushed in, exclaiming, "Your Highness, the exit is sealed." De Shur, surveying the bloodied and battered army, locked eyes with the 4 legends and softly uttered the words "bloodbath," his voice resonating in the ears of all warriors. "Fight, fight, fight," echoed throughout the gorge as every soldier embraced their fate. Duke Turing gazed upon the formidable army below, lamenting, "What a pity, what a pity. Annihilate them all." In this battle, the Burning Legion was obliterated, Duke de Shur perished, and upon returning to his family, Duke Turing succumbed to grave injuries. The Milan Empire emerged as the greatest victor, seizing the spoils of the Cavendish family. The Cavendish suffered immense losses, oppressed by the Marlin and DuPont families, leading to a deteriorating condition for their lineage. It was not until the prodigious August returned from his travels that the decline was halted. August returned to the family with a child, whom he referred to as the Pearl of Cavendish. Tragically, during the final confrontation, the child was slain. Enraged, August stained the Cavendish territory a deep crimson. Following this bloody retribution, internal strife was utterly quelled. Rumors circulated that the child was merely a facade for August, a bait for his enemies. However, the truth of the matter remains known only to August himself. Chapter 143. The Campus Artificial Lake Characters. When Beru, and Wen Li were sketching by the artificial lake. When Beru called Nanping, inquiring about his whereabouts and activities. She extended an invitation to him to attend an art exhibition. In the suburban hills, under the daylight, Nanping ascended the steps of a small hill, gazing down into the valley nestled between the hills and mountains. A gentle stream meandered through the steep gorge. On the left side of the stream lay a small lawn, while the right side was adorned with several pine trees, interspersed with orchids. At dusk, Nanping stood quietly at the entrance of the art exhibition, awaiting Wen Beru's arrival. Inside the exhibition at night, various artworks adorned the space, showcasing both renowned foreign paintings and traditional Chinese landscapes, reflecting the exhibition's remarkable caliber. Nanping and Wen Beru scrutinized each piece, coming to a halt before a painting by Qi Baishe. He informed Wen Beru that it was a counterfeit, leaving her astonished. They both felt compelled to voice their concerns, fearing that silence might tarnish the exhibition's integrity, which contradicted their moral principles. However, they were met with derision from the exhibition curator, and many attendees observed them, including an undercover officer investigating counterfeit art, who became particularly attentive. That night at Nanping's home, he recalled seeing online that many of Qi Baishe's paintings were forgeries. He asked his mother how to discern the authenticity of Qi Baishe's works. She advised him to examine the paper, brushwork, signature, and seal, noting that the simplest indicator was that Qi Baishe had once misrepresented his age, skipping from 74 to 77 after claiming 75 and 76. On the subway that night, when Beru queried Nanping about the painting's discrepancies, he explained that the signature indicated it was created when Qi Baishe was 75, which was incorrect. In the gallery's hall, Nanping watched television, where news reported a significant influx of counterfeit paintings in Beijing, speculating that they might be locally replicated. In the gallery studio by day, Nanping was painting. Fang Qian observed his significant improvement and presented him with a painting to replicate. He informed Nanping that imitation could enhance one's artistic skills, intending for him to practice brushwork and technique in preparation for replicating masterworks. Back in the gallery's hall during the day, undercover officer Zheng Qing entered, ostensibly to purchase a painting while seeking clues. Nanping, alongside the owner, introduced artworks to the officer, who appeared reluctant to make a purchase, leading the owner to excuse himself. After the owner's departure, Zheng Qing left his phone with Nanping before exiting. In the owner's office, Fang Qian inquired whether Zheng Qing had departed. He cautioned Nanping to remain vigilant due to the recent influx of counterfeit paintings, emphasizing that those involved in the art world must exercise caution to avoid unwarranted misfortunes. 11. In Nanping's bedroom, at night. Characters: Nanping, Zheng Qing. Zheng Qing called, introducing himself as a police officer seeking clues under the pretense of purchasing a painting. He had encountered Nanping at an art exhibition and recognized his sense of justice. The police had developed suspicions about the owner based on known leads and hoped Nanping might provide evidence. Nanping expressed ignorance regarding these matters. 12. In the classroom. During the day. Characters: Wen Beru, Wen Li. Wen Li invited Wen Beru to join her for a sketching session. However, Wen Beru declined, as she had made plans with Nanping to sketch in a small valley on the outskirts. 13. On the mountain path. During the day, outside. Characters: Nanping, Wen Beru. Nanping and Wen Beru traversed the steps of the small mountain. As Wen Beru grew weary, Nanping graciously took her sketchpad and backpack. Atop the mountain stood a quaint pavilion. 14. In the valley, during the day, outside. Characters: Nanping, Wen Beru. Upon reaching the valley, Wen Beru's eyes sparkled with delight. The valley was breathtaking, akin to a celestial paradise. Together, they engaged in their artistic endeavors. 15. By the campus artificial lake. During the day, outside. Characters: Wen Li, other classmates. The artificial lake on campus was indeed picturesque, yet it paled in comparison to the enchanting scenery of the outskirts. A classmate inquired about Wen Beru's whereabouts. Wen Li informed them that Wen Beru had gone to the outskirts to sketch. 16. In the valley, during the day, outside. Characters: Nanping, Wen Beru. The weather in the mountains shifted abruptly, and soon a torrential downpour ensued. Without rain gear, they had no choice but to ascend to the pavilion atop the mountain. 17. At the mountaintop pavilion, during the day, outside. Characters: Nanping, Wen Beru. Wen Beru and Nanping arrived at the pavilion. As the rain fell and the temperature dropped, when Beru coughed and trembled slightly, Namping leaned closer to her, removing his clothing to drape over her shoulders. He instinctively reached behind her, attempting to embrace her, but ultimately refrained. 18. On the mountain path, at dusk, outside. Characters: Namping, Wenberu. Namping and Wenberu descended the mountain. The steps grew slippery from the rain, and when Wenberu twisted her ankle, Namping carried her down. 19. An empty shot. The scene below was shrouded in mist, with the warm glow of the sunset piercing through the rain. 20. In the boss's office, during the day, inside. Characters: Namping, Fangqian. The boss questioned Namping as to why he refused to paint the piece, clarifying that it was merely a ghostwriting task rather than forgery. Fangqian urged Namping to either paint or leave, while also attempting to curry favor. Eventually, Namping acquiesced to the request. 21. In the gallery studio, at night, inside. Characters: Namping. Namping diligently worked on the commissioned painting, executing it with ease, given his skill level. Wenberu called, inviting him out for a late-night meal, but Namping declined due to his work commitments. 22. In the school auditorium, during the day, inside. Characters: Wenberu, Wenli, teachers, students. The host presented the awarded works, categorizing them into special prizes, first, second, and third places. Wenberu's work was awarded first prize, while Namping's painting received the prestigious special award, of which only 2 were given. Wenberu felt that the special award-winning painting bore a striking resemblance to Namping's style, stirring suspicions within her. In the boss's office during the day, Namping conversed with Fangqian, who informed him that the painting had won an award and that the customer was exceedingly pleased. The prize money, however, would be given to Namping, as the customer had declined it. Namping remained silent, grappling with a sense of bitterness. In the gallery studio during the day, Namping sat quietly in a chair, gazing at the easel, his heart heavy with repression. A call from Wenberu interrupted his thoughts. She remarked that the award-winning painting resembled Namping's style. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, fearing that Wenberu might uncover the truth, he hastily ended the conversation. In Namping's bedroom at night, he dreamt of drowning, slowly sinking to the bottom of the water. Suddenly, a woman with an indistinct face swam to his side and pulled him upwards. Namping awoke with a start. In the gallery's basement during the day, Namping descended to retrieve some painting materials. There, he noticed a fragment of rice paper at his feet. Picking it up, he ran his fingers over it, sensing its antiquity. In a small restaurant during the day, Chapter 144 unfolded, revealing how Mi Tao, due to her identity as a designer, garnered the admiration of Fang Yuanyang. Mi Tao's mother worked as a caregiver in both Nan Li and Tian Yulan's households, intersecting the lives of the 2 families. This connection allowed Mi Tao to study alongside Huan Huan, fostering a strong friendship. Teacher Zhong and Teacher Zhang represented 2 contrasting educational philosophies, either establishing or contesting relationships with Tian Yulan and Nan Li, stemming from their roles as educators to Ziyu and Huan Huan. In the original narrative, the professional relationships were distinctly separate, whereas in the adaptation, the majority of principal characters' roles are interlinked, resulting in intensified dramatic conflicts. In terms of antagonistic relationships, the original work depicted Nan Li and Tian Yulan in perpetual comparison since their university days, now both working at the same newspaper, maintaining a competitive and adversarial dynamic. Nan Li and Xia Junshan clashed over differing educational philosophies. Xia Junshan aspired to nurture healthy growth for children, resisting the encumbrance of heavy academic burdens that could mar their childhood, while Nan Li believed that failing to keep pace with the majority would lead to the demise of the good by the bad, even if the educational approach was distorted. In the adaptation, the struggle between Nan Li and Tian Yulan escalates in various dimensions, intertwining both familial and professional spheres, creating a web of complex relationships. Tian Yulan is the daughter of a mistress, while Nan Li is the biological daughter of Nan Jianlong, leading to inevitable conflicts as Nan Jianlong navigates his affections between the 2 daughters, exacerbating tensions. Disputes arise over the coveted spot in the elite class and issues related to housing and household registration, further intensifying their adversarial relationship with Kai Juiying. In both the original work and the adaptation, the discord between Xia Junshan and Nan Li stems from their divergent educational philosophies regarding their children. Nan Li's approach is so radical that she resorts to belittling Huan Huan with comparisons to Mi Tao, igniting Huan Huan's motivation to learn. Naturally, the devoted Xia Junshan cannot stand idly by upon discovering this. The conflict between Tian Yulan and Zhong Yi begins with the declining academic performance of Yan Ziyou. Tian Yulan reports Zhong Yi's clandestine tutoring sessions, resulting in the latter's dismissal from Fengfan Primary School. Subsequently, Zhong Yi becomes a teacher in the prestigious class, and Tian Yulan, leveraging her connections with Nan Jianlong, manages to enroll in this elite group. However, Zhong Yi harbors personal grievances and remains stringent with Ziyou, offering unrelenting criticism. Concerned about Zhong Yi's teaching methods, Tian Yulan instructs Ziyou to record their sessions, only to be discovered by Zhong Yi, further escalating their conflict. Ultimately, Zhong Yi's verbal denigration of Ziyou is witnessed by Kai Jueying, with Nanli present to defend Ziyou. Following the incident involving teacher Chun, Zhong Yi faces repercussions and is dismissed from his position. The struggle between Huan Huan and Nanli, as well as between Tian Yulan and Ziyou, underscores the tension between mothers who yearn for their children to achieve greatness and the children who desire a joyful childhood. In truth, mothers also wish for their children to enjoy ease. However, in their pursuit of excellence, they impose relentless pressure, creating a paradox. The dynamics of competition and collaboration among characters are not static. Competition often intertwines with cooperation and vice versa. The complexity and variability of these relationships enrich character development, rendering them more three-dimensional and realistic. Tian Yulan and Nan Li also share a collaborative relationship. During Tian Yulan's anniversary celebration at her business, Nan Li personally assists in managing stock and retrieval. Additionally, when Kai Jueying leaves home due to housing issues, it is through the cooperation of Nan Li and Tian Yulan that they manage to bring her back. When Huan Huan runs away, Tian Yulan, Kai Jueying, and others embark on a search for her, each contributing their efforts. While Nan Li and Tian Yulan bear responsibility for Zhong Yi's current plight, they continue to collaborate for the sake of their children's academic success, enabling Zhong Yi to tutor Huan Huan and Ziyou, thereby enhancing their performance. Examining the adaptations within the same series, the character reformation in Xiao Shida reveals both gains and losses. This series includes Xiao Bi Li from 2016 and Xiao Huanxi from 2019, all adapted from Liu Yingong's eponymous novels. Focusing on critical educational phases, the transition to junior high, the high school entrance examination, and the college entrance examination, respectively. In terms of the extent of adaptation, Xiao Huanxi exhibits the most significant alterations, while Xiao Bi Li and Xiao Shida maintain a relatively conservative approach. The principal relationships in Xiao Bi Li remain largely unchanged, merely refined to strengthen the core narrative by eliminating minor characters and emphasizing the main figures. The storyline continues to progress towards the high school entrance examination and studying abroad. The narrative of Little Joy places significant emphasis on the reconstruction of character backgrounds, rendering Nan Jianlong's marital turmoil more relatable to human nature, thereby redeeming his character while complicating the father-daughter relationship. The family education and the rifts with his original family profoundly affect Xia Junshin's approach to parenting. Tian Yulan's emergence as Nan Li's stepsister deepens the intertwining of professional and familial relations. While the character relationships have been redefined, the central theme remains unchanged, still focusing on the efforts made for children's transition to junior high school. In contrast to Little Joy's emphasis on the junior high entrance examination, Little Separation addresses the challenges of the high school entrance examination, where the high school students appear to experience a more relaxed environment, diverging significantly from the original text. In the original work of Little Joy, familial influences on the high school students overshadow their academic pressures. Feng Yifan is aware of his parents' intention to divorce, and they merely perform for his sake to avoid affecting his college entrance examination results. Ji Yangyang's father employs a strict disciplinary approach, disregarding his son's self-esteem. Lin Liar, a child from the impoverished mountains, is acutely aware of economic hardships and aspires to transcend his social class through hard work and ambition. Xiao Yingzi understands her mother's relationship with Uncle Zhao, yet her mother, considering her feelings, wishes to marry only after her college entrance examination. All four characters endure immense familial pressure and anguish, which often surpasses academic stress. The original work of Little Joy excessively highlights the disparities in family class and issues stemming from one's upbringing while neglecting the academic pressures of the college entrance examination. Consequently, the adaptation in film and television diminishes the impact of family on children, portraying parents in a less extreme manner. In both Little Separation and Little Joy, the principal characters generally align with the original narrative, undergoing a reimagining of their personas and relationships, thus enhancing the dramatic elements and adhering to the aesthetic preferences of the original party, broadening their audience reach. However, Little Joy downplays the influence of family on students. Despite being an excellent adaptation, it significantly alters the original characters. Analyzing the three dramas, Little Separation primarily revolves around the Fengyuan family, the Wu Jinni family, and the Zhang Liangzhong family, centering on the adolescent experiences of three middle school students regarding their youth, entrance examinations, and study abroad considerations. Chapter 145 features Wenberu discussing the award-winning painting skills with Wenli. Upon learning that the painting was ghostwritten, with the credited artist lacking professional qualifications, Wenberu is taken aback and requests Wenli to assist in obtaining the contact details of the ghostwriter. Scene 1. Restaurant. Night characters. Nanping, Wenberu. Diners. Wenberu dines with Nanping, her mind seemingly elsewhere, prompting Nanping to assume she is unwell. She retrieves her phone and dials the ghostwriter's number. Nanping excuses himself to take a call, to which Wenberu remarks that he must have acquired another number. She ends the call and attempts to leave, but Nanping takes her hand, preventing her departure. Scene 2. Street. Night characters. Nanping, Wenberu beneath the streetlights and the twinkling stars. A beautiful night is overshadowed by a melancholic atmosphere. Wenberu confronts Nanping about the ghostwriting. He shares that he has his own reasons, but she refuses to listen and walks away. Scene 3. Nanping's bedroom. Night character. Nanping attempts to call Wenberu, but her phone remains turned off. 4. In the living room of Wenberu's home, night falls. Characters. Wenberu. She curls up on the sofa, tears streaming down her cheeks. 5. In the boss's office. Daytime. Characters. Nanping, Fengqian. Nanping informs his employer that he wishes to cease ghostwriting, stating it starkly contradicts his ideals. The boss, disappointed, explains that this is a lucrative venture, yet Nanping remains unwilling. He asserts that such actions are illegal, but the boss dismisses his concerns. 6. Outside Wenberu's residence. Dusk. Characters. Nanping, Wenberu. Nanping stands below, awaiting Wenberu's arrival. She feigns oblivion, walking towards the entrance. He intercepts her, yearning for an explanation and her forgiveness. However, Wenberu strides directly inside, leaving Nanping alone to depart. 7. In Nanping's bedroom. Night. Characters. Nanping. He makes a phone call to his father, expressing his desire to return home. 8. In the boss's office. Daytime. Characters. Nanping, the boss. Nanping seeks to resign and enters the office to discuss it. Noticing the disarray on the boss's desk, he assists in tidying up and inadvertently glimpses a transaction invoice, which he captures on his phone. When the boss arrives, Nanping feels a rush of anxiety. He formally resigns, and while the boss is somewhat reluctant, he ultimately consents to Nanping's departure. 9. In the gallery studio. Daytime. Characters. Nanping, the boss. Nanping organizes the studio, arranging various items neatly. During this task, the boss enters through the door. 10. In a small restaurant. Night. Characters. Nanping, Zhengqing. Nanping shares a meal with Zhengqing, handing over crucial evidence. He informs Zhengqing of his imminent departure, though he remains reticent about the reasons behind it. 11. In the gallery hall. Night. Characters. Fengqian, Zhengqing, police. An alarm blares from outside, growing ever closer. The police enter and apprehend Fengqian, who realizes that Nanping has deceived him. Zhengqing informs him that Nanping feels remorseful, promising that Nanping will visit him in prison. 12. In an internet cafe. Night. Characters. Nanping, the manager Xiao Li, Wang Ming. Nanping arrives at the cafe with snacks, preparing to bid farewell to Wang Ming and Xiao Li before his departure. 13. In the waiting hall. Night. Characters. Nanping. Nanping stands in line for ticket inspection, devoid of any artboard beside him. 14. In Wenberu's bedroom. Night. Characters. Wenberu. She lies on her bed, staring at her phone screen displaying Nanping's number, torn between calling and refraining. Ultimately, she throws the phone aside and succumbs to sleep. 15. In the living room of Wenberu's home. Daytime. Characters. Wenberu. She watches the news, where the counterfeit painting case is reported, revealing Fengqian as one of the apprehended. Following this, Zhengqing is interviewed, expressing gratitude for Nanping's assistance. Concerned for Nanping's well-being, Wenberu attempts to call him, only to find his phone switched off. She then steps outside. 16. In a small town in Jiangnan. Daytime. Characters. Nanping, an elder woman, villagers. Nanping returns to his familiar hometown, a picturesque Jiangnan town. In front of the village stands a quaint bridge, with a gentle stream flowing beneath it, surrounded by humble abodes. Nanping enters the small town and encounters an elderly woman. He appears disheartened and dispirited. At Nanping's home, he shares a brief account of recent events with his father, who expresses his willingness to support Nanping in repeating his studies. Nanping agrees. Outside the art gallery, Wenberu arrives at the gallery where Nanping works, but finds the door firmly locked and the interior desolate. At the internet cafe, when Beru seeks out Nanping, but the attendant, Xiao Li, is unaware of his whereabouts. In Nanping's room, he organizes his brushes and sketchbooks, prompting his father to inquire whether he intends to sell these items. On the pedestrian street, when Beru sits on a bench, watching the passers-by as tears stream down her face, Wenli calls to remind her of class and, upon hearing her sobs, rushes to comfort her. In the cemetery at dusk, Nanping and his father lay a wreath for his mother. Alone, Nanping speaks a few words to her. As he expresses his emotions, he begins to weep, while his father watches silently from a distance. In a restaurant at night, when Beru gazes quietly outside, Wenli questions her about her distress, and when Beru, coming back to reality, reveals that this spot is where she and Nanping often sat together. In Nanping's bedroom at night, he finds himself in a dream, wandering through a labyrinth from which he cannot escape. Suddenly, his mother emerges from the mist, causing him to awaken. In the living room at dawn, Nanping shares a quiet breakfast with his father, who discusses the possibility of Nanping repeating his studies. His father asks if he is certain about this decision, to which Nanping consents. His father presents Nanping with his mother's old sketchbooks, assuring him that he will not oppose whatever choice he makes. Nanping resolves to travel to Beijing to pursue his dreams. Inside a train carriage during the day, Nanping sketches in his notebook, a smile gracing his face. In the art studio, when Beru diligently practices, absorbing new painting techniques. In when Beru's bedroom at night, she gazes at a photograph of Nanping in a frame, deciding to seek him out during her holiday. On a mountaintop pavilion, when Beru stands with her back to the path, quietly admiring the valley below. Beside her is a painting depicting the moment she and Nanping sketched together in the valley. Nanping ascends the steps, and they embrace. 30. In the cozy living room of when Beru's home, under the cover of night, characters Nanping and when Beru converse. When Beru informs Nanping that all the necessary materials are prepared and that he will be able to enroll in school tomorrow. 31. In the dining room during the day, Nanping and when Beru share a meal. When Beru inquires whether Nanping is adapting well to university life, only to be interrupted by Wenli, who expresses her admiration for Nanping, recognizing him as the unsung hero behind the art project. Chapter 146. In the film My Neighbor Totoro, the refreshing and ethereal music, reminiscent of nursery rhymes, seamlessly intertwines with various scenes. The large Totoro, accompanied by the two smaller ones in May, creates a serene atmosphere as the elder sister prays for the growth of the oak tree. The lively drumming underscores the moment before the tree sprouts. This rhythmic pattern starkly contrasts with the ominous beats found in horror films, symbolizing the seed's germination and vibrant life rather than a sense of dread. As the oak flourishes, the music transitions, rising in pitch and shifting from a gentle tranquility to a joyful, exuberant celebration. In Kiki's delivery service, the pure and invigorating melodies thread through the narrative. At the film's outset, under a sunny sky, Kiki, in a serene and picturesque lakeside setting, anticipates her impending journey. The delightful melodies evoke her bittersweet emotions and longing for adventure. In the film's climax, as Kiki courageously rescues a dragonfly from peril, the music reflects her triumph over fear and self-doubt, embodying her bravery in saving a life. In Princess Mononoke, Joe Hisaishi masterfully blends modern compositional techniques with classical traditions, intentionally incorporating elements of folk music to forge a distinctive style. The film opens with deep, resonant drums that evoke an ancient atmosphere and primal essence of nature. The subsequent music captures the grandeur and melodic flow of the natural world. As Ashitaka saves the titular princess, the score employs continuous yet fragmented rhythmic notes, crafting an atmosphere that is both primal and mysterious. In the creation of the film's theme song, Hisaishi adeptly merges Eastern scales with Western melodies, with the first half grounded in a pentatonic scale, showcasing typical Eastern musical characteristics, while the latter half transitions to Western tonality. The confluence of Eastern and Western musical elements beautifully encapsulates the film's essence. In the soundtrack of Spirited Away, Hisaishi fully expresses the emotive power of the piano, with its elegant and captivating tones evoking feelings of mystery, unease, and charm throughout various scenes. At the film's start, the wandering Chihiro encounters the river spirit, who urges her to flee, warning that she will cease to be human. The piano's melody captures Chihiro's inner turmoil. 4. Thematic content. Hayao Miyazaki's animations encompass a diverse range of themes, delving into profound explorations of human nature, the journey of personal growth, and the intricate relationship between humanity and the natural world. In the enchanting realm of Hayao Miyazaki's animations, there exists no purely malevolent character. Even those deemed as villains possess the inherent goodness of humanity and their own unique brilliance. Take Yubaba from Spirited Away, who, despite her cold-heartedness and greed, exhibits boundless affection for her son. Similarly, San from Princess Mononoke, while destructive to forests and slaying animals, treats humans equally and encourages women in childbirth, earning the adoration of many. Both Chihiro and Kiki ultimately experience growth and realize their self-worth. Chihiro rescues Haku and her parents, while Kiki successfully saves a dragonfly, receiving the warm embrace of the community. Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind, Castle in the Sky, and Princess Mononoke are three films that encapsulate Miyazaki's portrayal of the relationship between humanity and nature. The conflict between humans and nature inevitably leads to mutual destruction. Only through harmonious coexistence and integration can true progress be achieved. In summary, Hayao Miyazaki's animations represent the pinnacle of Japanese animation and stand as a significant achievement globally. He elevates animation to a cultural plane, imbuing it with profound philosophical depth that resonates not only with children but also provokes contemplation in adults. Each of his works is a masterpiece, brimming with aspects worthy of analysis. This essay merely offers a brief exploration of the artistic characteristics found in some of his creations. The lonely and radiant goblin fundamentally unfolds as a love story, yet within its fantastical backdrop. The characters embody not only the quintessential traits of a romance, but also possess their own distinctiveness. The goblin, known as Kim Jin, is a figure of immense strength and loyalty to his lord before his transformation. A general during the Joseon era, he valiantly defended his homeland against enemies for 3 consecutive days and nights without succumbing, earning him the title of a true warrior in folklore. Kim Jin remains steadfastly loyal to the king, entrusted by the late monarch to aid the new king and safeguard his safety. Before his departure, the king bestows upon him a precious sword, instructing him to either die in battle or venture far away, never to return. Yet, after vanquishing his foes, he chooses to return, driven by the desire to protect his king. His idealism blinds him to the fact that his extraordinary prowess has instilled fear in his lord, and he remains unaware that the king has been deceived by Park Jong-hyun, leading to tragic consequences. Ultimately, he meets his demise by the very sword gifted to him by the king, while his sister, Kim's son, is also executed, and many of his loyal retainers perish. In the end, Kim Jin's body lies unburied, exposed to the wilderness. His sword, which once slew countless enemies, ultimately pierces his own heart. His spirit lingers within the sword, transforming him into a goblin. He embodies elements of water, fire, and wind, both light and darkness. Once a human, now a supernatural being. Kim Jin's emotions influence the climate. His wrath conjures thunderstorms, his melancholy brings persistent rain, and his joy heralds the arrival of spring. After becoming a goblin, he oscillates between fury and compassion, capable of both destruction and miracles. Upon finding his goblin bride, he reveals a childlike visage, ultimately drawing his sword to protect her from Park Jong-hyun, embracing his own death. Kim Jin, accompanied by the grandson of his retainer, ventures to foreign lands, where they are subjected to the scorn of sailors aboard their ship. Jin reveals his darker and angrier side. The weather shifts dramatically, thunder rumbles, and the sea swells with fierce waves. In a fit of rage, he cleaves a ship with his sword, extinguishing the lives of all aboard. Yet, he possesses a merciful heart. When Unju's mother is struck by a vehicle, she prays for divine intervention, and Jin answers her call. It is through his salvation of Unju's mother that Unju herself is born, allowing Jin to attain peace. The goblin has existed for over 9 centuries without a wife. The appearance of Unju as the goblin's bride is akin to a radiant beam of light piercing through the goblin's world. As Jin falls in love with Unju, he embodies the innocence of a child. In his melancholy, he inadvertently alters the weather, causing incessant rain in his vicinity. Conversely, in moments of joy, he brings forth blooms in autumn and winter. His concern for Unju is unwavering, as he vigilantly safeguards her at all times. He has relentlessly sought his bride, believing that she could liberate him from his curse, yet upon discovering Unju, he finds himself reluctant to embrace death. The goblin and his bride share a profound love, yearning to be together eternally. However, this is a paradox, as only one can exist at a time. In a climactic moment, Jin grasps Unju's hand and withdraws the sword from his chest, an act both to vanquish Park Jong-hyun and to ensure Unju's survival. Chapter 147, Part 2. The Cinderella-like Goblin Bride. Unju, the Goblin Bride, embodies the quintessential Cinderella protagonist. Her mother passed away when she was just 9 years old, leading her to reside with her aunt. This household, comprising an unkind boy and girl, harbors ulterior motives, coveting the insurance money left by Unju's mother. Within this oppressive environment, Unju assumes the role of a servant, cooking and cleaning for the family. As the Goblin Bride, she possesses the ability to see spirits, resulting in her ostracization at school, leaving her in solitude. Despite enduring such harsh conditions, Unju maintains a heart filled with kindness. She is charming, intelligent, diligent, and fearless in the face of authority. Much like Jean, as she pursues love without regard for her own safety. Oppressed and bullied in her aunt's home, Unju resolves to seek part-time work, choosing to resist rather than submit to her aunt's physical and verbal abuse. Her endearing nature shines as she inadvertently crosses paths with Jean in Maple Leaf Country. Flitting about like a butterfly, in Jean's home, she willingly takes on household responsibilities. With a heart inclined towards goodness, she stands up for children who are bullied, offering her assistance to those in need. The existence of the Goblin Bride is, in essence, as an extension of the goblin, her purpose being to extract the sword from the goblin's chest, leading to his true demise. Initially unaware of the sword's significance, Unju ultimately learns that removing it would mean Jean's death. Faced with this painful truth, she chooses to depart, unwilling to be the cause of his demise. Aware of her own purpose and the unforeseen risks her departure may entail, she resolutely decides to leave, for neither wishes for the other to perish because of their love. Unju is as benevolent as an angel. Having finally found stability and happiness with Jean, she chooses to sacrifice her own life to save a group of children. She struggled during the process of her decision, aware that her happiness was hard-earned. Yet, she ultimately chose to sacrifice herself. The messenger of the underworld, who has lost his memory, is a figure condemned for grave sins in a past life. This individual, once a king, was one of the three who committed heinous acts throughout history. He executed the general loyal to him, killed the queen who loved him dearly, destroyed the dynasty he was meant to protect, and ultimately took his own life. Initially, the messenger of the underworld enforced the law with diligence and integrity, earnestly carrying out his duties and diligently seeking other lost souls. However, by a twist of fate, he found himself residing in the same house as a ghost, and they forged a friendship. The messenger, no longer focused on reclaiming the lost souls, instead joined forces with the ghost to assist Enzuo. He made considerable sacrifices for his friend, handling mundane matters and even disclosing Enzuo's cause and date of death, which led to his severe punishment by the underworld's prosecutorial authorities for abuse of power. The narrative of the lives of others unfolds in East Germany during the Cold War when the country was divided into two, the Federal Republic of Germany, led by capitalist America, and the German Democratic Republic, governed by the Soviet Union. In this film, the East German regime imposed stringent controls over the arts, monitoring individuals deemed potentially subversive to the revolution. The oppressive environment forced the populace to endure a life of hardship. The Ministry of State Security mandated that art could only portray societal prosperity and the industriousness of the people, while omitting any mention of their harsh living conditions. The influence of Draymond, a prominent figure, drew the attention of the minister and the director, leading to his surveillance. Draymond, in an effort to depict the reality of the situation, engaged in actions that contradicted the officials' values. Yet, thanks to Weasler's discretion, he managed to protect himself. This incident, however, ruined Weasler's career, yet he resolutely aspired to be a good man. The film is populated with vividly characterized individuals, such as the domineering, tyrannical, and lecherous minister, the empathetic and fearless Draymond, and the beautiful yet vulnerable Krista. Nonetheless, my favorite character remains Weasler. I selected two poignant scenes from the film, both centering on Weasler, which I believe are among its most compelling moments, showcasing his transformation from a repressive Stasi agent to a principled individual. The first scene is shot 117. The second is shot 1826. In shot 117, Weasler, while eavesdropping, hears Draymond play the sonata for good people, and tears well up in his eyes. Subsequently, he encounters a young boy in the elevator and refrains from arresting the boy's father, despite the child's words. The first shot features a close-up of the piano score, introducing its title, while simultaneously adopting a subjective perspective. The sonata for good people serves as a requiem for Draymond's friend who took his own life. The second shot begins with a close-up of Draymond's fingers dancing over the piano keys, gradually panning up to his face, revealing the sorrow and grief he harbors within. The third and fourth shots depict Weasler listening to Draymond play the piano, with a smooth pan revealing Weasler's deep immersion in the music, suggesting a profound emotional connection to the piece. Draymond poses a poignant question to Krista. If someone genuinely listens to this composition, could they truly be a bad person? In the fourth shot, a close-up accentuates Weasler's facial expressions. Tears stream down his face as he listens, revealing his inherent goodness and transformation. At the film's outset, Weasler's interrogation of criminals is mechanical and cold, his demeanor harsh and unyielding, quick to deliver negative evaluations to students who dare to challenge him. However, he has now undergone a transformation. In the fifth shot, Krista gently massages Draymond's shoulders, illustrating the depth of their relationship, filled with comfort and support. The sixth shot captures Weasler walking along a dimly lit path, mirroring his current state of turmoil as he grapples with a conflict between his values and emotions. Shots 7 through 17 focus on Weasler and a young boy, employing fixed frames that initially portray the pair in an elevator, emphasizing the dynamic of strength and vulnerability, with the boy clearly at a disadvantage. Close-ups reveal the boy's curiosity about Stassi and Weasler's response. As the boy voices his negative opinions about Stassi, Weasler instinctively inquires about the boy's name, intending to apprehend his father. Yet, he refrains, instead asking for the name of a ball, choosing not to dismantle a family over a single utterance. His facial expressions, captured in close-up, vividly convey his inner conflict and conscience. If Draymond's good man Sonata encourages his evolution into a better person, then his interactions with the child serve as a litmus test for his moral integrity. The contrast between his treatment of the boy and his earlier interrogations starkly highlights a conscience awakened by music. Indeed, Weasler is a good man. In Chapter 148, the cheetah quickly hides behind an excavator, hearing the approaching footsteps of the antelope workers. Clenching his fists, the cheetah holds his breath as an antelope worker turns the corner of the vehicle. Suddenly, a small yellow weasel scurries out. Antelope foreman, sighing in relief, it's just a weasel. As the foreman walks away, the cheetah exhales heavily. Serval, how did it go, Moonlight Mirage? Cheetah, mission accomplished, Miss Secret. I remained undetected. Serval, good, stay safe. I now have a brilliant plan. In the fifth episode, the following day, the workers awaken, preparing for work. They start their vehicles, only to hear a loud pop. Upon inspection, they discover a tire punctured by a nail. Additionally, the crane suffers a short circuit during startup, leaving only the excavator operational. However, the project cannot proceed. The Porcupine manager, furious, exclaims, Porcupine manager, menacingly, are you all trying to slack off? Hurry up and fix it. Antelope foreman, manager, we have no spare tires on site. We must contact River Valley City to have them send a replacement. The Porcupine manager nodded, observing that the antelope foreman had yet to take action. Hurry and make the call, what are you waiting for? The antelope foreman hastily retrieved his mobile phone and dialed. Sound of the call connecting. The line crackled ominously, causing the antelope foreman's face to pale instantly, the phone slipping from his grasp, only to be caught mid-air by the Porcupine manager. What good are you if you can't even make a simple phone call? Hello, get the tires ready. Voice on the phone, hoarse, Silent Valley, eternal old visage, Silent Valley, eternal old visage. Cough cough inside a tent on the mountain. Cheetah, that voice is quite a challenge to imitate. Serval, the moonlight's illusion, quite impressive. If I didn't know better, I would think there were indeed spirits involved. I can't wait to see the Porcupine manager's expression. The mysterious and terrifying voice on the phone was a creation of the leopard and the sherry cat. They utilized Master Doguli's new invention, a phone signal interceptor, to reroute the antelope foreman's call to themselves, subtly conveying a message of reckless destruction that would invite divine retribution. Meanwhile, the Porcupine manager quickly hung up, his face reflecting sheer terror. Grabbing the antelope foreman by the collar, he pulled him close, demanding to know, what did you just hear? In a low voice, was it Silent Valley, eternal old visage? The antelope foreman nodded vigorously, only to receive a sharp slap from the Porcupine manager. Spirits, there are spirits, manager. I saw a weasel at the construction site last night. The weasel is a medium, manager. Our machinery damage must be the work of that weasel. The Porcupine manager rubbed his spines thoughtfully. I will resolve this matter. There are no spirits in this world. I, the Porcupine manager, do not believe in such nonsense. Furthermore, this is a secret between us. If you dare to speak of it, you shall face consequences. The antelope foreman, covering his mouth, assured, manager, rest assured. I will keep my lips sealed. The Porcupine manager yawned and returned to his grand bed for some much-needed sleep. Soon, whispers began to circulate among the antelope workers in the camp, with words like spirits, weasel, and divine retribution floating about, even mentioning the Porcupine manager's bravado against spirits. Doubt and suspicion spread among the antelopes. The leopard, having learned of the Porcupine manager's bold claims through the antelope workers, decided to stoke the flames further. At midnight, a howling wind echoed through the depths of the valley, and a massive, round shadow loomed over the construction site. Inside the camp, the antelope workers trembled, fear permeating the atmosphere. The porcupine manager's heart was also filled with dread, yet he was resolute in his pursuit of profit. For him, nothing was more significant than wealth. As long as he completed the paper mill and commenced production, he would care little for the floods that could engulf the area. He would have already returned to the city to count his riches. However, he knew he must stand firm and instill courage in these foolish workers. All right, everyone disperse. This is merely the refraction of moonlight. Moreover, even if spirits and deities exist, my esteemed porcupine manager stands here. Would they dare to approach? Ah, what is that smell? Something seems to be burning. The porcupine manager sniffed the air, while the antelope foreman turned to survey the surroundings. Antelope foreman, manager, we are in grave trouble. Your tent is aflame. The porcupine manager gazed towards the tent, where half the sky was illuminated by a fireball emitting thick black smoke, blazing fiercely. Porcupine manager, hurry, extinguish the flames. The antelope workers rushed to combat the fire, while the antelope foreman hesitated, wanting to speak. Porcupine manager, roaring, why are you still standing there? Antelope foreman, mysteriously, manager, do you think this could be a divine retribution? The porcupine manager lifted his gaze towards the direction of the shadow, which had vanished, and the howling sound had ceased. He refrained from uttering grandiose statements. His eyes filled with trepidation, and he waved his hand dismissively before departing. The shadow and the howling were part of Sherry Cat's scheme. Neil Leopard utilized speakers and amplifiers to fabricate the sound of a howling wind. As for the shadow, it was merely a projection. Created with a white screen and a projector, the clarity of the image was irrelevant, and the more ambiguous, the better. Indeed, had the porcupine manager seen the original image, he would have discovered that the so-called shadow was nothing more than a plump, potato-like creature. The following day, after tossing and turning throughout the night, the porcupine manager finally succumbed to sleep at dawn, only to be abruptly awakened by the clamor outside. Episode 6. Inside the tent. The beds of the antelope workers had been pushed together to form a large bed, upon which the porcupine manager rolled over, causing the bed to creak ominously, as if it might collapse at any moment. Porcupine manager, what is all this noise? Is it impossible for me to get some sleep? The antelope foreman burst into the tent with exuberance. Antelope foreman, manager, splendid news. Immense good fortune has arrived. The porcupine manager shot up, causing the bed to crash down. Porcupine manager, have we struck it rich? Is there a grand business opportunity? Antelope foreman, no. Seeing the porcupine manager's countenance darken, the antelope foreman quickly continued. Antelope foreman, a group of groundhogs has arrived, seeking to fulfill a vow at the river valley. I believe we can follow them to seek assistance from Master Weasel, deep within the valley. Porcupine manager, a vow. Let us step outside to ascertain the situation. The antelope workers and the group of groundhogs chattered incessantly, words like shadow, spontaneous combustion, boulders, and vow resonating through the air. Antelope foreman, make way, make way. The manager is here. As the porcupine manager approached, both antelope workers and groundhogs parted to allow passage. He came upon an elderly groundhog and extended his hand. Wang Li had slain Jin Jun in a past life, creating a deep-seated vendetta between them. Yet, through a twist of fate, the emissaries of the underworld and the spirits had become good friends. Influenced by Jin Jun, Wang Li ceased his pursuit of the other fugitive, Qianzhu, and instead joined Jin Jun in safeguarding Qianzhu's safety. When unforeseen calamities threatened Qianzhu, Wang Li's warnings proved invaluable. He is indeed abusing his power. Yet this is but a divine miracle bestowed upon his friend. In the narrative, the entangled emotions and intricate relationships of this life are orchestrated by the heavens, serving as a perfect mark for events that transpired 9 centuries prior. The emergence of the goblin is both a gift from the divine and a form of punishment. The deity grants Kim Shin immortality, yet subjects him to the continual loss of his loved ones. Untak's existence is a result of Kim Shin's salvation, but is also guided by the wisdom of the grandmother of the 3 gods. The Jade Ring, brought into this life by the grandmother, facilitates the initial encounter between Wang Li and Kim Sunday. Although Kim Shin vanishes from the world after slaying Park Jung-hyun, he is resurrected through Untak. Wang Li and Kim Sun part ways in this life, yet they journey together into the next after Kim Sun's demise. The divine may inflict punishment, yet it also leaves room for hope. The role of props in shaping character imagery in film and television, props play a pivotal role. They not only aid in the characterization but also drive the plot forward. In Goblin, the sword, the jade ring, and the portrait are significant props. 1. The sword, which pierces Kim Shin's chest, is stained with the blood of countless foes and ultimately brings about his demise. It embodies the worldview of the drama and serves as the framework of the entire narrative. The existence of the goblin is born from the blood and soul of Kim Shin, mingled with that of his enemies. Kim Shin transforms into the goblin through the sword, while Wang Li is the one who bestows it, and Un Tak is the one who draws it. This sword connects most characters within the story. Wang Li grants Kim Shin the sword to defend the borders, commanding him not to return, yet upon Kim Shin's victory, he executes him under the pretext of treason, with the sword symbolizing Wang Li's betrayal. As the goblin's bride, Un Tak is destined to be the one to draw the sword, faced with the choice of whether to wield it or not. 2. The Jade Ring. The Jade Ring is a token that Wang Li personally places on Kim Sun's finger before taking her life. It symbolizes both Wang Li's cruelty and his love for Kim Sunday. The Jade Ring, brought forth by the grandmother of the three gods 9 centuries later, becomes the catalyst for Wang Li and Kim Sun's reunion. Throughout the narrative, the Jade Ring embodies the love story between Wang Li and Kim Sun, being exchanged and reclaimed, reflecting the intimacy and distance in their relationship. Ultimately, Wang Li places the ring on Kim Sun's finger, bringing their love story to a true conclusion. 3. The portrait. The portrait is created by Wang Li after Kim Sun's death, encapsulating his remorse and profound love and longing for her. After Wang Li's demise, the portrait is preserved by Kim Shin, who has become the goblin, turning it into a treasured possession. If the Jade Ring serves as the bond between Wang Li and Kim Sun, then this portrait may be seen as the connection between Kim Shin and Wang Li. Upon discovering Wang Li's lifeless body, Kim Shin laments that he has arrived too late, revealing his desire to save Wang Li. His preservation of the portrait reflects his awareness of Wang Li's feelings for Kim Sunday. Wang Li harbors affection for his sister. Thus, during the sacrificial rites, he honors both Kim Sun and Wang Li, acknowledging his brother-in-law from a past life. Chapter 149. The Valley in which it resides. The verdant trees of this river valley create a picturesque environment. The river cascades down from the mountain's edge, gradually widening downstream, resulting in a trumpet-shaped valley. The flat terrain of the river's lower basin, once a vast expanse of farmland, now reveals remnants of its former bounty through the scattered, flourishing rice stalks. However, the entire agricultural area has transformed into a construction site, with bare soil exposed and rice submerged in mud amidst the cacophony of construction. On the elevated left bank of the river, where the water buffalo uncle and villagers once resided, much of this housing has crumbled into ruins. A clattering sound resonates as 2 antelope workers dismantle a building. An elegant serval, clad in casual athletic attire, and a cheetah dressed in a windbreaker with a large backpack, approach them. The antelope workers pause their labor, eyeing the serval and cheetah with suspicion. Antelope worker A. Halt. Who are you? Antelope worker B. What brings you here? The serval and cheetah stifle their laughter, with the cheetah stepping forward. Cheetah. We are visitors, arriving at this time each year to revel in the beauty of the valley and cultivate our souls. Are you here to demolish homes? What has become of the farmers residing here? The antelope worker's eyes are filled with skepticism. Antelope worker A. Why all the questions? Don't interfere with our work. The serval's fingers swiftly delve into her pocket, emerging with $200 bills at her feet. She pats the cheetah's shoulder, gestures to the ground, and shares a knowing glance. The cheetah quickly comprehends her intent, retrieves the bills, and approaches the workers. Cheetah. Gentlemen, I believe you dropped this money. Take care not to lose it again. Subsequently, the cheetah slips the bills into the hooves of the 2 antelope workers, who glance at each other, then stuff the cash into their pockets. Cheetah. Brothers, to be candid, the residents here owe me some money. Do you know where they have gone? The 2 antelope remain silent, merely fidgeting with their hooves. The cheetah raises 3 fingers, to which the workers shake their heads. He then opens his palm, and the antelope nod enthusiastically. The cheetah turns to receive 1,000 yuan from the serval and distributes it to both antelope workers. Antelope worker A. Brother, I cannot say exactly where everyone has gone. Cheetah. But why did they leave? Antelope worker B. Of course, we allowed them to leave out of concern for their safety. This was arranged by the parrot expert. The cheetah points towards the farmland below, puzzled. Cheetah. My friend, is there a project being undertaken in the fields? Antelope worker B. They plan to construct a paper factory. This is a matter of great significance. Sound of coughing. The antelope worker B's words are abruptly cut off by a cough from antelope worker A. Antelope worker A. Enough. We have shared all we know with you. At that moment, a gaunt water buffalo trembled as it passed by them, prompting the 2 antelope workers to spit derisively in its direction. The cheetah, suppressing its ire, watched the water buffalo stagger away. Antelope worker B. Is this old fellow planning to die right here? No matter how we plead, he refuses to leave. Cheetah, who is this? Antelope worker A, a stubborn resident. Antelope worker B, right. Weren't you curious about where the person who owes you money went? Why not ask him? The cheetah and the serval followed the old buffalo, navigating around heaps of ruined houses until they arrived at one, where they heard a sigh from within. Water buffalo, alas. It's all gone, completely gone. Feeling a profound sympathy at the sorrowful sound, the cheetah remarked, Cheetah, Sherry Cat, I must uncover the truth and provide an explanation to the villagers and the old buffalo. Serval, Moonlight Mirage, I stand with you. However, you ought to call me Miss Secret. It turned out that the cheetah and the serval were, in fact, Neil Leopard and Sherry Cat. To avoid drawing the attention of the workers and parrot experts, they had deliberately disguised themselves as a cheetah and a serval, posing as travelers in the valley. The cheetah approached and knocked on the door. Inside, an immediate silence fell, followed by an angry roar. Water buffalo, leave me be. You are not welcome here. You bandit thieves. Cough, cough. Cheetah, hastily, please, water buffalo, do not be agitated. We are not here to drive you away. We are mere visitors. Serval, indeed, water buffalo. We are here for leisure. Slowly, the water buffalo opened the door, and upon seeing the cheetah and serval clad in sportswear, he confirmed they were not foes and welcomed them inside. Water buffalo, you are visitors? Cheetah, yes, water buffalo. By the way, where are the villagers? Water buffalo, with despair, they have all left, every last one. Serval left? Isn't this the place your family has inhabited for generations? Water buffalo, resigned, they were all driven away. Enough of this talk. I apologize, I have nothing to offer you. The cheetah and serval surveyed the disarray within the house. The interior was cluttered, with various items strewn about haphazardly. A layer of dust coated the entire dwelling, mirroring the weariness of its owner. In the corner sat an old computer, and Neil Leopard understood that the water buffalo had relied on it to send out requests. The cheetah and serval shared some of the food they had brought, moving the water buffalo to tears. Ever since the villagers departed, he had faced nothing but bullying and oppression, and it was only with the arrival of the cheetah and serval that he found solace in his dark existence. Using their pretense of leisure as a ruse, the cheetah and serval declined the water buffalo's invitation to stay. Their identities as the mystery investigation team could not be revealed. Hence they resolved to camp outdoors. They ascended to a higher elevation, discovering a relatively flat area amidst the woods. Lynx, Moonlight Mirage, please clear this patch of shrubs. We shall make our abode here for the next few days. Cheetah, scratching his head, Shirley Cat, oh no, I mean Miss Secret, you will assist me in tidying up. One to you? Lynx, of course not. How could you entertain such a notion? Would you expect the boss to work alongside you? The cheetah, feeling despondent, muttered to himself, Cheetah, wretched capitalism, vampires, scoundrels. Lynx, all right, no more grumbling. If you perform well, I shall advocate for a raise upon your return. Upon hearing the mention of a raise, the cheetah's spirits lifted immediately. Meanwhile, the lynx retrieved ingredients from the bag to prepare a meal. Before long, the cheetah had cleared the small shrubs, creating a flat and tidy surface, and subsequently erected 2 tents, panting from the effort. Chapter 150. Li Rongxing is the senior disciple of Wei Lianxing. He was once a renowned figure, but due to a downfall, his voice was ruined. At the tender age of 13, he experienced the vicissitudes of life. Following this, until the age of 30, he remained in obscurity, becoming an assistant to Lianxing. His passion for opera was fervently projected onto Lianxing, which explains the profound reaction he exhibited when Lianxing refrained from performing. Li Rongxing is a man who accepts his fate and is content with his lot. He embodies a certain servility, lacking the urge to resist and resigning himself to a life of subservience. However, consider that having endured such hardships at 13 without succumbing to madness speaks to his indomitable will. His rough edges, worn down by years of experience from 13 to 30, have long since been smoothed. In a society marked by rigid class structures, with a decaying elite and a numb underclass, Li Rongxing's existence and role should be deemed above average. The structure of the play Return of the Snowbound is marked by simplicity and openness, fostering a poetic and serene style, albeit with conflicts that seem somewhat subdued and character backgrounds that remain unclear. The entire play is composed of a prologue, 3 acts, and an epilogue, with the prologue and epilogue narrating events 20 years later, while the 3 acts in between recount the romantic history of the celebrated Wei Lianxing and his concubine, Yu Chun. The simplicity of the dramatic structure is evident in the absence of intense, face-to-face conflict. Instead, it solely chronicles the romantic encounters between Yu Chun and Wei Lianxing. Nevertheless, the impediments to their lives and love reveal the oppression of class and the darkness of society. Thus, Although the conflicts are not fervent, the play's enlightening essence remains undiminished. The first act unfolds in the backstage of the theater, where their meeting occurs in an ambiguous atmosphere, although Wei Lianxing remains evasive. The second act takes place in the golden chamber of the Su residence, where Yu Chun further expresses her affections and Lianxing reciprocates, solidifying their relationship. The third act transpires in Wei Lianxing's home, where they clandestinely meet and decide to flee, only to be discovered by Wang Xingwei, resulting in Lianxing's expulsion and Yu Chun's return to her residence. The principal narrative revolves around their love story, interwoven with dialogues from other characters that depict the darkness and debauchery of the upper echelons, the humility and oppression faced by the lower classes, and the tragedy of the awakened individuals within a stratified society. The prologue narrates how Wei Lianxing, in a state of illness, finds himself transported back to the Su family garden from 2 decades prior, seeking his own footprints and shadows, ultimately succumbing to death in the snow-laden garden. The epilogue recounts the return of Yu Chun, Wei Lianxing, and Su Fuqing to the city of 20 years ago, yet their paths do not cross. Su Fuqing and Yu Chun visit Su Hongji, while Yu Chun waits outside and departs alone. Lianxing, engaged in singing for funds, falls ill and dies in the Su family garden on a snowy night. The events of the prologue and epilogue unfold concurrently. Yet no conflict arises due to the absence of direct interaction between Su Hongji and Wei Lianxing. The returning traveler in the snowstorm refers to both Wei Lianxing and Yu Chun. However, despite their presence in the Su family garden, they do not meet. Lianxing perishes while Yu Chun leaves. The poignant tragedy of two lovers, still separated after 20 years, is vividly illustrated in their fated parting. The open structure is particularly evident in the epilogue. In the third act, Lianxing, disinclined to perform, resolves to leave with Yu Chun for the company of their impoverished friends. Yet, 2 decades later, Wei Lianxing retains the allure of a renowned performer, with little alteration in his lyrics or demeanor. One wonders what experiences he endured during these 20 years. Did he continue to perform? Why has he fallen into such despair? Additionally, Yu Chun's 2 decades are only superficially sketched through Su Fuqing's sparse dialogue, rendering it somewhat shallow. The play adopts an open-ended format, offering ample space for imagination. Yet the characters' actions and words appear inconsistent, leading to contradictions. The development of Chinese drama is encapsulated in The Returning Traveler in the Snowstorm, which harmoniously blends elements of Chinese opera and Western theatrical styles, reflecting the evolution of Chinese drama. Wu Zhuguang emphasizes the portrayal of characters' emotions while paying less attention to conflicts. In contrast, Western drama is primarily characterized by its plot and conflict. However, the conflicts within the play are not particularly intense. The confrontation between Su Hongji and Wei Lianxing is indirect, with the sole conflict being executed through Wang Xingwa, revealing a significant disparity in power that lacks dramatic intrigue. Wei Lianxing resembles Nora from A Doll's House, initially believing in the beauty and completeness of life, only to realize he is merely a pawn in others' lives, ultimately leading to his departure. While Lianxing and Nora share similarities, they diverge in that Lianxing returns to the city, whereas Nora's story remains unresolved. Lianxing's wandering is marked by desolation. He ventures afar, yet does not attain happiness, returning alone to meet his demise. His departure is tragic, yet it is necessary, for he has undergone a liberation of thought, awakening to his desires for life. Though he may not have achieved them in the end, he dared to pursue and explore. Typically, Western tragedies involve death, which poignantly conveys human suffering and despair, as seen in works like King Lear and Macbeth. In The Returning Traveler in the Snowstorm, Wei Lianxing's death also echoes the profound sense of despair within the narrative. The dramatic style of The Returning Traveler in the Snowstorm is primarily characterized by the use of poetic verse and the meticulous depiction of emotional scenes. Wu Zhuguang selected the poem Meeting Snow at the Host of Furong Mountain by Lu Chongqing, a poet from the Mid-Tang dynasty, as the inspiration and pursuit of creative ideals. Lu Chongqing's poetry closely aligns with the style of Wang Meng and is adept at crafting a tranquil and ethereal ambience, triumphing through subtle charm and profound Zen insights. The poem's imagery harmonizes exquisitely with the drama The Return on a Snowy Night, which lacks dramatic conflicts and instead presents a gentle, almost elusive encounter and understanding. The overall emotional expression of the play is also clear and slightly ethereal. The 7-character quatrain, hanging in Wei Lianxing's abode, does not lament the hardships of human interactions, nor does it embody extremes of heroism or gentility. It reflects a boldness akin to the moon of the Qin dynasty and conveys sentiments as ephemeral as clouds upon the ridge, which serves as a true portrayal of Wei Lianxing. The use of poetry not only illustrates Lianxing's character but also exudes elegance, providing a delightful reading experience. The atmospheric scene descriptions in the play possess the stylistic essence of classical ancient dramas. The conflicts are not intense. The main narrative revolves around the romantic journey of Lianxing and Yuchen. However, the work remains engaging and far from tedious, largely due to its intricate atmospheric scene depictions. The second act predominantly portrays the tentative exploration of love between Yuchen and Lianxing. Their interactions are depicted with remarkable detail, with actions that are graceful and dialogues imbued with a teasing tone. Imagery such as begonia flowers and stars weaves through their conversations, enhancing the ambience of ambiguity with an air of sophistication. The atmospheric scene descriptions found in the West Chamber and the Peony Pavilion are indeed indispensable, and The Return on a Snowy Night similarly embraces this quality. In conclusion, The Return on a Snowy Night stands as a significant representative work of Mr. Wu Zhuguang, holding a notable position in the history of Chinese drama, comparable to classics such as Thunderstorm, Tea House, and Beijingers. In Chapter 151, the dining hall is illuminated by the warm glow of candlelight, with a long table laden with roasted lamb chops, beef, and flatbread, accompanied by meat broth. Though the fare lacks the exquisite opulence of a noble house, it is undeniably commendable within the small town. Rhett and Bailey gazed at the sumptuous spread, swallowing hard in anticipation. After the meal, Edward summoned the maid to escort Gina, Rhett, and Bailey to a resting place while he retreated to the study with Miss and Sappic. Anju witnessed a truck careening down a slope, threatening to collide with a school bus. She resolved to position her vehicle across the road, sacrificing herself to save the children. In Wang Li's tea house, Anju encountered a sorrowful spirit, whom she reassured. The one left behind must continue to live with strength. That is the respect for the love you have received. I am merely stepping away for a time, but I shall return. You must wait for me. I promise I will come back and remain by your side for eternity. The spirit wept inconsolably, while people continued their lives amid the rainy season. After an indeterminate period, Jin Jun was reading beside the graveyard in the land of maple leaves when the reincarnated Anju appeared before him, holding a dandelion. In their previous lives, Wang Li and Jin Shan were in love, yet Wang Li was blinded by Park Jong-hyun, leading to the demise of Jin Shan, Jin Jun, and many innocents. Although love existed between the two, so did deep-seated grievances. After committing his transgressions, Wang Li was filled with remorse. He painted a youthful likeness of Jin Shan, cradling the garments she wore before her death and the jade ring, lamenting repeatedly, "This beautiful attire, who shall wear it? Upon whose hand should this exquisite jade ring be worn?" Ultimately, he succumbed to despair and regret, taking his own life. Wang Li and Jin Shan encountered each other at the stall of the three divine grandmothers, brought together by the jade ring from their past life. The entangled emotions of love and hatred from their previous existence sparked an instant connection in this lifetime. Once they discerned each other's identities, Wang Li, wishing to spare Jin Shan any sorrow, sought to erase her memories of him. Yet, Jin Shan's recollections remained intact, as her memories with Wang Li were filled with joy and happiness. Eventually, Jin Shan chose to depart, punishing Wang Li in her own way in this life. The last soul Wang Li bid farewell to was Jin Shan, as he adorned her with the jade ring. Wang Li expressed, "I merely wish to wear it for you. Just once." Jin Shan replied, "I miss you dearly, I know." Together, Wang Li and Jin Shan departed, destined to become a pair of playful rivals in the next life. An unforgettable kinship encompasses both the inherent bonds of blood and the nurturing ties formed through adoption. Even after Jin Jun's demise, loyal retainers continued to serve him faithfully. Transforming into a specter, Jin Jun's retainers encouraged their descendants to accompany and serve him. Jin Jun, under the alias Lu Zhaixin, became a guardian angel for the Lu family, which flourished into a prosperous enterprise with his assistance. They never forgot their ancestral teachings, remaining unwaveringly loyal to Jin Jun. One of the drawbacks of an exceptionally long life is witnessing loved ones age and pass away, while oneself remains ever youthful, forever haunted by the memories of departed family members, living in a perpetual state of longing and sorrow. As the specter returned, the Lu family servants included Lu Xinyu and Lu Dehua, the latter being the grandson of a former retainer. Both Lu Xinyu and Lu Dehua provided immense support to the specter, and it could be said that the entire Lu family was akin to kin for Jin Jun. Jin Shan, Jin Jun's sister, had once encouraged her brother to approach the king, only to be condemned to death by royal decree. As a specter, Jin Jun carried with him a portrait of Jin Shan painted by Wang Li. After their reincarnation, with Wang Li's aid, Jin Shan regained her memories, recalling her brother from their past life. Jin Shan's memories remained steadfast, even when Zhu had forgotten Jin Jun's existence. She never ceased to await her brother's return. Wu Zhuguang was born into an official family and received a fine education from a young age, mastering poetry, literature, calligraphy, and painting, which laid a robust foundation for his artistic endeavors. He had a penchant for theater and had even taken on roles, gaining insight into the lives of performers. The play The Return on a Snowy Night is to some extent an artistic recreation of his experiences. Written in 1942, during the period of resistance against invasion, many plays reflected the struggle and encouraged the populace to persist. However, this narrative tells the love story between a renowned performer and an official's concubine. Yet, the play transcends mere romance, using the desire of the performer and the concubine to escape as a means to explore self-awareness and awakening. Advocating for the liberation of the Chinese people's thoughts, the narrative primarily unfolds the love affair between the renowned performer Wei Lianqing and the official's concubine Yu Chun, chronicling their journey from acquaintance to affection, ultimately leading to their decision to leave, as Lianqing realizes he is merely a pawn in the games of the powerful. He and Yuchen decided to depart, only to be betrayed by the sycophantic and ungrateful Wang Xinghua. Consequently, Wei Lianqing was cast out, and Yuchen was taken back to the manor, destined to be given to Su Fuqing. 2 decades later, those once separated returned to the city. Yet fate conspired against their reunion. This poignant tale culminated in the demise of Wei Lianqing and the mysterious disappearance of Yuchen. Character analysis. The characters in The Traveler Returning in the Snowstorm can be broadly categorized into 3 segments. The first comprises the upper echelon, led by Su Hongji. The second consists of the awakened individuals represented by Yuchen and Wei Lianqing, and the final group includes the underprivileged. The lower class is diverse, featuring the obsequious Wang Xinghua, the utterly numb heir Xiaozi, Ma Dashu, and the resigned Li Rongxing, among others. Yuchen emerges as a figure of wisdom within the narrative. Having traversed the depths of degradation and subsequently redeemed by Su Hongji, she became his favored concubine. Conventionally, a woman with such a past might succumb to the allure of power, becoming sycophantic or submissive, her thoughts confined. Yet, Yuchen defies expectations. She embodies a unique spirit. As if enlightened by education, her mind brimming with progressive ideas. It is through her gentle persuasion that Wei Lianqing awakens to his own plight. Realizing the depths of his misfortune, Yuchen is fearless in love. Her relationship with Lianqing is characterized by her initiative and probing spirit. While Lianqing possesses a kind heart, he is also indecisive. Yuchen proposes they leave to seek their impoverished friends, yet Lianqing's lack of readiness prevents their immediate escape, ultimately leading to their separation. Yuchen is both astute and resilient. In the concluding passages, Su Fuqing's remarks reveal glimpses of Yuchen's experiences over the past 20 years. She was sent to Su Fuqing as a maid, yet she relinquished the temperament of a former concubine, managing his household with such proficiency that she earned the approval of Su Fuqing's wife, becoming Mrs. Su herself. After 2 decades, Yuchen and Su Fuqing returned to the city, and seizing the moment while Su Fuqing conversed with Su Hongji, she discreetly departed. Yuchen's 2 decades of toil may have been solely to return to the city of 20 years past, mirroring Wei Lianqing's solitary departure into obscurity. Chapter 152. Many enemies cause trouble. Amidst the mockery directed at Lei Luan, the crowd dispersed. Lei Te cast a glance towards the direction in which Edwards had left and pursued him. The training grounds were expansive, encompassing close combat arenas, equestrian fields, and a corner designated for archery practice. Upon arriving at the training grounds, Edwards drew the attention of many. He proceeded to the archery range, as was his custom. The range featured targets at 25 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, and the farthest at 200 meters. Edwards possessed an innate familiarity with archery, a memory etched in his very blood. The first time he grasped a bow, he effortlessly struck the bullseye at 25 meters. Archery demands immense focus and strength. An average individual might only manage to shoot 20 to 30 meters. Elite warriors can reach up to 100 meters, while extraordinary beings can propel an arrow beyond 200 meters. Of course, this also depends on the quality of the bow and arrows. Edwards has now mastered the art of hitting the bullseye from a distance of 100 meters. He senses that he is on the cusp of becoming an extraordinary being, yet he lacks the pivotal opportunity to ascend. Uncertain of where this opportunity may lie, he continues his training with methodical diligence. With a casual stance, he draws his bow and lets an arrow fly, the sound slicing through the air as it strikes the center of the target. Subsequently, he retrieves 3 more arrows from his quiver, knocking them onto the bowstring and releasing them in quick succession. Arrows find their mark at distances of 25, 50, and 100 meters, all hitting the bullseye. Edwards, your archery skills are truly impressive. A young lady clad in training attire and possessing sun-kissed skin approaches him. Her facial features are sharply defined, exuding both resilience and strength, embodying her family's pragmatic legacy. Miss Abby, greetings, Edwards replies, bowing slightly. Abby is the daughter of the Marquis of Weber, and both of her brothers have perished in the war against the werewolves. Their father, the Marquis, has also sustained injuries in battle, making her the last direct descendant of the noble line. While the Marquis wishes for Abby to embody the elegance befitting a noblewoman, she has inherited her family's fierce spirit, dedicating herself to avenging her brothers by eradicating the werewolf menace. Additionally, Abby is a prodigy. At the tender age of 15, she has already attained extraordinary status, becoming a knight. It is likely that the Weber family may soon see the rise of a female marquise. May I borrow your bow? Abby inquires, locking eyes with Edwards. He hands over his bow, and she gracefully unfolds her form, drawing the bowstring to a perfect crescent before releasing an arrow that soars towards a target 200 meters away. Alas, I missed the bullseye, she laments. My lady, you are already a knight, remarks Edwards, somewhat astonished. Of course, young man, I am 5 years your senior. Are you suggesting my talent is so inferior? Abby retorts playfully. Your talent is indeed remarkable. My father has often spoken of the strength of your lineage, Edwards replies, noticing a shift in Abby's expression. I apologize. I am resolute in my vow to avenge my father and vanquish those wretched werewolves, she asserts, her gaze unwavering. In that moment, an arrow is released from Edwards' bow, striking the bullseye once more. Edwards rises to head towards the equestrian arena, while Abby continues her practice in the training grounds behind him, meticulously honing her skills with each arrow. Approaching the stables, Edwards leads out a horse and retrieves a wooden lance without a point from the entrance of the field. He mounts the horse and charges forth, the lance aimed at the vulnerable points of the wooden dummies, heads, necks, and chests. As he confronts the final wooden figure, he pierces its chest with the lance. The vehicle tumbles down the slope in a series of violent rolls, ultimately landing in a precarious position with the driver's seat at the bottom and the passenger seat at the top. Following the vehicle's descent, an eerie silence envelopes the area, rendering the base of the slope unusually tranquil. After a few moments, a muffled groan pierces the stillness as Chun Huan regains consciousness. He surveys the driver, whose head is marred with blood. Fortunately, the seatbelt has spared him from mortal danger. Next, he checks Ji Zhuiyue, who lies unconscious but unharmed. With a loud bang, Chun Huan forces open the contorted door and exits the vehicle. His actions disturb the slumbering Ji Zhuiyue, rousing her from her stupor. As Chun Huan crawled out, his gun fell into the car, inadvertently caught by the awakening Ji Zhuiyue. Ji Zhuiyue picked up the firearm and concealed it behind her back. Chun Huan, while aiding the driver, noticed Ji Zhuiyue had regained consciousness and urged her to exit swiftly, declaring that he would not assist her. Ji Zhuiyue remained silent, quietly crawling out of the vehicle. Oblivious to the fallen gun and indifferent to Ji Zhuiyue, Chun Huan, without looking back, instructed her to help pull the driver out. Sensing something amiss, he turned around only to find Ji Zhuiyue aiming the gun at him, surprised that she would wield a firearm. Chun Huan noted her lack of intent to deter him and proceeded to drag the driver out. Sitting on the ground, Chun Huan faced Ji Zhuiyue, who held the gun, and they were locked in a tense standoff. Ji Zhuiyue questioned Chun Huan about his theft of the C2. She struggled to comprehend why anyone would want to steal the C2, which, in her mind, was merely an improved version of the new prosthetics and merely an exhibit destined for future promotion. Its research value was minimal, even if stolen. Chun Huan insisted that he had not stolen the C2. Yet Ji Zhuiyue remained skeptical. She perceived him as a purveyor of old prosthetics, brutish and deceitful, a veritable embodiment of evil. Chun Huan acknowledged her disbelief, but reiterated that he had indeed not stolen the C2, explaining that his investigation into it stemmed from a personal motive. His parents had perished at the hands of a C2 prosthetic user. Still unconvinced, Ji Zhuiyue listened as Chun Huan revealed that he had not intended to assist her in the taxi, but upon hearing her name, recognized her as the journalist who reported on the tragic death of his parents, which prompted his aid. Ji Zhuiyue informed him that Guansu had taken her to cover the story, suggesting that if there were hidden truths, Guansu would surely be more informed than she. A ripple of emotion stirred within Ji Zhuiyue as she regarded the rough man before her, beginning to glimpse his vulnerable side. Above on the hillside, the sound of an engine approached, signaling the arrival of Yin Zhaoxiu and his men. Chun Huan, having hoisted the driver onto his back, noticed Ji Zhuiyue did not obstruct him and departed from the opposite side. Upon reaching the base of the hill, Yin Zhaoshu discovered Ji Duoyue sitting alone beside the car and hurried over to assess her safety. He inquired about the events that transpired and commended her bravery. Harboring a deep-seated animosity towards Chun Huan, who had taken Ji Duoyue hostage, Ji Duoyue recounted the tale of Chun Huan's parents, to which Yin Zhaoshu responded that he must be deceiving her, playing the sympathy card to escape her clutches. Confusion swirled within Ji Duoyue. On one hand, Chun Huan's words bore the ring of truth, yet her upbringing had instilled a belief that users of old prosthetics were villains to be avoided and shunned. Rising to her feet, she glanced toward Chun Huan's previous position and noticed a glimmering bead on the ground. She approached and picked it up, discovering it to be a glass bead, identical to one she possessed, a gift from an uncle. Ji Duoyue was unaware if this bead belonged to Chun Huan or if it had simply fallen there previously. In Chapter 153, it was clear that sufficient strength for vengeance was lacking. Furthermore, Denmark was simultaneously beset by internal and external turmoil. The king had recently died, leaving society in disarray, while external forces sought to exploit this vulnerability for invasion. Should Hamlet choose to slay the king at this juncture, it may precipitate further turmoil within the realm, an act of irresponsibility towards his subjects. Hamlet's character is multifaceted. He possesses an elegant demeanor and sharp intellect, cherishing his reputation. Yet he is also marked by a lack of fairness, a volatile temperament, and inner weakness. The interplay of these positive and negative traits ultimately crafts the successful artistic persona of Hamlet. Through his character, one can analyze the procrastination of his vengeful actions. During his educational pursuits, Hamlet is portrayed as refined and considerate towards friends. In this period, he is carefree, indulging in his studies, buoyed by the unwavering support of the king and queen. Upon his return, learning of his uncle Claudius' treachery in murdering his father and his subsequent marriage to his mother, Hamlet's demeanor begins to shift. He becomes increasingly distrustful and sensitive, wavering and capricious. This transformation strips him of his agency, rendering him an intellectual giant, yet an action-oriented dwarf. Numerous opportunities for vengeance slip away due to his hesitance, and his plans are fraught with errors, leading to a tragically predetermined outcome. In the course of seeking revenge, Hamlet also loses his sense of justice. He exploits his friends and even the affections of the devoted Ophelia. He manipulates Ophelia's feelings to intensify the king and queen's perception of his madness. His exploitation of Ophelia serves as a precursor to her eventual demise. Hamlet places excessive value on his honor and reputation. As a humanist, he esteems dignity and reputation, and this is evident even in his quest for revenge. During Claudius's prayer, Hamlet could have easily dealt a fatal blow from behind. However, he perceives Claudius, in that moment of prayer, as possessing a glimmer of humanity, deserving of understanding. Should he kill him while praying, he would transform into a mere murderer, rather than an avenger of righteousness. In this light, Hamlet squanders a prime opportunity for revenge, further postponing his retribution. Regarding his perception of his mother, the Oedipal complex, killing the father and marrying the mother, comes into play. From the perspective of Freud's student, Jones, Hamlet's subconscious harbors desires of patricide and incest. Claudius's actions, to some extent, fulfill the desires that Hamlet himself cannot realize. Morally, Hamlet seeks to slay his uncle to avenge his father. Yet, from another angle, his desire for revenge also stems from jealousy, the envy of a failure towards a success. Additionally, on some level, he may harbor a pathological admiration for Claudius, who accomplishes what Hamlet has not, thereby diminishing his resolve for revenge. Moreover, although Claudius has slain his father, he does not seek to eradicate Hamlet entirely. Instead, he educates him, intending to bequeath the throne to him. Thus, while Claudius stands as his father's murderer, he simultaneously extends a form of benefaction, leaving Hamlet's determination for vengeance rather ambiguous. In the dimly lit chamber, only a solitary yellow oil lamp flickers in the northwest corner. The secret chamber spans approximately 10 square meters, its walls constructed entirely of obsidian, exuding an air of formidable strength. Within, there is no embellishment, and the overall atmosphere is one of pristine cleanliness. From the shadowy corners of the chamber, the clanking of iron chains can be heard, accompanied by the writhing of a small, dark figure. Bound in chains, it is evident that its limbs are similarly restrained. A hoarse, childlike voice echoes, pleading for release. Suddenly, the figure lifts its head abruptly, its dark hair failing to obscure its blood-red eyes. Strands of black hair slip away, revealing a finely crafted, yet terrifying visage. Startled, a youth abruptly sits up on a lavish velvet bed. His features are exquisitely delicate, with deep azure eyes and fair skin, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks. Another dream. He muses, but the resemblance is uncanny. The opulent room, though lacking extravagant furnishings, is clearly not a dwelling for the common folk. A gentle knock sounds at the door. Enter, he calls. A petite maid, her face adorned with freckles, enters with a lively step. My lord, have you had another nightmare? Is that possible, little Gina? I am destined to become extraordinary, he replies. Gina glances at the handsome youth, momentarily taken aback. Rising from the bed, he perches on its edge and remarks, enough, or I shall drool. Though Gina is 2 years his senior, she barely reaches his shoulders. Assisting him with his attire requires her to bend slightly. Edwards departs for the training grounds. He resides in the grand estate of the Weber family, which is divided into an inner courtyard, home to the Marquis's direct lineage, and an outer courtyard for the family's vassal knights. The training grounds occupy a substantial portion of the eastern section of the outer courtyard. As the Weber Marquis is an emerging noble, particularly a military one, the family places great emphasis on martial training. Clad in form-fitting training attire, Edwards's violet hair is tied back, and his refined features are illuminated by the sun. A faint smile gracing his lips, drawing the attention of those around him. Unlike the majority of the populace in the Hammett Empire, who sport gray hair, Edwards's purple locks enhance his noble stature. Suddenly, the hulking figure of Raylan obstructs Edwards's path. You pretty boy, he jeers. Though only 13, Raylan towers at 1.9 meters, surpassing Edwards by over 10 centimeters, his rough appearance looming over the youth with a disdainful expression. Edwards casts a casual glance at Raylan and states, I am on the path to becoming extraordinary. What did he say? Raylan inquires, glancing at the two. Ignoring the astonished crowd, Edwards strides past Raylan. Both young men are the sons of former captains. Edwards's father, Sir Warren, perished in battle while saving the Marquis, allowing Raylan to assume command of the knightly order. Due to Edwards's exceptional talent, he has already matched Raylan's prowess despite being 3 years younger, which naturally fuels their rivalry. Is it true that Raylan is not only foolish, but deaf as well? A woman gazed at Edward's retreating figure, her expression one of infatuation as she remarked, indeed. He enjoys opposing the adults, yet he lacks their charm, talent, and education. Rhett, filled with fury, shouted, Silence, you wretched girl, with such an unappealing visage. How dare you speak? Chapter 154. Edwards remained silent as he turned his horse and rode to the other side. Rhett's two companions, Barley and Miss, brought forth Rhett's horse and lance. The two were engaged in a knightly duel. Although they would not employ real lances, injuries were still a likely outcome. Thus armor was necessary. A throng of young ladies surrounded Edwards, eagerly assisting him in donning his armor, while also seizing the opportunity to flirt. Rhett could only cast a disdainful glare towards the charming scene of Edwards. In truth, Rhett harbored no deep-seated animosity towards Edwards. Rhett's father, Raylan, the commander of the knightly order, stood a towering 2 meters tall, his presence imposing. When not on duty, Raylan would train Abby, Rhett, Edwards, and the other heirs of knights. Though Edwards was 3 years younger than Rhett, his prowess had been steadily advancing, narrowing the gap between them. Raylan often praised Edwards, which ignited a pang of jealousy in Rhett, prompting him to frequently trouble Edwards. Once clad in armor, Edwards wasted no time and directly challenged Rhett. Perhaps you should rest. Otherwise, how could I claim victory? Miss interjected. Indeed, I fear he may triumph without merit, Rhett retorted. There is no need for such concern, Barley chimed in. Brother, he looks down upon you. Pretty boy, I was merely being kind in suggesting you take a break. Since you regard me with scorn, I shall teach you a lesson, Rhett declared. As Edwards and Rhett donned their armor, Abby stepped forward from the crowd. Young gentlemen, you may duel, but please prioritize safety. You are both the future of the house and valiant heirs of the Weber family. Miss, I assure you, I will not harm the pretty boy, Rhett replied, casting a sidelong glance at Abby. As long as he acknowledges me as his elder brother. Abby then proposed, how about a wager? The loser shall follow the winner. Edwards nodded in agreement. The two mounted their horses, positioning themselves at opposite ends of the jousting field, their gazes locked upon one another before charging forth. As their speed intensified, just before collision, they rapidly lifted their lances, leveling them towards each other. The horses swiftly passed, and the two lances collided with a sharp crack, splintering on impact. With the momentum carrying them approximately 50 meters apart, they swiftly turned their horses for a second charge. The sound of the broken wooden poles echoed as they clashed once more. Rhett swung his wooden staff with vigor, shouting loudly, while Edwards remained silent, skillfully blocking Rhett's strikes with both hands raised, wielding his staff with precision. Pretty boy, surrender and accept me as your brother, Rhett bellowed, his force unwavering. Rhett possesses the bloodline of giants, endowing him with immense strength, while Edwards clearly falls short in comparison, forced to adopt a defensive stance. Abby, noticing the bloodstains on Edwards' hands and the evident fatigue in his blocks, murmured, "Edwards, is this all you are capable of? Your father holds you in high regard." With a somber expression, Edwards felt the weight of his dwindling stamina, yet he was unwilling to concede defeat. Despite his gentle demeanor and a life devoid of conflict, the desire to triumph coursed through him, as if inscribed within his very essence. Upon hearing Rhett's scornful taunts, a surge of anger welled up within Edwards. He sensed his heart racing, the bloodline within him igniting into fervor. Unseen by others, his once pure azure eyes began to darken, transforming into an abyssal black, profound and reminiscent of hell itself. As Rhett observed the chilling transformation in Edward's demeanor, he was struck by an unfamiliar sensation, a coldness enveloping him. He felt the pressure of Edward's escalating strength, rendering him unable to contain the force any longer. Edwards initiated his counterattack, the dynamic of offense and defense shifting. Blood flowed from his palm onto the wooden staff, yet his strikes remained relentless, forcing Rhett into a passive state, gradually yielding to Edwards' might. With a fierce exhalation, Edwards delivered a crushing blow, shattering Rhett's staff in two and sending him tumbling from his horse. Exhausted, Edwards gasped for breath atop his steed. Rhett, resilient and rugged, rose from the ground, head bowed as he trudged toward Edward's horse and muttered, "I acknowledge you as my elder brother," before leading his horse toward the gathered crowd. Abby stood at the forefront, her gaze fixed on Rhett as he approached with the horse. When Edwards and Rhett reached her side, Abby raised Edwards' arm triumphantly, exclaiming, "Edwards is victorious." The crowd erupted in cheers for Edwards, leaving Rhett standing silently beside him, head lowered. At that moment, atop the castle at the center of the estate, two figures stood in quiet contemplation. One, clad in black noble attire, bore an ordinary yet resolute countenance. The other, encased in heavy armor, appeared even more rugged than Rhett, a scar slashing across his face. They watched the jubilant scene below, one remarking, "My lord, Edwards possesses extraordinary talent. His bloodline is a mystery. Yet it rivals that of royalty," said Relentless. The bloodline greatly influences innate abilities. A powerful and extraordinary bloodline allows even the most wayward scions to attain greatness with relative ease, while ordinary individuals, lacking such blood, must strive relentlessly to surpass their own limits to become knights and achieve the extraordinary. Furthermore, even once ascended to the extraordinary, ordinary individuals remain shackled by their inherent potential. The Marquis replied, "His bloodline remains elusive. I suspect Warren may not be of our world." "Relentless, can you now gauge Warren's prowess?" "I cannot," came the silence that ensued. "Warren's strength is such that no one can vanquish him. He must have departed." Raylan speculated, "My lord, do you believe that Edwards has come to our world for training?" "It is certainly a possibility," came the reply. "Let us not dwell on that. Both Rhett and Edwards are level 5 warriors, standing at the threshold of elite soldiers. Are they not in search of opportunities for advancement? It is through war, slaughter, and the delicate balance of life and death that potential is truly ignited. Edwards is already 10 years old. It is time for him to venture forth and gain experience. He has acquired knowledge of nobility and combat skills. Yet the essence lies in practice. It seems that recently, Edward's fief has been quite tumultuous. Is that not so?" "Indeed, my lord. The steward is seizing profits, and other minor nobles are coveting Edward's fief, not to mention the predatory wolf tribes settling therein," Raylan stated. "Marquis Weber, a natural opportunity arises. Let Edwards and Rhett go forth. They are due for a breakthrough." Chapter 155, Xiao Qiu runs ahead. Xingyu chases after her. Xingyu. All right. I do not wish to see her off either. Whispers. "I want to be with her." Xiao Qiu, what did you say? Xingyu. Nothing at all. You misheard. Xiao Qiu, how could that be? You clearly spoke. Will you say it or not? Xingyu. I shan't repeat myself. Good words require no second utterance. Xiao Qiu, speak. If you don't, I shall truly be angry. Xingyu. Very well. I confess I wish to be with you. Xiao Qiu's face flushed, and the two gazed affectionately at one another. Xiao Qiu, I crave fried chicken. Xingyu. All right then. Synopsis. Using Xiao Qiu's money to help a junior have a child leads to unforeseen consequences when the one you cherish must part ways due to graduation. Xiao Qiu, have you packed your things? Xingyu. While I am home these few days, do not expect that I will sleep soundly thinking of you. Xiao Qiu, Pa. Who would think of you? Xingyu. Xiao Qiu, graduation is upon us. What are your plans? Xiao Qiu. To return home for an arranged marriage. Stunned. Xingyu. An arranged marriage? Wait, why the rush? Your family is sending you to marry right after graduation? Do they have a mind? Xiao no. My mother believes that the boys at school are untrustworthy, so she wants me to return home for an arrangement. She insists that to assess a boy, one must first observe his parents. Xingyu. Then I am reliable. I am reliable. Come home with me. My parents are understanding, and I happen to have 2 tickets. Xiao, do not jest with me. Why on earth would I go home with you? Xingyu. My family has cattle, sheep, and delicious barbecues. Haha. Classmate. Xiao. Oh, what are you doing here? Xingyu. Who is that? Xiao, a classmate. Classmate. Isn't this the car my dad just bought for me? I came out to test its performance. Let us go for a ride. Xiao glances at Xingyu. Perhaps not. Classmate. Is this your friend? Xiao, Classmate. Come along. There is plenty of space in the back. Xingyu, no? No, it's all right. Classmate. Come on, Xiao. I happen to have the book you lent me last time. I also got 2 concert tickets for tonight. Let us go together. Xingyu. Well, you go ahead. The subway station here isn't far. I'll just walk back by myself shortly. You go. Classmate. Let us go. Xiao. All right. I'll grab the book and find you. Xingyu. There's no need to find me. I'll have something to attend to soon. I'm just going to have a meal and then leave. Xiao. Here, this is for you. Xingyu. Why are you giving me your phone? It's too expensive. I can't accept it. Xiao. Oh, I noticed you haven't changed your phone in a long time. Here, take it. I'm off now. Xingyu. A boy like me surely wouldn't attract Xiao's affection, yet I must feign indifference as I depart, grappling with my pitiful pride. At this hour, Xiao must be at the concert. I can only refund one of the 2 tickets. Outdoors Xiao. Xingyu. Why are you walking so fast? I can barely keep up. Xingyu. What are you doing here? Xiao. I'm here to walk you home. Xingyu. Why are you bringing a suitcase if you are just walking me home? Do you wish to come to my house? Is that it? Xiao. Absolutely not. I merely want to sample the barbecue at your place to see if it's truly as delicious as they say. Xingyu. Is that so? Really? Really? Xiao. Realizing she has been seen through, runs off. Where are you going? Xiao. Are you coming or not? Xingyu. Hee. Let us go. The Tao Te Ching, a philosophical work attributed to Laozi, Li Er, from the spring and autumn period, is also known as the classic of virtue and the way, Laozi, 5,000 words, and Laozi's 5,000 writings. It is a seminal text from ancient China, forming a critical source of Taoist philosophy and serving as a foundation for Chinese philosophical thought. The Tao Te Ching consists of 2 parts, originally comprising the classic of virtue and the classic of the way, without divisions. It was later restructured into 81 chapters, with the classic of the way containing 37 chapters preceding the classic of virtue. The Tao Te Ching is regarded as one of the greatest classics in Chinese history, significantly influencing various aspects of human society. In class, our teacher introduced us to the fundamental ideas of Laozi's Tao Te Ching, and outside of class, we pondered its profound meanings. I can only share my humble understanding of it. Laozi's Tao Te Ching undeniably offers crucial guidance for life. However, why do some individuals, under its influence, transform into malevolent beings? This is primarily due to their misinterpretation of the text. But why might their comprehension of the Tao Te Ching be flawed? The foremost reason is that the Tao Te Ching is composed in ancient classical Chinese, and it was written over 2 millennia ago, creating a significant temporal gap. Consequently, the meanings of certain terms have evolved considerably, and some may have even changed through the tides of history. In this manner, we engage in the translation of the Tao Te Ching. A literal translation is inherently flawed, making comprehension increasingly arduous and prone to misconceptions. The sage governs by emptying the hearts of the people, filling their bellies, weakening their ambitions, and strengthening their bones. He consistently cultivates a populace devoid of knowledge and desires, rendering the wise too apprehensive to act. Upon reading this, one might erroneously conclude that Laozi advocates for a governance that empties the populace's souls, satisfies their physical needs, diminishes their intellect, and fortifies their bodies, thereby creating a society of ignorance and lack of ambition, which in turn facilitates control, fostering a populace that is physically robust, yet intellectually simplistic. This interpretation leads us to mistakenly believe that the Tao Te Ching serves the interests of the ruling class, reinforcing their dominion. However, such a perspective is a grave misinterpretation. Laozi merely advocates for the preservation of the people's innate simplicity, emphasizing the importance of nourishment and diligent work, the reduction of utilitarian desires, the enhancement of physical well-being, and the cultivation of a tranquil mindset, free from cunning and desire-driven actions that may be detrimental. Yet, the literal translation conveys a vastly different implication. Furthermore, the phrase heaven and earth are unkind, treating all things as straw dogs. The sage is unkind. Treating the populace as straw dogs also evokes a sense of revulsion. The notion that heaven and earth lack benevolence, treating all beings as mere fodder, and that the sage mirrors this unkindness towards the people, incites indignation. However, this interpretation is misguided. Laozi's intention is to convey that heaven and earth, in their impartiality, treat all matters with fairness, devoid of favoritism, allowing all beings to develop naturally. Similarly, the sage, in his governance, refrains from bias, permitting the populace to thrive at their own pace. Based on these two examples, it is evident that an understanding of the Tao Te Ching cannot rely solely on its literal meanings. Rather, it necessitates a reference to diverse sources for a comprehensive synthesis. Chapter 156, Xingyu, Xiaoqiu. Xiaoqiu ignores Xingyu. Xiaoqiu, 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 Xiaoqiu. Xiaoqiu, what is it? Xingyu, why are you ignoring me? Are you perhaps feeling jealous? You must be jealous, haha. Xiaoqiu, no, don't say such things. By the way, you brought the junior here, didn't you? Xingyu, yes, but you can't seriously expect me to escort her. Xiaoqiu, who wants you to escort her? Noticing Xingyu's teasing gaze, no. I mean, I don't care whether you escort her or not. Flustered, humph, do as you please. Master Weasel took the yellow paper he had written from the parrot expert and, cradling it in his paws, presented it to the heavens. The village chief of the groundhog placed a white candle on the table. Master Weasel, I have communicated with the heavens and been granted permission to reveal the unwritten heavenly scriptures. Master Weasel held his talisman paper 10 centimeters above the candle, moving it back and forth while muttering incantations, as words gradually materialized upon the paper. Manager Porcupine approached slowly, while the parrot expert's feathers bristled. Parrot expert, whispering, impossible. Impossible. Master Weasel raised his talisman paper, revealing the 6 grand characters, stand tall and be a person. The animals were instantly filled with excitement. I knew the master would not deceive us. Indeed, the master proved his worth, and we, the animals, express our apologies, as the air buzzed with praises for Master Weasel. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the room. It was the parrot expert, leaping up and forcefully slapping the table with his wings. Parrot expert, anxiously, everyone, please be quiet. I can do it too, I can. As he spoke, the parrot expert placed his talisman on the candle. All the animals held their breath in anticipation of a miracle. Yet the characters on the talisman failed to materialize until it was ignited by the candle, turning to ash. It turned out that the brush was a new creation by Master Duguli, mimicking the dual-headed pen of the 9-turn Mandarin duck teapot. The principle was simple. A partition was made in the brush's handle. By gently twisting the handle and nib, the liquid in the partition would flow down. If lemon juice was pre-injected into this partition and heated, the vanished characters would reappear on the paper. The parrot expert collapsed onto the ground. Trembling, he stood up, glaring fiercely at Master Weasel. Parrot expert, I refuse to believe you. You are undoubtedly a fraud, a charlatan. Master Weasel, what leads you to such a conclusion? Are you not a fraud yourself? Parrot expert, ha ha ha, I am a fraud, and so are you. I've deceived those simpletons, yet your cunning is ruthless, attempting to drive us away. There is no magic in this world, so reveal your trickery. In his agitation, the parrot expert unwittingly confessed his own misdeeds. Hamlet's quest for revenge is marked by procrastination, primarily influenced by the oppressive societal conditions, the dynamics of his character, and his perception of his mother. Under the interplay of these 3 factors, Hamlet's pursuit of vengeance repeatedly falters, ultimately culminating in a tragic conclusion. 1. The oppression of objective society. Denmark was under feudal monarchical rule at that time, with sovereign power concentrated in the hands of the monarch. Before the murder of his father by his uncle, Hamlet had been studying abroad. Thus, upon his recent return, Hamlet found himself embroiled in a chase led by Yin Zhao Su to capture Chen Huan, while Li Su was reviewing surveillance footage at the venue. He instructed to have all the footage retrieved and conducted a thorough examination in the conference room. During the time of the C2 loss, the surveillance had been damaged, necessitating restoration before a meticulous investigation could proceed. Ultimately, Li Su discovered that the wrong person had been apprehended. Although Chen Huan appeared suspicious, he had not stolen C2, as he had not been in that room during the time of its disappearance. Instead, the one who falsely accused Chen Huan of theft, Guan Su, was under significant suspicion, having been unaccounted for when C2 went missing. Li Su surmised that Guan Su had likely disguised himself. After C2 was lost, Guan Su reappeared, pointing the finger at Chen Huan as the thief. Li Su dispatched personnel to locate Guan Su, but his subordinates failed to find him. Li Su hastily organized a search for Guan Su at the venue, yet he had already departed. Chun Huan, accompanied by an injured driver, made his way to the Free Association. Wang Yi harbored deep disappointment towards Chun Huan, as his recent actions were taken without authorization. Not only did he fail to achieve any commendable merit, but he also inflicted injury upon the driver and, more crucially, caused trouble for Li Su. Li Su was preoccupied with locating the lost C2 and had no time for Chun Huan. Thus, he instructed Wang Yi to expel Chun Huan from the Free Association. Adherence to orders and refraining from independent actions were paramount within the association's doctrine. Without such principles, the organization might have been obliterated long ago. And these tenets were inviolable even by Li Su himself. As Chun Huan's mentor and a maternal figure, Wang Yi conveyed to him that Li Su was in pursuit of Guan Su to retrieve C2. She urged Chun Huan to contemplate strategies in this regard. For if he could locate C2 or apprehend Guan Su, Li Su would undoubtedly regard him with newfound respect, and a return to the Free Association might not be entirely out of reach. Chun Huan departed after acquiring some intelligence about Guan Su from the association. Feeling disillusioned with himself, for the truth behind his parents' demise remained elusive. Instead, he had nearly lost his life in the assembly and had been expelled from the Free Association due to his reckless actions. Fortunately, a chance for redemption still lingered. Should he find Guan Su, he could potentially regain entry into the Free Association and perhaps uncover clues about his parents' deaths. Li Su, having failed to find Guan Su at the assembly, proceeded to his residence with his team, only to discover that Guan Su had already fled, leaving behind even his crucial belongings, indicating a hasty departure. Uncertain whether Guan Su had returned home or if he had stashed C2 there, Li Su ordered a meticulous search. Yet nothing was found. He left 2 men to guard the premises and departed with the rest of his subordinates. Meanwhile, Yin Jiaosu, after rescuing Ji Zhuoyu, was summoned by Yin Jiusi, who reprimanded her. Upon leaving Yin Jiusi's office, she headed to Guan Su's home, armed with a search warrant. Ignoring the obstruction from Li Su's subordinates, she entered Guan Su's residence in search of C2, only to arrive at the same conclusion as Li Su. Neither of them could locate C2. Jing Linchuan, knowing that Guan Su had successfully escaped and that C2 had been successfully swapped, felt immense satisfaction. He negotiated with Shen Han, ensuring Guan Su's safety. He intended to thoroughly study C2 and promised to share his findings with Shen Han while committing to assist in extending Shen Han's lifespan. Edwards halted his horse, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks. The onlookers cheered at the sight of the wooden puppet pierced through the torso. Isn't it merely puncturing a hole in the wooden puppet? I could do that too. Rhett spoke amidst the crowd, addressing Edwards as pretty boy, challenging him to a duel. Edwards paused for a moment before responding, very well. Rhett cautioned, pretty boy, be wary. I shall not hold back. Chapter 157. The soldiers, now triumphant, successfully infiltrated the city and settled in. With Jing Linchuan's assistance, Ji Zhuoyu and her companions overcame Yin Jiusi, while the New Democratic Party seized the momentum to decisively defeat the Conservative Party. The old injustices regarding prosthetics were rectified, and discrimination against prosthetic users diminished. Once all matters were concluded, Ji Zhuoyu pursued a career in journalism, with Chun Huan aiding her, and together they continued to advocate for the marginalized. Historical context. Born into poverty, he grew up to become a prison guard. In his youth, he often provided assistance to his friends who had been incarcerated, confined within the very prison where he worked. Shen Han firmly believes in his friend's innocence, but finds himself powerless to exonerate him. During an unexpected encounter with a shipment of prosthetics, he capitalizes on the opportunity for illicit profit. This sudden wealth introduces him to the lavish lifestyle of the affluent, while he endeavors to prove his friend's innocence. Enticed by the allure of riches, he becomes ensnared in a web of greed. The narrative unfolds as Shen Han engages in the trade of prosthetics, collaborating with the Conservative Party to supply materials for a second inhumane experiment. In a bid for survival, he engages in deceitful practices alongside Jing Linchuan. Prior to an exhibition, Shen Han orchestrates a swap, replacing the genuine C2 with a counterfeit, which he then allows Yu Yinqing to steal. Awaiting the arrival of Zhao Lin, tasked with transporting clandestine materials, Shen Han grows anxious. Upon encountering the gravely injured Zhao Lin, he is filled with frustration and helplessness, ultimately deciding to take Zhao Lin back for medical attention. Once revived, Zhao Lin identifies Ji Zhuoyu and an unfamiliar man as his assailants. After recovering, Zhao Lin seeks justice from the Ji family, only to be forcibly expelled by Ji Xiuqi. Infuriated, Zhao Lin demands vengeance from Shen Han, who harbors his own grievances against Ji Xiuqi. Consequently, he reports to Yin Jiusi, Noting Ji Xiuqi's significant public favor and potential involvement in the C2 theft, Shen Han then conceals the counterfeit C2 at Guansu's residence, misleading the upper echelons of both the New People's Party and the Conservative Party. Jing Lingchuan is assigned to research the C2, while Shen Han safeguards Guansu's safety. In a bid to rescue Ji Xiuqi, Guansu unintentionally overhears Shen Han's secret. When Shen Han discovers Guansu's whereabouts and attempts to apprehend him, Guansu leaps into the sea to escape. Fearing that Guansu may still be alive, Shen Han dispatches his men to search for him, instructing them to eliminate him upon discovery. He personally heads to the island to inspect the child trafficking operations for any potential dangers. The Conservative Party exerts relentless pressure on Shen Han, demanding that he locate Guansu at all costs, alive or dead, due to the safety concerns surrounding the island's industry stemming from the C2 incident. To obscure the truth, children from the island must be relocated, and this becomes Shen Han's primary objective during his visit. The mindless case on Skull Island catches the attention of Chun Huan and his companions. With no other recourse, Shen Han hastens to inform government officials to shift the blame onto the casino owner. Consequently, the casino owner is wrongfully implicated as the true perpetrator of the mindless case, facing the death penalty as a result. Chun Huan and his group rush to the casino to confront the owner before the authorities can act. After careful consideration, the casino owner seeks revenge against Shen Han and reveals that Guansu is not dead. Rather, Shen Han is attempting to relocate him. Following this lead, they successfully locate Guansu. In a desperate attempt to prevent Chun Huan and his associates from returning to the mainland, Shen Han discloses his own crimes of stealing the C2 and human trafficking. Thus, he dispatches assassins to eliminate the growing threat, illustrating that transformations are gradual, akin to the slow transition from night to day, or the complexities of love, which often remain unfulfilled due to circumstances beyond one's control. The Tao consistently embodies non-action while simultaneously achieving all that is necessary. It perpetually aligns with the natural order, acting without force, yet nothing exists that it does not influence. Here, non-action does not merely signify inactivity. Rather, it denotes a harmonious compliance with nature, allowing for the boundless transformations of all things. Conversely, the notion of not doing nothing does not equate to unrestrained action. It implies reasonable adjustments made in accordance with the natural world, adapting to the progression of life. Non-action and the absence of non-action are not merely polar opposites. They encompass and coordinate with one another, akin to the concept of contradiction, which is never purely adversarial but contains unity within its duality. The principles of non-action and the absence of non-action advocate for a respect for nature, rejecting the hubristic belief that humanity can dominate the natural order, and instead promoting adjustments and transformations that align with it. In recent years, we have sacrificed the environment for economic growth, grossly violating natural laws and resulting in significant ecological issues. Our technological advancements have instilled a misplaced confidence, compelling us to uphold the belief that human can conquer nature, thereby disrupting ecological balance and adversely affecting our living conditions, manifested in phenomena such as smog and acid rain. Previously unheard of, however, we have now shifted our policies to regard lush landscapes as valuable as gold and silver. We have every reason to believe that our environment will improve, and so too will our lives. The aforementioned examples vividly illustrate the concepts of non-action and the absence of non-action, reflecting the guiding principles of the Tao Te Ching. To simplistically divide the world into two halves, one of light and the other of darkness, is fundamentally flawed. The world is intricate, defying binary representations of right and wrong. As the Tao Te Ching teaches us, curvature preserves, yielding allows for straightness, lowliness enables fullness, and antiquity paves the way for renewal. Furthermore, it is often said that without the departure of the old, the new cannot arrive. Sometimes, what seems to be a mistake is not necessarily so. The love between Romeo and Juliet, though tragic, stands as a beautiful error, with their unwavering affection undeniable. A profound line from the Tao Te Ching states, "Misfortune may be a blessing in disguise. Blessings may conceal misfortune," indicating the reciprocal nature of fortune and misfortune, each capable of transforming into the other under certain conditions. Adversity can turn into advantage, and vice versa. For instance, in Wu Jingzi's The Scholars, Fan Jin, having long suffered the absence of academic success, finally achieves recognition, only to succumb to madness from overwhelming joy. Thus, extreme elation may not always retain its joyful essence. The same applies to calamity, as the saying goes. The old man lost his horse. How could one know it is not a blessing? In today's society, where immediate results are prized, individuals are driven to chase material gains, making the teachings of the Tao Te Ching ever more essential for guidance in life. However, when engaging with the Tao Te Ching, we must not merely grasp its superficial meanings. We must delve deeply into its intrinsic significance, distilling its essence while discarding the dross to fully harness its wisdom. Chapter 158. Tang Hao. I apologize, Miss Chun. I have lost my composure. However, you must understand that both your husband and I care deeply for you. Please take good care of your health. Chun Ruashi. Is the medication effective? Tang Hao. Yes, it can restore your mental resilience. Only in this manner can you embrace a greater multitude of memories associated with him. Our healing process must be gradual. If exposed to intense stimuli, you risk the complete loss of those memories. Chun Ruashi finished her meal, while Tang Hao prepared water and fetched the medication. Chun Ruashi took her medicine. Is that so? Is this the reason you only share one story about him and me each day? Is this why he does not come to see me? Tang Hao replied firmly, yes. He harbors secrets he cannot disclose. Today, let me recount a tale of remembrance. Chun Ruashi approached the window, gazing out at the park. Dr. Tang, do you believe life holds meaning? Is there a purpose in living if one must forget their dearest? The nonlinear editing course is an intriguing and immensely enjoyable subject. In this class, I learned the fundamental principles of editing. Though my overall grasp remains modest, I am now capable of executing basic editing operations. Previously, I would dismiss films I disliked as poor quality, but after studying scriptwriting, I have come to realize that even those so-called bad films possess a certain level of craftsmanship, as they are indeed produced works. It was only through my nonlinear editing studies that I understood the intricacies of the editing process. I had assumed that video editing was a simple task, yet each shot is meticulously designed, with every element being indispensable. The instructor's organization of the nonlinear editing course content and format was commendable. Initially, the teacher elucidated theoretical concepts, enabling us to grasp the basic operations and techniques of editing. In the early stages, attendance in the classroom was mandatory for every session. As the course progressed, the teacher provided us with authentic television materials and scripts, allowing us to edit freely, applying what we had learned in our own creativity. We then analyzed our edits frame by frame in class, discussing both their merits and shortcomings. The later classes were held bi-weekly, affording us ample time to complete our assignments. Initially, I did not dedicate myself to my studies, even dozing off in class. However, when I received the materials for editing, it was a bittersweet experience. Editing is truly not a simple endeavor. It is far more complex than I had previously imagined. When I actually engaged in editing, I discovered that even a scene lasting just over a minute demands considerable time and effort to edit. It is essential to convey the content of the script accurately and engagingly, requiring meticulous thought and arrangement. Naturally, the extensive time required was also a reflection of my limited skills and lack of proficiency. To edit a scene effectively, one must comprehend the essence of the script, identifying the core characters and ensuring that the primary shots focus on them, accurately conveying the scene's meaning. If editing is flawed, the intended message may become unclear or even contradictory. Moreover, when a character speaks, the shot must reflect their dialogue, allowing for a response from the listener. It is crucial to be mindful of any potential continuity errors. The transition between two shots must be precise. When a person gazes in a particular direction, the depicted scene should correspondingly reflect that aspect. If a vehicle is in motion, the perspective ought to capture the objects ahead. Careful attention must also be paid to extraneous noise and superfluous footage, eliminating any unnecessary content from the video. Editing requires thoughtful consideration. It is far from simple. A proficient edit has the power to rejuvenate a film and elevate its essence. Tang Hao. Miss Chun, this can be regarded as your most crucial matter. Please allow me to finish my thoughts before we discuss the meaning of life, shall we? Chun Ruashi. Is it destined for humanity to suffer? Unlike animals and plants, who remain untroubled and unburdened. How wonderful that would be. Listen to the song of the birds. It is said that the virtuous may ascend to paradise. Tang Hao, please do not entertain such thoughts. Things will improve. We firmly believe in hope. Chun Ruashi, is that so? It is only in the depths of despair that one yearns for hope. Tang Hao, do not allow those who care for you to grieve or shed tears on your behalf. Chun Ruashi, emotionally, but I have forgotten them. Tang Hao, things will be all right. Everything will be well. Let us talk about your story. The most perfect love in the world can be described as the love between you both. Attending the same school, two souls intertwining, an instant connection that endures. You fell in love, and every flower he gifted you was a forget-me-not. Your husband remarked that roses are enchanting, lilies are serene, and bellflowers are delicate. Yet only forget-me-nots symbolize eternity. He has never given up on you. Loving you is his greatest obligation in this life. Shinrawashi, is that so? How touching. However, Dr. Tang, you seem quite immersed in the tale of my husband and me. Gazes out the window. Tang Hao, have you recalled nothing? Shinrawashi, no? Tang Hao, the 3 bouquets of forget-me-nots by your bedside were brought by him. Eternal love, deep affection, an unwavering heart, and everlasting memories. These are the meanings behind forget-me-nots. Shinrawashi turns to look at Tang Hao, the language of flowers? Please remember me, faithful hope that all is not yet lost. I shall return to bestow happiness upon you. Tang Hao, joyful, eager, Rawashi, you are beginning to remember. Shinrawashi, yes. No, those words resonate deep within my heart. What did you just call me? Tang Hao, it was nothing, nothing at all. Allow me to peel an apple for you, just a simple apple. A gentle touch is all that is required. That is sufficient. Shinrawashi, the color of the room is so warm. Tang Hao, just like at home. Your husband specifically requested this arrangement. He said you will always be his beautiful girl, for where you are is home. Shinrawashi, that is delightful. Tang Hao, I am glad you like it. Shinrawashi, yes, it is quite nice. A moment of silence ensues. Shinrawashi, I believe I may have begun to remember my husband. I recall everything that transpired between us. Tang Hao, really? Truly? Shinrawashi, yes. However, Tang Hao, but what? What is it? Anxiously, Shinrawashi, I can see his outline in my mind, yet his face remains unclear. Nevertheless, his silhouette bears a striking resemblance to yours. Tang Hao, is that so? Rising, Shinrawashi, standing, approaching Tang Hao, yes. Before his unconsciousness, he had sustained an injury at the corner of his brow. Tang Hao, is that so? Rising to his feet, take a good look, examine it closely. Gently brushing aside his bangs, Shinrawashi, gently caressing the area around the wound. Does it hurt? Tang Hao, not at all, as long as you are well. That is all that matters. Forgive me. Shinrawashi, foolish one. I understand, your silence is for my sake. Tang Hao, do not forget me. Please remember my sincere love. Shinrawashi, please miss me, with unwavering hope that it is not too late. I shall return once more to bring you happiness. The two embrace.